I have been sworn enemies with Liu Beicheng since childhood. A fortune teller said that Liu Beicheng could only have my child. And since our families have been friends for generations, I married Liu Beicheng. However, my wife is 1.7 meters tall, has long legs, but never comes home. My mother-in-law often tells me to go bring her back, saying, Nanyan, your husband is lying next to someone else. How can you still sleep? Aren't you afraid that Mrs. Liu's position will be unstable? I groggily asked. Mom, which young person is it today? My mother-in-law replied, the hotel room number has already been sent to your WeChat. Hurry up and bring her back. After 2 years of marriage to Liu Beicheng, I have long been accustomed to his behavior, but every time I go to catch him, I come up empty. After 2 years of marriage, I still haven't caught any solid evidence of Liu Beicheng's infidelity. I closed my eyes and remained silent for a moment, then lazily propped myself up and said, Mom, I understand. I'll go right now. Half an hour later, when I got the room card from the hotel manager, Zhou Bei also arrived at the suite door. I was about to open the door with the room card, but a wave of inexplicable irritation surged in my heart at that moment, although I was already used to this situation. After all, he is my husband, and seeing him with someone else inevitably made me feel a bit uncomfortable. The door opened, and a voice came from inside, 4 tiles. Pong, I thought to myself, weren't we supposed to be catching someone? Why are they playing mahjong? I saw several women sitting next to handsome men. Liu Beicheng was facing the door, holding a thin cigarette in his mouth, his right hand touching the mahjong on the table. Ito Makoto was sitting behind him, proudly massaging his shoulders. The women at the mahjong table were all the proud daughters of the A world, while Liu Beicheng remained the most eye-catching presence. His features were exquisite like a painting, with soft yet distinct contours. He wore a pair of gold-framed glasses on his nose, adding a touch of intellectual beauty. His hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering with a silky luster. When Li Xiuxue saw me, she was first startled, then smiled and greeted me. Just as she was about to call me big brother, Liu Beicheng shot her a cold glance, and Li Xiuxue quickly changed her words. Brother Lin Yi, what brings you here? I wore a bright smile, walked in calmly, and said, I missed you, Miss Li, so I came to see you. Li Xiuxue secretly glanced at Liu Beicheng and said, Gu, I can't take that joke. No need to say. You must be here to catch Sister Yen. Over the past 2 years, everyone has gotten used to it, and I really don't understand how Sister Yen can bear to leave such a gentle and handsome husband at home, ignoring him completely. Today, I am wearing a black knee-length trench coat, with the collar up, giving off a calm and reserved vibe. My neat short hair exudes an irresistible aura. Ito Makoto hurriedly released his hands, stood up to greet me, but I ignored him and just glanced at Liu Beicheng's shoulder. Ito Makoto quickly explained, Sister Beicheng just won the game, and I was happy for him. So, before he could finish, I suddenly reached out and tightly gripped his wrist, warning, Ito Makoto, if you dare to touch him again, I'll chop off your hand and feed it to the dogs. Ito Makoto frowned tightly and said in a low voice, Sister Yen, be gentle. It hurts. Your grip is too strong. His painful cry echoed, and Liu Beicheng looked at me with icy eyes, saying, if you don't let him go, I'll chop off your hand first. Taking the opportunity, Ito Makoto broke free, stepped back 2 paces, rubbed his wrist, and pretended to be aggrieved with red eyes, saying, Sister Yen. Liu Beicheng slightly turned his face, glanced at him indifferently, and said without any emotion, what are you afraid of? Sit down. Next to us, Li Xiuxue noticed the awkward atmosphere and curiously asked Liu Beicheng, Sister Yen, who is this? Smoke slowly wafted from around Liu Beicheng's delicate gold-rimmed glasses. Liu Beicheng slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold, and said softly, I don't know him. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiuxue and the others were all stunned, clearly having known each other for 28 years. By the mahjong table, I was both angry and amused, walking up to Liu Beicheng and softly reminding him, it's 2:30, it's time to wrap up. Liu Beicheng elegantly held a cigarette in his right hand, his posture still exuding a unique chill, as he casually drew a 13-tile hand, completely ignoring me. Ito Makoto noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sister Yen, it's in a woman's nature to enjoy playing, and besides, Xiao Xue and the others are here, so you really don't need to worry so much. I chuckled and said, why don't you get married first, borrow your wife for a bit, and let everyone have some fun. Ito Makoto was instantly left speechless. After saying that, I turned and walked over to Li Xiuxue, tapping the mahjong table with my fingers, and said softly, Xiao Xue, get up. Li Xiuxue looked up and asked, Sister Lin Yen, do you want to play too? Zhou Bei, who had been silent, suddenly laughed and said, what? Only beautiful women can play together? Are we men not worthy of sitting at the table? Zhou Bei is my childhood friend. with a neat short haircut and dressed in a Japanese floral shirt. He is particularly loyal and one of the few brothers I can truly open up to. After saying that, he looked at me again. I heard the girls at this hotel club are pretty good. You sit tight. I'll call a couple for you. I pulled out the chair that Li Xiaoxue had vacated and sat down with an indifferent expression. At that moment, Lu Beiqing's gaze finally landed on my face, and I chose to ignore it directly. Then, Li Xiaoxue played a three of circles. Not long after, several young and beautiful girls stood in the living room of the suite. Zhou Bei instructed the tallest and prettiest girl to take good care of me. The girl accepted the task, beaming as she sat beside me. I'm your lucky charm. If I sit next to you, you're sure to win big. I chuckled and replied, once I win, a big red envelope is guaranteed for you. Sure enough, after a few rounds of the game, I was the only one winning. The worst part was that I didn't win when others played, but whenever Lu Beiqing played, I would definitely let him score. Lu Beiqing's expression was as you can imagine. At that moment, I had just won a 13-tile hand. After that, Lu Beiqing slammed the mahjong tiles down with a bang, his face cold enough to freeze the surrounding air instantly. I didn't even glance at him, pushing the mahjong tiles into the shuffling machine, jokingly teasing, Miss Lu, you can't be that bad at losing, can you? If you really can't take it, just go home and sleep. Lu Beiqing laughed. Want to sleep with me, Lin Yi? You're really dreaming. After Lu Beiqing said this, Ito Makoto cautiously glanced at me, wondering if they would get divorced this time. I didn't respond, handing the money I had won to the girl next to me. This is a big red envelope from your brother. The girl happily accepted it, saying, thank you, brother. The eyes of the other girls in the room instantly lit up, filled with envy. After receiving the money, the girl suddenly blushed and said, brother, I can make you even happier. How about I go with you tonight? As soon as she said this, Li Xiaoxue's phone fell to the ground with a bang, and the others all looked up, making the room unusually quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Finally, Zhou Bei leaned against his legs on the sofa and broke the deadlock. Lin Yi, that little girl is so considerate. You mustn't waste her good intentions. Don't be wasteful. After Zhou Bei finished speaking, Lu Beiqing came to his senses and sneered, long-term lack of love? It's time to find a woman for a couple of shots. I continued to laugh and said, look, my partner has already spoken, so I'll go get a couple of shots first. Ladies, enjoy yourselves. The girl next to me leaned in and whispered a few words in my ear, and I laughed, saying, really, that brother will have to see how good your skills are later. After saying that, I followed Zhou Bei and left the suite with another girl. Inside the room, Lu Beiqing's originally cold and serene face could no longer maintain its calm, and the anger in his heart ignited instantly. He suddenly stood up and forcefully overturned the mahjong table, causing the tiles on the table to crash to the ground. Ito Makoto, standing beside him, was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe, and after a long time, he pulled on his arm and shouted, Beicheng. Ito Makoto was at a loss, and Li Xiaoxue said he was inappropriate here, so someone should take him back first. Over here at the door, I couldn't even be bothered to turn my head and asked with great interest, what tricks do those two girls know? What's the most comfortable? Is this line of work profitable? Zhou Bei glanced back, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, feeling relieved inside. After a while, when I arrived at the door of another luxurious suite with the room card, Lu Beicheng walked over with a frosty expression. He felt that what Lu Beicheng didn't want, no one else could touch. When I saw him coming, I greeted him warmly as if I had met an acquaintance. What a coincidence. Miss Lu, are you here to see the room too? Where's Ito Makoto? Why don't you call him to join us? Zhou Bei had been watching me and smiling, looking very indulgent. Lu Beicheng said, Lin Yi, you are really too much. I smiled nonchalantly and replied, I'm not too much. Can I get a marriage certificate with you? Lu Beicheng and I only obtained a marriage certificate and did not hold a wedding. It was originally supposed to happen, but Lu Beicheng cancelled it at the last minute. This matter has always been a thorn in my heart, and because of this, not many people know about our marriage. When I mentioned the marriage certificate, the girl next to me quickly stepped forward and said, why don't you first? However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Beicheng suddenly slapped her hard across the face, and her face instantly turned bright red. The girl was clearly quite frightened, stepping back repeatedly, and then with a loud crash, she fell to the ground. I put away my usual good demeanor. Lu Beicheng, that's enough. My defense only made Lu Beicheng angrier. He raised his hand and grabbed my tie. You really are desperate. You can even take a liking to this kind of person? I coldly met Lu Beicheng's gaze. Who I like has nothing to do with you. You do your thing. I'll do mine. We are unrelated. It's fair. And isn't this what you wanted? Lu Beicheng's expression darkened, and then he tightly gripped my neck, causing my face to instantly flush red. Zhou Bei saw that Lu Beicheng was really angry, and hurriedly grabbed his wrist, saying sternly, Lu Beicheng, it would be too much to resort to violence. I have never laid a hand on a woman. but that doesn't mean I don't have my limits. As soon as Zhou Bei finished speaking, Li Xiuxue and Xin Li rushed over. Seeing the situation, they quickly pulled Liu Beicheng away and then looked at the girl on the ground and his companions, waving for them to leave quickly. I covered my neck with my right hand and coughed violently for a while. When I finally caught my breath, without saying a word, I raised my left hand high and slapped Liu Beicheng hard. In an instant, Liu Beicheng's face turned pale, and his face burned with pain. Li Xiuxue and the others were all stunned. Li Xiuxue never expected that the gentleman, who had been kind for 28 years, would actually hit someone, and even more unbelievable was that it was my own wife. He teased. Sister Yan is really confused. I covered my neck and said coldly, Liu Beicheng, try to lay a hand on me again. The hatred in my eyes made Liu Beicheng's heart ache sharply, and he finally realized that he had indeed been too impulsive just now. So he lowered his gaze and stared at me for a while, his hands weakly falling to his sides, standing sideways and no longer speaking. Seeing this, Xinli advised, all right, after a night of commotion, whatever issues there are between husband and wife can be discussed later. Liu Beicheng reached out his right hand and silently pulled my arm as he walked down to the parking lot. After pushing me into the passenger seat, I turned my face and looked out the window. The vehicle started. The atmosphere was quiet for a long time. Liu Beicheng opened the window and lit a cigarette for himself. The smoke ring scattered in the outer circle. He said coldly, anyone who dares to sleep with you is not afraid of getting sick. Gu Nanyan returned to him without thinking. I'll bring a condom. Liu Beicheng's face darkened. You're a man? You have that thing? What condom are you wearing? After Liu Beicheng finished being fierce, the phone in Gu Nanyan's bag rang, and took it out to see that it was Qin Haiyun who called. Exhaling with a tired heart, Gu Nanyan picked up the phone. Mom! On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun's voice came over in a windy manner. Nanyan, did you find Beicheng? Holding her forehead with one hand and the phone with the other, Gu Nanyan said breathlessly, found it, on the way back. Gu Nanyan didn't mention a word about the argument the two had just had at the hotel. Qin Haiyun heard that Liu Beicheng went back. She said, Nanyan, then you seize the opportunity tonight. It's been 2 years. You and Beicheng should have a child, or else it will drag on for another year, and Beicheng will want a divorce, and you don't even have a bottom card. Gu Nanyan's brain ached from Qin Haiyun's nagging. It's been 2 years, and she's getting so spermified when one side of her won't let her have a baby, and the other side won't. The point is, she desperately wants to give birth, but Liu Beicheng is not willing. Gu Nanyan didn't answer Qin Haiyun in time. Qin Haiyun was instantly alert and asked, Nanyan, do you not want to give birth? Gu Nanyan, born. I want to be born. Mom. Gu Nanyan's perfunctory. Liu Beicheng glanced at her indifferently, and with a foot on the gas pedal to the end, the car got up to speed. Not long after, when the two returned home, the house was quiet, and Gu Nanyan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, and couldn't help but think of Qin Haiyun's instructions just now, as well as her own mother's inquiries every now and then. So with a hard heart, she went over to the closet and picked out a set of sexy black lace lingerie. He had just lifted his pants and had not yet had time to put on his outer veil when the door to the bedroom room was suddenly pushed open. Looking back, it was Liu Beicheng returning to his room. Chapter 3. If you don't want to, you can have a test tube. At this moment, he was wearing light gray pajamas, raising his hand to wipe his half-dried hair, and the collar of his shirt was just open, with both of his pectoral muscles in full view. Carelessly rubbing his hair, Liu Beicheng said expressionlessly, there's no need to toss. Stripping naked is useless. Liu Beicheng's understatement. Gu Nanyan's complexion darkened a bit, slowly pulling up the layer of tulle. She calmly said, Liu Beicheng, if you cooperate a little bit to finish the mission, I won't care about you and won't bother you in the future if you want to play around. After that, the conversation turned. If you really don't want to, it's okay to go for a test tube. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Beicheng snapped the towel and dropped it on the ground, cupped her chin and asked in amusement, Gu Nanyan, do you think I'm a mobile sperm bank? Mobile sperm bank? Forced to look at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan could not defend herself. When he looked at each other with 4 eyes and saw himself in her eyes, Liu Beicheng's body suddenly tilted downward and leaned very, very close to her, close enough to almost kiss her on the lips. Gu Nanyan subconsciously struggled a little at Liu Beicheng's approach. At this time, Liu Beicheng suddenly came back to his senses, straightened his waist and said coldly, Gu Nanyan, you want to be a mother to your child. You want to have my child? After a pause, he continued, you're quite underqualified. Not qualified? Gu Nanyan zoned out. Because he didn't like her. Because their marriage was arranged by both parents. Because the two companies were trying to join forces. So Liu Beicheng couldn't see her anywhere. Immediately afterward, he lifted his right hand again and pressed down on the back of Gu Nanyan's neck, forcefully yanking her to him, looking into her eyes and reminding, Gu Nanyan, you still have 1 year left. And if you can't get me to make a baby with you in this 1 year, wherever you came from, get out of here. With that said, he turned and walked over to the closet and picked out a dark suit to change into, put on those gold-rimmed glasses and slammed the door. Bang! The door to the room was slammed heavily shut, and Gu Nanyan clattered, sitting helplessly on the bed, her right hand holding her forehead. She didn't know that Liu Beichen liked Yi Chu's. If she had known about this earlier, when Liu Tianyang mentioned this marriage, she would have said nothing. Even if you never get to have kids and be a mom later. After sitting on the edge of the bed for a while, Gu Nanyan walked over to the closet and took a normal set of pajamas out, although she has long been accustomed to it, but every time after being rejected by Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan feels that she is quite a failure as a woman. She is like this. Liu Beicheng still does not touch her. There was nothing more she could do. The next morning, when she woke up from her nap, Qin Haiyun's call came again. Mom, Nanyan, how did you and Beicheng do last night? Did the two make peace? Gu Nanyan was at a loss when Qin Haiyun inquired. In the past 2 years, she had been driven crazy by Qin Haiyun chasing after her grandson, wanting to hold grandchildren so badly. She should have had 2 more children in the first place instead of pinning all her hopes on Liu Beicheng alone. After a long moment of silence, Gu Nanyan helplessly returned. Come back for a bit and then leave. Hearing that the two had failed to get things done again last night and that she had lost another chance to become a grandmother, Qin Haiyun's heart was cold. She said, Nanyan, you still have to be attentive to Beicheng. You still have to take the initiative. Gu Nanyan thought to herself. She was so close to kneeling down to Liu Beicheng and begging him to be kind and put herself to sleep. How else was she going to take the initiative? Screwing up her eyebrows, Gu Nanyan did not know what to say when Qin Haiyun said again on the other end. This child of yours, you just don't care too much about Beicheng. You go to the company later to send lunch to Beicheng. Don't let this Mrs. Liu be too non-existent. And don't let other people think you're too good to be bullied. The other person in Qin Haiyun's mouth was Yi Chu. She worked as a secretary for Liu Beicheng at the company, despite 100 reluctance. But Qin Haiyun phone call are giving her tips. Gu Nanyan cannot push, so get up and clean up their own. Carrying the maid to her ready lunch, driving the car to Liu's group. Beicheng, then do you think it's okay if I revise it like this? Put this. Outside Liu Beicheng's office, before Gu Nanyan could knock on the door and enter, she heard Yi Chu's delicate voice coming out from inside. The office door was not closed. Gu Nanyan did not move and looked inside, only to see Liu Beicheng holding a file in his hand, looking at Yi Chu, who bent down next to him and said, this data is not reasonable. The project will have safety problems. There's also this location in D. Speaking here, Liu Beicheng suddenly changed the topic. You pull a chair and sit. At Liu Beicheng's concern, Yi Chu raised a smile, then pulled the chair not far away to sit next to Liu Beicheng. Outside the doorway, Gu Nanyan coldly rolled her eyes. Right now, she didn't know if it was normal for Liu Beicheng and Yi Chu to get along, or if it was normal for a secretary to sit next to her boss, but she knew that since she had married Liu Beicheng had never spoken to her so gently, much less care whether she was standing or sitting, kneeling or lying down, or alive or dead. Last year, she drove accidentally hit. The doctor asked the family to come over to sign. She called Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng directly hung up her phone. Then he stayed in the hospital for several days, and Liu Beicheng didn't know about it until now. After waiting at the door for a few moments, seeing that the two of them couldn't finish their conversation for a while, Gu Nanyan turned around and left with her lunchbox. After wandering around downstairs and passing a pharmacy, Gu Nanyan remembered what Qin Haiyun had told her, and she turned around and went back to the office. Yes, whether Liu Beicheng admitted it or not, she was the Liu family's young granny, is Liu Beicheng's legal wife. What's she hiding from? She hasn't done anything wrong. So when she returned to Liu Beicheng's office again, Gu Nanyan didn't even think much and directly pushed open the office room door. Inside the desk, Liu Beicheng and Yi Chu listened to the commotion and looked up towards the door. Chapter 4. Who the is going to spoil you? Seeing Gu Nanyan appear right in front of him, Liu Beicheng's eyebrows sank slightly. Yi Chu first froze, then stood up from his chair and greeted him with a smile on his face. Nanyan. Looking at the lunchbox in Gu Nanyan's hands, Yi Chu laughed again. You're here to deliver lunch to Beicheng, aren't you? Saying that, he turned his face to look at Liu Beicheng again. Beicheng, since Nanyan has brought you food, then we won't go outside to eat. Nanyan has a rare trip to the company, so you should accompany her. Yi Chu's understanding, as if she was Liu Beicheng's wife, she was the boss's wife of Liu's group. Even when Liu Beicheng ate the meal sent by Gu Nanyan, it was her who gave up the opportunity. Looking at Yi Chu, Gu Nanyan said carelessly, Yi Chu, you can either have Liu Beicheng divorce the marriage against his father, or you can fling substantial evidence of the two of you in my face. All day long you're shady. Who are you? Disgusting. If she was a competent person, she would still respect her, but she was so up and down. Gu Nanyan couldn't look at her. Gu Nanyan's dislike. Yi Chu was full of embarrassment as he explained. Nanyan, Bei Chang and I aren't what you think. We're just talking about work. After explaining, his eyes dimmed a few more points and said, then you guys have a nice chat. I'll go out first. The door to the room was closed. Gu Nanyan walked to the desk and placed the lunchbox on the table without any lightness, pulled open the chair opposite Liu Beicheng, and sat down as if nothing had happened. Mom asked me to deliver the meal to you. Snapping the information in his hand and slamming it on the table, Liu Beicheng asked coldly and clearly, Gu Nanyan, can you have your own opinion? Liu Beicheng's action of slamming the information. Gu Nanyan stared at him and didn't say anything. He didn't have this attitude towards Yi Chu just now. It was true that if you were not liked, no matter what you did, no matter what you said, it was wrong. Even to bring him food, even to live, even to breathe the air was wrong. After looking at Liu Beicheng for a long time without turning her eyes away, Gu Nanyan leaned her body towards the back of the chair and said in an unenthusiastic manner, I don't have my own opinion when it comes to the matter between me and you. Your parents' words are the holy orders. I can't defy them. Not only can't you disobey Liu Beicheng's parents, but Gu Nanyan is even more afraid that her mom will cry with a handful of snot and tears and tell her that it's not easy to raise her, so that she'll be more obedient and well-behaved. Then again, Liu Tianyang was still good to her. When the two were married, he gave Liu Beicheng a dead rule. Liu Beicheng cannot mention divorce, cannot be sorry for her, to do everything possible to run the marriage, or net body out of the Liu family, property and family business all to her. If the two of them really can't get over it, then let's grind it out for 3 years before we do. Right now, there is only one final year left. Seeing that Liu Beicheng was disliked and ignored her, Gu Nanyan got up and walked to the desk, picked up the chopsticks and said daintily like Yi Chu, Beicheng, people are iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten to hunger. You eat a little bit of it. Liu Beicheng looked up at her, and Gu Nanyan winked at him and handed a piece of ribs to his mouth. Liu Beicheng froze a bit when Gu Nanyan pampered him. Ghost opened his mouth. Gu Nanyan, however, snapped and slammed her lunchbox on the table. Damn, you really only eat the set of those surnamed Yi. Immediately afterward, slamming the chopsticks out heavily, he said in a bad mood, love it or hate it, who the hell wants to spoil you? So after leaving Liu Beicheng's office, Gu Nanyan also made a point of explaining to his secretary that the family had sent food over, so there was no need to prepare it. However, when he waited until after 9 o'clock in the evening, he was woken up by Qin Haiyun's phone call again. Said Liu Beicheng was hospitalized for diarrhea to dehydration. Gu Nanyan's heart thumped. She got up and changed her clothes and went to the hospital. When she arrived at the ward, Qin Haiyun said she was tired, so Gu Nanyan let her go back first. When Gu Nanyan sent Qin Haiyun away and came back to the ward again, Liu Beicheng looked at her with raised eyes and said, Gu Nanyan, you've grown so capable that you dare to drug me? Gu Nanyan approached over and helped him pull the quilt. Don't talk so insensitively. What people put down in their two families is aphrodisiacs, where there are laxatives. Don't admit it? With that, Liu Beicheng slammed his cell phone in front of Gu Nanyan, on which the surveillance video of her entering the pharmacy was playing. After that, he threw a medication purchase slip in her face. The handle was seized. Gu Nanyan looked at him and fell into silence. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Liu Beicheng thought that she would explain, but Gu Nanyan suddenly said, don't look at me like that. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold it. Gu Nanyan. Liu Beicheng's face sank as he picked up a nearby pillow and smashed it against her. Catching the pillow that smashed over, Gu Nanyan said calmly and reasonably, you spend all day outside. I'm being forced to die, so it's not too much to give you some drugs to find some psychological balance. When Liu Beicheng heard this, he raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, yanking her to him, his voice low and muffled as he asked, Gu Nanyan, are you jealous? At Liu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan first froze, then let out a giggle. Don't worry. I won't be jealous of you even if I eat. Gu Nanyan laughed brightly, and Liu Beicheng yanked her toward her heels again with a fierce push. Bang! With her forehead hitting Liu Beicheng's forehead and the tip of her nose hitting the tip of his nose, Gu Nanyan sucked in a breath of pain, her brows tightly furrowed, and before she could react, Liu Beicheng's warm lips suddenly covered her lips without warning. Chapter 5 If you can't bear to part with it, just say so. For a moment, Gu Nanyan was stunned. Liu Beicheng, does he know what he's doing? Gu Nanyan's surprise. Liu Beicheng eyelashes fluttered for a moment, then back to God, let go of her and said, not every day shouting to have a child. What? Still waiting for me to serve you? Gu Nanyan suddenly came back to her senses and raised her hand to unbutton his hospital gown, and asked in passing, in this situation now, can you get a hard-on? Gu Nanyan's this mouth. Liu Beicheng really wanted to take a needle and thread to sew her up. So, coldly, he threw away her hand. Clothes you take off smoothly. After that, he changed the subject. The drugging thing, wait until your parents get here tomorrow. being thrown away by Liu Beicheng and dropped to sit on the chair next to him. Gu Nanyan sank her face. Liu Beicheng, you're no fun like this. Liu Beicheng can mess with anyone, but not her parents. Her parents are her lifeblood, her bottom line. Liu Beicheng looked at her indifferently. How come you weren't afraid when you drugged me? Saying that, he fished out a bottle of medicine from under his pillow and threw it to Gu Nanyan. Either take all of this, or let your parents judge. Picking up the medicine that Liu Beicheng smashed over, looking at it as a leaking medicine, Gu Nanyan burst into an unidentified fire. But again, he had to suppress his anger and said through clenched teeth, okay, Liu Beicheng, you are ruthless. Rather than stay in the hospital for a few days, Gu Nanyan would rather her mom lecture her like Meng Zhengnu crying at the Great Wall. Immediately afterward, pouring those drugs into the palm of his hand, he was about to throw them into his mouth. Seeing that Gu Nanyan really wanted to eat, Liu Beicheng once again grabbed the pillow and smashed her again without being light or heavy. The medicine in her hand scattered all over the place. And when Gu Nanyan looked up at him, Liu Beicheng indifferently said, I'm not as vindictive as you are. Gu Nanyan laughed at once. If you can't spare it, just say so. Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye, and Gu Nanyan hastily made a motion to shut up and stop talking. The ward fell silent. Not long after, the hotel takeout millet porridge ordered by Qin Haiyun was delivered. Gu Nanyan then carried the bowls and chopsticks and sat on the edge of the bed and carefully fed. Every time she fed Liu Beicheng a mouthful of congee, Gu Nanyan would first put it to her mouth and blow on it to probe the temperature. She didn't send it to Liu Beicheng's mouth until it wasn't hot. Right now, it seems like it's back to the old days, back before that fight. It had been a long time since they had spent time together like this. In the dead of night, when Liu Beicheng woke up with a start, there was only a bedside nightlight left in the house. The lights were dim, and Gu Nanyan fell asleep on the edge of the bed. 2 years, he hadn't looked at her that way in 2 years. Liu Beicheng raised his right hand, and when he was about to touch her face, he paused in midair. He remembers every word of what she said that day, as well as the fire and all that hard evidence. As the past came rushing back, Liu Beicheng's right hand finally landed on Gu Nanyan's head and asked himself, hate me that much that you don't hesitate to take my life? It's just that after that one time, and the fire, they can't go back to the way they were, and there's no way he's going to let her have a baby like she wants. Together, they only torture and torment each other. Later, until he was discharged from the hospital, Liu Beicheng did not shake out the matter of Gu Nanyan's drugging. Gu Nanyan, on her end, took care of Liu Beicheng until he was discharged from the hospital, and she just happened to return to work at the law firm after her annual leave. The two of them, after this farewell, went back to living as strangers. At noon that day, Liu Beicheng had just returned from a meeting at the ZF, when Xia Cheng sent him some bills and documents to sign. After Xia Cheng put down the single document file, Liu Beicheng asked, what has Gu Nanyan been busy with lately? Counting on his fingers, Gu Nanyan hadn't looked for him for a month. Xia Cheng, back to boss. Young lady has been busy with work lately, taking on a lot of divorce cases. When he said the last sentence, Xia Cheng's voice was obviously much smaller. Slamming away the document held in his hand, Liu Beicheng laughed coldly. She's practicing in advance first. Summer Chang. In fact, he thought so, and why Gu Nanyan married Liu Beicheng is well known to everyone. Sunrise Law Firm, conference room. Gu Nanyan sneezed and was thinking about who was scolding her behind her back when the director turned his face to look at her and said in a serious tone, Xiao Gu, why do you always take divorce cases at your young age? Saying that, he looked around at the other co-workers. Don't you guys bully Xiao Gu for being young and a newcomer and just throw unwanted cases at her. Gu Nanyan gave a smile and said, Director, it's not that serious. I'll take it as exercise. This marriage between her and Liu Beicheng, when the time comes, we do not know what kind of fight it will be. She first warmed up. The director tightened his eyebrows and said, that's not the way to work out. Divorce cases Xiao Gu you take less in the future, so as not to affect your view of marriage. Gu Nanyan has only just graduated a year ago, and the director is afraid that she will be affected by these lawsuits. Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to speak, the director added, Xiao Gu, don't say I'm a leader who doesn't mention you. I heard that Liu's group recently wanted to change its legal agent. If you can take down Liu's legal agent, you'll be considered to have a hit in this business. In the past few years, their law firm has fought hard for Liu's legal representation, only that the guys took turns or failed to take it down. There are new faces this year, so thought I'd send them out to try it out. And he was very cognizant of Gu Nanyan's work ethic and ability. Fear Gu Nanyan dare not take this hot potato. The director added, Xiao Gu, you do not have psychological pressure. The law firm does not require you to non-take Liu's agent. Do your best on it. The director had said so. Gu Nanyan could not refuse, so she had to agree to try first. Just the thought of getting involved with the Liu group gave Gu Nanyan a headache. Therefore, when she went home to accompany her parents for dinner at night, when the two asked her about her and Liu Beicheng, she asked coldly and quietly in return, Dad, You and Lu Tianyang had to ask me to marry Lu Beicheng. Are you helping me, or are you punking me? Gu Qinghua's face turned green at Gu Nanyan's words. What nonsense are you babbling about? Of course we are doing this for your own good. And several fortune tellers have said that your Botzi can only be with Beicheng. Otherwise you will be childless in the future. Gu Nanyan glanced at Gu Qinghua. Lu Tianyang didn't suspect you? Didn't suspect those fortune tellers? Those fortune tellers were found by your father-in-law. I don't know them. In this life, you can only have children with Lu Beicheng, and you can't get pregnant, have children, or be a mom with other men. I don't know whether she owed Lu Beicheng in her past life, or Lu Beicheng owed her, and fate had to have them entangled like this, and there is no more dogged life than hers. On the side, Gu Nanyan's mom asked, Cheng Hua, if Nanyan has a child in the future and Beicheng still has to divorce her, can the child be given to Nanyan? Tianyang said that if it really comes to that, the child will definitely be given to Nanyan. So Nanyan's most important task right now is to give birth to a son and a daughter. That's more like it. Gu Nanyan her mom, Nanyan, did you hear that? You have to take this matter to heart. Gu Nanyan, sang, even if I don't eat, drink or sleep, I won't refrain from having a child with Lu Beicheng. Mom, just put your heart in your stomach. Originally, I didn't take this seriously, but a few fortune tellers had said the same thing, and Gu Nanyan had to take it seriously. No matter what would happen with Lu Beicheng in the future, she had to hurry up and get pregnant. After eating and sitting with her parents for a while, assuring them that they would definitely have a child, Gu Nanyan drove her car away from the Gu family mansion. Returning to Royal Bay, she had just entered the house before her, when Zhang's wife came over to report in a hurry. Young lady, young master is back. The movement of hanging up the bag slowed down a bit, and Gu Nanyan was surprised. Chapter 6 Agent I'll pay, you give me a child. He didn't go to him himself, but he rushed back. It seems that it was Lu Tianyang who pressurized him. Seeing Gu Nanyan pause for a moment, Sister Jiang said happily again, I just went upstairs to change the bedding and saw young master take the clothes and go to the restroom, so I guess I won't be leaving tonight. When her husband came back, the servants were all happy for her, as if she was a disgraced concubine who finally expected the emperor to take a look at her. Gu Nanyan thought to herself in her heart. After changing her shoes, Gu Nanyan smiled and said, okay, I'll go up and take a look. Pushing open the door into the bedroom, Lu Beicheng happened to come out of the restroom. Gu Nanyan smiled at once. Back ah, wait for me. I'll take a shower first. Lu Beicheng was disgusted. Gu Nanyan, can you think of anything else? Gu Nanyan said with amusement. Isn't it normal for me to take a shower first when I get home? Besides, you'd be crying if I saw you without that thought. Lu Beicheng. More than 40 minutes later, when Gu Nanyan finished her bath and came out, Lu Beicheng was sitting and lying on the bed reading a book, and the pair of gold glasses were on again. Gu Nanyan approached the past in a refreshed manner, carried her pants leg, raised her right foot and sat across Lu Beicheng's thigh. Handsome and elegant face lifted upwards. Gu Nanyan did not see his eyes as if she did not see his eyes. Her fingers gently hooked to unbuckle the waistband of his robe. Holding the book in his right hand, Lu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan without much expression and ordered, go down. Gu Nanyan stopped the action of taking off his clothes, looked at him and asked, Lu Beicheng, are you not able to do it? If you really can't, I'll accompany you to the hospital. Lu Beicheng swept over a cold eye, and Gu Nanyan said wisely, you don't want to talk about this? Well, then let's talk about other business. Lu Beicheng put down the book in his hand and opened his mouth in a rare and gentle manner. Have you figured it out and planned to divorce? Gu Nanyan, can you think of something good? Said the man, scooting his ass forward. Lu Beicheng lowered his eyes and looked down, and Gu Nanyan put both her arms around his neck. Lu's group's legal agent. See if you can. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Lu Beicheng interrupted her. Don't even think about it. Don't. Gu Nanyan, what's the difference between you giving representation to other law firms and giving it to Sunrise? There are any conditions you can negotiate. Lu Beicheng sized Gu Nanyan up and hooked his lips. How to talk? Subterfuge? Gu Nanyan, I won't even dive if you're so virtuous as to pour money on me, let alone letting me pay for it. Gu Nanyan is beautiful. Beautiful to move your heart. You have seen her. Will be hooked by her day and night. Her little scheme, though, he saw clearly when she pushed her way in. Lu Beicheng's insensitive. Gu Nanyan 2 hands on his shoulders. Fingers pinch play with his earlobe, or agent fee I give you out of pocket. You give me a child chant. Lu Beicheng raised his head. And then let your son inherit my family fortune? You are thinking beautifully. After 2 years of marriage, Gu Nanyan only mentioned having children every time she saw him, which made Lu Beicheng feel like her reproductive tool. Gu Nanyan laughed at once. How do you know it's a son? What if it's a daughter? Why don't I write you an undertaking that my son won't inherit your family fortune? When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Beicheng was even more reluctant. With a scowl on his face, he said. Go down. Gu Nanyan had both hands on Lu Beiqing's shoulders. His eyes were cool and his features were extremely good-looking, meticulously serious. He gives you the urge to kiss him, to conquer. So, instead of going down, she cupped both hands on his face and leaned forward to kiss him on the lips. Lu Beiqing held her waist with both hands and tried to push her away. Gu Nanyan's soft tongue probed in. Lu Beiqing's heart tightened and he subconsciously held her waist tighter. Didn't bother to push away after all. The aroma filled the room between their lips, and the atmosphere in the room was ambiguous. The pajamas slipped off her shoulders. Gu Nanyan's white skin and the bulge on her chest looked like an oil painting, and she and Lu Beiqing were getting tighter and tighter. What with the job, the scandal, nothing else matters. As his right hand stroked up Gu Nanyan's back, the phone Lu Beiqing had thrown next to him suddenly rang. The sound of the phone vibrating, Lu Beiqing was instantly pulled back to reality, letting go of Gu Nanyan and turning around to pick up his cell phone. On the other end of the phone, after Xia Cheng's voice came over, Lu Beiqing said, "You go pick up the people first, I'll go over now." Lu Beiqing hung up the phone to leave, and Gu Nanyan reached out and grabbed his arm. Lu Beiqing, you're being unethical. What kind of person walks out in the middle of an errand? Missing the point? Taking away Gu Nanyan's hand, Lu Beiqing said, accompanying you to fool around. You still take it seriously. If it wasn't for Xia Cheng's timely call, he was afraid that he would really not be able to hold it tonight. If Gu Nanyan got her way, it wouldn't be falling into a pit, but into a deep well. As soon as Lu Beiqing left, Gu Nanyan had a bellyful of fire, and with one phone call, she made a date with Zhou Bei to go to the bar. Hearing Gu Nanyan say that the meat in her mouth flew away, Zhou Bei asked suspiciously, "You are like this, Lu Beiqing?" He is not even moved. Is it really not possible? Gu Nanyan, 9 times out of 10. It's diaphragm me. Zhou Bei, it's just a matter of letting him have a good time. What do you think if you really get divorced in the future and the child doesn't want him to be responsible for it? If I had a wife like you, I wouldn't let you out of bed every day. Zhou Bei fluffed his words as if he was really a man. What killed her was her gangly appearance and the number of girls staring at her. As the two chatted about these private words, Zhou Bei flipped through his cell phone and his face suddenly sank, then handed it to Gu Nanyan and said, "Nanyan, your family's old Lu has indeed gone too far." Receiving the cell phone handed to her by Zhou Xiaobei, Gu Nanyan instantly sank her face as well. People are sharing bicycles and charging treasures, but it has become a shared husband with her. Even if she spends her time outside, she throws her face away when she is with her. Is Lu Beiqing too disrespectful to her? Too disrespectful to her face. Clang! Not too lightly, but not too heavily. The glass of wine on the table. Gu Nanyan got up and was about to leave the ground. Suddenly was blocked by a few girls. Yo! Isn't this Gu Nanyan? Miss Gu? Big night looks so bad. Borrowing wine to kill sorrow and ah. Chapter 7 Are you minding me? The lights in the bar were dim and the voices of men and women mixed with the music were loud. Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth, the girl added, Beiqing didn't come home again tonight. He's with another woman again, isn't he? Zhou Bei had both hands in his pants pockets and laughed lightly. It's a big night. Su Mingzhu, are you also using alcohol to drown your sorrows? But coming back to it, you really should dissipate your sorrows. Lu Beiqing's mistresses have changed wave after wave. It's been 2 years and you still can't get in line. Zhou Bei you. Su Mingzhu instantly turned red with anger. So what? You still really think Gu Nanyan is Lu Beiqing's wife? Mrs. Lu, try asking her Gu Nanyan to call Lu Beiqing her husband. See if Lu Beiqing answers? Originally, it was her Su family that had a better relationship with the Lu family, and the old men of both families were discussing her marriage to Lu Beiqing, but it turned out that Gu Nanyan had gotten there first. So I don't know how many times I've defeated Gu Nanyan explicitly or implicitly, and how many times I've added to her chaos. It was hard to bump into today, so how could I let this opportunity go? Zhou Bei, Nanyan called Lu Beiqing. I don't know if he answered or not, but you called Lu Beiqing definitely didn't. Speaking of this, Zhou Bei raised his eyebrows. Su Mingzhu, losing is losing, so cut out the backstage maneuvers. Su Mingzhu exploded. I lost to her? What do you think she Gu Nanyan is? If it wasn't for Uncle Lu's momentary obsession, could she Gu Nanyan have this opportunity? Besides, does she hold North City? Beiqing take her as a wife, give her half face? The certificate has been taken for 2 years. The wedding has not been organized until now. During this period Beiqing changed how many women? She Gu Nanyan heart does not count? Isn't this Beiqing's protest against this marriage and her Gu Nanyan? To think that she's still stalking and not letting go. If I were her, I would have jumped into the river long ago. I really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Zhou Bei's expression sank. Su Mingzhu added, it's you, Zhou Bei, who was born without a father, and all day long you're not yin and yang. Are you a woman, or a man? Are you clear in your own mind? Su Mingzhu's shouting. Gu Nanyan originally did not care, until she scolded Zhou Bei. Gu Nanyan picked up a full glass of wine on the table, without saying a word, clattered and splashed on Su Mingzhu's face. Su Mingzhu, is it enough to make a scene? To say that Yi Chu and her clamor, she also take a positive look. After all, people can stay on the side of Liu Beicheng, can give Liu Beicheng as a secretary, but Su Mingzhu counts what things. Liu Beicheng from beginning to end have not seen her glance. Our Su family rushed to pour paste? At this level, how could she put it in her eyes? Being splashed with wine by Gu Nanyan, Su Mingzhu instantly exploded, taking the bag in her hand and smashing it towards Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan, you actually dare to splash me with wine. Right after that, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei fought with Su Mingzhu and the 6 girls. Despite the small number of people, it didn't take Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei long to put Su Mingzhu and the girls down. When she left the bar, Gu Nanyan fished her cell phone out of her bag and dialed. Bureau Liang, I'm Xiao Gu from Chaoyang, reflecting a matter with you. The man Gu Nanyan called is the second in command of City J. His difficult divorce case was handled by Gu Nanyan, so he appreciates Gu Nanyan's wisdom. Half an hour later, when Gu Nanyan returned home, the news that Su Mingzhu had been taken away by the police for causing a disturbance at the bar had already smoothly made its way onto all the major hot searches. The wall fell down and people pushed. In a moment, a group of Su Mingzhu's classmates flooded the internet, all of them blabbing about her, saying that they had been bullied by her when they were studying in the past, and that they had been robbed of their boyfriends by her. This kind of woman should have been locked up and educated a long time ago. Although the Su family quickly removed the hot search and fished out Su Mingzhu, Su Mingzhu didn't get a lot of lectures. When she put the fault on Gu Nanyan, she was just warned to stay away from Gu Nanyan and stay out of her business with Liu Beicheng, originally a belly full of fire. By Su Mingzhu such a mess, Gu Nanyan is a lot of anger. As for her friendship with Zhou Bei, that goes back 10 years. At that time, she and Zhou Bei had just started their first year. That incident was shocking and almost also ruined Zhou Bei's life and was the reason why Zhou Bei was silent and changed his image. After taking a shower, Gu Nanyan was about to go to bed when the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Looking up, Liu Beicheng was back again. Gu Nanyan retracted her eyes as Liu Beicheng entered the room and said, Gu Nanyan, I should revisit you. He'd only been out of the house for one trip and she was causing trouble, and the old man's phone was ringing him to ask what was going on. Gu Nanyan sat prone on the bed. Don't sell yourself short when you've gotten a bargain. And Liu Beicheng, temper yourself a bit. He knew very well why he and Su Mingzhu had clashed, and all those things he did. Gu Nanyan felt that Liu Beicheng did not give her face to be a human being. Otherwise Su Mingzhu would not have been able to point her nose at her tonight. So when he saw Liu Beicheng, the Mingless fire came up again. Liu Beicheng took off his suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and looked at her with a smile. You're minding me? Seeing Liu Beicheng walking towards her, Gu Nanyan said, I don't want to see you tonight. Get out. The baby's not coming? Not born. Liu Beicheng had a smile on his lips. Sure you don't want this opportunity? Gu Nanyan's heart was suddenly blocked, followed by a wave of anger and sourness. Who's a two-person family that lives like this, and wants to have a child and has to beg low and look at the man's face and mood? Gu Nanyan's eyes chilled down a little. She suddenly wanted to pick up a little bit of her dignity in front of Liu Beicheng. So, coldly and quietly, he said, get out. Liu Beicheng half squinted his eyes and became interested, taking the removed belt and picking up her chin. Gu Nanyan, where's that energy you had before? Gu Nanyan grabbed Liu Beicheng's belt and slammed it on his body. Are you bored? People have moods, and no one is in the mood to have a smiling face waiting for him 24 hours a day. The angrier Gu Nanyan got, the more interesting Liu Beicheng felt, bending down to her. I'm very interested today. Chapter 8 Hospitalized by her domestic violence. After saying that, he grabbed Gu Nanyan's hands that were about to push her away, and he pressed them against the bed. Gu Nanyan, okay, then whoever doesn't do something is a grandson. In the end, in the contest between the two of them, Gu Nanyan realized that Liu Beicheng was trying to get her hard, and when she took advantage of Liu Beicheng's inattention, she grabbed the ornaments on the nightstand and smashed them nonchalantly on Liu Beicheng's head. Gu Nanyan, shouting angrily at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng raised his hand and wiped his forehead. His hand was full of blood. At this time, Gu Nanyan threw the pendulum on the nightstand as if nothing had happened and clapped her hands. I've advised you, if you want to sleep, just sleep. Don't even think about playing her in a different way. Land North City. Third brother, you've made a fortune. I can't believe I was domesticated by Nanyan to the hospital. Hospital. Sumubai accompanied Liu Beicheng over to get bandaged up and laughed her stomach off when she saw him with gauze wrapped around his forehead. It's still Nanyan who's great. Unlike them who only got beat up since they were kids. Liu Beicheng swept a cold eye over. Sumubai immediately made a shut up and stop motion, but her face held a smile that she couldn't hide. When she drove Liu Beicheng back, every time she saw Liu Beicheng, Sumubai smiled. At this time, Liu Beicheng asked with a sideways glance, is Gu Nanyan jealous? Sumubai, isn't it obvious? Otherwise it could have smashed you into the hospital. Third brother. Nan Yen, she's very nice. Cherish her. Gu Nan Yen is a little bit older than Sumubai. Due to the relationship with Liu Beicheng, coupled with the atmospheric character, so Sumubai meets her called her smoke sister. Behind her back, she still called her Nan Yen. Liu Beicheng straightened his cufflinks and patted the dried blood on his sleeves. His face was suddenly not as gloomy as it was just now, and the corner of his mouth even hooked up a smile. Sumubai, third brother, have you been beaten silly by Nan Yen? You can still laugh at this time. Think about how you'll meet people tomorrow with this injury and how you'll explain it. Liu Beicheng was unimpressed. What's the explanation? My wife beat me. In the bedroom of the villa, after Liu Beicheng left with his injuries, Gu Nan Yen didn't wait for him to return. By the next morning, when she cleaned herself up and went out, she ran straight to Liu's group to talk about legal representation. In the parlor, the secretary politely said, Lawyer Gu, Mr. Liu is in a meeting and will not talk about legal representation today. The secretary told Liu Beicheng that Lawyer Gu from the Sunrise law firm was here, and Liu Beicheng said no. To beat him up like this and still have the nerve to come over here and talk about legal representation. Who gave her the face? Not a moment later, the head of the legal department came and explained to Gu Nan Yen. Lawyer Gu, Sunrise law firms are not considered by our group. That's not an explanation. It's an abject rejection. Later, Gu Nan Yen went to lose a few more times. Liu Beicheng still did not see her, and the legal affairs did not talk to her. Until a week later, when Gu Nan Yen left work, she saw a black Maybach parked not far from the law firm, and her steps then slowed down. Xia Cheng saw Gu Nan Yen come out and hurriedly got out of the car to open the backseat door. Young lady. Gu Nan Yen's steps stopped as Xia Cheng said, Young master has come to take you back to the old mansion for dinner. Gu Nan Yen glanced at Liu Beicheng, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, and said faintly, There is no time. She went to Liu several times, and he didn't even see her face, and now she's calling her back to act, so she's definitely not cooperating. In the back seat of the vehicle, Liu Beicheng was still sitting there, his expression looking faint. He said, It does seem that you don't want to be a mom. Gu Nan Yen didn't like to hear this anymore. Folding her hands in front of her chest and looking at him with downcast eyes, Have you ever given a chance? Liu Beicheng patted the undetectable dust on his sleeve. Not being able to sleep with me is because you don't have enough cultivation. He then raised his head. Gu Nan Yen, in the future, I'll go back once a month. It's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. Once a month? If the days were wrong, then he would have come back for nothing. And Liu Beicheng wasn't that talkative and wouldn't do anything honestly. Discussing this, Gu Nan Yen said, Once a week. No negotiation. Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nan Yen for a long time, and his slightly red thin lips hooked up. Get in the car. Liu Tianyang recently stared at him tightly. The old master and the old lady also gave a lot of pressure. It is not important to have a child or not, but his attitude should be correct. Liu Beicheng promised her, and in the next second, Gu Nan Yen smiled flirtatiously and bent down and sat down next to Liu Beicheng. Xia Cheng closed the rear door and with a sigh of relief got in as well. Home to sleep have to bargain. Couples do this point is also absolute. Not much time. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nan Yen just entered the old mansion. The old lady will be the wind and fire to welcome out. Oh hey, my little smoker is back. Quickly let grandma see. Little smoker pregnant with a baby or not? Saying that, the old lady leaned over Gu Nan Yen's stomach to listen for movement. Gu Nan Yen was embarrassed. Grandma, not yet. The old lady couldn't be happy. Stood up straight and said, Smokey, you and Beicheng have been married for 2 years. How come there is still no movement? Have you gone to the hospital to see if the problem is you or Beicheng? Gu Nan Yen, my tests are all normal. She would like to be pregnant, but unfortunately she can't reproduce monogamously. Otherwise she would have given birth to 7, 8, 9 or 10 of him already. After hearing this, the old lady turned her face to Liu Beicheng. Beicheng, in that case, the problem is with you. You child. You look tall and big. How come you can't even give birth to a child? You've been raised so well for nothing. Liu Beicheng, Grandma, Nan Yen and I are still young. We don't have this plan recently. 2 years of marriage and no such plans? Who is this grandson fooling? The old lady was about to dislike Liu Beicheng when Liu Tianyang came from downstairs and said, Mom, Nan Yen and Beicheng have their own arrangements, so don't get involved. After saying that, he looked at Liu Beicheng again. Beicheng, come over here. There's something to talk to you about. Liu Beicheng was shouted away. So Gu Nan Yen was in the living room with the old lady and the old man nagging and watching TV. When they finished talking about things for dinner, Liu Tianyang asked straight to the point. Nan Yen, I heard that you've been talking about the company's legal representation recently? Gu Nan Yen raised her head. Yes, Dad. Liu Tianyang, you'll go directly to the company tomorrow to sign the contract. When Gu Nan Yen graduated, Lu Tianyang wanted her to enter the Lu group, and wanted to cultivate her properly, but Gu Nanyan was unwilling to do so. Gu Nanyan was instantly happy. Thank you, Dad. For so many years, Lu Tianyang had been nothing but kind to her, looking out for her and helping her in every way. If Lu Tianyang wasn't too much older than her and Qin Haiyun wasn't too good to her, she would have wanted to marry Lu Tianyang. That's definitely better than marrying Lu Beicheng. On the side, the old lady was trying her best to give food to Lu Beicheng. Beicheng, eat more to replenish your body. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look. Ooh, the dishes that the old lady gave Lu Beicheng, all of them were body tonic. Chapter 9. Are you still a man? How much the old lady didn't trust her grandson. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan also helped Lu Beicheng to clip the food, saying, "Thank you for the agent thing. You eat more." Lu Beicheng swept over a cold eye, and Gu Nanyan smiled at him, smiling so hard that her eyes narrowed into a line. The legal agent took it down and she was in a good mood. At this time, Qin Haiyun struck while the iron was hot and said, "North City South Smoke. You two are making a rare trip back, so don't go back tonight. Old lady, our old mansion has good feng shui. If you two stay here tonight, Nan Yan might be pregnant with a baby." Immediately afterward, the old lady added, "Bei Cheng, you'll work harder later and try to hold 2 in 1 birth. Land North City." All that being said, the family still wants to set them up to conceive a child early. So, when she returned to her bedroom upstairs, Gu Nanyan asked, "Is it raw?" Lu Beicheng looked at her indifferently. "Gu Nanyan, can you think of anything else?" Gu Nanyan laughed. "I see that you don't want to think about this. What other things can I think about? Besides, if I think about this with someone else, would you want to?" Lu Beicheng approached and pinched her face. "You really don't want any face at all." Gu Nanyan removed his hand and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're my husband. What do I need all that hypocrisy for? We've known each other for so many years. Why are we still doing all that useless stuff?" Besides, she had long since lost her image in Lu Beicheng's eyes. Looking down at someone, Lu Beicheng said, "Gu Nanyan, there's no such thing as you being a woman." "Nonsense. Gu Nanyan, I'm not such a woman." Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes, her lips almost on his, and shouted, "Lu Beicheng." Lu Beicheng agreed with 100 turns. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan directly kissed his lips. Gu Nanyan's soft lips. Lu Beicheng's heart tightened, both hands wrapped around her waist, and when he wanted to push her away, he unconsciously kneaded and squeezed twice. Right now, he's a little out of control, until there was a rush of heat and darkness in his body. Gu Nanyan's little calculations, and the purpose of his parents and grandparents all of a sudden became clear again. So, pushing Gu Nanyan away, he went directly to the restroom. The meat in your mouth flew away again. For a moment, Gu Nanyan's mind exploded, taking off the slippers under her feet and violently smashing them over to the restroom. "Lu Beicheng, are you still not a man anymore?" Preferring to go to the restroom to settle things without touching her, Gu Nanyan felt humiliated. When Lu Beicheng came out of the restroom a good half hour later, Gu Nanyan had already fallen asleep with her back to his side. When Lu Beicheng sat down next to her and accidentally touched her, Gu Nanyan turned around and kicked him a couple of times. Lu Beicheng didn't take precautions and was kicked to the ground by Gu Nanyan. "Gu Nanyan!" Lu Beicheng shouted angrily in a low voice, and Gu Nanyan remained silent with her back to him. Poking aside, Lu Beicheng held his forehead, knowing that she was really angry this time. Once again sitting next to her, when Gu Nanyan wanted to kick him, Lu Beicheng lifted his leg and pressed her down, so Gu Nanyan couldn't fold. Seeing that she was not Lu Beicheng's opponent, Gu Nanyan sat up with both hands propped up on the bed. "Okay, I'll go back." "Okay." Lu Beicheng just did that. Gu Nanyan really had no way to accept it. There's no one who's been a wife as stifled as she's been. Lu Beicheng directly blackened his face. "Gu Nanyan, can you stop for a bit at night?" "She won't stop?" Gu Nanyan was suddenly very aggravated. Her eyes reddened and she smiled to herself. Soon, she regained her composure. "Lu Beicheng, if you really don't want to live this day, go and talk to your father. For 2 years now, she's had enough of being so cold and alone. If you can't, break it up while you can. The marriage is that big a deal." With that, he went over to the closet to get his going out clothes. Lu Beicheng saw that she came for real and stepped forward to grab her arm. Gu Nanyan threw back her hand and Lu Beicheng dropped her on the bed with a hard yank. Gu Nanyan braced herself to get up. Lu Beicheng directly pressed down and pressed her hands with both hands. "Gu Nanyan, don't make a mess that can't be wrapped up." She had just acted out a gin and tonic harmony, and if she flipped out and walked away at this moment, what would the old master and the old lady think? With red circles under her eyes, Gu Nanyan tilted her head sideways to not look at Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng's heart tugged and he leaned down to kiss her, and Gu Nanyan tilted her head even more, her mouth buried inside the pillow. At this moment, she was not happy and did not care about Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng was powerless and said to her in a nice voice, Didn't we all say it before we came back? Go back once every week from now on. After 2 years of marriage, it was the first time Liu Beicheng had softened with her. The first time he had spoken to her so patiently. Gu Nanyan didn't ring. Later, Liu Beicheng was sleeping with her in his arms. Gu Nanyan kept her back to him, in no mood for anything. She knew that Liu Beicheng's good temper just now was because he was concerned about his family's feelings. And what was she? Gu Nanyan, in his heart, just a shameless woman who climbed into his bed. So even if they were married, even if she rushed to her door, he still wouldn't touch her. This night, Gu Nanyan lost sleep. Liu Beicheng, however, hugged her and slept more peacefully than ever, only to wake up with a start. The pillow was cold, and Gu Nanyan was long gone. Liu Beicheng turned his face to the side, thinking about how stubborn she was last night, and in the end, she didn't even let him touch her, keeping her back to him. He wasn't feeling it in his heart anymore. In the old days, no matter what he said, what he did, how he flung his face at her, she had a smile on her face and messed with him. This time, she doesn't make a scene. Meanwhile, before it was time to go to work, Gu Nanyan arrived at the law firm early to get Lu's contract ready, since Lu Tianyang had greeted him in advance. After Gu Nanyan went to Lu's, she didn't go to Liu Beicheng and directly signed the contract with the legal affairs. When Xia Cheng reported this to Liu Beicheng's face became ugly on the spot. When it's okay, she's not even looking for him, as a newcomer signing on as Lu's legal agent. For a moment, Gu Nanyan caused quite a stir in the circle, up and down the law firm. No one expected Gu Nanyan to take Lu down. Just let her go out and try. I did not expect Gu Nanyan to take it so quickly. Gu Nanyan's director was so happy that he celebrated with a banquet for the entire staff that night. At the dinner table, the director toasted Gu Nanyan with a spring in his step. Xiao Gu, you're really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the cooperation we didn't take down for several years. You took it down as soon as you came. You child, when I first looked at you, I knew there was a bright future ahead. Come on, this first cup is first to you. Xiao Gu. Gu Nanyan stood up with her wineglass. Director, you flatter me. The director took a mouthful of dry, and Gu Nanyan also took a mouthful of dry very facetiously. Nanny Smoke, here's to you. Southern Smoke, Glorious Bay 1. The study. Liu Beicheng made a rare trip back, and Gu Nanyan had arrived at this hour, but had not yet returned home. Getting up and walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window, there was still no sign of Gu Nanyan coming back, and Liu Beicheng's face became even more somber. Chapter 10. Liu Beicheng, am I sweet? It seemed that she wasn't what he thought she was. 2 lines of company at home. Not much later, when sister-in-law Jiang sent snacks and tea in, Liu Beicheng asked in passing about Gu Nanyan's usual situation, and sister-in-law Jiang said, the young lady occasionally works overtime, but there aren't many cases, and she comes back quite early. It's early in the day for this. It's early? It's already past 9, usually complaining about how little he came back. She wasn't much better herself. Liu Beicheng thought that he promised Gu Nanyan to come back once a week, and Gu Nanyan would wait for him to come back at home with great anticipation. Turns out things weren't what he thought they would be. With both hands in his pants pockets, Liu Beicheng still stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window without leaving. He wanted to see when Gu Nanyan would return tonight. In the Audi A4, the boy held the steering wheel with both hands, looking at Gu Nanyan leaning her head crookedly against the window. He asked, Gu Lu, are you okay? Gu Nanyan wrinkled her brows and pressed her right hand against her chest. I'm fine. She was the star of the show tonight, so she had a lot to drink. Just now, the group also said to go to sing. Gu Nanyan really cannot even walk steadily. The director arranged for colleagues to send her home first. More than 10 minutes later, the boy couldn't help but be shocked when the car entered the Royal Bay Villa area by taking care of the road pointed out by Nanyan. The Royal Bay is the highest level of residential villa area in a city, by the mountains and the water. Beautiful environment. Is the A city people dream of a paradise? Natural land price is also now expensive to the point of smacking lips. I didn't realize that Gu Nanyan lived in Royal Bay. The boy was even more shocked when the car pulled up at No. 1 Imperial Prosperity, which Gu Nanyan had pointed out. If he remembered correctly, Royal Prosperity No. 1 should have been circled by some big shot in a city for nearly 100 acres of land and built the villa in front of him. Gu Lu, calling out to Gu Nanyan. He was about to confirm with her when the courtyard gate of the villa suddenly opened slowly, only to see a slender man wearing dark gray pajamas, coldly and unhurriedly walking out. When he saw that the person was Liu Beicheng, the 2 hands of the boy holding the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hands popped up. Mr. Liu. In the next second, he hurriedly got out of the car to greet him. Liu Beicheng glanced at him indifferently, then walked over to the passenger side and opened the car door. Gu Nanyan puffed out the smell of alcohol. Liu Beicheng looked at her with eyes so cold they could release knives. Gu Nanyan, who let you drink outside? On the driver's seat, Gu Nanyan heard Lu Beicheng's voice and raised her head at once, saying in surprise, "Hey, you're back." Apparently, she had forgotten the agreement between the two. After greeting and smiling at Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan went back to unbuckling her seatbelt, muttering, "Why can't I unbuckle it?" Lu Beicheng's face was disgusted, but he still bent down to help her unbuckle her seatbelt, and even carried her from the car. Both hands reflexively wrapped around Lu Beicheng's neck, but Gu Nanyan's mouth said, "Lu Beicheng, I didn't drink too much, you put me down. I can walk by myself." After Lu Beicheng heard this, he instead hugged her tighter. It seems like a declaration of sovereignty. Over by the courtyard entrance, the boy had long been stunned. No wonder Gu Lu can take Lu's legal agent. So there is this relationship with Lu. Thinking about Lu Beicheng's eyes just now, the boy had a cold shiver. Mr. Lu shouldn't have misunderstood. So, he hurriedly got into the car and took out Gu Nanyan's bag. "Mr. Lu, this is Gu LV's bag," and explained, "Mr. Lu, the law firm is having a dinner tonight, and I have an alcohol allergy and can't drink. So I'm responsible for being the driver to send various colleagues home." Lu Beicheng took the bag handed over by the boy and faintly said, "Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Lu." At the doorway, the boy watched the two enter the house, until Gu Nanyan was carried into the villa by Lu Beicheng. He was slow to return to his senses. It turns out that Gu Lu has such a background. Looks like their law firm is moving up a few notches. After carrying Gu Nanyan back to the upstairs bedroom, Lu Beicheng threw her on the sofa and pulled the chair next to her and sat down right across from her in an interrogative posture. "Gu Nanyan, is that man sure he's your co-worker? Did he send you back alone? Or did he send someone else along?" The man just now was white and clean-looking and gentle, the type Gu Nanyan would have looked at more often. Gu Nanyan hugged her pillow and looked at Lu Beicheng with drunken eyes. "Lu Beicheng, are you jealous?" The more Lu Beicheng wanted to know, the less Gu Nanyan told him, who let him always diabolize her during the day, always all sorts of gossip. Lu Beicheng looked straight at her and lit a cigarette for himself. Looking at Gu Nanyan frowning, he took a drag and snuffed out the cigarette again. "Gu Nanyan, don't play dumb. Answer the question I just asked first." Gu Nanyan laughed at once, threw away the pillow in her arms, got up from the sofa and sat across Lu Beicheng's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Lu Beicheng, I want a cuddle." She'd been drinking tonight, and she could toss as much as she wanted on that strength. Thinking that Lu Beicheng was definitely going to get angry and push her away, who knew that he gently held her waist with both hands and held her hard forward, so that the two of them were even tighter together. The annoyance in his heart subsided a little. Lu Beicheng picked Gu Nanyan's jaw with two hands, looked at her face, and hooked up the corner of his lips. Weak-hearted, pampered? Gu Nanyan broke away from his hand and buried her face between his neck and rubbed it. "Lu Beicheng, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." Gu Nanyan was as soft as a cat. Lu Beicheng's heart softened and said, "Gu Nanyan, this will not happen again." The next time she drank so much and a man sent her back, Sensei wouldn't be so nice to him. Relationship or no relationship. Gu Nanyan ignored his warning and leaned on his shoulder like there were no bones, her soft lips rubbing against his face. "Lu Beicheng, I want a kiss." Lu Beicheng grabbed both of her arms and gently pushed her away. "Don't you get an inch into a foot. No kiss?" Gu Nanyan sat up straight. "Then I'll kiss someone else." After saying that, she was about to get up from Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng's face sank for a moment as he wrapped his arm around her waist and yanked her back. A stagger fell into Lu Beicheng's arms. Gu Nanyan's forehead directly hit his forehead and her lips hit his lips. The two warm lips were pressed together. Lu Beicheng was very fragrant. Gu Nanyan was full of alcohol. Gu Nanyan swallowed her saliva and was about to step back to avoid Lu Beicheng when Lu Beicheng leaned forward and kissed her. Gu Nanyan's eyes lowered and she raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck. After a passionate kiss, Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng with drunken eyes and asked, "Lu Beicheng, am I sweet?" Chapter 11. Like you. Sweet. Gu Nanyan, then you still don't have your heart set on having a child with me. Picking her up horizontally, Lu Beicheng walked towards the restroom. "Give birth." Gu Nanyan smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, boss." The mouth shouted ferociously, but as a result, Lu Beicheng had just put her into the bathtub, and someone fell asleep unconscious. Right now, Lu Beicheng was all set to compromise, planning to send a goodwill to put her to sleep. In the end, the face was extremely grim, feeling that he had been tricked. The next morning, Gu Nanyan woke up with a splitting headache when she opened her eyes. She was completely disconnected from last night's events. Lu Beicheng was also long gone from his pillow. In the days that followed, Lu Beicheng was as silent as before. Qin Haiyun called to ask about the two of them before Gu Nanyan sent him a message. Not much later, Xia Cheng called her back, saying that Lu Beicheng had gone on a business trip. Until Friday night, when all the colleagues in the law firm were off duty, Gu Nanyan was still working overtime. Turning over the information in her hand, the cell phone she had placed on the table suddenly rang. Without even lifting her head, Gu Nanyan directly picked up her cell phone. When she saw the 3 words Lu Beicheng, her movement of reading the information suddenly paused. After 2 years of marriage, it was the first time he had taken the initiative to call her back to God. See, this moment has almost 8 o'clock. Gu Nanyan connected the phone. Business trip back? On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng faintly said, "Aha, it's at home." Saying that, Gu Nanyan added, "You take a shower first. I'll be back after you're done." Lu Beicheng instantly sank his face, followed closely by hanging up the phone. Snap! The cell phone was thrown on the dashboard by him impatiently. Lu Beicheng really wanted to break Gu Nanyan's head open to see what she was thinking about all day long. The phone was hung up. Gu Nanyan did not put it on the mind, packed up the documents and materials on the table, carried the bag and left work. A few moments later, when she stepped on her high heels and came downstairs, she saw Lu Beicheng's limited edition Maybach at a glance. The car pulls the strings, and the string of 666 license plate numbers pulls them even more. Originally thought it was Xia Chang driving over. Approached the past did not see Xia Chang out of the car to open the door for her. Gu Nanyan will know that Lu Beicheng today is their own over to pick her up. After 2 years of marriage, Lu Beicheng rarely picked her up. In the old days, he used to pick her up from school, opening the passenger side door. Gu Nanyan sat in with a smile on her face. Coming directly from the airport? Aha! Glancing indifferently at Gu Nanyan, he started the vehicle after seeing her fasten her seatbelt. Lu Beicheng called her again tonight and personally came over to pick her up. And after the car started, Gu Nanyan rested her face and stared after him. Gu Nanyan's eyes with a smile. Lu Beicheng freed his right hand and propped his fingers on her head. "Don't stare at me like that. Gu Nanyan, like you." The 2 hands gripping the steering wheel couldn't help but shake. Lu Beicheng's reaction. Gu Nanyan smiled even more charmed. Afterwards, his eyes glanced towards him and then flirted. "Lu Beicheng, your reaction is a bit big." Land North City. Pinching Gu Nanyan's face with his right hand, Lu Beicheng made her look ahead. "Are you still a woman? Gu Nanyan, why don't you go back later and you examine it?" "Lu Beicheng, you really don't have any face at all." The way Lu Beicheng's ears were slightly red, Gu Nanyan was dying of joy in her heart. Obviously, it is a rebuke, calling the wind and rain, but as a result of 2 ambiguous words, the red ears are red. Gu Nanyan's smiling face was extraordinarily disliked by Lu Beicheng, so every time Gu Nanyan looked at him, Lu Beicheng pushed her away and didn't let her look at himself. Gu Nanyan's law firm is almost an hour's drive from Royal Bay, and after messing around with Lu Beicheng, who wouldn't let her look at him, Gu Nanyan simply stretched out and went to sleep. The fall weather was just right with a silky cool breeze and the scenery on the way home was cozy. Lu Beicheng glanced at Gu Nanyan, who was lying next to him, and thinking about those jerky words of hers just now, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upwards. Gu Nanyan's cheek. If she was second in the world, no one would dare to be first. Half an hour later, the car was parked in the courtyard, and Lu Beicheng unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to yell at Gu Nanyan to wake her up when his cell phone, which he had thrown next to him, suddenly rang. Picking it up and seeing that it was Yi Chu calling, Lu Beicheng's face subconsciously sank for a moment. Even so, he picked up the phone. Lu Beicheng just put the phone on. Yi Chu's voice with crying came over. "Beicheng, my mom, she suddenly committed an illness. Called 120. The doctor has not come over now. Beicheng, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do now." When he finished, he was sobbing on the other end. On the other end of the phone, before Lu Beicheng had a chance to speak, Gu Nanyan's eyelashes fluttered first. Chapter 12. Lu Beicheng, give birth to a chant. Yi Chu's pearly cries. Lu Beicheng's face did not change color, calmly said, "I'll let Xia Chang go over to help you deal with it." After saying that, he hung up and called Xia Chang to run over there. At this time, Gu Nanyan's breathing was much calmer than earlier. She thought that she would not be able to keep Lu Beicheng tonight. Hanging up the phone, Lu Beicheng turned his face and glanced at someone. "Get out of the car by yourself if you're awake. I'm not going to carry you." Gu Nanyan, however, did not open her eyes to wake up. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng unbuckled his own seatbelt, opened the car door and walked towards the house without looking back. Seeing that Lu Beicheng really left, Gu Nanyan unbuckled her seatbelt and hurriedly opened the door to get out of the car as well. After catching up, she took Lu Beicheng's arm with both hands, dropping her eyes to look at Gu Nanyan. Lu Beicheng's face was cold. Gu Nanyan still had her usual good face. It was a big contrast from Yi Chu's crying and wailing earlier. 4 eyes looked at each other. Lu Beicheng accelerated his steps, and Gu Nanyan also accelerated her steps. "Lu Beicheng, give birth to one." Lu Beicheng, not born. He said on his lips that he was not born, but he did not remove Gu Nanyan's hand from his arm. Not a moment later, the two entered the house. Zhang's sister-in-law saw that they were coming and going together, smiled even more brightly than the flowers in the yard, and hurriedly asked the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today's Gu Nanyan, seemed to be in an extraordinarily good mood, spending more time looking at Liu Beicheng and talking to Liu Beicheng than usual. After dinner, when the two of them returned to the upstairs bedroom, Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyan was still in a good mood, and he reminded in a cold and clear voice, "Gu Nanyan, don't be too happy too early." He himself had promised her to come back once a week, but not the rest. Gu Nanyan didn't care and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." Land North City. After a while, when Gu Nanyan finished her bath and came out, Liu Beicheng was already sitting on the bed reading a book, with the pair of gold glasses still on the bridge of his nose. Approaching over, Gu Nanyan knelt on one knee beside the bed, and before she had a chance to speak, Liu Beicheng raised his right hand and propped his fingers on her head, keeping her at a distance from himself, raising her eyebrows upwards. Gu Nanyan was about to speak when the cell phone in her pocket rang. Voice calls from customers. So she glanced at Liu Beicheng and stood up from the bed. "I'll take a call first." After saying that, he hastily picked up the phone. "Hey, Sister Chow." On the other end of the phone, the middle-aged woman's voice accompanied by indignant cries came over. "Lawyer Gu, you said how come all men are such heartless things? When I married him, he didn't even have decent clothes. I have suffered with him for so many years, and have taken such good care of this home and the children. And in the end he just flips out and divorces me. Doesn't he know in his heart what those little vixens out there are trying to do to him? Isn't he afraid of retribution for doing this to me?" At that, the woman lost her voice on the other end. When Gu Nanyan heard this, she knew without asking that she must have just had another fight with her husband over the divorce. Holding the phone in one hand and pouring herself a glass of water in the other, Gu Nanyan consoled, "Sister Chow, things have come to this point. We've done our best. We've worked hard, paid, and salvaged in this marriage. And since Mr. Zhang is still not willing to live it down, we can only think rationally about it, and strive for the most for ourselves financially. After all, you're not so easy to live with for so many years." Easy. At Gu Nanyan's words, Liu Beicheng looked up at her. Chapter 13. You're a bigger than I am. Then we can only think rationally and maximize the benefits for ourselves financially. After all, it hasn't been easy for you all these years. At Gu Nanyan's words, Liu Beicheng looked up at her. Why did he think it was meant for him? That she was sidestepping her own emotions. It is to tell him that in this marriage between them, she has worked hard and paid, and if he still wants a divorce, don't blame her Gu Nanyan for not showing any mercy and not being polite. "Counselor Gu, I understand the reasoning, but I'm just not willing to do it. His name is Zhang, he divorced his wife and married a young man in the blink of an eye. But what about me? What about my decades of youth? What I've given to this family? What I've given to him? It's hard to believe I'm going to go for a youngster." Gu Nanyan said, As the saying goes, when a woman is old enough to hold a golden brick, when a woman is old enough to give away a river and mountain. Sister Chow, you can also look for a youngster. On the other end of the phone, the woman let out a giggle. "Lawyer Gu, you're a person with high emotional intelligence. It's especially easy to get along with you. I just love talking to you. Gu Nanyan, I'm also shelving Sister Chow to learn from your experience." On the bed, Liu Beicheng's face darkened at once. Dare I say she's really practicing by taking these divorces and working so hard to earn money for her future youngsters. "Lawyer Gu, you are still young, you do not understand. My family and I old Zhang, that is 20 or so years old to know. That time he what?" The other party's desire to confide came up, and Gu Nanyan listened attentively at this end. Feeling a little uncomfortable in the neck, she took the phone and flopped on the bed, after lying down, but also covered the phone to look at Liu Beicheng. Whispered, "Customers, havoc divorce in it. I first comfort." Liu Beicheng glanced at her indifferently and continued to look at the book in his hand. This client ended up talking about it, starting with how she and her husband met 30 years ago, how she fought with him, how many times she mooned, how many times she gave birth, from more than 8 o'clock to almost turned the clock in the morning. Said Gu Nanyan unconsciously fell asleep on the bed. The middle-aged woman is still talking about her so many years is not easy. Liu Beicheng, however, hadn't been sleeping, and almost collapsed from listening. It is only at this moment that I deeply realize that Gu Nanyan is not a crybaby, and how much of an advantage it is that Gu Nanyan talks so little. Otherwise, he could be driven crazy in minutes. The large vintage clock on the sideboard. The hour and minute hands had just reached 12 o'clock when the middle-aged woman let out a long breath. "Lawyer Gu, it's really hard for you to listen to this for such a long night. It's getting late. You have to work tomorrow, so get some rest early." Picking up Gu Nanyan's cell phone, Liu Beicheng faintly said, "Well." On the other end of the phone, the woman was only concerned about venting her emotions, not even noticing that it was a man who was talking to her, and nagged Liu Beicheng for a couple more times before she finally hung up her voice. Splat! Throw Gu Nanyan's cell phone aside. See Gu Nanyan just lying down and sleeping, and then think about when she came back, holding his arm with a smile on his face. Liu Beicheng, give birth to a chant. Lu Beiqing's face then stunk. Every time she painted him a picture, and when he faltered a bit, she hung him out to dry. His heart was angry, so when Gu Nanyan's leg accidentally touched him, Lu Beicheng coldly kicked her away. Turn off the lights in the house. And when he didn't move to lie down next to Gu Nanyan, he only saw Gu Nanyan drilling into his arms like a cat, and muttering, Lu Beicheng, you ya, don't you, with every keyword. Lu Beicheng couldn't hear what she was saying. That tone, though, was not a good thing. Lu Beicheng, I am, responding to her faintly. Lu Beicheng helped her pull the quilt upwards. The night was quiet. The night light above the bed scattered a long-lost smell of fireworks, and Lu Beicheng slowly remembered some things from the past. Lu Beicheng, you're a bigger than me. If it weren't for this, for your Lu family, could I have gotten this far with you? Those words, he slapped Gu Nanyan in the face. The past was unbearable. Lu Beicheng turned off that night light at the bedside and just closed his eyes. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan opened her eyes and woke up, Lu Beicheng was already dressed over by the floor-to-ceiling window and was already tying his tie. Seeing that Lu Beicheng had already packed up to go out, Gu Nanyan said sleepily, Lu Beicheng, make up for last week's tonight. Last night was an attempt to get business done, and she couldn't remember how she ended up falling asleep. Ignoring her, Lu Beicheng put on his suit jacket and went out. When he arrived downstairs, Xia Chang and the driver were already waiting for him outside. After getting into the car and receiving the information handed over by Xia Chang, Lu Beicheng asked without much emotion, what happened last night? In the deputy driver's side, Xia Chang turned to look at Lu Beicheng and reported, Secretary Yi, her mother was sick last night. Now it's all taken care of. Her brother temporarily helped her arrange to stay at the teacher's house. Immediately after, Xia Chang added, Secretary Ye's situation doesn't seem to be too good either. You keep an extra eye on it. Okay boss. By the way boss, the transfer procedures for legal affairs have been completed. From now on, the company's legal affairs will be handled by Sunrise Law Firm. Lu Beicheng faced disgusted. Gu Nanyan, she only fight divorce case will be what corporate law. The future of legal affairs, all through my side together. Xia Chang, I understand, boss. On the other side of the villa, after Gu Nanyan packed up and went out, she went straight to the court. She has a case in court today, and it's still a divorce case that Lu Beicheng doesn't see eye to eye on her hands, in addition to the Lu Group's projects, the rest are almost all divorce cases, or some tug-of-war civil cases, even though when he left the house in the morning, he had already instructed Lu Beicheng to come back this evening. Lu Beicheng, however, simply did not put on the heart. Gu Nanyan busy worked back home until almost sleep. Lu Beicheng did not come back. He didn't come back for the next few days either. Took a direct approach to expiration. On Friday night, after having dinner with Xin Li and their group with a few leaders, Lu Beicheng was about to let the driver send him back to Royal Bay when Xia Chang knocked on the window pane in a hurry. Boss, something happened to Secretary Yi. Chapter 14. She showered and changed her clothes. Meanwhile, home, when Gu Nanyan came back from her overtime shift, Zhang's sister-in-law reported to her with gusto, young madam, young master just called back and said he'd be back later today. Sister Zhang knew that he was too embarrassed to call Gu Nanyan directly to tell her, so he called home, handing the bag to Mrs. Zhang. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, okay, then I'll go up and clean up first. However, she washed herself from head to tail and wore newly bought pajamas, but she waited and waited and waited and waited, delayed until Lu Beicheng came back. Seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Lu Beicheng had not yet returned. Gu Nanyan was not in the mood to work, snapped the case information in her hand and threw it on the table, picked up the phone and called Xia Chang. Xia Chang, what's wrong with Lu Beicheng? Didn't he say he was coming back? The phone call to Xia Chang. Gu Nanyan was also helpless, because after the wedding, Lu Beicheng didn't answer her calls. If there was anything, it was Xia Chang who conveyed it in the middle. Gu Nanyan was quite self-deprecating when the couple reached this point. On the other end of the phone, Xia Chang said, young lady, boss is dealing with a little something over here. After a pause, Xia Chang continued, I may not be able to return tonight, so you'd better not wait. Xia Chang said that Lu Beicheng was not coming back, and Gu Nanyan snapped and hung up the phone. It's okay if you don't come back, but don't call home. What kind of work is it to give people hope and then pour cold water on them? Snap. The cell phone was impatiently thrown on the desk, and Gu Nanyan raised her hand and pushed a hand through her long, dark, big wavy hair. With an indescribable nagging feeling in her heart, she showered and changed her clothes. It turns out it doesn't come back in the end. At this rate, she really won't be able to conceive a child. And it's going by faster and faster every day. Not long ago it felt like there was a year left, and now it's only 10 months. Not quite balanced in her heart, Gu Nanyan picked up her cell phone and called Lu Jingyang. Jingyang, you're back. Help me check to see what your brother is up to tonight. On the phone, no problem. Give me 3 minutes. Lu Jingyang was Liu Beicheng's cousin and Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei's classmate. Between Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng, Lu Jingyang is unconditionally dead set on Gu Nanyan's side. It didn't take long for Lu Jingyang's call to return. Listening to Lu Jingyang's report, Gu Nanyan's face gradually turned cold and sank, and finally a self-deprecating smile surfaced. She thought she could keep Liu Beicheng ward, both hands in his pants pockets. Liu Beicheng saw that Yi Chu hadn't woken up yet. He took out his left hand from his pocket and looked at his wristwatch. Seeing that it was already almost 0 o'clock, he didn't look too good. On the side, Xia Chang whispered, "Boss, young lady just called." "Aha, why don't you go back first? I'll watch over Secretary Ye's side." With his left hand once again in his pocket, Liu Beicheng exhaled softly, and Yi Chu suddenly woke up with wrinkled eyebrows. After a few struggles and adaptations, the moment she opened her eyes and saw Liu Beicheng, her pale face, her eyes turned red at once. Looking at Liu Beicheng with teary eyes, she choked and shouted out to him, "Beicheng!" Yi Chu woke up, but Liu Beicheng's face was even more gloomy than earlier. When Xia Chang saw this, he then said with some sternness, "Secretary Yi, you're too confused. If you found out a little later today, you wouldn't have been saved." After Xia Chang finished speaking, Yi Chu's tears instantly came to his eyes. Both hands propped up on the bed to support herself up, she looked at Liu Beicheng and cried, "Beicheng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it on purpose. I didn't want to cause you trouble. I just thought of my family's future days. I feel that I can't see the head, so I can't think of anything else for a while." Wiping a tear from her eye, she added her assurance, "I won't make a mistake and do anything stupid again." After taking a small half bottle of Valium, if it wasn't for the timely discovery by the bellhop arranged by Xia Chang, she would probably really be lost this time. Dropping his eyes to look at the tearful Yi Chu, Liu Beicheng said in a faint voice, "Your life in the future won't be that hard. You don't need to think too much. Yi Chu, her father died in a car accident some years ago. Her mother's mental state is not very good. She has a younger brother is only 9 years old. It was impossible to say that life was not burdensome, but her salary at Liu's group was not low, and she still had this relationship with Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng wouldn't leave her alone, no matter what. He would also let Xia Chang help take care of her life." The promise given by Liu Beicheng, Yi Chu raised his hand and grabbed his arm, tilting his head to look at him. "Beicheng, you won't leave me alone, right? You will help me, right?" Seeing Yi Chu grabbing himself like he was grasping a life-saving straw, Liu Beicheng moved his right hand in his pants pocket for a moment, but in the end, he still didn't take it out and didn't remove Yi Chu's hand. He looked down at her and said, "If there's anything, you can go directly to Xia Chang." Xia Chang hurriedly added beside him, "Secretary Yi, boss is the most affectionate. He won't leave you alone. You can directly look for me for anything in the future." She had saved boss's life, and boss would definitely help her with things in her life. She was able to stay in the secretary's office because of this connection. With the promise of master and servant, Yi Chu slowly took his hand away from Liu Beicheng's arm. She said, "Beicheng, thank you." She also looked at Xia Chang. "Assistant Xia, I've caused you trouble." When Yi Chu woke up, Liu Beicheng stayed in the ward for a while and then went back. By now, it was 1 in the morning. Originally, he wanted to go back to Royal Bay, but when he thought that the last time he upset her at the old city mansion, she slept with her back to him for a night, and this time when he went back it would more than likely be the same situation. Liu Beicheng dismissed the idea of going back and asked Xia Chang to send him back to his other residence. The doctor told Yi Chu to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation, and Liu Beicheng still visited occasionally. After all, he had more or less had something to do with her becoming the way she was. Gu Nanyan was aware of Liu Beicheng's whereabouts in the past few days. "I have long been used to it, so I only laughed at myself in my heart, and I didn't take Liu Beicheng's promise seriously anymore, and I didn't look forward to him coming back. When the heart is cold, so be it." Qin Haiyun's end, however, did not comply. Learning that Liu Beicheng had gone to the hospital to see Yi Chu in the past few days, and had not returned home for some days, she directly cursed in the house. "That little vixen, 9 times out of 10, it's a bitter ploy. She's just looking at Beicheng's and Nanyan's relationship to get better." "Maid, that's not true." Qin Haiyun, "No, Nanyan doesn't care. I can't allow her to make a mess of things." After saying that, he let the driver send her to the Royal Bay. So when Gu Nanyan returned home from work, she saw Qin Haiyun sitting in the living room in anger at a glance. Startled, Gu Nanyan handed her bag to the little maid and looked at Qin Haiyun and asked, "Mom, why did you come over?" Gu Nanyan's voice came over and Qin Haiyun hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "If I don't come over, Beicheng he won't be your husband anymore." Gu Nanyan smiled. "Mom, it's not that serious." Even though Gu Nanyan had a good heart, Qin Haiyun was not infected by her, and after pulling her to scold Yi Chu, she handed Gu Nanyan a check. Looking at the check Qin Haiyun handed over, Gu Nanyan half explained and asked suspiciously, "Mom, what do you mean by this? Chapter 15. That's because 3 years ago. Looking at the check Shin Hyun handed over, Gu Nanyan half explained and asked suspiciously, Mom, what do you mean by this? Shin Hyun said, Yi Chu is so glued to Bei Chang, but she just wants to make a fortune from Bei Chang. If she wants money, we mothers will just give it to her. So Nanyan, you take this check to her and tell her to take her mom and brother and leave the city, or else she'll never be able to get a penny out of the North City side. Looking at Shin Hyun's $20 million check, Gu Nanyan cried and laughed. Shin Hyun is usually quite a smart person. Why is he confused at this time? Mom, if I go to Yi Chu like this, I'm pushing myself into a fire pit. She won't take this money. She won't leave a city. If she really took this check and went to Yi Chu, she would be working herself to death and putting herself and Lu Beicheng's divorce on the agenda ahead of time. She's not even pregnant with her baby yet. Shin Hyun, however, said, Nanyan, if you listen to me on this matter, you definitely can't go wrong. You go ahead and give the check to surname Yi. I'll go back to her on the back foot. She definitely can't handle the pressure. Otherwise where will she earn the $20 million? How to support her mom and her brother? Gu Nanyan, Mom, this is. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Shin Hyun interrupted her. Nanyan, this child of yours is just too honest. The surname Yi has a lot of flowery ideas. You can't play with her. Seeing that Shin Hyun was in a big mood, Gu Nanyan didn't reason with her anymore. It wasn't that she couldn't win against Yi Chu, but Lu Beicheng's heart wasn't in her. And the more hands and feet she had, the worse she lost in turn, because the referee's heart is biased. Nanny smoke. Shin Hyun called out to her again, and Gu Nanyan came back to her senses and took her check. Alright, I'll make a run for it then. Shin Hyun was so insistent, Gu Nanyan had no choice but to go along with her, or else let her strike first and things would only get uglier. If it became a big deal, it wouldn't be good for her or the Lu family's reputation. After receiving Shin Hyun's check, Gu Nanyan asked Yi Chu to meet her the next day. In the cafe, she didn't say much to Yi Chu, only that she should take the money and take her mom and brother away. Yi Chu, on the other hand, topped his face with a deathly white face and didn't say a word. However, when it was noon, Xia Cheng's phone called. Young lady, boss asked you to come to the company sometime in the afternoon. After answering the phone, Gu Nanyan smiled helplessly. She almost guessed why Lu Beicheng was looking for her. As expected, half an hour later, when she opened the door to Lu Beicheng's office room, she saw Yi Chu standing aggressively next to his chair. Without slowing down, she walked in, only to see Lu Beicheng coldly slamming the morning's check in front of her. Is this what you gave her? Lu Beicheng had just slammed the check out, when Yi Chu explained in an aggrieved manner. Nanyan, Beicheng and I are not what you think. You really misunderstood us. Yi Chu looked like a victim. Gu Nanyan did not even bother to pay attention to her, as if nothing had happened. Pulled open the chair opposite Lu Beicheng, sat down carelessly, crossed her legs and laughed. What's the matter? Your little concubine can't see it? Afterward, he added, why don't you give me $20 million? I'll have someone draw up the divorce agreement, and I'll make you two whole. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. Lu Beicheng directly blackened his face. On the side, Yi Chu was also surprised, looked at Gu Nanyan and whispered, Nanyan, this is only $20 million. She was the eldest lady of the Gu family. No matter what, she couldn't get a divorce over $20 million. It was at this point that Gu Nanyan looked up at Yi Chu and said with a faint smile, your love for him is stronger than gold, and he and I are worth that much. That time at the old mansion, he preferred to go to the restroom to settle things without touching her, as well as stood her up to accompany Yi Chu. This time, for her sake, she was confronted and blamed to her face. It had happened too many times, and even with the best of tempers and patience, there were times when her heart was tired and she wanted to give up. This time, when she gave Yi Chu the check, she was also ready for a big fight, ready for Lu Beicheng to take advantage of the situation. Gu Nanyan's understatement. Lu Beicheng looked at her and his heart suddenly jerked hard. After staring at Gu Nanyan for a moment, he turned his face to look at Yi Chu. Yi Chu, you go out first. When Lu Beicheng let her go, Yi Chu explained, Beicheng, Nanyan, she didn't do it on purpose. It's just a bit of a misunderstanding. Don't argue with Nanyan, just explain it properly and it'll be fine. After saying that, he advised Gu Nanyan 2 more times before leaving Lu Beicheng's office. In the corridor, Yi Chu couldn't help but look back at the office as he closed the door and turned around. She hadn't told anyone that she envied Gu Nanyan, because only Gu Nanyan could stir up Lu Beicheng's emotions and make him care, though just angry. In the office, when Gu Nanyan saw the door to the room closed, she raised her hand and put away the check that Lu Beicheng had just dropped in front of her. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng looked up and asked, Gu Nanyan, you really don't want to live? At Lu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan lifted her head, gently exhaled and said, Lu Beicheng, for you, I have already tried very hard. the implication is, in the end to leave or to live. All depends on his Liu Beiqing sentence. Gu Nanyan will never stay, never dragged mud. In fact, over the past 2 years, if Liu Beiqing had really slammed the divorce agreement in her face and was really determined to leave, she wouldn't have forced her hand. Even if you can't be a mom or have kids later, even if she had liked him a lot once, people live, more or less to be a little dignity, can die begging for a while, but you cannot die begging for a lifetime. Gu Nanyan light tone, light words and phrases. Liu Beiqing suddenly did not take the trick. He said, I have a meeting later, I'll have Xia Cheng take you back. Gu Nanyan fell and stood up from her chair. I'll just go back by myself. Xia Cheng, however, is stubborn. Liu Beiqing asked her to send Gu Nanyan. He is dead set on sending. Gu Nanyan was made to laugh and cry by him, so she threw him the car keys. Then you can drive my car. Take a taxi back yourself later. Taking Gu Nanyan's car keys, Xia Cheng opened the car door and got in. A few moments later, the car started. Xia Cheng, hands holding the steering wheel, turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan, said, Young lady, in fact, boss and Yi secretary is not what you think. Some days ago Yi secretary home had something. She herself is not very good. So, Xia Cheng didn't finish his sentence when Gu Nanyan interrupted him. Your boss isn't even afraid of my misunderstanding. What are you so blindly anxious about for him? Boss, he's embarrassed. Embarrassed? Gu Nanyan laughed. Then let him continue to be embarrassed. Young lady, it's really not what you think. Xia Cheng, you so explained that my heart is even worse. The original bar. I thought she was a lover. Your boss is good to her. The result is that you tell me is just an ordinary friend co-worker. Then your boss to me, this wife is not as good as an ordinary co-worker and friend. Assistant Xia, you're rubbing salt into my wounds. Gu Nanyan's few sardonic sentences. Xia Cheng was dumbfounded by her dislike. Glancing at Gu Nanyan once more, he saw that although her face was unconcerned, her eyes were glum and self-deprecating. Xia Cheng then said, Young lady, there's a reason why the boss takes care of Secretary Yi. Chapter 16, The Truth of the Year. Xia Cheng then said, that's because 3 years ago, before Xia Cheng could finish his sentence, the cell phone in Gu Nanyan's bag rang. A client called. Gu Nanyan then picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Zheng. As soon as Gu Nanyan's call was answered, the customer started complaining, and then it was endless. The words that Xia Cheng wanted to tell Gu Nanyan were stiffly blocked back. Only, thinking about Gu Nanyan's mouthful of your boss just now, Xia Cheng clearly felt that she and boss were a little further apart. She didn't even call out the boss's name. Hey! More than 10 minutes later, the car was parked downstairs in the law firm. Gu Nanyan followed the phone and Xia Cheng said thanks, then followed the phone and went upstairs. That night, Liu Beiqing went back to Royal Bay, but Gu Nanyan went on a business trip. Then for 3 consecutive days, Liu Beiqing went home. Gu Nanyan, however, was on a business trip to Be City for 3 consecutive days and did not return for 3 consecutive days. This time, Liu Beiqing also counted on experiencing what it was like to be alone. It wasn't until Saturday afternoon, when the guys were on vacation, that Gu Nanyan came back from her business trip to Be City, and as soon as she came back, she went back to the law firm to work overtime. The profession of a lawyer, many times, has no routine. Organizing the information on the case at hand, Gu Nanyan forgot all about the time. In the evening, her mom called her to call her back for dinner and she didn't even have time. Holding the information he had just compiled in his left hand, he pressed his right hand to the top of his stomach, and that vague pain came back. When I got back from the high-speed train this afternoon, my stomach started hurting. Gently rubbing her stomach, Gu Nanyan didn't take this point seriously and continued to ponder the case. Only next, her stomach was getting more and more painful than just now, so painful that she couldn't straighten her back. She was weak, and her forehead was sweating coldly. Later on, he really couldn't carry the unbearable. Picked up the cell phone on the table and called Zhou Bei. Xiao Bei, are you asleep? Not long after the phone hung up, Zhou Bei, with short hair and wearing a dark floral shirt, hurried over. All sick like this, why did you just think of looking for someone? After saying that, he helped Gu Nanyan and went downstairs. 10 minutes or so later, the two arrived at the hospital and the doctor said it was acute gastroenteritis, which was pretty serious. After hanging up the medicine for Gu Nanyan, he let the hospitalization take place. Next to the hospital bed, Zhou Bei looked at Gu Nanyan, whose face was white, and sank his face to train. People are resting on, you're not resting. The company is your family's business. The money is in your pocket? Gu Nanyan said feebly, I have nothing to do even if I rest. Weeks north. Thinking that Liu Beiqing had been getting more and more excessive with Yi Chu for a while now, and all the Lu's whispers had come to her, Zhou Bei didn't bother to scold Gu Nanyan. When life doesn't go your way, you have to find a way to vent. At this moment, the two tacitly did not inform Liu Beiqing, nor did they tell their family. Just by the next day, the news of Gu Nanyan's hospitalization still spread, and the family still knew about it. Early in the morning, Gu Qinghua and Zhao Zhixiu came to see her and nagged her all morning. Gu Nanyan explained that she had eaten badly while traveling. After giving her parents a perfunctory look and being a good daughter, Gu Nanyan sent the two away. At this point, Zhou Bei then laughed and said, "Your mom can indeed nag. Gu Nanyan, you are not seeing her cry." With both hands in his pants pockets, the smile on Zhou Bei's face became a little envious. It was actually kind of nice. She didn't get a chance to be nagged and lectured by her mom with a tear in her eye and a sniffle in her nose. Gu Nanyan had just sat back on the bed when the door to the wardroom was pushed open again. Looking up to see that it was Liu Beicheng coming over, she asked in surprise, "Why did you come over? Not busy today?" Looking coldly at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng said without any good humor, "What am I busy with on a big weekend?" Liu Beicheng's impatience, Gu Nanyan looked at him and did not ring. That's not what he said in the old days. After staring at Liu Beicheng for a while, Gu Nanyan turned her face to Zhou Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, help me get him a glass of water." Gu Nanyan's politeness, as well as her flash of surprise just now, as if Liu Beicheng was not his husband, but a friend he had not seen for a long time. "Okay," promising Gu Nanyan, Zhou Bei turned around and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Liu Beicheng. "Young Master Liu, drink water." Liu Beicheng didn't pick it up and looked at Gu Nanyan with a cold face and asked, "Gu Nanyan, Zhou Bei she is your husband?" Last night, he waited for her all night at home, and still ended up hearing Liu Jingyang say this morning that she was sick and hospitalized. Everyone knew she was sick and had come to see her, except him, Liu Beicheng. At Liu Beicheng's rebuke, Gu Nanyan laughed and said, "It's not because I'm afraid of causing you trouble. As long as Liu Beicheng could show kindness and have a child with her, she would be thankful. How could she expect anything else?" Liu Beicheng's face, however, became even more gloomy. "Gu Nanyan, don't be gloomy." She was talking to him in a nice voice, but Liu Beicheng was still unforgiving, and Gu Nanyan was also a bit angry, but she didn't have the same stern face as him, and just said with amusement, "Liu Beicheng, have you done your duty as a husband? What are you being so cross about now?" "Liu Beicheng, I didn't do my best. Zhou Bei can do her best." When Liu Beicheng said this about Zhou Bei, Gu Nanyan instantly changed her face. "Liu Beicheng, are you sure you want to bar me?" On weekdays, she didn't care what Liu Beicheng said about her, but he couldn't talk about Zhou Bei, and they were exposing Zhou Bei's pain by talking about him like that. Gu Nanyan's defense, Liu Beicheng was about to open his mouth. Zhou Bei, 2 hands in his pants pocket, walked forward 2 steps, cold and clear opening. "Liu Beicheng, you know this time to scold Nanyan. Nanyan needs you and where are you?" Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to open his mouth, Zhou Bei added, "Yes, Nanyan did not call you last night. Then do you know why she did not call you? That's because she called you in a car accident last year and asked you to come over and sign the papers, and you hung up on her. She was in the hospital for over 10 days afterward and you didn't even visit her." Gu Nanyan had a car accident last year? Liu Beicheng's face suddenly changed, and he could not help but be shocked. But it's been a year and she hasn't even mentioned it to him. For a moment, Liu Beicheng's mind was filled with Gu Nanyan's usual appearance, and every time she looked at him, she had a smile on her face, as long as he didn't push her, didn't step on her bottom line, as much as he said, how to throw his face. She always 3 words to dissolve the embarrassment. Chapter 17. The check was from me to Nanny Smoke. Last year that review Nanyan called him. He was impressed. He was in a meeting, and later asked Xia Cheng to call her back. She said it was fine, and then later, he went on a business trip. Seeing that Liu Beicheng had changed his face and had said the words he had held in his heart, Zhou Bei then looked at Gu Nanyan and said, "Nanyan, then you rest first. I'll come over to see you later." As soon as Zhou Bei left, Gu Nanyan saw that Liu Beicheng was still cold and silent. She resumed her usual composure. "Alright, don't make a face. You should be stealing joy when you have such a worry-free wife like me." After saying that, he also said with Liu Beicheng, "However, in the future, don't talk about Xiao Bei. There are a lot of things that you don't know, and you are exposing her scars. It's not okay for outsiders to talk about it, and it's even more important for the people on her pillow not to talk about it." At Gu Nanyan's disbelief, Liu Beicheng raised his right hand and pressed the back of her neck, violently pulling her to him. "Gu Nanyan, do you still have a heart?" Looking down at Gu Nanyan, thinking that she had suffered a loss on top of one thing, and then later on go around the bend and never dip into the stubbornness. Liu Beicheng suddenly a little bit scared, but it seemed to be a fear that she might someday be the bend she had to go around. When Liu Beicheng asked, Gu Nanyan smiled amusedly. "I don't have a heart, how can I live?" She also said, "I'm sick here. You've come to see me even if you're empty-handed." She also said, "I'm sick here. You come to see me empty-handed even if it's not enough, and you still make a face at me. Liu Beicheng, are you good at it?" Gu Nanyan gently made a few flirtatious reproaches. and Lu Beiqing slowly loosened her neck. With his right hand gently caressing her face, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about something that big afterward? If this had been any other woman, it would have been brought up for a lifetime of recitation and rehashing of old scores." Gu Nanyan, however, half mentioned it. Wearing a striped hospital gown, Gu Nanyan smiled carelessly and said, "It's all in the past, and besides, I didn't suffer any injuries." The more Gu Nanyan downplayed the situation, the more Lu Beiqing's heart was like a thorn in his side. The two of them couldn't be any less close, and he was still her husband. Holding her right hand on Lu Beiqing's wrist, Gu Nanyan was about to remove his hand that was lightly caressing her face, when Lu Beiqing slightly exerted himself and yanked her closer. Her body staggered and bumped forward. Gu Nanyan's body was tightly pressed against Lu Beiqing now. Seeing that there seemed to be deep feelings in his eyes, Gu Nanyan raised her own hands and wrapped them around his neck. "Figured out that you want to have a child? Lu Beiqing, there's nothing else going on in your head. Gu Nanyan, give birth to one. Otherwise this day is so boring." Lu Beiqing, not born. Gu Nanyan stood on her tiptoes and rubbed her forehead against Lu Beiqing's forehead, saying, there was a smile in Lu Beiqing's eyes, "Not born. She's still a child herself and hasn't even gotten her heart right to have any children." Lu Beiqing, aha! When the two were being ambiguous, the door of the wardroom was suddenly pushed open again, and Qin Haiyun's voice came over in a windy manner. "Nan Yen, why are you properly sick?" Inside the room, the two men quickly let go of each other. Over at the doorway, Qin Haiyun froze. After staring at the two for a few moments, she spoke uncertainly, "Are you two fighting, or are you making out?" Gu Nanyan didn't pick up on it and asked herself, "Mom, you came over." As soon as Gu Nanyan opened her mouth, Qin Haiyun forgot what she had just asked and said back to her, "I just heard Jingyang say that you were sick, so I rushed over right away. The grandparents were coming over too, and I didn't let them." Gu Nanyan, "It's just bad food, 2 days of injections and you'll be fine." Just as Gu Nanyan finished speaking, the nurse came over with the medicine. Next to the hospital bed, Qin Haiyun pulled Gu Nanyan to talk, while Lu Beiqing peeled fruits for both of them. Chatting and chatting, Gu Nanyan unknowingly fell asleep sitting against the bed. On the side, Qin Haiyun said heartily, "All sick and thin." Immediately after, he turned his face to look at Lu Beiqing. "Beiqing, you transfer Yi Chu away from me. The farther away the better. It's best not to stay in a city." Lu Beiqing handed her half an orange. "There's nothing between me and Yi Chu. Mom, why do you always get on her bad side? I'm not having a hard time with her. I'm just afraid that Nan Yen will feel bad in her heart. Afraid that she'll feel uncomfortable. Why don't you put yourself in a different position and think about it? If Liang Zhou came back, if he followed Nan Yen around all day long, would you be comfortable?" When Qin Haiyun mentioned Xin Liang Zhou, Lu Beiqing's face obviously changed. Holding half an orange in his hand, he stuffed it into his mouth and looked up at Gu Nanyan in the hospital bed. Seeing that Lu Beiqing did not speak, Qin Haiyun whispered again, "Since you are married to Nan Yen, you should put your heart away. You have to keep a distance from other women. And son, I'm telling you, surname Ji is not as simple as it seems. Don't be fooled by her." All in all, other than Gu Nanyan, Qin Haiyun couldn't look at any little girl. Lu Beiqing faintly said, "I don't have that idea about her." Qin Haiyun, "Then you still can't afford to transfer her. And the last time I asked Nan Yen to give her the check, that little goblin actually gave you the check. It seems that Nan Yen still sees things correctly, saying that I'm pushing her into the fire pit by coming up with ideas like this. Now that I think about it, it's true that I underestimated that girl surnamed Ji." Lu Beiqing turned his head and then looked at Qin Haiyun. "Did you ask Nan Yen to give Yichu the check?" He was of the opinion that Gu Nanyan shouldn't be able to do this, and thought that she was deliberately trying to disgust him. Turns out, it was his mom's idea behind it. The point is that when he slammed the check on her, she didn't even mention his mother. Looking back at Gu Nanyan on the hospital bed, many times Lu Beiqing would rather Gu Nanyan could mess with him, could argue with him, could act like any other woman. That way, he was a little more comfortable. She was always so generous and only made him feel dispensable. Qin Haiyun, "That's not true. That's still my personal money." Later, when Qin Haiyun continued to nag, Lu Beiqing didn't even listen. By noon, when Gu Nanyan woke up with a start, Qin Haiyun had already gone back, and Lu Beiqing remained here. With her arm resting on her forehead, Gu Nanyan asked, "You're not busy today?" Before, he always said he was busy. That's why Gu Nanyan was kinda surprised to have the time at this moment. "Not busy." Answering, Lu Beiqing asked again, "The check is what Mom told you to give to Yi Chu. Why didn't you tell me?" When asking Gu Nanyan words, Lu Beiqing remembered that she also said that day, or he gave her $20 million. She let someone draft the divorce agreement, whether it was in his heart or a joke. Lu Beiqing didn't have a clue. Chapter 18 Can't hold it in? Lu Beiqing suddenly brought up the matter of the check, and Gu Nanyan said with a smile, It's not the same whoever gives it. What's the point of telling him? Maybe he already knew what was going on in his mind and was just pretending to be confused. Gu Nanyan's full of concern. Liu Beicheng just stared at her for a long time, and then coldly said, Gu Nanyan, if you really want to live your life well, instead of just trying to please me on the surface, effort without intent is not effort. When Liu Beicheng said that, Gu Nanyan laughed even better. She said, people who don't even come home teach me how to run a marriage. Land North City. Feeling connoted, clearing his throat, he said in a much softer tone, didn't I promise you I'd go back once a week? Don't. Gu Nanyan, I've only kept the appointment once, so I'll pretend that I've never heard of it. He shouldn't figure the next time he calls her back to the old mansion for a play. Liu Beicheng, make it up to you with interest. Liu Beicheng's husky and magnetic timbre was surprisingly good, and it sounded even better when he spoke nicely to Gu Nanyan. Okay. Gu Nanyan smiled happily, but I charge heavy interest. Liu Beicheng looked disgusted and raised his hand to pinch her face. Gu Nanyan, don't carve your little heart on your head. Gu Nanyan didn't pick it out, and Liu Beicheng knew what she wanted. Gu Nanyan's ass moved to his side, both arms wrapped around his neck. Don't you want to taste it? Gu Nanyan's seductive eyes. Liu Beicheng's face did not change color. Do not want to. Gu Nanyan said in disbelief. Mouth is the heart. Saying that, she moved closer. Gu Nanyan, check your temperature and take a blood sample. As a result, just as the kiss went up, the door to the wardroom was pushed open by the nurse. On the hospital bed, Gu Nanyan hastily backed her body up, raised her hand to lift her long hair behind her ear, and sat down in the middle of the hospital bed as if nothing had happened. On the side, Liu Beicheng laughed. Unhurriedly rising from his chair, he tucked both hands into his pants pockets and looked at her with downcast eyes. You're not hiding. Gu Nanyan's white leg stretched out from inside the quilt and nonchalantly kicked Liu Beicheng. Over by the doorway, the nurse's face went red through and through. After checking the temperature and drawing blood, Gu Nanyan is still running a fever, and the inflammation hasn't receded, so she will have to continue to take injections for observation. In the afternoon, Liu Jingyang came over, as did several cousins from the Liu and Gu families. When the group came to see Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng quietly greeted them on the side, occasionally answering work calls. By nightfall, the ward was finally quiet. At this time, Gu Nanyan washed up and was about to go to bed when she watched Liu Beicheng pull open the chair next to her and sat down. So she moved to the side and patted the half bed on her left. I've left a place for you. Liu Beicheng glanced at her and indifferently said, no sleep. Gu Nanyan cried and laughed. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Liu Beicheng, I was really afraid that you would eat me. With those gold glasses on the bridge of his nose, Liu Beicheng was so handsome in a scholarly and gangly way that he was indeed very seductive. It was just that the more obvious Gu Nanyan's purpose was, the more Liu Beicheng didn't want to let her have her way. Gu Nanyan, I'm sick here. My heart is not enough. Gu Nanyan, don't worry, otherwise I won't be able to sleep with you sitting next to me. Liu Beicheng, you slept well in the morning and afternoon. Gu Nanyan, don't carry on. I'm not doing anything. Come up here. Gu Nanyan repeatedly assured that Liu Beicheng only took off his clothes and went to bed without any warmth. Promised Liu Beicheng not to fool around. So after Liu Beicheng went to bed, Gu Nanyan didn't even touch him. As a result, Liu Beicheng rolled over and hugged her from behind. Gu Nanyan turned her face. What's going on here? Wasn't she not allowed to touch it? Gu Nanyan was about to open her mouth to ask him, when Liu Beicheng's low voice came leisurely, sick and thin. The chest is a circle smaller. As Liu Beicheng spoke, his right hand was holding Gu Nanyan's softness. Gu Nanyan didn't remove Liu Beicheng's hand and said with a smile on her face, you like big boobs? Then I'll get an F-cup augmentation. And make sure you can't grab it with one hand. Liu Beicheng took advantage of the situation a little more and said, I have no feelings for the fake ones. Gu Nanyan rubbed her back into his arms. Then when I'm discharged from the hospital, I should be able to come back longer. In fact, Gu Nanyan's breasts were not small, full of CS. Gathering Gu Nanyan into his arms tightly, Liu Beicheng rested his chin on her shoulder, his face pressed against hers. Sleep. Gu Nanyan's fingers crawled over backwards. Such a good atmosphere. It's a shame not to do something about it. Liu Beicheng hooped her unfaithful hand. I haven't done anything to you yet, and you can't hold it? Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him. If you're like this, can I still not feel anything? It's not like I'm dysfunctional. Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan, believe it or not I'll throw you out of the window? Gu Nanyan looked at him suspiciously. Liu Beicheng, why do I feel that you are doing this on purpose? Deliberately making me itch to sleep. Sleep. Ordering Gu Nanyan. Liu Beicheng held her tighter. Gu Nanyan screamed fiercely with her mouth. But as a result, not much later, Liu Beicheng had not yet fallen asleep, and she began to snore a little, lowering his eyes to look at Gu Nanyan. If it wasn't for the fact that she was sick, he might not have been able to hold it in today. A week later, until the blood tests returned to normal, Gu Nanyan was processed for discharge. Liu Beicheng came over to pick her up. After returning home and taking a shower, changing into the pajamas she usually wore, Gu Nanyan finally recovered her energy. As he straightened his hair and came out of the restroom, Liu Beicheng said, "The Shin family's old man had a big birthday on Saturday, and the invitations were sent over yesterday. Gu Nanyan, the old man is 70 this year, isn't he? In past years, when they celebrated their birthdays, they would go over to accompany the old man to make a lively scene." "Aha!" Responding to Gu Nanyan's voice, watching her approach over, Liu Beicheng raised his hand and probed her forehead. "Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable?" Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his neck and hooked her red lips. "You care about me?" Liu Beicheng naturally held her slender waist. "Don't like it?" "Like." Gu Nanyan's smile intensified. "Like it a lot." Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Liu Beicheng's lips. In the past few days, the atmosphere between the two was good, and Gu Nanyan had been pondering over the idea of getting things done while the iron was hot. Liu Beicheng didn't push her away, and the arm wrapped around her back waist was slightly tightened with a little force, so Gu Nanyan was tightly pressed against him. "Oh!" When she bumped into Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan subconsciously screamed. The call was ambiguous. Chapter 19 got played by him for a bit. Liu Beicheng's lips were soft and supple, and his kissing skills were superior. Not much later, Gu Nanyan was kissed by him to the point that her legs went soft. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she rested her chin on his shoulder, thinking she was about to get to the point. Liu Beicheng, however, suddenly bit her ear, exhaled hot air, and reminded her in a low voice, "Gu Nanyan, your aunt is here." At first, Gu Nanyan didn't react, thinking, her aunt has been traveling abroad for a while now. Realizing in the next second that Liu Beicheng was referring to her period, she let go of Liu Beicheng and pulled her pajamas back and twisted her head, only to see that there was really a star of red at her buttocks. For a moment, Gu Nanyan couldn't even cry. She had a good chance. Looking up at Liu Beicheng and seeing him picking up the book and sitting on the bed as if nothing had happened, Gu Nanyan sort of understood that he had long ago found out that she was on her period, and had just deliberately teased her for fun. So, gritting his teeth, he said, "You can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the 15th. Liu Beicheng looked up. "Don't go change your clothes yet." If he doesn't want to, what can Gu Nanyan do with her? If he wanted to, Gu Nanyan couldn't get away. This game, the decision is in his hands. Scratching her hair with both hands, Gu Nanyan turned around and went back to the restroom. When her great aunt came, Gu Nanyan was honest. Even though Liu Beicheng went home for the past few days, Gu Nanyan didn't tease and focused on her work. At this moment, Liu Beicheng sort of saw through her, and when there was no purpose, she didn't even talk to him. And on weekdays, apart from flirting with him, all of her time and energy was almost exclusively focused on her work. Even though it is just a very ordinary small case, she is very serious and attentive. What Sumubai said was not wrong. Gu Nanyan was very good. If I have to say what's wrong, it's not having him in my heart. Gu Nanyan, what time is it? You're still not sleeping. Sitting down on the bed, Liu Beicheng put down the book in his hand. "I'll be done in a minute. You go to sleep. Little broken lawyer, busier than me." After saying that, Liu Beicheng picked up the book he had put down again. Little Thai lawyers have to do their job, too. After a while, as Liu Beicheng continued to look at the book, Gu Nanyan suddenly scurried over and raised her leg to sit across his body. Liu Beicheng looked at her lightly. "Your aunt left and you rubbed yourself in my arms?" "Gu Nanyan, I can't rub myself in your arms if I haven't left," he said, and twisted a few times on purpose. Liu Beicheng once again put down the book in his hand and gently held both hands on her waist. "There is something to say straight. Gu Nanyan, it's fine. I'm just in a good mood." She's in a good mood after taking a big case today. Gu Nanyan was so sober and pampered that Liu Beicheng's heart softened. In the old days, she loved to fool around with him like that, just holding Gu Nanyan like this, listening to her talk about work, until she came to sleep. Liu Beicheng turned off the lights in the house. A long time. They hadn't talked so calmly in a long time. Saturday, on the day of the Shin family's old man's birthday, Gu Nanyan was still working overtime meeting clients. When Xia Chang called her, Gu Nanyan had just come out of the client's company and was preparing to go home to change her clothes. By the time she got downstairs, Liu Beicheng's car was already parked at the curb. The other day in the hospital, Zhou Bei scolded him. Qin Haiyun said about the check, and the relationship between the two was much more relaxed. Opening the passenger side door, Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows upwards. "Yo, pretty handsome today." "Liu Beicheng, which day am I not handsome anymore?" Gu Nanyan laughed. "Virtue." By the time the two arrived at the hotel a little after 6, all the other guests had already arrived. Together with Liu Beicheng, they had congratulated the old man on his birthday, and Liu Beicheng had also kept Gu Nanyan with him. After 2 years of marriage, It was the first time the two had been so close in public, and Zhao Ziqiu was moved to the point where her eyes were red. It felt that Gu Nanyan's bitter days were finally over. The two appeared in the same frame, and for a while, also in the cause of a lot of hot air. Of course, this is the birthday banquet of Master Shin, so the group is just secretly curious, asking each other a few questions, without excessive discussion. They are all in the same circle. Liu Beicheng knows, Gu Nanyan also knows, so they also chat with everyone. At this moment, Liu Beicheng had just finished greeting a set of elders with Gu Nanyan, when Su Mingzhu suddenly scurried out from behind the two of them and wrapped her arms around Liu Beicheng's arm. Brother Beicheng, you've already come over. I was just waiting for you at the door for a long time. Su Mingzhu staggering, Liu Beicheng immediately sank his face and raised his hand to slap the arm that was wrapped around her. Brother Beicheng, do you dislike me? After pampering with Liu Beicheng and realizing that Gu Nanyan was beside Liu Beicheng, Su Mingzhu frowned openly. Gu Nanyan? At this moment, Su Mingzhu was quite surprised that the two of them were in the same frame. After all, they had always been at odds. After that, immediately took hold of Liu Beicheng's arm again and angrily complained. Brother Beicheng, Gu Nanyan, she's too not something, too sinister. Not to mention that last time at the bar she hit someone first, she also called the police in an evil way. Brother Beicheng, this kind of woman's heart is too heavy. You should hurry up and divorce her, or else it's bad luck. Gu Nanyan squeezed her knuckles. I think I hit it lightly last time. Su Mingzhu was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Liu Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, look how fierce she is. If you don't get a divorce, she may still want to domestically abuse you in the future. Liu Beicheng's sore spot seems to have been poked. He's been domesticated and hospitalized a long time ago. Carrying Su Mingzhu out from behind himself, Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan and said, if you want to make a move, I won't stop you. Brother Beicheng. Su Mingzhu pouted and went to hug Liu Beicheng's arm again. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan pulled her arm and threw it aside without thinking. Su Mingzhu, try touching him again. Can't you touch? Su Mingzhu laughed. Do you think Brother Beicheng is really your man? Did you have your wedding? Has anyone recognized you as Mrs. Liu? Gu Nanyan, what qualifications do you have to fool around here? Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng's relationship. Su Mingzhu checked more carefully than people's parents. People had been married for more than 2 years and slept in the same bed for a few nights. She remembered it more clearly than Gu Nanyan. Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth to speak, Su Mingzhu added in a condescending manner, you don't let me touch it and want to declare your sovereignty? Gu Nanyan has the ability for you to call Brother Beicheng your husband. See if he answers you. She concluded that Liu Beicheng didn't like Gu Nanyan and wouldn't agree to Gu Nanyan. So last time at the bar, she had disliked Gu Nanyan in this way. As Su Mingzhu's words fell, Gu Nanyan turned her face to Liu Beicheng and shouted, husband. Chapter 20. Liu Beicheng said that the man in the photo was me. Liu Beicheng's nice voice promised to be soft and ambiguous. The young couple tacitly cooperated, and before Su Mingzhu could react, she instantly froze dumbfounded again. Gu Nanyan did it on purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. But since Liu Beicheng cooperated with her, he even agreed to it, and he also agreed to it in such an ambiguous way. Brother Beicheng. Su Mingzhu looked at Liu Beicheng incredulously, as if the Liu Beicheng in front of her was not the Liu Beicheng that she used to know. Returning to her senses, she looked at Gu Nanyan again. Gu Nanyan, you must have drugged Brother Beicheng. Originally I wanted to save some face for you today. I didn't want to expose the scandalous things you did in public, but you're too arrogant. You simply don't put Brother Beicheng in your eyes. After saying that, Su Mingzhu took out her cell phone from her bag, flipped out the photo album, and handed it to Liu Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, don't look at Gu Nanyan as if she's very decent, but in fact, she has long cheated on her husband. I have all the evidence of her screwing around, believe it or not. As soon as Su Mingzhu shouted, many people around them looked over. With both hands in his pants pockets, Liu Beicheng indifferently glanced at Su Mingzhu's cell phone. The photo on the cell phone. Gu Nanyan was indeed ambiguous with a man. At this time, Su Mingzhu then looked at Gu Nanyan with hatred and said, Gu Nanyan, you're dead this time. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan glanced down at her cell phone and laughed disdainfully. I thought you had taken pictures of me sleeping with someone. Gu Nanyan's brash unconcern. Su Mingzhu was so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick. Brother Beicheng, look at how arrogant Gu Nanyan is. What kind of words are she saying? The moment I hear it, I'm just fooling around outside. Su Mingzhu's exasperation. Liu Beicheng copied both hands into his pants pockets and glanced at her unhurriedly. The man in the photo is me. What? Su Mingzhu was stunned. The person in the photo is you, Brother Beicheng? Shocked, Su Mingzhu took her cell phone and took a closer look, and suddenly felt that the figure was really similar to Liu Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, how is this possible? Stuttered Su Mingzhu, not even knowing what to say. On the side, Gu Nanyan folded her two hands in front of her chest and smiled. Su Mingju, you can't even recognize your Beicheng brother. It seems that I've overestimated your fondness for my husband. When Gu Nanyan finished, for a moment, the people watching around her laughed. When Su Mingju just took her cell phone out, Gu Nanyan saw that the photo was of Liu Beicheng coming to pick her up when she was discharged from the hospital. How dare you show off with just these few pictures? Gu Nanyan truly felt that Su Mingju's brain wasn't very good. Gu Nanyan, you, topped with a blanched face. Su Mingju became irritated and lifted her hand and swung it towards Gu Nanyan. If you dare to laugh at me, let's see if I don't beat you up. Before the arm could fall, Su Mingju was put in a chokehold. She turned around to see that it was Liu Beicheng who had grabbed her arm. Her eyes reddened. Su Mingju was about to open her mouth when Liu Beicheng coldly threw her away. You are not qualified enough to move her. Liu Beicheng's protection. Su Mingju tears came out of her eyes. Beicheng brother, you don't be deceived by Gu Nanyan. She is not a good things. She married you as also. Before Su Mingju could finish her sentence, the cell phone in Liu Beicheng's pocket rang. Liu Beicheng didn't bother to pay attention to her, turned sideways and put the phone on. At this time, the people around them were talking quietly, and those who knew were telling those who didn't that Gu Nanyan had married Liu Beicheng 2 years ago. Su Mingju was aggrieved, and Gu Nanyan took 2 steps forward, leaning forward slightly and coming up to her ear. Su Mingju, thank you for helping me write my name. Originally, not many people knew about her and Liu Beicheng. Su Mingju's mess tonight, I guess many people in the circle knew about it. Su Mingju looked up at Gu Nanyan and said angrily, so what if you're married? There are so many divorced ones now. It might be you one day. Gu Nanyan smiled faintly. That's better than never having one. Su Mingju, Gu Nanyan you. Gu Nanyan tidied the hair on her face. Save your strength, or the more you toss and turn, the more Liu Beicheng stands on my side. Su Mingju's face sank and she immediately shut her mouth. After that, huffing and puffing, she pushed her way through the crowd and went to her parents. As soon as Su Mingju left, Liu Beicheng's phone calls were finished. Turning around, he looked at Gu Nanyan and said, I have something to do first. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan pulled on his arm. Have to go? Liu Beicheng turned around in the mood. Gu Nanyan did not need to ask and knew that the phone call was from Yi Chu. Glancing down at Gu Nanyan's hand that was holding hers, Liu Beicheng said, Old Li will come to pick you up later. When he said that, his right hand gently gripped on Gu Nanyan's wrist. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan laughed to herself in her heart, and without waiting for Liu Beicheng to exert himself, she wisely released him. What's the point of staying if your heart isn't in it? Eyes on Liu Beicheng's departure. Thinking that she had just won a small victory over Su Mingju by half a game, Gu Nanyan smiled sarcastically. As soon as Liu Beicheng left, Gu Nanyan found a corner to sit down and swipe her cell phone. Looking at the relevant legal information, there was a sudden flurry of activity at the front of the ballroom. Secretary General Shun. Secretary General Shun. Ryojo. Gu Nanyan looked up and saw the familiar figure. The next second, she froze. Shun Liangzhou. He's back. Liangzhou, I really didn't expect you to come over today. I'm so happy. Master Shen took his hand and asked again, by the way, when did you come back? I just got off the plane and heard that Grandpa is celebrating his birthday today, so I came over first to congratulate your old man. You're a kid with a heart. I should. Not to mention that our 2 families are still from the same clan and family name. That's that. After staring over there for a long time, Gu Nanyan didn't go forward to join in the fun and retracted her eyes to continue to busy herself. After a while, watching the crowd in front of the banquet hall disperse, Gu Nanyan greeted the old man and left first. Hotel entrance. A cool breeze blew by, and Gu Nanyan subconsciously hugged her arms with both hands. She had just come with Liu Beicheng, and when he left early, she fell through. Lazy to wait for the old Li to come over to pick up, Gu Nanyan called the car himself. Just this time of the day, the car is a little difficult to wait. Nanyan. After waiting in front of the hotel for a while, a voice suddenly came over. Chapter 21. The one he minds most is back. Gu Nanyan raised her eyes, only to see a black red flag parked in front of her. The rear window open. It was Shin Liangzhou who called out to her from the car. The next second, Gu Nanyan greeted with a smile. It's you. Aha! Shin Liangzhou, take you back. Shen Liangzhou said to send her off, but Gu Nanyan didn't move. Gu Nanyan didn't get in the car, and Shen Liangzhou explained, I'm going to Yulin Bay on the way. Obviously, he knew a lot about Gu Nanyan's recent situation. Shen Liangzhou had said so, and his secretary had gotten out of the car and opened the door for her, so Gu Nanyan had no choice but to get in. After Gu Nanyan got on the bus, Shen Liangzhou smiled and said, It's been a long time. Gu Nanyan smiled back. It's been a long time. 2 years ago, before she and Liu Beicheng got their license, Shen Liangzhou came to the Gu family to propose marriage, and she refused. When Shen Liangzhou was transferred and left a city, he asked her to meet her, and at that time she and Zhou Bei went to Sanya. so this goodbye is over 2 years. As the car started, Gu Nanyan shifted the topic to Shun Liangzhou and asked, is it a transfer back this time, or are you back on vacation? Transferred back. Notice will be coming down in a couple days. It must be a high promotion. Congratulations in advance. Seeing that Shun Liangzhou was in a good mood tonight, the secretary turned his head and said to Gu Nanyan, Ms. Gu, the secretary general was transferred back this time and was promoted to mayor. Gu Nanyan laughed at once, this is the second in command now. Then I'll have to dabble with Secretary General Shun from now on. Shun Liangzhou smiled back, if you can really barf on me, I can't even be happy. Just don't bother me when the time comes. Only, Shun Liangzhou did count Gu Nanyan correctly. She wouldn't really try to curry favor with people, no matter how much power and position you had. Meanwhile, in the hospital, when the doctor finished treating the wound on Yichu's forehead, Yichu looked at Liu Beicheng with embarrassment and apologized. Beicheng, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again, and delayed you again. Liu Beicheng didn't pick up her words, but only asked, where else is injured? Yichu shook his head, no more. Let's get you home first then. On the way back to send Yichu, Liu Beicheng's expression had been indifferent, as if it was a cloud of air next to him. Yichu pulled her seatbelt tightly with both hands and stared at Liu Beicheng for a while before she spoke. I don't know what's going on with my mom during this period of time. The situation seems to be getting more and more serious, and the frequency of committing illnesses is also higher. It's a good thing that Yifan has been living in his teacher's house this whole time, or else he would have been scared in this situation today. Yichu's forehead was smashed by her mom when she was sick at night. Xia Chang was dealing with her mom, so Liu Beicheng had to accompany her to the hospital. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at Yichu. Cao He not consider sending to the hospital? The hospital Liu Beicheng was referring to was a mental hospital. Yichu shook his head. No, it's better for me to take care of it myself. Liu Beicheng reminded. The last time you were checked, the situation wasn't very good. Sending you to the hospital would be easier for you. Exhaling heavily, Yichu said, if we really send it in, we probably won't be able to get out in the future, and she won't be able to live a normal life anymore. So it's better for me to take care of it by myself, and I'm sure that my mom will definitely get better. When Yichu said that, Liu Beicheng stopped making suggestions. As the two fell into silence, Liu Beicheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Answering the phone, Sumubai's voice came over. Third brother, Shun Liangzhou is back. When Sumubai said that Shun Liangzhou had come back, Liu Beicheng's face suddenly changed, and his mood immediately became bad. At this time, Sumubai added, I just saw him pick up Nanyan. For a moment, Liu Beicheng's face was predictable. Hanging up the phone and snapping it, he threw it on the dashboard. Inside the passenger seat, Yichu was startled. Beicheng, what's wrong? Liu Beicheng ignored her and with a kick of the gas, he sent Yichu downstairs to her house in a few minutes. Yichu got out of the car, and before he had time to greet Liu Beicheng stepped on the gas pedal and left in a blaze of glory. Behind the car, Yichu eyed his departure sadly. It must have something to do with southern smoke. Having known Liu Beicheng for more than 10 years, other than Gu Nanyan, she had never seen Liu Beicheng so angry for someone else. If it was for someone else, it was also related to Gu Nanyan. Oh, yeah, right. There was another person, also a woman, awesome woman. Until Liu Beicheng's car completely disappeared from her line of sight, Yichu stood downstairs for a while before turning around to go home. More than 20 minutes later, when Liu Beicheng returned home with a sullen face, Mrs. Jiang was surprised and asked, Young master, didn't you and young lady go out together? Why did you come back early alone? Liu Beicheng's face worsened as he asked, Gu Nanyan hasn't returned yet? Not yet. After sister-in-law Jiang finished speaking, Liu Beicheng ripped the collar of his shirt, fished out cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, lit the cigarette and went upstairs. In front of the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, Liu Beicheng exhaled a smoke ring and looked out the window, thinking about Sumubai's phone call just now. Picking up his cell phone, he was about to ask Xia Chang to check on Gu Nanyan when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Liu Beicheng at home, Gu Nanyan was surprised and asked, You're back. Even though Liu Beicheng had just left her behind to go first, Gu Nanyan didn't bother with him at the moment. Liu Beicheng, however, did not comply, coldly snuffing out the remaining half of the cigarette in the ashtray and asked, How did you come back? Chapter 22 Get rid of this crap. Don't keep me from finding happiness. When Liu Beicheng asked this, Gu Nanyan instantly understood. He knew that Shun Liangzhou had come back, and he also knew that it was Shun Liangzhou who sent her back, and what he wanted to find fault, without making excuses, not to mention being vain and evasive. Gu Nanyan said graciously, Liangzhou came back and gave me a ride on the way. Gu Nanyan sentenced Liangzhou. Liu Beicheng was on fire. Liangzhou? Gu Nanyan, you're shouting affectionately. Then he added, Where does he, Shen Liangzhou, live? He'll be right down the road from you. Gu Nanyan came back a little bit later. Liu Beicheng was so angry. If she didn't come back tonight, he estimated that he would have to turn a city over. Moreover, Gu Nanyan now no longer called her Beicheng, but her full name. This comparison made Liu Beicheng feel even worse in his heart. Despite Liu Beicheng's bad attitude, Gu Nanyan said steadily, I would have been waiting for a car, and he happened to go back as well. Liu Beicheng, however, said, Mu Bai Shun Li and the others are not here? Zhou Bei has no time to accompany you? Whose car you take is not good. You favor to let him send. I did not say to let old Li go over to pick you up. Liu Beicheng's unforgiving. Gu Nanyan also did not comply. Tonight this matter, if we talk about it, or he Liu Beicheng unreasonable in the first. So he took off the hairpin on his head, snapped it and threw it on the cabinet, looked at Liu Beicheng and said, one call from another woman. You throw down your wife and go over to shush her and accompany her to the hospital. Where do you get the face to yell at me at this moment? Where do you get the face to question me? Without you making this mess, I could have come back in Shun Liangzhou's car? Liu Beicheng, is it that I am a good bully because I usually don't bother with you? Let me tell you, the day I really run away with another man, it will be you, Liu Beicheng, who will push me out with your own hands. There were some words that Gu Nanyan had held in her heart for a long time. It's always felt like that's the way the relationship is. There's no need to say too much. She'll just carry the baby to term. Liu Beicheng, however, is too much of an inch, too much of a thing. Gu Nanyan slammed things at him. Liu Beicheng was even more furious. He said once Shun Liangzhou came back, you were all over the place. Gu Nanyan, you have to say you don't have a second thought. How come I don't believe it so much? Seeing that Liu Beicheng couldn't even realize his own problems and pushed the blame onto Shun Liangzhou, Gu Nanyan huffed. Yes, I'm just having second thoughts. And Liu Beicheng, this day you do not want to live. You give a quick word. There is no need to play on the subject. If you do not want to bear the name of this divorce, what name you put me, I have no opinion. She couldn't live with it, not for a single day. I accompanied Yi Chu to the hospital, nothing. She took a ride on the unforgiving, not so double standard. This guy she's not serving. Who cares what kind of ancestor he is? She won't serve as many children as he can make her have. Gu Nanyan mentioned divorce again. Liu Beicheng was furious. The corner of his mouth raised a sarcastic smile, but his eyes were cold as hell. Approaching Gu Nanyan, he raised his right hand and pinched Gu Nanyan's face. Gu Nanyan, if you regret that you didn't promise him Shun Liangzhou back then, if you want to be good with him Shun Liangzhou, you don't hide it. If you admit it in a big way, I might even be able to fulfill you. Gu Nanyan violently took away his hand. Yes, I am regretting that I didn't agree to his marriage proposal back then. I am trying to get better with him. Not to mention that people have saved me. Here also first thank you for your fulfillment. Not waiting for Liu Beicheng to retaliate, Gu Nanyan said again in anger, and Liu Beicheng, I'm not afraid to tell you. I Gu Nanyan marry whoever is better than marrying you Liu Beicheng. So you hurry up and divorce this broken marriage. Don't delay me to find happiness. Married for more than 2 years, the two had argued many times, and Liu Beicheng had said many excessive words. She thought she was immune, but Liu Beicheng's backbiting tonight really pissed Gu Nanyan off. There's a bottom line even with a good temper. So, instead of tripping him up as usual, and arguing along with him, Gu Nanyan's smooth words, Liu Beicheng's face was darker than the bottom of someone's frying pan. Tucked into his pockets were both hands, veins popping up on the backs of his hands. Looking down at Gu Nanyan, he laughed coldly. I'm delaying your happiness? Gu Nanyan, I'll see how you can be happy without me? With that, he turned around and slammed the door with a bang. If they didn't leave yet, Liu Beicheng didn't dare to guarantee that the two of them would end up in what kind of situation if they continued to argue with each other. Will it be unmanageable again? Therefore, hardening his temper, he went first. At the head of the house, Gu Nanyan listened to the sound of the heavy slamming door and raised her right hand to hold her forehead, her mood unable to calm down for a long time. Damn, this day is not a day of rest. The bar, Liu Beicheng drank several cups of wine in a row. The anger in his heart still did not dissipate, coldly laughed and said, want me to fulfill? She Gu Nanyan daydreaming. Lu Jingyang, on the other hand, said loudly, brother, if you keep on like this, my sister Smoke will run away with someone without your fulfillment. Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye, and Lu Jingyang hurriedly changed his words. You're home. You're home. On the side, Su Mubai said, third brother, Liangzhou is just dropping off on the way. There's actually no need for you to mind so much. Liu Beicheng didn't ring. He just minds. He's just being careful. Liu Beicheng did not say anything. Lu Jingyang peeled nuts again and said, what does he mind? My cigarette sister is just a ride. My brother, he is the real thing, shameless. He also accompanied people surnamed Ji to the hospital, but also sent people to the doorstep, leaving his own wife out to dry to be nice to someone else's woman. Who is he to be angry with my Smokey? This is on me. I have already greened my brother 800 times. Say stupid or not, do other women have anything to do with you? When Lu Jingyang spat these words, Sumubai couldn't even pull on the side. Has this forgotten that the last time he was transferred to the Great Northwest for 3 months? It was because of his mouth. You've only been back a few days and you want to be transferred again? Seeing Lu Jingyang finish his speech painfully, Sumubai said without tears, you're the only one with a long mouth. Lu Jingyang, I have to fight for my smoke sister, or else my brother will think he's taking advantage of the situation. Master Lu, you're awesome. Lu Jingyang smiled even more dejectedly at Sumubai's compliment. Only, when his eyes unintentionally looked at Liu Beicheng, the whole person instantly wilted, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 23 Divorce papers ready. I'll sign any time. At this moment, the way Liu Beicheng looked at him could almost release ice knives. Brother, I was just being fast talking. You mustn't transfer me to those remote places again, or else I really won't be able to eat with this face in the future. Liu Beicheng heckled, and Lu Jingyang's scalp went numb. Leathery and smiling, Lu Jingyang said, brother, don't transfer me away. I'll go undercover for you on Sister Smoke's side. I'll find out what Sister Smoke really thinks. Lu Jingyang spoke of being an undercover agent before Liu Beicheng's face eased. After saying that he would be an undercover agent for Liu Beicheng, Lu Jingyang went to find Gu Nanyan the next day. In the law firm, Gu Nanyan was working overtime alone to organize the information. Lu Jingyang pulled a chair and sat next to her. Seeing that he had followed him all morning, Gu Nanyan said with disgust, if you have something to say, just say it, don't stick to me like a dog's skin. I still have work to do here. Lu Jingyang pulled his chair a little closer and asked mysteriously, Nanyan, what are your current views and plans for my brother? Gu Nanyan, he's an ancestor. What can I think or plan? She knew that Lu Jingyang had come for this. Lu Jingyang, great ancestor, don't be so ambiguous. You have to tell me the truth so that I can prepare my heart. Are you my man? What do you need to be prepared for? Then, Gu Nanyan flipped through the case information in her hand and said, what does your brother think? Just say it directly. No need to hide it for him. I'm not so bad that I can't carry this. When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Jingyang came to his senses. Rolling up his sleeves, he said indignantly, my brother he's so not a thing. Last night I criticized him for going to care for Yichu and sending Yichu back incorrectly. He didn't appreciate it and didn't realize his mistake even if it's not true. He actually glared at me with his eyes. That look in his eyes. He wanted to cut me alive a few times. Smoke, I'll be honest with you here. My brother is 100% set on getting a divorce. And he's not going to let me off the hook if I don't talk you into agreeing to a divorce today. Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth, Lu Jingyang added, my brother is not a good bird. So let's just forget about it. We'll just get more from him when the time comes. As for those fortune-telling words, you don't take it too seriously. That are all charlatans. Besides, we have been a child for more than 20 years. Do you not have a point in your heart if you don't have some use? Any less, and I'll just be a son to you. When Lu Jingyang said this, Gu Nanyan leisurely glanced at him. Don't, you son, I don't even want to pour money. Lu Jingyang, Nanyan, so what are your thoughts now? Still want to continue living with my brother? Tapping the keyboard as if nothing had happened, Gu Nanyan said without moving, go and talk to your brother. I'll sign the divorce agreement anytime if he's ready. Lu Jingyang openly raised his eyebrows. This is what Sister Smoke is. It's not just a three-legged man. You can't find one anywhere. Don't worry, Smoke. On my brother's side, I'll definitely help you get the most out of it. Gu Nanyan gave the go-ahead and said that she could sign the divorce agreement at any time. Lu Jingyang comforted her, hummed a little song and went to find Liu Beicheng to report. Opposite Liu Beicheng's desk, Lu Jingyang lazily cocked his legs and dejectedly said, brother, my cigarette sister said that if your divorce agreement is ready, she can sign it at any time. And with you this day, she long ago did not want to live. If you want to be good with the surname Yes Little Green Tea, she fulfills you too is. Inside the desk, the signing pen that Liu Beicheng held in his hand, snapped and was broken. He asked, what else did Gu Nanyan say? Seeing this, Lu Jingyang cleared his throat, changed his sitting position, and continued, my smoke sister also said that this day is something you don't want to live, and that it's you who caused her to go from a little girl to a woman in a second marriage for no reason, so financially you definitely have to make up for it. The money is to be given in place. She will never come close to you half a step in the future, on the road to meet you all around far, and never mention and you Liu Beicheng this section. Do not let you make it difficult for half a point. The further Lu Jingyang spoke, the more Liu Beicheng's heart sank. Those words, rather, sounded like what they said when they both scolded him. In fact, Gu Nanyan said a total of 3 words. Lu Jingyang thought he had made a big achievement, so rest here desperately make up. Seeing that Liu Beicheng was conquered by his own ability not to say anything, Lu Jingyang added, brother, my smoke sister has already backed down enough. Anyway, You have a lot of money and are so good at earning money, so you'll be generous in divorcing this marriage. In the future, if people mention it, they'll be able to compliment you on your generosity, or all they'll remember is that you cheated. Besides, you didn't find anyone better than my sister Smoke, so where do you want my sister Smoke to put her face? You have to pay some money to make my sister Smoke feel good. Lu Jingyang took a bite of his Smoke sister. Lu Beicheng just looked at him without saying anything. Why did he feel that he was so excited and happy that Gu Nanyan wanted to divorce him? Seeing Lu Beicheng staring at himself and not saying anything, Lu Jingyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Brother, I did this beautifully for you. This marriage you divorced for 2 years didn't work out. I did it for you as soon as I stepped in." Beautiful. Lu Beicheng smiled skinlessly, making it impossible to see his true emotions. Lu Jingyang, brother, then what I just told you about compensation? You put it in your heart a little bit. After all, you've known Sister Smoke for so many years. Lu Beicheng, definitely. Looking straight at Lu Beicheng, how did Lu Jingyang feel that the atmosphere was still a bit off? His brother didn't seem to be happy that he was going to have a successful divorce. Lu Jingyang's suspicious eyes. Lu Beicheng's fingers rhythmically tapped the desktop. Jingyang, not only did you do well in this matter, but I'm also very satisfied with your recent work attitude and achievements. Lu Jingyang froze for a moment. Why did he coldly turn to work? Nevertheless, he hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother. I will definitely continue to work hard next." Next, Lu Beicheng said, "Recently the company decided to build 50 Highland Elementary School without compensation. I think it's quite good for you to be the person in charge." Lu Jingyang was dumbfounded at that time. "Brother, no, Mr. Lu I." Lu Beicheng glanced at him. "Any comments?" With that glance, Lu Jingyang felt chills all over his body and hurriedly shook his head. "No, not at all. How could I have an opinion? You leave with the group at 3 o'clock this afternoon." "What? Leaving this afternoon?" Lu Jingyang thought that there were at least a few more days for him to move around and go begging, or wait until this ancestor had calmed down. As it turned out, he didn't give it any time at all. That's mean. It's after 12 o'clock. He didn't have enough time to pack his bags. Lu Beicheng looked at Lu Jingyang's lifeless face and added, "In order to show the company's charity-based philosophy, I want you to participate in the entire process of building these 50 elementary schools, and come back when the construction is finished." "Brother, am I asking for too much money? If it doesn't work, you can give less. I'll go discuss it with Nan Yen." Lu Jingyang was about to cry. 50 elementary schools on the plateau. He'll die. Chapter 24. Lu Beicheng, are you a virgin? At this time, Lu Beicheng stood up and walked over to Lu Jingyang, patting his shoulder. "Cousin, I have great confidence in you." Lu Jingyang, brother, isn't it troublesome for Sister Smoke to let you draft the agreement? Then I'll talk to Sister Smoke about letting her do it. Anyway, she's a lawyer and writes this stuff with ease. Lu Beicheng's hand pressed heavily on his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "You've done a good job in this matter. Don't interfere in the future. Who the hell wants to divorce Gu Nanyan? It's been 2 years, and he hasn't mentioned the word divorce even though he said the toughest things." Lu Jingyang was good, saying that he was going to be an undercover agent for him to find out what Gu Nanyan was thinking, but he ended up going to add fuel to the fire and came back with a bunch of crap. When Gu Nanyan received Lu Jingyang's call, Lu Jingyang was being urged by Xia Cheng to ride the train with the group. Lu Jingyang cried without exaggeration on the other side of the phone, asking Gu Nanyan to save him. Gu Nanyan could only sympathize. "Jingyang, take care of yourself. I'll wait for you to come back," and added a comforting sentence. "By then, if your mom disowns you as her son, I'll take a loss and admit it. Sister Smoke, you save me, you go to my brother and beg for mercy." "Second master, get in the car." Xia Cheng's voice came from the side, and Lu Jingyang's phone was hung up. Gu Nanyan listened to the phone beeping, a head of puzzled. She has agreed to divorce. Lu Beicheng how still did not let go of Lu Jingyang? Can't understand Gu Nanyan also lazy to think about it. Wait for her vacation over to see him is. This fight between her and Lu Beicheng's relationship, which was not easy to repair a little bit, went back to the pre-liberation stage in a moment. Lu Beicheng isn't coming home. Lu Beicheng is in scandal again, but he didn't mention the divorce, either. 2 days later, Gu Nanyan had just come out of the court after handling a civil dispute case when Shen Li's phone called, saying that he would hold a reception banquet for Shen Liangzhou tomorrow night and asked her to free up her time. Gu Nanyan said, "I have a big case in court tomorrow, can I go there after I'm done?" "Okay." Shen Liangzhou 29 this year, and Shen Li the same year, a few years older than them. They are a circle grew up playing small all know. We haven't been back in over 2 years, so naturally the guys are going to have a blast this time around. So by the next day, Gu Nanyan came out of the court and went straight to the second half of the KTV. Half an hour later, she pushed open the door of the private room, and there was a buzz of activity among the men and women inside, with Sumubai's voice being the loudest. He set up the second half as well. Otherwise everyone would have gone back to bed a long time ago. Sweeping a glance inside the private room, there were some raw faces inside, and Liu Beicheng was sitting next to a pure and lovely girl. Such a situation Gu Nanyan has long been accustomed to, has long been numb. Nanny smoke. Nanyan, sit over here. Zhou Bei waved at Gu Nanyan, who answered and went over. Not far away, Liu Beicheng indifferently glanced at Gu Nanyan and quickly withdrew his eyes again. The anger of the first few days had not died down for him even now. Liu Beicheng's light glance, the girl next to him took it in, and couldn't help but also look at Gu Nanyan a few more times. It's so pretty and classy. No wonder Liu Beicheng would even look twice. Seeing that Gu Nanyan came over, Liu Beicheng did not greet him, and Gu Nanyan acted as if she did not recognize him. Shen Liangzhou's eyebrows could not help but sink. He had heard that Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng had a bad relationship as a couple, and he didn't expect the two of them to bump into each other and not even greet each other. Liangzhou, across Zhou Bei, Gu Nanyan and Shen Liangzhou greeted each other, and Shen Liangzhou asked, Nanyan, have you had dinner yet? Gu Nanyan, I ate before I came. Seeing this, Zhou Bei looked at the two of them and laughed. Why don't I make a place for the two of you? Shen Liangzhou smiled and didn't say anything. On the other sofa, Liu Beicheng watched the three of them talking and laughing, and picked up the cigarettes and lighter on the coffee table and lit one for himself. His cigarette had just been smoked when Su Mubai picked up the microphone and stood on the bar with a big grin and said, Everyone stop nagging in small groups and come together to play the game. Liangzhou, you don't make excuses. You're in. Afraid that Shen Liangzhou wouldn't attend, Su Mubai even made a special admonition. The only games you can play in a KTV are big or small, truth or dare. Due to the large number of people, Su Mubai proposed a group of 2 people, and one of the losing party will just be penalized. Hearing this, Zhou Bei took the lead and said, Nan Yen, I'll be in a group with Xiao Xiao, and you'll be in a group with Senior Secretary Shen. She was a bit willful at this moment. Shen Liangzhou, I can. What about you? Nan Yen. Gu Nanyan graciously said, Okay. The girl next to Liu Beicheng had been looking at Gu Nanyan and whispered, Secretary Shen likes Miss Gu so much. His eyes are full of Miss Gu. Gu Nanyan looks good. This girl has been looking at Gu Nanyan almost all night. However, he realized that Shen Liangzhou's eyes were full of Gu Nanyan. As much as he was trying to hide it, he couldn't hide it in any way. After the girl finished speaking, Liu Beicheng's face became even more gloomy. Damn. Talking and laughing with others in front of him, Gu Nanyan really didn't want to live this life. Looking at Gu Nanyan coldly and cheerfully, Liu Beicheng felt that green smoke was rising above his head. It was only that Gu Nanyan hadn't done anything out of the ordinary at the moment, so he would appear to be careful if he was calculating. In no time at all, the pairings were complete, and the group began to throw the dice, with the one with the most points punishing the others in any small way, or asking questions of the others. The person being punished has the choice of drinking, or answering. Don't look at Zhou Bei, usually stuffy words less. On the subject of drinking and playing games is a good hand. Every time to throw the dice she is 666. Our winners. Tonight she seemed to be on a collision course with Liu Beicheng, pointing Liu Beicheng to answer questions after every win. As a result, Liu Beicheng didn't answer, and every time he didn't wait for Zhou Bei to open his mouth to ask questions, he directly picked up his wine glass and drank. When Zhou Bei threw the maximum number of points again, she looked at Liu Beicheng again. This time, he didn't wait for Liu Beicheng to serve his cup. Zhou Bei laughed first and said, Young Master Liu, I'm ordering you for the 4th time tonight. It won't be any fun if you drink again. Young Master Liu, why don't you give Zhou Bei a chance to get to know you? Sango, it really isn't going to be fun if you keep drinking like that. Yes, young Master Liu, answer it. After Zhou Bei finished speaking, the others followed suit. Everyone talked about one thing in the east and one thing in the west. Liu Beicheng raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Bei, and did not carry another wine glass. Seeing this, Zhou Bei topped her handsome big back hair, sized up Liu Beicheng and asked, Liu Beicheng, are you a virgin? Pust. After Zhou Bei asked, Su Mubai's mouthful of wine directly sprayed out. His third brother has been married for 2 years. Does Zhou Bei have a bag on his brain? Others' eyes but lit up. That's a very deep question. Zhou Bei. There seems to be shocking gossip. On the side, Liu Beicheng looked at Zhou Bei coldly, his face stinking. If one admits to being a virgin, it's the same as directly admitting that he's sick. If he said no, then he was undoubtedly telling Gu Nanyan that he had indeed cheated on her. For more than 2 years, he had never let Gu Nanyan truly see him. Zhou Bei's question was venomous enough. Chapter 25 Young Master Liu's Early Marriage. None of you have a chance. Shen Liangzhou looked at Liu Beicheng, his curiosity piqued. Gu Nanyan, on the other hand, smiled with deep meaning. Sango, why don't you say anything? Shouldn't. Su Mubai did not finish her words. Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye, and Su Mubai immediately swallowed the rest of her words. Afterwards, glancing indifferently at Zhou Bei, Liu Beicheng secretly jabbed the account down. In the end, he still did not answer Zhou Bei's question and reached out to pick up his wine glass. A few other girls said Liu Beicheng can't be like this. If you want to drink at least 3 cups. Liu Beicheng didn't say anything and directly dried 3 cups. After these 3 glasses of wine, Liu Beicheng's frown did not stretch for a long time. Enough to choke on the flavor. It was only his evasive non-answer that was so intriguing that the onlooker was forced to think more about it. The girl next to Liu Beicheng saw this and hurriedly poured him a cup of warm water. I don't know if it was because she was fighting for Liu Beicheng or what, but the next 2 handfuls of girls also shook 3 sixes in a row. First, she named Zhou Bei to drink, and on the second time, she gave this opportunity to Liu Beicheng. Young Master Liu, we are a group, so let's see who you penalize or who you ask questions about this one. Young Master Liu, ask Gu Nanyan. You ask Gu Nanyan a powerful question. Yes, Mr. Liu. Gu Nanyan looks good and is the center of attention everywhere she goes, but she is smart and has a sharp tongue, so people generally don't dare to mess with her. At this moment, the opportunity fell into Liu Beicheng's hands, and the group was up in arms. Glancing askance at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng did not want to participate in the game, or else he would have won every hand. It was just that everyone was having a good time and he couldn't be bothered to spoil it. Looking at each other, Gu Nanyan folded her arms in front of her chest and leaned back lazily towards the sofa and crossed her legs. This gesture seems to be saying, you just let it go. I'll take anything I can get my hands on. If Liu Beicheng asks her if she is a virgin, then she will admit it in a big way. Anyway, it is not her face that is lost. Gu Nanyan's arrogance. Liu Beicheng disliked it and asked, did you have dinner tonight? I'll go. What kind of question are you asking? Young Master Liu? It's too unnutritious. Young Master Liu, you might as well let Barrister Gu have a drink. That's just it. The group's size, Liu Beicheng pressure did not put on the heart. Eyes delayed from Gu Nanyan's body to move away. Still waiting for Gu Nanyan's answer. He's not stupid enough to tear it up for anyone. If the two of them were going to argue, it would be by closing the door to their room and going home. If there was any issue he was most concerned about right now, it was only whether Gu Nanyan was hungry in. The corner of Gu Nanyan's mouth hooked up a light smile. Counting him, Liu Beicheng is still smart. Afterward, diffidently, no, just now, when I said that I had eaten with Shen Liangzhou, it was a polite remark. Next to her, Shen Liangzhou's face changed slightly, so Nan Yen was still polite with him, or closer to Beicheng, even though the two had a falling out. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan were both being perfunctory and not playing the game seriously, so the guys didn't name them and went on their own lively way. In the middle of the day, when Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei went to the restroom together, Zhou Bei said, Liu Beicheng was quite terrified of you just now. He didn't even dare to pick up my words. Gu Nanyan laughed back. He's afraid that I'll mess with him, afraid that his father won't let him go. Liu Beicheng scares no one but her. Otherwise, the child would have called out to his parents. Zhou Bei, the girl next to him, is a player with two hands. Gu Nanyan, how would he find a saving grace? The two chatted and headed over to the private room. Not long after he went in, Shen Liangzhou said he had a meeting tomorrow, and Gu Nanyan said he had to go back to court tomorrow. Two important people said they had something to go back to, and the field broke up. The group came to the open parking lot of KVT. Shen Liangzhou saw that Liu Beicheng wasn't with Gu Nanyan. Thinking that Gu Nanyan had just drank too, he said, Nanyan, I'll see you off. Gu Nanyan, okay, promising. She and Zhou Bei were about to catch Shen Liangzhou's car piece by piece when her arm was suddenly tugged by someone. Before Gu Nanyan could react, she only saw Liu Beicheng's voice coming over coldly. You're his wife? What are you going with him for? After Liu Beicheng finished speaking, he didn't even give Gu Nanyan a chance to speak before throwing her into the back seat of the car. Gu Nanyan's arm hit on the doorframe, painfully sucked in a breath, and when Liu Beicheng got on the car, she raised her leg and gave him a kick. You're sick. Liu Beicheng ignored her and looked at the driver and ordered, Oldly, drive. Congregation, this is what's going on. Next to Su Mubai, the girl who had followed Liu Beicheng all night turned her face to look at Su Mubai and asked, Young Master Su, what's going on? Su Mubai tucked both hands into his pants pockets and glanced back at her. Young Master Liu married Young 2 years ago. You all have no chance. The girl was shocked. It turned out that Liu Beicheng was already married, and it turned out that Gu Nanyan was his wife. No wonder Liu Beicheng was always looking at Gu Nanyan when she accompanied him this evening. No wonder she said that Shen Liangzhou had Gu Nanyan in his eyes. Liu Beicheng blushed badly. After the car left the parking lot, Liu Beicheng patted his pants leg and said in a cold and clear voice, Sitting in his car once is not enough. You still want to sit a second time? Gu Nanyan, you're not qualified to talk about this. Liu Beicheng knew that Gu Nanyan was talking about the last time he accompanied Yi Chu to the hospital, so he explained, I owe her a favor. Gu Nanyan laughed. That's right, taking up such a big excuse. You can do whatever you want in the future. Liu Beicheng's heart warmed up at Gu Nanyan's unforgiving behavior. After 2 years of marriage, It was the first time she'd ever been right or wrong with him, rather than perfunctory. Such Gu Nanyan made Liu Beiqing feel like a wife. I'll pay attention later. Gu Nanyan was stunned by Liu Beiqing's sudden assurance, and Liu Beiqing added, I don't know that woman tonight, but I do have the intention to anger you a little. Shen Liangzhou came back, Liu Beiqing heart in the end or mind, afraid to give people drilling the empty position, so did not wait for Gu Nanyan to give steps, he first bowed his head. Gu Nanyan, blanking him in disgust, Gu Nanyan turned her face away and didn't even bother to look at him. Gu Nanyan ignored him, and Liu Beiqing leaned his head against the seat, exhaled heavily and said, headache. Gu Nanyan still didn't ring. Looking askance at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beiqing said, give me a pinch. No pinching. Pinch. Saying that, Liu Beiqing took Gu Nanyan's hand and placed it on his forehead. Without removing her hand, Gu Nanyan gave him a squeeze while disliking it. After all, she still expected him to give her a child. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the house, and Mrs. Jiang and the girls were already resting. As Gu Nanyan headed upstairs, she saw that Liu Beiqing didn't go upstairs but went to the kitchen, and she asked flirtatiously, knowing you're wrong, you plan to sleep in the kitchen? Chapter 26. It's not your turn to take advantage of this. Liu Beiqing looked at her indifferently for a moment, as if to say don't give a damn. Get me food? Gu Nanyan, don't you cut your hand later, I still have to take you to the hospital to bandage it. Since I was a kid, I haven't even set up a pair of chopsticks. What kind of food would he make? Besides, she can't afford to be so lucky with Liu Beiqing. If he really has a heart and really feels sorry for her, just give her a child. Liu Beiqing glanced at her coldly, and Gu Nanyan hurriedly perfunctorily said, okay, I'll take this blessing of yours. I'll go take a bath first. I didn't eat for lunch either, so make extra and put some meat on it. After explaining to Liu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan yawned and went upstairs. In the kitchen, Liu Beiqing's cell phone was playing a small video, so he started looking for ingredients in the refrigerator. When I went back to the Gu family for dinner last time, Zhao Jiqiu said that Gu Nanyan had a bad stomach and told her to eat 3 meals a day on time. Liu Beiqing didn't say anything at that time, but he heard Zhao Jiqiu's words in his heart. At this moment, it is already the middle of the night. The complex Liu Beiqing will not, so I just cooked noodles, marinated beef sliced, onion, ginger and garlic as much as come a little. Want to put some pepper oil seasoning? Think of Gu Nanyan's taste, Liu Beiqing, and put the bottle back. Gu Nanyan was dressed in light pink pajamas, with a large bow hair band on her head, and she didn't know when she came down from the shower. Leaning against the doorframe with his arms folded across his chest, the light smile at the corners of his mouth was amusing. Liu Beiqing sprinkled a handful of scallions into the pot, and when he turned to get a bowl to serve the noodles, he looked at Gu Nanyan staring at him unknowingly from the doorway, and his face sank. Can't you make any noise? Gu Nanyan held a smile, her 2 hands still folded in front of her chest as she walked over without slowing down. The 2 bunches of curls that fell to her chest swayed with her steps, and she was beautiful tonight in a particularly ethereal way. Like an elf, like a fairy. Coming next to Liu Beiqing and taking a look at the beef noodles that were cooked so well, Gu Nanyan took her butt and pushed Liu Beiqing to the left. I'll ask you something. Liu Beiqing glanced at her and ignored her with his bowl of noodles. The smile at the corner of Gu Nanyan's mouth grew even bigger as she looked at him and asked, why didn't you answer the question Xiaobei asked you tonight? Liu Beiqing served noodle soup into the bowl, still ignoring her. Gu Nanyan laughed even more. It can't be that it's really a yellow flower man. Then she added, why don't I give you a test? Liu Beiqing was full of black lines. If there is really this cheap thing, it is not your turn. Gu Nanyan, fertilizer does not flow outside the field. You cheap others might as well cheap me. Besides, others can be as good as my skills. Enlightened teachers must be found. It was fine if Gu Nanyan didn't open her mouth, but when she did, Liu Beiqing's face was darker than the soy sauce he had just poured into the pot. Gu Nanyan, are you sure you still want to give me a son? Gu Nanyan's words were spoken as if she had already read countless men. In fact, not a single real-world experience. Gu Nanyan, of course I want to. I think about it all day long when I get up. Liu Beiqing was exasperated and laughed, but didn't show it, just carried the noodles and walked over to the restaurant side and said, you've got that mouth to me to tighten up a little bit. The mouth was already sharp. What to study is not good, but when to study law, and now she cannot even find opponents to fight the mouth lawsuit. Followed Liu Beiqing to the restaurant. Liu Beiqing helped her pull the chair open. She sat down greatly. Liu Beiqing to hand her chopsticks she took. Serious by the way asked, put no kind of put that once eat let a person's body manic heat. Want to take off the clothes of the things? Your family cooks noodles and puts this stuff? Liu Beiqing raised his eyes and looked at Gu Nanyan. Why did a good girl have a long mouth? Put it on every day, all the time. Don't be ridiculous. Hurry up and finish eating and go to bed. Gu Nanyan tasted a mouthful of the noodles made by Liu Beiqing and complimented. I didn't expect you to be a good cook. Smart people really can do anything, and giving birth to a child is sure to be good too. Land North City. 3 sentences do not leave her little heart. Lu Beicheng completely convinced, thought she really wanted to break up last time. Seeing that Lu Beicheng didn't pick up her words, Gu Nanyan stopped flirting with him and suddenly said in a serious manner, "I'll tell you something serious. Say, you transfer Jingyang back. People are going crazy over there. He can still contact you? Looks like the phone will have to be confiscated. At least it's your own cousin. You're really going to the death? These 2 days are not used to the soil vomiting and diarrhea. Put him back for what? Encouraging you to get a divorce?" At Lu Beicheng's rhetorical question, Gu Nanyan, who had just been exuberant, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. After freezing, she said in a spirited manner, "You don't want a divorce? Then you should have said so earlier. You gave birth to the child, not divorced." Gu Nanyan's words seemed as if the person who was pregnant in October would be Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng indifferently said, "Don't even think about this." Gu Nanyan, occupying a latrine and not Ting. Lu Beicheng's face darkened. "Who's a latrine and who's a piece of?" Gu Nanyan, "I'm the pit. It's all me. I'm just not kidding you. You let Jingyang come back. Otherwise, if anything really happens to him, your second uncle won't be able to let you off the hook. No release. Why can't you listen to good and bad words? Gu Nanyan, if you plead for him one more time, he'll stay there for 1 more month." Gu Nanyan hurriedly shut her mouth. Not much later, Gu Nanyan finished her noodles, and the 2 of them went upstairs together. More than 10 minutes later, when Lu Beicheng wiped his hair and came out of the restroom, he looked at the small movie of the 2 of them playing on Gu Nanyan's computer, and for a moment his face was predictable. Lu Beicheng's right hand that was rubbing his hair stopped, and he looked at Gu Nanyan with a black face. Gu Nanyan laughed as if nothing had happened. "Finished washing? I found you a sci-fi movie to learn from, or else I won't be able to hold my face if someone outside really says you can't do it." "Lu Beicheng, what do you want?" Gu Nanyan approached the past. Both hands pulled on the waistband of his robe, gently tiptoed, and came up beside his ear and whispered, "Drinking and eating and thinking of lust." Lu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan's wrist with both hands and was about to pull her away when Gu Nanyan grabbed him and didn't let go. "Lu Beicheng, you always hang me out to dry. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to stand the loneliness and go out to look for someone someday?" Lu Beicheng smiled. "Aggressive?" Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows. "You think I don't have the guts?" As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Beicheng hit the ground and picked her up. Her back fell onto the soft, uncharacteristically soft mattress, and Gu Nanyan's heartbeat suddenly sped up as well. Before he could put his 2 hands around Lu Beicheng first clasped her 10 fingers and pressed her into his arms. He wants to do her. This desire was especially strong tonight when he thought of her talking and laughing with Xin Liangzhou. He wanted so badly to have her moaning and begging for mercy underneath him, though her intentions were not pure. Chapter 27. Just have to carry a baby? Gu Nanyan's mouth was slightly open as she exhaled. The 2 hands that were held slightly struggled, and Lu Beicheng's kisses came overwhelmingly. Oh! Lu Beicheng's kiss was fierce and violent, like a fierce beast that had been imprisoned for a long time, kissing so much that Gu Nanyan couldn't help but grunt out. Gu Nanyan's ambiguous voice. Lu Beicheng kissed her earlobe and whispered, "Tease other men. Gu Nanyan, don't even think about it in this life." Gu Nanyan thought to herself, "When I get the baby pregnant, what do you care about me?" Both hands, however, wrapped around Lu Beicheng's neck and said archly and fiercely, "Then let's see if you can feed me well." Just as her words fell, Lu Beicheng's kiss came again, and with it, her clothes were ripped away from him. Lu Beicheng's familiar fragrance came along with the faint scent of wine, and Gu Nanyan suddenly woke up as if from a dream. Lu Beicheng has been drinking tonight, and drinking a lot. Not tonight. Then, you can't have a baby. When Gu Nanyan thought of this, she violently pushed Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng, not tonight. Lu Beicheng held her waist. "Why not? Are you having your aunt again? You drank too much tonight to be pregnant." Lu Beicheng was instantly enraged. "If you sleep with me, you have to carry a child?" Lu Beicheng moved. Gu Nanyan grabbed the quilt next to her and wrapped herself up. "Some other day. I'm tired today too." What kind of person she is? Lu Beicheng is not unaware of it. She will definitely not do anything without benefits. Gu Nanyan played rogue. Lu Beicheng was exasperated and laughed. "Gu Nanyan, the movie was played for me. The clothes were stripped for me. And now you're saying you're tired? You have to do this tonight even if you're exhausted," Lu Beicheng said, reaching out to pull Gu Nanyan's quilt. Gu Nanyan deadpanned the quilt. "Tomorrow you'll come back early, so you can do it until dawn," she finished, and pressed the head of the quilt tighter under her body. Lu Beicheng looked so nauseated that he lifted his leg and kicked at her. As a result, when Gu Nanyan almost rolled to the ground, he reached out and scooped her up again. Damn! I've never seen a woman like Gu Nanyan who makes people gnash their teeth. Gu Nanyan's virtue. The brand in Lu Beicheng's heart cannot be retired for a lifetime. no one can replace it. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan woke up with a start, Liu Beicheng was no longer by her pillow. What she doesn't know is that Liu Beicheng was annoyed by her and didn't sleep all night, and several times he wanted to wake her up, thinking that she stood for hours during the day with a big case lawsuit. And finally he didn't want to do it. After packing herself up and having a simple meal at home, Gu Nanyan drove her car to the law firm. Nanyan. She had just entered the company with her front foot when a familiar voice came from behind her. Turning around to see Yi Chu standing behind her, she asked, "Why did you come over?" Yi Chu approached over and said with a smile, "You forgot the company's legal signature for you. I came over to send you the documents." "Okay, Gu Nanyan, you give it to me." Yi Chu handed the document over. Gu Nanyan took it and thanked him, and was about to go and get busy when Yi Chu shouted again, "Nanyan." Gu Nanyan turned back. "You have something else? Yi Chu, can we talk?" Yi Chu was drunk, so Gu Nanyan led her to the parlor and brewed her coffee. "It's early in the morning. You have some leisure time." Yi Chu picked up the coffee with both hands and said with a smile, "Usually, I don't have the chance to see you and talk to you." Gu Nanyan pulled out the chair next to her, sat down and said, "There's something you can say." Yi Chu held her coffee cup tightly in both hands and looked at Gu Nanyan for a while before she opened her mouth and said, "Nanyan, in fact, Beicheng and I are not in the relationship that you think of, nor is it what is said outside. Beicheng is someone I don't even dare to think about. I am self-aware and know my own identity. That time in the hotel, it was just a misunderstanding." Gu Nanyan picked up her coffee and took a sip, smiled a little and said, "Afraid I'll deal with you?" Both of her eyes witnessed Yi Chu taking Liu Beicheng's arm, still in public. At this moment, when Yi Chu said it was a misunderstanding, Gu Nanyan felt funny. Yi Chu explained, "Nanyan, I'm not afraid of you dealing with me. I understand very well in my heart that you simply don't see me. You don't see me as a rival, and I know myself that, as far as my kind of origin is concerned, don't say that I presume to be with Beicheng, even if it's to be a junior for him, it's not enough to qualify." Yi Chu said here suddenly embarrassed. She frowned and tangled her brows for a while before continuing, "In fact, I am a pawn for Beicheng and you to be angry." That time she was also just following Liu Beicheng's meaning to pretend to be close. "Of course, I won't deny that Beicheng does take care of me at work, and that's because I saved his life once 3 years ago, and it's because of my resemblance to her that he has some compassion." After a pause, Yi Chu riveted his courage again and said, "North City's every move, everything he does is not something I can influence. He just hasn't forgotten about the one and only. He's just still thinking about her." After Yi Chu finished explaining these words, Gu Nanyan's face remained breezy, seemingly unaffected. Only in her heart she laughed mockingly. How to learn that Yi Chu and Liu Beicheng had nothing to do with each other. She was even more rooted, not forgotten, still thinking of her. So she has been in Liu Beicheng for the past 2 years and is just a monkey show. Looking straight at Yi Chu, Gu Nanyan said with a smirk, "Yi Chu, the heart is quite deep." Yi Chu hurriedly explained, "Nanyan, everything I said is the truth. Telling you the truth is because I don't want to be your enemy, even though I'm not qualified." Although she did, Gu Nanyan sat up straight and put down the coffee in her hand. "Yi Chu, whether you explain or not is of little use. I'm not so bad as to make a move with you." Yi Chu was smart enough to never punch her in the face, and she was indeed sincere at times, not telling lies. She was also very good at her job, and Liu Beicheng couldn't be faulted for keeping her in the secretary's office. It's just that she's not stupid when it comes to whether a woman likes a man or not. She can tell. Yi Chu finished saying what he wanted to say, so he got up and said, "Nanyan, then you get busy with your work. I'll go back first." He just hadn't forgotten her. It's her he's thinking of, too. After seeing Yi Chu leave the parlor, the smile on Gu Nanyan's face gradually withdrew. Yi Chu was very smart, very good at picking the time to do things and talk, and very good at diverting attention. In the evening, Gu Nanyan had a rare early shift, so she made a dinner date with Zhou Bei. The two met at the place where they were eating, and looking at Zhou Bei's nose and face, the side of his face was scratched. Gu Nanyan instantly changed her face. "What's wrong with your injuries, Xiao Bei?" Chapter 28 backhandedly threw several slaps on her face. Zhou Bei withdrew his own hand, rubbed his nose, and laughed unconcernedly. "I had a fight with someone this afternoon." "Who?" "It's all over. Nanny smoke. So don't ask." "Zhou Bei, don't wait for me to find out for myself." Gu Nanyan's temperament Zhou Bei is aware of. Do not look at her usually smiling and not with you. If you step on her bottom line, how you die do not know. "I ran into Su Mingzhu this afternoon. She had a lot of people this time and I didn't win." After Zhou Bei finished speaking, Gu Nanyan turned around and headed for the door. Zhou Bei pulled her back. "Where are you going?" Gu Nanyan said with a bad look on her face. "You've been beaten up like this. Do you think I'm still in the mood to eat?" Zhou Bei deadlocked Gu Nanyan and said, "Nanyan, this is all in the past. And this matter is not personal to Su Mingju. You should not be impulsive. Gu Nanyan saw that there was something in the words. She forced her anger down. Okay, I won't be impulsive. You make the original story clear. The two sat back at the table heel. Zhou Bei said, a few days ago at home with Zhou Qiaoxing fought. I guess they mother and daughter cannot swallow the anger before colluding with Su Mingju. Zhou Bei mouthed Zhou Qiaoxing is her stepsister. Zhou Bei her mother in her 1.5 years old when she died of illness. Her father after the foot of the Lu Piao married into the door. At that time Lu Piao has been pregnant for 8 months. Are already all on the verge of labor. When Zhou Bei was small, Lu Pei didn't treat her well and often scolded her when her father wasn't home. Later, after running into that incident in junior high school, Zhou Bei's temperament changed drastically, and her dad was blown off the pillow for more than 10 years and disliked her more and more. So Zhou Bei's time in the Zhou family was not that good. When Gu Nanyan heard this, she asked with a sullen face, besides the face what other places are injured? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Zhou Bei, are flesh wounds. The abdomen was kicked several feet below, a little bleeding. Went to the hospital to check out, no major problems. Zhou Bei said that her belly was kicked below bleeding. Gu Nanyan's heart a burst of cut ground pain. Right now, there was no need to ask to know that Su Mingju had deliberately gone to block Zhou Bei today, and she had specifically brought people to fight today. Su Mingju did not dare to move her, and seeing that Zhou Bei was not favored in the Zhou family, she deliberately picked Zhou Bei to do it. She was clearly coming at her this trip, taking her anger towards her out on Zhou Bei. It's really not a big deal? Don't worry, I'm sure I'll take care of my own body. Otherwise how am I going to fight with those two mothers? You said it's fine. Then I believe you. Gu Nanyan said while giving Zhou Bei chicken soup. Eat more. Next time don't be a fool to barricade yourself. See that there are many of them and hurry to run. Aha! This afternoon to see Su Mingju's formation she was going to run. Only Su Mingju had prepared to block the road before and after. Fearing Gu Nanyan's temper, she didn't tell her these details, because the Zhou family got involved this time, and because her dad was already having trouble with Gu Nanyan's dad in business, she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. As if nothing had happened and Zhou Bei finished dinner, the two drove the car to the intersection. When they were about to part ways, Gu Nanyan admonished, Xiao Bei, in the future, if there is anything the first time to call me. Got it? Don't worry. Okay, then you go back and get some rest. Aha, Zhou Bei, Nanyan, this is over today. You don't want to die with Su Mingju. I know, I hear you. Listen to her? You're not going to fight Su Mingju to the death? Gu Nanyan mouth promised good. However, in Zhou Bei a separation of her foot gas pedal to the end, directly ran to the Su family. If she swallowed this breath, then Su Mingju will be a little bit unpleasant in the future. Will punch Zhou Bei. Zhou Qiaoxing will also have to inch into a foot to bully Zhou Bei. Ha! She, Gu Nanyan, wasn't that nice. Ms. Gu, our lady is not at home. If there's anything you can do, come back another day. Ms. Gu, you'd better return. The servants stopped all the way, but in the end, they didn't stop Gu Nanyan, who still came to the Su family hall. Gu Xiao, before the servant could finish shouting, Gu Nanyan kicked both hands in the pockets of her suit pants and swept a cold eye over. Go call Su Mingju down to me. Just as Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Su Mingju came down from the second floor in her housecoat and said impatiently, Gu Nanyan, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Is this the kind of tutelage your Gu family has? Seeing Su Mingju appear, Gu Nanyan, without saying a word, swung an antique vase on the sideboard of their house and smashed it towards Su Mingju. You went to block Zhou Bei this afternoon? The vase snapped and shattered on the wall next to her. Su Mingju was so frightened that she jumped straight up and hastily patted the crumbs of the broken vase on her body. Gu Nanyan, are you crazy? You don't even look at what kind of place this is when you're being wild. When Su Mingju's fingers were cut by the broken bottle dregs, for a moment she exploded with anger and yelled at Gu Nanyan. So what if I blocked her? I hit her, Zhou Bei, not you, Gu Nanyan. Su Mingju admitted to hitting Zhou Bei. Gu Nanyan smiled coldly and hostilely, took a few steps to approach the past, and lifted her hand to pinch Su Mingju's neck. Say what you just said again. Su Mingju rose to a red face and said, I just hit her. Gu Nanyan, what can you do? I'm telling you, if you don't let go, if you dare to spread wildness in my Su family, I'll abolish her, Zhou Bei, next time. Zhou Qiaoxing is right. Hit the snake to beat 7 inches. Said that she beat Zhou Bei a meal then beat her. Gu Nanyan, a meal is more effective. Quasi Gu Nanyan will be angry to blow up. Su Mingju had indeed rushed Gu Nanyan this time today. Su Mingju's arrogance, Gu Nanyan's right hand, which was choking her neck, smoothly grabbed her cloaked hair and dragged her directly down the steps. Being dragged down from the steps by Gu Nanyan, how could Su Mingju stand the breath? Staggering up and going to grab Gu Nanyan's face. Gu Nanyan, you dare to hit me even in my Su family. I will fight you. Only before her hand touched Gu Nanyan, Gu Nanyan raised her right leg and kicked her hard in the small of her back. Su Mingju sucked in a breath of pain and stumbled and fell to sit on the ground. In terms of fighting, she was no match for Gu Nanyan at all. With both hands covering her stomach, Su Mingju's tears fell straight down. Gu Nanyan, I'm not done with you. I'll kill Zhou Bei next time. Su Mingju put in a vicious word, and Gu Nanyan kicked her in the stomach 2 more times. In short, how she let people beat Zhou Bei. She would beat them back at this moment. Her only regret was that she wasn't wearing high heels today, just mid-heels. After the opening warm-up, Gu Nanyan knelt on one knee and crouched in front of Su Mingju, grabbing her hair. Zhou Chaoxing and Lu Pao colluded with you? Su Mingju cried. You care who colluded with me. In any case, I am with you. When Su Mingju didn't finish, Gu Nanyan backhanded her and threw a few slaps at her face. Tough talk? After Gu Nanyan threw these slaps over, Su Mingju's face was not only swollen, but the corners of her mouth were also bleeding. If she and Gu Nanyan went at it alone, they would only get beaten. Chapter 29. He came over to defend her and give her support. Gu Nanyan, you give. Snap. Gu Nanyan flung up 2 more mouths. Still not talking? Gu Nanyan. This series of cloud and water operation. Su family. A few servants looked completely stupid, looked confused. How did not expect Gu Nanyan dare to single-handedly come to the Su family to beat their big miss? Are you all losers? Don't you know to go to the backyard and call out to my parents and grandpa? Still standing here watching the show. It wasn't until Su Mingju cried and scolded them that the few maids panicked. You pushing me and I pushing you to go to the backyard to shout for people. Not much later, when the Su family's oldest son and his family hurriedly arrived, Gu Nanyan had long since finished beating up the people, and was clapping her hands and kicking Su Mingju again. The old man looked at his granddaughter in his own home, was beaten, nose and face on the ground, cannot get up. A breath almost did not come up. Almost 2 black eyes just fell down. Finally, he clenched his cane in both hands and poked it hard on the ground, spraying spittle and saying, Gu Nanyan, you're too lawless. You don't put my Su family in your eyes. Is that what your parents taught you? Gu Nanyan tucked both hands back into the pockets of his suit pants and looked at the old man in disbelief. The Su family doesn't have good tutelage, so I'll help you teach the old man. The old master was furious. Voice trembling said, my Su family tutelage, no matter how bad. It's not your turn to teach. Gu Nanyan, looking at Su Mingju again, he ordered, Mingju, stand up for me. How she hit you? You hit back. Gu Nanyan, you're too bold. Su Mingju's mom directly cried in anger, while her dad's face was pale. Grandpa. Su Mingju immediately cried louder when she saw her family coming. The old man said, what are you crying for? Get up and hit me back. Su Mingju wiped a handful of tears and stood up, picking up the cigarette ash on the coffee table to look at Gu Nanyan when Gu Nanyan turned sideways with an air of calmness. Try your hand. Su Mingju had just been scared by Gu Nanyan, and as soon as Gu Nanyan threatened, her raised hand immediately retracted again, her face swishing with tears as she looked at the old man. Grandpa, I can't beat her. Seeing that Su Mingju didn't even dare to make a move, the old man turned his face to her father and said, Jia Chang, what are you still standing here for? Go and bring me my whip. I have to educate this little shrew for the Gu family today. Seeing this, Su Mingju's her father huffed and gave a wink to the maid, who immediately went to bring the whip over. Gu Nanyan did not move and grabbed a tall vase on the coffee table, snapped and smashed it, raised the remaining half and pointed at the old man and them, and calmly said, if you're not afraid of making a scene, just do it. Su Mingju looked at the half-broken vase in her hands and was so frightened that she backed straight up. This time, she was truly scared by Gu Nanyan. You asshole, you. The old man was so angry that he couldn't speak. What's wrong with her? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from over the gate. The guys turned their heads to see that Lu Beicheng had arrived, followed by Xia Chang and several men in black suits. Su Mingju saw Lu Beicheng came, a more aggrieved, wiping tears in her eyes. She trotted towards Lu Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, Gu Nanyan, she is too arrogant. She actually barged into the Su family to beat me, and also bumped into my grandfather. Su Mingju, her mother, saw the situation, also hastened to complain, Beicheng, the Gu family, this girl is indeed too bad. Unlike a lady of the house, more unqualified to be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Everyone had heard about Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan's husband and wife relationship, so in front of Lu Beicheng, they could say whatever they wanted about Gu Nanyan. Lu Beicheng, however, said, whether she is qualified or not is up to me. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the whip that the old man had just received, approached Gu Nanyan and asked, they made a move? Gu Nanyan threw down the half-finished vase in her hands. You're just in time. Su Mingju's mom didn't comply. Beicheng, are you protecting your shortcomings? You first look at what kind of beating she has given Mingju, and still, she broke into my Su family to beat her up. Isn't that too much? Lu Beicheng looked up and over. If you fought, you fought. Do you still want to fight back? With Lu Beicheng's words, the faces of the Su family's upper and lower ranks were predictable. and the servants looked at their main family with complicated eyes. Su Mingju is usually called across, not at all treat them as people, and the elders of the family do not care. It's so nice that someone else came to the door to take care of it for their family. The old master's face was a shade of red and a shade of white as he looked at Liu Beicheng and said, Beicheng, the Gu family's girl is your daughter-in-law, and she just came to my Su family to beat up on me. If you don't give us a statement today, we will definitely find it hard to get even. After the old man finished, Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan, single-handedly running into people's houses to beat them up. You're indeed too crazy. Next time just fight outside. Don't run into people's houses. Liu Beicheng was so obviously protective of his shortcomings. Su Mingju's father finally couldn't help himself. Beicheng, do you have to go through with my Su family for a Gu Nanyan? Liu Beicheng surveyed the house, looked at Su Mingju her father and said, I will pay for the things that Nanyan broke at the same price. The medical expenses, or trouble Su family to pay out of their own pockets. She hit Zhou Bei in the afternoon. People are paying out of their own pockets to see the doctor. Liu Beicheng never ate the bright loss. Gu Nanyan was hitting people, but it was your daughter who was wrong and went to block others first. Liu Beicheng mentioned Zhou Bei, and each of the Su family's faces did not look good. Not expecting Gu Nanyan to be able to stand up for Zhou Bei so much, seeing that Liu Beicheng's words had already been picked out. Gu Nanyan turned sideways to look at Su Mingju and warned in an airy manner, Su Mingju, the next time you move Zhou Bei, I'll waste you first. Su Mingju blanched. On the side, Liu Beicheng raised his hand and rubbed Gu Nanyan's hair. Have you gotten rid of your anger? If you've gotten it out, go home. The implication was that if she hadn't gotten her anger out, then she would continue to beat herself up to watch her back. Gu Nanyan was about to open her mouth to say something. Zhou Bei topped that head of running messy short hair, anxious, even ran and fell over. Nanyan. When Zhou Bei arrived, Gu Nanyan first turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng. Go back. As she walked to Zhou Bei, she patted her on the back. It's okay, go back. Zhou Bei looked at how badly Su Mingju had been beaten by her, and saw the faces of each member of the Su family turn white. Although she was born in the Zhou family, and although the Zhou family was rich, the first half of her life was not as good as she would have liked. The only luck in her life was that she met Gu Nanyan and was able to make friends with him. Zhou Bei reddened her eyes, and Gu Nanyan rubbed her head. With me here, no one can bully you. Aha, let's go back. Seeing Liu Beicheng take the person away just like that, Su Mingju said with a fury, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, am I just going to be beaten by Gu Nanyan for nothing? The old man gritted his teeth and said, I'm not finished with her Gu family on this matter. Su Mingju's mom said, wait until your brother comes back. In the Maybach, Zhou Bei rubbed Gu Nanyan's hand and said, didn't you say this is over? Why did you still come to Su's house behind my back? Luckily I felt something was wrong and called Liu Beicheng. Zhou Bei is rarely talkative. Gu Nanyan held his hand back. Dare to move, you won't get off that easily. Including Zhou Qiaoxing and Liu Piao. Zhou Bei was moved. Nanyan, thank you. When the two were in deep sisterly love, Liu Beicheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 30 Liu Beicheng, I'll give my body to you. Liu Beicheng just answered. The old master's voice came over in a serious voice. Beicheng, are you with Nanyan right now? You two go back to the old mansion now. Liu Beicheng didn't say anything, hung up and snapped the phone and threw it next to him. Gu Nanyan asked. Grandpa called, right? Did he ask us to go back to the old mansion? The Su family will definitely sue for this tonight. Liu Beicheng said yes, and Zhou Bei asked worriedly, Nanyan, will it be alright? Gu Nanyan gave a smile and said, if you're fine in Su's house, what else could be wrong in your own house? She said and looked at Liu Beicheng who was driving in front of her. Right, Liu Beicheng. Aha! Liu Beicheng agreed simply, but it was very reassuring. After the two of them sent Zhou Bei back, they went straight back to the old mansion. The front foot just entered the courtyard, and saw that all the elders of the family came over. Even her parents were invited over. Lu Jingyang's parents also came over. Liu Beicheng holding Gu Nanyan just entered the house. The old man snapped a slap on the table. Up to drive to someone else's home to beat people. There is no king's law? The old man lost his temper and didn't say Gu Nanyan's name out loud. Liu Beicheng said with a calm demeanor, after all the fighting, no king's law is also a king's law. Gu Nanyan twisted her head and glanced at Liu Beicheng. Tonight's Liu Beicheng was quite enough. As if there was no unpleasantness between them that one time, or the Cold War and ignoring in these 2 years. The reason why Gu Nanyan went to the Su family. Xia Chang had just explained it to Qin Haiyun first, before Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan came back. Qin Haiyun also explained to the old man. So when Liu Beicheng said this, the old man could not say anything even if he wanted to say a few words about Gu Nanyan. Seeing this, Qin Haiyun stood up to defend her, saying, Dad, Nanyan has always been quite righteous. Don't you see this in her? Moreover, Mingju is a bully. She hates Beicheng and Nanyan together. She can't get Nan Yen out of the way, so she took it out on Xiao Bei's kid. It's no wonder Nan Yen is so angry about this. Put it on me, I'm on fire too. Old master, I'm not saying she can't be righteous, but it does seem unreasonable for her to run away from the Su family and beat them up. Shin Haiyun not to otherwise, say not to say the past, that now also have to say the past. It's hard to not you still want to let Mingju fight back not, even if you are willing. I see Mingju also dare not do it. She can't beat the southern smoke. Saying that Gu Nanyan was good at fighting, Shin Haiyun was quite proud. Besides, she should have thought of the consequences when she hit Zhou Bei. Shin Haiyun so stirred up. The old man had no choice. Simply looked at Liu Beicheng and said, Beicheng, the person was beaten by your daughter-in-law. See for yourself to say something. The old master's intention is to let Liu Beicheng train Gu Nanyan a few sentences, a symbolic gesture, so that when he lets people talk back to the Su family, he can also listen a little better. Liu Beicheng, however, looked at Gu Nanyan and said, did it hurt to hit your hand? Do you want to go to the hospital? Congregation. The old man, in particular, was extremely speechless. How can he train people when one guards them and two guards them? Finally, hopelessly angry, he stood up from his chair. I'm too old to care about you guys, and I don't care. You guys toss yourselves around. After the old man said that, he looked at Gu Qinghua and Zhao Zhiqiu again. Qinghua Zhiqiu, Nan Yen was born to you too, so you two go and educate. Gu Qinghua and Zhao Zhiqiu hurriedly agreed. Don't worry, master, we will definitely teach Nan Yen a good lesson and won't let this child act recklessly in the future. As a result, as soon as the old man left, the elders of the Lu family began to comfort Nan Yen. It's not much, you don't need to take it to heart. Yes, a fight is a fight. Who let them start it? You're okay in the Su family. Didn't suffer any losses, did you? Gu Qinghua and Zhao Zhiqiu. Forget it, they'd better hurry up and take their daughters away to educate themselves. Otherwise, the people in this house won't know what she'll be spoiled into. On the way back, Liu Beicheng drove them, and in the back seat the two couples were left and right sandwiching Gu Nanyan in the middle of the lecture. Zhao Zhiqiu said, you child, I and your father let you learn law is to let you obey the law. How do you yourself as a lawyer still know the law, but also run into other people's houses to beat people? Gu Nanyan didn't like to hear this anymore as she said, doesn't Su Mingju know that hitting someone is against the law? Why should I have to guard if she doesn't? Zhao Zhiqiu, then you can go through the legal process. You sue her. Gu Nanyan coldly laughed. I'm tired of a circle, I just figure her a sentence of sorry. Figure her that a little medical expenses? Zhao Zhiqiu, what if the Su family wants to sue you? You like being a lawyer so much, what if you can't do it because you're tainted? Gu Nanyan did not think, Su family want to sue, just sue. I see who dares to take this case. Besides, I cannot be a lawyer, you and my father is not just happy. Just go to the company to help my father. You child. Zhao Zhiqiu couldn't pick up on Gu Nanyan's tripe. This child is not a good bird since childhood. When she is good, she is better than anyone else. If you provoke her, then she is a little hooligan. This temper does not know like who. Gu Qinghua, on the other hand, frowned and said, prosecuting the Su family is not going to happen. It's just that the competition in business is afraid that it will be more intense in the future. Not waiting for Zhao Zhiqiu to get anxious, Gu Qinghua added, forget it, things have all happened, and the Su family is more than likely intentional this time. It's trying to find a reason for the division to compete with us, and we can see that they can't hold back when the 11th Bureau several projects. I guess the Zhou family's handiwork is not missing here. Gu Qinghua had been in business for so many years, he saw things more thoroughly. Su family originally wanted to marry Su Mingju to Liu Beicheng, but Liu Beicheng did not agree. It was the Liu family came to the Gu family to propose marriage, saying that if Nan Yan does not marry, Beicheng will be a bachelor in this life. Key Northside himself is willing this to happen, and it's the Southern Tobacco that's speaking further back. The feud was formed a long time ago, and now it's time for a head-to-head battle. Zhao Zhiqiu, however, was anxious. The Su and Zhou families are teaming up. Qinghua, then what should we do? Gu Qinghua, I'm here, aren't I? I'm not even nervous. Why are you blindly nervous? I'm not so jealous of them yet, so live your life as you should. Nan Yen should go to work as she should, and one day if she understands and knows what she's doing she'll come back to the company and give me a hand. Gu Qinghua brought up the matter of going back to the company, and Gu Nanyan didn't pick up on it. She's fine the way she is now, quite at home. In no time, after sending Gu Qinghua and Zhao Zhiqiu back home, the young couple went back to Royal Bay. Gu Nanyan's actions tonight had caused quite a stir in the circle, with young and old alike talking about it. Gu Nanyan is too fierce, my idol. Su Mingju just deserved it, specializing in picking soft persimmons to pinch. Killed me to set off cannons to celebrate. The Su family has really lost face this time, but Su Mingju really deserved it. Isn't she, Gu Nanyan, crazy? Offending so many people, she won't even know how to die in the future. The group's East and West talk. Gu Nanyan pressed to ignore. Just think of Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Piao has not yet cleaned up. The heart still does not feel pain. A few moments later, when Lu Beicheng finished his shower and came out of the restroom, Gu Nanyan put her emotions away and looked at him with a smile on her face and said, "You're so protective of me today. How about I give my body to you?" Chapter 31. You want to have a baby too? Lu Beicheng's face darkened. Here we go again, playing her little game again. The towel continued to rub his hair as he said in a cold, clear voice, "Just now I was protecting you, and now I have to sell out to be with you for the birth of your child. You wish." Gu Nanyan continued to flirt. "Just lie on the bed. I'll move myself." 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Lu Beicheng's heart, and he raised the towel and smashed it. "Gu Nanyan, you female hooligan." When the two of them fought, Lu Beicheng never won. Gu Nanyan took the towel. Lu Beicheng said again with a cold face, "Running to Su family alone. Do you really think Su family people don't dare to do anything to you?" Gu Nanyan smiled steadily and lightly. "I don't do things I'm not sure of." Lu Beicheng looked at her and didn't say anything. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you so sure that I will have a child with you just because you married me?" Lu Beicheng didn't say anything, and Gu Nanyan went on to tease, "If you're so protective of me today, do you want to have a baby too?" Lu Beicheng's face sank. "Do you think I can let the Su family punch me in the face?" How could Gu Nanyan not understand what he meant? He was face first, only taking the opportunity to molest him. When Gu Nanyan was about to say something, the cell phone she had placed on the table suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a client calling, she picked up her cell phone and looked at Lu Beicheng and said, "Really don't give birth. If you're not giving birth then I'll be busy with work first." When he finished speaking, he picked up the phone and enthusiastically shouted, "Sister Chow, Lawyer Gu." The middle-aged woman on the other side of the phone cried as soon as she opened her mouth. Gu Nanyan hurriedly consoled, "Sister Chow, don't cry. What is there to say?" Slowly saying this, she lifted the thin quilt and sat down on the bed. Lu Beicheng watched her go into work for a second, and the expression on his face was too disgusted to stop. In the past, he felt that Gu Nanyan valued him the most, or at least the birth of a child, but now how did he feel that it was not so? It's good to have it figured out on your end. Okay, see what day is convenient for you. I'll meet up and talk to you about the exact process. On her pillow, Lu Beicheng cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking that Gu Nanyan was just teasing him for fun, with no sincerity at all. More than an hour later, Gu Nanyan finished answering the phone. The whole person was out of energy. Yawning and stretching, she slipped inside the quilt. "I'll go to sleep first, ha." Gu Nanyan burrowed under the quilt, and Lu Beicheng stretched out his leg and kicked her. After waiting for her for over an hour, expecting her to mess with him a bit after she answered the phone, she went straight to bed. Lu Beicheng was inexplicably harboring a fire in his heart. This feeling is like receiving hundreds of gigabytes of movie resources and opening them to see that they are all Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Zhou family. Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Piao heard that Gu Nanyan rushed to the Su family to Su Mingzhu beat the mother and daughter at home to hide for more than 10 days, until Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei think the anger. This matter is almost turned over. The mother and daughter only dared to go out. As a result, just out of the door of the hospital, the mother was beaten with a sack over the head to the hospital. 2 days after Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Piao were beaten up, when the whole country was on a long vacation, Gu Nanyan was asked by a client surnamed Xiao to talk about the process at a cafe. It was just after 12 noon before the two came out of the cafe. The middle-aged woman said with an embarrassed face, "Lawyer Gu, I'm really sorry. I even asked you out to talk about your work today for the Mid-Autumn Reunion Festival. It's just that I'm really too busy during the week, and I only have time on vacation." Gu Nanyan laughed. "I can understand. Sister Chow, if you have a sister who gets divorced in the future, just introduce me." Middle-aged woman, Definitely. Lawyer Gu, you are so serious and responsible. As long as it involves a case in the future, I'll look for you first. Gu Nanyan, then thank Sister Chow in advance. When Gu Nanyan finished thanking him and took out the car keys from her pocket, she caught a glimpse of Lu Beicheng coming out of an ordinary watch store across the road. Yi Chu's younger brother full of joy pulling his arm to talk to him, and Yi Chu smiling sweetly next to the two of them. "Brother Beicheng, you're really too smart. My sister didn't even write that OU problem in the morning." "Brother Beicheng, shall we go eat KFC for lunch?" North City brother. Despite being separated by a very wide road, Gu Nanyan was basically able to guess what they were chatting about by looking at the expressions on the faces of several people. It was a big holiday, and Lu Beicheng was so cozy. When the middle-aged woman saw Gu Nanyan suddenly looking across the street and not walking away, her eyes followed suit and she asked, "Lawyer Gu, do you recognize that family of three?" Yi Fan pulled Lu Beicheng and chatted merrily. Yi Chu was beside him with a happy face. This situation was like a family of three to anyone who looked at it. At the middle-aged woman's question, Gu Nanyan laughed to herself in her heart and said without changing her face, "Acquaintance." She and Lu Beicheng could only be considered acquaintances. Gu Nanyan took her eyes back. And the middle-aged woman looked at her twice more and said, "The man is quite imposing and dignified, and that woman doesn't deserve him." Gu Nanyan laughed and said, "Turnips and greens, to each his own." When the middle-aged woman saw Gu Nanyan open the car door, she hurriedly added, "I've delayed you all morning. Lawyer Gu, you hurry home for the holidays. See if you have time one day, I'll solemnly treat you to dinner." Gu Nanyan, "Okay, then another appointment." After greeting the middle-aged woman, Gu Nanyan indifferently glanced at Liu Beiqing's side as he drove away in his sports car. Who was helping Yi Chu and Yi Fan's siblings to open the car door? 2 years of marriage and he's never opened the car door for her. The corner of her mouth raised a sarcastic and helpless smile. Gu Nanyan withdrew her eyes, did not call Liu Beiqing to check on her, stepped on the gas and recalled her home. When Gu Nanyan entered the house, Zhao Jiqiu saw that she came back alone and was immediately disappointed. "Beiqing didn't come back. Didn't you guys arrange to go out and have some fun on this 8-day vacation?" Gu Nanyan changed her shoes as if nothing had happened. "He's busy. Even if you're busy, you still have to live." Zhao Jiqiu finished and muttered, "Didn't Beiqing defend you quite well last time? Hasn't your relationship progressed?" Zhao Jiqiu brought up the last time. Gu Nanyan remembered how she had just seen Liu Beiqing and said with amusement, "You have to look at the master when you beat a dog. I'm no longer his wife. He won't turn his elbow outwards." Not wanting to talk about Liu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan changed the topic. "Mom, what kind of delicious food have you made today? And what about my dad? How is the project he talked about last time? Do you want me to show him?" Before Gu Nanyan graduated, her vacations and internships were in her own company, so she knew everything about the company. Zhao Jiqiu said, "It's all the food you love, and you can go to the study and ask your dad about work." Gu Nanyan agreed with an okay and then went upstairs. It wasn't long before father and daughter chatted in the study for a while before heading downstairs for dinner. After eating, Gu Nanyan went back to her room to rest. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when she woke up with a sleep and opened her eyes, she only saw Liu Beiqing sitting on the sofa next to her in a dark suit. Awake? Chapter 32. No fuss about having a son today? After eating, Gu Nanyan went back to her room to rest. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when she woke up with a sleep and opened her eyes, she only saw Liu Beiqing sitting on the sofa next to her in a dark suit. Awake? Gu Nanyan was surprised and asked, "Why did you come over?" Liu Beiqing indifferently said, "I can't come to your house for dinner." Gu Nanyan sat up with both hands on the bed and laughed. "It's not that I'm flattered that I didn't come for the first 2 years." Liu Beiqing looked straight at Gu Nanyan. She was obviously smiling and talking. Why did he feel so out of place? Gu Nanyan got up and folded the quilt. Looking at Liu Beiqing just sitting next to her reading a book, she poured herself a glass of water and also sat in front of the desk to busy work. Over at the sofa, Liu Beiqing looked up at Gu Nanyan and felt that she was a bit off. The two of them went about their own business, and it wasn't until Zhao Jiqiu knocked on the door of their room and called them to dinner that they went downstairs. "Beiqing, you mustn't be polite on your rare trip back. Eat more." Zhao Jiqiu's enthusiasm and politeness. Liu Beiqing was embarrassed instead. After marrying Gu Nanyan, he really hadn't come to the Gu family a few times. As the family of four ate their meal, Gu Qinghua and Liu Beiqing chatted about work. Normally, at times like this, Gu Nanyan would accompany them anyways, but today she didn't participate in the conversation at all, swiping her phone while eating. Seeing this, Zhao Jiqiu took her chopsticks and knocked on her bowl. "Nanyan, what are you looking at your phone for dinner?" Gu Nanyan, read a case file. Zhao Jiqiu, what case information to read while eating? Read it after eating, and then say let yourself rest for the big holiday. Okay, Gu Nanyan agreed, turned off her cell phone and then picked up the dishes. Zhao Jiqiu muttered again, "You kid, you have nothing but work in your eyes now." After Zhao Jiqiu finished her nagging, Liu Beiqing gave her a sidelong glance, but Gu Nanyan's eyes were completely devoid of him. The one time he had come to her house in the past, she was obviously happy and tried to find ways to molest him. Today it was pressed into service. At this moment, Zhao Jiqiu also seems to see that Gu Nanyan is too silent today, then asked, "Nanyan, you are not work encountered problems. If there are unhappy you go back to the company to help your father. At least do not have to look at the face of the anger." Gu Nanyan laughed at once. "Alright mom, don't be so blind. There's no such thing as work that's hard for me." Despite being a newcomer to the legal profession, Gu Nanyan has not lost a case since she started practicing. When she finished speaking, her eyes unintentionally bumped into Liu Beiqing's eyes, and seeing that Liu Beiqing was looking at her, she laughed. "Don't you be polite, eat more." After 8 o'clock, the family finished dinner, and the young couple sat downstairs with Gu Qinghua and Zhao Jiqiu for a while before going upstairs. Taking out a change of clothes from the closet, Gu Nanyan saw that Liu Beiqing had no plans. She asked, "You're not going back tonight?" After 2 years of marriage, Liu Beiqing had never spent a night at her house. Liu Beiqing said with little emotion, "I'm not welcome to spend the night here?" Gu Nanyan smiled. "Welcome, of course." The mouth said welcome, but the attitude was still different from the past. No longer molesting Liu Beicheng. If it were usual, the rogue words would have come out of his mouth, and would have made Liu Beicheng's ears red. Afterward, he added, "You can use the restroom in that room. I'll go over to the guest room." Normally, she would have said, "Why don't the two of you wash it together?" Sending Gu Nanyan out of the bedroom. Liu Beicheng put his hands in his pants pockets and his color gradually deepened. This wasn't the usual Gu Nanyan. She had something on her mind, though she still had a smile on her face and was still enthusiastic. After a while, when Gu Nanyan came back from the guest room side, Liu Beicheng had already finished washing and was sitting on the bed. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan pulled back the chair at the heel of the desk and said, "I still have a case file to organize, so you rest first." Liu Beicheng put down the books in his hand and looked at her and asked, "You're not making a fuss about having a son today?" From the afternoon until now, when he appeared in front of her eyes for 6 hours, Gu Nanyan hadn't flirted with him for a single word, not a word about having a child. In the past she would have said that the flowers were good and it was hard to get a spring night. He had Gu Nanyan's lines all worked out, but it turned out that she said she had to organize the case information. At Liu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan laughed and said, "How can I think about this every day? I always have to be busy with something else." When she finished, she continued to flip through the case information in her hands. Liu Beicheng didn't move to get out of bed and came to her, lifting his hand to pinch her face, making her look at himself. "Gu Nanyan, you have something in your heart." Having known her for 23 years, he's known her since the day she was born. It wasn't hard for him to read Gu Nanyan's emotions. Gu Nanyan grabbed Liu Beicheng's wrist and said with amusement, "If I don't harass you today, you're still not used to it, right?" Then added, "There are always not so many days for women. You." Before Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Beicheng pinched her face and directly yanked her up from the chair. Gu Nanyan stumbled to stand still, looked at him and said, "So excited, planning to use force?" Liu Beicheng, "Gu Nanyan, don't be shifty." Gu Nanyan laughed. She had only said a few words today. Why was she shady? She didn't even bother with him. Who the s him? Looking at each other with 4 eyes, and seeing Liu Beicheng's gesture that she wouldn't be finished until she made it clear, Gu Nanyan laughed softly and said, "Do I have to beg and plead for you to play?" Liu Beicheng's face became even more gloomy, pinching her face and lifting her up a little more. Gu Nanyan's face hurt and she took away his hand and said, "I saw you this morning when I was outside talking about things." That's all she said and didn't mention much else. Liu Beicheng immediately reacted, knowing that she had seen herself accompanying Yi Chu and Yi Fan. With his right hand retracted and both hands gently clenched into fists and unclenched, Liu Beicheng lost the harshness of a moment ago and explained, "Told you I owed her a favor." Gu Nanyan, "That's your business. But Liu Beicheng, I have the right to be upset. The right not to lick my face and coax you." Liu Beicheng didn't like to hear this anymore. Gu Nanyan, "If you're like this, you don't understand things." Gu Nanyan was instantly infuriated and laughed. "Liu Beicheng, who gave you the face to think that I have to lower my voice to curry favor with you when I see you spending the holidays with other women? Did I take a penny from you? Or did I let you feed me?" I didn't even want to argue with him or bring it up. I just didn't want to ignore him. But he was the one who wouldn't let it go. Since when was it wrong for her not to coax him or molest him? Liu Beicheng, however, said with cold hostility, "Gu Nanyan, you used to play tricks on me?" Chapter 33 Kissed by him. In the past, Gu Nanyan had always approached him with a smile on her face, but this time when he came to the Gu family to look for her, she didn't make a fuss. Liu Beicheng couldn't accept such a discrepancy and felt that Gu Nanyan used to treat him like a monkey. Tease if you're in a good mood, hang out if you're not. It was only at this moment that Liu Beicheng suddenly realized that although Gu Nanyan was always taking the initiative in the past, between him and Gu Nanyan, the initiative didn't seem to be in his hands, but in her hands. She does what she wants, depending on her mood. Gu Nanyan said with amusement, "I'm good to you for a moment, but I still have to be good to you for the rest of my life? I don't have a face. I don't have to have dignity?" Liu Beicheng clasped the back of her neck and violently yanked her forward. "Being with me is being shameless and not having dignity?" The back of her neck was tugged by Liu Beicheng to the point of raw pain. Gu Nanyan looked up at him. "Liu Beicheng, if you are like this there is no point," and said, "Spread your hands." Besides, when did she have a face in his eyes again? Liu Beicheng didn't release it, and the anger in his eyes increased even more. Gu Nanyan yanked him twice without tugging him away, so she looked at him and said, "Liu Beicheng, don't forget that it was your father who came to my house to propose marriage, and it was you, Liu Beicheng, who nodded your head and agreed to this marriage, so don't make it look like I owe you, if you have." Gu Nanyan did not finish her sentence when Liu Beicheng yanked her towards his arms and leaned down to block her lips. It seemed to be guessing what Gu Nanyan was going to say and didn't want to hear those words from her. A kiss with anger ended, and Gu Nanyan's mouth was swollen. She raised her hand and wiped her mouth. Liu Beiqing turned around and walked over to the closet, changed his clothes and left without looking back. At the head of the room, Gu Nanyan's heart burst with fire. Damn, she just couldn't figure out how it was always her fault that he was out spending the holidays with other women. Sitting back in the chair powerlessly, the door to the room was suddenly opened by Zhao Jiqiu, who asked, Nan Yen, I just seem to have heard a noise in your place. What's going on? He said and looked into the house again. Where's North City? Zhao Jiqiu came in, and Gu Nanyan immediately collected herself and said as if nothing had happened. A bit of work went out. Zhao Jiqiu walked in. How come one of them is so busy even for the holidays? Afterward, after pulling Gu Nanyan to chat a bit more, Zhao Jiqiu lamented again. But then again, Beiqing is still much stronger this year than the previous 2 years, and still knows to come back for a meal. Gu Nanyan yawned. Mom, it's almost 12 o'clock, so hurry back to your room and rest. Zhao Jiqiu stood up from her chair. Alright, I'll go back to rest, but Nan Yen, you shouldn't be angry with Beiqing. He's also going to be busy with his work. Gu Nanyan, I know. Having been married for over 2 years, she'd gotten used to it, or she'd have made herself sick long ago. Clang! After Zhao Jiqiu left, Gu Nanyan let out a long breath when she closed the door to her room. Gu Nanyan simply didn't go back to Royal Bay for the next few days, just to take advantage of the vacation to accompany her parents. This afternoon, Gu Nanyan just woke up from her nap not long ago. Qin Haiyun's phone call came over. Nan Yen, not at home these days? Gu Nanyan said as she poured water. Back to my mother's home to keep my parents company. Qin Haiyun, no wonder when I just went over there. Sister Jiang said that you weren't at home for the past few days. Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth to speak, Qin Haiyun asked again. Nan Yen, so when do you plan to return to Royal Bay? Gu Nanyan, I'll go back after dinner. Qin Haiyun didn't specify, and Gu Nanyan knew that the call was urging her to go back. In fact, she would have gone back even if she hadn't made this call, because Zhao Jiqiu had already been nagging her for the past few days. On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun was relieved when she saw Gu Nanyan say that she would go back after dinner, and she spoke to her a few more times before hanging up the phone. After promising Qin Haiyun, Gu Nanyan drove her car back after dinner. Young lady, back. Yes. Gu Nanyan changed her shoes as if nothing had happened, and the house was still empty on the big day. Seeing this, Mrs. Jiang secretly told her with a smile on her face, young master has been at home for the past few days, and he also returned very early today. Gu Nanyan, he's rather rare. She was talking about how she went back to her mother's home, a trip Qin Haiyun also called to ask when she came back. It turned out to be Liu Beiqing at home alone. After chatting with Mrs. Jiang downstairs, Gu Nanyan went upstairs with little interest. In the past, I would have thought about going upstairs to flirt with Liu Beiqing, but today I am not interested in the slightest. Seeing Gu Nanyan up the stairs and seeing that she wasn't as cheerful as usual, Sister Jiang couldn't help but mutter, young lady doesn't seem very enthusiastic today. A few moments later, Gu Nanyan pushed open the bedroom door and went in, and Liu Beiqing happened to come out of the restroom after taking a shower. This recalled that Nan Yen did not greet him with a smile as usual and said he was back. Liu Beiqing's heart was stymied, inexplicably unpleasant. In the past, they also quarreled, but Gu Nanyan never had a nightmare, how to get along or how to get along. Sitting back on the bed in the cold and quiet, Gu Nanyan still didn't open her mouth to say hello, walked to the desk and opened the computer, and didn't want to pay attention to Liu Beiqing's intention. In the past, Gu Nanyan always spoke to Liu Beiqing first. Gu Nanyan did not speak this time. Liu Beiqing was even more unable to pull face to open. The case information was opened, and Gu Nanyan's cell phone, which was placed next to her, suddenly rang. Shen Liangzhou called. Gu Nanyan picked up the phone and answered it with a smile on her face. Liangzhou. For the moment, the tone of her voice was as airy and confident as ever. On the bed, Liu Beiqing's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the word Liangzhou, and he looked up at Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan, however, acted as if she didn't see him, got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. On the other end of the phone, Shen Liangzhou said, Nan Yen, there is a matter of migrant workers' salaries and project payments on my side. Do you think you can take it? Gu Nanyan, answer it. I'm okay with labor law. Gu Nanyan law study are okay. The fundamentals are relatively solid. She is most interested in the most favorite or international law. Gu Nanyan said to take the case, and Shen Liangzhou said, then I'll briefly tell you about this first. With that said, Shen Liangzhou talked to Gu Nanyan about the case in general, and then asked his secretary to send the relevant information to her email. This thing is not Shen Liangzhou direct work, is yesterday in front of the ZF. His car was stopped by a group of migrant workers, said they were owed wages and project payments. Shen Liangzhou thought to see if Gu Nanyan can go through the legal process to help deal with it. After Gu Nanyan and Shen Liangzhou finished talking on the phone, Liu Beiqing finally opened his mouth to speak, and he said in a cold and clear voice, Shen Liangzhou, the head of a city, couldn't find a lawyer, and preferred to look for you. Gu Nanyan? This kind of thing Shen Liangzhou secretary a phone call. The site boss is not immediately the wages and payments settled, but also need to Gu Nanyan appearance? Gu Nanyan said with amusement. Aren't I the nearest lawyer next to him? Liu Beicheng, however, did not comply. He put down the book in his hand. Before he could say anything, Gu Nanyan spoke first. She said, Liu Beicheng, I didn't provoke you tonight. I didn't even breathe out loud. Don't pick a fight. Chapter 34 must be pregnant by the year. She doesn't die begging. He says she's shady. She shamelessly teased him and he called her cheap and shameless. In short, he didn't treat her right, and whatever she did was wrong. So why not just keep quiet? Whatever he wants, she agrees to it. Gu Nanyan's statement. Liu Beicheng's heart is even more unpleasant. Would rather she and his big fight, but also not willing to be so stifled. Looking at Gu Nanyan, he said, Gu Nanyan, to say that Shen Liangzhou didn't mean anything else, why am I so unconvinced? Gu Nanyan laughed. People hadn't come back for 2 years. Gu Nanyan folded her arms across her chest and looked at Liu Beicheng and laughed softly. Liu Beicheng, then shouldn't I also ask you, with your ability where can't you arrange a job for Yichu? Why do you have to arrange in Liu's secretary's office? Did you do something to yourself and think everyone else is like you? Land North City. His eyes softened a bit. Liu Beicheng said, you still mind her? Gu Nanyan smiled. Who am I? I'm thankful if I can mind you so much and you don't pick on me. For more than 2 years, Gu Nanyan never argued with him about things outside. Her principle is to grasp the big and let go of the small, not to take everything into account. It's just that she's not in the mood to mess with him right now. Gu Nanyans didn't care to hear. Liu Beicheng coldly and quietly said, Gu Nanyan, you really don't have the qualifications to be Mrs. Liu. Gu Nanyan followed his words and said with a mock exclamation, married for 2 years and still alone. Indeed not qualified. Liu Beicheng's eyebrows sank, feeling connoted, coldly getting out of bed. Liu Beicheng fastened his robe belt. Lousy will not fight with you in the mouth lawsuit. With that, he opened the door to his room and left. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look over at the doorway and smiled sarcastically, pulling out the chair at the heel of the table and sitting down. She had just been busy for a short while when the cell phone she had placed on the table rang, and Qin Haiyun called. Mom! Answering the phone, Gu Nanyan called out to her mom. Nanyan, have you gone home yet? Beicheng should be at home. On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun's voice quickly came over. Just went out. On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun heard that Liu Beicheng had gone out again, and her voice rose. Why did you go out again? These days are not honestly stay at home? Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth, Qin Haiyun added in a serious tone. Nanyan you and Beicheng like this is not okay, and if you continue like this, I'm afraid that you really can't get by, or you need to think of a way for the two of you to live a good life. He was about to say something else, but realizing that what he was about to say might hurt Gu Nanyan, Qin Haiyun swallowed those. Gu Nanyan tapped the keyboard and said softly, Mom, I know, I keep it all in mind. A good life? How dare she think of that? Couldn't think of a way out either. Qin Haiyun, then I'll give Beicheng a call and go talk to him. Qin Haiyun said, hung up the phone and called Liu Beicheng. When the phone went through, she directly exploded first. Beicheng, did you just leave again? Nanyan, she came back and you left. What do you mean? Do you still want to live this life? Let me tell you. Besides Nanyan, my daughter-in-law won't have another person. You put away all those flowery thoughts, and if you really dare to mention divorce with Nanyan, you'll see how your father will clean you up, and you won't get a single dime. Qin Haiyun staggering. Liu Beicheng rubbed his nose point. Didn't leave. At home. On that end, Qin Haiyun first froze, then returned to his senses and said, if you're at home, go coax Nanyan. It's not a disgrace for a man to coax his wife a little, and you see the Mid-Autumn Festival is over. This year is about to end again. I definitely can't count on holding a grandchild this year, but you should at least let Nanyan get pregnant before the new year. Otherwise the words of the onlookers would really be hard to hear. Even if the others didn't say anything, she was getting ideas herself. It's been more than 2 years. Why aren't you pregnant? Nanyan's tests are all normal. Can it be that there's really something wrong with her son? Liu Beicheng didn't say anything. Qin Haiyun added, Beicheng, I told you what I said. Did you listen in? Now hurry over to coax Nanyan. Husband and wife quarrel are bedhead. Qin Haiyun didn't finish her rant. Liu Beicheng snapped and hung up the phone. Qin Haiyun's nature can't be told until tomorrow morning. The cell phone was thrown on the bedside table by him in a nonchalant manner. Liu Beicheng looked up at the doorway, thinking of Gu Nanyan's nonchalant attitude just now. His body collapsed towards the bed and didn't bother to get up. He had licked his face and gone to Gu's house 2 days ago, who still bowed down to her time and time again. Opposite the bedroom, Gu Nanyan knows bridge on a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Concentrate on the case inside, which can still think of Liu Beicheng. The next morning, When Gu Nanyan packed herself up to go to the law firm to get her things, she opened the door to her bedroom room and saw Lu Beicheng coming out of the opposite bedroom in his pajamas. Gu Nanyan was shocked. At home and didn't go out. Then I wronged you with your mom last night. Gu Nanyan was as straightforward as ever, and Lu Beicheng gave her a disgusted blank look. At this moment, Gu Nanyan took her mouth to talk to him first, so Lu Beicheng asked smoothly, "They're all resting, where are you going in the morning?" Gu Nanyan said with a smile on her face, "People have good lives, and I have no one to treat me well, no one to support me, I'll earn money." Lu Beicheng's face sank, he was connoted again. Lu Beicheng was disliked and didn't answer. Gu Nanyan walked up to him and straightened his pajamas. "Did you feel bad about what I said? Then give me a wish. It's not like you're at a disadvantage in this matter, just have a good time." Lu Beicheng's face immediately changed, raised his hand and grabbed her face. "Gu Nanyan, if you are a man, no female can be spared from being scourged by you." Lu Beicheng undermined Gu Nanyan on his lips, but he was relieved in his heart. The little shameless Gu Nanyan is finally back, and the Mid-Autumn Festival one is considered to have turned the page. This time after the noise, Gu Nanyan, although the mouth, but not much of the actual action, did not always to Lu Beicheng body rubbing, so Lu Beicheng heart is very unpleasant, always feel poor, so a little bit of meaning. So, the mood is not good either. In the middle of the night that day, Gu Nanyan was sleeping deeply when she was suddenly awakened by the commotion downstairs. She put on a thin blanket and opened the door to her room, only to see Lu Beicheng drunk and unconscious being sent back by Su Mubai. Gu Nanyan's eyebrows sank. "Mubai, what's going on? Sister Smoke, you finally came out. Hurry up and help me, I can't carry third brother anymore." Then added, "Everyone got together for the evening, and third brother and boss drank too much." Gu Nanyan went downstairs. He's not that uncaring. What did he run into? Since they got married, she hadn't seen Lu Beicheng get drunk, and the last time he served a cup to Shen Liangzhou's reception banquet. But it wasn't like this. Seeing this, Su Mubai came over to Gu Nanyan's ear and quietly said a few words. Chapter 35. I'm not cheating on him outside. What's he losing his love for? When Gu Nanyan heard this, she immediately changed her face. Lost love? I'm not stealing from anyone outside of here. So what's he losing his love for? Su Mubai, I guess the object is not you. Gu Nanyan. She was talking about how Lu Beicheng had been coming home every day for a while, even in the middle of the night. It turned out that he was angry at the outside world and people didn't care about him. No wonder it's all slatternly. With both hands folded in front of her chest, Gu Nanyan raised her leg and kicked Lu Beicheng when she looked down at him. "Nanyan, you don't Su Mubai hurriedly stopped. "Don't kick my third brother, or you'll have to blame me tomorrow and say I kicked him." "Again," she said. "Sister Smoke, give me a hand. I can't carry it alone." Gu Nanyan, hitch a ride my ass. His lost love object is not even me. I didn't throw it outside or good. As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Beicheng tried to stand up with both hands propped up on the sofa, only to sit down again in a flash. Seeing this, Su Mubai sighed. "It's been bored for several days. Fourth brother said that this state is a lost love at a glance. I guess it's the same." Gu Nanyan laughed sarcastically. "Lost love? Lu Beicheng is really something. Just whether that woman was Yi Chu or someone he hadn't put down in his heart. Gu Nanyan was too lazy to think about it. It won't be her anyway. Where's Yi Chu? Are the two of them together these days?" Gu Nanyan asked. "I didn't see it. I guess it's a fight. That's why third brother is in a bad mood. I don't know when this energy can be slowed down. I've never seen third brother like this before." Gu Nanyan listened to Su Mubai's words, coldly withdrew her eyes, took out her cell phone from her pocket and called Yi Chu. "Yi Chu, you come over to Royal Bay." After saying that, without giving Yi Chu any chance to respond, Gu Nanyan hung up the phone. "Su Mubai, Sister Smoke, why did you call surname Yi over?" By sending Lu Beicheng back to Royal Bay himself, he was creating an opportunity for her. Can't she see that? Gu Nanyan snapped and threw her cell phone aside, and said in an unperturbed manner, "You have to tie the bell to unring it. I can't solve your third brother's whine, and I can't solve his heartache even more. Su Mubai, the more this happens, the more you have to be on guard. Can't it be that you really don't want to live with third brother?" Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "His heart is not in this. How to prevent this is useless, and besides the smooth situation out of the junior, the adversity out of the Liangzhu, the more I stop, the deeper the feelings of the two of them, and I didn't bother stopping them after all these years. They dealt with their own problems. Your third brother made his own choices." When Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Beicheng, drunk on wine, frowned and muttered something twice without knowing. Gu Nanyan didn't hear clearly and turned her face to look at Su Mubai. Su Mubai translated, "Yi Chu, my third brother is looking for Yi Chu." When Gu Nanyan heard this, she laughed mockingly. This deep love was moving her. Lu Beicheng woke up tomorrow, and if he knew that Su Mubai was so willing to help, he would definitely have to thank him properly. Half an hour later, Yi Chu Dusty rushed over. On the body of pajamas did not change. Feet wearing slippers anxious to ask, Nan Yen, what happened to Bei Chung? As Yi Chu appeared in a hurry, Gu Nan Yen suddenly felt quite redundant. Glancing at Liu Beicheng, she said, Liu Beicheng drank too much, and Sumubai said it was because of you, so you handle it. Yi Chu's face changed. Nan Yen, is there a misunderstanding here? Gu Nan Yen, I'll go upstairs first, if there's anything I need to help you find Mrs. Jiang. After Gu Nan Yen finished speaking, she turned around and went upstairs. Send Gu Nan Yen upstairs. Sumubai admiration. This heart and pattern of a man he cannot catch up. Such a good daughter-in-law. His third brother still doesn't treasure it. What else does he want? That's enough to give out the national award for best good wife. Gu Nan Yen left, and when Sumubai looked at Liu Beicheng again, her eyes collided with Yi Chu. As Yi Chu was at a loss for words, Sumubai said, I'll help you send third brother back to the bedroom first. Yi Chu snapped back to his senses. Good. In the second bedroom at the end of the corridor, Gu Nan Yen had a rare bout of insomnia. It is indeed meaningless for this day to go on like this. We can't spend our lives watching Liu Beicheng and other women love each other to death. She had done her best to see if she could have children and become a mom in the future. If she didn't have this life, then she would have to admit it. In all the years they had known each other, it was the first time she had seen him drunk. If he didn't like it too much and couldn't let it go, he wouldn't have tossed it around like that. His piece of deep love, Gu Nan Yen gas cannot even gas up, only feel very powerless. At the same time, Yi Chu over in the master bedroom guarding Liu Beicheng hadn't closed his eyes. Liu Beicheng's bedroom, where the air and every item smelled of Liu Beicheng. Yi Chu looked like she was dreaming. If not for tonight's oops she might not be able to set foot in Royal Bay for the rest of her life, and she could not look at Liu Beicheng like this for the rest of her life. Beicheng. As his right hand gently landed on Liu Beicheng's forehead, Yi Chu's voice was gentle and satisfied. Gu Nan Yen and Su Mubai said that Liu Beicheng was drunk because of her, and both hands tightly pulled Liu Beicheng's hand. Yi Chu's eyes were exceptionally bright. The next day, when Liu Beicheng woke up, his head hurt like hell, and his throat was dry and uncomfortable. All over the body were all uncomfortable. Vaguely only remember that he was Su Mubai help on the car, as if also dreamed of Gu Nan Yen. Beicheng, you're awake. Yi Chu saw him wake up and hurriedly went to help. Is it a headache? Yi Chu's voice was like a copper bell, and a trace of impatience clearly swept across Liu Beicheng's face. Realizing that it was in his bedroom, Yi Chu took his hand. Liu Beicheng quickly pulled his hand back. How did you get in? Yi Chu looked at Liu Beicheng's hand that drew back. A flash of embarrassment flashed across his face, and both hands gently rubbed at his pant legs to explain. You were drunk last night, and Nan Yen called me to come over to take care of you. Liu Beicheng's thin lips immediately lost their blood color. Was Gu Nan Yen overly virtuous? Yi Chu saw Liu Beicheng's face look bad and asked with concern. Beicheng, are you not feeling well anywhere? Liu Beicheng, I'll have Oldly send you back. Liu Beicheng's low, bone-chilling voice was like a dark mane in the dark night, seizing her breath at once. Last night, she didn't even dare to blink her eyes in order to take care of him, and he woke up and let the driver send her away. How can she be embarrassed? How can she lose face in front of Nan Yen? Yi Chu swallowed his saliva and smiled reluctantly. I'll go back after you've had breakfast. Liu Beicheng ignored her, got out of bed and picked up the cell phone on the table and called the driver. Yi Chu two hands gently clenched into fists. After so many years, how else can she get a little closer to him, in order to let him care about her a little? Several times I wanted to ask Liu Beicheng, but in the end I didn't dare to open my mouth, so I just had to follow his wishes and left Royal Bay. On this side of the master bedroom, as soon as Yi Chu left on the front foot, Liu Beicheng went to the bedroom at the end of the corridor on the back foot. Chapter 36. Pack up your stuff and get as far away as you can. When a basin of cool water splashed down on her head, Gu Nan Yen was like a cat that had suddenly exploded its fur, jumping up from the bed with a jolt and patting the cold water on herself. Seeing this, the little servant shivered with the basin in both hands and said, Young lady, it was young master who told me to splash it. The little servant finished and gave Liu Beicheng another trembling look. Gu Nanyan's eyes along with looked over to see Liu Beicheng looking at her coldly with both hands in his pockets. Without saying a word she picked up the ornaments on the sideboard and smashed them towards Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng, are you sick? For a moment, all the water droplets on his body were flung out in one fell swoop. The little maid saw that Gu Nanyan had gotten angry and was so scared that she took the basin and ran out first. Liu Beicheng dodged the pendulum that Gu Nanyan smashed over. Gu Nanyan was wet and did not swallow that breath, so she got out of bed and Liu Beicheng directly. Despite her usual good hands, she didn't have much of an advantage in front of Liu Beicheng, smacking him with something and ending up just scratching his face a little bit. When Gu Nanyan fiercely slammed her clothes on Liu Beicheng raised his hand and pinched her face, questioning in a cold voice, Am I the one who's sick, or are you Gu Nanyan, letting anyone and everyone into the house and letting her into my room? At this moment, Lu Beicheng pinched her not lightly, and Gu Nanyan's cheeks blanched. She's sick? Gu Nanyan laughed amusedly, then threw away his hand. Lu Beicheng, if you can't remember what happened last night, ask Su Bai to help you recall your memories, and ask him whose name was on your lips when you came back. Lu Beicheng's face changed when Gu Nanyan mentioned that he was drunk, but when he thought of Gu Nanyan pushing him out, Lu Beicheng was still harboring a fire. So he said, Gu Nanyan, you want to play generous, don't you? I'll fulfill you. I'll bring the person back to you completely today. You vacate your position, pack up your things and get as far away as you can. It's been more than 2 years, and he and Yi Chu haven't done anything yet, but she let someone in first. Alright, he's in. Lu Beicheng told her to get lost, and Gu Nanyan sneered. I'll get lost now, he said, and simply slammed the door. Gu Nanyan left without looking back, and Lu Beicheng, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in the house that he could. Half an hour later, when Gu Nanyan packed up her things to leave, the servants in the house stopped her. Young lady, young master just drank too much last night. Don't be angry with him in general. Sister Jiang, I didn't go to the law firm to be angry with him. Married for more than 2 years. How many times she licked her face to find him? How many times she cajoled him? How many times she seduced him? How many times she mentioned the matter of having a child? When did he take it seriously? When did he ever give her a face? When has she ever been out there again acknowledging who she is and introducing her to people in a big way? Did she ever count half a dozen times when she went back to her mother's house alone every New Year's holiday? These days his family gives stress. He is back, but he is not cold and does not even look at her in the right way. Who is she to put a hot face on a cold ass? Thinking back, Gu Nanyan really feel that there is no meaning. Her passion and tolerance for Lu Beicheng early in these 2 years, a little bit was worn down. All this time, she thought that turning a blind eye and caring less about him and being less calculating, the two of them would get better sooner or later. Only, it was she who thought wrong. Can't get into his life, can't get into his heart. She doesn't care yet. When Gu Nanyan said she wanted to go to the law firm, Zhang's sister-in-law pursed her lips in embarrassment, while the little maid whispered next to her, Young lady, it's young master who explained that you can't go out. Glancing outside the courtyard, the little servant added, and you won't be able to get out. Young lady, Gu Nanyan followed the little servant's eyes, only to realize that there were bodyguards over by the door. Gu Nanyan didn't believe it and was still stopped when she had to go out. The bodyguard held his breath and reported, Young lady, Mr. Lu said he wants to return a gift to you and asked you to stay put for now. When the bodyguard said this, Gu Nanyan instantly understood. Lu Beicheng was asking her to watch him bring someone back to take her place as Mrs. Lu. With a cold smile, Gu Nanyan said, Fine, I'll take it. Lu Beicheng wanted to perform. She appreciated just that. At the same time, when Lu Beicheng came to the office with a gloomy face, Yi Chu carefully pushed open the door of the rooms came in. North City. Aha! Lu Beicheng glanced at her. Her face was haggard. I'm sorry about last night. I was just worried about you. Lu Beicheng raised his hand and rubbed his temples, not responding to Yi Chu's apology. Seeing this, Yi Chu walked inside his desk and softly asked, Do you have a headache? Shall I press it for you? Lu Beicheng leaned his head back on the chair. No need. Yi Chu walked behind him, raised both hands and took it upon himself to help him press up. It's better if you're not feeling well. Otherwise you can't work. Yi Chu's soft voice. Lu Beicheng remembered Gu Nanyan's last night's setup, so he fell silent. Seeing this, Yi Chu meekly stayed next to him and didn't say anything. After knowing Lu Beicheng for so many years, and having been Lu Beicheng's secretary for several years, she knew very well what Lu Beicheng wanted. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Beicheng suddenly exhaled heavily. Yi Chu looked down at Lu Beicheng and thought to himself, is he remembering the one and only? If she was favored because she looked a little like the one, then she was glad for the resemblance. Third brother, Xia Chang said you were looking for me. When the office was quiet, Su Mubai winded up and pushed open the door of the room and came in. In the next second, seeing the scene in the office, Su Mubai then stopped in his tracks and said with a leathery smile, I seem to have come at a bad time. Young Master Su. When Yi Chu saw that Su Mu had arrived, he quickly stopped massaging Lu Beicheng. When Lu Beicheng saw Su Mubai coming, he slowly opened his eyes and gave him a cold look. At this time, Yi Chu exited from inside the desk before Su Mubai walked over and pulled open the chair opposite Lu Beicheng and sat down in a big way. Yi Chu is very eye-catching and good at what he does. She made tea for Su Mubai and then left Lu Beicheng's office without a word. The door to the room was gently closed, and Su Mubai looked back and said, Made up? As soon as Su Mubai mentioned the word reconciliation, Lu Beicheng's face instantly became gloomy. You sent me back last night? Su Mubai, yes, but you don't have to be too polite. Third brother, if you have to be thankful, look at the 13 innings. Chapter 37 leave me plenty of evidence. Su Mubai didn't finish her words. Lu Beicheng laughed softly. Thank you. definitely want to thank. Immediately after that, he said, Jing Yang's side lacks manpower to help. I think you are very suitable. Just go over to exercise. When Su Mubai heard that she was going to Lu Jingyang's side, her face instantly turned white. Third brother, are you repaying a favor or taking revenge? That place is not human. Before Su Mubai could finish complaining, Lu Beicheng dialed the phone. Xia Chang, prepare for young Master Su. Su Mubai wanted to cry. Third brother, where did I do wrong? I'll change is not it? Is it possible that you and Yi Chu haven't made up yet? Then you own more coaxing and I helped you yesterday to Nan Yan's ideological work are done through. Nan Yan said she does not force you, so that you solve the problem by yourselves. She also Yi Chu to help you shout back. Nanny Smoke said she respects your choice. The further Su Mubai spoke, the uglier Lu Beicheng's face became. After he finished crackling, Xia Cheng came in and looked at Su Mubai in a serious manner. Young Master Su, the train tickets have been booked for you. The second master will pick you up at the train station over there. Third brother, where did I go wrong? Su Mubai really wanted to cry. He was such a delicate person. How could he end up like Lu Jingyang? After being invited out of Lu Beicheng's office by Xia Chang, Su Mubai pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and called Shinli and the others. But the guys couldn't help him and only told him to take care. Su Mubai finally couldn't call his mom and asked her to help him plead for mercy. On the other end of the phone, Mrs. Su was playing mahjong while saying, Mubai, I think Beicheng's decision is especially good. You children are usually just too unstable. It's time to go and exercise a little bit. Your father and I are very thankful to Beicheng. You can rest assured that your father is there in the affairs of our family company. Su Mubai. He suddenly had the feeling of being a member of the congregation. In the office, thinking about Su Mubai's lifeless appearance, Lu Beicheng's heart was only slightly out of breath. When did he get drunk for Yi Chu? Who the hell let him talk nonsense in front of Gu Nanyan? Thinking of Gu Nanyan's atmosphere and her full of concern this morning, Lu Beicheng's face instantly looked bad again. Ever since Shen Liangzhou came back, her attitude had obviously changed, even sending him outward. Is it trying to get a break from him to get a divorce? If Gu Nanyan had this idea, then she was thinking too naively. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, when Lu Beicheng led Yi Chu back to Royal Bay, Gu Nanyan happened to come downstairs. Nanyan. When Yi Chu saw Gu Nanyan coming down, she hurriedly greeted him. Young lady, Xia Chang, carrying Yi Chu's luggage, also greeted awkwardly. Gu Nanyan glanced indifferently at a few people and went downstairs as if nothing had happened, pouring water for herself as if nothing had happened, ignoring no one. Seeing this, Yi Chu took the initiative and went forward to explain. Nanyan, Beicheng said that you weren't in a good mood and asked me to come over to accompany you. Why Lu Beicheng let her come over? Yi Chu heart with a mirror, right now is in the way of embarrassment in the round. Xia Chang was also embarrassed as he followed behind the two. He couldn't understand what kind of mess boss was making. Lu Beicheng, however, said with a cold face, what are you afraid of her for? He said and then looked at Xia Chang and ordered. Xia Chang, you put the luggage in the master bedroom. Ah, Lord. Xia Chang didn't finish his words. Looking at Lu Beicheng a cold eye swept away, he immediately responded, okay boss. Xia Chang's eyes were all sympathetic as he brushed past Gu Nanyan with his luggage. Hey, I'm afraid it's really going to fall apart this time. At this time, Mrs. Jiang came out of the kitchen and whispered, young master, the midnight snack is ready. Lu Beicheng looked at Yi Chu without much expression. Go eat something first. Yi Chu's eyes still lingered on Gu Nanyan's body as he looked at her and said, Nanyan, have you eaten tonight? Let's eat a little together. Gu Nanyan stopped her steps up the stairs and turned to look at Yi Chu. Yi Chu, since Lu Beicheng brought you back to Royal Bay, you're worth that weight in his heart. Instead of thinking about how to maneuver around me, why don't you put more effort into lassoing him? When Lu Beicheng wasn't blatant, she could still put in a couple of harsh words. Lu Beicheng had brought people back. If she still took herself as Mrs. Lu, she would be falling on her own feet. When she finished speaking, she reminded again as she was about to turn to leave. By the way, leave me plenty of evidence. This time when she finished, she went straight upstairs. Over in the living room, Lu Beicheng had both hands in his pants pockets, his face extremely ugly. Gu Nanyan's reaction. Lu Beicheng seemed like a heavy punch on soft cotton. Next to Lu Beicheng, Yi Chu stole a glance at him, and seeing that he didn't speak, she didn't open her mouth to speak either. Half an hour later, when Yi Chu followed Lu Beicheng to the master bedroom upstairs, when she heard Lu Beicheng say that he wanted her to spend the night here, she instantly panicked. Beicheng, this is not good. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Nanyan? If there is a misunderstanding, you go and explain. Women love to be coaxed with a good word. Lu Beicheng ignored Yi Chu and walked to the sideboard at the end of the bed and moved the base to find a pinhole camera from inside. Immediately afterward, he He went on to identify several pinhole cameras from other places. Looking at the pinhole camera that Liu Beicheng had thrown on the coffee table, Yi Chu's face went white with fear and he didn't dare to move a muscle. In the second bedroom, Gu Nanyan had just finished her bath when the little maid knocked on the door of the room with her hands full. Gu Nanyan said, "Come in," and the little maid pushed open the door of the room in a hurry to report. "Young lady, young master found the cameras and unplugged them all." Gu Nanyan calmly said, "I know, go get busy." As soon as the maid left, Gu Nanyan turned on her computer, followed by the image of the master bedroom. Camera side. When Liu Beicheng was busy, Yi Chu sat stupidly in front of the dresser, not daring to go to bed and sleep, nor did he dare to move anything of Gu Nanyan's. Perhaps it was because he hadn't rested well last night. Yi Chu didn't sit in front of the dresser for long before falling asleep on his back. On the other side of the desk, Liu Beicheng saw that Yi Chu was asleep. He stared ahead with empty eyes for a long time, then put down the work at hand and took a thin blanket that both he and Gu Nanyan had not used and threw it on her by hand. Afterward, he turned and walked over to the bookshelf, lifting his hand and picking up a book, gently turning the pages. Liu Beicheng took out an old photo from many years ago, a group photo. In front of the computer, Liu Beicheng's every move Gu Nanyan had a clear view. Gu Nanyan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when Liu Beicheng flipped that photo out of the book. If memory serves, that photo must be 7 or 8 years old. Why did Liu Beicheng keep this photo? And who does he care about in the photo? Looking at her room from the third viewpoint, as well as the photo in Liu Beicheng's hand, Gu Nanyan suddenly realized that she and Liu Beicheng had been married for so long, and they hadn't even taken a wedding photo or a photo together. Liu Beicheng had been looking at that photo, and Gu Nanyan had looked at it for a while before she exited the monitor and went to rest. It was late at night, and although Gu Nanyan was asleep, she always felt vaguely uneasy, and even in her dreams she felt that someone was following her and spying on her. A difficult ghost pressure on the bed. When Gu Nanyan violently opened her eyes, only to see a black figure in the darkroom was sitting next to the sofa staring at her. Chapter 38. If sweet talk doesn't work, just pounce. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan sat up violently from the bed and reached out to slap the bedside switch. Seeing that it was Liu Beicheng sitting on the sofa, Gu Nanyan first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with a tight brow, "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing staring at me here? Besides, didn't you bring Yi Chu back? You just left him out to dry? Is that how you do things at Liu Beicheng?" With that, he yawned again and said in disgust, "Hurry back over there. Don't stop me here to be the door god. It's a big night. He doesn't sleep and others have to." When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and was about to fall down and go back to sleep, Liu Beicheng said in a cold voice, "Gu Nanyan, try sleeping." Gu Nanyan's back, which had just bent down, straightened up again and looked up at Liu Beicheng. "What do you want to do in the middle of the night, Liu Beicheng? Do you still let people sleep?" Liu Beicheng gritted his teeth. "You can sleep? She's got herself led back, and she's snoring and farting on this end. So damn big-hearted. I can sleep." Gu Nanyan half squinted at Liu Beicheng. "You can't sleep?" Then he asked, "Hasn't the man been coaxed yet?" Liu Beicheng, "Not I say you. You this dog temper really have to change. Don't think a little money power can do whatever you want. All people have to turn for you. People have a bottom line. You now want to not go back to Yi Chu's side to go. Wait for tomorrow's daybreak. You can't even hang up this colorful flag. Women are good to coax. Sweet words do not work. You just pounce. A gun to eliminate revenge." After Gu Nanyan said that, she yawned again and slowly said, "I've told you all the main points, so go back and figure it out yourself." When Gu Nanyan finished reaching out to turn off the lights, Liu Beicheng grabbed her wrist with a stretch of his arm. Gu Nanyan looked up. Liu Beicheng took 2 steps forward and bent down in front of her. "Gu Nanyan, are you teaching me how to coax you?" Gu Nanyan laughed amusedly. "Liu Beicheng, you're speaking out of turn. Aren't we both me coaxing you? Okay, you also do not put here with me to consume time, and then do not go back to the dawn. People Yi Chu really want to be angry. Not all women are like me so generous." Gu Nanyan now just want to sleep. Just want Liu Beicheng get out. "Liu Beicheng, are you so looking forward to me being good with her?" Gu Nanyan removed his hand. "That's not true. When you two get married, I'll pack the fireworks." After saying that, Gu Nanyan proceeded to fall towards the bed. Liu Beicheng's heart turned over when he heard her say this. "Gu Nanyan, if you dare to sleep, take the consequences. Okay, you light a fire and incinerate me." Gu Nanyan pulled up the quilt and covered herself. He had brought people back. She didn't want to talk any nonsense with Liu Beicheng right now. It's a day that just pulls down. Liu Beicheng lifted his leg and kicked her ass. Gu Nanyan pressed the tight quilt. Her eyelids didn't even open. "Liu Beicheng, sleepin' a little." Gu Nanyan didn't ring. Liu Beicheng sulked and took off his own clothes and lay down next to Gu Nanyan, going to pull her covers. Gu Nanyan narrowed her eyes and said, "Do you still want to be shameless? Aren't you afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst?" "Liu Beicheng, you send it to me. Gu Nanyan was so sleepy that she closed her eyes and moved in with the quilt, and said lazily, Liu Bei-cheng, I'll give you an ugly word in advance. If you snatch the quilt from me again and touch me, I'll stick to you and you won't be able to get out of it in this life. Liu Bei-cheng laughed, directly burrowed inside the quilt and hugged her from behind her. Gu Nanyan, what does this guy mean? How come every time she's about to back out, he's got no skin in the game? When Liu Bei-cheng's hand was on her chest, Gu Nanyan dozed off and was exasperated. Touch a million. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Bei-cheng directly rubbed it. He has nothing but money. Gu Nanyan sweated furiously and tugged on his hand. You really don't have any ing face at all. Immediately afterward, she slapped the back of his hand fiercely and said impatiently, I'm really sleepy, don't bother me. Gu Nanyan said she was sleepy, so Liu Bei-cheng didn't mess with her. After a while, Liu Bei-cheng pressed against her ear and whispered, Gu Nanyan, let's talk. Liu Bei-cheng finished. Gu Nanyan did not move. Liu Bei-cheng peeled her over to take a look, already snoring a little. Heartless, Liu Bei-cheng reached out and turned off the lights in the house, and wrapped Gu Nanyan in his arms to sleep as well. It's just that the two of them don't sleep in their own proper rooms, they have to squeeze into the guest room. What's all that about? Young lady, ma'am is here. Gu Nanyan was dreaming that he was celebrating after winning the lawsuit when the little maid's voice woke him up. Gu Nanyan held her forehead up and got up. Who's here? Young maid, young lady, your mother is here, and so is young master's mother. Gu Nanyan, 3 armies in the morning? Yawning, Liu Bei-cheng seemed to have come over to her last night and took advantage of her. Let the wives wait. Gu Nanyan had just finished speaking when Qin Haiyun and Zhao Jiqiu directly pushed the door in. Nanyan, Mom. Gu Nanyan scratched her hair, and a word of Mom called both of them. Qin Haiyun asked, Where's Bei-cheng? Gu Nanyan twisted her head and looked around the room. Bei-cheng? Should be off to work. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Bei-cheng happened to come out from the restroom after taking a shower. Mom, why are they all coming over? Seeing Liu Bei-cheng, Qin Haiyun was directly enraged. It's not because of what you've done, you bastard. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Qin Haiyun pointed at Liu Bei-cheng and cursed twice, then looked at Zhao Jiqiu with a smile. In-laws, I'll take Bei-cheng to have a chat first, and you persuade Nanyan on this end. This morning not yet awake. Qin Haiyun received Su Mubai complained of the phone. Said Liu Bei-cheng in order to Yi Chu want to divorce Gu Nanyan last night to bring people back to the royal bay. Said Gu Nanyan that N has agreed to divorce. He said that he persuaded Liu Bei-cheng the night before and instead of listening to him, Liu Bei-cheng sent him to build a Hope Elementary School with Liu Jingyang. Su Mubai's complaint. Qin Haiyun's brain exploded at that time. Immediately called Zhao Jiqiu, first some reparations and apologies, and then asked her to come over to persuade the fight. Zhao Jiqiu listened to Qin Haiyun's arrangement and nodded solemnly. Yes, in-laws, leave Nanyan's side to me. Beware of the young couple's quarrel and divorce. Neither of them realized that Liu Bei-cheng and Gu Nanyan were sleeping in the same room last night. When Qin Haiyun pulled Liu Bei-cheng to the study, she grabbed the chicken feather duster next to her and smacked him to scold him. You bastard. You've turned over a new leaf, right? It's not enough that you're dabbling with women outside. You're bringing people home. The lack of virtue of the Liu family up and down the generations grows on you alone. Liu Bei-cheng raised his hand to block. Qin Haiyun, do you distinguish between green and black? Viciously pumped Liu Bei-cheng a few chicken feather duster. Qin Haiyun, 2 hands inserted on the waist, said, I am indiscriminate? Okay, then I'll share it with you now. Did you bring someone back? Liu Bei-cheng didn't ring. Qin Haiyun asked again. Is it because you didn't live your life properly? Chapter 39. Can't we just stay together? I'll live a good life. Liu Bei-cheng still didn't ring. Qin Haiyun saw the situation. The flames of anger rose. Nanyan is which is not good. Looks, figure, education and family history. She which is not better than the surname Yi. You do not treat her. Besides, didn't you agree to this marriage yourself? If you marry someone and leave them hanging like this, aren't you lacking in virtue? In that case, you didn't agree to this marriage earlier. Married for more than 2 years. How many times have you returned home? Every time it's Nanyan who takes the initiative. Are you good at that? Whoever advised you to have a good life with Nanyan? You were sent to the plateau to build a Hope Elementary School. The Liu family doesn't have someone as asshole as you. Liu Bei-cheng's head buzzed and rubbed his nose hole, and when he raised his eyes to look at Qin Haiyun stared wide-eyed and said in an exasperated manner, What's the matter? Seeing this look in your eyes is that you want me to build a Hope Elementary School as well? Liu Bei-cheng, how dare I? Yes, they had been married for more than 2 years, and Gu Nanyan did take the initiative. But Gu Nanyan's purpose of taking the initiative, as well as her purpose of marrying him, who in the two families up and down and those who knew about their relationship didn't know the reason for this. Who doesn't know her purpose? But if Gu Nanyan was a bit more sincere, he wouldn't be able to be like this. Liu Bei-cheng did not want to get serious with Qin Haiyun, so he said perfunctorily, Not divorced is not it? Can't you live well? Qin Haiyun's eyes instantly lit up. Is the child born? Do I have grandchildren to hold? Liu Beicheng, no. Qin Haiyun exploded, and fiercely smacked him a few chicken feather duster. You say it again. Instead not to give birth to try. At that time, Gu Nanyan's room. As soon as Qin Haiyun took Liu Beicheng away, Zhao Jiqiu started wiping her tears. You child, why are you so calm? How come you agreed to it? Gu Nanyan had a headache. Holding his forehead, Mother, you're really my mother. Don't leave me here in the morning to fill up the mountains with water, okay? Besides, these three-legged men are all over the place. What are you afraid of? With that, he drew a handful of toilet paper for Zhao Jiqiu and handed it over. Zhao Jiqiu took the paper ball and wiped her tears as she cried even more. She said, You dead child, have you forgotten what those fortune tellers said? You are trying to be extinct? Gu Nanyan. Zhao Jiqiu saw that Gu Nanyan didn't say anything. She continued to wipe her tears and said, Although Beicheng is a bit of a fan of messing around outside, we women are also to blame for this. It's us who didn't keep our husbands' hearts on a leash. Gu Nanyan laughed. It's really worthy of being my own mother. Pua herself better than anyone else. Zhao Jiqiu stopped her tears for a beat. What did you say? Gu Nanyan perfunctorily said. I say it's all my fault. It's me who didn't keep your son-in-law's heart on a leash. In my mind, I was thinking that it's a good thing my dad didn't mess around, or else I'd have a question mark over who I'm calling mom right now. Gu Nanyan didn't raise her voice. Zhao Jiqiu continued to wipe her tears. This can't all be blamed on you, Beicheng. He has a responsibility, and those women outside also have a responsibility. Gu Nanyan, this matter is indeed not on me. Zhao Jiqiu didn't care about Gu Nanyan and continued. Nanyan, this woman wants to keep a man's heart or give him a child. Otherwise this man is always floating in. Not solid. Zhao Jiqiu's thoughts. Gu Nanyan couldn't agree. Her child was for herself, not for anyone else. Gu Nanyan didn't say anything, and Zhao Jiqiu stopped her tears again to look at her and asked, Why didn't you say anything? Gu Nanyan, you are right. Zhao Jiqiu continued to cry. Nanyan, I'm not afraid to come over here today to make a deal with you, so don't even think about the divorce thing. Your father and I definitely won't give you the account book. Your father, he said, no matter how hard these days are you have to carry the baby and give birth to it. Otherwise what will you do when our old couple is gone in the future? You can't let yourself be old and unsupported. Gu Nanyan, okay, all at your disposal. When Gu Nanyan said that she would listen to them all, Zhao Jiqiu's tears came to an abrupt end. Nanyan, this is what you promised yourself. Don't keep your word. Gu Nanyan tilted her head and rubbed her temples with one hand. I'm the one who promised. Zhao Jiqiu was afraid that Gu Nanyan was fooling her, so she added, Your father has been quite annoyed by the company's affairs lately, so don't distract him anymore and don't cause him any trouble. Gu Nanyan instantly straightened her body. What happened to the company? The child could be left alone, and the anger could be taken, but no one should ever stop her family from making a fortune, from earning money. Every penny Gu Qinghua earned now, that would be her pension in the future. Zhao Jiqiu, I don't know the specifics, but it's related to the Su family anyway, so don't you give your dad any trouble. Gu Nanyan, got it. Gu Nanyan didn't insist on divorce, so Zhao Jiqiu wiped away her tears. It's good that you want to understand and know the importance of it, so in the future, you'll be less likely to lift up the bar with Beicheng, and coax him a little bit more. Gu Nanyan, I coax. Zhao Jiqiu, then I won't say much more. Go and see how things are going in the North City. The two mothers went out just in time to run into Qin Haiyun and Liu Beicheng coming out of the study, and Liu Beicheng's face still has a few chicken feather duster marks. Seeing Gu Nanyan and Zhao Jiqiu come out, Qin Haiyun greeted them with a smile on his face. In-laws, you're done with the ideological work, Zhao Jiqiu criticized severely. Seeing this, Qin Haiyun pulled Gu Nanyan to comfort her. Nanyan, I just taught Beicheng a hard lesson, and Yi Chu that girl has gone back. I let someone change the house inside and out for you. If you still mind then let's change the house to live in. Gu Nanyan yawned. I didn't even change the person, so there's no need to change the house. Qin Haiyun coaxed good-naturedly. Anyway, if you say what to do, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Gu Nanyan didn't even look at Liu Beicheng as if he was air, Zhao Jiqiu poked her in the waist nest. Nanyan, Beicheng is looking at you. Say something to him. Gu Nanyan was poked with a pain and looked up at Liu Beicheng. For eyes look at each other. Liu Beicheng faced chicken feather duster marks. Gu Nanyan quite relieved. With both hands in the pockets of her pajamas, she lazily looked at Liu Beicheng and said, I touched me a few times last night. Settle the bill. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Qin Haiyun and Zhao Jiqiu were first stunned. Then their faces turned red. Chapter 40 Stay with me one night. Zhao Jiqiu, in particular, fought with a sullen face. What is this dead kid babbling about again? Liu Beicheng, however, responded shamelessly. Full service tonight. settle together. Gu Nanyan laughed disdainfully. Fine, as long as you can afford it. Both are shameless. Qin Haiyun and Zhao Jiqiu looked at each other, not to mention how embarrassed they were. These two kids talk them red in the face and act like nothing happened to them. Zhao Jiqiu poked Gu Nanyan's waist socket again. Nanyan, keep your mouth shut. Gu Nanyan frowned and turned her face to Zhao Jiqiu. Mom, if you keep poking me in my waistline, I won't be able to give birth. Blah 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 blah. Zhao Jiqiu puked 3 times in a row. Nonsense. Qin Haiyun cried and laughed, and hurriedly rounded up. In-laws, since the 2 children have promised to live a good life, let's go back first and leave the rest to them. Zhao Jiqiu responded to Qin Haiyun, then left with Qin Haiyun piece by piece. As soon as the 2 of them left, Gu Nanyan packed herself up and went straight to the Gu group. In the chairman's office, Gu Qinghua was answering the phone, and Gu Nanyan pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. A few moments later, Gu Qinghua finished answering the phone and looked up at her. You're not working today, you don't need to go to the law firm? Gu Nanyan crossed her legs and looked at him and asked. My mom said that you're annoyed about the company, saying that it's related to the Su family. Gu Qinghua, you don't need to worry about the company's affairs. You and Beicheng living your life to the fullest is the proper thing to do. Gu Nanyan, I'll live my life well. This is a different matter from the company. Gu Qinghua saw Gu Nanyan. You don't say I won't go posture. He slowly spat out a breath and said, High-Tech South is the company's most important project in the second half of the year. This thing was originally a full grasp of the Su family don't know how to get our project program. Lowered the price of nearly 10% in the middle of the mix a little bit. The higher-ups have something to think about now. 10% lower? Gu Nanyan, the Su family doesn't make money? Gu Qinghua, it's just more of this tone. It's just wanting to take this project to press Gu's head. This project is a ZF project. The offer is not high. If we quote a low price to compete, that's a self-inflicted damage, or that's the result they want to see. Speaking here, Gu Qinghua exhaled again. If the Southern District project isn't taken down, Gu's status may have to recede to the second tier for the following years. After Gu Qinghua finished, Gu Nanyan said, have someone email me a copy of the project proposal and quote. I'll take a look first. Gu Nanyan is a law faculty, this industry a pass, and also agent company legal affairs, also interned in the company, so the program and bidding is not difficult for her. Gu Qinghua, do you have extra time and energy? Too busy with your own work? Gu Nanyan, there will be time to squeeze it in. Saying that, she stood up from her chair. I'll leave first. Dad, you remember to have someone email me the information. Gu Qinghua got up to see her off. Okay. After leaving the Gu group, Gu Nanyan didn't go back to the law firm, and ran directly to the planning bureau. With all the development in Goshenan, she'll have to see what's going on first. Xiao Gu, what a rare guest, why did you come over? Bureau Xiao, you are in the unit today. Gu Nanyan smiled with a smile on her face. I have nothing to do and came over to take a look around, to care about the later development of our city and see where it's more appropriate to buy a house. Although Gu Nanyan took divorce cases, inheritance cases and some small cases, she also met people because of these cases. After all, ordinary people rarely go through the legal process for divorce, so over the course of a year or so, she's amassed quite a few contacts. Xiao Gu, you are really smart and unique. People buy houses to go to the building. You buy houses to come to the planning office. This is intended to buy a building? If Bureau Shah has any good places to recommend, it's a good idea to buy one. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face. Let's go. The office will talk to you, and show you what good properties are available. Thank you, Bureau Shah. Then, Gu Nanyan helped him with a small dispute case and persuaded the other party to settle privately without going to litigation. So he liked her style of work and cleverness. More than half an hour later, when Gu Nanyan came out of the middle-aged man's office, she had already compiled some information from the conversation she had just had. Nanyan. Gu Nanyan was humming a little song as she was about to leave the planning office when someone in front of her suddenly called out her name. Gu Nanyan looked up and raised a smile in the next second. Brother Mingchen, you came over to do business too? Su Mingchen had both hands in his pants pockets, and after answering her, he smiled and said, not fighting those divorce cases of yours anymore. Ready to go back to your father's company to help out? Gu Nanyan, yes, this is still thanks to your Su family, forcing me to change my profession. Gu Nanyan's not caring. Su Mingchen took 2 steps forward, slightly bending down to her ear. A person rushing to my Su family to beat up Mingzhu. You're quite bold. Straight handmade suit, striped tie, long and slightly slim body, looks elegant and handsome. Su Mingchen is a capitalized fluttering gentleman stranger like jade, like a cup of warm water, and his smile is also pleasing to the eye. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him. Su Mingzhu deserves this generous gift from me. Su Mingchen looked at Gu Nanyan with gentle eyes and said with a gentle smile, spreading your dissatisfaction with Beicheng on Mingzhu? Gu Nanyan, she's not capable enough to qualify for this. Seeing this, Su Mingchen smiled and returned to the main topic just now. Helping your dad to scout for news? Then he added, Nan Yen, why don't you stay with me for one night? Su withdraws from the competition in the high-tech South area. And if you can make me happy, Su's legal agent will be given to you as well. Su Mingchen topped a seemingly harmless face, gentle and warm to anyone. In fact, it is a clothed beast. Gu Nan Yen turned her face before she had a chance to reply to him. Su Mingchen again whispered beside her ear. Beicheng doesn't come home all year round. It's not easy for you to be alone in your room, is it? Gu Nan Yen looked at him and asked, you dare to wear Lu Beicheng's green hat? Yeah, if it wasn't for his quick actions, Mingzhu would be calling you sister-in-law by now. But corners of Su Mingchen's lips hooked up, the light smile on his face still gentle and warm. Su Mingchen's mind, how could Gu Nan Yen not see clearly? He just want to play with her, want to compete with Lu Beicheng. Such men can't fit anything in their hearts but themselves and their interests. Gu Nan Yen gently tugged on his tie with both hands. Okay, tiptoeing up to his ear again, she exhaled hot breath and said, I hope brother Mingchen can satisfy me tonight. Su Mingchen held Gu Nan Yan's waist with both hands and took advantage of it twice before taking out a rune card from his pocket and placing it in Gu Nan Yan's palm. I'll wait for you. Gu Nan Yan glanced at the rune card Su Mingchen had given her, then looked up at Su Mingchen again. Then, I won't see you there. Su Mingchen tugged at his tie as if he couldn't wait. Chapter 41 got him 10 ladies to go over there, opening the door and getting into the car. Gu Nan Yan snapped and threw the rune card Su Mingchen had given her on the dashboard, to ask her out on a date. Su Mingchen is also horny as hell. Laughing sarcastically, Gu Nan Yan started the vehicle and headed back to the law firm. After 9 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Nan Yan came back from her overtime shift, Lu Beicheng was already at home. When Gu Nan Yan pushed open the door to her bedroom room, Lu Beicheng happened to come out of the restroom after taking a shower. Seeing this, Gu Nan Yan put her cell phone on the table. From Leon? Came back earlier than even I did. Lu Beicheng indifferently said, you can consider changing your job. Lu Beicheng went home a lot during this period of time, and he was not happy to see Gu Nan Yan put most of her time and energy into her work. Gu Nan Yan laughed. I thought you were going to support me. Lu Beicheng, think beautifully. Lu Beicheng didn't agree. Gu Nan Yan approached over and reached out to hook open the waistband of his robe. If you don't serve me happily, I'll raise you as well. Lu Beicheng raised his eyes and looked at her lightly. Do you think your Gu family has more money than I can spend? Gu Nan Yan, why don't you try? Lu Beicheng looked disgusted. Hurry up and take a bath. Gu Nan Yan laughed again at once, so anxious. Then wait for me. Saying that, she straightened Lu Beicheng's pajamas and went to the restroom with a spring in her step. After a while, when Gu Nan Yan rubbed her hair and came out of the restroom, the cell phone she had placed on the table rang. Gu Nan Yan approached to pick it up and smiled with deep interest. Unhurriedly picking up the phone, Su Mingchen's voice came through with anger. Gu Nan Yan, are you tricking me? On the other end of the phone, Gu Nan Yan pulled open the chair in front of her and sat down. Said lazily, I have a big appetite. I'm afraid you can't satisfy me, so I'll find a few girls to test you first. If I can get those girls to sleep with me, that's enough to qualify for my bed. Gu Nan Yan received Su Mingchen's key in the morning, and in the afternoon, she found 10 girls from the nightclub to arrange for them. Not only did she give those girls money, but she also told those girls that doing it with Su Mingchen would reward them with 200,000 once, with no ceiling. So after Su Mingchen went back, those 10 ladies saw the money tree, and each showed their skills to try to sleep with him, and he still spent his efforts to get out of it. Lu Beicheng looked up at Gu Nan Yan when he heard her words. Needless to ask, it must be doing something bad outside. At Gu Nan Yan's arrogance, Su Mingchen laughed coldly. Nan Yan, we'll wait then. Gu Nan Yan grunted disdainfully and coldly hung up the phone. Just by virtue of Su Mingchen also want to pick her up. Too whimsical. Snapping the cell phone and throwing it aside. Looking at Lu Beicheng staring at her, Gu Nan Yan immediately raised a smile, burning with desire. Can't hold it? After saying that, she also glanced towards Lu Beicheng's lower body. Gu Nan Yan, don't fight the mouth lawsuit. Lu Beicheng, Su Mingchen is looking for you? Gu Nan Yan picked up the hairband and tied her hair naturally. Yes, trying to pick me up and cuckold you. Adding, gave me the room card and got him 10 ladies over there. Land North City. Gu Nan Yan would not be able to suffer. Looking at the city there are not many people who are her rivals. Just Su Mingchen he is quite bold. Lu Beicheng's disgusted look. Gu Nan Yan sat back down on the heel of the desk. He also said that if it wasn't for your quick hands, Su Mingzhu would have to call me sister-in-law by now. Lu Beicheng's eyebrows sank slightly, not responding to this as he asked, you're not sleeping? Gu Nan Yan picked up the paperwork on the side. Not as lucky as you. I still have to study the High-Tech South project. At noon, Gu Qinghua had someone pass the project proposal to her email. During the day she had to work on law firm matters, so she could only come in at night to work extra hours. Lu Beicheng heard no response. Gu Nanyan turned to look at him and asked, Liu Beicheng, don't you want to take advantage of the project in the southern suburbs to pinch me? For example, subterfuge me to help Gu stabilize the project? Liu Beicheng laughed, and with good things are letting you one all occupied, wanting to sleep with him and wanting him to help Gu out. How can she think so beautifully? Gu Nanyan, you don't even know how to cherish the opportunity given to you. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she turned around and went back to work. I don't know how long it took, but when Liu Beicheng put down the book in his hand and looked at Gu Nanyan, he only saw that she had long been sleepy and lying on the table. Liu Beicheng got up and got off the bed. Walking to Gu Nanyan, he picked her up horizontally and carefully placed her on the bed, seemingly confused and refusing to go back to the company to give Gu Qinghua a hand. In fact, in his heart, he knew more than anyone else which end was heavy and which end was light. She doesn't want to give up her dreams or her life, either. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan fought a few words to go to the company, he sat down in front of his desk. Su Mingchen pushed open the door of the room and came in with a swollen nose, and his left arm was still in a cast. In spite of this, he could not suppress his elegant demeanor. Pulling away the chair opposite Liu Beicheng and sitting down, Su Mingchen asked, was it your man last night? Not long after he called Gu Nanyan last night, he was stopped halfway back to the Su family mansion in his car, and then he became what he is now. Liu Beicheng looked up faintly. I heard that you want Su Mingzhu to call my wife's sister-in-law. Su Mingchen's face sank. He didn't expect Gu Nanyan to take this to tell Liu Beicheng. After all, it wasn't a secret that the two of them didn't have a good relationship as a couple. Su Mingchen straightened his shirt collar with his right hand. Can Nanyan's words be trusted? She is just provoking. Liu Beicheng, Su and Liu's relationship has always been good, and there is a tacit understanding from years of cooperation, so this trust should be there. Su Mingchen was not in a position of reason, so he could only swallow his anger at being beaten and take the relationship between the two families. Liu Beicheng raised his eyes and said indifferently, Su Mingchen, since when are you worthy of talking to me about relationships? When Liu Beicheng's words fell, Su Mingchen just looked at him. After staring at him for a while, Su Mingchen stood up, smiled and said, okay. With that, he turned and left his office. The door to the office room was closed with no lightness, and Su Mingchen's eyes suddenly became extremely grim. Liu Beicheng didn't put him in his eyes at all. Su Mingchen tugged at his shirt collar, and the veins on that elegant face, the veins on his neck rose, and even the veins on the back of his hand, which was in a cast, burst out. At the head of the office, Liu Beicheng smiled clearly and coldly. Su Mingchen is not self-conscious. As for last night, when Gu Nanyan said those words to him, she obviously wanted to borrow his hand to clean up Su Mingchen again. This little wish, he granted her. Chapter 42. Big surprise for you tonight. Su Mingchen had just left Liu Beicheng's office with his front foot, and Gu Nanyan came in with her back foot, holding a document file in her hand. Walking up to Liu Beicheng's desk, she smiled and pulled out the chair across from him. I heard that you found someone to beat up Su Mingchen last night. Liu Beicheng looked up. This is not what you want to see? Gu Nanyan's smile grew even bigger. Understand me so well? With that, she sat down. You're good at everything as a husband. You just don't like me. Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to open his mouth, she handed him the document in her hand and returned to the main topic of her work, saying, your legal department said that you have to sign all the documents now. Liu Beicheng took the documents Gu Nanyan handed over, but his consciousness was still stuck on the words she had just said, saying that he was good at everything but disliking her. Faintly retracting his eyes, he flipped through the documents Gu Nanyan handed over and took out a signing pen from the pen holder before signing his name at the end of the A party. Gu Nanyan took the document that Liu Beicheng had finished signing. So cooperative with work. I'll give you a surprise tonight. Liu Beicheng, exempt. What Gu Nanyan gave would only be a shock. Old married couple. Don't be polite, Gu Nanyan said, standing up with a smile on her face. She just finished. Liu Beicheng's cell phone rang. To see him busy at work, Gu Nanyan took the signed documents, whispered a greeting to him and went first with a spring in her step. In the corridor, Gu Nanyan had just left Liu Beicheng's office when Yichu came over from around the corner. When she saw Gu Nanyan, she raised her smile and quickly walked over. Nanyan. Gu Nanyan gave her a sound back, and Yichu looked at the document in her hand and said, you've come to find Beicheng to sign the document, right? After she finished, she pulled Gu Nanyan's arm again and said softly, by the way, the last time I was in your room, I didn't touch anything. I just sat in front of your dresser heel for a night, and Beicheng he also. Yichu didn't finish her sentence when Gu Nanyan interrupted her. Yichu, you can have your own life. Don't ruin it yourself. Yichu did not mention this matter. She almost forgot whether she was kindly explaining or not. She herself knew best. Yichu's face showed difficulty as he softly said, I know, I'm just afraid that you'll misunderstand. Seemingly genuinely afraid that Gu Nanyan would be unhappy, Yichu immediately raised the lunchbox in his own hand again. I'd boiled soup for Beicheng. Nanyan, you drink some together too. Yi Chu's appearance of humility at every turn. Gu Nanyan smiled and laughed. Then I'm flattered, Gu Nanyan said, directly carrying Yi Chu's entire thermos bucket over. Getting up in the morning to make soup is much more intentional than she is. No wonder Lu Beicheng wanted to keep her by his side. Seeing this, Yi Chu reminded with difficulty, Nan Yen, you can't drink so much alone. There is still more in here. Gu Nanyan, don't worry, I have a big appetite. Yi Chu had a difficult look on his face. Gu Nanyan did not move and said, Yi Chu, I'm not a man not to eat you. Chu pour the set. Lu Beicheng is not the person you should think about. The heart don't be big. Yi Chu was anxious. Nan Yen, I'm just very grateful to Beicheng. Gu Nanyan didn't bother to talk to her and just walked away. Young lady. At this moment, Xia Chang came out from the office next to him. Gu Nanyan reached out and just shoved the thermos into his arms. Help me throw it in the trash. And also if Lu Beicheng eats her stuff, you won't have to eat in the future. Assistant Xia. Xia Chang's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied back. Don't worry, young lady, I will personally keep an eye on boss's meals. Gu Nanyan, this living king of hell. Sumubai they do not dare to provoke. Their own a small assistant how dare not obey. So after Gu Nanyan left, Xia Chang barked at Yi Chu again, saying that the issue of Lu Beicheng's dining was not for her to worry about. Yi Chu didn't say a word and waited for Gu Nanyan and Xia Chang to both leave before she turned around to find Lu Beicheng. She knocked on the office door coyly. Lu Beicheng saw the problem at a glance and asked, Did you run into Nanyan? Well, Yi Chu originally made soup for you. Nanyan she. The next second she swallowed back the rest of her words. Lu Beicheng's eyes paused on her for a moment, and Yi Chu hastily changed the topic. Beicheng, are you still going to the cemetery this afternoon? Go. I'll go ahead and get things ready then. Lu Beicheng, however, suddenly said, Stay away from Gu Nanyan. Yi Chu gave a beat, then softly said, Good. At more than 9 o'clock in the evening, when Lu Beicheng returned to Royal Bay, Gu Nanyan came back before him today and greeted him as always. Back. Lu Beicheng hung the jacket he took off on the coat rack. You threw Yi Chu's soup away today? Gu Nanyan still had a smile on her face. You want soup? Tomorrow, I'll have Mrs. Zhang stew a few pots for you, and there'll be whatever kind you want. At Gu Nanyan's disbelief, Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, Gu Nanyan, don't specialize in picking soft persimmons to pinch. Gu Nanyan laughed at Lu Beicheng's words. She suddenly stopped walking towards him and folded her arms across her chest. After staring at Lu Beicheng like this for a long time, Gu Nanyan said, If I don't pinch her, I won't be able to live up to your protection. Lu Beicheng swept over a cold eye. Gu Nanyan smiled better and wanted to say something to him, but in the end, she only smiled and said, Why don't you finish the task first? At that time, you can move out and live with her. Gu Nanyan laughed and said these words, and for a moment she could not tell what she felt in her heart, being sarcastic with that look in Lu Beicheng's eyes just now. When Lu Beicheng heard this, he indifferently said, Don't think about it. The smile on Gu Nanyan's face gradually retracted, gradually stiffening. He'd just been questioning her and warning her since he'd walked in the door, and she hadn't picked up on it. Still smiling. At this point, she just couldn't stop laughing. While the two were in a stalemate, Lu Beicheng's cell phone suddenly rang. He withdrew his eyes and picked up the phone. Yi Chu's voice then came over. Beicheng, I left my bag in your car. Is it convenient for you right now? Can I go over and get it? Lu Beicheng, in half an hour, come back downstairs to get it. Hearing that Lu Beicheng was going to help her take the bag over, Yi Chu's voice instantly cheered up. Okay Beicheng, then I'll wait for you. Lu Beicheng hung up the phone, coldly glanced at Gu Nanyan and left their bedroom. At the head of the room, Gu Nanyan laughed mockingly. He said that he only owed Yi Chu a favor. Why was she so unbelieving? Listening to the sound of the vehicle starting, when Gu Nanyan returned to her senses, she saw a few flower petals on the carpet at the entrance. She approached over and picked it up to see that it was a petal from a daisy. Lu Beicheng went to the cemetery today, and Yi Chu accompanied her. As Gu Nanyan looked at the two petals, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang as well. An unfamiliar number. Gu Nanyan unhurriedly connected, and the voice on the other end came out explosively. Smoke. Help. Chapter 43 You hurry up and get divorced. Listening to the voice, Gu Nanyan asked a few questions and hung up the phone to take the car keys and went out. On Lu Beicheng's side, his car had just parked downstairs in the old neighborhood of Yi Chu's house, when Yi Chu walked out of the building with a bag of things in his hand. Beicheng. Seeing Lu Beicheng, Yi Chu ran over cheerfully. Lu Beicheng glanced at the unclosed car door. The bag is inside. Yi Chu bent down and took the bag out, following which he closed the car door and said, Yi Fan is doing his homework, and my mom's situation has been pretty stable for a while. Lu Beicheng didn't say anything. Yi Chu slung his bag over his shoulder, and when he looked up at Lu Beicheng, His eyes flashed straight and he was in an exceptionally good mood. Liu Beicheng tucked both hands into his pants pockets and said without moving, "After the family is stabilized, your own personal problems should also be considered." After Yi Chu heard this, he sighed hopelessly. "Yi Fan, he's still too young right now, and my mom is only temporarily stabilized. I don't have that much time or energy to think about other things." Speaking here, Yi Chu said with another shock, "Beicheng, you wouldn't think that I don't have a boyfriend because of you. You mustn't have this kind of thought. Although I don't have anything to do with you anyway, you don't have pressure. I have arrangements for my own things." Yi Chu's speech was obviously much faster as he explained all of this. Right now, she didn't know if her being single had anything to do with Liu Beicheng, but she knew that if she was off the hook, then she didn't have a single thing to think about. Despite all the denials, she simply couldn't fool herself that she liked Liu Beicheng. The first time she saw Liu Beicheng, she liked him. She was afraid that if she wasn't single, she'd be in no position to even like him. Liu Beicheng said, "I didn't think much about it." Yi Chu let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Immediately afterward, she handed him the dumplings in her hand and said, "These are the dumplings that Yi Fan and I made ourselves, so take them back and try them with Nan Yen." "Liu Beicheng, neither she nor I cook." Yi Chu pulled up Liu Beicheng's hand and forcefully shoved the dumplings into his hand. "Just take it. It's fine to let sister-in-law Jiang cook it." Hanging the slipped bag over her shoulder, she added, "When I first came down, Yi Fan instructed me several times to make sure I gave it to you. It's the fresh dumplings we just made." Yi Chu's enthusiasm, Liu Beicheng did not continue to refuse, turned around and put the dumplings into the back seat of the vehicle. Seeing this, Yi Chu smiled and said, "It's getting late. Beicheng, you go back earlier to accompany Nan Yen. By the way, thanks for bringing the bag over for me." "You're welcome." After that, after watching Liu Beicheng leave until his car disappeared from sight, only then did Yi Chu turn around and go upstairs. At the same time, Gu Nanyan had already driven her Audi to the entrance of the train station. At this moment, she just got off the car. Lu Jingyang cried out and pounced towards her. "Smoke! Smoke! I'm here!" Gu Nanyan turned around at the sound, and Lu Jingyang directly put her in a bear hug. "I'm finally back in a city, and I'm finally seeing you." Gu Nanyan grabbed both his arms and pushed him away. "What's going on? Why did you run back in the middle of the night? And you look like this." Lu Jingyang's messy hair and clothes that hadn't been washed out of color, as well as his yellowish face. If it wasn't for the fact that his voice hadn't changed, Gu Nanyan didn't even recognize him. Gu Nanyan did not mention okay. Once she mentioned, Lu Jingyang was angry. "It's not my brother who did it." "Smoke, you see I still have a human form now? Can I still look at this face?" Gu Nanyan, miserable. Lu Jingyang pained, broken mouth cursed, "It is my brother that. I gave him all the things to do." "Smoke, you have promised to divorce." "He actually said nothing. Actually want to send me." Mentioning Liu Beicheng, Lu Jingyang said again vigilantly, "Smoke, the thing that came back my parents don't know. I don't know how to get the train ticket. I only trust you in Xiao Bei right now. Don't you sell me out." Gu Nanyan sized him up suspiciously. "Don't say you're staying at my place." "Lu Jingyang, I don't live at your place. Where do I live?" "Smoke, I was sent away for you." "Gu Nanyan, you clean up first." Lu Jingyang said and was ready to get on the car. See Gu Nanyan driving an Audi, he did not rely on it, and even backed up a few steps. "Just this car? When have you, Mr. Lu, ever sat in a car that costs less than $1 million? You're not afraid of upsetting me." Gu Nanyan kicked him in the ass. "The green train is all you've been sitting on. You still dislike it? Get on." As soon as Gu Nanyan was fierce, Lu Jingyang got on the car in a fart. Gu Nanyan Global Limited Edition luxury cars have several. Just now working in the law firm, also no one knows her identity, so driving a few 100,000 cars. Took Lu Jingyang to find a place to clean him up from head to toe, to see that the former Lu Jingyang almost came back, before Gu Nanyan was willing to take him to his own Jiangda flat. When the two of them entered the house, Lu Jingyang instructed Gu Nanyan a few more times for her not to sell herself before asking, "Smoke, what kind of food do you have here?" Gu Nanyan lazily said, "The house is unoccupied. Where to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Not much time. Barbecue snacks sent over." Gu Nanyan changed into a housecoat and rolled up his sleeves to eat with Lu Jingyang. Lu Jingyang ate and drank while asking, "Smoke, how have you and my brother been doing lately?" Gu Nanyan ate her skewer and said, same old same old." Lu Jingyang bit a skewer of mutton fiercely. "You say how you are biased is not open to thinking. My brother, in addition to that face, handsome, a little ability, a little bit of money, the body is quite good. He has what good? Why do you have to take the bull by the horns? Must he not?" Gu Nanyan looked up. "Are you sure you're counseling for division, not peace? Blah blah blah." Lu Jingyang, "I persuade peace? He Lu Beicheng lacks virtue. All the virtue of all the people in my Lu family is on him alone. I can't wait for you to leave with him." Lu Jingyang scolded. Gu Nanyan listened and ate at the same time, and when Lu Jingyang got tired of scolding, she handed him milk tea, until cursing until his mouth blisters. Lu Jingyang finally rested his breath concluded. Anyway, if you want to live with my brother again, I am not allowed to agree. Gu Nanyan, leave. I'll leave. Don't you put aside your chanting here. As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Jingyang half squinted his eyes and foxed. Smoke. You're not okay, is it because my brother isn't coming home again and you two are arguing again? Gu Nanyan gave a beat. She's in a mood? Are her emotions so obvious? Lu Jingyang could see it all. Picking up the milk tea and taking a sip. Isn't this a family affair? Lu Jingyang, no. You're different today than every time before. Gu Nanyan laughed. Small sample, quite the eye candy. Lu Jingyang put away his disrespect, stepped his right foot on the chair, looked at Gu Nanyan with a serious face and said, Speak, what exactly happened? Lu Jingyang's suddenly proper manhood. Gu Nanyan said, Your brother went to the cemetery today. Chapter 44. Either you have a baby or you share the property. Lu Jingyang put away his disrespect, stepped his right foot on the chair, looked at Gu Nanyan with a serious face and said, Speak, what exactly happened? Lu Jingyang's suddenly proper manhood. Gu Nanyan said, Your brother went to the cemetery today. Lu Jingyang's face suddenly grimaced. It's been a few years. Does he, Lu Beicheng, have such deep feelings? If he really does, can't he give some to you? Gu Nanyan laughed softly. Alright, you're still moving. The more Gu Nanyan laughed, the more ugly Lu Jingyang's face became instead. Needless to say, Lu Beicheng must have thrown her a look after he came back from the cemetery. If there's someone in your heart, you shouldn't have agreed to this marriage earlier. What's the point of marrying someone and then leaving them out to dry? So he looked at Gu Nanyan with a cold face and said, Gu Nanyan, you give me a little bit of interest. Besides, you haven't tried. How do you know that those fortune-telling words are true or false? Do you have to have Lu Beicheng in your life? Lu Jingyang's rare seriousness and solemnity. Gu Nanyan perfunctorily coaxed him. Leave, I'll leave. Lu Jingyang's face only improved when Gu Nanyan agreed to leave. The two of them ate and chatted for a while longer. Gu Nanyan drew on a tissue and wiped her hands and stood up from the sofa. I'm going back. You rest early. Lu Jingyang followed and stood up. Why are you still going back? Is someone waiting for you? Or is someone warming your blanket? Gu Nanyan turned back and kicked his ass. You can be patient today, can't you? Lu Jingyang patted his butt without changing his face. Hurry up and take a shower and rest. When Lu Jingyang reminded her of this, Gu Nanyan did also feel that it was pointless to go back. So she simply stretched her legs and went to her bedroom. Lu Jingyang put both hands in his pockets, and his face only improved when he saw that Gu Nanyan had dismissed the idea of going back. At the same time, Lu Beicheng had already left the neighborhood where Yi Chu lived and parked his car on the side of the road alone. North City. I understand. Even if you don't open your mouth, I won't call the police. Beicheng, Yi Chu has saved you and me. She is even more innocent in this accident. If I can't survive this, she will be me from now on. You have to care about her. Left hand on the outside of the car window. Right hand picked up the side of the cigarettes and lighter to light himself. Lu Beicheng hard to smoke a mouthful and then spit out a smoke ring. The past came rushing back, and his face grew deeper and deeper. After smoking the cigarette in silence, Lu Beicheng finally started the vehicle and drove to Royal Bay. When he arrived home, John's sister-in-law happened to come in from the backyard and greeted him with surprise. Young master, you're back after all. Aha! Lu Beicheng faintly answered and went upstairs when Mrs. John suddenly called out to him again. Young master. Lu Beicheng stopped his steps and turned back, and Mrs. John told him with embarrassment. Young lady just went out as well. Saying that, sister-in-law Jiang also helped Gu Nanyan to cover up. The young lady went out in quite a hurry just now, so she should be in a hurry. When Sister John's words fell, Lu Beicheng suddenly changed his face and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed Gu Nanyan. It wasn't the first time he'd gone out one foot and she'd gone out the next right afterward as well. Watching Lu Beicheng go upstairs, Mrs. John wiped both hands on her apron and couldn't help but sigh. On Gu Nanyan's end, not long after she stretched out and went to her bedroom, the cell phone thrown on the sofa rang. Lu Jingyang left hand copied in his pocket, his right hand holding a beer walked over. See, it was Lu Beicheng calling. His face that had only improved instantly sank again, snapping the half can of beer in his hand and throwing it in the trash. Lu Jingyang bent down and then picked up Gu Nanyan's cell phone from the sofa. The ringtone was still ringing. Lu Jingyang coldly grimaced and hung up the phone directly without even thinking about it. It's not that he can't forget Shen only, not that he still has the surname Yi, he has them on the line. After Lu Jingyang hung up the phone, he casually also turned off Gu Nanyan's cell phone. On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng saw that the phone was hung up, and his face instantly became more gloomy. Entering the bedroom, he raised his hand and tugged at the collar of his shirt to dial the phone over to Gu Nanyan once again, but the other end prompted. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Gu Nanyan turned off the phone, and Lu Beiqing snapped and violently smashed the phone right out. The face is as ugly as it needs to be. This breath, Lu Beiqing blocked for a long time, did not smooth over, and was depressed all night. After almost a night's sleep, he changed into a suit the next morning and went out the door with a grim look on his face. At the same time, Gu Nanyan also woke up. When she stretched out of the bedroom, Lu Jingyang was drumming in the open kitchen of the dining room, and when he saw that Gu Nanyan had come out, he slurred with food in his mouth. Clean up for dinner. I personally ordered takeout for you. Gu Nanyan yawned. You can fool around with me again when you've cooked yourself. Lu Jingyang drew a tissue to wipe his mouth. If I dare to do it, you wouldn't dare to eat it. Gu Nanyan, you help me take the clothes to the dry cleaner later if you have nothing to do. Lu Jingyang, promise to get it done for you. Not a moment later, when Gu Nanyan was sitting at the heel of the dining table, Lu Jingyang never mentioned that Lu Beicheng had called him last night, not to mention that he had turned her cell phone off. So in the evening, Gu Nanyan from work, see Lu Beicheng car parked below the law firm. She was a little surprised, seeing that Lu Beicheng had been staring at himself in the car. Gu Nanyan walked over calmly. Working on a case? Lu Beicheng looked up and said in a cold voice, Gu Nanyan, are you looking forward to fighting your own divorce case now? Gu Nanyan laughed. I'm not preparing for both, either to have a child or to share your property. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. Lu Beicheng's face was disgusted. Get in the car. Gu Nanyan propped both hands on his car window, raised her eyebrows and smiled teasingly. I only date men in bed, so think about it. Chapter 45. You come and stay with me. Lu Beicheng, the project in the high-tech south area is not wanted. After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan immediately opened the passenger side door and sat in with a smile on her face. It's okay to talk business. Lu Beicheng still dislikes it. Damn, more realistic than anyone else, wanting what is always most practical. The car started. Gu Nanyan ambiguously looked at Lu Beicheng and smiled with admiration. Lu Beicheng's afterglow glanced at Gu Nanyan, and he was covered in goosebumps with her eyes. Those who didn't know thought how much Gu Nanyan liked him and how affectionate she was. Lifting his right hand and tugging at his collar, Lu Beicheng said without changing his face, hang up on me. Cell phone off. Have you found the next family? Are you sure you can have a baby? Gu Nanyan's smiling face stiffened. No need to ask. It must be something Lu Jingyang did. He just snuck back on the train. He can't remember. After staring at Lu Beicheng for a moment, Gu Nanyan laughed. You're on to me? As soon as Gu Nanyan smiled, Lu Beicheng's face became unsightly and changed the topic to ask, where did you go last night? Gu Nanyan sat up straight and looked ahead. In a bad mood. Went to Nanjiang. Gu Nanyan's sentence of bad mood. Lu Beicheng did not ring. Lu Beicheng's face. Gu Nanyan had actually gotten used to it a long time ago. She was just talking nonsense with Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng didn't say anything, so Gu Nanyan looked at him and asked, are you over it in your heart? Not waiting for Lu Beicheng to open his mouth, Gu Nanyan added, if you really don't like it, give a hand to the high-tech South project. Lu Beicheng gripped the steering wheel with both hands and indifferently said, you're thinking beautifully. Gu Nanyan did not comply. And you just coaxed me to play? Lu Beicheng didn't ring. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan picked up a nearby mineral water bottle and smashed it on him. More than 20 minutes later, the two returned home and ate. Gu Nanyan took a shower and sat down in front of the computer to busy herself with her work. She's going to have to hurry up and figure out what to do about the high-tech South project. Not long after, Lu Beicheng came out of the restroom with a towel rubbing his hair. Seeing Gu Nanyan busy working with her black-rimmed glasses, Lu Beicheng suddenly felt quite cozy. Walking up to Gu Nanyan, he propped her up in his arms with both hands and looked at the project proposal in her hands as if nothing had happened. Lu Beicheng hadn't come over for a while when Gu Nanyan's cell phone, which she had placed next to her, suddenly rang. Reaching for her cell phone and seeing Lu Beicheng come up beside her, Gu Nanyan was startled and stood up in a hurry before quickly regaining her composure and said in amusement, I'm working, not stealing from you behind your back, so there's no need to stare like this. When she finished, she picked up the cell phone on the table, looked at the caller's notes, and said, just do me a proper favor and look at it if you want. I'll take a call first. When Lu Beicheng saw that she was going to answer the phone behind her back, he turned around and looked over. Gu Nanyan, you'll answer it for me right here. Can't hold it in. Gu Nanyan bull Ted and went straight into the restroom. After that, she just went into the restroom to pick up the phone. Lu Jingyang's voice staggered over. Gu Nanyan, what I told you is nonsense? I called you a few times during the day and told you to leave my brother alone and not to go back to Royal Bay. But you don't have ears, do you? I'm telling you, my brother's temper is completely spoiled by you. You get back here right now. On the hoof. Lu Jingyang crackled with reprimands, and Gu Nanyan was about to open her mouth to say something when Lu Beicheng's voice came from outside. Gu Nanyan, If you don't come out when I count to 3, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Beiqing's sixth sense told her that Gu Nanyan's pass was not that simple. In the restroom, Gu Nanyan was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Beiqing and spoke directly to Lu Jingyang. Lu Jingyang, do you want to hide for the rest of your life? On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's threat. The momentum immediately weakened a few points. Smoke. I am also for your own good. You are not a man, you do not understand. Men are guilty of ing. The more you are hot-faced to stick up, the more he does not take you seriously. You do not take him seriously, he will also be thinking of you in turn. Gu Nanyan, you're still stranded here taking lessons from me. Go ahead and tie the knot for me. Lu Jingyang saw that Gu Nanyan didn't listen to any good words, and instantly wilted. Smoke. Your house is too big. I'm scared alone. You hurry back to accompany me. Outside the restroom, Lu Beicheng, who had been ignored, looked even uglier and called out in a low voice. Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan glanced over at the doorway and said to Lu Jingyang, your brother is going to kick in the door. Hang up. My brother is back? Lu Jingyang was first shocked, then said, then you shouldn't stay in Royal Bay. My brother's person is too boring. You come over to accompany me. Too lazy to bargain with Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan directly hung up his phone. Then, without missing a beat, he opened the door to the restroom room. Look at Lu Beiching's stinking face is about to kick the door. Her face lethargic to the door frame Aline. 2 hands folded in front of his chest looking at him and asked with a smile, is not to count it? How not to count? Lu Beiching raised his hand and pinched her face. Whose call is it? Even if he usually disliked Gu Nanyan, he couldn't allow Gu Nanyan to really have something with someone else. Lu Beiching's anger. Gu Nanyan smiled more brightly, not thinking to take away his hand. I have not done anything to you to be angry like this. If one day really put you green, that's not good. Don't play smart for me. Lu Beiching spread his hand in front of her. Cell phone. Gu Nanyan, what if I don't give it? Lu Beicheng, don't you make me find out myself. Gu Nanyan laughed amusedly. Lu Beicheng, even if I really have someone outside, I'm giving you face if I can answer the phone behind your back. With these words, Gu Nanyan nakedly said that he had given Yi Chu the bag last night. 4 eyes looked at each other. Lu Beicheng tightened his eyebrows, his tongue from the inside against the side of the face into silence when Gu Nanyan's WeChat suddenly rang, and it rang several times in a row. Coldly spreading his hand in front of Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng didn't even say anything this time. Gu Nanyan slowly moved away from the doorframe and stood up straight, the smile on her face tightening. Chapter 46 Gu Nanyan, you've overplayed your hand. Coldly spreading his hand in front of Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng didn't even say anything this time. Gu Nanyan slowly moved away from the doorframe and stood up straight, the smile on her face gradually closing. When that last faint smile settled on her face, Gu Nanyan said, Lu Beicheng, as far as you and I are concerned, you are not qualified to look at my cell phone. Lu Beicheng's eyes became a little bit dark and dangerous. It was like a tiger that had built up enough strength and was just waiting to explode the next second. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and brushed past him, Lu Beicheng's arm reached out and grabbed her tightly. Gu Nanyan's arm was pinched raw pain. Turned his face to look at Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng, usually that gentle face, can no longer see half a trace of mildness, all cold hostility. Gu Nanyan remained breezy, jealous. Lu Beicheng yanked up her arm. Gu Nanyan reacted quickly, turned around and casually threw the phone in the toilet without thinking. Gu Nanyan. Lu Beicheng's voice seemed to carry knives. Gu Nanyan, however, was unimpressed and said, now let alone you, even I can't look at it myself. Lu Beicheng threw away her hand, picked up his own cell phone and called Xia Chang. Xia Chang, you check. Lu Beicheng's phone has not finished speaking. Gu Nanyan took his cell phone, hung up and said, you let Xia Chang really find out something? Do you still want to be ashamed to be a man? I admit with you is outside someone. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. Lu Beicheng suppressed his anger and asked, Shan Liang Zhou? Yes. Gu Nanyan, you don't even dive when I give you subterfuge, so won't I go throw myself at someone else? You can get some benefits anyways. Lu Beicheng swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, how far did it go? Gu Nanyan, I'd like to know. Why don't you take a test? Without pushing Gu Nanyan away, Lu Beicheng didn't take further action, but just gritted his teeth and said, Gu Nanyan, you've overplayed your hand. Gu Nanyan said with amusement, didn't we agree? You play your game, I'll play mine, and each will stay separate. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest, Lu Beicheng lifted his own right hand and broke Gu Nanyan's fingers away from his neck one by one, and finally pinched her chin and warned, Gu Nanyan, you'd better be making things up with me, or else don't say anything about the new and high-tech project, and don't even think about doing any business for Gu in the future. Lu Beicheng finished, walked to the closet heel to change into a suit, and finally left the house, or did not stay. Even so, he eventually suppressed his temper and didn't mention the word divorce to Gu Nanyan. Clang! the door to the room was slammed heavily shut, and Gu Nanyan laughed a little, turned around, and went to the heel of the toilet to pick up the cell phone. She and Lu Jingyang have nothing to see, and it's not that she can't show Lu Beicheng. She just can't get used to Lu Beicheng's high and mighty double-standard look, and the one last night where he threw off his face. Gu Nanyan actually didn't have much interest in it anymore, just to see him so endowed. She wanted to intentionally disgust him, drying the water from her cell phone. Gu Nanyan let her sister-in-law Jiang send a new cell phone up to her after she took out the calling card. The card has just been changed, only to see Lu Jingyang sent dozens of messages, either to let her go over, or to ask her why she did not reply to the message, but also played several voice. When Gu Nanyan was filled with disgust, Lu Jingyang's voice call came all of a sudden. Gu Nanyan. When she answered the phone, Gu Nanyan directly scolded, Lu Jingyang, do you have a bag in your brain? If you harass me again, get out tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyang said in a resigned and barred voice, Smoke, I just want to talk to you. Don't sell me out before my brother. Gu Nanyan snapped and hung up her voice. It would be nice if the two of their brothers' personalities could be synthesized. On Lu Beicheng's side, he hadn't driven his car out of Royal Bay for a while when Xia Cheng's phone call came over. He said, Boss, Secretary General Shen hasn't been in his city on a business trip for the past few days, and there's no contact with the young lady, and there's no abnormality in the young lady's whereabouts, and she was indeed in Nanjian last night. After Xia Cheng reported, Lu Beicheng indifferently responded and hung up the phone. Gu Nanyan can't say anything good with that mouth. It's all a ing set up. Only, thinking that she was just talking nonsense, Lu Beicheng was still much more comfortable. At least she doesn't dare to mess around, which means that she still cares about the marriage in her heart. In the bedroom, Gu Nanyan hung up Lu Jingyang's voice call and called Gu Chenghua. She told Gu Chenghua about her idea. The price of the project will remain unchanged, and the quality of the project will be raised by another degree on the original basis. On the other end of the phone, Gu Chenghua thought about Gu Nanyan's thoughts for a moment, then said in a serious tone, Nanyan, you'd better go back to the company and give me a hand. Gu Nanyan, Dad, you're still young. We'll talk about this later. Gu Chenghua, Nanyan, it's pretty hard to make it out of the legal profession, and since you always take divorce dispute cases, you won't be able to become a great lawyer if you set this course, so consider what I just proposed. Gu Nanyan laughed. Dad, I haven't even started this career yet. Don't put it on hold to make up your mind about me. I know it all in my heart. Gu Nanyan knows that the law firm where she is now and the work she is doing, the people in the circle quite look down on her, but she is young, and there will be a long time to come. After that, after saying a few more words to Gu Chenghua, Gu Nanyan hung up the phone. Yawning, Gu Nanyan was about to rest when the bedroom door was suddenly opened again. Gu Nanyan looked up and looked over to see Lu Beicheng back again, and for a moment, Gu Nanyan was so angry and amused. Snapping the cell phone away, Gu Nanyan said, tossing back and forth in the middle of the night, are you still taking a break? Lu Beicheng took off his jacket and threw it on the cabinet next to him. Thinking about Gu Nanyan's nonsense and intentional nausea just now, he raised his hand and unbuttoned another shirt. Before coming up just now, Zhang's sister-in-law pulled him around for a while again, saying that Gu Nanyan usually seldom even came home late except to her mother's house and on business trips. Said she is a very good woman, replaced by other women have long gone outside to kill time. Said Gu Nan smoke sometimes talk choking, that is not comfortable with him in the heart of Gas Inn. As soon as Mrs. Zhang persuaded her, Lu Beicheng's heart softened. Lu Beicheng did not say anything. Gu Nanyan flirted, the phone did not see. The heart that breath cannot swallow? Gu Nanyan's brutal disinterest. Lu Beicheng looked at her with a cold face. The two stood very close to each other. Gu Nanyan saw that he did not take care of himself. She yawned and was about to go to bed when Lu Beicheng reached out with his long arm and wrapped it around her back waist, and with a slight force he yanked her into his arms. Before Gu Nanyan could react, Lu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips. Chapter 47, Fulfill Your Wish to Be a Married Couple. Before Gu Nanyan could react, Lu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips. Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng and couldn't figure it out. What kind of operation was this for Lu Beicheng? She thought he was going to draft divorce papers. Being forcibly kissed by Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan took a few steps backward, and when Gu Nanyan fell on the soft and gentle bed, Lu Beicheng clasped her 10 fingers and said in her ear, Gu Nanyan, to say 1,000 words you don't want me to come back more often. Don't you want to sit down the husband and wife relationship? Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng. Did I break the law with this idea? Lu Beicheng exhaled hot breath in her ear. I'll fulfill you. After saying that, he kissed Gu Nanyan's lips once again. Lu Beicheng kissed passionately, but Gu Nanyan's mind suddenly remembered the situation when Yichu gave him soup, remembered that they went to the cemetery together, and remembered that he couldn't forget Shin Weiwei. Gu Nanyan, how do you know if those fortune-telling words are true or not if you don't try? Do you have to hang yourself from this tree? Don't even think about having a baby. Without responding to Liu Beicheng's rare initiative tonight, what Gu Nanyan was thinking at this moment was she sure she wanted to be like this with Liu Beicheng? Even if she got divorced in the future, even if she watched Liu Beicheng get married and have children with other people, would she still be balanced in her heart? Would she be willing to be a single mother and fulfill his pleasure? Gu Nanyan suddenly realized that her mindset had changed without her realizing it, and over the past few months, she had even had the thought of breaking up with Liu Beicheng a few times. Thinking of this, Gu Nanyan suddenly pushed Liu Beicheng away from her. I don't feel anything for you today, no matter how much you want to get the most important task of your life done. Gu Nanyan, however, realized that she couldn't force herself, and suddenly couldn't accommodate. Besides, according to Liu Beicheng's temperament, he might get up tomorrow morning and throw a few pills at her, then she really lost her wife and her army, and she would be annoyed to death by him. Gu Nanyan's refusal. Liu Beicheng cupped her chin. Don't want to be submerged? Gu Nanyan said with amusement. Liu Beicheng, you don't think I can't do anything without your help? Then she took away his hand and said, besides, I'm weak-minded. I'm afraid I'll really be tested by you. This was not something Liu Beicheng liked to hear anymore, and his face suddenly changed. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan hurriedly opened the door to the room first and said, I'm going to sleep next door, so I wish you a spring dream without a trace. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Inside the house, Liu Beicheng's face was predictable, and when he chased him to the next door, Gu Nanyan had long since unlocked the door. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng got up with a gloomy face, Gu Nanyan had already gone to the law firm. Liu Beicheng was in an even worse mood because of this, and went to the office without eating breakfast. At the same time, Su's group, Su Jiaqing, learned that Gu Group did not adjust the amount of the project budget downward, but rather raised the quality of the materials by one grade at the same price. Su Jiaqing's face became ugly. Either actively give up, or also improve the material grade hard loss to take over the project. Gu Qinghua is ruthless enough. Su Mingchen looked at the Gu Group's project budget proposal and laughed softly. It seems that Gu Qinghua is now not even rectifying the people who sell them, and is deliberately releasing information to fight an open battle with us. Mingchen, what should we do now? Su Mingchen took the program information and spat out a breath. Take the project first, and adjust it later during construction. Right now, Su can choose the original program is not moving to be withdrawn, but it is the Su family first provocation, and after being Gu Nanyan played one, Su Mingchen is even more unlikely to beat the drum. Can only be the original price to mention the material to take down the project first. Su Jiaqing listened to his son's words and tightly wrinkled his brow without speaking. For a while, the high-tech South project became extremely hot. Su family mansion. Su Mingzhu heard Mrs. Su said this. She did not comply. Why do we have to suffer losses to take this project? I do not believe in evil. I'll go to find Gu Nanyan. So after inquiring where Gu Nanyan was, Su Mingzhu went straight over. On this end, Gu Nanyan had just come out after meeting her clients when she was blocked by Su Mingzhu at the entrance of the cafe. Gu Nanyan. Seeing that it was Su Mingzhu coming, Gu Nanyan stopped her steps unhurriedly. Seeing this, Su Mingzhu condescendingly said, Gu Nanyan, I thought how capable you Gu Group, but it turned out that my brother only took a small test to take down your project. So your father's ability is just like this, and Gu is so wimpy. Su Mingzhu's agitation. Gu Nanyan walked to her and gently straightened her wind-blown collar. Your father and your brother don't feel hot. Feel free to take it. Gu Nanyan Yu was about to explode, but thinking about the purpose of her visit today, Su Mingzhu resumed her condescension. Gu Nanyan, the project in the high-tech South District is my family's, and sooner or later, Brother Beicheng will also be mine. Gu Nanyan smiled. Congratulations in advance then. When Gu Nanyan said this, she suddenly leaned forward and got close to Su Mingzhu's ear. Su Mingzhu, I just don't know how much you and your brother will be able to share in the end when you and your brother go to such lengths to help the company. Su Mingzhu's face changed, and she turned her face to look at Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan, what do you mean? Gu Nanyan laughed softly. Literally. Su Mingzhu, however, did not comply and stopped her, asking, Gu Nanyan, if you have something to say it clearly, don't be gloomy. Gu Nanyan pulled away from Su Mingzhu with a smirk, stepping on her high heels and heading in the direction she had parked her car. Su Mingzhu still didn't comply and went over to chase Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan swept a cold eye over, and Su Mingzhu was so frightened that she hurriedly released her. Su Mingzhu was scared by that last beating. Her agitation did not have the slightest effect on Gu Nanyan, who did not adjust the bidding price downward and directly asked Gu Qinghua to submit the project proposal. In the end, the Su family had no doubt that the original price, but had to improve the quality of construction materials to take down the project. Think before and after the busy years, but also lose a few $100 million into. Su Jiaqing and Su Mingchen to get the project cannot smile, but had to force a smile. But but also at this juncture to take advantage of the project for the festivities, held Su's 20th anniversary of the founding of the annual celebration activities. Everyone in the circle received an invitation, and so did the Gu family. When Zhao Jiqiu got the invitation, she immediately called Gu Nanyan. Nanyan, do you think your father and I should go? Go! Gu Nanyan, of course I'm going. Zhao Jiqiu, I really don't want to see Su Mingzhu her mother's face, and Xiao Bei her stepmother is definitely going to be there as well. I dislike the two of them the most. Gu Nanyan smiled and comforted. Mom, just think of it as going to watch the fun. There will definitely be a surprise. At Gu Nanyan's words, Zhao Jiqiu was suspicious. Nanyan, what do you mean by that? What are you holding back again? Chapter 48. He shines so brightly. At Gu Nanyan's words, Zhao Jiqiu was suspicious. Nanyan, what do you mean by that? What are you holding back again? Gu Nanyan wasn't a good thing. Zhao Jiqiu had seen it when she beat her as a child. Gu Nanyan, what can I hold back? I'm now being abused by others to the point of almost submarining. At Gu Nanyan's words, Zhao Jiqiu's heart tightened. Nanyan, what happened on your side? Gu Nanyan smiled and said, Mom, just don't worry. Just go with Dad the day or people will say you're being careful. Zhao Jiqiu sighed. Then I'll just go with your father. So when it came to that Saturday night, Zhao Jiqiu went to the banquet with Gu Qinghua. If Gu Nanyan's side is concerned, Liu Beicheng hasn't returned to Royal Bay since he rejected him a few days ago. He didn't call her to join him for the Su family's invitation, so Gu Nanyan attended with Zhou Bei. She was in a small black dress. Zhou Bei had short hair and wore a small suit. The two stood together with a strong aura, especially eye-catching. Guests were looking at them. Gu Nanyan, you still have the face to come here. If I were you, I'd dig a hole and bury myself. Su Mingzhu came over just after the two of them entered the banquet. Gu Nanyan held her handbag in her right hand and said with a smile on her face, the Su family is really a big family if you're so happy about losing money. Gu Nanyan, you, said Su Mingzhu and suppressed her temper again. Gu Nanyan, you're just jealous. You're just angry in your heart. Besides, my brother is so smart. There's no way he'd do a losing deal. Gu Nanyan, my two eyes are always on the high-tech projects. I'm afraid it's not easy for the Su family to not lose. Su Mingzhu, it's not like there's no engineering quality inspection department. Who wants you Gu Nanyan to keep an eye on it? Gu Nanyan, you don't find psychological comfort for yourself. Su Group took this project. How much did the stock go up do you know? There are some things that aren't just about the single profit in front of you. The most gratifying thing for the Su family these days was that the stock had risen all the way to the top, bringing them benefits in many other ways. Gu Nanyan, then I hope Su's stock marker goes all the way down. Verbal finally prevailed. Su Mingzhu's heart ached. When her eyes fell on Zhou Bei next to her, she saw that Zhou Bei was staring at herself coldly. Su Mingzhu thought of Gu Nanyan beating her up, and was so scared that she hurriedly slipped away first. These two psychopaths, who knows what they could do in public. Besides, her mom had started bugging her 2 days ago to keep her composure tonight and not to trash her family's house. Su Mingzhu fled, and Zhou Bei laughed sarcastically with both hands in his pants pockets. Don't run away if you have the guts. Su Mingzhu's side had just left when Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Piao came over. Seeing Zhou Bei come over in a men's suit, Lu Pei directly reprimanded in a stern voice, Zhou Bei, do you still have a little bit of the appearance of a lady of the house? If you don't have the face to be a human being, you have to take your father's face into consideration. Take a look at the girls in the audience. Who cut their hair short and who is wearing a suit? It's not like you're trying to earn face for the Zhou family, so don't pull your leg, okay? Zhou Bei's brows sank. What I like to wear is my own business. None of your business. You. Lu Pei's face went white with anger. Zhou Qiaoxing pulled her by the side. Mom, she's wearing it all. So cut the crap. Zhou Qiaoxing pulled a hand from the side. And only then did Lu Pei's face look a little better. Turning his face to look at Gu Nanyan next to Zhou Bei. Looking at her cold and clear to survey her. Lu Piao a Cold War scare nevertheless. Swallowing her saliva, she said, Gu Nanyan, there's always someone who can clean up after you. Don't be too arrogant. Gu Nanyan, really? But you definitely don't have a chance in this life. Lu Pei gritted her teeth. Gu Nanyan, I will definitely find evidence of what happened last time, and I definitely want you to give an explanation. Gu Nanyan laughed, still looking for what evidence? I'll tell you directly on the line. The person is I found. The beating is you two mothers. Just go and sue. When Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Pei was so angry. Zhou Qiaoxing's face went white. That time she was kicked in the small of the back several times and was bleeding a little down there. Zhou Qiaoxing was beaten miserably. Gu Nanyan was accounted for. How she let people beat Zhou Bei. She let people beat back with interest. Angrily pointing at Gu Nanyan, Lu Pei said, Gu Nanyan, don't think that the Gu family can be honorable for the rest of your life. I'll see how long you can be complacent. Gu Nanyan's behavior had always been steady, and she hardly ever clashed with people outside. She's been working for over a year and she's gotten to know a lot of people in all circles. Su Mingju and Zhou Xiaoxing Lu Piao is a special case. These you do not go to mess with her. She will come over to mess with you. The more you goad them, the more they have to an inch into a foot. Deal with this kind of people to the death on the line. Watching the backs of Xiaoxing and Lu Piao leaving in a huff, Gu Nanyan's face grew deeper and deeper. Zhou Bei has become what he is today. Isn't it all designed by her, Lu Piao? Since Zhou Bei was a child, she had never thought of letting her go. For this kind of person, Gu Nanyan did not have any compassion. Talking so chokingly, aren't you afraid that they'll put small shoes on you in the back? Zhou Xiaoxing and Lu Piao, mother and daughter, had just left when Su Mingchen's voice leisurely came from behind. Gu Nanyan turned around without slowing down. Su Mingchen was still so civilized. Still elegant. Gu Nanyan smiled faintly. What's there to be afraid of others wearing shoes behind your back? Haven't your two families joined forces and declared war a long time ago? Su Mingchen's body slightly came over and leaned in Gu Nanyan's ear and whispered, Nanyan, are you afraid? How about honoring the promise from last time? Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng gave a light lesson last time? Beicheng? Su Mingchen stood up straight. His hands slowly tucked into his pants pockets. Didn't you guys come together today and quarrel again? Su Mingchen's voice was magnetic and pleasant to the ear. It was just that the words that came out of his mouth weren't that appealing. Gu Nanyan, yeah. Why don't you go to Royal Bay and I'll honor my promise with you from last time? Su Mingchen gradually withdrew his smile, his eyes locking onto Gu Nanyan's eyes. What if I want to think now? Right now. They're at the hotel, and it's easy to get anything done. Gu Nanyan raised her hand and yanked Su Mingchen's tie, tugging him toward herself. Then you can try to carry me away in public. Just, so I also want to see brother Mingchen. In the end, how capable he is. Both of them had each other's faces in their eyes, and Gu Nanyan bet that he, Su Mingchen, was 100 times gutless. The smile on Su Mingchen's face widened. Gu Nanyan was able enough to dig a hole for others. Young Master Lu is coming over. So handsome, so handsome. How can Lu Beicheng be so handsome? Chapter 49 I'm the best at divorce cases. Mr. Lu must look for me for divorce. As the two men were at a stalemate in their contest, there was a sudden commotion in the banquet hall. Gu Nanyan followed the group's eyes and looked over, only to see Lu Beicheng coming, and Yi Chu in a small light blue dress following beside him. Lu Beicheng is so stunning. Who is the girl next to him? It seems to be his private secretary. I heard that Lu Beicheng treats her very well, and takes her with him everywhere he goes. Private secretary. So envious. You can see Lu Beicheng every day. With all the chattering of the girls around him, Zhou Bei turned his face to Gu Nanyan. Damn it, can't he keep a low profile? Can't he leave some face for Nanyan? A small half of this occasion today knows about their relationship. Next to Gu Nanyan, the smile on Su Mingchen's face spared. He said, Nanyan, it really isn't worth it for you to follow Beicheng. Gu Nanyan took 2 steps forward and reached out to hook the belt around Su Mingchen's waist. Then let's see if you dare to compete with Lu Beicheng. Su Mingchen's body was agitated, but in the end, he removed Gu Nanyan's hand and leaned over to whisper in her ear. If you can't swallow this, I'll accompany you at night. Not far away, Lu Beicheng found Gu Nanyan in the crowd at a glance. Seeing that she and Su Mingchen were fighting, and the two of them still had ambiguous strength, Lu Beicheng's eyes suddenly snapped harshly. Seeing this, Yi Chu gently pulled him to remind him. Beicheng, Nanyan is over there. Lu Beicheng withdrew his eyes as if he did not see Gu Nanyan and did not care about her. Each circled around. The two soon ran into a peace. Right now in Lu Beicheng chatting with a few people are Hong Kong over the businessman. Is the A-City ZF investment attraction over? Xiao Gu. Seeing that Gu Nanyan was also at the Su family's annual celebration banquet, one of them greeted with surprise and amazement. Mr. Zheng. Gu Nanyan turned around and greeted with a smile on her face. Seeing this, the middle-aged man raised his hand and greeted Gu Nanyan. Xiao Gu, come over here. I'll introduce you to a few bosses to get to know. They might be your potential customers. Gu Nanyan, then thank Mr. Zhang in advance. The man saw Gu Nanyan came over. Very happy in Lu Beicheng they introduced. Xiao Gu is a lawyer, our company's legal agent in their law firm. Although Xiao Gu is not in charge of my company's things, but the attitude and ability to do things I am very appreciated. 2 months ago my son drove a car accidentally hit an old man. The old man's son's gusto my son so mixed up people are afraid. And then its Xiao Gu lawyer came over to help deal with it. As a result, my son didn't hit that old man at all. In your words it was a bumper car. It's really thanks to Mr. Xiao Gu's courage and resourcefulness. Everyone can look for Mr. Xiao Gu if they have a case in the future. The man complimented Gu Nanyan as if she were his own daughter. When they heard that, they said that when their legal contracts expired, they would definitely give priority to Sunrise Law Firm and consider Mr. Gu. Gu Nanyan thanked him with an official smile on her face. Lu Beicheng, however, snorted from the side, his eyes cold and faint. All along, Lu Beiqing thought that Gu Nanyan took those cases as nonsense. There is no promotion for her personally. I did not expect that Gu Nanyan borrowed these small broken cases to know a lot of people. The key people who have dealt with her love it, especially the elders. Good elders edge Lu Beiqing's is served. His father is a typical example. Dying to live must be married to, and Gu Nanyan cannot. As for his claim that Gu Qinghua had helped him, Lu Beiqing had never believed it and felt that he was talking nonsense. After Mr. Zhang introduced Gu Nanyan to everyone, he turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan again and said with some embarrassment, "Xiao Gu, my son hasn't been harassing you for a while now. The kid said that he fell in love with you at first sight, and that he couldn't live without you in his life. That's why he got confused. In fact, if it wasn't for Xiao Gu that you can't see, I would really like to climb into your marriage. With your ability to help me take care of the company in the future, there is absolutely no problem." When Mr. Zhang finished, the person next to him asked, "Mr. Zhang, is your son of legal age?" Mr. Zhang laughed, "Almost, there is still a little bit. Just turned 18 2 months ago. This is not to give him a car to bond with lawyer Gu." After Gu Nanyan finished dealing with that case, that brat named Zhang Fei Fan stuck to her, bringing a bunch of boys to block her outside the law firm all day long, and letting the boys call her sister-in-law. In those days, Gu Nanyan was escorted by a caravan every day, causing her head to explode. Later on, the gang of kids were straightened out a bit, plus Mr. Zhang was severely disciplined, and Zhang Feifan did not harass her for a while before he stopped, but at the time, he also let it slip to her that he would definitely be back. On the side, Lu Beiqing was originally expressionless, but when he heard that there was a freshly minted brat chasing after Gu Nanyan, he raised his eyes and looked at Gu Nanyan. One Shenliangzhou isn't enough. She even spares children. She's capable enough. Lu Beiqing swept over his eyes. Gu Nanyan glanced at him, until General Manager Zhang introduced the two of them to each other in the middle. Gu Nanyan then looked at Lu Beiqing. "Xiao Gu, this is Mr. Lu of the Lu Group." "Mr. Lu." Gu Nanyan reached out her hand towards Lu Beiqing in greeting. Seeing that Gu Nanyan acted as if she didn't recognize him, Lu Beiqing coldly held her hand back. But when Gu Nanyan wanted to shrink her hand back, he tightened his grip and wouldn't let go. Gu Nanyan looked up and Lu Beiqing smiled. "Lawyer Gu." Gu Nanyan looked straight at Lu Beiqing. "It's a pleasure to meet Mr. Lu. I'm best at divorce cases. If Mr. Lu gets divorced in the future, he must look for me." Lu Beiqing increased the strength of his grip on Gu Nanyan. "Definitely." Gu Nanyan sucked in a breath and pinched the back of his hand hard with her nails when she looked at Lu Beiqing's eyes. The two were in such a state that the people next to them were puzzled. Mr. Zhang looked at Lu Beiqing and then at Gu Nanyan. "Do Mr. Lu and Xiao Gu know each other?" Both of them let go of each other at the same time, and Gu Nanyan spoke first. "Don't recognize." At this time, Gu Nanyan's right hand was red, while Lu Beiqing's hand back was covered with nail marks, and his face was extraordinarily gloomy. Don't recognize it? He had known her since the first day she, Gu Nanyan, was born. His face darkened as he put both hands into his pockets. Lu Beiqing forgot that he didn't know how many times he had said that he didn't know Gu Nanyan in front of outsiders. Mr. Zhang laughed, "But now it counts as knowing each other. We are all young people to communicate more in the future." Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for the introduction." Afterwards, after greeting Mr. Zhang, Gu Nanyan drew away. As a result, when she just came out of the restroom, she coincidentally ran into Lu Beiqing, who was also there, drawing 2 paper towels and wiping her hands. Gu Nanyan greeted nonchalantly, "Mr. Lu." In a pinch, the two hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. Lu Beiqing had always disliked getting involved with her in public, so Gu Nanyan politely called her Mr. Lu. At this moment, Lu Beiqing's eyebrows sank as he blocked her way, looking down at her and asking, "Don't recognize me?" Chapter 50. Forced kiss by him in the restroom. Lu Beiqing's eyebrows sank as he blocked her way, looking down at her and asking, "Don't recognize me, Gu Nanyan, or else make a big deal about you being my husband? Aren't you afraid of losing your identity?" Gu Nanyan's yin and yang. Lu Beiqing hee a smile. "Hair are not even long enough to mess with the little kid. Gu Nanyan, you are capable enough." Gu Nanyan smiled bashfully and ruffled her hair sardonically. "There's no way. The charm is too great. Young and old alike." Lu Beiqing coldly grunted and laughed a bit. Following that, he grabbed her back waist and yanked her into his arms. "Gu Nanyan, you be honest outside, or you can't pocket the consequences." Shen Liangzhou was already eyeing their marriage. Su Mingchen didn't have a good heart, and now there was Zhang Feifan. Why didn't he realize before that Gu Nanyan was so capable of provoking men? Gu Nanyan, 2 arms around Lu Beiqing's shoulders, said carelessly, "All day let me alone in the empty room. This thing I cannot guarantee. Say you do the first day, I do 15 chant. Otherwise I can eat this loss, suffer this gas." Lu total. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Lu Beicheng blocked her lips at once. Gu Nanyan's face sank. Damn, taking advantage of her is addictive. Either get real, or stay away from her. What's with his lack of clarity? When Lu Beicheng forcefully pried open her lips and teeth, Gu Nanyan first did not move, and when Lu Beicheng got on top of her, she violently bit him, followed by pushing him away. Lu Beicheng inhaled backwards and wiped his right hand against his lips. Gu Nanyan, are you a ing dog? Gu Nanyan took out her lipstick and mirror from her bag, mended her lip color, and said without changing her face, Mr. Lu, don't engage in ambiguity in public, and don't get in the way of me fishing for men. His thumb wiped his lips, and when Lu Beicheng's eyes looked sternly at Gu Nanyan, someone came over from over at the corner. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. Seeing that someone greeted Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan stepped on her high heels and left first. Nanyan. Gu Nanyan had just returned to the banquet hall when Yi Chu walked towards her. Gu Nanyan sized her up from head to toe and said in a faint voice, You came with Lu Beicheng? Just keep an eye on him. What are you doing staring at me all the time? Gu Nanyan disliked the fact that no matter where she ran into Yi Chu, she always came over to talk to her as if they were on good terms. Yi Chu explained with embarrassment. Nanyan, are you angry? There's nothing between me and Beicheng. It's just that Beicheng couldn't find a female companion today, so he temporarily called me over. Can't find a date? Gu Nanyan laughed in amusement. Was she dead? Oftentimes, Gu Nanyan could barely tell if Yi Chu was truly stupid, or if he was pretending to be stupid with her. Yi Chu, don't rush up to find presents. Don't look for me to make a move on you. Nanyan, this is something you're wrong about. The other secretary Yi is merely working. Isn't your heart too small? Gu Nanyan had just finished talking to Yi Chu when Mrs. Su's voice came over. Gu Nanyan looked up, only to see Su Mingzhu, Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Pao following beside her, as well as a few of her own friends. Gu Nanyan smiled lightly. It seemed that they had agreed to embarrass her tonight, without waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth. Mrs. Su added. Besides, the fact that the other secretary Yi can stay by Beicheng's side is because she has the ability to take good care of Beicheng, whether it's at work or in life. As Mrs. Su said that, she turned her face to look at Yi Chu again and asked, Secretary Yi, do you think it's the same thing? Mrs. Su turned her fronts towards her. Yi Chu's face went white with fear, and she hurriedly looked at Gu Nanyan and shook her head. Nanyan, it's not like that. You mustn't listen to these words. There are a lot of assistants in the secretary's office, and Beicheng treats them all equally. Although Yi Chu said that he was treating everyone equally, he still mouthed the name Beicheng. The other colleagues in the secretary's office would not be like this. With Mrs. Su's provocation and Yi Chu's explanation, Gu Nanyan was suddenly very passive. It was as if he was an animal that was left to be ravaged, wounded and unable to fight back. Su Mingzhu saw that there were many of them. She was dogged and condescending. Gu Nanyan, my mom is kindly trying to educate you a couple of times because you are too unruly, not to mention whether you can take care of brother Beicheng. Let's say that you have been married to brother Beicheng for more than 2 years now, and so far you actually haven't even given him a son and a half a daughter, and haven't opened up a new branch of your family to the Lu family, so how can you be so good at it? It's something that would be easy for any woman, no matter what she puts her hands on, and it's not like you can't give birth to it, is it? Su Mingzhu's mouth is poisonous, and when she opens her mouth, she picks Gu Nanyan's most painful and shortest point. After Su Mingzhu finished speaking, Yi Chu looked at Gu Nanyan with 100 pitying looks and gently shouted, Nanyan. No matter the voice or the tone, they were all full of sympathy for Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan's face still had a subdued smile on it, an attitude of an outsider watching them perform. Seeing this, Lu Pei also coaxed from the side, all day long. You don't do good things with Zhou Bei too. I really don't know how your parents taught you. A little bit of womanhood is not there. Gu Nanyan was unimpressed. My parents at least wouldn't have taught me to seduce other people's husbands and force my way into the palace while other people's wives were seriously ill. And as for how Mrs. Zhou passed away, Lu Piao, do you have a clear idea of what you're talking about? At Gu Nanyan's revelation, Lu Pei's face went white. Gu Nanyan, what are you babbling about? Not long after Zhou Bei's mother died, Lu Pei ascended to the throne, and there was a lot of gossip in the circle at that time. Su Mingzhu, her mother, saw that once Lu Piao opened her mouth, they were in a low position. She hurriedly seized the opportunity to speak. Nanyan, we are elders. Everyone says a few words about you is kind. It's for your own good. Why are you still talking nonsense? Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows. Oh, it's for my own good. Then I'm all ears, and I'd like to ask Mrs. Su to enlighten me on how to be a good Mrs. Lu and how to keep Lu Beicheng's heart. Mrs. Su knew that Gu Nanyan didn't have a good heart, so she definitely wouldn't really say anything to her. And Qi didn't have any real feelings for her either. Condescending, relying on the identity of the elders. Mrs. Su said with a stance, lessen the outside to show their faces. Lessen the outside to provoke right and wrong everywhere to raise the bar. Good at home to raise children. The most important thing is to give Beicheng a son and a half a daughter. Or this marriage is late to the end of the day. Knowing that Liu Beicheng refused to give birth. Knowing that the biggest problem between them was the lack of children. Mrs. Su singled out this point. Gu Nanyan smiled. Listening to Auntie, how come the problems are all on my body and not Liu Beicheng? However, I really need to ask you for advice at this moment. How does Uncle Su manage to be affectionate and sow seeds everywhere? So able to give birth and raise children? This is something I really need to let Beicheng learn. When Gu Nanyan said this, Mrs. Su's face instantly changed, and so did the faces of the several people next to her. With a puzzled look on their faces, looking straight at Gu Nanyan, Su Mingju's mom asked, Gu Nanyan, what do you mean by that? Chapter 51 I just want to join your family. As Mrs. Su's face suddenly changed, Gu Nanyan unhurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag and flipped out the photo album and handed it to her eyes. Aunt Su, the person in the photo is Uncle Su's father, isn't he? Mrs. Su glanced at Gu Nanyan before taking over her phone. Gu Nanyan reminded, swipe left and right to flip more. Mrs. Su looked up, once again looking at the phone again. The next second his face went white, his whole body shook violently, and the hand that held the cell phone trembled. On top of the photo Su Jiacheng was accompanying Tang Wanru for shopping and dinner. Shopping with her, and what's more the two of them had a pair of 5 or 6-year-old twin little boys with them. That picture looked like a properly happy family of 4. Mrs. Su flipped back a few more photos, all of which were of Su Jiacheng accompanying Tang Wanru, or accompanying her and her child, and most of them were taken abroad. For a moment, Mrs. Su's head exploded. Su Jiacheng and Tang Wanru, how can this be? How is this possible? Tang Wanru was her bosom friend, and she was still her cousin when the two of them counted, being about 10 years younger than her. On weekdays she was so meek, so obedient to her. She also said that she is not married. This life does not want to get married thing. Dare to long ago and his husband secretly, even the child was born. Long been thinking of her Mrs. Su position, shivering and holding the phone. Mrs. Su turned her face to Tang Wanru. On a day like today, she was also invited to be present as well. Tang Wanru looked at Wan Meiling's eyes as she stared angrily over. She swallowed and asked cautiously, Sister Meiling, what's wrong? Tang Wanru's words fell. Mrs. Su raised Gu Nanyan's phone and violently slammed it towards her. You this, vixen, at the expense of me believing in you so much and treating you as a dear sister. You actually seduced Jia Chang and actually betrayed me. When she scolded Tang Wanru, Mrs. Su's voice was shaking and her body was trembling. On the side, Lu Pao and the girls all froze, and when they came back to their senses, they hurriedly pulled Mrs. Su and asked, What's wrong with Meiling? What happened? Su Mingju also pulled Mrs. Su in a panic. Mom, what exactly happened? Don't scare me. Mrs. Su's fingers trembled as she pointed at Tang Wanru. This woman seduced your father, and she and your father also had a pair of twin sons outside. Tang Wanru, you shall not die. It never occurred to me that Su Jiacheng would betray himself, much less that the person he cheated on would be Tang Wanru. Suddenly learning of this truth, Mrs. Su, who was usually able to act and pretend, could not control her emotions at this moment. Su Mingju listened to her mom, picked up the cell phone she had just dropped out, and seeing that her dad was really with this woman, Su Mingju pounced towards Tang Wanru without saying a word. I'll tear your face apart. She was talking about. That day she went to find Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan talk how so strange, said she and her brother and how much can share. So it is so. Mingju, listen to my explanation. Listen to my explanation. Tang Wanru protected her face and pleaded one after another. Vixen, thanks to my mom treating you so well, you actually seduced my dad. Mrs. Su couldn't swallow this breath either, and walked over and slapped Tang Wanru a few times. Tang Wanru, I won't let you go, nor will I let your son go. Tang Wanru protected her face and said, Sister Mei Ling, I didn't mean to hurt you. Brother Jia Chang and I love each other with all our hearts. I never wanted to break up your family. I just saw that you guys are so happy and Brother Jia Chang is so nice. I just wanted to join your family. Sister Mei Ling, I won't let Brother Jia Chang get divorced, and I won't take him away from you. It was fine if Tang Wanru didn't explain, but as soon as she did, Mrs. Su and Su Mingju got even angrier and fought even harder. The people next to them saw that this was the case. One by one they were not able to pull the plug. They could only point and say that Tang Wanru was too not something, too ungrateful. Only Lu Piao was more calmly pulling the two of them mother and father. Meiling Mingju, there are things to wait for the banquet to be over before saying anything else. Tonight is Su's yearly celebration banquet. Only Mrs. Su and Su Mingju were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, which still listened to Lu Pei's advice, grabbed Tang Wanru and beat her to death. With Mrs. Su and Su Mingju making such a mess, the surrounding guests all looked over. The reporters present saw Wan Miling and Su Mingju beating up a person, who still interviewed and filmed the banquet. All came over to film the situation of their fight. Seeing that the situation was bad and she couldn't persuade her, Lu Pei arranged for Zhou Qiaoxing to notify Su Jiacheng and Su Mingchen. When the father and son heard that the two mothers were beating up Tang Wanru, they rushed over and pulled the people back. Su Mingchen sank his face and said in a stern voice, "Is there anything that can't wait until the banquet is over? Non-smashing the scene tonight. The first thing I did was to prevent Gu Nanyan from making a fuss today. But it turned out that Gu Nanyan didn't make a fuss and the two of them made a fuss." Hearing Su Mingju's reprimand, Su Mingchen looked at him with reddened eyes and said, "Brother, this woman seduced Dad, and she and Dad even gave birth to twin sons outside." Su Mingchen's face sank, a ball of anger in his heart. But he stiffly suppressed his anger and said with a cold face, "Let's go back and talk about what's going on." Su Mingchen and Su Jiacheng came over, and the farce ended. When Su Mingchen's eyes looked over at Gu Nanyan, he saw her leaning on a nearby pillar and watching the show, smiling in a cozy way. Su Mingchen didn't need to ask to know that there was definitely her handiwork here. The farce was over, and the Su family's banquet tonight had ended unhappily, and with the scandal that had just exploded across the platform, Su Mingchen couldn't even stop those messages. A good night of celebration turned into a night where the Su family became a joke. Gu Nanyan was in an exceptionally good mood as she hummed a little song and went downstairs with Zhou Bei and his parents. Seeing this, Zhao Jiqiu said with a serious face, "I told you, this child of yours is definitely holding something back. Look at what the Su family has become today. No wonder she had to come to the party the other day, saying there would be a surprise." Gu Nanyan, "Mom, this has nothing to do with me. But I didn't let Su Jiacheng find a woman outside, let alone let Wan Miling and Su Mingju get their hands dirty. I just uphold the principle of fairness and impartiality of lawyers, so that the facts are restored in front of everyone's eyes." Zhao Jiqiu, "Anyway, you have a point any way you say it. I can't win you," Zhou Bei said from the side. "Auntie, Nanyan did not do anything wrong tonight, and they were the ones who provoked Nanyan first. If you want to blame them, you can only blame Mrs. Su and Su Mingju for being too indolent. Su Mingju and Mrs. Su's virtues, Gu Nanyan counted to death. To let the Su family make a fool of themselves, she did not need to take the initiative to do anything. There are two of their mothers is enough. Zhao Jiqiu think about it is indeed the same thing. Nanyan give them the evidence. This thing will play into what form, how to end, that is their own thing. As the group walked to the parking lot, the cell phone in Gu Nanyan's bag suddenly rang. Gu Nanyan took out her cell phone and looked at it, and her face was immediately not so good. Chapter 52 on getting a divorce. "You're out of the house." Answering the phone, she asked. "Yes?" Lu Beicheng's voice came from the other end. "Where is it?" "Gu Nanyan went home and has gone to bed." After saying that, she snapped and hung up the phone. Just in recent months, Lu Beicheng, since he had called her several times one after another, he used to not answer her calls. Gu Nanyan hung up the phone and Zhao Jiqiu looked at her and asked, "Nanyan, who called?" "Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng." "Zhao Jiqiu, then what was your attitude and tone just now? Can't you be more polite to Beicheng? You're pushing Beicheng outward if you go on like this." Lu Beicheng didn't attend the banquet with Gu Nanyan tonight. Zhao Jiqiu was quite unhappy in her heart, and now that he called over with great difficulty, she felt that Gu Nanyan should be gentle and considerate, and should coax Lu Beicheng back. "Gu Nanyan headache, you and then touched my father. Replaced by other people men cry without tears. Zhao Jiqiu, you child, see how you talk." Seeing this, Zhou Bei copied both hands in the trouser pockets of his suit and said with a smile, "Auntie, Nanyan didn't do anything wrong. A man can't be spoiled. The more spoiled he is, the less he takes you seriously." After Zhou Bei finished speaking, he also turned his face to Gu Qinghua, who hadn't said anything, and asked, "Isn't that right, uncle?" "Aha!" Gu Qinghua answered lightly, after which he turned his face to Gu Nanyan and said, "I don't care how you and Beicheng get along and compete, but try not to go to the point of divorce and give birth to the child early." "I know," Gu Nanyan answered perfunctorily, opened the car door and got in. After that, he greeted Zhou Bei and her parents and stepped on the gas to leave first. The car had just left the hotel when the cell phone she had placed next to her rang again. Lu Jingyang had called. "Smoke, when are you coming back?" Gu Nanxian looked disgusted. "Damn, Lu Beicheng checking my post is fine, but you still have to stare at me. It just broke up. You come over and stay with me tonight." Gu Nanyan, why did she think that sounded so ambiguous? Gu Nanyan didn't reply in time. Lu Jingyang continued. "I haven't seen a living person for 5 days. I haven't opened my mouth to talk to anyone for 5 days. Smoke, don't you feel sorry for me?" Gu Nanyan, Lu Jingyang, why don't you go back and build the Hope Primary School? Does it make sense for him to stay at home all day and not go out? That can't be. Even if you die here I won't go to that ghost place. said again, you hurry over to accompany me? Or go back is also a person. It is better for us to be a companion. I will give you some takeout. Gu Nanyan felt that Lu Jingyang coaxing her was like coaxing a 3-year-old child. Just thinking that Liu Beicheng hadn't gone back for more than 10 days, and that he was taking Yi Chu to the Su family's field tonight, Gu Nanyan was too lazy to go back, so she hung up the phone after telling Lu Jingyang to wait. At this time, the Su family, the family of 4, just entered the house. Mrs. Su did not have time to attack, but Su Mingju's father first attacked, huffing towards the two of them. Can you do things a little bit? Don't you know what the occasion is today? 1,000 times I told you not to let Gu Nanyan smash the scene tonight, but it ended up smashing your mother's hands. Wan Meiling's face turned white with anger, and she rushed straight over to hit Su Jiacheng. Su Jiacheng, do you have the face to talk about me and Mingju? It's not all thanks to you. Isn't it all you're doing? Behind my back in Tangwanru that screwed together, and even gave birth to a pair of twin sons. Can you stand up to me? Stand up to Mingju and Mingchen? Mrs. Su mentioned the matter of him cheating on his wife. Su Jiacheng's heart was weak, but his face was still angrily unattractive, still angry about what had just happened. When Mrs. Su saw that Su Jiacheng didn't say anything, she rose her temper and said, weren't you just now justified? Why don't you say anything now? Why don't you properly talk about how you and Tangwanru that hooked up? Su Jiacheng, I'm also giving you a statement now. I'm divorcing this marriage. You give me a clean bill of health and get out. Wan Meiling, no matter how hard words Su Jiacheng did not put in the eyes, because the power of life and death of this family is in his hands. The company's shares are also in his hands. What to let him spit out also have to be his nod of the head to agree. Dad, you're too much. How can you do this to Mom? How can you have illegitimate children outside and still have 2 of them? Why don't you talk about your own problems and blame me and Mom? Su Mingju said angrily. Su Jiacheng glanced at Su Mingju and Su Mingchen, and the expression on his face was not as harsh as it had been earlier. If he didn't care about Wan Meiling, he definitely had to care about Su Mingju and Su Mingchen as well, especially Su Mingchen. Su Jiacheng was silent for a long time, slowly exhaled a breath and said, Wanru, she is alone in a city and needs to be taken care of. I also can't see her fighting for her life all by herself. Meiling, Wanru, she has a meek character and has never had any ambitions, so why do you have to be cross with her? Marriage, I definitely won't divorce you. Mrs. Su will always have only you. I hope you're broad-minded enough to tolerate Wanru. Su Jiacheng these words. Mrs. Su tears crackling down straight down. Sarcastic laugh said, I have trouble with her? When did I have a problem with her? What good things have I not thought about her? I was just too nice to her to let you guys stomp on her. And let me be broad-minded. Let me tolerate her. Su Jiacheng, you tell me. How should I be broad-minded? How should I tolerate her? Mrs. Su felt that Master Su's words were just farting, standing and talking. Su Jiacheng put up an attitude. Su Mingju was furious, but she couldn't do anything about her father. She wanted him to send that and those dying twins away, but it was unlikely that his dad had this attitude. So he turned his face to Su Mingchen and said, Brother, after such a big thing happened at home, you should at least say something. Don't say nothing. Su Mingju called out for her brother, and Wan Meiling tearfully looked at Su Mingchen as well. Mingchen, your father is doing this too bullyingly. You must say a few words for Mom. You must be on Mom's side. Wan Meiling knew very well in her heart that what she and Su Mingju said was no more than nonsense, and the only one who could really fight against Su Jiacheng was his son. Seeing that Su Mingju and Wan Meiling had made enough of a scene, Su Mingchen then took 2 steps forward and looked at Su Jiacheng and said, Dad, I'll take care of Tangwanru and her twin sons for you, so I'll trouble you to sign these 2 equity transfer agreements first. Su Mingchen opened his mouth and went straight to the heart of the matter, and Su Jiacheng's face changed drastically. He looked at the share transfer agreement that Su Mingchen had placed on the table, then looked at Su Mingchen again and asked, Mingchen, what do you mean by this? Su Mingchen indifferently said, Dad, the company and the Su family will definitely be mine and Mingju's in the future. I believe that you and Mom and Grandpa and the rest of them are all of the same mindset, and since it's a matter of time, you can sign the words now. Seeing this, Su Mingju hurriedly picked up the 2 agreements and read them. Su Mingchen had divided his dad's shares equally into 2, one for each of their siblings, and underneath her share of the transfer agreement, there was an additional agreement. Chapter 53 guaranteed to make you feel like a god tonight. Her shares will be managed by his brother on her behalf. This point Su Mingju did not have any disagreement, because she never participated in anything of the company. As long as the money was given in place, she did not care who the shares were in the hands of, who helped her to take care of it. She trusted her brother. He wouldn't let her go hungry. He would definitely have her in mind. After reading the agreement, Su Mingju immediately stood on Su Mingchen's side and said, Dad, my brother is right. Sign the words. Su Mingchen stepped forward to deal with this matter, and Wan Meiling's heart was instantly stabilized. Su Jiacheng frowned tightly. Ming Chen, my heart has always been in this family, and every cent of the Su family is definitely yours and Ming Ju's as well. It's just that I'm only 53 years old now, so isn't it a bit too early for you to make me sign a share transfer? Su Jiaqing didn't agree, and Su Mingchen didn't get angry, just calmly said, I'm not in a hurry, you can sign whenever you want. It's just that he shouldn't want to see Tang Wanru and the twins before signing these documents. Su Mingchen's immobility, Su Jiaqing's heart was lost. Su Mingchen didn't say a lot of things, but that didn't mean Su Jiaqing didn't understand. Su Mingchen was more ruthless than him and did things more decisively than him. Su Jiaqing had seen it long before he was an adult, and Su's group has come to this point today. It really has to be a lot of his strength. Weighing the pros and cons after thinking about it, and thinking that Tang Wanru and his own young son were still in Su Mingchen's hands, Su Jiaqing's voice trembled as he said, sign, I'll sign now. Su Jiaqing had just agreed when Su Mingju handed him the signing pen. Even though Wan Meiling had 1001 feelings of anger and unwillingness, she didn't dare to say anything more from the sidelines when Su Mingchen made his move. Besides, Tang Wanru that is in the hands of her son. She has plenty of opportunities to take the air. Su Jiaqing took the pen and signed, then looked at Su Mingchen and asked, Mingchen, I signed the word. You put Wanru and your two younger brothers. Su Jiaqing didn't finish his sentence when Su Mingchen interrupted him. Once the rights and interests come into effect, you can naturally see them. Su Jiaqing looked at Su Mingchen for a long time without speaking again, and when he finally realized that he had nothing to say, he tiredly left the house first. As soon as Su Jiaqing left, Wan Meiling started wiping her tears again, and started crying again about how hard it had been for her for so many years. Su Mingju cried and comforted Wan Meiling while looking up at Su Mingchen and asked, Brother, aren't you angry at Dad for doing something so outrageous? Su Mingchen calmly said, getting angry won't change anything, solving the problem is the most important. He also looked at Wan Meiling and said, Mom, you clean up your mood. Tomorrow morning open a conference to clarify that what happened tonight was all a misunderstanding. You are being stirred up. Wan Meiling's tears came to an abrupt end, and she looked up at Su Mingchen. Su Mingchen explained, the company's interests are most important. Wan Meiling, I know. After dealing with these matters at home, Su Mingchen didn't stay at home for much longer. He still had to clean up tonight's mess. As the car started, the corner of Su Mingchen's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. Gu Nanyan. Things were getting more and more interesting. Gu Nanyan had just entered the house with her front foot. Lu Jingyang threw down his game-playing cell phone and came over to hug her. Smoke. I've finally seen a big living person. Gu Nanyan looked disgusted. Alright, don't see me like a dog sees a bone, and asked, do you plan to hide here for the rest of your life? Lu Jingyang was helping Gu Nanyan take her bag again and pinching her back. Hiding from you here for the rest of my life. I won't go to that hellhole either. You've been back for so long and no one noticed? Su Mubai he doesn't turn you in? Mubai also sneaked back. Lu Jingyang, don't worry, we've taken care of everything over there. Gu Nanyan. If Lu Beiqing knew that both of them had sneaked back, he would probably be able to blow a gasket. Doggedly helping Gu Nanyan pinch her shoulders, Lu Jingyang glanced over at the living room and said, the snacks are all ordered for you. I didn't even move until you came back. So kind? That's a must. Besides, you went to the Su family to smash the scene, so you definitely didn't have time to eat. Gu Nanyan sat back on the sofa. Lu Jingyang set the snacks one by one in front of her, handed her chopsticks and asked, my brother went with the surname Yi today, right? Smoke. Shouldn't your divorce be on the agenda? Gu Nanyan took the chopsticks without much expression. Pushing me to get a divorce for 3 days. Lu Jingyang, are you secretly in love with me? Lu Jingyang exploded at once. You're so tigerish. I wouldn't dare to love anyone but you. I just can't stand to see my brother's arrogance. Not to mention that he's not a thing in the first place. Gu Nanyan drank the water. You'll have to say this in front of your Lu family. Speak. I'm sure I will. I'll have to tell my brother off to death after this. Gu Nanyan Since she was a child she had never seen him win against Lu Beiqing. Smoke. Let me tell you. My brother-esque kind of man he is. Lu Jingyang began to heave black Lu Beiqing again. At the same time, Lu Beiqing had just returned to the house when Mrs. Jiang greeted him with a smile on her face. Young master, you're back. Lu Beiqing, where's Gu Nanyan? Sister-in-law Jiang, young lady didn't come back with you. Then she's not back yet. Didn't come back? Lu Beiqing's face sank. Didn't she go home? Didn't she say she slept? Sullenly taking out his cell phone from his pocket, Lu Beiqing called Gu Nanyan. My brother he wasn't a thing since he was a kid. Since he was a kid he ate everything in our house first, and I haven't tasted that piece in the middle of the watermelon. Not going to poke the hornet's nest himself and making me do it, and that summer and getting me bitten by a snake. Smoke. Do you think he's a piece of work? As Lu Jingyang huffed and puffed and counted the various wrongs of Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan's cell phone rang. She picked it up and looked at Lu Jingyang and said, your Lu family isn't the stuff calling. Lu Jingyang screeched and shut up, and his breath stopped coming. Gu Nanyan despised him and laughed, then coldly picked up the phone. Something's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Lu Beiqing's voice immediately came over with anger. Gu Nanyan, which ING house are you in? When the show broke up just now, he was trying to go back with Gu Nanyan, who said she had gone home and was already asleep. Turns out he came back and she wasn't even a shadow. Gu Nanyan took the phone away from her ear. Her eyebrows and eyes wrinkled in a frown and said, "You have something to do? You have 10 minutes to get your ass back here right now." Lu Jingyang looked at Gu Nanyan in a serious manner. It seemed like he should do something about such a good opportunity. Otherwise, I'm sorry for his brother. So moving his neck, he lowered his voice and said, "Lawyer Gu, why don't you come over? The water is getting cold. Didn't you say you want to take a mandarin duck bath?" Gu Nanyan raised her head and then looked at Lu Jingyang. Has he eaten leopard's gall? Lu Jingyang raised his eyebrows with a smug look on his face. His brother won't get any sleep tonight, or tomorrow, or the day after that. Lu Beiqing's breath on the phone was tinged with a murderous aura as he asked sharply, "Is there someone next to you?" Gu Nanyan gasped at God. "No, you heard wrong." Seeing this, Lu Jingyang continued, "Lawyer Gu, who are you talking to on the phone? It's not that you have a man behind my back. Didn't you say you're single? Hurry up and hang up the phone. I guarantee that I'll make you as happy as a god tonight." Chapter 54 Lu Beiqing catches adultery. Lu Jingyang was so cheap that Gu Nanyan looked at him with sympathy. On the other end of the phone, Lu Beiqing gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Nanyan, you have guts." Gu Nanyan yawned and said in a faint voice, "It's late, I'm going to rest." Without waiting for her to hang up first, Lu Beiqing's side hung up first. Gu Nanyan did not lightly throw her cell phone on the coffee table, and looked at Lu Jingyang, then gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, have guts." Lu Jingyang ate his skewer with a big grin. "My brother, he won't be able to sleep well tonight." Gu Nanyan asked airily, "Is there still a possibility that you will sleep for a long time in the future?" Lu Jingyang froze. After freezing, Lu Jingyang hurriedly threw down the skewer in his hand and pulled Gu Nanyan to ask, "Smoke, what should I do now again? Will my brother kill me? Weren't you great just now? Don't you wimp out now. Was I really good just now?" "Awesome." Lu Jingyang, "No, you still have to think of a way to save me." Later, Gu Nanyan gave Lu Jingyang a trick to go to Zhou Bei's side first to hide for a while, but Lu Jingyang he had to change clothes first, had to be decent to go out. By the time he'd left at the end of the day, the elevator came up downstairs. "My brother, it must be my brother coming. Hurry inside and find a place to hide." The two had just gone back into the house before the doorbell rang at the door. Lu Jingyang ducked into the house and said, "Smoke, don't sell me." Gu Nanyan pushed him. "Hurry up and go inside." "Gu Nanyan, if you don't open the door again, you don't want this room." Lu Beiqing's voice once again sounded outside. Gu Nanyan opened the door to her room, folded her arms across her chest, and lazily leaned towards the doorframe with a winking smile on her face. "Yo, what wind blew Mr. Lu here?" Wearing big red pajamas with a lazy look all over her body. Gu Nanyan was quite like a bad practitioner at this moment. Lu Beiqing grimaced, pulled Gu Nanyan away and threw her directly aside, then turned to instruct Xia Chang, "Don't even let a fly out." "Okay boss." Gu Nanyan pulled her own shoulders and chased Lu Beiqing into the house. "Lu Beiqing, what do you mean by this?" Lu Beiqing ignored her and walked straight towards the master bedroom. Lu Beiqing rummaged around the house for a while, and when nothing turned up, Gu Nanyan pretended to understand only then laughed. "Catch adultery ah?" Then she said, "Lu Beiqing, do you think I'm a person who hides? If there was someone, I would have fooled around with you. There's really no one." Lu Beiqing approached over and pinched her face. "No one? Do you think I'm deaf?" In order to save Lu Jingyang so that he doesn't die a horrible death, Gu Nan calmly made up, "I've just been watching TV. What did you hear?" Lu Beiqing laughed and threw away Gu Nanyan's face. "Then you'd better pray that I can't find anything." On the way over, he has let Xia Cheng check the surveillance in Gu Nanyan's neighborhood. Before this they have no one in and out of this building. If someone in Gu Nanyan's house can't fly out with wings, Gu Nanyan, okay, I'll help you find it. "Okay," Gu Nanyan said and went to open the restroom door. Adulterer, where are you?" "Land North City." There was no one in the restroom, and Gu Nanyan turned to look at Lu Beiqing. "Not here. Not here either." Gu Nanyan searched a few places and couldn't even find a single extra mosquito. So she said, "Lu Beiqing, if you don't find someone in my place today, you'll have to give me an explanation." Lu Beiqing, "Gu Nanyan, you don't need to cover your tracks." When Gu Nanyan saw that Lu Beiqing didn't believe her, she continued to help him look for it. Over by the doorway, Xia Chang listened to Gu Nanyan mouthing adulterer, holding back his laughter until his face turned red. If it comes to arguing, his boss is no match for the young lady. Lu Beiqing rummaged through the house, listening to Gu Nanyan's crisp adulterer. Why was he so painless? Looking at Gu Nanyan that way, it seems that she won't stop until she finds an adulterer. However, as the two searched, he didn't find anyone here in Gu Nanyan, and with that, his anger was gradually fading. Adulterer, adulterer, where are you? Lu Beicheng finally couldn't help himself and stopped him with a cold voice. Gu Nanyan, shut your mouth. Gu Nanyan turned around and looked at Lu Beicheng with a smile on her face. Lu Beicheng, if you want to have any ideas, you just tell me directly. Don't hit me backwards. Where did she get the face to catch adultery in her place when she herself took someone else to a dinner party? Lu Beicheng lazily ignored her and continued to walk towards the fourth bedroom. Gu Nanyan's heart tightened as she followed him, and then she walked in front of Lu Beicheng and opened the door to the room. Adulterer, adulterer. Lifting the bottom of the bed and looking for the restroom, Gu Nanyan finally opened the closet and then closed it. Lu Beicheng, you tell me what to do. The whole house was searched and he found nothing. Lu Beicheng stared expressionlessly at Gu Nanyan for a long time, and walked nonchalantly to the bed. He swept his eyes over the large, flat bed, his eyes finally landing at the end of it. Gu Nanyan looked at him and waited for him to give himself a statement. After looking at each other for a long time, Lu Beicheng was about to turn around and walk away, but suddenly stopped his steps again. The next second he bent down and reached down to pick up a short piece of hair from the end of the bed. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan calmly said, "Mine." Lu Beicheng didn't even believe in punctuation. He approached the closet and pulled Gu Nanyan's arm and threw her to the side while reaching out to open the closet. Above the closet, Lu Jingyang was dumbfounded at once, looking at Lu Beicheng without moving, as if he was a statue. When Lu Beicheng saw that there was someone inside the closet, the whole person was like being poured a pot of cold water. From head to toe even his heart was cold. But when she saw that the person hiding on top of the closet was Lu Jingyang, she was relieved. Gu Nanyan, how she is no longer reliable, but also will not get together with Lu Jingyang. Lu Jingyang borrowed him a few guts. He did not dare, and Gu Nanyan how. The two brothers looked at me and I looked at you. And in the end, it was Lu Jingyang who spoke first, calling out, "Brother." Lu Beicheng tucked both hands into his pants pockets and said coldly, "Are you coming down yourself, or am I going to ask you to come down?" Lu Jingyang, "I'll come down by myself. I'll just come down by myself. If you ask him to please, you'll be crippled if not dead." A few moments later, the three returned to the living room, and Lu Jingyang wimped out, "Brother, I was just being cheap. I just deliberately pissed you off." Over at the door, Xia Chang's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Second master, aren't you building a hope school?" At the same time, what he didn't expect was that Gu Nanyan was really hiding a man in her house. Lu Jingyang, not used to the water and soil, come back and take a rest. Lu Beicheng split his legs and sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Jingyang in front of him and calmly asked, "What are you taking to make me believe that you are just being cheap with your mouth and nothing happened with her?" Chapter 55. Stay away from me if you're not doing anything outside. From the time he heard a man's voice in his cell phone, Lu Beicheng didn't do anything with Gu Nanyan, and was bent on finding that man and exterminating him. Lu Jingyang listened to Lu Beicheng's questioning. His voice drew up at once. "Sister smoke this kind of hard bone only brother you dare to gnaw on. It is impossible for me and her." Saying that, he raised his hand again and swore, "Brother, I swear to you, I am just scared of staying over there. That's why I hid here in Nanyan. I take our Lu family's ancestors to guarantee with you that there is absolutely innocence between me and Nanyan. There is no bad relationship, just whether there would be in the future. He couldn't guarantee it. It's a human being. Thoughts and feelings are fluid." Lu Jingyang sold her cleanly at once. Gu Nanyan's face was ugly as hell. Lifting her leg, she kicked him several times. "Lu Jingyang, you ungrateful dog, how do you talk?" Gu Nanyan said and viciously kicked Lu Jingyang a few more times. Lu Beicheng, however, didn't like to hear this anymore and turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and asked in a cold voice, "You're eager for him to react to you?" Gu Nanyan sulked. She fiercely kicked Lu Jingyang and looked at Lu Beicheng and said in an exasperated manner, "You can clean it up any way you want. Smoke, the two of us are a team. Why are you still kicking me?" Lu Jingyang avoided Gu Nanyan and then looked at Lu Beicheng and said, "Brother, I really have nothing with Nanyan. Besides, if the two of us really have something, then there is still something about you. We have been together for a long time." At the doorway, Xia Chang had a sympathetic look on his face, thinking that Lu Jingyang was planning to never stay in a city in his life. Lu Beicheng heard. A cold eye swept over. Lu Jingyang raised his hand and hit his own mouth twice. "My mouth is cheap. My mouth is cheap again. Brother, just you don't send me to Build Hope Elementary School again. That place is really not for people to stay." "Lu Beicheng, when was Su Mubai he not a human being?" Lu Jingyang said with a quick mouth. "Mubai he came back a long time ago." Lu Beicheng looked up. Lu Jingyang realized that he had said the wrong thing only after this, and hurriedly explained, "Mubai he is not a human being. He is the white god. We are at different levels." Lu Beicheng heckled and turned his face to look at Xia Chang, who then called to have someone investigate. After that, he looked at Lu Jingyang sympathetically. Second master, I'm afraid no one can help you this time. You've sold people clean. Lu Jingyang. When he was speechless, Lu Jingyang looked at Liu Beicheng with an innocent face, and Liu Beicheng laughed coldly and said, "Want to take a mandarin duck bath? Want to be happy and immortal? Brother, I'm just being I just saw you take surname Yi to the banquet wanting to help my sister smoke out. Yours? Your. It's brother your." Liu Beicheng instructed. Secretary Xia, take second master Lu to have a good soak in the mandarin duck bath, so that he can be a good god. Lu Jingyang was shocked. Brother, what do you want to do? I'm still a virgin. Xia Chang, second master, please. Brother. Lu Jingyang was taken away by Xia Chang, and Gu Nanyan yawned and said, Mr. Lu, things have been clarified, so please go back too. Liu Beicheng reached out and yanked Gu Nanyan into his arms. Gu Nanyan, hiding a man behind my back, can I let it go with you so easily? Gu Nanyan disagreed with this statement and poked him in the heart and asked, ask yourself, is Lu Jingyang considered a man? Liu Beicheng was a little disliked. The two of them just stared at each other for a while, and Liu Beicheng said, Lu Jingyang, this matter is not to be mentioned. Then let's settle tonight's account. Gu Nanyan stood up from Liu Beicheng's arms and asked in amusement, counting on you to bring another woman to the banquet? Liu Beicheng didn't take advantage of the situation, so he stood up as well. Take a bath and go to bed. Gu Nanyan this time did not comply. A pull on his arm. Do not the account is not even clear. You don't count the account that I said I don't know you? This matter was still not in Liu Beicheng's favor, so he rubbed his temples and said, Gu Nanyan, you should just take it as it comes. Gu Nanyan, you don't know what kind of character I have. I can't take advantage of others at all. Mr. Lu, if you have any accounts that you haven't counted with me. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng turned around and grabbed her waist, forcefully dragged her into his arms, and leaned down and kissed her lips. Every time he couldn't win Gu Nanyan's words, Liu Beicheng kissed her. With her mouth blocked, Gu Nanyan violently pushed Liu Beicheng away, followed by a burst of violence. Liu Beicheng, you're shameless. The night came to my place to make a mess, but also take advantage of me. Usually spoiled you right. It's not clean out there. You stay away from me. Gu Nanyan took it out on Liu Beicheng while pushing him outside the doorway, and finally slammed her suit jacket on him. Find whoever you like. Don't come over here and disgust me. Liu Beicheng also became angry. Gu Nanyan, get lost. Saying that, violently kicking his leather shoes out, Gu Nanyan slammed the door to her room heavily. Outside the doorway, Liu Beicheng's face was going white with anger. In 26 years of living I've never been so pissed off. Never been kicked out. Gu Nanyan, open the door for me. Gu Nanyan ignored it. Gu Nanyan still didn't ring. Liu Beicheng shouted a few times and finally had to explain. You didn't agree to sleep with you last time. I'm deliberately angry with you tonight. Inside the house, Gu Nanyan had returned to her bedroom early. It's her room. She can tell whoever she wants to get out. Liu Beicheng shouted outside for half a day with no response, and finally kicked the door of the room in anger. Dog temper. Sir, there is a complaint about you disturbing the public and illegally entering the house. Liu Beicheng's feet had just retracted when the security personnel of the neighborhood came over. Liu Beicheng gritted his teeth. Gu Nanyan, count your ruthlessness. With Lu Jingyang gone and Liu Beicheng gone, Gu Nanyan's whole world cleared up, and she collapsed on the bed after taking a shower and huffed and puffed. The next morning, Gu Nanyan was woken up by a series of life-threatening calls. Closing her eyes and fumbling for her cell phone from under her pillow, Gu Nanyan asked in a daze, who is it? On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun's voice came over in a windy manner. Nanyan, Grandpa is in a huge temper, so hurry back to the old mansion. Gu Nanyan closed her eyes and slept a bit more before she lazily said, Mom, I know. Nanyan, don't sleep, hurry over. As Qin Haiyun droned on, she chanted to herself, these two assholes, none of them are provincial. Qin Haiyun cursed, and Gu Nanyan just listened. Qin Haiyun hung up the phone, and Gu Nanyan got up after relying on her bed for a bit. While washing, Zhou Bei reported with her, saying that Wan Meiling had just held a conference today, saying that last night's drama was just a misunderstanding and that she had been provoked. Nonetheless, the high-tech South Project Su was withdrawn, and just one night the stock evaporated more than $1 billion. The first few days up all spit out, not to mention that, but also fell a few $100 million loss. Overnight, the city of A was full of rain. When Gu Nanyan drove her Audi to the Liu family's old mansion, all the elders of the Liu family were there, and Liu Beicheng and Liu Jingyang also came. Only Liu Jingyang looked more disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes that were comparable to a national treasure. What did Liu Beicheng do to him? Learned her last trick and found a bunch of ladies for Liu Jingyang? Chapter 56. Try touching her. Nanyan, Shin Hyun saw Gu Nanyen arrive and hurriedly beckoned her over. Gu Nanyen approached over and asked in a low voice, Jin Yang got that? Shin Hyun, no, it's not that serious. The Lu family would hold a family meeting every time there was something important, and before this kind of meeting was extremely rare. Since Gu Nanyen and Liu Beicheng got married, the family meetings became a bit more frequent. The old master was sitting on the main seat, and when he saw that Gu Nanyen had come over, he said, Nanyen, the Su family side said that you were the one who provoked Wan Miling and that girl Mingzhu to beat up on each other last night. Gu Nanyen, Grandpa, I'm not that capable. I just restored a bit of the truth to them. As for how far things have gone, that's for the Su family to decide. When Gu Nanyen said this, the old man's face deliberately sank a little, but in his heart, like a mirror, this girl is holding back bad. He said, even so, you shouldn't have picked this time of day. You could have done it another time. Gu Nanyen, Aunt Su had to teach me how to be a man and how to have many children. So I'll just have to help Beicheng ask Uncle Su how he's so capable. After Gu Nanyen finished speaking, the elders of the family began to speak. Old master, Nanyen, this child has always done things with a sense of propriety. Last night it must have been Wan Miling and Su Mingzhu who provoked the problem in the first place. It is. I saw it all. Liu Beicheng, his great aunt, said. At that moment, she had wanted to go over to help Gu Nanyen out, but looking at Gu Nanyen's posture of having the situation under her control, she didn't go over, lest when she struck out, her own feigned persuasion as an elder would affect her play, and simply watched the show from the crowd. It was a great, painful watch. Dad, Nanyen has always known how to behave and wouldn't provoke others first. Shin Hyun also stood on Gu Nanyen's side. The guy's a sentence all stand Gu Nanyen. The old man is not good to discipline, every time, but the heart than anyone understands that the Su family is really ambitious, intentionally targeting the Gu family. It's not good to blame Gu Nanyen. So the old man's sharpness turned to Liu Beicheng. Nanyen has a reason to say so. What about you, Beicheng? Liu Beicheng had both hands in his pants pockets. No reason. Seeing this, Gu Nanyen sneaked beside her and asked her great aunt, Great aunt, what did he do to Jing Yang in Beicheng? Big aunt whispered, this lack of virtue. He soaked Jing Yang in a medicinal bath for a night, and he didn't allow Jing Yang to find a woman to vent his fire. He almost wasted the man. Gu Nanyen, then he might as well find someone to force Jing Yang. Big aunt, that's not true. The old man says that all the lack of virtue in my Liu family has grown on him alone. Seeing this, the old man's face sank as he said, you too, one more than the other lack of morality. I see you two in the future. No one mess. Just live like this for the rest of your life, so as not to go to the trouble of others. The old man is considered to see that the two of them, but any other spouse, are not worthy of the lack of both of them, are not their rivals. Liu Jingyang's father looked at Liu Beicheng's attitude and said unhappily, Beicheng, even if Jing Yang is wrong, you shouldn't penalize him like this. What if you really do the whole thing? Liu Beicheng was calm and collected. I have my measure. Gu Nanyen cast a sidelong glance at Liu Beicheng, and then cast a sympathetic look at Liu Jingyang. Liu Jingyang saw this and hugged towards Gu Nanyen with a wow. Smoke. My third brother. He's not human. He almost sent me away last night. Gu Nanyen was about to comfort Liu Jingyang when Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye. Liu Jingyang, try touching her. Liu Jingyang's arms hanging in midair suddenly stopped, and the next dry howl was even louder. Smoke. My brother, he won't let me hold you. Gu Nanyen looked at Liu Jingyang miserably and went over to hug him. I'll just hug you. Patting Liu Jingyang's back, Gu Nanyen asked, has the fire drained yet? If not, I'll pick some good ones for you. When Gu Nanyen said this, the people in the room turned red. What was this little shameless thing saying in front of them? Liu Jingyang was even more sad. The idea is no longer in my head. I'm afraid that I really can't get hard in the future. I shouldn't have talked blindly last night. Congregation. Gu Nanyen, when the time comes, I will accompany you to do a sex change operation. It is more comfortable to be a woman without having to sell yourself. Crowd that old face. Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyen was still hugging Liu Jingyang and didn't let go, so he raised his foot and kicked her ass. Still can't let go? Gu Nanyen let go of Liu Jingyang and turned around to return his two kicks. You stay away from me. Liu Beicheng's bullying, his great aunt couldn't look at her eyes anymore, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Beicheng, didn't you dislike Nanyen? Didn't you refuse to want her to have to get a divorce? What's going on now? Liu Beicheng, when did I say I didn't want her and had to get a divorce? Great aunt, everyone can testify. Nanny smoke herself. Liu Beicheng beat a dead horse. I didn't say that. Seeing this, the old man turned his words around and said, since you don't have this intention, then hurry up and give birth to the child. I see that you two will only be able to tighten up a little when you become parents. Big aunt asked skeptically, are you sure you can do it, Beicheng? Why don't you go and take lessons from Su Jiacheng? That's right, he's had 3 sons, and those 2 younger ones are still twins. No, thanks. Lu Beicheng's face was unsightly. Don't. Beicheng, don't be shy if you really have a problem. We're all family. Lu Jingyang, brother, if you really can't do it, I am able to help you a little bit regardless of any previous suspicions. Lu Jingyang's words turned a bit sour, and when he finished, Gu Nanyan and Lu Beicheng kicked over one by one. Lu Jingyang was dumbfounded. Did I say something wrong again? His mom, you didn't get the wrong end of the stick. Lu Jingyang, however, couldn't figure out why he had to be beaten up when everyone said the same thing. The group talked about one thing in the east and one thing in the west, and Qin Haiyun finally looked at Lu Beicheng and said, Beicheng, at the end of this year Nan Yen must be pregnant with a child, or else you'll honestly go to see a doctor. That's right Beicheng, it really can't be said that you and Nan Yen don't have another child. Beicheng, why don't you let Jing Yang accompany you to the hospital first? Lu Beicheng took his right hand out of his pocket and pressed it heavily on the back of Gu Nanyan's neck, rubbing her and saying, Gu Nanyan, getting everyone on your side. You're capable enough. Gu Nanyan disdainfully removed his hand. Good character. No way. Seeing that Lu Beicheng ignored everyone's words, Qin Haiyun looked at him aggressively and asked, Lu Beicheng, just tell me if you're going to have a baby or not. Lu Beicheng looked up. All eyes were on him, waiting for his answer. Chapter 57 He replied, Raw. Lu Beicheng looked up. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for his answer. It's as if he's not going to leave the old mansion today if he doesn't say yes. With both hands in his pants pockets, Lu Beicheng just looked at Gu Nanyan. After staring at Gu Nanyan for a while, Lu Beicheng said expressionlessly, saying, Lu Beicheng's final compromise. Gu Nanyan smiled in disbelief, as if to say, still think how hard your bones are. In fact, Qin Haiyun and the old man and their pressure, he did not put it on his mind at all. To how to answer the pressure given by the group all depends on his own mood. Rather, he made that choice. Beicheng, this is your own promise. Then we are all waiting to drink your wedding wine for becoming a father next year. Yes, it's not too young to get your heart stabilized. The group had one sentence each. Lu Beicheng took out his right hand from his pocket and pressed the back of Gu Nanyan's neck, and said in a faint voice, Go back and finish the mission. Gu Nanyan looked up as Lu Beicheng escorted the back of her neck and headed outside the courtyard. Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng, you also have times when you are afraid. Lu Beicheng put one hand in his pocket and pressed the back of Gu Nanyan's neck. You take their perfunctory words seriously. Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan removed his hand and turned toward the house, calling, Mom. Before she could finish shouting, Lu Beicheng opened the car door and threw her in. Not a moment later, the car started. Lu Beicheng turned his face to look at her and said, The whole of a city has been disturbed by you. Don't. Gu Nanyan, I'm not that capable. As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Beicheng's phone rang. A work call. When Lu Beicheng answered the phone, Gu Nanyan was brushing her phone on the side. Although Su Mingchen had already withdrawn almost all of last night's hot searches, and Wan Meiling also came out to apologize and clarify, but Su's stock price still opened to fall, and the losses can be imagined. As Gu Nanyan casually flipped through these news, her cell phone suddenly rang as well. A call from Gu Chunghua. Dad, Nanyan, Xiao Bureau's side just called to ask if we're interested in the High-Tech South project. On the other end of the phone, Gu Qinghua's voice was slightly agitated but calm. Dad, just say yes. Gu Qinghua exhaled heavily. Nanyan, think about going back to the company. Gu Nanyan smiled. Okay, I'll tell you when I've thought about it. She's only 23, she's in no hurry to be disciplined, and she has her own dreams and things she wants to do. After that, the father and daughter chatted a bit and hung up the phone. To improve the quality of the materials in the high-tech South area, Gu Nanyan, in addition to insurance, is also to express the sincerity of Gu's sincerity on this project. If last night Wan Meiling did not make a scene, she did so. Su's take this project is also eat boring loss. She was well prepared for both left and right hands. Gu Nanyan hung up the phone. Lu Beicheng's call was also finished. He threw the phone aside and said, letting the Su family suffer such a big loss. Gu Nanyan, you're quite ruthless. Gu Nanyan laughed. If I'm not hard on them, it's them who are hard on me. Lu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan from the inside view mirror and didn't speak again, but took his right hand from the steering wheel and pinched the back of Gu Nanyan's neck in a not so gentle and not so heavy way. He felt that Gu Nanyan was like a kite, looking at it as his, looking at her as if she was not his, always taking the initiative. But the relationship between them was only a kite string that wavered and broke at the touch of a button, and Gu Nanyan's ambition was not smaller than his at all. Lu Beicheng's sudden silence was mild, and Gu Nanyan looked at him and asked with a smile, afraid? Lu Beicheng was unimpressed. Su Mingchen can only fight with you. Yes? Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows, after which she said, I have an appointment with a client, so you can send me to the law firm. After Lu Beicheng heard this, he directly sent Gu Nanyan over. Evening. When Gu Nanyan came out from work, A blue sports car downstairs in the law firm was quite elegant, and recognizing that it was Su Mingchen's car, Gu Nanyan's steps slowed down and even stopped. Inside the car, Su Mingchen lowered the window, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. You're really living both ideal lives. Gu Nanyan, barely okay. Su Mingchen, get in the car and give you a ride. Gu Nanyan, I'm afraid your car will bump into me. He had just screwed him over. How dare he ride in his car now? There was no guarantee that something wouldn't happen. When Gu Nanyan didn't get on the bus, Su Mingchen got off, walking unhurriedly to Gu Nanyan. Su Mingchen said with a smile, Nanyan, you're scared. Gu Nanyan tucked both hands into the pockets of her black wide-legged pants and glanced at his car. If you're picking me up, get a better car next time. Su Mingchen looked back at his own car and then at Gu Nanyan. Not better than your hundreds of thousands of dollars little Audi? Gu Nanyan, it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. I only sit in limited editions of men's cars. Gu Nanyan is revealing Su Mingchen short. Last time he and Liu Beicheng robbed the car did not win. Su Mingchen didn't lose his temper either. A gentle smile still hanging on his face as he said, talking to you about Su's legal representation. Gu Nanyan heard this and laughed at once. Su Mingchen, you're throwing in the towel? Still thinking about the Southern District project? Su was withdrawn from the agency. The stock price in the past few days will certainly continue to plummet. In order to save the company's stock price, Su is best to participate in the southern region of the project, even if it is only titled can be. That's why Su Mingchen came over to her to do a favor with the legal agent. Thinking of all this, Gu Nanyan said with amusement again, Su Mingchen, do you think I'm that good at talking? That I would pull Su's leg? How many times has he and the Zhou family teamed up long ago? And how could he give them a chance when he could not easily catch a chance this time? And it would be strange if he did not put them to death. Gu Nanyan's insensitivity. Su Mingchen took 2 steps forward and bent down to her ear. Nanyan, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. Gu Nanyan, don't brainwash me. Although I, Gu Nanyan, am not a smart person, I'm not so stupid as to lead a wolf into the house. If the Gu family fell on hard times, the first one to fall on his sword, the first one to come out and humiliate her would definitely be Su Mingchen. Not only because of the relationship between the two families, but also because she was Liu Beicheng's wife, and he had always wanted to win Liu Beicheng. Su Mingchen's eyes went cold and hostile. Non-oil and salt? Gu Nanyan raised her eyes and straightened Su Mingchen's collar. What if I'm not? If she were to be merciful to the Su family today, she would be laying a mine for her own family, and she wasn't that blinkered or womanly. Gu Nanyan, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Gu Nanyan smiled. Really? Only you and Liu Beicheng are still far from each other. She couldn't let Su Mingchen's attention be only on her. She had to shift a little to Liu Beicheng's side. Su Mingchen's face suddenly changed when Gu Nanyan said that he was inferior to Liu Beicheng. The atmosphere was at a standstill when the sudden sound of a beeping car horn came from the side. For a moment, the two subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Chapter 58 Jealous? The car door was opened and Shin Liangzhou's secretary came down. Ms. Gu. The person Su Mingchen seemed to be looking at was Shin Liangzhou, and the smirk at the corner of his mouth became obviously meaningful. Secretary Du. Gu Nanyan greeted as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Secretary Du said to Gu Nanyan with a smile on his face, Miss Gu, I'm really grateful to you for helping the migrant workers to collect their wages. Secretary General Shin would like to invite you to a meal to thank you in person. Gu Nanyan, okay, promising. Gu Nanyan looked at Su Mingchen again. Mr. Su, then I'll leave first. Su Mingchen smiled. Liu Beicheng has quite a few opponents. Su Mingchen's mockery. Gu Nanyan didn't move and took 2 steps forward, her body slightly leaning forward, and whispered, So Su Mingchen, you don't have enough class to try to pick me up. Su Mingchen's eyes changed, and the way he looked at Gu Nanyan was much cooler than just now. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan smiled disinterestedly, straightened Su Mingchen's clothes as if nothing had happened, and turned around to leave first. Secretary Du helped her open the rear door of the vehicle, and Shin Liangzhou glanced at Su Mingchen from inside the vehicle and nodded at him calmly, hands copied in his pants pockets, watching the car gradually walk away. Su Mingchen's expression grew deeper and deeper. Looking at the A city, there are too many capable people. He wants to 10,000 people on the road is still very far. The red flag car started. Shin Liangzhou said gently, Nan Yen, thank you for the last time. I've been wanting to invite you to dinner, but I only came back after a meeting outside. Gu Nanyan smiled faintly. Secretary General Shin is polite if you want to say that. The two chatted afterward, and the driver took the car to a private food court. Shen Liangzhou's meal. Gu Nanyan actually do not want to answer. Just people have come to the law firm, plus Su Mingchen is also present today. Gu Nanyan came. Meanwhile, Glorious Bay. After Liu Beicheng went back, he saw that Gu Nanyan hadn't come back yet and let Xia Cheng check her whereabouts. After a while, Xia Cheng's call came back. Boss, Mr. Su went to see young lady this evening. Lu Beiqing's face changed, and he asked emotionally, "Where is she now?" On the other end of the phone, Xia Cheng carefully said, "Shen Secretary General also went to look for the young lady today. The young lady and Shen Secretary General together in the evening at dinner." Estimated. Before Xia Cheng's side could finish, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. In the next second, Gu Nanyan's voice came like a spring breeze. "You're back. Didn't you say it was perfunctory? Is this a change of heart?" Gu Nanyan entered the house, and Lu Beiqing snapped and hung up his cell phone and threw it aside. Gu Nanyan leisurely glanced at him and took off her jacket to hang it on the coat rack. Lu Beiqing copied his pants pockets with both hands and looked at Gu Nanyan in a cold and clear manner. "Where did you go?" Gu Nanyan moved her neck and said with some fatigue, "Had a meal with friends." Lu Beiqing reached out and wrapped his hand around Gu Nanyan's waist, violently yanking her to him. "What kind of friend? Doesn't dare to say his name?" Gu Nanyan cried and laughed, asking, "Jealous?" Gu Nanyan's playful smile. Lu Beiqing wrapped one hand around her back waist and cupped her chin with the other hand. "Gu Nanyan, if the Gu family wants to stand firm in a city and live peacefully, I think you should know what you can and cannot do, and what people you should keep a distance from." The smile on Gu Nanyan's face gradually retracted and she looked straight at Lu Beiqing. "Lu Beiqing, are you threatening me?" Since she was a child, she disliked being threatened the most, and what qualifications did Lu Beiqing have? Without waiting for the smile on her face to be completely retracted, Gu Nanyan removed Lu Beiqing's hand that was cupping on her chin and asked with a calm smile, "Lu Beiqing, are you that confident that I can't win against you?" Without mentioning anything else, just based on Lu Beiqing's words tonight, Gu Nanyan felt that she couldn't afford to take things lightly in the future. "Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan, so you're declaring war?" Gu Nanyan didn't want to argue with him, turned around and took her pajamas from the closet, and calmly said, "No one has declared war on you. Just wanted to remind you that my parents and the Gu group are my bottom line you don't touch." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she headed for the restroom, and Lu Beiqing yanked on her arm to pull her into his arms. At this time, Gu Nanyan also did not rely on, put away the usual good face, turned his face rushed to him and said, "Lu Beiqing, you still have to finish? You all day long put surname G put on your side to raise, and with your meaning, I am not every day to find you quarrel? Do I still do other things? Do I want to live and work?" When Gu Nanyan was fierce, Lu Beiqing became even more furious, after seeing Shen Liang Zhou once. "You argue with me once. I see that your heart flew away a long time ago." Gu Nanyan was annoyed, so she said impatiently, "Yes, yes, 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 I'm a heart flyer. Go ahead, what do you want to do?" Every time he comes back he throws his face in the air and fights, so he just doesn't come back. She was already busy and tired at the end of the day. When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Beiqing turned sideways with both hands in his pants pockets and didn't say anything. After a long period of silence, Lu Beiqing turned around and looked at Gu Nanyan coldly and said, "Gu Nanyan, do you still have a point?" Gu Nanyan's eyebrows sank. "Is it hard to believe that you still have reason?" Lu Beiqing, if you have ideas directly say it on the line. Do not have to every time to play on the subject. I am not no bear. Do not dare to face things. Gu Nanyan's backwards. Lu Beiqing lit a cigarette and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The smoke rings scattered in the room. Lu Beiqing turned to look at Gu Nanyan and said, "Gu Nanyan, listening to your words now you are waiting for me to open my mouth. Don't." Gu Nanyan angry have no strength. Annoyed, "You have done enough obvious. It is my dead begging shameless. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Lu Beiqing interrupted her. "What did I do that was obvious?" Gu Nanyan, Lu Beiqing, you want to count this account? Then today with you to count it. Married for more than 2 years. The wedding banquet has not been set up until now, and you have not sent me a needle and a thread, even the wedding ring. Besides Yi Chu, you are keeping her by your side all the time. You are being called by her, and you are bringing her to all kinds of activities, big and small. Right, who's your wife now? Me or her? Chapter 59. Don't talk about cheating a little bit. Really away also promise you and Jing Yang and Mubai. The two didn't succeed in persuading me to divorce. You sent people to the plateau to build a Hope Elementary School. And which of these more than 2 years you went home to give me a good face? There are too many things too big and small. Gu Nanyan cannot count, but also too lazy to count with him. And she has never been a person who likes to turn over old scores. Generally over the eye on the page. Is Lu Beiqing unforgiving? Looking for faults at all times, everywhere with her over the top, including the fact that she had just come back. She had been in a good mood talking to him and she hadn't picked up on his bad attitude, but he had to argue and threaten her with her house. She couldn't bear it even with her temper. Lu Beiqing sank his face and was about to say something when Gu Nanyan added, "In the morning at the old mansion as well. In front of everyone you promised to be good, and then turned your face and said it was perfunctory. Lu Beiqing, do you really think that I have no dignity and no skin?" Speaking here, Gu Nanyan's emotions also regained their calmness. and then said, Lu Beicheng, my patience is also limited, and I won't keep spoiling you all the time, so you shouldn't take those fortune-telling words too seriously, and if I haven't tried anyone else, how do you know that I'm not you anymore? Gu Nanyan was still trying to control her emotions when she reached this point in her speech, and still didn't say those two words out loud. To be able to maintain such rationality at a time like this, the heart cared not just about what the fortune teller had said, but about the feelings they had for all the years they had known each other. When she was a child, her mom used to say that the first person she saw when she was born was Lu Beicheng. So, she cares for all the years of affection. With Gu Nanyan's words, Lu Beicheng's face was predictable. Having known Gu Nanyan for 23 years, he understood Gu Nanyan's character, and in general she wouldn't start a conflict with people, much less talk nonsense to you. If it really upsets her, she'll just get real. Today was the second time in recent months that she'd had a one-sided argument with him about right and wrong, and both times it had been over Shenliangzhou. He minded. When the four eyes looked at each other and the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, the cell phone in Gu Nanyan's pocket suddenly rang. Su Bai called. Gu Nanyan didn't hide, and in front of Lu Beicheng's face, she turned on the external speaker and connected the phone. What's wrong, Mu Bai? At this moment, her voice when she spoke to Su Bai was still as atmospheric and bright as usual. On the other end of the phone, Su Bai said pitifully, Sister Smoke, this time I really have to look for you to save my life. Gu Nanyan gave Lu Beicheng an expressionless look and then said, You say, I escaped back from the Hope Primary School project site and was discovered by third brother. I heard that Jingyang has been cleaned up pretty bad. Sister Smoke, you have to save me. Gu Nanyan asked with a calm demeanor, How am I going to save it? Su Bai, Sister Smoke, you just need to temporarily lie to my third brother and say that you will consider the matter of divorce. And I don't need Sister Smoke for you to really get divorced, just help me to slow down a little bit. After all, my third brother has been wanting to divorce you for a while, Su Bai requested, and the corner of Gu Nanyan's mouth raised a self-deprecating smile. It was quite ridiculous that her marriage to Lu Beicheng was a bargaining chip for others to curry favor with him. After laughing, Gu Nanyan said, Okay, not to mention temporarily cheating a little, really Wei also promised you. On the other side of the phone, Su Bai listened to this, moved to tears, Smoke sister, I'm too touched, love you, and so I dodged this calamity. I'll thank you properly. If you really and third brother left, I'll introduce you to a good, ensure than my third brother honest, never outside the womanizing, never let you alone in the empty room. Every sentence, every word, even the punctuation marks that Su Bai said under his eyes were a satire on Gu Nanyan's marriage. Gu Nanyan smiled unconcernedly and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you to introduce me to a good man. On the side, Lu Beicheng's face had long been unable to look straight, daring him and Gu Nanyan's marriage to be this broken in their eyes. Listening to Su Bai moving heaven and earth to say thank you over there, Lu Beicheng walked over with a sullen face, took Gu Nanyan's cell phone and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan said in a nonchalant manner, You've heard all the phone calls, so see when you have the time to go and complete the formalities that will benefit everyone. Gu Nanyan's yin and yang, Lu Beicheng face disgusted, and with you married and divorced are other people say. Gu Nanyan, benefiting others and oneself. It's all the same to whoever says so. Profit for others? Is it benefiting you or me anymore? After Lu Beicheng cupped her chin and questioned her, he leaned over and kissed her lips. Faint cigarette breath accompanied by Lu Beicheng's fragrance on the face. Gu Nanyan's brow subconsciously wrinkled, taking advantage of the addiction to it. He kisses her every time he can't win an argument. How smart is he? Gu Nanyan did not close her eyes with a face full of disgust, and even took her foot and stepped on him. Lu Beicheng's kisses then became more and more violent and deeper. When Gu Nanyan just said her grievances, Lu Beicheng was touched in his heart. He thought she didn't care about those, but he didn't realize that she still did. With all of her care, Lu Beicheng felt like a wife in two ways. It was just that Jing Yang and Su Bai, these two dogs, he had to educate them properly. When had he let them both persuade him to leave? One is better than the other at being bad. Until she was about to be breathless from Lu Beicheng's kisses, Gu Nanyan only pushed him away with a red face. Do you still want to be ashamed? Lu Beicheng, the shameless thing, you and I are both half a catty. Don't look down on anyone. At Lu Beicheng's flirtation, Gu Nanyan gave him a disgusted blank look. Immediately after, she looked at Lu Beicheng and asked, Lu Beicheng, don't tell me that you've moved and can't let go of me? Although Su Bai's call just now was not favorable, it at least eased the atmosphere a bit. Gu Nanyan's deep and bright eyes. Lu Beicheng's body is restless. Chapter 60 I can hold your emotions? Gu Nanyan's deep and bright eyes. Lu Beicheng's body is restless. With his right hand gently rubbing on Gu Nanyan's side waist, Lu Beicheng said, with so many people staring at you, I can't afford to give up. Gu Nanyan, it's true that men's common disease, no one with him to compete when it is a piece of treasure he also do not put in the eyes. Someone with him to steal is a piece of our fragrant. Gu Nanyan's contemptuous eyes. Lu Beicheng's right hand rubbing on her waist did not slow down to push away her clothes. Gu Nanyan snapped and slapped the back of his hand. Lu Beicheng, you are a nobleman who does not do it, but has to do it. She coaxed him with a good face. He didn't take it seriously. She turned around and didn't want to live this life anymore, and he fell back on her. So cheap, pushing Lu Beicheng away. Before Gu Nanyan could leave, Lu Beicheng pulled her back. Where to? Gu Nanyan turned around with a helpless face. Take a shower. Should I give you an application report? Lu Beicheng, what's the point of washing? I don't mind you. Gu Nanyan placed both hands against his chest. I dislike you. She had just had a fight. Who was in the mood to sleep with him? Even if he was more skillful, she didn't care to accompany him. Gu Nanyan took the clothes and went to the restroom. Lu Beicheng then went over to the floor window and lit a cigarette. The smoke circle slowly and heavily exhaled. Lu Beicheng also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. That one just now should be considered a thing of the past. It's just that Gu Nanyan's temper is getting worse and worse, and she doesn't move and blows up, and she's already filed for divorce with him twice. Not a moment later, Gu Nanyan came out of the restroom. So Lu Beicheng snuffed out another cigarette he had lit in the ashtray next to him. Gu Nanyan glanced at him and said, "You've been smoking quite a lot lately." Lu Beicheng opened the window as far as it would go. "If you don't recruit me, I don't have a smoking habit." Gu Nanyan laughed at once. "I'm so influential that I can touch your emotions?" Land North City. Gu Nanyan's straightforward Lu Beicheng quite appreciated. In addition to her parents, everything is not in the heart over. Just had a fight, and now you can talk to you and laugh. Sometimes, though, words can sulk you. At this moment, Gu Nanyan was wearing a big red pajamas, lining her fair skin even more white. The whole person is also more and more bright and delicate, slowly walking over the appearance, like the old movie came out of the painting. She squeezed a little hand cream onto her hands, and Lu Beicheng approached over and hugged her from behind. Gu Nanyan raised her eyes to look at the two in the vanity mirror, watching Lu Beicheng with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, tiredly closing his eyes and resting his chin on her shoulder. She slowed down the speed of rubbing the hand cream, took her right foot out of her slipper, and rubbed the soft center of her foot against his calf. Thinking of spring? Lu Beicheng deliberately pinched her, and Gu Nanyan frowned. "You're stupid." Then she added, "If I were fake here, I would have pinched and burst for you." Lu Beicheng, if you're a fake, I won't even touch it. Gu Nanyan put her right foot back on the slipper and stomped on him fiercely. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng held her waist with both hands and turned her around so that when she was facing him, he leaned down and kissed her lips. There was no anger, no retaliation. His lips were soft and his kiss was gentle. When the two kissed together, the two hands he held on Gu Nanyan's side waist couldn't help but push a little harder, liking the feel of her surplus hands. It was late at night and the atmosphere in the house was ambiguous, especially for the young couple who had just had a fight. Her lips and teeth were pried open by Lu Beicheng, and Gu Nanyan undeniably felt good kissing him, all the while thinking that what he had promised at the old mansion this morning was not perfunctory. Grasping Lu Beicheng's pajamas with both hands, Lu Beicheng gently picked her up and placed her on the dresser. Inside the mirror, Gu Nanyan's red back with small exposed shoulders was beautiful, a mingling of lips and teeth. Lu Beicheng kissed her face and then her earlobes, exhaling hot breath into her ears and calling out her name. "Oh!" Gu Nanyan closed her eyes, her head tilted back, her big black wavy curls falling casually, breathtakingly beautiful. There was no thought of getting pregnant and having a baby, no thinking about the bad stuff, no that one-time disconnect. Right now they only had each other's physical needs, only male love. Lu Beicheng stood in front of her, the pajamas slipped under her shoulders, and when Gu Nanyan opened her eyes, Lu Beicheng happened to be looking at her as well. Lu Beicheng cupped her chin and leaned over to bite her lightly. "Gu Nanyan, no one can satisfy you except me." Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his neck. "Really?" Adding, "But shouldn't you carry me to the bed? You can't be in such an inconvenient position for the first time." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng picked her up by hitting the horizontal, then carefully placed her on the bed, as if he was putting down a fragile treasure. When Lu Beicheng put her on the bed, Gu Nanyan took off her half-hanging pajamas and threw them next to her and said, "After sitting in front of the computer for a day, you can help me press it first." Gu Nanyan's skin is very white and tender. You can pinch out the kind of water, and the body is surprisingly good, especially those legs. I do not know how many girls envy death. Lu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan lying on her back as soon as she got into bed. Gu Nanyan's skinless words were as if it wasn't the two of them who had just quarreled, and she wasn't the one who had said she was going to do the formalities. Lu Beicheng had a look of disgust on his face, and Gu Nanyan pulled on his pajamas. Lu Beicheng's scalp went numb and he was covered in goosebumps. Both of them are so good looking and the images are so eye-catching that it's a shame that no one is photographing them for posterity. "Ah," Gu Nanyan hummed comfortably and ambiguously, then said, "Boss Lu, You're more than a professional. Lu Beiqing's hands are quite big, very white and especially long fingers, very powerful at a glance, but very soft and comfortable when they fall on you. Gu Nanyan was enjoying herself. Lu Beiqing saw Gu Nanyan enjoying herself, and while he pressed for her, he said, "Stay away from Shunliang Zhou, I mind." Chapter 61 Hoard him out for nothing. Gu Nanyan said lazily, "The last time the case was closed, he invited me to have a meal. He had a secretary next to him, not alone." Lu Beiqing pressed the sides of her spine. "I don't care if his secretary is there. You stay away from him." When Lu Beiqing said it, he even intentionally increased the intensity. "It hurts. It hurts. Lu Beiqing, you go easy on him. Gu Nanyan, stay away from him." "I'll stay away from him, isn't it? But it depends on whether you can serve comfortably tonight. If I can, I'll be your Lu Beiqing from now on. If I can't, then I can't guarantee that I won't have second thoughts. Be gentle with your hands," Gu Nanyan reminded. At this point she didn't need to look to know that her ass must be a few fingerprints away. After the brief exchange, the two fell into silence once again. When Lu Beiqing pressed all the way down on her waist socket, Lu Beiqing's hand increased in strength. His eyes fell on her face. How he felt that Gu Nanyan was doing it on purpose. The next second Gu Nanyan's body gave a start. Lu Beiqing saw this and leaned over to murmur a few words in her ear. Gu Nanyan. Originally, she only wanted to flirt with him because Lu Beiqing was shy every time she was shameless, but she didn't expect him to be even more shameless this time. Gu Nanyan pretended to be calm and opened her eyes, looking at him as if nothing had happened. But Lu Beiqing added, "Nanyan, you're blushing, so red that you can drip blood." Lu Beiqing finished. Gu Nanyan's breath caught, backhanded and grabbed him. "Lu Beiqing, you ya." Lu Beiqing didn't remove his hand, a smile on his lips. "My foreplay has just begun." Gu Nanyan thought he couldn't do anything, but turned out to be a master. Looking at Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan was wondering how to dislike him to gain the upper hand when Lu Beiqing directly kissed him. After half an hour had passed, Lu Beiqing unzipped his pajamas and leisurely said, "You should be satisfied with the foreplay," and added, "I remember who said the other day that I came back early and could do it until dawn." On the bed, Gu Nanyan's hair was messy, lying motionless on the bed, and although her body was still wearing clothes, she looked like she had been ruthlessly forced. Lu Beiqing is so not something. When Lu Beiqing just got her, Gu Nanyan resisted, but when Lu Beiqing got real with her she realized that the power disparity between men and women was something she couldn't estimate before. In the old days, people used to tease her. Lu Beiqing swished the pajamas he took off and threw them on the ground. Gu Nanyan hurriedly grabbed the thin quilt and wrapped herself tightly. "Today's stamina has been exceeded. Come back tomorrow." Lu Beiqing's face sank. "You're done after getting high?" With that, he leaned down and cupped Gu Nanyan's chin. Gu Nanyan hurriedly pulled the quilt wrapped tightly around herself. "Promise tomorrow is tomorrow." Gu Nanyan was a bit scared by the bit of foreplay Lu Beiqing had just done, and could feel that Lu Beiqing was still angry about her dinner with Xinliang Zhou, and that he was deliberately trying to fix her. So of course it's daunting, and it does get tiring. Lu Beiqing was exasperated and laughed, pinching her chin. "Gu Nanyan, you tricked me?" Gu Nanyan pulled on the quilt. "You just seem to have scratched me with your nails. You let me slow down." When Gu Nanyan said that Lu Beiqing had scratched her, Lu Beiqing instantly became nervous and pulled her quilt and said, "Loosen the quilt and show me." Instead of loosening the quilt, Gu Nanyan wrapped herself more tightly. "No need to look. I know in my own heart, when I slow down tomorrow, I'll accompany you with interest." Land North City. After staring at Gu Nanyan with his bare upper body for a long time, he lifted his foot and kicked Gu Nanyan. "Damn Gu Nanyan, you lied to Lousy about foreplay." Gu Nanyan wrapped in the quilt and didn't even bother to open her eyes. Cheating on foreplay, thanks to him wanting to. It's just that after that fight the two had just had, and the frequency of the fights lately, she doesn't seem to be as determined as she used to be. Is she sure she still wants to have kids? And who knows if he'll wake up tomorrow and change his face and throw her a couple of birth control pills. Gu Nanyan. Lu Beiqing's voice was louder than earlier. Gu Nanyan exhaled heavily. There was no way he could wake up someone pretending to be asleep anyway. Seeing Gu Nanyan wrapping herself into a brown, Lu Beiqing's face went white, feeling like he was glanced at in vain. Bending down to pick up the pajamas that were thrown on the ground, Lu Beiqing put them on in anger and said, "Gu Nanyan, don't try to figure this out for a second time, and don't mention to me about wanting to have a child in the future." Gu Nanyan still didn't open her eyes, so she could continue to tease her when she wanted to give birth one day. On weekdays Gu Nanyan usually didn't hold grudges, but if she did, then she would definitely want to retaliate. The next morning, after Gu Nanyan woke up with a start, Lu Beiqing was no longer by her pillow as usual. When Gu Nanyan cleaned herself up and went downstairs for breakfast, sister-in-law Jiang asked her in a low voice, "Young lady, did you and young master have another fight last night? Young master was quite upset when he left the house this morning and didn't even eat breakfast. Gu Nanyan said in a cloudy voice. Hoard him out for nothing. Sister Jiang. Young people nowadays, she couldn't figure it out. Only yesterday, Lu Beiqing's foreplay did make Gu Nanyan sleep comfortably the whole night, and she didn't even dream. At the same time, there was some scrutiny of Lu Beiqing. Gu Nanyan had a spring in her step, and Sister Jiang said, young lady, you seem to be in a pretty good mood today. Gu Nanyan, it's okay. Not a moment later, after eating breakfast to the law firm, the director shouted at her with gusto and said, Nanyan, the firm received a few public cases. The client said that it would be best if you could be the attorney in charge. Come over here and talk about the cases. Okay, Gu Nanyan agreed, and in her heart, she had more than half guessed that it was probably Shin Liangzhou's care. Putting her bag on her desk, Gu Nanyan was about to go to the director's office when another colleague suddenly stood up after answering the phone and said, Gu LV, Lu's group's side came to the phone and said that there are some legal matters, so please go over there right away. Gu Nanyan, don't be so coincidental. The director listened to his co-worker's transmission and had to say, Nanyan, then you go to Lu's first. These cases will be discussed when you return. Gu Nanyan picked up the bag she had just put down. Okay, then I'll go to Lu's first. As a result, she just went downstairs and saw Lu Beiqing's black Maybach parked below the law firm. On the car, Xia Chang saw Gu Nanyan come down and hurriedly got out to open the door to greet her. Young lady, Xia Chang is so blocked downstairs. Gu Nanyan do not need to ask also know what Lu Beiqing means. Have long known that the law firm took the case to prevent her and Shin Liangzhou involved in the relationship. A few moments later, the car started, and Gu Nanyan said with a soft smile, quite a lot of eyes and quick news. Before she had a chance to understand the case, Lu Beiqing had people blocking the downstairs. Xia Cheng compensated with a smile. Young lady, I can't understand what you're saying. Gu Nanyan, pretend. Keep pretending. Xia Cheng still had a silly compensatory smile. It wasn't until Gu Nanyan didn't mention this matter that Xia Cheng opened his mouth and said, young lady, in fact, for the High-Tech South project, the higher-ups came to Lu's group. After Xia Cheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him, interested in the topic. Chapter 62 He still can't hold it. When Xia Cheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him, interested in the topic. At this time, Xia Cheng continued, boss gave a refusal, said that this project Gu's group has done a lot of preparation. Gu's group is more suitable. Also with the above table attitude if in the later stage of the project Gu's group if there is a need, Lu's will do their best to help. Knowing that Gu Qinghua cares about the project in the high-tech southern district, Lu Beiqing did not intervene from the beginning. Otherwise where there are those things later, it would have been Lu's group. When Xia Cheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan smiled a little without saying anything. She was a little surprised when Lu Beiqing refused the invitation from the top. Seeing this, Xia Cheng took advantage of the situation and said, young lady, actually boss cares about you a lot. There are a lot of things you don't know. When Gu Nanyan saw that Xia Cheng never forgot to put in a good word for Lu Beiqing at all times, she smiled a little and said, Secretary Xia, you're so dedicated I want to poach you to Gu group. Xia Cheng, young lady, you're joking again. Gu Nanyan's character. Xia Cheng liked it. Lu Beiqing around the friends like it. If not because of that incident 3 years ago, maybe they will be very happy. The child will walk long ago. Will call out mom and dad. Half an hour later, Gu Nanyan arrived at Lu's group was directly brought to a vacant office to go. The desk is piled up with file reports, and a pile of expense reimbursement forms. When Gu Nanyan was confused and didn't understand, the secretary explained, Counselor Gu, Mr. Lu means that these application reports and document contracts, as well as expense reimbursement forms have to be examined and signed by you personally, or else he's afraid of making a mistake. Gu Nanyan, don't you have an administrative department? Don't you have a specialized legal department? Secretary, administration and legal have signed. Mr. Lu said that lawyer Gu's side of you must also sign, otherwise he is not assured. Gu Nanyan, your former law firm did all this? And scrutinize claims? The secretary was vain, it seems so. For a moment, Gu Nanyan's heart ran through 10,000 grass mud horses. The contract documents were within the scope of their agency. But what were the application reports and reimbursement forms? Lu Beiqing was obviously intentional, afraid that she would have time to take over Shin Liangzhou's relationship case. Gu Nanyan threw her bag aside. Lu Beiqing is good enough at finding things. In fact, she wouldn't have taken it if he hadn't come to this. She had enough cases on her hands already. Seeing this, the secretary said softly, Lawyer Gu, then I'll go make you some coffee. Not long after he finished speaking, the boy brought coffee and fruit snacks, allowing Gu Nanyan to work here in peace. Take people's hands short, eat people's mouth short, sign the contract thing, and the matter of the law firm Gu Nanyan is not good with Lu Beiqing. sitting on the desk in front of the busy contracts and agreements class documents. She will carefully review the signature, but see buy office supplies, as well as cleaning department to buy a mop. Rags have to sign. Gu Nanyan cannot endure Lu Beicheng is when she has much leisure. So when she finished signing a reimbursement form in her hand, Gu Nanyan got up and went to find Lu Beicheng, pushing open the door to his room to see Lu Beicheng in his office. Gu Nanyan laughed. In the company? In front of the desk, Lu Beicheng looked up at Gu Nanyan, thinking of being whored out by her last night. Lu Beicheng got upset. Something wrong? Gu Nanyan approached over and slammed a few reimbursement forms in front of Lu Beicheng. Mr. Lu, you're a bit too big for your britches. Lu Beicheng, you are indeed talented enough. After lying to him for play to sleep, he has never seen such a shameless person. Good thing all let her want to take advantage of all. Lu Beicheng's face looked bad, and Gu Nanyan laughed at once, still angry. Didn't I say I would let you sleep tonight? Lu Beicheng, not interested anymore. Lu Beicheng mouthed hard not to admit. Gu Nanyan around the desk, walked over to sit on the armrests of his chair. Xia Chang told me that the high-tech project on the top to find you. You did not agree. It's not like you didn't tell me about this sooner, or I wouldn't have whored you out that little bit for nothing, and done it for real with you. Lu Beicheng he believed her as strange. Taking away Gu Nanyan's hand on his shoulder, Lu Beicheng said in a cold and clear voice, hands off. Gu Nanyan, still really angry. Why don't we give you 2 shots now? Gu Nanyan's molestation. Lu Beicheng turned his face to look at her. Gu Nanyan, that's all you have left. Last night, she blushed when he used his hands, and right now it was a bet that he wouldn't dare fool around in the company. Lu Beicheng didn't answer. Gu Nanyan sat on the armrest of his chair and said, I have to sign for the cleaning department to buy a mop. Lu Beicheng, are you lacking in virtue? If you really want to adopt me, just let me give you Lu's group service. Your little agent fee is not enough. Gu Nanyan chatted about work before Lu Beicheng turned his face to look at her. All day long it's either a divorce case or the East and the West. Is Gu Nanyan's job interesting? If Lu hadn't given her an agent, she wouldn't have a single case in hand. Gu Nanyan, that sounds like you don't know the hardships of the world. Lu Beicheng, if you don't want to go to your own family company, you come to Lu's, and you pick the position yourself. She said twice that he left Yi Chu in the company. However, for Yi Chu he was entrusted by someone. Gu Nanyan, if she did not believe, she could come over to stare by herself. After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, the smile on Gu Nanyan's face grew even bigger as she said, Lu Beicheng, it seems that you're really obsessed by color, and you've really been hooked by me. Beicheng. Gu Nanyan had just finished speaking when the door to Lu Beicheng's office room was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Chu came in with a lunchbox in his hand, full of joy. Seeing that Gu Nanyan was here at Lu Beicheng and was still sitting on Lu Beicheng's chair, Yi Chu instantly froze. After freezing, she quickly came back to her senses and walked in with her lunchbox with a smile on her face and greeted Nanyan. Sitting motionless on the armrests of Lu Beicheng's chair, Gu Nanyan answered her lightly, without any change in mood because of Yi Chu's arrival, and even more so, without avoiding suspicion. She got up and stood up, still tilting her body to lean on Lu Beicheng, her arm still resting on his shoulder. Gu Nanyan's atmosphere was awe-inspiring, and Yi Chu was even more petty. Knowing that Gu Nanyan minded her sending meals to Lu Beicheng, Yi Chu hurriedly explained again, the meals are from the company restaurant. Nanyan, you haven't eaten yet either. I'll go and fetch you one. Gu Nanyan, okay, then thank Assistant Yi in advance. Seeing this, Yi Chu put down the portion of rice that he had called in first, then went to get Gu Nanyan another meal. When she called Gu Nanyan's share, she closed the room door and left first. When she left, she also looked back towards the office. She also wanted to be as atmospheric as Gu Nanyan, but she just didn't have the confidence. In the office, after Yi Chu put the rice down, Gu Nanyan got up and went over to the dining table and opened the lunchboxes for the two of them. Lu Beicheng walked over and looked at Gu Nanyan expressionlessly and said, pick up your chopsticks and eat. You're not afraid she'll drug you. Chapter 63. You still care about me. Remembering all this, Gu Nanyan said as she ate her meal, Yi Chu isn't that stupid. His methods wouldn't be so unsavory. It was women who looked at women that were the most venomous, and Yi Chu's cleverness lay in the fact that she didn't play small tricks. That way, she wouldn't be in anyone's crosshairs, and she'd always be the most churlish and innocent one. Lu Beicheng didn't ring, approached the table and sat down next to Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan, mouth-picking from childhood, do not love to eat pepper, also do not love to eat cilantro, but outside cooking always love to put these things. See Gu Nanyan not move at a few meat dishes. Lu Beicheng first gave her a cup of lukewarm water, and then pick out the cilantro. If there is still a taste, you use water to shabu a little. At Lu Beicheng's action, Gu Nanyan smiled. You kinda care about me. You remember all these little habits. Lu Beicheng said expressionlessly, I've known you for 23 years. The smile on Gu Nanyan's face became more obvious, rubbing her foot against him under the table. I won't whore you out for nothing tonight. I'll serve you. Lu Beicheng didn't believe it at all. Don't you shoot your mouth off. Engage in a few times to flirt with the end, he does not care. He does not fall for it. Gu Nanyan also do not think about the birth of a child thing. No kidding. Gu Nanyan, I'm still thinking about becoming a mom. Lu Beicheng, eat. Gu Nanyan, I have something in the afternoon, I'll go back to the law firms first later, haha. You have someone take away those reimbursement forms and reports. Lu Beicheng laughed, after circling around, finally willing to say the purpose. Aren't you just afraid that I'll take Shen Liangzhou's relationship case? I won't just take it. Last night, Lu Beicheng had sort of bowed down to her, as well as what Xia Chang had told her in the morning, and Gu Nanyan would naturally give him some face. Gu Nanyan took the initiative to say that she would not take Shen Liangzhou's relationship case. Lu Beicheng's face only eased, and he picked up a piece of beef that she loved to eat and put it in her bowl. Meanwhile, Su Mingchen's suburban villa, he was about to go to the office when Wan Meiling came over. Mingchen. Su Mingchen's brows sank. Why did you come over, Mom? Wan Meiling approached over and looked at him and asked. Mingchen, didn't you say that you had Tang Wanru and those two children? Where did you hide them? After thinking about it at home for several days, even though Su Mingchen told her to stay out of this matter, Wan Meiling still couldn't swallow this breath and still looked for it. Su Mingchen said in a faint voice, Why are you asking this, Mom? Wan Meiling said in an exasperated manner. I've been thinking about this breath for a few days and I still can't get it to go down. I'm going to meet with Tang Wanru. I have to get this breath out. In front of her own son, Wan Meiling had nothing to hide, and she had the power to retaliate against Tang Wanru. Su Mingchen, however, did not change his face and said, Mom, I won't give Tang Wanru to you, and I don't want to dirty your hands because of these things, so go back. Wan Meiling's eyes turned red. Mingchen, I've always taken Tang Wanru as my own sister, and I've always thought of her for all the good things, and she betrayed me like this, and I can't swallow this breath in my heart, and I won't do anything to her. I'll just make a scratch on the face and I'll see what she'll use to seduce men in the future. Su Mingchen still insisted on himself. I won't give her to you. Wan Meiling's temperament. What she wanted to do Su Mingchen knew exactly, so she would not hand over the person. Su Mingchen refused to listen to her, and Wan Meiling stopped crying all of a sudden. Mingchen, are you also on her and your father's side? Don't forget that she also gave birth to 2 sons for your father, and that's going to divide the family fortune between you and Mingzhu. Su Mingchen said calmly, Dad has nothing left. Wan Meiling, are you seriously refusing to hand over the person to me? Su Mingchen had both hands in his pants pockets and was about to say something when Su Jiaqing hurriedly came over as well. When he learned that Wan Meiling had come over to find Su Mingchen, he immediately came over, fearing that Su Mingchen would hand over the person to Wan Meiling, fearing that Tang Wanru would suffer. Seeing Su Jiaqing come over, Wan Meiling immediately changed her face. Do you still have the face to come over to your son? Wan Meiling's ferocious and hateful look couldn't wait to eat him. Su Jiaqing indifferently glanced at her, then turned his face to Su Mingchen and said, Mingchen, the company shares have already been transferred to you and Mingzhu, and the company is now all up to you alone. Shouldn't you release Wanru and your 2 younger brothers? Su Jiaqing mouthed that the twins were his younger brothers, and Su Mingchen's face was extraordinarily grim. When Wan Meiling saw that Su Jiaqing didn't even look her in the eye, asked Su Mingchen for someone, and asked Su Mingchen to admit that the twins were his younger brother, she lunged at Su Jiaqing with her teeth and claws open. Su Jiaqing, do you have a conscience? I've worked so hard for this family for so many years, and this is how you treat me in the end? Can you afford to treat me like this? Su Mingchen let Su Jiaqing transfer the shares out. Su Jiaqing will not even bother to give the face of Wan Meiling, and the marriage will be divorced sooner or later. Seeing Wan Meiling pounce towards herself like a shrew, Su Jiaqing impatiently blocked her away. Wan Meiling, don't talk as if you've paid a lot for me. Yes, I'll admit that you did give birth to 2 children for me, but is the child mine alone? Don't you, Wan Meiling, have to have a child if you marry someone else? Su Jiaqing, you. Wan Meiling pointed at her with trembling fingers, her breath almost not coming out smoothly. At this time, Su Jiaqing then said, married to me these many years, I let you go out to earn a penny, let you do the work yourself? It's not all because I raised you, so don't say that you're very shortchanged. Su Mingchen asked him to spit out all the shares. Su Jiaqing was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to take it out on Su Mingchen, so he took it out on Wan Meiling. Wan Meiling was dumbfounded by Su Jiaqing's words. How could she have never imagined that one day he would say these words to himself, saying that he had raised her, when she said she would go to the company to give him a hand? He was the one who had to say no, saying that her taking care of her 2 children at home would be the biggest help to him. It turned out that in the end she was an invalid who was kept by him. Looking at Su Jiaqing with a pale face, Wan Meiling was so angry with him that she couldn't speak for a while, and in the end, she could only look at Su Mingchen and said with red eyes, Mingchen, did you see this? This is your father. Su Mingchen didn't ring. Su Jiaqing also ignored Wan Meiling and just looked at Su Mingchen and said, Mingchen, where is Wanru and my child? He spoke as if Su Mingchen and Su Mingju were no longer his children. Even though there was more anger and dissatisfaction in his heart, Su Mingchen didn't move half an inch of anger at Su Jiaqing, only looking at the bodyguards in the second-floor corridor and commanding, release the people. The bodyguard in the black suit listened to Su Mingchen's words and opened the door of the room before saying towards the inside, Ms. Tang, you can go now. Below the living room, Su Jiaqing tilted his head and looked upstairs to see Tang Wanru, cloaked and disheveled, her body and face bearing bruises and purple injuries, her face full of dry tears leading her two children out. Su Jiaqing's face changed instantly, his brain instantly exploding. At this moment, Tang Wanru's wretched appearance, he instantly thought of something bad. Chapter 64 Winning. Above the second floor, Tang Wanru saw that she was finally saved, and when she saw Su Jiaqing waiting for her down below, her tears suddenly fluttered down as she choked and shouted, Brother Jiaqing, Dad, Dad. When the two children saw Su Jiaqing arrive, they spilled out and called out to him for their father. The scene in front of him, Su Mingchen's eyes were filled with indifference. When Su Jiaqing shielded the two children and Tang Wanru in front of him, Tang Wanru looked at him and couldn't stop choking on her tears. Brother Jiaqing, I. Several times he wanted to open his mouth to say something to Su Jiaqing, but several times he wanted to speak but did not know where to start. She never thought that she and Wan Meiling relationship is so good, is also considered to watch the two siblings grow up all the way over. Su Mingchen actually lay hands on her so hard. Actually, the way Tang Wanru was trying to speak, Su Jiaqing didn't need to ask to know what had happened. Angrily walked to Su Mingchen. Su Jiaqing raised his hand and fiercely slapped Su Mingchen. You are not a human being. She is also your elder in any case. Tang Wanru was about 10 years older than Su Mingchen, and 40 was still a few years away, so she was indeed Su Mingchen's elder. Su Mingchen raised his hand and touched the side of his face where he had been beaten, glancing indifferently at Su Jiaqing and Tang Wanru as well as the two children, and said in a cold voice, Su Jiaqing, the fact that I didn't let the two younger ones go and see it with their own eyes is already enough to give you face. Su Jiaqing likes to cheat on his wife. He now wants to see Tang Wanru being wheeled around. He still can't get down in the future. Dad. Su Jiaqing made a move to hit someone. The two little ones pulled Su Jiaqing with one on the left and one on the right. Daddy, stop. It's not good to hit people. The two little ones pleaded for Su Mingchen, and Wan Meiling's eyes turned even redder with anger. Yet she had to admit that these two children were innocent. Seeing this, Tang Wanru wiped her tears and pulled Su Jiaqing. Brother Jiaqing, let's go. Su Mingchen, this place. She did not want to stay a second more. One more second is a nightmare. Su Jiaqing reddened his eyes and held Tang Wanru up. As Tang Wanru passed by Su Mingchen, she suddenly stopped her steps and looked at him and said, Mingchen, I'm sorry, and also, thank you for not hurting De Bao and Xiaobao. Just this matter of him abusing herself, she would not forget or forgive. Su Mingchen had both hands in his pants pockets indifferently, and it was only when Su Jiaqing left completely with Tang Wanru and the two children that Su Mingchen moved. Wan Meiling came back to her senses and called out to him as she took 2 steps forward to him. Mingchen. Su Mingchen calm means ruthless. She has always known. But this time also did not count on him to Tang Wanru hand down so hard that she did not even dare to open her mouth to ask how many people he shouted. Su Mingchen looked at Wan Meiling and said in a calm manner, Mom, I'll have the driver send you back. Not much later, after the chauffeur drove Wan Meiling away in his car, Su Mingchen instructed his assistant to sell the house and drove away himself. Su Jiaqing cheated on his wife and made him and Mingzhu and his mom feel bad in their hearts, so he can't expect to have a good time in the future. He himself asked him to spit out the shares. Su Jiaqing will definitely want to divorce. How can he let Su Jiaqing go and have a quickie? Surely he has to make him feel bad in his heart. Half a cigarette not extinguished thrown out of the car window. Su Mingchen, a foot of gas pedal to the end of the car, speed up. The sun at noon was exceptionally good. Gu Nanyan had just come out of Sister Qiao's lawsuit, and the sunlight poured on her face, illuminating her in an exceptionally bright and colorful way. The lawsuit in the morning. Gu Nanyan won again, and won beautifully. Lawyer Gu, thank you. Thank you for helping me so much and letting me get so much property. Gu Nanyan had just walked down the steps when Sister Qiao chased her out to thank her. Gu Nanyan laughed. Something within duty, as it should be. The middle-aged woman let out a long breath and said in a serious tone, Lawyer Gu, I actually know all about it, and I know that old Cheng's lawyer approached you and wanted to give you a bit of favor privately so that you wouldn't work too hard for this case, but you didn't agree. At the middle-aged woman's words, the smile on Gu Nanyan's face grew even bigger, and he copied his hands into his suit pants pockets. Sister Qiao, you have quite a wide network. You know about such a private matter. The middle-aged woman laughed. I've been a couple with old Cheng for 30 years. I know too well what kind of virtue he is. It's just that I didn't expect him to get up for a divorce so early, and make a move so early. despite sharing half of the man's property. But when it comes to their relationship for so many years, middle-aged women are still hurt and still have regrets, having already traveled most of his life. It would have been nice if he could have stayed out of the world of flowers and walked through the rest of his days together. Gu Nanyan saw the middle-aged woman sad. She took out her right hand from her pocket and patted her arm. Sister Chow, it's already all this far, and we've worked hard. There are no regrets. Your kids are all grown up now too. Joe, you have a good life from now on and put yourself first. Gu Nanyan's comfort. The middle-aged woman looked at her gratefully and said, Lawyer Gu, you're a friend worth making. Do you see any time at noon? Let's have a meal together. Gu Nanyan glanced at her wristwatch. It's not too early. I still have things to do in my law firm, or I'll eat next time. The middle-aged woman was about to say something as she listened to Gu Nanyan's words when her recently divorced husband came out of the courtroom as well. And seeing that the two of them hadn't left yet, his face instantly clouded over. A face of impatience stared at his ex-wife for a moment, and his eyes were then visibly upset when they looked at Gu Nanyan. The man was in his 50s, not too short, a little chubby, wearing a flowery shirt over a less formal black suit jacket. The gold chain around his neck and the watch on his wrist were quite eye-catching, and his square mustache had a lot of personality. At first glance, he was a rich boss, but compared to Liu Beicheng and the others, he was still far from being on the same level. At a glance it could appear to run a bath center, do engineering work, and be a third-party small business owner that her family's company would work with. When he passed in front of the two, the man looked at Gu Nanyan with both hands in his pants pockets and said, Little girl, you're quite good. You're so serious and responsible about your work. I'll be the first to look for you if there's an incident in the future. Damn, this little girl piece of oil and salt. He had people looking for her, offered to give her $8 million in favor of her to casually deal with this case. The result is that she had to hide his property, as well as the transfer of property in previous years to find out, one by one, to take out and distribute to her wife. It's hard to split more than $300 million from him. Her wife is 50 years old. Just give her a few $1 million for her old age. What does she need so much money for? The man suppressed his anger, and Gu Nanyan smiled unconcernedly. Then thank Mr. Chang first. Gu Nanyan fell. Breezy look. The man took out his right hand from his pocket, shakily pointed at Gu Nanyan, and finally put it back in his pocket and gritted his teeth and left. As soon as the man and his men left, Gu Nanyan turned around and greeted Sister Chow, promising to have dinner next time, and she drove off in her Audi. Gu Nanyan had fought this lawsuit beautifully, and she had only just left the courthouse for a short while before there was already a small stir in their industry. Last time I took Lu's legal representation, and this time the divorce lawsuit was beautifully fought. This new lawyer from Sunrise is good. I've heard that the people are especially beautiful and have a great body. Gu Nanyan held the steering wheel with both hands, humming a little song in a good mood when her cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 65. Sitting on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Seeing that it was a call from the director, Gu Nanyan directly answered it with the car's external amplifier. Director, Xiao Gu, you have a good lawsuit today. The circle is now talking about today's case. There are several companies have just called over to ask about you. See, that means they want you to represent their legal affairs. Okay, I'll be at the office right away, and I'll talk to you in detail later. Director, Xiao Gu, you haven't eaten yet. What do you want to eat? I'll personally order takeout for you. Black pepper beef casserole rice, right? I'll order it for you now, so you can eat it later when you get to the institute. Thank you, director. Until the phone hung up, the smile on Gu Nanyan's face was slow to dissipate. Still happy. Every time she wins a lawsuit, she feels a sense of fulfillment, and feels that living in this world is still quite meaningful. And this joy cannot be experienced in her own home company, because it is not under the big tree to take advantage of the cool. More than 10 minutes after arriving at the law firm, Gu Nanyan ate the boiled rice that the director ordered for her and devoted herself to work. At more than 8 o'clock in the evening, Shenli called her and said that they were drinking at the bar, shouting for her to go over and sit down, and Gu Nanyan realized that she had long been off work, and her colleagues had all left. At this moment, Gu Nanyan happened to finish the matter at hand, so she stretched her back and closed the computer, packed up the information and left work. Meanwhile, in the bar, Lu Jingyang and Su Mubai's cell phones were snapped by Liu Beicheng and placed on the coffee table, and both of them were on the verge of crying when Liu Beicheng leaned on the sofa with a lazy face and looked at the two. Third brother, I was wrong. I will rest for 2 days and go back to continue building the Hope Primary School. The way Liu Beicheng didn't say anything, Su Mubai felt that it was even more intimidating than when he lost his temper. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang hurriedly followed. Brother, haven't I counted all my accounts? Why do you still need to count? Lu Jingyang looked aggrieved. Liu Beicheng knocked on his cigarette ash. Count the account you hid from Gu Nanyan. Lu Jingyang, can't you synthesize a sum? Not waiting for Liu Beicheng to open his mouth to speak, Lu Jingyang cried again and said, Brother, It's not that Mumbai and I want to escape and come back. It's because that place really isn't a place for people to stay. If you don't believe me, ask Mumbai. Mumbai nodded vigorously. Third brother, that place is indeed not a place for people to stay. My face is peeling off. He and Lu Jingyang did not know how many women, young and old, were charmed to death in the past, and as a result, there was no turnaround rate on the walk back this time. As the two argued, Lu Beicheng did not move and said, "So it's all my fault?" "No, absolutely not." The two shook their heads vigorously in unison, seeing that Lu Beicheng's anger hadn't subsided, and that his marriage to Gu Nanyan hadn't been divorced yet. Mumbai felt that he was spreading his life's ill will on them, so the words turned again. "Third brother, you give us another chance, we'll go find Sister Smoke again. Surely we can persuade Sister Smoke to divorce you. Surely we can save you from your misery." A few days ago he and Gu Nanyan phoned. Let her save his life. Gu Nanyan said not to mention lying to his third brother for a moment, even if it is really away from her also agreed. If he personally went to Gu Nanyan's door this time, then this matter would definitely not be able to run away and would definitely be accomplished. Lu Jingyang saw that Mumbai had captured the core of the problem and hurriedly followed. "Brother, if you hadn't sent me away last time, I would have finalized the divorce for you, so just give me and Mumbai another chance. We definitely won't let you down." When the two finished, Lu Beicheng's face was intolerable, and the eyes that looked at the two of them could release knives. On the side, Shunli and Gongxian looked at me and I looked at you, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting, and vaguely seemed to understand why Mumbai and Lu Jingyang were sent away. These two are still too young and too incapable of figuring out what's on their minds. Indifferently Lu Jingyang and Mumbai, Lu Beicheng seemed to smile and said, "When the time comes, you guys will introduce Gu Nanyan to a better one." The Gu family? When? Lu Beicheng's words fell. Mumbai froze. How did third brother know what he and Nanyan both said? After staring at Lu Beicheng in shock for a moment, Mumbai hurriedly shook her head. How could that be? How could we introduce a man to Nanyan? Even if she really got divorced, we couldn't do this. Lu Jingyang, that is, besides my smoke sister so good, but also so beautiful, she which need other people to introduce her, want to be with her men queuing up all the way to the law. Lu Jingyang hadn't finished speaking. Mubai's face turned green and lifted her leg and kicked him. "Lu Jingyang, if you're going to die you don't pull me. I'm telling the truth, like I smoke." Mubai interrupted him again. "Even if it's the truth you can't say it. Otherwise isn't it obvious that you're scolding third brother for being blind and having no eyes?" After Mubai finished speaking, Lu Beicheng's eyes fell on Lu Jingyang and said without much emotion, "Jingyang, you first, say an ideal way for you to die." "Brother, Lu Jingyang, I'm your own brother. I've promised to do things for you. How come you just won't let me go?" "Do not look at the face of the ancestors, you have to look at the face of my parents." "Ah, what's going on? So lively." Lu Jingyang just finished howling. Gu Nanyan came in a flurry of wind, followed by looking at Mubai and Lu Jingyang and said, "What's wrong with you two? Why don't you sit down?" The next second eyes fell on Lu Beicheng's body. "Look at his stinking face." Gu Nanyan understood, and with is in the training. Seeing Gu Nanyan come, Lu Jingyang and Mubai, like seeing the savior, hurriedly pulled Gu Nanyan and asked, "Sister Smoke, do you still want to go on living this life?" Gu Nanyan was high on the handful of melon seeds she had just grabbed, and she instantly understood that the two were at Lu Beicheng's place to receive their assignment. No wonder that Xin Fei called her over. Spitting out a melon skin, Gu Nanyan laughed and said, "That's not up to Boss Lu. If he doesn't have that intention I won't force it. After all, a strong melon is not sweet." Gu Nanyan's words were already giving them a lifeline. Lu Beicheng's face, however, was even more somber than just now. Xin saw this and calmly reminded, "Nanyan, Jingyang and Mubai seem to be mistaken about what Beicheng means." Xin was several years older than Lu Jingyang and the others, so he had a more calm character and saw things more thoroughly. As Gu Nanyan listened to Xin words, she turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng and saw that Lu Beicheng coldly blanked her. She didn't mind asking, "Mr. Lu is in a bad mood?" said, and looked to Lu Jingyang and Mubai admonished, "Mubai Jingyang, you too a bit of eyesight. Lu always rest here in a bad mood. Hurry to pour wine." Gu Nanyan's atmosphere was as if this bar was her venue. Mubai and Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's instructions and hurriedly poured him wine. "Third brother, drink. Brother, drink." The two poured wine for Lu Beicheng, and Gu Nanyan added, "In order to make our Mr. Lu happy, Lawyer Gu is paying for the whole place tonight." When Gu Nanyan let out these words, Lu Beicheng looked up at her. "You picked up money?" At this moment, anyone could see that Gu Nanyan was in a good mood tonight. At Lu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan walked up to him, sat on his lap with one buttock, and raised both her arms around his neck. Chapter 66. Well, who's afraid? Gu Nanyan this ambiguous. Mubai and Lu Jingyang cannot figure out. Nan Yen still want to divorce, but also help or not help them. Shunli and the others laughed meaningfully, because after Gu Nanyan sat down with that ass, Liu Beiqing's face obviously improved. Both hands wrapped around Liu Beiqing's neck. Gu Nanyan said with a smile on her face, "You just didn't even pick up on what I said about the divorce, so you definitely don't want to leave." Which is even happier than picking up money. Gu Nanyan's ghost words. Liu Beiqing's heart is comfortable, but still pretended to be pretentious. Gu Nanyan, so many pairs of eyes watching in, do you still want to have a face? Gu Nanyan still didn't let go and laughed. I'm hugging my own husband. I'm not hugging anyone else's husband, so don't be shameless. Saying that, he turned his face to Shunli and the others. Old Shun Gong, what do you say? Shunli and Gong Xian smiled. Nan Yen, only you can hold North City. Don't. Gu Nanyan, I'm not that capable. It's enough that he doesn't cuckold me. Sumu Bai and Lu Jingyan looked at me and I looked at you, thinking, are they still persuading this divorce? Seeing that the two were still confused, Gu Nanyan said in tears and laughter, what are you two still standing for? Sit down. Gu Nanyan finished. The two secretly looked at Liu Beicheng. See, Liu Beicheng did not say anything else. Shunli also let them sit. The two people then sat down with a sigh of relief. After Lu Jingyang and Su Mubai sat down, when Gu Nanyan moved to get up from Liu Beicheng held her waist tightly at once. Gu Nanyan first froze for a moment, then raised her eyes and looked at Liu Beicheng. Seeing Liu Beicheng talking to Shunli and the others in a breezy manner before his eyes finally landed on her, Gu Nanyan smiled. Then his body was pasted towards Liu Beicheng, and he came to his ear and reminded in a small voice, Liu Beicheng, don't react too much. Liu Beicheng's eyebrows tightened, and the hand that was wrapped around her waist then pinched her heavily, followed by pretending to chat with Shunli and them as if nothing had happened. Gu Nanyan sucked in a breath as he pinched her. The lights of the bar were very dark. The group could not see the movements of the two of them at all, only to see Liu Beicheng sticking to her ear and not knowing what to say. Gu Nanyan, on the other hand, laughed. Fine. Who's afraid of who? The two of them whispered one sentence to another, and Liu Beicheng's anger at Su Mubai and Lu Jingyang for setting up a divorce gradually calmed down. When Gu Nanyan saw that everyone was having fun and Liu Beicheng was in a good mood, she got down from Liu Beicheng's arms and swiped her own cell phone next to her to read the case information. She took on a criminal case yesterday, and Zhou's lawsuit is done today, so she's going to have to devote herself to this side of things full time. Just now and Liu Beicheng made that scene, because she could see that Liu Beicheng had no intention of divorce at the moment, at least not to let his marriage be poked and prodded by other people. So she went along with the situation and coaxed him a little bit, to help Lu Jingyang and Su Mubai to get the siege out of the way. Gu Nanyan did not participate in everyone's playful chatting, alone on the side to get the information. Liu Beicheng kinda nestled. All along, he liked Gu Nanyan's character of knowing when to show her sharpness and when to collect it, and she did give him face every time she was outside. By the time the clock turned 0, when Shinli called for the waiter to sign the order, the boy looked at Gu Nanyan and said, this lady has already paid her bill. Shinli listened to the waiter's words and looked at Gu Nanyan and laughed. Nanyan, you really bought the order. Gu Nanyan collected her things and stood next to Liu Beicheng with a smile. Anyway, my old Liu will reimburse me. After saying that, she put both her arms around Liu Beicheng's arm and said flirtatiously, right, Mr. Liu. Liu Beicheng didn't pick up her words, but reached out and took her bag and helped her carry it. Su Mubai and Lu Jingyang looked at the situation in front of them and were dumbfounded. Third brother, does he want to leave, or does he not want to leave? Gongxian held a piece of paper in his hand and patted Lu Jingyang's head not lightly. You two are still learning enough. Despite the gap between the two, Liu Beicheng did not think about divorce. No matter what happens in the future, at least the karma isn't over yet. By the time the group arrived in front of the bar, their respective drivers had already pulled up. After Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng got on the car, Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and said, you're in a good mood. Gu Nanyan smiled. Not bad. She was indeed in a good mood after winning the lawsuit today. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng raised his hand and rubbed the back of her neck. Won the lawsuit? Gu Nanyan listened to Liu Beicheng's question and told Liu Beicheng about today's case. Liu Beicheng learned that Gu Nanyan had won the lawsuit and won so beautifully, but his expression became serious. Lifting his hand to unbutton his shirt, Liu Beicheng said without moving, Gu Nanyan, this line of work as a lawyer is too offensive. If you don't want to go back to the company, I'll support you in whatever you want to do on your own. The support Liu Beicheng referred to was not just verbal and spiritual support, but also financial support. Gu Nanyan laughed. Don't worry, I have my measure. Gu Nanyan, outsiders will congratulate you for your accomplishments. It's your own family that will worry about your well-being. At Liu Beicheng's sudden seriousness, the smile on Gu Nanyan's face became more obvious. Taking me as family? Liu Beicheng gently tugged her towards his arms. Don't you avoid changing the topic. Driver's seat side of the oldly C2 people atmosphere is good. will also care about each other, smiled at it kindly. He hadn't seen them this close since Liu Beicheng got married. Liu Beicheng wasn't led astray by her, and Gu Nanyan resumed her seriousness. I will pay attention and have a measure. You don't have to worry. Gu Nanyan insisted on becoming a lawyer. Liu Beicheng opened the car window and lit a cigarette for himself. Gu Nanyan reached out and took his cigarette and put it out. It's not a good thing. Smoke less. Gu Nanyan's discipline, Liu Beicheng quite used, but in the way of the oldly presence is not good to have excessive behavior. Liu Beicheng then pinched her thighs 2 times, in response to her discipline. More than 20 minutes later, the two returned to Royal Bay, and when Gu Nanyan was in the closet getting a change of clothes, Liu Beicheng suddenly came over and helped her pick out a set of black lace pajamas. Wear this. Chapter 67 Two Faces by Day and Night. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng and smiled at once. It's rare for you to be so sexually active. Satisfy you. As a result, when Liu Beicheng came out of the restroom after taking a shower, she was sitting in front of the computer again studying the case information. Despite still wearing very sexy pajamas, there was not a trace of that desire on his face. Liu Beicheng's speed of rubbing his hair with the towel slowed down, and his face changed visibly as he coldly spoke. Talking to Lousy again? She had just teased him dishonestly at the bar and still ended up playing him. Gu Nanyan listened to Liu Beicheng's words, holding the printed out information in her hand, and looked back at him. Tomorrow, I will definitely honor you tomorrow. Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to open his mouth, she added, this case is a bit complicated. I can't sleep until I get a clue today. Usually looking playful, Gu Nanyan is actually a complete workaholic. Liu Beicheng threw away the towel in his hand, pushed and scratched his hair with his right hand, and indifferently said, Gu Nanyan, you no longer have any trust in me, so in the future, less sniping. Liu Beicheng was not happy. Gu Nanyan temporarily put down the work in her hands, got up and walked to him lifting her arms around his neck. Angry Liu Beicheng took away her hand and didn't say anything. Gu Nanyan hugged up again. Not angry. Why don't you wait for me to organize my thoughts, and I'll accompany you for a couple of shots. Otherwise I'm not in that mood right now. Liu Beicheng once again took away her hand. Not as sexual as you. Play on the side. Gu Nanyan did not have that aspect of the idea. Liu Beicheng did not have much interest anymore. After all, every time Gu Nanyan first tease him, the two are very atmosphere. Once again, when Liu Beicheng removed her hand, Gu Nanyan deliberately tensed her face and shouted, Liu Beicheng. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng pulled her slipped pajamas well and said without moving, don't you have to work overtime? Busy yourself. Seeing that Liu Beicheng didn't get angry over this, Gu Nanyan had to give an inch and said, you're idle. Come over and help me organize the case information. Land North City. Even if he didn't sleep for him in the middle of the night, he had to contribute to her work. Despite his reluctance, Liu Beicheng went over to help. Gu Nanyan went along with the case information while telling him, it's a murder case. The suspect is a boy who just turned 20 last month. His mother was bullied by his in-laws when he was 7 years old, and because he returned a few words for his mother's family, his father and 2 uncles beat his mom to death alive in front of him. Rural place, and family groupings, and the matter just went away that year. The boy's mother died not 6 months ago, and the family was introduced to marriage, and his life was predictable. With 3 meals a day and 3 beatings, he snuck out of the house on his own when he was 11 years old, and I can't begin to imagine as to how much he's been through in the last 9 years and how his days have gone, except that he's very non-verbal, and it took a lot of effort for me to get him to talk when I visited him twice before I officially took this case. He went back to his hometown 2 months ago and killed his dad and his 2 uncles when everyone wasn't looking. No one else was hurt, and he didn't retaliate against the grandparents who were on the sidelines coaxing and egging his dad on to beat them up. When she said this, Gu Nanyan became even more sentimental. There was a long moment of silence before she spoke slowly again. If his father and his 2 uncles had been able to show a little mercy back then, he wouldn't have to live in hatred for the rest of his life. After a pause, Gu Nanyan added, in the countryside in those days, drinking pesticides, hanging, and jumping into the river were all exclusive ways for women to die. And despite the fact that society had developed to this point, and despite the fact that they were all advocating gender equality and fairness, it was impossible to be completely fair to women. That's why she takes on divorce lawsuits, civil lawsuits, and even though other people don't see the family strife, she does her best to listen to the parties involved and does her best to resolve it, because you don't know what kind of hidden dangers are going to be hidden behind these things that other people take for granted. Gu Nanyan seldom lamented about a matter so seriously, and it was still a rather heavy topic. Liu Beicheng suddenly also understand why she said before that he did not know the suffering of the world. The lawyer's profession will indeed see a lot of the darkness of the underclass society and human nature unbearable. Lifting his right hand, Liu Beicheng rubbed the back of her neck while Gu Nanyan let out a long breath and said, A person who comes to this world should not only experience darkness and should not live his life passively in hatred, not looking for an acquittal or a short term. Hopefully we can get him a life sentence and see if we can reduce it at a later stage. As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beicheng's rubbing on the back of her neck couldn't help but get a little heavier. She wouldn't have said these words if her mood wasn't too heavy. She really wasn't in the mood for anything else tonight, either. In the state she was in, Gu Nanyan raised her right hand to gently hold Liu Beicheng's wrist as she said, "The law is not perfect and perfect, but I hope this society is fair a little bit." When Gu Nanyan finished, Liu Beicheng leaned in and kissed her. "You organize your thoughts first, I'll go make you a glass of milk." When Gu Nanyan heard this, she immediately put away her sadness and teased with a smile, "Being empathized with by me? Liu Beicheng? You're not very good at cheating." Liu Beicheng raised his hand and pinched her face. "Get busy with your work." Liu Beicheng got up to make her milk after saying that. He knew that Gu Nanyan's flirting was trying to ease the atmosphere and didn't want him to follow a piece of sadness. Not a moment later, Liu Beicheng end of the hot milk back. Gu Nanyan did not notice is still bent on their own work above, until Liu Beicheng shouted her a reminder. Gu Nanyan only absent-mindedly drink the milk. After that, Gu Nanyan was busy, and Liu Beicheng was looking at her case information. I don't know how long it took, but when Liu Beicheng looked back at Gu Nanyan, he only saw that she was already so tired that she had fallen asleep on the table. Liu Beicheng put down the information in his hands and carefully carried her back to the bed. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the two of them getting along like this. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng opened his eyes and woke up, Gu Nanyan had already woken up and was lying beautifully on her side on the bed looking at him. The eyelids were blinking and the eyes were glowing. Seeing that Liu Beicheng had woken up, Gu Nanyan's feet sneaked up Liu Beicheng's legs inside the quilt and gently rubbed against him. "You carried me to bed last night?" Liu Beicheng ruffled her feet in a serious manner. "No." Gu Nanyan did not comply, her left leg directly placed on his body to molest. "Why do you have two faces during the day and night?" "I'm what's his face at night." Gu Nanyan had a bad smile on her face. "It's especially not ruffled." Then she added, "Liu Beicheng, don't be out there. You get on other women as soon as their clothes are off." Land North City. He hadn't gotten into the clothes she'd been taking off for over 2 years, and it was even more unlikely that he would do so out in the open. With a face of disgust, Gu Nanyan threw away Gu Nanyan's leg, and when Liu Beicheng wanted to get up, Gu Nanyan rolled over and pressed over, clasped his 10 fingers and said ambiguously, "Promise you something, or I'll honor it for you now." Chapter 68 Better Interest in the Morning. Liu Beicheng is full of black lines, holding Gu Nanyan's wrist with both hands in reverse. He said, "You want a whore for nothing again, and you're happy with the deception?" Gu Nanyan wrenched her right hand away and raised it to slap his shoulder. "Can there still be some trust between husband and wife?" Seeing this, Liu Beicheng wrapped his right hand around her waist and pressed downward, keeping her close to him. "Sure enough, sex is better in the morning." Biting Gu Nanyan's ear, Liu Beicheng whispered a few words, and Gu Nanyan's ear couldn't help but redden even with such a thick face. With her side waist wrapped around Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan was about to say something when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. "Nanyan, you haven't gotten up yet. You're not going to work today?" The two of them jerked their heads to look over, only to see Qin Haiyun coming over in a flurry of wind. Over at the doorway, Qin Haiyun froze for a moment as he looked at the situation in front of him. After a while, she came back to her senses. "Beicheng is at home. You guys go on. You guys go on," Qin Haiyun said and brought the door of the room to the two of them. She thought that Liu Beicheng did not go home again during this period of time. That's why she came over to look for Gu Nanyan, ready to discuss with her ways to hurry up and conceive the child. The door of the room was closed with no lightness, and looking at Liu Beicheng's face full of black lines, Gu Nanyan let out a giggle. She said, "Boss Liu, it's not that I'm not cashing in with you, it's your mom coming over." Liu Beicheng slapped Gu Nanyan's ass. "Go down. Qin Haiyun has come over. Why are they still making out? Go downstairs and eat breakfast." Liu Beicheng's interest that had just been stirred up was splashed with cold water, and Gu Nanyan sympathized with him, soothing him by saying, "In the evening, I'm not working overtime today." Liu Beicheng pinched her waist and kissed her fiercely before letting her go in 100 different ways. A few moments later, when the two of them packed up and went downstairs, Qin Haiyun was full of embarrassment, but he just didn't think that Nanyan was quite fierce and directly pounced on Beicheng. It does seem that the problem between the two of them is her son's, not someone else's daughter. Coming down Qin Haiyun smiled, then added, "I'll send some supplements over to Beicheng. Nanyan, you remember to instruct Beicheng to eat them." Gu Nanyan glanced at the kitchen side. "Ooh, all aphrodisiacs. Qin Haiyun, this mom is too sweet." "Okay mom." Gu Nanyan withdrew her eyes and agreed with a smile. Liu Beicheng's face hardened and coldly said, "Mom, are you too idle?" Qin Haiyun opened her eyes wide. "Yes, I'm just too idle. So you hurry up and have a grandchild for me to bring up." Liu Beicheng's face showed dislike as he indifferently said, If you keep pushing my door like you did just now, you'll be hanging on if you want to hold a grandchild. Shin Hyun looked nervous. I gave you a fright? It wasn't going to work, and I'm giving you a little scare, which I really am. Shin Hyun looked chagrined. Lu Beicheng's face was predictable. Gu Nanyan rounded off. Mom, it's not as impossible as you think. Nanyan, I know you are saving face for Beicheng. Shin Hyun said and took Gu Nanyan's hand again. Nanyan, I can only ask you to take a little more responsibility for this matter. A family doesn't talk about two families. Gu Nanyan was breezy on the surface, but in her heart, she was about to die of laughter. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sang together, Lu Beicheng raised his foot and kicked Gu Nanyan. When Shin Hyun saw this, her face became even more unsightly. You have problems yourself, and you still won't let others talk about it. So hurry up and practice your body a little better. Don't treat Nanyan poorly. Lu Beicheng raised his hand to rub his temples. A Gu Nanyan is enough to give him a headache, and his mom is coming over to get involved, so he can't have any peace of mind. Eat. Seeing Lu Beicheng's ugly face, Shin Hyun thought that he was embarrassed and pulled the young couple to let them eat first. After eating breakfast at home, when the two of them went out together, Lu Beicheng said, "Send you." Gu Nanyan laughed. Okay. It was rare for Lu Beicheng to take the initiative, so Gu Nanyan naturally refused. Shin Hyun saw that the young couple had a good relationship. His heart was finally relieved, and there was finally hope for the matter of holding a grandson. After the car started, Gu Nanyan couldn't help but smile when she thought of Shin Hyun's oops in the morning. Lu Beicheng turned his face and glanced at her, his eyes not to mention how disgusted he was. Gu Nanyan retracted her smile and said, "How big a deal? Come what may. There is nothing that can't be done if he will come home and if he will cooperate, let alone for a morning." More than 20 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs at the law firm, and Gu Nanyan flirted with Lu Beicheng before getting out. After watching Gu Nanyan leave until her back disappeared from sight, the corner of Lu Beicheng's mouth only raised a shallow smile. Later, when he arrived at the company, Gu Nanyan was still sending messages to flirt with him and make a date with him for the night. Lu Beicheng looked at those messages and cried and laughed. Although he didn't reply, he was still in a good mood and enjoyed Gu Nanyan's amorous feelings. After promising Lu Beicheng that he wouldn't work overtime tonight, and after teasing him online for a day, so when it was time to get off work in the evening, Gu Nanyan packed up her things and got off work as well. Lawyer Gu, our boss wants to see you. Just as she walked in front of her Audi, several men in fancy clothes surrounded her. Gu Nanyan looked up as the man in the lead pulled open the door of the car next to her. Counselor Gu, please. Surrounded by several large and thick men, it was hard for Gu Nanyan to get into the car without wanting to. I'll call home for a vacation. Prancing around, she fished her cell phone out of her pocket, and the number hadn't even been dialed out yet. Don't worry, Lawyer Gu, our boss is just looking for you to have a chat. There's nothing else going on. Before Gu Nanyan had a chance to speak, the man behind her pushed her violently, and Gu Nanyan was pushed inside the car. After that, two large men trapped her in the center left and right and the car started. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a very luxurious private villa, and after Gu Nanyan was pulled out of the car, she was pushed inside the villa. The decoration in the villa was luxurious everywhere, a bit ostentatious, and there were even decorations made of gold. When Gu Nanyan was pushed to stagger, footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. Gu Nanyan looked up, only to see Sister Chao's ex-husband coming downstairs wearing a very exaggerated floral robe. Watching his men push Gu Nanyan, the man bent down and took off his slippers and slammed them at the other party. I told you to be polite to Lawyer Gu. Who told you to make a move? Dahu pulled him out and chopped off 2 fingers. Boss, I'm wrong. I apologize to Lawyer Gu, allowing his men to admit their mistakes and apologize. The man still rolled his eyes impatiently and waved his hand for the men to pull him down. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan smiled blandly. Mr. Chang. Chapter 69. You find out where she went. Counselor Gu, take a seat. The man greeted Gu Nanyan and ordered the maid, make tea for Counselor Gu. After Gu Nanyan sat down unenthusiastically, the maid brought tea. Lawyer Gu, drink tea. At this time, the man lit a cigar. The smoke rings scattered around. Gu Nanyan frowned. The man did not put out the cigar. Looking straight at Gu Nanyan, the man said with a smile, Lawyer Gu, you're very serious and responsible about your work. Gu Nanyan gently pursed a mouthful of tea and smiled blandly. So Mr. Chang always has a case to find me? The man gradually withdrew the smile from his face and tapped the ash of his cigar. How much do lawyers make in this business? Gu Nanyan, just mixing up my life. When Gu Nanyan's words fell, the man instantly changed his face, pressed the cigar out in the ashtray, looked up at Gu Nanyan and said, it's just a matter of mixing up your life. I'll give you $8 million to let you cooperate a little bit and you don't even cooperate? The man's suddenly angry face was clouded by Gu Nanyan. When she was stopped by those burly men in the parking lot just now, Gu Nanyan knew what was going on. Gu Nanyan's air of calmness, the man even more angry, angrily looked at her and said, "Little girl, do you know how difficult to earn 300 million? Do you know how much time I've spent? How many smiles I've lost? And how much anger I've eaten to earn these $300 million? One flick of your ing lips and I'll shell out half of my fortune to Joe. And I've been raising her for 30 years. The veins on the man's neck popped when he spoke of the painful loss of his property. He hadn't even slept well in the past few days thinking about all the property he had been divided up. The man was furious. Gu Nanyan's body leaned forward slightly, not moving to put the teacup down. Mr. Chang, since the law has this provision, it's reasonable to exist. I believe I don't need to explain too much for you. What women for so many years for the family to pay? What men successful because the woman to take care of the home? Etc. These truths are not men do not understand. And they understand more than anyone in their hearts. They are just selfish and narcissistic. Ignore the woman's pay only. He thinks you should be thankful if he gives you a bite to eat, but you're actually thinking about their family fortune. Men are naturally more selfish and calculating than women. And when he's drained the last bit of value out of you, he'll turn his back on you faster than anyone else. He is not good. He will be dead. Drag you, do not let go, because he cannot be alone in the hard life. He has to pull the woman to accompany him. He has to spread his dissatisfaction and anger in the woman. Someone has to serve him. They even blame women for their fault in not being able to get rich. Gu Nanyan has fought a lot of divorce lawsuits and seen a lot of such selfish people, so she will not waste her words to reason too much with men who make it to the law and women who are calculating a divorce, or even transferring property or concealing property. Existence is reason, and she acted impartially. The man's face turned white with anger at Gu Nanyan's nonchalant attitude. In all the years he'd been in business, he'd never seen someone like Gu Nanyan who didn't take any money for oil and salt. After staring angrily at Gu Nanyan for a moment, the man gave a cold laugh and said through gritted teeth, helping Surname Xiao to share more than $300 million. You didn't take less of a cut. Little girl. Gu Nanyan laughed at once. Chang always wants me to spit out my commission? Gu Nanyan's understatement. The man's heart inexplicably a burst of anger. He mixed in the black and white for so many years, or for the first time encountered Gu Nanyan, this kind of woman who does not put him in the eyes, even if the man is not, if you dare to do so. Except, of course, for those whose levels are higher than his. Moving his neck, the man stood up from the sofa without slowing down, refastening his belt, and said expressionlessly, you split more than $300 million from me in one go. Lawyer Gu, I didn't close my eyes for a few days and nights. After saying that, he then changed his words. After taking so much commission, it's not too much for me to let you sleep with me to let out the fire. When men say they haven't closed their eyes for days and nights, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's basically true. But his heart doesn't hurt as much as it should without digging up the property he's transferred and hidden. Thinking about it, he couldn't swallow this breath. Thinking that it was Gu Nanyan who pitted him, thinking that Gu Nanyan was young and beautiful, he finally let someone invite Gu Nanyan over. That would more or less take the edge off of him. Gu Nanyan couldn't help but smile as she listened to the man's words. She said, Mr. Chang, there are many people who want to sleep with me, and I'm afraid you're not on the list. It's too whimsical for him to want to sleep with himself, without waiting for the man to speak. Gu Nanyan added, besides, I won't even take your $8 million. Do you think I'm that good at sleeping? Gu Nanyan's arrogance. The man huffed and pointed at her. You're a ing lawyer. I won't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. And since I've invited you here today, you're definitely going to have to leave something behind in order to get out of my door. The man was unreasonable, and Gu Nanyan got serious, saying sternly, Mr. Chang, I'm not someone you can touch. If Cheng Feng dared to touch her, not to mention whether Liu Beicheng would let him go, he couldn't afford to take the responsibility just because of the strength of her Gu family. The man, however, didn't listen and looked at her with a cold snort and said, Lawyer Gu, do you want to take the initiative to go upstairs, or in the living room? Without giving Gu Nanyan a chance to speak, the man added, Lawyer Gu, I'm not in the habit of not hitting women, so you toss less and suffer less. Gu Nanyan pulled the corners of her mouth in a leathery smile, before raising her hand and taking off her jacket. Meanwhile, in the Maybach, Liu Beicheng's face had long been intolerable. From 5:30 to now, he had called Gu Nanyan 6 times, and no one answered. The dog played him again. He sent him so many time messages during the day and a bunch of lingerie pics for him to pick out, only to play disappeared at the end of the day. More than him. Dialing Gu Nanyan's phone again. There was still no answer on that side. Liu Beicheng snapped and threw the phone on top of the dashboard, cursing under his breath. Damn, dog thing. The more he couldn't find Gu Nanyan, the more unwilling Liu Beicheng became. So he picked up his cell phone from the dashboard again and made a voice call to Gu Nanyan. The ringtone kept ringing, but Gu Nanyan's end was still voiceless and didn't answer. Listening to the bell gradually approaching its end, Liu Beicheng's annoyance slowly subsided. thus turning into worry. Things are not right. Gu Nanyan, even if she really fooled him, she wouldn't even not answer her tweets. She would make excuses and would continue to troll him. Having known Gu Nanyan for 23 years, she had never been one to run away from problems. Realizing that something wasn't right, Liu Beicheng immediately called Xia Chang. Xia Chang, check to see if Gu Nanyan is off duty and see where she went after work. Also, have her law firm send over her recent client information, including the people involved in the case. Okay boss. On the other end of the phone, Xia Chang received his assignment and went to work. Liu Beicheng once again threw his cell phone on the dashboard, turned the car around and headed back to the law firm. Chapter 70. Honey, you're here. At this time, the men's villa. After Gu Nanyan took off her jacket and threw it on the sofa, she approached the man, then hooked the belt of his robe with one hand and put one hand on his shoulder, bending down to get in his ear. Mr. Chang, serve me well, I am going to add money. The man laughed at Gu Nanyan's flirtatiousness. Damn, I knew you're not a good ing bird like me. Okay, if you make me happy, I'll open a law firm for you. Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows and hooked the man's belt, gently pulling him up from the sofa. Then let's go upstairs. Gu Nanyan took the initiative to go upstairs, and the man's heart blossomed with joy, smiling with two eyes shining straight up. It seems that the distribution of more than 300 million to the surname Xiao is not a loss, but God has arranged for him to have a fling. Although the distribution of more than 300 million, but he now has more than 300 million and the company. Less money can be earned again, but the lawyer, this type of woman he has not slept with, and also so beautiful in temperament. If in the future can keep her on the side for a long period of time, then this more than 300 million is also worth spending. Gu Nanyan's two soft words and winks. The man cannot distinguish between the southeast and northwest. Confused. He wouldn't be dying to divorce his ex-wife if he wasn't tempted. Only his mistress never expected that the man would change his mind before she had a chance to turn the tables and try to keep the other woman around. Bringing Gu Nanyan to the bedroom on the second floor, the man smiled that happy smile, and the bad mood of the past 2 days was swept away. Clang! Not lightly closing and unlocking the door to her room, Gu Nanyan turned to look at the man and said, Mr. Chang, I'm a bit rough, so bear with me a bit more. Take care, take care. The man was all smiles. I'll take care of it. Gu Nanyan smiled as she approached over, both hands on the man's shoulders. Her face suddenly turned cold as she lifted her own right knee and slammed it right in the middle of the man's two spans. In the next second, the man's face went green. Before he could scream out in reaction, Gu Nanyan threw him heavily to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. When Gu Nanyan was 4 years old, Zhao Jiqiu let her go to learn taekwondo, and when Gu Nanyan grew up to be 23 years old, Zhao Jiqiu didn't know how many fights she had helped Gu Nanyan collect, so at times like this, there was no way she wouldn't do it. Covering his lower body, curled up into a ball and collapsed on the ground, the man was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, couldn't even scream, just looked at Gu Nanyan with a face full of pain. Damn, you're counting on me. Downstairs, the family servants and a few bodyguards listening to the commotion upstairs. The servants' heart overly Gu Nanyan, a little girl, was bullied. They wrinkled their brows and stifled silence to go to the backyard work. The bodyguards, our eyes glowing, said cheerfully, the boss seems to be playing quite a sense of humor. Quite happy. That's not true. I was smiling like a flower just now. As much as the man had laughed downstairs a moment ago, as much as it hurt now. Unhurriedly coming to the man's front, Gu Nanyan squatted down on one knee with the trouser leg of her suit, looking at him with a smile on her face and asking, Mr. Chang, has the fire been drained? If it's not, I'll give you a couple more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You. The man covered his lower back, his voice trembling as he spoke, before rushing to the door and shouting, Dahu, Dahu. It's just that due to too much pain in his lower body and being thrown over the shoulder by Gu Nanyan, he couldn't even make a normal speaking voice right now, let alone give orders. Gu Nanyan didn't take his plea for help seriously. Fighting with men Gu Nanyan will not be hard. Just now, and the downstairs did not do it, because there are bodyguards downstairs. How powerful, she cannot beat so many people. The man looked at her angrily, and Gu Nanyan laughed softly. Mr. Chang, next time, before you try to take advantage of the situation, investigate the background of the other party. Not everyone you can mess with. It was just a divorce case, but he escalated it to kidnapping and rape, which has a completely different meaning. The man saw that Gu Nanyan was so calm from beginning to end. Without a hint of fear, he finally began to suspect her identity, so he pressed down the pain and asked against his frigid white face, what exactly are you, and what backstage do you have? Gu Nanyan, if I tell you that I am Liu Beicheng's wife, do you believe me? The man first froze, then looked at her incredulously and said, Liu Beicheng of the Liu Group? Impossible, never heard of him getting married. You can't be his wife. Even if she wanted to bluff, she had to be practical. How could Lu Beiqing's wife work as a divorce lawyer in a law firm? The man's words had just dropped when the door to the bedroom room was kicked in with a clunk. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look over, then greeted with a smile on her face. "Hubby, you're here." Over at the doorway, looking at Gu Nanyan's jacket not on her body, and there was a man in the house. Lu Beiqing's eyes were cold enough to kill, even though the middle-aged man was lying on the ground miserably covering his lower body. In the room, the man saw that the person who appeared in front of him was really Lu Beiqing, and when he saw Gu Nanyan calling him her husband, his heart instantly cooled down, and he didn't even need to be resuscitated. Lu Beiqing coldly and hostilely looked at the man for a long time, and then turned his eyes to Gu Nanyan, who hurriedly got up and clapped her hands. "You're late, I've finished packing." Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan approached over as if nothing had happened, and Lu Beiqing raised his right hand and pressed the back of her neck. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the man, whose lips were purple with fear. A few moments later, the two arrived outside the courtyard. Gu Nanyan was roughly thrown into the co-pilot. She turned her face to Lu Beiqing and explained, "I didn't mean to trick you today. I was blocked by someone." Of course he knew she wasn't deliberately not answering her phone. Knew she was blocked, and how else would he have gotten here? With a cold expression, he didn't even look at Gu Nanyan and directly ordered, "You don't have to work the shift." She'd been warned a few days before that the job was too offensive, and before the words were cool, something had happened to her. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "Aren't I fine? Besides, can you not know what kind of person I am? I can let myself suffer outside? Don't worry, Gu Nanyan, if you still want to continue living and have a child, you're on your own." Lu Beiqing made such a big remark that Gu Nanyan just stared at him. After looking at him for a while, she smiled and asked, "Like me now?" Lu Beiqing's face sank. "Don't be playful." Gu Nanyan stepped on the chair with her right foot, resting her right hand on her face, looking at him with unblinking eyes. "I promise you, I'll be absolutely fine, and in the future when I run into anything I'll find a way to call you first." Lu Beiqing, there is no business. Before Lu Beiqing could finish his sentence, Gu Nanyan's body moved forward and she covered her warm lips on his. Chapter 71. Lu Beiqing, let's go home. Although Lu Beiqing was angry, Gu Nanyan was quite happy that he had found himself. Gu Nanyan shamelessly kissed over. Lu Beiqing's face sank, but his heart was still much more comfortable. Pushing Gu Nanyan away, he said, "Driving, be honest." Gu Nanyan collected herself a bit, looked at him and said, "You'll be in a rage. Let's all calm down for 2 days before we talk about this." Lu Beiqing didn't ring. He knew himself and Gu Nanyan too well. When she was pampered, he couldn't do anything about her, except that when he thought of her being blocked today and almost being, Lu Beiqing's heart was filled with a wave of fear. Even if she had already put down the surname Chang when he rushed there, it was someone else's territory after all, and if he hadn't come, no one could guarantee that she would have gotten out without any problems. Most half an hour later, the two arrived at the house. Lu Beiqing still looked bad and sullen. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan laughed and asked, "Still angry? This matter has been turned over. Why don't I bring some bodyguards to work from now on?" Gu Nanyan's good temper. Lu Beiqing didn't fling his face at her, but said, "You take an early rest. I'll go out for a while. I'll be back later." After all was said and done, Gu Nanyan was acting impartially, and it wasn't her who was at fault, it was that man. Gu Nanyan pulled his arm. "Where to?" Lu Beiqing took away her hand. "You rest first, you don't need to wait for me." After saying that, without waiting for Gu Nanyan to agree to let him go, Lu Beiqing left the bedroom. Gu Nanyan didn't have a very good premonition and followed him to the door, but in the end, she couldn't keep him. Seeing his figure disappear from sight, Gu Nanyan raised her hand and then held her forehead. Lu Beiqing insisted on doing something that no one could persuade. After knowing him for so many years, she knew this about him all too well. And Sheng Feng today this thing, to say that she did not have a little fear that is false. After all, it is not her territory. What she said others do not believe. After sitting in front of the desk for a few moments, Gu Nanyan she picked up the phone and called Xia Chang, asking Lu Beiqing what he was doing. Xia Chang said that he was dealing with things above the work, although Gu Nanyan did not quite believe it, but she could only choose to believe it, and then took the clothes and went to the restroom. Half an hour later, as she finished her shower and came out of the bathroom, the door to her bedroom room was suddenly thumped violently. "Who?" Gu Nanyan asked, rubbing her hair. "Third sister-in-law, it's me." Sumubai's voice sounded outside the doorway. Gu Nanyan threw away the towel, walked over and opened the door to the room. "Mu Bai, big." Gu Nanyan hadn't finished speaking when Sumubai pulled her and ran outside. "Third sister-in-law, hurry up and go persuade third brother. If he doesn't stop, he'll really have to kill someone." "Cheng Feng? Yeah, it's that thug. Sumubai, old Shin and I and the others haven't figured out what's going on yet." And Xia Chang said it's a personal vendetta. It was about her and Lu Beiqing's personal matters. so Xia Chang did not say the exact reason. Su Mubai said it was Chung Feng. Gu Nanyan did not say anything, accelerated his pace and went with Su Mubai. It would be too much of a bargain for Liu Beicheng to dirty his hands for this kind of person, and there was no way she would let Liu Beicheng get his hands on human life. Third sister-in-law, what's going on? Su Mubai held the steering wheel with both hands, wrinkled his brows and asked in disbelief. Gu Nanyan listened to Su Mubai's words, and in a few words, she talked about what happened between herself and Chang Feng. Hearing that the man was up to no good because of the divorce, Su Mubai huffed. Not investigating before plugging you. You really don't know the sky. No wonder third brother is so angry. After that, he said, then this case is still judged by the judge. How come he only looks for third sister-in-law you? Not thinking that you are a little girl with no backing to bully. Not seeing color to see evil. Su Mubai angrily scolded the man. Feeling that he died 100 times is not enough to pity. But for this kind of people dirty hands indeed also not cost-effective. Su Mubai cursed as he drove until the car stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse before the two finally arrived at the destinations. Gu Nanyan recognized this warehouse. It was the old warehouse of Lu Group. Third sister-in-law. The man is inside. Su Mubai unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. And Gu Nanyan unbuckled her seatbelt and followed. Not long after, the two arrived at the warehouse, only to see Lu Jingyang, Shenli and Gong Xian were there, as were Xia Chang and a few other bodyguards. Shenli and the others had obviously talked the fight out, but they hadn't been persuaded. At this moment, Liu Beicheng was still brutalizing Chang Feng. Chang Feng, who was still very stout at the villa at night, was now face down and beaten up. Smoke, you came over, my brother killed crazy today. No one can persuade him. Lu Jingyang saw Gu Nanyan come over and hurriedly reported. Xia Chang saw Gu Nanyan coming over and greeted him sheepishly. Young lady, when Gu Nanyan just called him, he lied and said that Liu Beicheng was busy with work stuff. Nanyan. Shenli and Gong Xian also called out to her. Gu Nanyan responded to everyone, and when she looked at Liu Beicheng again, she only saw that Liu Beicheng was still beating Chung Feng with the waste pipe. Seeing that Gu Nanyan came, Chung Feng immediately topped his bloody face and knelt down to beg her. Lawyer Gu, I'm so sorry for you. It's me who had no eyes and didn't investigate first. It's me who is illiterate and uneducated and doesn't understand the law. I apologize to you and beg you to plead with Mr. Liu, so that he will be magnanimous and let me live. Chang Feng pleaded with Gu Nanyan, spending almost all the strength he had left. After Chung Feng finished pleading, when Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng, she only saw Liu Beicheng with two scarlet eyes, with nothing but anger in his eyes, and no one in their presence. After knowing Liu Beicheng for 23 years, it was the second time Gu Nanyan saw such Liu Beicheng, as if he was a wild beast with a demon in his heart. Seeing him kick Chung Feng to the ground twice, Gu Nanyan stepped forward and pulled his arm. Liu Beicheng, stop. Gu Nanyan's persuasion. Liu Beicheng did not return to his senses and still did not withdraw his hand. At that moment, Chung Feng spat out blood and curled up on the ground without moving. If Liu Beicheng keeps fighting like this, he'll die. With her right hand tightly grasping Liu Beicheng's arm, Gu Nanyan said, Liu Beicheng is ready. Let's go home. Gu Nanyan's voice lingered in his ears, and Liu Beicheng paused for a moment. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan once again said, Beicheng, let's go home. Didn't we all have an appointment today? It's been a long time. Ever since that time, she had never called him Beicheng like that again. Instead, she had always called him by his full name, Mr. Liu, or Boss Liu. She just wouldn't call him Beicheng like before. Before, they were so close. Seeing Liu Beicheng pause, Gu Nanyan said again, Liu Beicheng, stop. Let's go home. It's not a motherly heart, but I don't want Liu Beicheng to take a human life, and I don't want him to be pointed at for the rest of his life, or to take a heavier punishment. Chapter 72 The hot water's running. So here's a special treat for you tonight. Gu Nanyan's dissuasion again. Liu Beicheng's old water pipe in his hand clattered to the ground. Gu Nanyan took the opportunity to hold his hand. Let's go home. Liu Beicheng lowered his eyes to Gu Nanyan before his eyes gradually became milder and less scarlet. Aha! Go home. Liu Beicheng stopped, and Shenli and the few of them were relieved. Su Mubai said, it's still Sister Smoke who has a way with third brother. Lu Jingyang, on the other hand, raised his leg and kicked the man in the thigh. Damn. Even my family's Smoke ancestor dares to hit. You deserve it. The man was curled motionless on the floor, unable to even open his eyes. As early as Gu Nanyan did not accept his 8 million, he should have thought that she was not simple. Otherwise, which normal family's child would be able to withstand the temptation of 8 million? When the group came outside the old warehouse, Shenli put both hands in his pants pockets, looked at Gu Nanyan with downcast eyes and said, Nanyan, why don't you go back to the company and help out? Gu Nanyan smiled and said, if everyone thought this way, then there would be no king's law in this world. When Gu Nanyan said this, Shenli did not ring. There was nothing wrong with her insistence. When the two of them returned home half an hour later, Liu Beicheng was still wrinkling his brow, his heart sinking. His body was covered in blood. Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan, who hadn't opened her mouth to speak on the way back, and he said in a faint voice, "Did it scare you?" Gu Nanyan was collecting the pajamas on the bed, and when she heard Liu Beicheng's question, she turned and smiled and said, "How am I not scared?" Then she sized him up again. "Do you want to take a shower first?" Liu Beicheng didn't respond. He just closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa without saying anything after taking his clothes off. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan didn't talk to him anymore and turned around to go to the restroom. A few moments later, she said as she rolled up her sleeves and came out of the restroom, "The hot water's running, so I'll give you a special treat tonight." Seeing Gu Nanyan acting like nothing, Liu Beicheng smiled faintly, then got up and went to the restroom. Gu Nanyan rolled up her sleeves and went in with him. After rinsing slightly into the bathtub, Liu Beicheng soaked his entire self in the water, even his head. Gu Nanyan pulled a stool and sat quietly beside her, watching Liu Beicheng get up from the water, and when she raised her hand to push his wet hair, she glanced at his bottom and said with a teasing smile, "It's not as if she hasn't seen it before. The bath towel wrapped around it is superfluous." Liu Beicheng's face darkened, only to ask later, "When did you read it?" Although the two had been crazy, he hadn't undressed in front of Gu Nanyan, so she couldn't have seen it. Liu Beicheng's face was full of black lines, and Gu Nanyan said in disbelief, "Peeped at your bath. Land North City." Liu Beicheng's face was full of speechlessness, and Gu Nanyan was immediately happy. "Just kidding. You're still serious." Then she added, "If you are so afraid of being watched by me, I will go out. Haven't seen enough? Are you willing? Just say it if you can't bear to see me go." A lot of the time she didn't seem to have a straight face, just didn't want the atmosphere to be so stiff. Looking at Gu Nanyan, who was soaking in the water, Liu Beicheng couldn't help but remember a lot of things from the past, things from when they were still studying. At that time, she and Liu Beicheng were very close, and Liu Beicheng had fought a lot for her. With infinite emotions, Gu Nanyan remembers to this day that Liu Beicheng's slap hurt, knocked her out of her mind, and broke their friendship for so many years. Gu Nanyan's sudden quietness. Liu Beicheng exhaled heavily. "I'm afraid I'll be late." Liu Beicheng's voice rang in his ears, and Gu Nanyan looked back at him. "It's fine. It was fine last time, and it's fine this time. Liu Beicheng, it wasn't me who saved you last time." After Liu Beicheng finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Yes, the person who saved her last time wasn't him, even though she was hoping that he would come to her rescue. But in the end it was Shin Liangzhou who came to her rescue, and it was because of him that she was in danger that time. Having known each other for 23 years, there are so many stories between them, and the one he can't let go of and can't forget. With her right hand resting on the bathtub, Gu Nanyan was silent for a long time before she smiled and said, "Hurry up and get up after soaking. I'm going out first." Gu Nanyan got up to leave, but Liu Beicheng reached out and pulled her arm back. "Sit with me again." Gu Nanyan turned around, looked at him with downcast eyes, and finally sat down. Later, neither of them spoke, one soaking in the tub, the other just sitting next to him. Liu Beicheng's heart was heavy tonight, so Gu Nanyan put away her disrespect and sat beside her without a word. "Nanyan." Liu Beicheng called out to her. Gu Nanyan agreed, but Liu Beicheng looked at her again and didn't say anything. Looking at each other and seeing Liu Beicheng trying to say something several times, Gu Nanyan said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you didn't come, I won't let anything happen to me." She wasn't Yi Chu, nor was she Xing Unique. She wasn't someone who couldn't live without anyone else. She could protect herself. Liu Beicheng's heart was heavy with Gu Nanyan's relief. They are ultimately disconnected. They can't go back in time. All her generosity is just because she doesn't care, and she married him just because she wanted a child. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan woke up, Liu Beicheng was already awake and was getting dressed next to the closet. Gu Nanyan grabbed the pillow next to her and hugged it in her arms, just staring at Liu Beicheng. Seeing that he didn't realize he was awake, Gu Nanyan said, "Thank you for last night." Liu Beicheng glanced at Gu Nanyan. "Awake," he added. "I have an early meeting in the morning. You'll go to the law firm by yourself later." "Aha!" Gu Nanyan agreed softly. It's just that Liu Beicheng left this time and didn't come back for a few consecutive days afterward. And every time the relationship improved, he would immediately fade away again, as if he was deliberately suppressing it. That morning, when Gu Nanyan packed herself up and went out, Lu Jingyang came in a flurry of wind. "Smoke." Gu Nanyan yawned and asked, "Why did you come over in the morning?" "Came over to see you." Lu Jingyang, "By the way, I'll report to you about what happened that night." Lu Jingyang came over. Gu Nanyan simply did not bother to drive, directly let him send himself to the law firm. On the road, Lu Jingyang, two hands holding the steering wheel, that mouth crackling did not stop. "Smoke. My brother that night under the dead hand. The doctor said the surname Chang do not want to get out of the hospital this year. Just stay in the hospital. Don't you guys know how to stop it when you're around? It's not easy to end this if it really causes a death. Can't stop it. Who knows how my brother was in a bad mood that night, counting Chang's bad luck. Just as Lu Jingyan's words fell, Gu Nanyan's cell phone rang. A call from Shun Liangzhou. Gu Nanyan picked up her cell phone. Liangzhou, I'm fine. It's over. Tonight. Not tonight. I have to travel this afternoon. Then the two talked some more and hung up the phone. On the side, Lu Jingyan's eyes but foxed, looking at Gu Nanyan and asked, Big Secretary General Shun's call? Asking you to have dinner? Smoke. You promised my brother a divorce the other day. It couldn't be because Shin Liangzhou came back. At Lu Jingyan's speculation, Gu Nanyan took off her shoes and slammed them on him. Your brother doesn't care about me. Drive your car. Lu Jingyan caught Gu Nanyan's shoes and said in a serious manner, Smoke. Even though my brother is not a good person, Shin Liangzhou is just like that. Don't jump from this pit to another. Shin Liangzhou is not suitable for you either. He's too serious. Gu Nanyan, no one else is suitable. Just you? Lu Jingyang said condescendingly, then I'm definitely more suitable than them. Gu Nanyan laughed, you say this in front of your brother. Lu Jingyang, just say it. Who's afraid of who? He said good things, but he just didn't dare to call and provoke Liu Beicheng, until he sent Gu Nanyan to the law firm. Then he picked up the phone and dialed someone. The call then went through, and a cold voice came through. Something wrong? Chapter 73. So attached to me. Like me? Hearing Liu Beicheng's emotionless voice, Lu Jingyang hurriedly complained, Brother, Shin Liangzhou just talked to my smoke sister on the phone. On the other end of the phone, Liu Beicheng's voice sank. You ran to find my wife in the morning? Lu Jingyang hurriedly explained, I am going over to report to Sister Smoke about what happened that night. And by the way, to see Sister Smoke's attitude, I have to wear my sins here and brother you. This time Liu Beicheng didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly said, Lu Jingyang, if you encourage Gu Nanyan to divorce me again, you won't stay in his city in the future. After Liu Beicheng finished speaking, Lu Jingyang was shocked and raised his voice and said, Brother, you don't want a divorce? You are afraid of grandparents, they do not want a divorce. Earlier said, I can also help you in front of Sister Smoke to say a few words of praise. Do I need you to put in a good word for me? After Liu Beicheng finished, he asked impatiently, what is Shin Liangzhou looking for Gu Nanyan about? Liu Beicheng returned to his words. Lu Jingyang came to his senses and quickly said, I didn't hear the rest, but I heard that she asked Sister Smoke to have dinner tonight, and Sister Smoke didn't have time to refuse. Said here, Lu Jingyang and angry said, Brother, I tell you surname Shin is not a good thing. As early as several years ago to hit the idea of the smoke sister? You do not put this person defense leakage. Never let him close to the smoke sister. According to my opinion. Before Lu Jingyang could finish his words, Liu Beicheng directly hung up the phone. The cell phone snapped and was thrown on his desk. Liu Beicheng's face stank to high heaven. He had told her to mind Shin Liangzhou, and the two of them were still contacting each other in the morning. Lu Jingyang this phone call, Liu Beicheng a day in a bad mood, to 5:30 in the afternoon directly to the law firm. Just in the law firm below wait for nearly an hour. Others are off work, but late to see Gu Nanyan, so sullen face dialed her phone, still working overtime? On the other end of the phone, Gu Nanyan said without thinking, Nope, I'm on a business trip to investigate Zhou Dingjia's case. The Zhou Dingjia in Gu Nanyan's mouth is the boy who killed his father and two uncles after 13 years. Liu Beicheng was instantly furious when he heard Gu Nanyan's words. You don't know to report in advance when you go on a business trip? Gu Nanyan, isn't this reporting to you? Besides, since when was reporting a habit between the two of them? He hadn't answered any of her previous phone calls, he hadn't responded to her messages, and the two of them hadn't been in touch for days. Liu Beicheng, this is the old man who didn't receive you and called. Gu Nanyan laughed at once, you went to pick me up today? Liu Beicheng, you're quite attached to me. You're not really interested in me, are you? Gu Nanyan's immodesty. Liu Beicheng snapped and hung up the phone. Heartless, what do you care what she does? The cell phone was coldly thrown aside. Liu Beicheng thought of the call Lu Jingyang made to him this morning, and his heart became even more unpleasant. Shen Liangzhou had only looked for her today, and she was traveling right away. Why did he feel that things weren't that simple? Then he picked up the cell phone thrown next to him and called Xia Chang. Xia Chang, check Gu Nanyan's schedule. Okay, boss. On the other end of the phone, Xia Chang received Liu Beicheng's command, hung up the phone and went on his errand. In the hotel, Gu Nanyan looked at the phone call that was hung up. She let out a light laugh, followed by a yawn, and went to follow the desk. Tomorrow she was going to visit Zhou Dingjia's neighbors to find out what happened back then. She had to get her preparations in order now. Turning over the notepad, Gu Nanyan picked up the pen but suddenly remembered Liu Beicheng's preoccupied appearance that night, remembering that he said he was afraid of coming late. And the other night, he talked in his sleep. Even though he didn't hear what he was saying too clearly, he could hear that it was about Xing Unique. Only, that thing has nothing to do with her. Shen Only's departure has even less to do with her. Liu Beicheng has no right and qualification to blame the fault on her. It was also impossible for her and Liu Beicheng to go back to the old days. Neither of them could let go of the past. All her not caring was just that she could act better than he could. At the same time, when Liu Beicheng returned to Royal Bay, his face was intolerant. And when Mrs. Jiang called him for dinner, he didn't respond and went straight back upstairs. The bedroom was empty, and Liu Beicheng inexplicably felt a pang of coldness and no fireworks. Raising his eyes to the side of the desk, he thought of Gu Nanyan's busy appearance there, and remembered Gu Nanyan's smile, which seemed to be teasing him every time, but in fact was not at all attentive. To her, her parents' work and the Gu group were the most important. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and lighting a cigarette for himself, thinking that Gu Nanyan actually didn't need him that much, and putting Cheng Feng down before he arrived that night, Liu Beicheng felt quite bad in his heart. I don't know since when Gu Nanyan didn't need him so much. She could hold up the sky for herself, and even hold up the sky for her parents. Heavily exhaling a mouthful of smoke rings, Liu Beicheng snuffed out the cigarette in the ashtray when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Xia Chang called. Liu Beicheng picked up the phone and Xia Chang reported, "Boss, young lady went to Zhoulin Town in Lin City on business this afternoon and will be back on Friday." Liu Beicheng Xia Chang added carefully, "Boss, there's another thing I don't know how to." Xia Chang stammered and did not finish. Liu Beicheng directly interrupted. "Speak. Secretary General Shen also went to Lin City. The young lady just left not an hour ago." Secretary General Shen went over. When Xia Chang finished squeaking, Liu Beicheng's face was predictable. He felt that something was not right. It seems that not only women's sixth sense is accurate, but also men's sixth sense is also accurate. Shen Lianzhou has really made a move. Like he said, Shen Lianzhou definitely didn't just come back for work this time. Coldly hanging up the phone, the air around Liu Beicheng almost froze. His wife, he wouldn't want to take over even if he didn't want Shen Lianzhou. In the hotel, Gu Nanyan was busy working when Liu Jingyang and Zhou Bei's phone call came over. Liu Jingyang gasped that Gu Nanyan traveled without him to play. Gu Nanyan wanted to curse. Is he playing? If I had known that he was so idle, I would have brought him over to run errands. Hanging up the phone, the three chatted again in the group. Gu Nanyan organized the information and occasionally returned their 2 sentences. When Liu Jingyang and Zhou Bei got tired of talking and went to bed, Gu Nanyan was still busy working at the heel of her desk. In the early hours of the morning when it was about to turn point, Gu Nanyan organized the case information and stretched out and was about to go to sleep when the door of her room was suddenly knocked by clang clang clang. "Who?" Gu Nanyan asked as she looked over at the doorway. Chapter 74 came a long way to kiss her. "Who?" Gu Nanyan asked as she looked over at the doorway. Clunk! Outside the doorway. Instead of the other party responding, the sound of knocking on the door was even more violent than just now. Gu Nanyan's brows sank. What were you doing in the middle of the night? This hotel she had checked before checking in and there hadn't been any security incidents. And there hadn't been any incidents around. Picking up the pre-prepared anti-wolf electric baton, Gu Nanyan asked, "Boss lady?" Outside. The man listened to Gu Nanyan's question, and his voice came over with some hoarseness. "Gu Nanyan, open the door." "Gu Nanyan." The voice sounded so familiar, like I'd heard it somewhere before. Gu Nanyan held the electric baton in one hand and dropped one hand on the door handle, but didn't open the safety chain. Listening to the violent knocking again, Gu Nanyan clicked the door open. In the next second, seeing the slender figure outside the door, Gu Nanyan was stunned. After staring at the man at the door for a while, Gu Nanyan asked through the doorway, "Why did you come over?" When he called her in the evening, he also coldly hung up the phone. This moment just appeared in front of her eyes. Gu Nanyan was really a little surprised. Outside the doorway, Liu Beicheng tucked his right hand into his pocket and said coldly, "Open the door." Seeing this, Gu Nanyan opened the anti-theft lock without slowing down. The door of the room was opened to the maximum. Liu Beicheng raised his hand and tugged the collar of his shirt. Then he entered the room without any expression. Once inside, his eyes subconsciously scanned the room. Gu Nanyan did not follow into the house. Looking at Liu Beicheng seems to be looking for something. She leans lazily on the door, still holding her wolf-proof electric baton in her hand. She said, "Catching adultery again?" The whole country rushed over to catch the adultery. Gu Nanyan sympathized with Liu Beicheng at the same time. Cannot help but also reflect on their own. In the end she did what things to make Liu Beicheng to her. Even this point of trust is not there. The key two people have been married for more than 2 years, and she has not caused anything to make him lose face. But on the contrary, he himself gossiped constantly. 3 days hanging on the top of the hot search. Microblogging just like his family. But the advertisement fee has saved a lot for Liu's group. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. Liu Beicheng faintly turned around without opening his mouth to speak. Not to mention telling her about Shen Liangzhou coming over. Otherwise, according to Gu Nanyan's nature, she would have to find something to make him feel uncomfortable about nothing. Seeing Lu Beicheng coldly looking at himself without saying anything, Gu Nanyan asked, "Do you want me to help? I'm more of an expert in this matter." He really thinks everyone else is like him just because of the kind of person he is. Lu Beicheng raised his eyebrows and felt connoted. After staring at Gu Nanyan like this for a long time, Lu Beicheng took off his jacket and casually threw it on the bed. "This place is quite a place you can settle for." Then he asked, "What's in your hand?" Lu Beicheng's hoarse voice came, and Gu Nanyan stood up straight and walked over. "For your defense." Saying that, she put the electric baton aside and bent down to pick up Lu Beicheng's jacket that he had thrown on the bed and hung it on the coat rack. "What's wrong with your voice?" Lu Beicheng rolled up his shirt sleeve. "Inflammation. I don't know how many cigarettes he smoked on the way over here, but when he just opened his mouth to speak, he realized that his voice was muffled." "Drove here?" Gu Nanyan asked. "Aha!" Lu Beicheng answered lightly. "Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng are you a? You don't go home when I'm in a city. You come all the way here when I'm on a business trip. What do you think?" She was quite moved in her heart by the Chang Feng thing the other day, but it turned out that he patted his ass and didn't go home. She then didn't bother to think much about it and did what she needed to do, only to have him come running over again. When Lu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan scolding him, he coldly looked up, and Gu Nanyan immediately made a gesture to shut up. Okay, I won't say anything." "Lu Beicheng, I didn't bring any luggage. Give me your bath towel." Gu Nanyan has a cleanliness fetish, and he knows it when he goes out with everything. Gu Nanyan showed disdain, but still handed him her own toiletries, although she and he have not yet sat down as husband and wife, but the two have long been out of sight. Long before the marriage Lu Beicheng likes to rub her things. Not long after, when Lu Beicheng came out from the restroom after taking a shower, Gu Nanyan happened to come back from outside, looking at Lu Beicheng's lower body wrapped in a bath towel. Taking her towel to rub her hair, Gu Nanyan put the bag in her hand on the table. "Cold medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine are all there. You pick and eat yourself." Lu Beicheng looked at the medicine Gu Nanyan threw on the bed. His face changed at once. "Who let you go out to buy something at night? What did you run into a few days ago? Don't you have any numbers in your heart?" Lu Beicheng's sudden mood. Gu Nanyan was not happy either. "Consider me a." When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Beicheng looked at her and didn't say anything. What did he mean? Could she not hear it? Lu Beicheng's indifferent eyes. Gu Nanyan helplessly said, "You came all the way here. I can't let you go back with the disease. The pharmacy is right next door. Don't worry." That night he beat Chung Feng half to death for her. Gu Nanyan thought it was because the two of them were getting attached, but then he didn't come home again. Gu Nanyan then did not make a fool of herself. Perhaps he was on fire that day because of Shin Unique, because Shin uniquely encountered something similar. That night, he probably just thought of her as Shin only. Gu Nanyan explained gently. Lu Beicheng could not be angry even if he wanted to be angry, but inexplicably felt a sense of distance. Gu Nanyan seems to be warm and generous, getting along with anyone, but in fact it is not easy to get close to her heart. Lu Beicheng's eyes softened down as he continued to rub his hair, and Gu Nanyan slowly exhaled and turned around to go to the restroom. At this time, Lu Beicheng's cell phone rang. A work call. Throwing the towel away from his hand, he went over to the window and picked it up. More than 10 minutes later, he turned around after answering the phone and saw that Gu Nanyan was still in the restroom without coming out, and the door to the restroom room wasn't completely closed tightly, so he went straight over. When he walked over to take a look, he saw that Gu Nanyan was helping him hand wash his clothes in front of the sink. For a moment, Lu Beicheng was stunned. After staring at Gu Nanyan like this for a long time, Lu Beicheng walked behind her and spread his arms to hold her in his arms. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan looked up at the mirror in front of her. Seeing Lu Beicheng holding her in his arms, she hurriedly threw down the clothes in her hands and turned on the faucet to rinse her hands. After the phone call, "Then you wash yourself." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng took both of her hands into his arms together. Then freeing his right hand to pinch her chin, he kissed her lips. Chapter 75. Is it true that if I don't look for you, you won't look for me? Lu Beicheng's lips were soft, and Gu Nanyan cried and laughed when his numbing kisses fell. He was just idly helping him with 2 loads of laundry, and as a result, the man was touched. When Lu Beicheng ended a passionate kiss and rested his chin on her shoulder to hug her, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him. "Lu Beicheng, you're a bit worthless. Helping you to wash 2 pieces of clothes touched me like this." Knowing that Lu Beicheng didn't have the habit of wearing clothes for 2 days, he helped him wash them. After all, he had come all the way here to see her. Whatever the psychology, it was at least heartfelt. At Gu Nanyan's mockery, Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, "Gu Nanyan, do you think that I came all the way here just to let you wash 2 pieces of clothes? Gu Nanyan, so you miss me?" Lu Beicheng's little heart. Gu Nanyan actually understand more than anyone. He must have heard what unreliable wind over to block her, and the result was empty. She's just too lazy to expose him. Lu Beicheng didn't answer Gu Nanyan's flirtation, but just pressed against her face and asked, Is it true that if I don't look for you, you won't look for me? Lu Beicheng this. Gu Nanyan does not love to hear. Lu Beicheng, you said no conscience. Married for more than 2 years. I catch adultery, do not know how many times to catch. You are quite good at biting back. Lu Beicheng's face sank. Catch what, adultery? Did you get the real evidence? Lu Beicheng brought this up, and Gu Nanyan said, don't be in a hurry. When I get it, I'll be so far away from you that you'll lose all your money by then. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng hit the ground and picked her up from the ground. You can still count the people, but don't think about the money. Fool him for anything, not for money. Gu Nanyan, you put aside others also so stingy? Half a dime is not paid out. Lu Beicheng did not lightly pounced Gu Nanyan on the bed. Women who want to spend money to climb into my bed are lining up. Why would I bother to pay for it? Gu Nanyan, then what do you mean? I didn't sleep with you, is that I'm petty? When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips. The two kissed passionately, and when Lu Beicheng removed Gu Nanyan's clothes, his face suddenly changed. Gu Nanyan, why didn't you tell me earlier when you had your period? Lu Beicheng's expression of eating and holding back made Gu Nanyan happy at once. You didn't call me before you came either. I have long seen Lu Beicheng's mind. Gu Nanyan just intentionally did not tell him. Who let him in the past always flirt halfway and then ran away. Gu Nanyan's gloating. Lu Beicheng hugged her and turned off the lights. Sleep, forced to be held in Lu Beicheng's arms. For a moment Gu Nanyan seemed to have returned to many years ago, when she and Lu Beicheng hadn't broken up and were still on good terms. Back then, occasionally when he was wrapped up in his arms, he smelled like this. The night was very deep and dark, and as Lu Beicheng pulled her hand toward the bottom, Gu Nanyan said, do you still want to be ashamed? Go to the restroom to settle it yourself. Lu Beicheng didn't fight with her in the mouth lawsuit, and pulled her to have a hand. After finishing, Gu Nanyan disgustedly wiped her 2 hands on him and said to him in a consultative manner, tell your mom so that she doesn't push me to have grandchildren as if she's rushing me. And the phone call came again today. Lu Beicheng didn't even think about it and directly refused. No, if he said that, then Gu Nanyan wouldn't look for him in the future even if she died. Besides, that's all that's tied up between the two of them. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan moved her own foot and snapped her toenails hard on Lu Beicheng's calf a few times. Gu Nanyan, can I buck you twice for helping you get high? Sleep. With another command, Lu Beicheng pressed Gu Nanyan into his arms. It was late at night, and it had been a long time since the two had been as calm as they were now. The next morning, Gu Nanyan was woken up by the alarm clock, got up and cleaned himself up and was about to go to Zhou Dingjia's house when Xia Cheng came over in the wind to give Lu Beicheng clothes. With Xia Cheng's dutifulness, Gu Nanyan said in a serious tone, Assistant Xia, I really want to poach Lu Beicheng. Xia Cheng, young lady is too kind. Then he raised his voice and added, boss cares a lot about you, young lady. Gu Nanyan breezily said, it's hard for him to pounce all the way. Gu Nanyan said this because she wanted to set Xia Cheng's mouth to see what kind of rumors Lu Beicheng had actually heard and actually drove over. Xia Cheng leathery smiled dumbfounded. He also didn't expect boss to be so fierce, and when he heard that Xin Liangzhou came over here for a meeting, he ran over without saying a word. Why can't you just ice out the situation when you obviously care? The past is the past and the past is the past. Young lady, you continue to rest, I'll be busy too. After greeting Gu Nanyan with a serious face, Xia Cheng hurriedly slipped away, fearing that he would be set upon by Gu Nanyan. Clang! The door to the room was gently closed, and when Gu Nanyan returned to the room, Lu Beicheng woke up with his eyes half open. He asked, who are you talking to in the morning? Gu Nanyan gave him an unimpressed look and said, adulterer. Lu Beicheng blankly glanced at her. There's not a single serious word coming out of your mouth. Gu Nanyan, Xia Cheng sent the clothes over for you. See if you're going back first later or what. Make your own arrangements. What am I going back for if you're not? Gu Nanyan, you are really waiting for rabbits here? But do as you wish. It's estimated to take 2 or 3 days on my side. Being bright herself, he could do what he liked. She had to get to work. After saying that, Gu Nanyan took the things she needed to use and went to Zhou Dingjia's house, while Lu Beicheng continued to rest at the hotel. At this moment, Lu Beicheng himself couldn't tell why he ran over without even thinking much. Is it catching an adulterer? Trying to get a handle on it, but not wanting to. But he couldn't deny that he minded when Gu Nanyan didn't come to him, especially since his mom had called Gu Nanyan yesterday and Gu Nanyan hadn't taken the initiative to contact him. So he was even more uncomfortable. So he went to the law firm to pick her up. As a result, after the pounce, the desire that had to see her became even stronger, and her behavior was out of control. He doesn't seem to be as dominant as he used to be. In the room, Lu Beicheng got up not long after Gu Nanyan left and cleaned himself up to work in the room. It was impossible for someone like him to waste time, so when Xia Cheng sent him clothes, he sent his computer and information along with them. On Gu Nanyan's side, she had been busy with Zhou Dingjie since she went out in the morning, and hadn't even returned to the hotel at noon. More than 5 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Dingjie's relatives and neighbors visited almost, collected some information about the old days of information material. Gu Nanyan hit the road back to the hotel. Knowing something about Zhou Dingjie's childhood, Gu Nanyan's mood was quite heavy. Despite being a lawyer and knowing that some people's lives were not easy, she never dared to imagine a boy younger than her living that inhuman life. While Zhou Dingjie was locked up in a pigsty, she had long been living the life of chauffeur-driven school trips and eating and dressing in international brands. Just the thought that all this information gathered today could potentially reduce Zhou Dingjie's sentence. Gu Nanyan's heart had a hint of comfort. When the cab was almost at the hotel, Gu Nanyan quickly gathered herself together. Since childhood, no matter what kind of things encountered, no matter how sad the heart, she will be very good to deal with the emotions. Do not bring their own bad mood to others. Always generous and very cheerful. Unless she's pissed off and can't help it. Cab parked in the hotel downstairs. Gu Nanyan scanned the QR code to pay the fare. The front foot just got out of the car when she heard someone behind her shouting her name. She turned around and looked back, openly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 76. He didn't want her to touch it and said no. Shen Liangzhou, what's he doing here? When Gu Nanyan was surprised, Shen Liangzhou's red flag car had already parked next to her. You're here on business too? Gu Nanyan, yeah, there's a case to take some mass information. Shen Liangzhou smiled lightly and said, since we ran into each other, let's have dinner together. Before Gu Nanyan had time to speak, the black Maybach suddenly stopped next to the red flag. The front window slowly opened, and Liu Beiqing's voice leisurely came out. Okay, the location is already set. Liu Beiqing's familiar voice. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at the Maybach, only to see Liu Beiqing's two hands on the steering wheel, the fingers of his right hand holding a cigarette, his eyes cold and clear looking at her, a look of catching the scene of adultery. Shen Liangzhou saw Liu Beiqing arrive and looked over with a smile. Beiqing is also here. Liu Beiqing took a drag on his cigarette and responded without thinking. Aha! Accompanying my wife on a business trip. After saying that, he snuffed out most of the remaining cigarette in the ashtray, looked indifferently at Gu Nanyan and said, get in the car. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan turned back to Shen Liangzhou. Liangzhou, I'll see you later then. See you later. After Shen Liangzhou responded, he instructed the driver to let him follow Liu Beiqing's car later. In the Maybach, Gu Nanyan got into the car, and Liu Beiqing turned his face to look at her sarcastically. You called Liangzhou with affection. Gu Nanyan twisted her head to look over. I didn't know he was here and only just ran into him. Don't pick a fight. Later on, they were going to have dinner with Shen Liangzhou, and Gu Nanyan didn't want the two of them to carry emotions, didn't want others to see that they were not on good terms, even though this matter wasn't a secret. When Gu Nanyan said this, Liu Beiqing once again lit a cigarette and did not speak. Not a moment later, several people arrived at a good local villa restaurant. Liu Beiqing directly let the waiter on 2 cases of beer and a case of white wine, and Gu Nanyan just after the explanation. He has not been talking to her. So much so that Gu Nanyan couldn't tell whether he was silent because he saw Shen Liangzhou and thought of Shen Unique, or because Shen Liangzhou was meeting with her. Secretary Du's face changed when he saw Shen Liangzhou drinking so much wine. Secretary General Shen, you can't drink. Shen Liangzhou smiled and said, with Beiqing, give up your life. Liu Beiqing also laughed when he heard this, and Gu Nanyan knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she simply didn't even bother to open her mouth. When the waiter started to serve the food, Liu Beiqing filled both of their wine glasses, and there was so much they could talk about, so much they could drink in the past and present, until the two of them finished a case of beer. Shen Liangzhou's face did not look too good, so Gu Nanyan advised, just about. Liu Beiqing, however, acted as if he didn't see Gu Nanyan and didn't hear her, and once again filled a glass of wine for Shen Liangzhou. This glass is to the only one. Liu Beiqing brought up Shen Unique, and Gu Nanyan just looked at him and didn't say anything. She thought Liu Beiqing just did not say anything all the way. Thought he was misunderstanding that he and Shen Liangzhou were sneaking here to cheat. It turned out to be remembering the old man hair. Shen Liangzhou looked at the wine Liu Beiqing had poured and turned his face to Gu Nanyan. He felt that Gu Nanyan's feelings were more important at the moment than his sister who was no longer there. Seeing that Gu Nanyan didn't have any emotions and just stared at Liu Beiqing, Shen Liangzhou served the wine and said, Beiqing, the past is past. I wanted to persuade him to live a good life with Gu Nanyan, but this seemed to poke through the window paper of his and Gu Nanyan's shaky relationship, so I swallowed the words as they came out of my mouth. Shen Liangzhou's voice urging Liu Beiqing came, and only then did Gu Nanyan come back to her senses and laughed sarcastically in her heart. If he hadn't forgotten Shen Unique in his heart, he shouldn't have agreed to this marriage. Don't get married. What's the point of playing the love game when you're married? Isn't he a pain in the ass? Thinking of this, Gu Nanyan Langqing picked up her chopsticks and didn't bother to dislike them. Until more than 9 o'clock, 2 cases of beer and a bottle of white wine were finished by the two men. Shen Liangzhou's face was white. His eyebrows were tightly screwed into a ball. Du secretary was in a cold sweat next to him in a hurry, and Gu Nanyan was about to lose her temper. So this drinking game was finally dispersed. When it was time to part, Xin Liangzhou also gave Liu Beicheng a heartfelt admonition to be nicer to Gu Nanyan. Liu Beicheng just seemed to smile and not laugh. My wife is not something you need to worry about. Half an hour later, the car was parked downstairs in the small hotel, and when Gu Nanyan was ready to help Liu Beicheng said coldly, "No need." Gu Nanyan's bending motion paused. The expression on her face also paused, and she just looked at Liu Beicheng for a long time before she slowly stood her body up straight with no expression on her face. A few moments later, the two entered the room back and forth. Liu Beicheng unbuttoned his shirt and said sarcastically, "Running all this way, quite capable of thinking." Gu Nanyan was picking up a rubber band and tying her hair. Listening to Liu Beicheng's yin and yang, she said coldly, "If you had arrived a day later, you would have caught the adulterer in bed." He decided that she was having an adulterous affair with Xin Liangzhou on this business trip, and she didn't bother to explain it to him, so he could think whatever he wanted. She's not even bothering to serve. In the future, he can miss whoever he likes, and care for whoever he wants. Gu Nanyan will not accompany him. After 2 years, she'd had enough. Liu Beicheng's eyes went cold, looking straight at Gu Nanyan. "So I spoiled you?" Hair tied, Gu Nanyan, 2 hands around the chest, slightly tense to the side of the table Aline, looked at him and said, "Liu Beicheng, you have long been holding back this energy. Right, then we don't beat around the bush. What kind of result do you want? You give a clear word." Obviously he can't let go of someone in his own heart. Obviously he doesn't want to live a good life, and still picks her thorns at every turn. Gu Nanyan thinks it's quite ridiculous. Then there was his indifference to her tonight, and his nostalgia for Xin Unique when he was drinking with Xin Liangzhou, and she suddenly felt quite uninterested in that as well. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she didn't bother with him, Liu Beicheng couldn't have a child with her, couldn't be good enough to live a good life, so calculate even lazy with him. As long as Liu Beicheng give her a result on the line, Gu Nanyan's unimpressed. Liu Beicheng drew down his tie and laughed coldly. "So the next family has found a good one? Want to pull out?" Gu Nanyan still lazily leaned on the table and indifferently said, "It's trying to pull out, so you'll just assume that you've got my handle tonight, and you can do whatever you want." Gu Nanyan broke, explaining without a word. Liu Beicheng was on fire, approached and pinched her face, picking her up from the ground. "Gu Nanyan, do you really think I have a good temper? Do you really think I can habituate you ignorantly?" Face was pinched. Gu Nanyan's stomach suddenly jerked hard. In the morning went out without much food, did not eat at noon, went to visit Zhou Dingjia's relatives and neighbors, not even a mouthful of hot water. Coupled with the evening meal appetite heavy, she did not eat much, so this moment suddenly stomach ache. She tightened her brow and grasped Liu Beicheng's wrist with both hands, but she didn't have her usual strength. Liu Beicheng saw her break his hand. He broke her face back with a force and forced her to look at him. "Speak." Gu Nanyan laughed. "Liu Beicheng, then what do you want to hear?" Then she added, "A good temper and spoiling me? I really don't want this good fortune of yours. I admit, I came over this trip to cheat with Xin Liangzhou. Anyway, I've been Thai since. I even seduced you, Liu Beicheng, back then when I tricked your father into asking you to marry me. Shouldn't you have known?" Chapter 77. Even if I don't want what I've used, it's still mine. I admit, I came over this trip to cheat with Xin Liangzhou. Anyway, I've been Thai since. I even seduced you, Liu Beicheng, back then when I tricked your father into asking you to marry me. Shouldn't you have known? After saying these words, Gu Nanyan's stomach hurt with a spasm, but she just refused to show it in front of Liu Beicheng. A woman's vulnerability is only taken seriously by a man who cares, and she doesn't have to humiliate herself. "Gu Nanyan, you are frank enough." Liu Beicheng pinched her so hard that Gu Nanyan's face blanched for a while, but she still said with bravado, "Liangzhou is all the way back, so I definitely don't want to spend time with you." Liu Beicheng didn't hold back after all, and lowered his head and bit Gu Nanyan's lips fiercely. "Want me to fulfill you? Gu Nanyan, don't even think about it." Liu Beicheng bit hard, biting so hard that blood flowed out. It hurt, it really hurt, but for Gu Nanyan's disappointment at the moment, it was not worth mentioning. Whenever he's in a bad mood, he always has a reason to argue with her and always ends up taking it out on her. Seeing that Gu Nanyan's face was white and her body was trembling slightly, Liu Beicheng then subsided and released her. "Gu Nanyan, what I have used, even if I don't want it, then it must be mine. You understand my nature." Gu Nanyan pressed her face, remembering that Liu Beicheng had raised a dog when he was a child, and that dog had later run away with someone, and he had spent a great deal of manpower and resources to retrieve it, and even fed him properly. And then, she never saw the dog again. But the cherry blossom in the Liu family's backyard bloomed better and better every year. Gu Nanyan's scalp went numb at the thought. At that moment, She only focused on Liu Beicheng's goodness, but forgot about his ruthlessness. The atmosphere fell into silence. Gu Nanyan's stomach was still in a throbbing pain. She sat in silence on the edge of the bed for a while, and when her unbearable feeling eased a little bit, she watched Liu Beicheng smoking a stifling cigarette by the window. She took her clothes and went to the restroom. The hot water washed over her face, but Gu Nanyan's heart was colder than it had been a moment ago, and her entire being was more awake. She wasn't deterred by Liu Beicheng's words just now. She was just being sarcastic that she had overestimated their relationship before. Only, the Gu family wasn't that easy to bully. When Gu Nanyan came out of the restroom most of an hour later, Liu Beicheng was no longer in the suite. Gu Nanyan took a towel and rubbed her hair, but she was relieved in her heart. Emotional disappointment to the extreme when even the right and wrong are not even lazy to fight. Words do not want to talk to each other more than one sentence, just want him to disappear on it. When her stomach throbbed again, Gu Nanyan put down the towel, took the kettle and went to the restroom to pick up a pot of water and boiled it to soak the noodles on the table. It was ready a few minutes later, and as Gu Nanyan ate the noodles, she laughed sarcastically as she thought about all the aggravation and begging she had done over the past 2 years. He personally mentioned Shin Unique tonight. Remembering Shin Unique in front of her face, Gu Nanyan is considered to see him clearly and plainly. He agreed to marry her as nothing more than a way to cope with his family. Only, wanting to use her Gu Nanyan as a punching bag all the time. Liu Beicheng thought it was too easy. After finishing her noodles with a big mouthful, Gu Nanyan put all these miscellaneous matters behind her, took the recorder and began to organize the crowd information she had collected today. But I don't know if it's because of the quarrel, or if it's just a stomach problem. Gu Nanyan couldn't stand it after being busy for a while, and then it really hurt so much that she simply went back to bed to lie down, hopelessly tossing and turning all night. The stomach pain never subsided and she didn't sleep well all night. The next morning, still awakened by a raucous knock on the door, reluctantly getting up from the bed, she wrinkled her brows and opened the door to her room with the thin blanket she brought from home, only to see Liu Jingyang appearing in front of her in a windy manner. Smoke. Why is the cell phone turned off? The phone doesn't answer, and the messages aren't returned? Liu Jingyang just appeared in front of her eyes. Gu Nanyan, wrapped in a thin blanket, stared expressionlessly at him for a while, and then raised her hand to hold her forehead and said, "Maybe it's out of battery. I forgot to charge it." She hadn't looked at her cell phone after her argument with Liu Beicheng last night. Explaining, she looked at Liu Jingyang feebly again and said, "You come in first." Seeing this, Liu Jingyang carried the things he brought with one hand and probed her forehead with the other and asked, "Why does her face look so bad?" Gu Nanyan removed his hand and walked into the house, saying, "My stomach hurts. I didn't sleep well all night." Liu Jingyang was unhappy. "You still don't charge your cell phone when you have a stomachache, and you let people not be able to contact you? Gu Nanyan, you just owe it to yourself to clean up." Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open his mouth to speak, Liu Jingyang put the carried breakfast on the table and said, "Hurry up and eat something first to pad your stomach. They are all brought to you from a city." I shouted in the middle of the night to the boss to get up and do it. Looking at the thermos box Liu Jingyang put on the table, Gu Nanyan was suddenly quite moved. Although usually not pretentious, but last night her mind was a bit broken, plus uncomfortable. People are more fragile, so Liu Jingyang's suddenly windy appearance, her heart is quite warm. Don't look at him, he usually just gives people trouble, but he's quite warm-hearted every time it matters. Being pressed by Liu Jingyang to sit down at the table, and seeing that he brought bean paste xiaolong bao, as well as soup and powder separated from the 3 fresh noodles, Gu Nanyan was moved to tears. "Damn, you're still the most reliable." Gu Nanyan laughed and scolded him, but her heart was warm to the touch. Liu Jingyang shoved the chopsticks into her hand and poured her soy milk again and said, "Luckily, Laozi was smart enough to know to bring a thermos box. It's still hot." "Jingyang, thank you." It was rare for Gu Nanyan to be serious with Liu Jingyang. At this moment, she was not only thankful to Liu Jingyang for sending her breakfast, but she was also thankful to him for showing up in time when she was in a bad mood and her body was struggling. "Liu Jingyang, who are we with?" After that, after accompanying Gu Nanyan to eat breakfast, Liu Jingyang forcibly took her to the hospital, so that the doctor examined and then accompanied her to hang water. Gu Nanyan, annoyed that today's work will be delayed, Liu Jingyang said, "First hit your injection. The big deal is to go back 2 days later. I will accompany you." Here is. In the infusion room, the two sat side by side and watched TV, and Gu Nanyan's entire body had almost recovered. Turning her face to look at Liu Jingyang, she asked, "Calling my phone off the hook, you ran over here?" Liu Jingyang raised his hand and scratched his hair. "Not exactly. It's just, still." Liu Jingyang stammering, "Gu Nanyan, a cold I swept over." Liu Jingyang said, Say, I tell you the truth, is not it? It is my brother." Chapter 78. It's not the first time. I'm used to it. I know my brother came over to look for you. but Yi Chu, his brother, was hit by the school leader's car yesterday at night, and I thought my brother might go back to a city, so I came over. Gu Nanyan's expression first paused for a moment as she listened to Lu Jingyang's words, then she laughed sarcastically. She was talking about how she came out of the restroom and Lu Beicheng was suddenly gone. Dare she say that? Seeing this, Lu Jingyang hurriedly consoled. Smoke, don't think too much, I might have guessed wrong. In fact, he did find out that Lu Beicheng had left the hotel at that time, and he was afraid that Gu Nanyan would feel bad about it, so he came over. Gu Nanyan smiled. It's not the first time this has happened, I got used to it long ago. Lu Jingyang, smoke. There's something else I have to admit my mistake to you, but you have to promise first that you won't get angry or hit me after you hear it. Gu Nanyan's eyes looked over coldly. Speak, you guarantee. Lu Jingyang saw Gu Nanyan's eyes across. He immediately confessed, that morning to find you, Shenliangzhou, to call you, I told my brother. My brother may have heard me tell. The day before yesterday ran over to find caught you. Smoke, I promise you, I definitely didn't mean to do that. I just got mouthy for a second. Lu Jingyang's fearful look. Gu Nanyan did not care and said, alright, seeing as you came all the way here to accompany me and brought me breakfast, I'll let you off the hook on this one. In his heart, but he understands very well, Lu Jingyang sue or not, Lu Beicheng will suspect that she will come over. It's just the two of them. I really don't know who's upset. After 12 o'clock, Gu Nanyan finished her injection in the hospital. Lu Jingyang drove her around the neighborhood to find a good meal, let her rest in the car for a while, and then took her to the school where Zhou Dingjie had studied for 2 years to take more information again. It was not until after 9 p.m. that the two returned to the small hotel in the center of town to rest. Lu Jingyang is afraid that Gu Nanyan will be uncomfortable again at night, so he refused to open another room. Had to be a room with her. Gu Nanyan took him out of his mind and agreed to him to sleep on that small broken sofa. In the middle of the night, Gu Nanyan woke up twice, and looking at Lu Jingyang just nestled on the sofa, she couldn't help but smile warmly. Not many good friends, but having Xiao Bei and Jingyang in this life is enough. The next 2 days were like this. Lu Jingyang escorted Gu Nanyan to the injection in the morning, and then drove the car to accompany her to run the mass information in the afternoon. With Lu Jingyang by his side so accompanied, Gu Nanyan did feel a lot more relaxed. At least she didn't have to wait for the bus or worry about eating. By Friday, after Gu Nanyan finished working on this business trip, Lu Jingyang drove her back to a city in his car. The road is a bit far. Gu Nanyan said the two switched to drive, so he can rest a little. Lu Jingyang did not give up and said she is still sick in it, so for more than 5 hours he drove alone, while Gu Nanyan ate, drank, and slept in the passenger seat. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Nanyan got up from a sleep, she saw that she had already arrived in a city, and the car was on the way to Royal Bay. She yawned and said, not back to Royal Bay, back to Nanjiang. In the past few days, she hadn't mentioned the quarrel with Lu Beicheng to Lu Jingyang, but it didn't mean that the matter hadn't happened. Oftentimes the less Gu Nanyan mentioned and the more silent things were. It was instead because she was more disappointed. What's more, she didn't play well in her uncomfortable argument the other day, and didn't seem to win it. Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's words, and without even asking the reason, he directly said, okay, listen to my sister smoke. More than 20 minutes later, when the two arrived at Nanjiang's large flat, Zhou Bei had already come over early and gave Gu Nanyan a soup stew and ordered a lot of fruits and takeout. Kita, it smells so good, I love you to death. Lu Jingyang had just entered the house with his front foot, and when he smelled the aroma of Zhou Bei's soup he unfolded his arms to hug Zhou Bei. Zhou Bei today wore a black handsome ink painting of the national style clothes. See, Lu Jingyang pounced towards him. She raised her foot and kicked out. Get lost, don't take advantage of the old man. Zhou Bei's refusal. Lu Jingyang with a face of aggrieved looked to Gu Nanyan to complain, smoke. You see how unsympathetic this person is. I ran forward and backward to accompany the busy for several days, but also drove a few hours of childhood to come back. She did not give me a little comfort. Gu Nanyan listened to Lu Jingyang's complaint, unhurriedly took off her jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and pinched and rattled her fingers, saying, or I'll comfort you. Lu Jingyang's face went white. No no no. After chatting with Zhou Bei Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan went to the inner room to take a shower and change clothes and came out, only to see that Lu Jingyang had already finished taking a shower and was wearing pajamas comfortably lying on the sofa, and Zhou Bei was helping him massage. The three of them look like this, and they still look exactly the same as they did when they were studying. A few moments later, when the three of them went to the table to eat, after Lu Jingyang told Zhou Bei about Lu Beicheng's overnight return to a city, Zhou Bei's handsome short hair stood up in anger. She said, Nan Yen, as the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than one marriage, but your family's old Lu is indeed too much of a no-good thing, and I don't really approve of you living like this anymore. Lu Jingyang hurriedly coaxed, that's right, where is it not good to find a three-legged man? Why do you have to hang on my brother's tree? He doesn't understand your goodness at all, and is not worthy at all. At the same time, in the hospital, Liu Beicheng, with both hands in his pants pockets, looked at Yi Fan, who had just returned to the hospital room, and inexplicably sneezed. Seeing this, Yi Chu turned to look at Liu Beicheng and said to him in a soft voice, Beicheng, it's been hard on you these past few days, and it's also delayed you. If I didn't have you and Secretary Xia to help me, I really don't know what to do. Yi Chu's eyes couldn't help but redden as he said this. Things at home were already too much. These 2 years are also particularly bad. Either this or that. Tired of her cannot top. But fortunately there are Liu Beicheng to help her. Liu Beicheng threw the paper towel that wiped his hand into the trash can and said without moving, Yi Fan recovers quickly at a young age, and the late nutrition can't keep up with it will affect the body's development and growth. Aha! Yi Chu nodded vigorously and turned his face to look at Yi Fan on the hospital bed again and said, Yi Fan, hurry up and say thank you to Brother Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, thank you. The boy listened to Yi Chu's command and said again in a good manner, I will listen to my sister. I will get my feet well and not cause her any trouble. Don't fall behind in your studies either. Secretary Xia will have a tutor come over for you tomorrow. Thank you Brother Beicheng. Thank you Brother Xia. Yi Fan is that day in the school interest class, was accidentally hit by the school leader. The left leg of the big and small bones are fractured. Hanging a few days of traction this afternoon to do the operation. Just came out. After Yi Fan finished thanking him, Yi Chu looked at Liu Beicheng again and said, Beicheng, it's getting late. You should also go back to rest earlier. Then he added, the weather has turned cooler in the past 2 days. I saw you sneezing just now. You remember to add clothes. Liu Beicheng faintly while then greeted Yi Fan and hit the road back. Yi Chu sent him downstairs. Until Liu Beicheng's car disappeared from her sight, she reluctantly went back upstairs to accompany Yi Fan. If she could really be with Liu Beicheng, how good it would be. But then again, Liu Beicheng had been really nice to her, and he helped out every time there was something going on in her own family. Thinking of this, Yi Chu raised his left hand and gently stroked it over his face, smiling contentedly. There should still be hope for her and Liu Beicheng. Half an hour later, Liu Beicheng returned to the royal bay. See, the home is still cold and quiet, like less angry. He turned his face to look at the sister-in-law, asked, Gu Nanyan has not come back? Chapter 79. Boss, you've misunderstood the young lady. Sister-in-law Jiang, not yet. But then again, the young lady's business trip this time is also long enough. Earlier she said she would be back in 2 or 3 days, and this is already the 5th day. Liu Beicheng listened to Mrs. Zhang's words, felt his cell phone from his pocket and went upstairs. When he waited until he reached the bedroom, Xia Cheng's phone happened to be dialed, and Liu Beicheng instructed, Xia Cheng, check what's going on with Gu Nanyan. On the other end of the phone, Xia Cheng said, okay boss. After Xia Cheng received the order, Liu Beicheng hung up the phone and snapped it and threw it on the table next to him. That day is indeed to go to Bi City to block Gu Nanyan. Xishan Liangzhou mood is indeed also bad, but Gu Nanyan did not even have a sentence to explain. Speak all the thorns. His heart is even more uncomfortable. So when Yi Chu cried and called, he looked at the restroom, took the car keys and left. Used to seeing Gu Nanyan with a smiling face, Liu Beicheng couldn't accept that she didn't care about him anymore. Approaching the closet to get a change of clothes, looking at Gu Nanyan's fancy pajamas, Liu Beicheng stood there motionless. Liu Beicheng, give birth to one. Boss Liu, do you think this one looks good or this one? You like the black one. I'll meet you there. Liangzhou is back. What else can I spend with you? Liu Beicheng, I'm better off marrying anyone than marrying you. So hurry up and get divorced and don't delay me from finding happiness. Gu Nanyan's goodness, Gu Nanyan's smile, and Gu Nanyan's desperation came to mind. Liu Beicheng's face sank, and coldly and quietly took the clothes and closed the closet door. When he returned to his bedroom after his shower, the room was still empty, so empty that he felt as if a piece of his heart was missing. The room was quiet, so quiet that the only sound left was the sound of his own breathing. 2 years and 4 months, nearly 1,000 days and nights, Gu Nanyan spent them here alone. In addition to a few festive ornaments in the room, there was no picture of him, no picture of Gu Nanyan, and even less of them together. So it didn't look like a couple's room after 2 years of marriage in any way. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and smoked a cigarette, there was no movement in the courtyard, and 1 or 2 cars occasionally passed by on the road outside, but none of them were Gu Nanyan. Not back to no. 1 Royal Bay. Cigarettes burned out. Liu Beicheng was scalded by the cigarette butt, and only then did he suddenly return to his senses to extinguish the cigarette in the ashtray, and then turned around to go back to the bed to rest. How many nights have Gu Nanyan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and counted the vehicles that passed by outside? 1 was not him, 2 were still not him. Then later, she stopped waiting and did what she had to do. This night, Liu Beicheng slept very badly. He dreamed about many things from the past, About the time when he and Gu Nanyan hadn't had that one time and were still studying. Gu Nanyan was always cheerful and played along with them in a big way. She ran faster than the boys, climbed trees higher than them, and was not pretentious at all. Later, after dreaming that they quarreled, and dreaming that he slapped Gu Nanyan, Liu Beiqing sat up violently from the bed, and then gathered himself to go back to the company. This night, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei Lu Jingyang crazy night. The three later crowded in the living room sofa fell asleep. Gu Nanyan asleep until dawn. Did not dream of Liu Beiqing this person, not even think of him. Chairman's office. Liu Beiqing's front foot just entered the room. Xia Chang knocked on the door and came on the back foot. Boss. Liu Beiqing raised his eyes and glanced at Xia Chang, who said, the young lady's side has been checked out. The young lady has returned last night. Back to Nanjiang. Xia Chang's voice was significantly lower when he spoke of Gu Nanyan returning to Nanjiang. Inside the desk, Liu Beiqing's action of flipping through the documents was a beat, and Xia Chang continued, I carefully checked. Secretary General Shen did go to B City for a meeting, and came back on Wednesday, and didn't meet with the young lady alone again before coming back, but the second master's side went to look for the young lady. The night boss returned to a city the second master went over, and the young lady was still sick over there. It was the second master who accompanied her to the hospital to get an injection. I also checked the young lady's call records. Secretary General Shen later called the young lady. The young lady probably didn't tell him about the illness. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone back to a city without going to see the young lady. When Xia Chang reported these things, Liu Beiqing's face changed several times. Only when he finally heard that Gu Nanyan hadn't told Shen Liangzhou that she was sick did his face look slightly better. Xia Chang watched Liu Beiqing's face change a few times as he added, Boss, there are two words I don't know if I should say. Liu Beiqing hated it when people spoke in half. When he raised his head and coldly looked at Xia Chang hurriedly said, I think that the young lady should have no idea about Secretary Shen, and she has kept her relationship with Secretary General Shen quite clean. The young lady is a fastidious person. She has rejected someone once herself. She reckons it's unlikely that she will eat back the grass, and the young lady is still pointing to having a child. Xia Chang's analysis. Liu Beiqing just looked at him and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xia Chang's voice weakened some more and said, Boss, it's me who spoke too much. After more than 2 years, Xia Chang felt that he could see quite clearly from the side, although he didn't see whether Gu Nanyan liked Liu Beiqing or not. But Gu Nanyan is not the kind of person who sneaks around, and she is very tolerant of Boss now. Never cared about Boss's peach gossip. As long as Boss does not throw off the face, she is generous and enthusiastic every time she sees Boss. Such a woman is actually very attractive to men like Xia Chang. However, does not understand Liu Beiqing. What he wants is never Gu Nanyan's generosity. Liu Beiqing listened to Xia Chang's apology and instructed in a faint voice, JK has recently come out with an out-of-print pink diamond necklace, so go and order it. Xia Chang cautiously reminded, Boss, isn't the wedding diamond ring given to the young lady? This one has been treasured for more than 2 years. Before Liu Beiqing and Gu Nanyan got married, he had personally designed a diamond ring, but more than 2 years passed he did not give Gu Nanyan. Xia Chang is a little suspicious of that diamond ring is not lost. Liu Beiqing looked up. Xia Chang, when is it your turn to arrange my affairs? Xia Chang hurriedly apologized. Boss, I was wrong. I'll go order the necklace. After Xia Chang left the office, Liu Beiqing snapped and slammed the file in his hand on the table. Gu Nanyan was sick and she didn't tell him. But then again, when did she put him in her sights again? And she didn't tell him about her car accident last year. It's just that he was really in a bad mood that day and he may have gone a little overboard. Raising his hand and rubbing his temples, Liu Beiqing then continued working. Nanjiang Grand Flat. After Gu Nanyan opened her eyes and woke up, the two of them, Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang, were still sleeping. Gu Nanyan didn't wake them up and lightly went back to her room to clean herself up, then went to the law firm. In the days that followed, she didn't go back to Royal Bay either, and went straight back to Nanjiang from work. At 9 o'clock that night, when Gu Nanyan finished her work and came back, she just got off the elevator and saw Liu Beiqing smoking a cigarette and leaning against her doorway, with a lot of cigarette butts around his feet. Chapter 80 You can have as many babies as you want. Gu Nanyan slowed down her pace and said with a smile as always, looking for me to fight a lawsuit? It seems that Liu Beiqing and Gu Nanyan are not husband and wife, just ordinary acquaintances. Liu Beiqing snapped the half cigarette in his hand and threw it on the ground and stomped it out. Not going to go home? Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows and glanced at her door. Lo, that's not my house. Liu Beiqing put both hands into his pants pockets and looked at Gu Nanyan for a long time in silence before saying, Gu Nanyan, I've come over here, each taking a step back, and Mom's side is already suspicious. Gu Nanyan wanted to laugh. She'd retreated out of position a long time ago. Where else was she going to go? But too lazy to argue right and wrong with Liu Beiqing, he yawned and said, you deal with your mom's side yourself. I have to go home and sleep, Gu Nanyan said, and as she headed over to the door, Liu Beicheng reached out and yanked her arm. Gu Nanyan turned around. Liu Beicheng, what are you doing at night? Don't you make me call security. Liu Beicheng yanked Gu Nanyan's arm and threw her back. Gu Nanyan, give you some face? You follow it up. Don't. Gu Nanyan, you'd better not give this face. Besides, I've always been shameless. It's not like you don't know. Besides, if he gives her a face, does she have to take it? Who is he? Gu Nanyan oil and salt. Liu Beicheng a little to fire. He's already come over. He's already bowed down to her. What more does she want? Liu Beicheng suppressed his anger. What do you want? Gu Nanyan removed his hand and said impatiently, Mr. Liu, don't come looking for me. Don't show up in front of my eyes, and I'll thank God. He stopped looking for him himself, and he turned back to himself, and the most disgraceful thing was that he came to her with no good thing to do, and back and forth with a fight. With this relationship, it's better to stay away from her. Liu Beicheng frowned. Is it that you figured out that you want to leave? Yes. Gu Nanyan, look at. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng interrupted her. Gu Nanyan, this is something you don't want to think about. Get the hell back to Royal Bay right away, or else it won't be good for either company. Gu Nanyan laughed, looking at him in amusement. Liu Beicheng, how come I didn't realize you were so double standard before? When you didn't go back yourself, why didn't you say it was bad for the two companies? Anyway, if you do the first, I'll do the 15th. What you did before, I'll do now. In the past, she took into account this marriage. No matter what rumors about him outside, she turned a blind eye. Now she doesn't care. What does Liu Beicheng count in her heart? Since you've made me lose face, you won't be able to lose face in the future. And if you don't let me have a good time, then we'll all have a bad time together. These days, no one can live without anyone. Liu Beicheng's face went white. Okay, Gu Nanyan, how I come? How you come right? Then I'll see who dares to take you. Gu Nanyan pivoted away from him. Please get out of the way. Don't block me from going home to sleep. Gu Nanyan pushed him to leave. Liu Beicheng grabbed her arm and violently slammed her against the wall next to her, following which he leaned down and kissed her lips. Liu Beicheng paved the way for a fierce kiss. Gu Nanyan pushed him hard, then raised her arm and slapped him hard. Rushing to him, Liu Beicheng, I'll give you some face to stay lazy to expose you. You have to point your face, okay? Don't want to live by yourself, but still looking for other people's trouble day by day. I've already fulfilled you. I've already moved out from Royal Bay. As long as you Liu Beicheng is willing to do so, I'll break up with you anytime, anywhere. What else do you want? Liu Beicheng's face was on fire as he gritted his teeth and asked, why don't I want to live? Gu Nanyan was angry laugh. You're when I am stupid, or when I am blind you and my face in memory of Shin only. I help you down a car. You touch do not let me touch. Yi chu home a little. She a phone call you rushed back all night. You dislike me so much that you won't let me touch you. So I'll go far away. Now you come to Nanjiang to block me. What do you want? Why don't you give a clear word today? What kind of evidence do you want to take from me? I'll give you a ready-made one, okay? After a tiring day outside, and her stomach is still not completely well, Gu Nanyan is really annoyed with these broken things. She has already avoided far away. Liu Beicheng what he wants to do? If he doesn't rest, someone else has to. Originally, he did not want to argue with Liu Beicheng about this, but Liu Beicheng was too endless. When Gu Nanyan brought up Shin Unique and Yi Chu, Liu Beicheng put his hands back into his pants pockets and was silent for a long time before he looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Gu Nanyan, don't be too unintelligent. Gu Nanyan, yes, I'm unintelligent. I'm uneducated. You can find whoever you like. You can miss whoever you like. I won't accompany you. Liu Beicheng's face, it was a good look. When he blocked Gu Nanyan and didn't get out of the way, Gu Nanyan flicked him aside and said, don't come back in the future. You'll take care of yourself on the Liu family's side. For more than 2 years, when he made all that crap, she set up the house and explained herself. Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan come to the real with him. He came to pick her up and did not return. Liu Beicheng is also lazy to reason with her, lazy to be angry with her, raised his hand and pressed the back of her neck and directly threw her in the elevator. Gu Nanyan did not comply, pushed away Liu Beicheng to press the elevator. Liu Beicheng stopped her, make a fuss on the line. You really stay here, do not go home? The elevator went down. Gu Nanyan was so angry that she took her bag and slammed him a few times. You're still finished. It's a big night. Don't let people rest. She was really sleepy and really had a stomachache. Liu Beicheng didn't fight back, just pressed the back of her neck and pulled her to stand next to him. A few moments later, the elevator door opened, and when he escorted Gu Nanyan out, Gu Nanyan stumbled and stood still, turned her face to look at him and said, Liu Beicheng, it's hard for me to think about letting you off the hook, so don't you dare not to cherish the opportunity, or else I'll turn my face and make trouble again to have a cub. so don't you dare blame me for casually getting up and not being a human being. Land North City. Anyway, she scolded herself and her mouth never softened. Lu Beicheng once again escorted the back of her neck and pushed her towards the parking lot. Okay, you can have as many babies as you want. Gu Nanyan, whoever doesn't give birth is a grandson. As a result, when the two of them returned to Royal Bay, Gu Nanyan took advantage of Lu Beicheng going to the study next door to get something, and directly unlocked the door to the master bedroom. Lu Beicheng came back and couldn't open the door. His face stank to high heaven, twisted the door handle, pushed the door and shouted, Gu Nanyan, open the door. Inside the house, Gu Nanyan unfolded her limbs and lay on her back on the bed, kicking her right foot casually to cover the quilt over her body, covering herself from head to toe, and lazily ignoring Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng couldn't possibly have a child with her, and besides, she wasn't happy that he was willing to have one. The two of them would just have to wear each other out. He can't beat her. Sooner or later, he'll have to bring it up first. If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have said so, except that she had been busy with Zhou Dingjia's case lately and she didn't have the energy to argue with him. Cover yourself tightly inside the quilt. Let Lu Beicheng outside how to knock on the door. Gu Nanyan all as if not heard, self-centered on the sleep. It was just that she hadn't eaten anything at noon or at night, and in the middle of the night, Gu Nanyan was woken up by hunger. She didn't want to get up and look for food, but her stomach wouldn't leave her alone, and she couldn't sleep well because of the gurgling and grumbling. After rolling around in bed a few times, she sat up violently from the bed with her sleep-mussed hair on top of her head. She'd better go get something to eat. Putting on her slippers, she half squinted her eyes when she hit to open the door, looking at someone with his hands around his chest, leaning on the doorframe of the opposite room staring at her side. For a moment, Gu Nanyan's drowsiness was scared out of her mind, and subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Chapter 81. Come on, try smoking one. When she was sure that the person was Lu Beicheng, not a ghost, Gu Nanyan rubbed her heart. Lu Beicheng, you're sick. You don't need to sleep in the middle of the night? Lu Beicheng was still leaning on the opposite doorframe, looking at Gu Nanyan and said, Gu Nanyan, you've got some balls. Locked him out of his place. And the last time he was in Nanjing also kicked him out and called out security. From childhood, from home to school, from school to society, who doesn't know that this young master of the Lu family can't be messed with? If you upset him for a day, he may upset you for a whole year, or simply upset you for the rest of your life. Don't look at Sumu by Lu Jingyang, they flattered him all day long. Behind the scenes are saying, Lu Beicheng's heart-playing mother's womb is bad. Don't need to peel off, no, with the cinder block is black. Bad dripping water. I don't know how much I've been bullied by him from before until now. If they're like that, outsiders are even worse. Such a man. On the contrary, always in Gu Nanyan here to eat stifled. Hands are not known to move a few times. The two although every time the bar. Lu Beicheng but also took the initiative with her head down. Although not obvious, Xin Unique had never even been treated like this. Gu Nanyan yawned and said, you think everyone is like you, all mouth and no seed. Lu Beicheng was connoted. When Gu Nanyan turned around and walked to her right, Lu Beicheng reached out and pulled her arm. Who did you say only shoots cannons and doesn't sow seeds? If you don't keep your mouth shut, believe it or not, I'll whip you. Gu Nanyan turned around and put her face over. Come on, try smoking one, but I'll say it in advance. If you smoke me to death here, I won't be able to get rid of my wronged soul. If she had known that she would run into him if she came out, then she would have preferred to starve rather than come out. Gu Nanyan looked like a small ruffian who was not afraid of the sky and the earth. Lu Beicheng let go of her arm and screwed her face. You rely on this mouth to eat. I won't bowl asterisk with you. Gu Nanyan slapped the back of his hand and rubbed his face. That's, you don't use your mouth to eat. Use. Gu Nanyan's words to scold him didn't come out, but Lu Beicheng pinched her mouth and forced her to swallow her words. Gu Nanyan's stomach lurched as she pushed his hand away, and she rubbed her stomach. I'm not talking to you. Don't follow me. With that, she went downstairs. In the middle of the night, Zhang's wife, they are resting. Gu Nanyan is not good to call people up, simply drumming in the kitchen, but she played a little 10 fingers do not dip in the spring water, banging in the head for a while, not even a box of luncheon meat to open. Marinated beef also cut a piece of thick, a piece of thin. As Gu Nanyan clanked and hacked away at the cans of lunch meat, Lu Beicheng's voice came leisurely from behind. You're trying to wake up the whole house. Couldn't open the can. Gu Nanyan was already annoyed, and when she heard Lu Beicheng's voice coming from behind her, she turned around and said impatiently, what are you doing following me with your shadowy soul? Lu Beicheng blankly glanced at her. Those who don't know, would think that you're splitting the body? Lu Beicheng finished, walked over to the counter and took the knife from her, opened the box she knocked out of shape in 3 or 2 clicks, poured out the luncheon meat and cut it into slices, and then resliced the marinated beef for her. Gu Nanyan wrapped her hands around her chest and leaned on the side to look at him. You want me to go back to the Lu family to accompany you in your play? For more than 2 years, he never looked for her, unless it was the old man and the others who gave pressure. He would let Xia Cheng inform her to go back with him to make a scene. The last few times I've been looking for her in person. It's because she's been getting worse and worse lately. Lu Beicheng put the noodles into the pot of boiling water and gave her an indifferent look. Do you really think I have to go back to deal with them? Sensei is the old man. Even if it is the emperor, he copes with it depends on the mood. Who has the mood to coax them every day? At Lu Beicheng's disbelief, Gu Nanyan gave him a thumbs up. You're bull. Then she added, if you don't look for me in the future, it will be even more bullish. Lu Beicheng directly shoved a piece of uncooked lunch meat into her mouth. Gu Nanyan was going to spit it out, but when she saw that it tasted good, she chewed and swallowed it. Not long after, Lu Beicheng cooked the noodles and brought them to the living room, and Gu Nanyan didn't talk to him about politeness. She took her own chopsticks and ate. Lu Beicheng sat across from her, his face showing disgust. Really not polite. Gu Nanyan ignored him, swiping her cell phone with one hand and eating noodles with the other, not even taking a proper look at him. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng reached out and took her cell phone over. Gu Nanyan looked up to see his face gloomy. She said perfunctorily, you like to see for you to see, it said, picked up a large mouthful of noodles stuffed into the mouth. Lu Beicheng withdrew his eyes and took her cell phone and directly flipped through it. Going through everything from photo albums to audio and video recordings and call logs was nothing but work. Flipped her WeChat from beginning to end. Most of it was still work. More of it was her mom Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang chatting. And she didn't have too much contact with Xinliang Zhou, and she never even sent a WeChat. But looking at her in addition to his parents' WeChat top, but also Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang, as well as the three of them small group of top, but his own in her WeChat not even a shadow. Lu Beicheng heart is not painful. When he turned to himself in the address book, he put himself on top. Gu Nanyan ate her noodles and watched Lu Beicheng flip through her cell phone as if he was catching an adulterer. She said, if I had known that you were going to check my cell phone today, I would have prepared some evidence for you in advance. Having rated her several times and wronged her a couple of times, Gu Nanyan felt that she couldn't live up to his expectations if she didn't find a man. Lu Beicheng's face darkened and snapped, throwing her cell phone back. Gu Nanyan picked up her phone to see that Lu Beicheng had put his own WeChat on top, and she said with amusement, do you still want to have a face? Lu Beicheng looked up. You cancel the try. Gu Nanyan pulled the corners of her mouth at him with a leathery smile, immediately canceled the top, and deliberately waved her phone in front of him. Lu Beicheng looked at her for a long time, coldly got up, walked over and served her face away. Gu Nanyan grabbed the bowl with both hands and finished the rest of the noodle soup. Alright, I'm full. A bowl of noodles wants to exchange her WeChat top. Lu Beicheng thinks she is too worthless. Lu Beicheng was disgusted when he saw her grab the soup and finish it. Not a moment later, after the two of them went upstairs, although Gu Nanyan once again unlocked the door, Lu Beicheng opened it this time. On the bed, Gu Nanyan was about to lie down and go back to sleep, and when she saw Lu Beicheng come in, her face changed. Are you still finished? Without waiting for Lu Beicheng to open his mouth, she perfunctorily picked up her own cell phone again. I'll put your WeChat on top and come back. Isn't that enough? You hurry up and get out. I still have to go to the prison tomorrow to meet the person in question. Lu Beicheng ignored her little impatience and just placed a cup of warm water and a few pills on her bedside table. Stomach medicine. Lu Beicheng put down the stomach medicine, and Gu Nanyan looked at him and didn't move. Chapter 82 Late Deep Love is cheaper than grass. She thought Lu Beicheng was coming over to follow up the quarrel, but she didn't expect him to come over to deliver medicine, and the medicine he delivered was stomach medicine. It seems that he later investigated her business trip in B City, failed to find out about her affair with Xinliang Zhou, and found out that she was sick in B City. Gu Nanyan glanced at the medicine on the bed and said in a faint voice, thank you. If a few months ago, Lu Beicheng cooked noodles and delivered medicine to her in the middle of the night, she might still be touched, and would still insist on wanting to have a child. But now, she doesn't feel much. What's that saying on the internet? Late deep love is cheaper than grass. Besides, Lu Beicheng he is not deeply in love. He just for his own wronged her. For this marriage disloyalty slightly have that tiny bit of guilt only. Maybe not even guilt. There might be something they want her to do afterward. Every time Lu Beicheng ignored Gu Nanyan in the past and didn't recognize his relationship with her outside, Gu Nanyan kinda didn't take it seriously. But when he missed Xin Unique and ignored her in front of Xinliang Zhou, it was hard for Gu Nanyan to not have thoughts. Xinliang Zhou liked her and even went to the Gu family to propose marriage. Lu Beicheng did this in a blatant way to tell Xinliang Zhou that he didn't take her, Gu Nanyan, seriously, and that he was intentionally stirring up Xinliang Zhou's inequality and purposely pushing her out of the way. This was something that Gu Nanyan could not accept. You don't like it, you can end it, but what's the point of purposely giving other men a chance and pushing her out? What does she think of her? Saying that you mind Xinliang Zhou, but doing something else, and can't wait to catch her cheating. Gu Nanyan's thank you. Liu Beicheng said. Call out to me if there is any discomfort. Gu Nanyan, okay, then you also rest early. Promised well, but in her heart, she understood better than anyone else that she wouldn't look for him even if she was dying. Not before, and even less now and in the future. Clang! When Liu Beicheng closed the door to his room and went to the opposite side of the room, Gu Nanyan picked up the few pills he had sent over and threw them directly in the trash can. The next morning, Gu Nanyan cleaned herself up and just left her bedroom door when she ran into Liu Beicheng coming out from the opposite side. Gu Nanyan greeted as if nothing had happened. Good morning. Liu Beicheng nodded his head with a hum. At this time Gu Nanyan's cell phone rang. Lu Jingyang called. Gu Nanyan picked up the phone and before she had time to speak, Lu Jingyang's voice came staggeringly. Smoke! Where is everyone? Where? Gu Nanyan frowned and pulled out her ears. Back to Royal Bay. On the other side of the phone, Lu Jingyang exploded. You're a useless thing. How to go back again? How many times have I told you? Women have to be a little more reserved. My brother's kind of cheap bones, you can't spoil him. You all put my words as a whisper. Lu Jingyang's voice was not small, and Liu Beicheng's face next to Gu Nanyan's was predictable. When Gu Nanyan took her cell phone away from her ear and was ready to say something, Liu Beicheng coldly picked up her cell phone. Lu Jingyang, have you been comfortable for a while? Liu Beicheng's voice passed. Lu Jingyang immediately changed his face. Brother, I tell you, I don't know how many times I persuaded Nanyan in the past few days to let her not get angry with you and hurry back to Royal Bay. You see, finally being persuaded by me to go back to it. Lu Jingyang's duplicity, and his speed comparable to a Sichuan opera face change. Liu Beicheng coldly hung up the phone. The cell phone was thrown to Gu Nanyan, and he said, Lu Jingyang sold you cleaner than anyone else. Gu Nanyan laughed. You don't need to teach who is good and who is bad. Gu Nanyan finished. See, the time is not early lazy at home to eat breakfast. Take the car keys to go. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng faintly said, sending you. After saying that, he didn't care if Gu Nanyan was happy or not and shoved her into the car. Halfway there, he also bought breakfast for Gu Nanyan. Nanjiang Hotel's special morning tea with millet porridge and crystal buns, as well as some other pastries, very suitable for people with a bad stomach. Receiving the breakfast that Liu Beicheng stuffed to her, Gu Nanyan smiled and said, thanks, but she didn't eat it right away, and waited until she was downstairs at the law firm where Liu Beicheng reminded her to bring her breakfast off the bus with her. Smoke, you're finally here. Gu Nanyan walked to the entrance of the building, and Lu Jingyang scurried out from the side. Gu Nanyan, why did you still run over here? Lu Jingyang, I'm afraid you won't eat breakfast again, so I brought it over to you. Gu Nanyan lived in Nanjiang a few days ago. Lu Jingyang went to pick up and drop off every day, and sent her breakfast every day. Anyway, the company has his brother to take care of. He sat down and waited for the payroll dividends on the line. Gu Nanyan shook the breakfast in her hand. Your brother just bought it. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang hurriedly switched his breakfast over. Eat his rotten mouth. Eat this one of mine. With that, he poured himself a crystal packet into his mouth. Gu Nanyan saw Lu Jingyang bought a sufficient portion. She picked up Liu Beicheng's share of breakfast and threw it into the trash can next to her. Since it will rot his mouth, he also don't eat it. On this business trip to B City, Gu Nanyan's tolerance for Liu Beicheng seemed to have completely collapsed. She was, now, waiting for a moment. Not far from the opposite side of the road, Liu Beicheng's car has not yet driven away. See, Gu Nanyan threw the breakfast he bought into the trash. His face sank, which stepped on the gas pedal and left. In the past, Gu Nanyan always coaxed him, no matter how he threw off his face. She coaxed him. Now that the two of them seemed to have switched places, Gu Nanyan didn't appreciate him anymore. Downstairs in the law firm, Gu Nanyan ate a small dumpling and said, I'm going to the prison later without a car. You send me there. Lu Jingyang took a bite of a xiaolong bao. Okay. After the two finished, Gu Nanyan went to the law firm and punched the card, and Lu Jingyang drove him along to the prison. In the meeting room, Gu Nanyan looked at the boy who was fairly tall, but particularly thin, and she handed him some food. Have you eaten breakfast? You eat something first. The boy didn't reach for Gu Nanyan's things and said politely, thank you, Counselor Gu. Gu Nanyan had seen the boy a few times, and the most the boy had said to her was thank you. Every time she met with him, Gu Nanyan couldn't imagine that he would kill someone, and kill three of them. Gu Nanyan saw that he was outgoing, so she didn't persuade him, and only said, I went to your hometown last week, and took some mass information that is favorable to you, and this time I see you because I want to tell you that on the day of the court hearing, even if you see people you don't want to see, and you are asked about the past, you shouldn't be angry, and you just need to state the facts of that year and your own motives to the judge, and leave the rest of it to me, and I'll surely will do my best. As Gu Nanyan said this, she couldn't help but shake the boy's handcuffed hands as a sign to give him encouragement. I'll listen to you all, Counselor Gu. The boy looked at Gu Nanyan, his eyes firm. The two of them chatted a bit more, and Gu Nanyan encouraged him a bit until it was time to meet. Then she got up from her chair. When Gu Nanyan finished saying goodbye to the boy and turned to leave, the boy suddenly called out to her, "Counselor Gu." Chapter 83. This was picked up in the young lady's trash can. Gu Nanyan turned back suddenly. "I'm here, Zhou Dingjie." Gu Nanyan's voice was gentle as if she was treating a baby that had not been born long ago. The boy's eyes reddened at Gu Nanyan's cry of Zhou Dingjie. It had been a long time. He hadn't heard anyone call him by his name in a long time. No one had called her Dingjie since his mother died, nor would they call him by his full name. Zhou Dingjie. When they were angry, the family are shouting his short life born of short-lived pups, either shouting short-lived pups, or shouting to die, and then escape from the family. Better people shouting his children. Most of them are shouting his son of a, or I do not know where the wild seed. After staring at Gu Nanyan with reddened eyes for a while, he said, "Lawyer Gu, I checked the law before I killed someone, so don't get your hopes up too high and don't have to work too hard. I'm afraid you'll be upset." Ever since his mom was killed, he never knew what warmth was or what it felt like to be nice to someone. On the contrary, after killing someone and being arrested, the staff of the police station and the prison, on the contrary, did not look down on him and loathe him like the people on the outside, but also cared about him, especially Gu Nanyan. She was very good to him. No one else had any hope that he would survive, but she had been working hard, very hard. That's why he was also afraid that Gu Nanyan would be sad if he didn't survive in the end. Zhou Dingjie's persuasion. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "How do you know if you don't try a little? At least we can't have any regrets, right?" "Thank you, Counselor Gu. It's what I'm supposed to do." Watching Gu Nanyan leave, the boy looked down at the pastries Gu Nanyan had brought him. His handcuffed hands gently unwrapped the box. It was his favorite egg tarts and shortcakes. He had seen Gu Nanyan tell her before that he thought egg tarts and shortcakes were the best things in the world, so Gu Nanyan would bring him a little bit every time she saw him. The boy's eyes reddened as he picked up a piece of shortbread and took a bite, remembering that Gu Nanyan had told him that he would have the opportunity to eat something even better in the future. Only, even with all that good food, he didn't have much left for the world. If I had to say there was one, it would be the fear that his governor lawyer would be upset. Outside the meeting room, the staff didn't urge Zhou Dingjie to go back immediately, but waited for him to finish those pastries before they let him go back. Leaving the police station and getting into Lu Jingyang's car, Gu Nanyan's mood was still heavy. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang raised his hand and pinched her face. "Sentimental? This is not my smoke sister's persona." Gu Nanyan snapped open his hand. "It's so hard to be sad about something. Don't you ruin my sense of atmosphere." Lu Jingyang rubbed her hair again. "I'm just not happy that you're unhappy." Gu Nanyan threw away his hand in disgust. "Go play on the side." The hand was once again thrown away by Gu Nanyan, and when Lu Jingyang saw that she was not affected by his nonsense and was still silent in Zhou Dingjie's sadness, Lu Jingyang's tongue rested against his cheeks and did not mess with her anymore. He wasn't affected by the case of Zhou Dingjie. It's not like he'd ever met the guy or was that sentimental. His sudden silence was because he was afraid that the outcome of this case would not be as Gu Nanyan wished, and how upset she would have to be. This wasn't her usual divorce case or a civil dispute case. It was about a couple of lives. Turning his face to Gu Nanyan, he saw Gu Nanyan slowly exhale. Lu Jingyang smiled again and rubbed her hair. "Just try your best, don't want too much." Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Lu Jingyang and watched him start the car as she spoke. "Zhou Dingjie told me not to get my hopes up." If Zhou Dingjie did not say this, Gu Nanyan would not have such a big feeling. The more he is like this, the more Gu Nanyan wants to work hard, the more she wants to create a little miracle. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Jingyang didn't open his mouth again to comfort her, but only raised his hand and rubbed the back of her neck as a sign of giving her comfort. Lu Jingyang's silence. Gu Nanyan laughed a little and said, "You are quite deep at this moment." Not staggering. Lu Jingyang held the steering wheel with both hands and scratched his hair in disbelief. Who is staggering every day, tired or not? Gu Nanyan returned to her usual self. "I'm not going to be poor with you. Send me back to the law firm. Remember to eat at noon and don't make me watch 3 times a day." "Got it, Lu Daddy." Hard to hear. Half an hour later, Gu Nanyan returned to the office and reported to the director about the progress of the case and her thoughts, and the director said in a serious tone, "Xiao Gu, letting you take over Zhou Dingjie's case was to let you learn about other cases. Who knew that this child of yours would be so interested all of a sudden? You can work on things, but keep your feelings to yourself." Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "Director, I know." "Director, by the way, there's a business exchange meeting in the southern suburbs on the weekend. We have a few spots to go over there. You fought pretty well in your last 2 cases, so when the time comes, you and Xiao Qiu and Lawyer Xia from the second team will go over there together and try to get a few more legal representation." "Okay, Director." Gu Nanyan agreed and went back to her office to continue working. 8 hours had passed again. and all the colleagues in the institute were off duty. But Gu Nanyan was still working overtime. With her work ethic, it's no wonder the director likes her. Royal Bay. Liu Beicheng just arrived home. See, Gu Nanyan is not there. His face changed. Gu Nanyan has not returned? Sister-in-law Jiang, I just called young lady. Still working overtime at the institute. Said she'll be back after she finishes the matter at hand. Liu Beicheng's heart was more or less relieved after hearing this. At least Gu Nanyan will come back tonight. Just thinking about her throwing away the breakfast she bought. Liu Beicheng's heart was blocked again. Once in a while she's nice to someone and she throws it away like a donkey. Sister-in-law Jiang saw Liu Beicheng tugging at his tie. She took out a small plastic bag from her pocket and handed it to him and said, "Young master, this is the morning cleaning up the room and the garbage master bedroom and the trash can found. You and the young lady is who is not feeling well. Do you want to go to the hospital to take a look?" Liu Beicheng took the plastic bag handed over by sister-in-law Jiang. To see that it was loaded with the stomach medicine he gave to Gu Nanyan last night. Liu Beicheng's expression was very calm, but the god was indifferent and cold. He didn't return the medicine to Mrs. Jiang and said lightly, "No one is uncomfortable." When Mrs. Jiang saw that Liu Beicheng didn't have a big expression, she said that it was good that no one was uncomfortable, and then went to work. Taking a step up the stairs, Liu Beicheng pulled his tie and rolled it in the palm of his hand, his face visibly somber. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock at night that Gu Nanyan returned exhausted. The home was quiet. She pushed open the bedroom door. To see Liu Beicheng did not sleep. Both eyes are coldly looking at the door this side. She greeted with a shock, "Yo, not sleeping yet." Originally did not want to go back to Royal Bay, but according to Liu Beicheng's temper, if he did not come back tonight, he was sure to pry the door in the middle of the night. Gu Nanyan simply came back. Liu Beicheng is so cheap. You hang out with him, he rushed to find you. If you come back, if you stick to him a little bit, he avoided you instead to avoid far away. She could guarantee that she only had to come back for 3 days before Liu Beicheng had to disappear. In order to Zhou Jie case before the court less energy consumption, Gu Nanyan did not want to come back after 3 days of quarrels. Chapter 84. Can it kill you not to talk to me like that? In front of the desk, Liu Beicheng threw the medicine that Mrs. Jiang gave him on the table. What is this? Gu Nanyan glanced at the medicine Liu Beicheng had thrown on the table. You don't recognize it. If you don't recognize it, I don't recognize it either. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have an opinion, and beat around the bush, she's too lazy to serve it. Gu Nanyan pretended to be confused, and Liu Beicheng laughed. He didn't get fierce at Gu Nanyan. He just looked at her calmly and asked, "Did you throw away the breakfast you were given in the morning as well?" Gu Nanyan raised his eyes. He did not go to see it at that time. Liu Beicheng picked through the words. Gu Nanyan also not with pretend to be confused. Lightly exhaled a breath, approached the dresser cabinet to pick up hair clips to tie up the hair and said, "Liu Beicheng, so many years I have lived a good life. There is no lack of your sudden concern, and there is no lack of you suddenly good to me, wanting to have a good time." He did what he did earlier to go, and he didn't deal with his past feelings in Yichu. The next time a person calls him, he's still going to run out the door as usual. She'd said before that she wouldn't care about her as long as he had the baby and he played himself out there however he wanted, but he hadn't even granted her that little wish, saying she wasn't worthy. Right now, she wasn't serving. People's feelings are fluid. She won't always be the Gu Nanyan of 2 years ago, much less the Gu Nanyan who had liked him before. A life is so long, you can't tell what's going to happen. Gu Nanyan's sudden seriousness. Liu Beicheng tucked both hands into his pants pockets and just stared at her for a while before he spoke. "It was me who wanted to misunderstand you too much about the last business trip." Gu Nanyan smiled. You don't have to explain, and don't jump to conclusions too early. Maybe Shenliangzhou and I can really have something in the future. That day dinner. She has been in the whitewash. Do not want to let Shenliangzhou see that they have a good relationship. The results of this person is good, not cold and not light to her look at all expressed. In that case, no explanation is necessary. Gu Nanyan felt that Liu Beicheng could cold shoulder her in front of anyone, just not in front of Shenliangzhou. After all, they were rivals. Liu Beicheng said in a cold voice, "Gu Nanyan, if you don't talk to me like this, can you lose a piece of meat? Can it kill you?" Gu Nanyan smiled. "What does Mr. Liu want to hear? I'll pick up what you like to hear." Liu Beicheng felt that this day couldn't be talked about anymore. If the two of them continued to talk, they would definitely have a belly full of anger. Coldly withdrawing his eyes from looking at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng picked up his jacket and slammed the door. She didn't need his attention, and he hadn't bothered to bother. The door to the bedroom was closed heavily. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at it. It was not even 3 days before Liu Beicheng left. The next 2 days, Liu Beicheng and do not come back, and Sumubai they play quite high. Hot search are strolling several times. That morning, when Xia Chang received Liu Beicheng to drive him to the ZF for a meeting, he asked in passing, "Boss, JK's pink diamonds have arrived." When will they be given to the young lady? Lu Beiqing's face sank. Who said it was for her? Xia Chang did not speak. If it's not for the young lady, then who else could it be for? Besides, although you're making a lot of noise out there, it's not true. Xia Chang had a stomach full of opinions, but he didn't dare to say a word. Waiting for Friday afternoon, Gu Nanyan and the institute's colleagues arrived at the resort. A few people just into the hall ran into Lu Beiqing also came. Xia Chang and Yi Chu accompanied him a piece of. Yi Chu was wearing a white jumpsuit today with a thin gray coat on the outside, and a pink diamond necklace around her neck, setting her off in a much more expensive way than usual. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. I ran into you as soon as I arrived over here. Director Xie saw Lu Beiqing arrive and hurried over to greet him. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan also went over with the other two co-workers, only without taking the initiative to greet them. She stood lazily by the side. Nanyan. Yi Chu saw Gu Nanyan come over and greeted her with a smile on his face instead. Gu Nanyan look at her glance. This glance over, Gu Nanyan immediately recognized her neck necklace as JK this year's unique version of the work, priced at 48 million. Lu Jingyang said to order this necklace to give her, but the results did not buy it. Such an expensive jewelry was not Yi Chu's consumption level. To put it bluntly, selling her home bottom to bottom would not sell 8 million, so she could not afford to buy a necklace. Thinking of this, Gu Nanyan turned her eyes to Lu Beiqing. Ha, I usually say he's stingy and cheap, but he's quite generous. Lu Beiqing is not stingy at all. With Sumu Bai, they said that the gold is like dirt, but to who are generous is not generous to Gu Nanyan. When Yi Chu saw Gu Nanyan glancing at her necklace, she awkwardly touched her neck and instantly became unconfident. Not long after, a few more company bosses came. Director Xie, they accompanied the bosses to chat. Gu Nanyan found a place to rest by herself. Lu Beiqing didn't greet her just now, and she didn't greet Lu Beiqing, and it was impossible for her to identify herself when there were colleagues from the law firm. After reading the legal information for a while and drinking 2 cups of coffee, Gu Nanyan got up and went to the restroom. When he came out of the restroom, Yi Chu came over. The two met head-on and Yi Chu greeted them with another smile on his face. Nanyan. Every time he saw Gu Nanyan, Yi Chu was all springy, and people who didn't know would think that they were very familiar with each other. Aha! Gu Nanyan faintly answered her. When Yi Chu saw this, she raised her hand and touched her neck. Nanyan, are you upset? Gu Nanyan, isn't she like that every time she sees her? She's not her client, not her goddess of fortune. What's the point of being happy with her herself? Gu Nanyan drew a tissue and wiped his hands. Yi Chu explained sheepishly. Nanyan, this necklace is really Beiqing gave me. He is to see that I have quite a lot of things at home during this time, and I am my own body. Mentioning himself, Yi Chu's voice was gone, but then went on to say, Nanyan, you mustn't misunderstand, Beiqing and I are just friends, the same as you and Jingyang Xiaobei. Nanyan, you don't tolerate me, okay? Gu Nanyan laughed. She didn't give a. Where did she get all that drama? Gu Nanyan threw the paper towel she was wiping her hands on into the trash can and raised her eyes. Can't tolerate you? You have to have that qualification too. Gu Nanyan had to admit is that Yi Chu's patience in T Kung Fu as the general women cannot reach the level. Su Mingju if she has a tenth of her. Mrs. Lu's position may be her. Yi Chu, Nanyan, I know I'm not qualified to say this to you. I just want you to understand me. I'm not going to steal Beiqing from you. I just want to be friends with you. I don't want to be enemies with you. Gu Nanyan looked at her with amusement and said, it's Su Jiaqing the 3 Tangwanru's logic, isn't it? I'm not here to destroy your family. I just want to join your family. When Tang Wanru said this at the time, Gu Nanyan was shocked, and so were the people next to her. Yi Chu blushed. Nanyan, I don't mean that. Gu Nanyan tucked her hands into the pockets of her dress and laughed. Alright, what you mean has nothing to do with me. There's no need to explain to me. There are so many temptations out there that it is a man's own choice whether to cheat or not, and whether to be loyal to the family or not. That's why Gu Nanyan doesn't engage in female competition. She only bars with men. Otherwise, if you fight with women, there are too many of them, and it's too time-consuming and energy-consuming to fight. But whoever dances up to her, well, she's going to die a horrible death. Gu Nanyan took a step to leave, and Yi Chu turned around to pull her. Nanyan, I don't mean that. I really don't mean that. Gu Nanyan showed disgust and shook off her hand. What do you want to do with your pulling and tugging? Yi Chu stumbled and didn't stand still, and his entire body took 2 steps backward and fell to the ground. She had just fallen down. Lu Beiqing and Xia Cheng came over and happened to witness the scene. From their viewpoint, it seemed like Gu Nanyan had pushed Yi Chu down. Chapter 85 So you're planning on climbing into my bed tonight? Yi Chu saw the situation, hastily climbed up from the ground. The result was too anxious a moment did not stand steady and slipped again. Seeing this, Lu Beiqing walked over and helped her. When he passed by Gu Nanyan, the look he gave her was extraordinarily cold. At this glance, Gu Nanyan laughed in her heart, laughing ironically. After Yi Chu was helped up, he panicked and pulled Lu Beicheng to explain. Beicheng, this matter has nothing to do with Nanyan. It's me who didn't stand still. It was fine if Yi Chu didn't explain, but as soon as she did, it appeared that Gu Nanyan had deliberately pushed her. Gu Nanyan did not slow to approach the past, reached out and pinched Yi Chu's face. She Chu pitiful kind. If she is a man, words also heartache. Before Lu Beicheng's hand could reach up, Gu Nanyan threw away Yi Chu's face to look at him. Lu Beicheng, you hide the person well. It's best to bring them with you 24 hours a day, or else they could be gone at any time. Lu Beicheng's heart sank a little bit, and finally looked at her and said, Gu Nanyan, you're still dead set in your ways. Gu Nanyan laughed softly. I can't change it. If you can endure it, just endure it. If you can't endure it, just pull it down. Gu Nanyan finished and turned to leave. Yi Chu helped her explain. Beicheng, Nanyan is just fighting with you with her mouth. Don't take it seriously. She didn't say anything about me just now. I thought that she was upset about this necklace. That's why I looked for her to explain. Yi Chu's tea skills are at the grandmaster level. When Gu Nanyan passed by Xia Chang greeted her softly. Young lady. There was sympathy in Xia Chang's eyes, and Gu Nanyan could see it. Gu Nanyan laughed in her heart. You can never wake up a person pretending to be asleep. When she left the restroom, Gu Nanyan saw Shen Liangzhou coming. He was looking this way, and there seemed to be sympathy in his eyes when he looked at her. Shen Liangzhou is surrounded by the leaders of the various bureaus of a city. Gu Nanyan usually do not take the initiative to greet him. This time naturally even less past, rushed to him with a smile. As a response to his eyes, Gu Nanyan walked away, and Xia Chang said, Boss, the young lady probably didn't do it on purpose. Yi Chu concurred. Beicheng, Nanyan really didn't do it on purpose. Lu Beicheng didn't say anything. He just remembered the incident 3 years ago and remembered Shin Unique. In the evening after dinner, Gu Nanyan alone in the seaside walk. The brain for a while is Zhou Dingjia's case. For a while is the love-hate entanglement between himself and Lu Beicheng. She thought they'd known each other for so many years, and that if they all made an effort not to think about the unhappy things, they might still be able to ease past it. It seemed that she had gotten ahead of herself. Nanyan. As Gu Nanyan thought about this, a voice behind her called her. Gu Nanyan turned around to see that it was Shen Liangzhou who had arrived. She greeted with a faint smile. You also came over for the meeting. Shen Liangzhou approached, newly appointed, to communicate with various departments and enterprises. Gu Nanyan laughed a little and continued walking ahead. Shen Liangzhou walked next to her, and the two of them chatted unhurriedly. Tonight's moonlight is very good. The sea breeze is very gentle. Shen Liangzhou turned his face to Gu Nanyan and said, Nanyan, this time I came back to find that you kind of avoided me like that. Gu Nanyan, not hiding, just avoiding some suspicion. After saying that, Gu Nanyan embarrassed herself and said with a laugh, Lu Beicheng is flying the colorful flag outside, and this suspicion avoidance of mine is quite ridiculous. After Gu Nanyan finished, when the two of them passed a few beach chairs, Shen Liangzhou called out to Gu Nanyan to sit, and Gu Nanyan gathered her tight shawl and sat down next to her. At this time, Shen Liangzhou said, Back then, I went to the Gu family to propose marriage because I bumped into a fight between you and Beicheng, and Beicheng slapped you, so at that time, I wanted to back you up, and I wanted Beicheng to know that you weren't just a must-have for him. When Shen Liangzhou talked about this, Gu Nanyan looked up and looked at him, not realizing that he had seen himself and Lu Beicheng arguing, and had seen Lu Beicheng slapping her. Gu Nanyan's surprised eyes. Shen Liangzhou continued, I do like Nanyan you, just like I like Unique and Xiaobei. If it was Xiaobei at that time, I would have done kind of things, so I hope that you and Beicheng will be happy. Shin Unique is Shen Liangzhou's own sister. Gu Nanyan cried and laughed when Shen Liangzhou finished those words. Turns out she was the one who thought too much of herself for so many years. After looking at Shen Liangzhou for a long time, Gu Nanyan said with a smile, Thank you, brother Liangzhou. Shen Liangzhou looked at the seascape in front of him. Having watched you grow up, I hope that everyone can still be like before. In reality, Shen Liangzhou wasn't too much older than them. He was 7 years older than Gu Nanyan, 4 years older than mainland Beicheng, and 2 years older than Shenli and Gongshen. Then again he was also the oldest among them. However, it is the youngest and most promising leader in a city, and the whole Shen family is proud of him. After sitting on the beach with Shen Liangzhou for a while until Shen Liangzhou's cell phone rang with something to do, the two of them went back to the resort's hotel to rest. Shen Liangzhou lived one floor above Gu Nanyan's suite, and Gu Nanyan got off the elevator one step ahead of him, wrapped in a shawl. As Gu Nanyan turned the corner from the waiting stairwell without slowing down, she caught a glimpse of Lu Beicheng at the door of her room, and he was answering the phone. Seeing that Gu Nanyan had returned, Lu Beicheng quickly hung up the phone and looked at Gu Nanyan. Turning the corner over there, Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng standing in her doorway without leaving. seemingly waiting for her, and her just slowed down steps resumed towards him, with both hands wrapped around her chest and pressing her shawl. Gu Nanyan came to Lu Beicheng's front as she said, "Looking for me? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Obviously, they were a serious couple, but Gu Nanyan said it was like cheating. Lu Beicheng ignored her words and looked at her with both hands in his pockets and asked, "Where did you go?" Gu Nanyan didn't care and said, "Stealing someone." Lu Beicheng's face sank hard. Every time he spoke to her, he had to salvage a little. Nonetheless, he didn't send his anger out at Gu Nanyan, but took 2 steps closer and asked, "Went to see Shin Liangzhou?" Gu Nanyan pulled her shawl tighter. "Aha! See you for a bit." Lu Beicheng couldn't help himself this time, lifting his hand to press down on her neck and violently yanking her to him. "Gu Nanyan, I'm not dead yet, and you're going to find someone else in front of me." Gu Nanyan raised her head and looked at him with amusement. "I'm not dead. You're not still out there having a good time. It's half a catty who doesn't say who." After saying that, she took away Lu Beicheng's hand and said, "From now on, just talk, less give me a hand." Lu Beicheng was so angry that his teeth itched, and he still didn't know who liked to make a move, who smashed him into the hospital and slapped him again. "Mr. Lu." While the two were in a stalemate, the person in the next suite suddenly came out. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng took out his room card and opened the door to Gu Nanyan's room, carrying Gu Nanyan's arm and throwing her in. Lu Beicheng had her room card. Gu Nanyan was upset. He was really godly. Stumbling to stand still, Gu Nanyan raised her hand and smashed the falling shawl on Lu Beicheng, asking in a low, angry voice, "Who let you into my room?" "Lu Beicheng, into your room and so what? You climbed my bed less often?" Gu Nanyan was exasperated and laughed. "So you are planning to climb into my bed tonight?" Chapter 86. If you are so indebted to a man, I will fulfill you. Lu Beicheng didn't take Gu Nanyan's words and threw away the shawl she smashed on herself. "Gu Nanyan, are you so resistant to loneliness? How long did it take you to come over here and go find surname Shin?" Gu Nanyan walked to the suite's dresser and took off the ring and watch on her hand. "If I don't look for him, can't I look for you? Besides, if I go to you, will you let me?" Gu Nanyan lightly wrote a few words. Lu Beicheng was disliked and speechless. Gu Nanyan turned back to see Lu Beicheng looking at her grimly. She said, "See, I'm looking for you and you won't let me, so at least let me find a man, otherwise it's easy to grow old fast." Seeing that Gu Nanyan's hooliganism came up again, Lu Beicheng undid his tie and threw it violently on the bed. "Okay, if you are so short of men, I'll fulfill you." After saying that, he approached over and picked Gu Nanyan up and threw her on the bed. Being roughly thrown on the bed by Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan propped herself up on the bed with both hands, looked at him and said, "If you don't mind bathing in blood, then I'll just lie down and enjoy it." Lu Beicheng heckled, "You have a aunt every day?" The last time she went to be, she had an inconvenient aunt, and it's only been a few days and she's using that as an excuse. Gu Nanyan saw that Lu Beicheng didn't believe her. She picked up the pillow next to her and patted it under her side. The beauty lying down looked at him and said, "It's not that she wants to think about men." As for Lu Beicheng's lack of clarity with others, Gu Nanyan never mentioned it, and she had her own methods on how to deal with him. Gu Nanyan's mouth was cheap, and Lu Beicheng leaned over and trapped her in his arms, interlocking his fingers with her. Gu Nanyan subconsciously struggled a little, but did not push Lu Beicheng away. Only when Lu Beicheng kissed her and faded away her clothes, she suddenly came coldly. "Suddenly I feel that you're just so, and I have no feeling when I'm kissed by you. If I were a man, I'd have a hard-on." Lu Beicheng was already angry. Gu Nanyan said so as a pot of cold water poured over the fire in his heart. Besides, he wasn't stupid, and how could he not see that Gu Nanyan actually didn't want to be touched by him? As early as when she filed for divorce with herself that time, she wasn't as sincere as she used to be, and wasn't as sincere in approaching him. That is, to deliberately disgust him and say these things on purpose. Looking straight at Gu Nanyan looked at a long time. Look at her eyes did not have half of that aspect of the desire. Lu Beicheng cold and clear from up her body up, behind her back, she organized her own clothes, picked up the suit jacket thrown on the table and put it on. Lu Beicheng opened the door of the room, followed by ruthlessly closing the door, and left without looking back. Inside the suite, Gu Nanyan exhaled, then raised her hand and pushed a hand through her hair, got up and went to the restroom. She was not treating Lu Beicheng anymore, and it was even more unlikely that she would shamelessly do it with him after he defended Yi Chu. Even if she's shameless, that has a bottom line. Didn't have a hard bar with him, because she didn't think it was necessary. Lu Beicheng didn't have the weight to make her move. In the bar, Lu Beicheng was not in such a good mood anymore, and the two of them with Shen Li were drinking. He had a sullen look on his face, and Shen Li didn't need to ask to know that he must have quarreled again. "Not going to chat?" After 2 rounds of wine, Shen Li asked offhandedly. Lu Beicheng picked up the cup, once again took a sip of wine, finally opened his mouth. "Old Shen, You say a woman touch or not willing to let you touch. See, you also have know that aspect of the idea. Then what is her idea? Liu Beicheng spoke out the confusion. Shinli did not hide it and said straight, don't like it. Women don't have feelings for men they don't like. Liu Beicheng is rooted in the heart. Gu Nanyan had just said that she had no feeling left from being kissed, and that she couldn't even get a hard-on if she were a man. Liu Beicheng thought of this and once again poured a large mouthful of mulled wine. Shinli saw him in a heavy mood, then said, if you like before let willing to get close to you. Just recently words may also be a temper tantrum. The heart blocked that breath did not go away, so do not want to. When Shenli said this, Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at him, thinking that his sentence was slightly better than the previous one. Quarreled with Nan Yen, didn't you? Saying that, Shenli added with a smile, you don't blame Nan Yen for being angry. You've been married for more than 2 years, and every time it's Nan Yen who comes to you, you're just used to being spoiled by her. People's self-esteem and patience are limited. You always go on like this, Nan Yen will definitely be chilled. Besides, she's not one of those women out there who covet your fame and money. She doesn't have to spoil you in every way. This Liu Beicheng did not like to hear, sipped his wine and said, you also just see her come to me. Did not see her cross with me? The last time I kissed her a bite, she backhanded is a slap. Lousy face where she pumped out a few fingerprints. She's not as good-tempered as you all make her out to be. Which what spoils me? She has her own little plans. Shenli laughed, that must be that you made her angry. Otherwise she couldn't even pounce on you. Far from it. Let's say today. You clearly know that she will come over this time as well. You still brought Yi Chu over. And that necklace of Yi Chu was sent by you. Right. You're not even happy when people say a few words to Ryojo. So she'll feel good in her heart when she sees you giving such expensive necklaces to other women and bringing people around 24 hours a day? Liu Beicheng didn't say anything. The necklace was originally given to Gu Nanyan, but Gu Nanyan ignored him and threw away the medicine and breakfast he gave him. So he turned his eyes in anger and threw the necklace to Yi Chu. Gu Nanyan minded Yi Chu's words. She could tell him plainly. Married for over 2 years, he disliked her unheeding and generosity the most, and every time, if it weren't for a little pressure from his mom, there would be no movement at all on her end. Shenli saw Liu Beicheng did not say anything, and said, you said that Nanyan married you, just listen to the words of those fortune tellers, right? This is a matter of right. If put aside in other women, would have looked for other men to try first, such as tried useless to find a heart to look for you, right? Nanny Smoke hasn't tried anyone else since the beginning, so it's not all because of the fortune teller's words that she's with you. Shenli's some persuasion. Liu Beicheng still did not ring. There are a lot of things that they don't know. Okay, don't stop here to drink wine. If you really want to live this day well, still want to keep Nan Yen around, hurry up to coax. The woman at coaxing will be good. Otherwise the more you delay the bigger the problem. As Shenli's words fell, Liu Beicheng finished the wine in his cup, got up and stood up. I'll go back first. You also have an early rest. Okay, I'll sit down and go back. Knowing that Liu Beicheng was probably going to find Gu Nanyan, Shenli did not go back with him. In the elevator, Liu Beicheng had both hands in his pants pockets, and his mind was full of the words that Shenli had just said. The elevator door opened, and when Liu Beicheng walked to the corner, he was going to turn left to go back to his room. But in the end, after a moment of silence, he turned right. Chapter 87. It's been a few days since I slept well. Let me hold you for a while. The elevator door opened, and when Liu Beicheng walked to the corner, he was going to turn left to go back to his room. But in the end, after a moment of silence, he turned right. When he came to Gu Nanyan's suite, Liu Beicheng reached out and fished out a room card from his pocket, pasted it on the door sensor, and the door then opened. Both hands into his pockets and walked in, looking at Gu Nanyan like nothing, hugging the pillow lying on the side of the bed asleep. Liu Beicheng's face is even darker than that outside the sky. She hadn't gone back for a few days herself, and today she even brought Yi Chu along to the resort, and the two of them had a few quarrels at night, and she actually slept. How can you be so open-minded? Liu Beicheng thought that if Gu Nanyan was second in terms of heartlessness, no one would dare to be first. Looking at Gu Nanyan in a cold and clear manner, Liu Beicheng could sort of see clearly the weight of himself in her heart. Strictly speaking, no weight at all. Shenli just persuaded him that Gu Nanyan has him in her heart, so she didn't even try with anyone else and married him directly. And he thinks that Gu Nanyan is just afraid of trouble, and is only interested in completing the task to have a child. Walking over to the bedside, Liu Beicheng stared at Gu Nanyan with his eyes downcast for a long time, and seeing that she hadn't noticed him coming in the slightest, he lifted his foot and kicked her exposed foot, and then coldly blanked her and went to the restroom. Coming out of the restroom, Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan, who was still asleep, but his heart was inexplicably peaceful again. After sitting on the edge of the bed and rubbing his hair with a towel, then his hair dried, Liu Beicheng lay down next to Gu Nanyan's pillow. From the time he had just come in until now, he had not turned on the big lights in the house. and had acted only by means of the nightlight at the foot of the bed, as if he were afraid of waking the person in the bed. Turning his face to look at Gu Nanyan for a long time, seeing that she slept on the pillow without making any noise, Liu Beiqing felt that the quietness at the moment was also a rare thing. Turning off the bedside nightlight, thinking about all the things he and Gu Nanyan had done, when sleep was about to come, Liu Beiqing's back waist was suddenly kicked violently. Liu Beiqing's face sank, and before he could reach out and turn the lights on, the entire room suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, Gu Nanyan's voice huffed over, "Liu Beiqing, are you sick? What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? Don't you have a place to sleep?" The lights of the room were turned on, and seeing that the person lying next to her was Liu Beiqing, the streak of panic on Gu Nanyan's face was significantly less and turned into anger. How many times in one night? What does he want? Originally have to get up. The night was so scared to wake up. Gu Nanyan kicked him a foot or considered light. Liu Beiqing sat up holding his waist, looked at Gu Nanyan and said, "Damn, hands are used to moving, aren't they?" Gu Nanyan grabbed the pillow next to him and smashed it on him, pointing to the door again and saying, Get out of your own room." Liu Beiqing caught the pillow and threw it to the side, coldly sweeping a glance at her. The whole resort is owned by Liu. Which room is not his? Liu Beiqing's cold and clear eyes. Gu Nanyan thinking that the resort is his home. She then barefooted out of bed. "You do not go." "I go, okay." Gu Nanyan wanted to go. Liu Beiqing reached out and grabbed her arm, threw her back. "Where are you going at night?" Then added, "A night to find you a few times. You give some face, okay?" Liu Beiqing dragged her back, and Gu Nanyan sat on the bed with a not-so-light fall, and she had no energy to be angry. Raising her hand and pushing her hair back, Gu Nanyan asked, "Liu Beiqing, what exactly do you want?" Liu Beiqing searched for medicine in the hotel's spare medicine box and said, "What else do you think I'm looking for you for? Besides, if I don't look for you, who else can I look for?" Liu Beiqing's words were a bit of a sign of weakness. The words fell just in time for him to rummage through the medicine cabinet and pull out a bottle of bruising oil, pouring a little into his palm and rubbing his hindquarters, saying, "The kidneys are about to be kicked out by you. Gu Nanyan, I know in my heart how hard I put down." Liu Beiqing raised his eyes. "You should have a number in your heart." After saying that, he threw the medicinal oil next to Gu Nanyan and plopped himself down on the bed. "Can't rub the back. You give me a hand, or I'll call your mom." Look at Liu Beiqing's nonchalant sprawl on the bed, as if the two of them hadn't quarreled at night, as if he hadn't been home for several days and had threatened her with her mom. Gu Nanyan felt that this person was shameless. Nonetheless, she picked up the medicinal oil cold and clear. "Gu Nanyan, you murdered your own husband?" Just as soon as both her hands fell, Liu Beiqing shouted. Gu Nanyan snapped and slammed the pillbox on his back. "Smack me for heavy force. You go out and turn the corner and find whoever you want." Liu Beiqing, okay. How are you happy?" Liu Beiqing said, backhandedly grabbing Gu Nanyan's hand and resting it on his back waist. Gu Nanyan coldly blankly glanced at him. Then she pressed him again with little impatience. Liu Beiqing slowly sucked in a breath and said softly, "Gu Nanyan, you have to change this habit of moving your hands. No one gives in to you like this outside." Gu Nanyan, there are not many people outside who can beat her. Closing his eyes and enjoying Gu Nanyan's not-so-comfortable massage, Liu Beiqing's thoughts were far away. Many times, he wanted to let go of the past, but just remembering the past, remembering the ironclad evidence, his emotions were heavy and complicated. As Gu Nanyan pressed and pressed, her force slowly softened. Liu Beiqing suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her into his arms. Gu Nanyan's face sank as Liu Beiqing pressed her into his arms and said in a low voice, "It's been a few days since I've slept well. Let me hug her." Saying that, he also rubbed his chin towards Gu Nanyan's neck and shoulders. Even though the emotions were quite mixed as well, she wanted to hold her close at this moment. The faint shower gel accompanied by the remaining scent of his wine came, and Gu Nanyan felt like she had been cast a spell, and past memories came flooding back, as if she had returned to many years ago, when he used to go to watch him play on his own. He would hoop her up in his arms after every game and rest his chin on her shoulder and say he was tired and let him lean on her. At first she thought he was really tired. Then twice she went late and saw him practicing and playing after a game and realized he was taking advantage of her. Thinking of the past and the subsequent change of heart between the two, Gu Nanyan placed both hands against his chest, looked up at him and said, "Quite interesting, isn't it?" Liu Beiqing once again pressed her into his arms. "It's true that I'm tired. My hair has turned gray during this period of time." "Gray hair?" Gu Nanyan, She will see how long he is going to act and see what he really wants to do. Four eyes looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Liu Beiqing said, "The necklace was originally given to you, seeing that you threw away the medicine and breakfast. So it was a deliberate attempt to anger you." Chapter 88. He took the necklace from me. Liu Beiqing's explanation. Gu Nanyan did not care and said, "If you want to be angry with me, you don't tell me. Lu Beicheng looked at her with lowered eyes. What do I mean? You don't understand? Aside from not explicitly apologizing, Lu Beicheng felt that he had already made it obvious enough. Gu Nanyan withdrew from his arms without slowing down, walked to the door and opened the door to the room. The waist is good, isn't it? Well, go back to your own room. Who he loved to send things to was his own business, but the way he looked at her today was something she could remember for the rest of her life. So right now don't treat her like a 3-year-old and don't slap her with a date. Besides, he hasn't given dates yet. Gu Nanyan opened the door to her room, and Lu Beicheng almost didn't get his breath back. After staring at Gu Nanyan for a while, Lu Beicheng turned his face and left the back of his head for her to say, "It's not good." Over at the doorway, Gu Nanyan also didn't comply, taking off her slippers under her feet and slamming them at him, playing shamelessly. Right. Gu Nanyan's slipper smashed firmly on the back of Lu Beicheng's head, and Lu Beicheng turned his head around again, looking at the slippers that landed near his face. He coldly picked them up and threw them on the ground, patiently explaining, "Gu Nanyan, I'm already explaining to you. The implication is that he has come to ask for peace." Gu Nanyan lazily ignored him and made a gesture of asking him to go out. Lu Beicheng looked at her without moving, and finally coldly climbed up from the bed. Okay, lousy go. She didn't treat him well, and he wasn't happy to keep her here. Only when he came to Gu Nanyan's front, Lu Beicheng's steps stopped again. Immediately after that, he intercepted and carried Gu Nanyan up from the floor, and closed the door to the room with his back foot. Her back fell heavily on the soft bed, and when Gu Nanyan lifted her foot to kick Lu Beicheng pressed her wrists with both hands and trapped her with a gentle pressure on his right foot. And he said, "If you want to make a scene until everyone knows that you're the eldest miss of the Gu family, I have no problem with that." Gu Nanyan's face was black at that time. If everyone knew, it wouldn't be fun for her to be a lawyer. Looking straight at Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan struggled twice. "Lu Beicheng, what exactly do you want?" In the afternoon, just for the sake of Yi Chu to throw her face, night and 3 times to come to find her. His feet in 2 boats is playing the perfect. When Gu Nanyan didn't verbally kick him out again, Lu Beicheng said, "With your virtues, what else can I do? I was trying to do something with the alcohol, but someone was like swallowing an atomic bomb and couldn't listen to anything good or bad." Gu Nanyan raised her foot and Lu Beicheng's face sank. "You really think I can't beat you?" Then he hugged her a little tighter. "Let me hug you," finished by adding, "Do nothing else." When Lu Beicheng said that he would not do anything else, of course Gu Nanyan believed it. After all, it had always been what she wanted to do. "Gu Nanyan, either go back to your own room or go to the sofa. Your choice. Where have I not seen or touched you?" Gu Nanyan took a breath and almost didn't he gasp, and raised his foot to kick him below, and Lu Beicheng reacted quickly and blocked it. Then he carried it into his arms, turned off the headlights in the room, and wrapped his arms around Gu Nanyan and closed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Beicheng understands more than anyone else in his heart that the momentary peace at the moment is what he got by being shameless. Raising her eyes to Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan said, "Lu Beicheng, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before?" Lu Beicheng rubbed his chin toward her neck. "Learned from you." Gu Nanyan laughed. "You're number 1 in dumping." When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and turned her back to Lu Beicheng wrapped one hand around the small of her back, and then one hand went to her chest. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan directly pulled his hand and threw it away. "Want to be shameless?" Lu Beicheng rubbed his face toward hers. "Not giving birth?" Gu Nanyan, not born. Gu Nanyan's little impatience. Lu Beicheng rubbed her waist. "Still angry? You don't have that big of a face. Who's mad at him?" "She's sleepy. She's going to bed." Gu Nanyan pulled her pajamas tight and fastened her belt, so Lu Beicheng held her without fooling around. According to Gu Nanyan's nature, she didn't kick him out at this moment, which was already enough to let him go. People outside say she has a good temper. Gu Nanyan's temper in the end is not good, only he knows the most. In short, you do not provoke her upset, or you are the king of the heavens also does not work. After holding Gu Nanyan like this for a while, Lu Beicheng touched her. "Gu Nanyan, let's talk." As a result, when the words fell, Gu Nanyan didn't respond for half a day. Lu Beicheng went over to take a look, only to see that the person had long fallen asleep. Shinli said she liked him. Why was he so unbelieving? Smoke. Open the door. The next morning, Gu Nanyan was woken up by a fierce knock on the door. With her arm over her eyes, she kicked away Lu Beicheng's leg that was straddling her body until the door of the room slammed again. And only then did Gu Nanyan get up with her eyes half squinted in impatience, opening the door to her room and looking at Lu Jingyang, who appeared in front of her in a flurry of wind. Gu Nanyan yawned and said, "It's early in the morning. You're rushing things?" Lu Jingyang carried breakfast in his hand and couldn't wait to tell her. "Smoke, do you know who snatched that necklace from JK? It was my brother." As Lu Jingyang's words fell, Gu Nanyan said with a sleepless face, "I know." When Gu Nanyan said she knew, Lu Jingyang's movement into the house paused, turned to look at her and asked, "You know?" Gu Nanyan said sleepily, "The necklaces are hanging around the neck of the person Yi Chu." Hearing that the necklace was hanging around Yi Chu's neck, Lu Jingyang exploded. "My brother gave the necklace to Yi Chu?" Without waiting for Gu Nanyan's response, Lu Jingyang snapped and put his breakfast on the table next to him. "Smoke, can you even tolerate this? Can you even swallow this? Told you hundreds of times that my brother's man is unreliable. There's nothing to keep. Told you not to hang yourself on a tree. Hurry up and divorce this marriage. You just don't listen to me. What's the matter? Is it because you think you're in such good shape that the diseases women get from anger don't find you? Your brother." Gu Nanyan had just opened her mouth when Lu Jingyang interrupted her. "My brother? What's wrong with my brother him? My brother? He's not a thing. He's generous to others. But to you? Married for more than 2 years. Has he ever sent you a needle? This kind of man is only you who can bear it. If it were any other woman, she would have left 800 times. Smoke. I'm done with you on this one. Divorce my brother immediately and immediately. Even if you're a bachelor for the rest of your life you can't be with him." As Lu Jingyang's words fell, Lu Beicheng, with a sleepy face, leisurely walked out of the house. "Second Master Lu, am I such a no-good thing as you say?" Lu Beicheng suddenly appeared in front of him like this. Lu Jingyang was dumbfounded. "No, aren't they at odds? Don't they not get along? Why is his brother in Nanny's room?" Lu Jingyang turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan, who looked at him with a sympathetic face. "It was to tell you that he was here, and you didn't give me a chance." Chapter 89. I don't like to share. I like to eat alone. Lu Jingyang's mouth was like a machine gun just now, and Gu Nanyan was blocked back by him several times when she wanted to speak. Lu Beicheng moved his neck. "Lu Jingyang, how do you want to die? You choose your own death." Lu Jingyang whole person like fell into the ice hole. Skin smile meet not smile at Lu Beicheng pulled the corner of the mouth, and then turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan said, "Smoke. My brother he must have a bitter intention. Presumably for fear of your high eyesight cannot see that pink diamonds before giving to the surname Yi. Besides, that necklace isn't pretty or atmospheric. How does it match my sister Smoke?" After saying that, he looked at Lu Beicheng again. "Brother, right." Lu Beicheng came closer and glanced at the breakfast Lu Jingyang brought over. "Change face you first place." Lu Jingyang first laughed, then hurriedly picked up the breakfast and guarded it like a baby. "My Smoke sister has a bad stomach. This breakfast is for my Smoke sister to bring." "Brother, you don't stare at it." Lu Jingyang's kindness to Gu Nanyan. Lu Beicheng felt a bit jealous. He glanced faintly at Gu Nanyan, and Lu Jingyang hurriedly added, "The last time she was in B City on business, I even accompanied her to the hospital for several days to get injections." Lu Jingyang is 2 months younger than Gu Nanyan, the two from kindergarten on a class. He played small with Gu Nanyan behind the butt. Gu Nanyan is his ancestor. Gu Nanyan farts are fragrant. Listening to his mouthful of his family's smoking sister, Lu Beicheng wasn't very happy anymore. So he said, "Your families?" Lu Jingyang immediately changed his words. "Your home. Is brother your home?" Gu Nanyan wrapped both hands around her chest, leaned on the wall next to her and looked at Lu Beicheng and said, "Left and right are all family. It's not all the same whose it is." Lu Jingyang, "Brother, my smoking sister is right." Lu Beicheng's face sank, and Zhou Bei suddenly came over at this time as well. "Nanyan, are you awake?" When he waited until he got to the door to take a look and see that Lu Beicheng was here, Zhou Bei's face immediately sank as well, coldly sizing up Lu Beicheng. "Yo, boss Lu is also here." Lu Jingyang saw Zhou Bei coming and watched Gu Nanyan give him a wink. He immediately stuffed his breakfast into Gu Nanyan's arms. "Smoke, Xiao Bei and I still have things to do, so don't forget to eat breakfast haha. Xiao Bei and I will go wait for you downstairs," said, pulled Zhou Bei on the fast run, afraid that he ran a second slow. Lu Beicheng will have to cut his skin. "Ha!" Lu Beicheng coldly laughed. "Dare to Lu Jingyang in the back or so help him busy. So encourage Gu Nanyan divorce. It seems that he really doesn't want to stay in a city to stay." Gu Nanyan held her breakfast in one hand and put one hand on her mouth to yawn. Lu Beicheng walked to the side cabinet and picked up his cell phone to dial over to Xia Chan when Gu Nanyan suddenly walked over and took his phone away. "And you're planning to send people to build a Hope Elementary School? Did he wrongly accuse you? Or did he make up a rumor about you? And what you dare to do, others can't say?" Snapping and throwing his cell phone on the counter, Gu Nanyan said, "Lu Beicheng, if you send Jingyang to that hellhole again, then you won't be able to see Yi Chu in the future." At this moment, Lu Jingyang would have been moved to tears if he could have witnessed Gu Nanyan's defense of him. Gu Nanyan's defense of Lu Jingyang. Lu Beicheng lifted his hand and cupped her chin. "With anyone more important than me? Last time, for the sake of Zhou Bei single-handedly rushed to the Su family to settle the score. This time for the sake of Lu Jingyang to bar with him. Anyway, just can't see her doing anything for him. At least after they got married. Gu Nanyan didn't do any for him." At Lu Beicheng's words, Gu Nanyan laughed at once, and afterward glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, "Can you send me breakfast every day? Can you knock on someone's door in the middle of the night to make food for me? Can you accompany me to the hospital for an injection? Or can you come all the way to see me? Or show up when I need you? Don't just focus on me giving people candy. Don't see when people give me life." She, Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei, and the three of them are friends. What can Lu Beicheng compare to? With that marriage license? Then he doesn't see if he's doing his duty as a husband. Gu Nanyan said that and laughed sarcastically before going to the restroom to wash up. Not a moment later, when the two people cleaned up and returned to the room, Gu Nanyan just sat down in front of the dining table, and Lu Beicheng pulled out the chair next to her and sat down as well. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan pulled all of the breakfast to herself. "I'm a person who doesn't like to share and likes to eat alone." Lu Beicheng raised his eyes and felt that there was something in her words. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked at Gu Nanyan and said, "Still angry from yesterday?" Gu Nanyan looked up. "Listening to you, you want to coax me and give me some compensation. If that's the case, then I'll teach you." Before Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng stood up from his chair and picked up his jacket. He could guarantee that Gu Nanyan would have no good words to say later, or else he would be a lion's share of the money, and he wouldn't find himself angry in the morning. Lu Beicheng got up to leave, and Gu Nanyan also got up. "Lu Beicheng, don't go. I haven't even taught you how to coax me. You're not going to coax me?" Clang! The door to the room was shut with a not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy thud, and Gu Nanyan was left alone in the head of the house, stuffing the remaining half of the bun into her mouth. Gu Nanyan smiled in disbelief, giving Lu Beicheng a hard time. She was now familiar with it. Lu Beicheng left. Gu Nanyan cleaned up the things on the table, changed her shoes and went downstairs to join Lu Jingyang Zhou Bei. Gu Nanyan came down and Lu Jingyang hurriedly greeted him. "Smoke, is my brother sending me to build a Hope Elementary School again?" "Gu Nanyan, if he dares to send you to build a Hope Primary School again, I'll send his woman to a kiln," Zhou Bei said admiringly, "sacrificing yourself to protect Jingyang. Nanyan, or you are ruthless." Gu Nanyan's understanding. Lu Jingyang moved to tears. "Smoke, you don't have to be like this, even if my brother." Gu Nanyan sweated furiously, raised her hand and pushed Lu Jingyang's head. "What are you two thinking? What kind of woman am I? I don't even dare to put on a show for myself, so you two just save yourselves." Lu Jingyang, "That's right, what kind of couple are you and my brother? My brother, he doesn't deserve it." Lu Beicheng was having a morning meeting when he inexplicably sneezed. After staying with Lu Jingyang Zhou Bei for a while, the director's end called for her to join the meeting, and Gu Nanyan went to work. This busy time, it wasn't until dinner time in the evening that Gu Nanyan was finally able to rest. However, seeing that there was Lu Beicheng at the dinner tonight, Gu Nanyan immediately felt that the meal in front of her did not smell good. It's not good to eat with anyone but Lu Beicheng. Then it's better to eat out with Zhou Bei and the others. Nanyan. In the private room of 30 people, Yi Chu saw that Gu Nanyan had come over and greeted him with another smile on his face. Aha! Gu Nanyan remained faint. Lu Jingyang was not sent to build the Hope Primary School today thanks to her presence. At Gu Nanyan's rambling, Yi Chu hurriedly pulled away the chair next to Lu Beicheng. "Nanyan, you sit over here." The way she looked, it seemed like the seat next to Lu Beicheng was the one she gave up to Gu Nanyan. "Gu Nanyan, I don't have the face to sit next to your Mr. Lu." With that, she pulled open the chair next to Xiao Qiu and sat down. The others in the private room, however, had more than one eye on them. What's the deal with this lawyer Gu from Chaoyang? How come Lu Beicheng's assistant even coaxed her? And it seems like she's the one who took down Lu's legal affairs. The bottom line is that she's not giving a secretary's face at this point. Seeing this, Director Xia reminded in a low voice, "Xiao Gu, Lu is a big client. You can't offend him." Chapter 90 Gu Nanyan, I'm still single. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at the director. "Director Xie, if I listen to his secretary, then I'm really helping you offend someone." Director Xia was flabbergasted. Not far away, Lu Beicheng glanced at her indifferently. He is now considered to see two people in the outside world with the people. Gu Nanyan's skimming relationship, then he skimmed clean. "Old Xie, you're getting more and more capable people. These young boys and girls, not only are they good at business but they are also so good looking. All of Mr. Lu's legal agents have been taken down by you guys. Sunrise is like a sunrise. A few old bosses are polite. We at Sunrise are here to serve everyone." Gu Nanyan's previous cases were beautifully fought, and not long ago Director Xia gave her the case of Zhou Dingjie, a case that has received a lot of social attention. After a few rounds of drinks, and learning that Gu Nanyan is Zhou Dingjie's lawyer, the group chatted more enthusiastically. Lawyer Gu is so young, she should still be single. Gu Nanyan was young and pretty, and everyone asked in passing as they chatted. As the man's words fell, Lu Beicheng glanced at her faintly, only to see that Gu Nanyan simply didn't look at him squarely tonight, as if she didn't really know him. Gu Nanyan listened to the man's question and smiled graciously. "If Mr. Lai has a suitable match to introduce. Then I'm still single. Shinli was also at tonight's meal, and after Gu Nanyan replied, he almost choked on the mouthful of tea he had just drunk. When he cleared his throat and turned his face to look at Liu Beicheng, he only saw that Liu Beicheng's face was as black as ink. When Yi Chu saw this, his face tensed before he looked at Liu Beicheng. Seeing that he didn't look well, Yi Chu gave him a bowl of soup. Beicheng, you just drank wine. Have some soup first. Yi Chu's thoughtfulness. Mr. Lai smiled and said, Mr. Lu's secretary is very nesting originally also thought that lawyer Gu was young and talented and looked so beautiful. And Mr. Lu is a talented man and a beautiful woman. It seems that this line is afraid that it will not be able to hold. As the middle-aged man's words fell, Yi Chu hurriedly looked up at Gu Nanyan, casting an embarrassed expression towards her. Gu Nanyan, however, didn't even look her way and just looked at Mr. Lai with a smile and said, this branch of Mr. Lu is too high. I don't dare to climb it. When Liu Beicheng heard this, his face was even darker than earlier. It had been internalized by her several times in one night. Gu Nanyan, that mouth. Shinli is crying and laughing. It seems that Beicheng has not coaxed her well last night. Seeing this, Director Xia looked at Gu Nanyan and Xiao Qiu and they said, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Gu, as well as Lawyer Xia. Mr. Lu is the breadwinner of our Chaoyang, so let's all toast to Mr. Lu. Gu Nanyan was a bit of a nuisance to Liu Beicheng tonight, and Director Xia could see it. Fearing that this ancestor had offended someone, he was rounding up one after another. Director Xia gave his word. Liu Beicheng was indeed their big client. Gu Nanyan had no reason to refuse, so she carried her wine glass and toasted with the director in them. The four people went over one by one. Gu Nanyan stood at the very back of the room very unobtrusively, not wanting to cross paths with Liu Beicheng at all. Mr. Lu, thank you for your trust in Sunrise. Sunrise will definitely do its best to serve Lu. Director Xia said with conviction as he held his wine glass. Liu Beicheng should be his dinner tonight. Director Xia is very surprised and pleasantly surprised, because I have long heard that Liu Beicheng generally should not be dinner. As soon as he came, Shinli also came, and some other bosses also came, and this exchange meeting of their institute was still quite fruitful. Blessed General, Xiao Gu is the blessing of their firm. Since she came to the law firm, the sunrise has been getting smoother and smoother. At the heel of the dining table, Liu Beicheng watched Gu Nanyan walk at the end of several people. He turned his face and then looked at Xia Chang and commanded, Xia Chang, bring a chair over for Counselor Gu. Gu Nanyan said that his branch was too high to climb, so he would give her the biggest face and see how she would take it again. Liu Beicheng asked Xia Chang to move a seat, and for a moment, the room was quiet, and everyone's eyes were all looking at Gu Nanyan. It was hard to believe that Liu had taken in what he had just said and also felt that he and Lawyer Gu were talented. Okay boss. Xia Chang hurriedly got up to do his job. At Xia Chang's response, Yi Chu hurriedly stood up from his chair. Nanyan, you sit here. Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng with her wineglass in her right hand. Liu Beicheng raised an eyebrow at her and smoothly pulled back the chair Yi Chu had just let out to help her. Lawyer Gu, sit. The director quickly woke up and explained to Gu Nanyan, Xiao Gu, you're in charge of Lu's legal affairs. You and Mr. Lu have a good exchange. The boy next to Gu Nanyan hastily made way for her. He sent Gu Nanyan back last time. Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng have a relationship he is the most clear. Just Gu Nanyan usually never mention. He naturally did not even dare to breathe a little. Liu Beicheng's high profile, Gu Nanyan reached out and pulled her chair back, sitting down graciously. Mr. Lu is so polite. Then I respectfully accept the order. Immediately after that, Director Xia and they toasted with Liu Beicheng, and Liu Beicheng was also very facetious to all take a sip. The meal passed a big half. Liu Beicheng opening 8 points full of wine. This moment is still 8 points full. Looking at each time the end of the cup to take a sip, Gu Nanyan suspected that he hadn't even licked the cup before touching it to his mouth. Also, Liu Beicheng this level and you sit at a table is to give great face. Even if the drink is at most a sip just, who can still fight with him not lawsuit. After Director Xia made a toast and saw Liu Beicheng's arm ambiguously resting on Gu Nanyan's chair talking politely with them, but his eyes fell on Gu Nanyan's body from time to time. Director Xia said with a smile on his face to Gu Nanyan, Xiao Gu, Lu's legal affairs are mainly in charge of you, so today is such a good day for you to have a drink with Mr. Lu. What kind of day is this? Gu Nanyan thought so in her heart, but with so many bosses around, she definitely couldn't sweep her chief off his feet. Picking up her wine glass and standing up, Gu Nanyan smiled. Thank you for the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Lu. We, Chaoyang, will definitely work harder in the future to successfully complete all of Lu's work. After saying that, he dried the wine at the bottom of the glass. Liu Beicheng also stood up and watched Gu Nanyan finish the wine. He said, Counselor Gu is so sincere. Then I am flattered. Then he drank all of the white wine that was still 8 points full just a moment ago. The scene fell silent, and Director Xia looked dumbfounded next to him. Xiaogu's face is also too big. Lu Beiqing tonight and they drink it all did not dip into the wine. To Xiaogu here actually drink all. That's a big cup. He looked at it with a stomach ache for him. Blessed General. Xiaogu is truly a blessing to their sunrise. After the others came back to their senses, they finally understood why Chaoyang was able to take down Lu's legal affairs. So it turned out that Mr. Lu had long been eyeing Chaoyang's lawyers, so no wonder Dingxing couldn't renew the contract. It seems that they have to take care of Chaoyang a little bit more, and flatter this lawyer Gu. Maybe she'll be Mrs. Lu in the future. Yi Chu watched this scene, his eyebrows tightly clenched into a ball. Worried about Lu Beiqing are almost worried to death. But this is the matter of the two families. Lu Beiqing happy to tease Gu Nanyan to play. What can she say? Heartache can only be watched. It was rare for Lu Beiqing to give so much face. So Gu Nanyan looked at him like this. Lu Beiqing saw Gu Nanyan looking at him like that, with unspoken feelings in her eyes. He asked with a smile, Lawyer Gu is worried? Chapter 91 If I don't explain, will your jealousy go away? Gu Nanyan woke up and sat down with a smile. Mr. Lu has a huge amount of C. Seeing this, Lu Beiqing still wrinkled his eyebrows and sucked in a breath backwards as he followed and sat down. Gu Nanyan raised her eyes to look at him. Her eyes were full of dislike. If you can't drink, don't try to be strong. Who are you showing it to? With Gu Nanyan's disgusted look, Lu Beiqing gritted his teeth and said, You won't even give me a piece of the dish? Seeing this, Director Xia reminded Gu Nanyan again with a smile on his face. Xiaogu, Mr. Lu drank hard just now, so you clip some dishes. Gu Nanyan is not good to refute the face of the crowd. Reached out to Lu Beiqing, clip a few green vegetables, threw him in the bowl. After Lu Beiqing's wave of wine, the group talked freely and chatted again. Lu Beiqing struck up a conversation with them without a word, but his attention was on Gu Nanyan. Yichu sat next to Xia Chang and his eyes never left Lu Beiqing and Gu Nanyan's. Lu Beiqing was concerned about Gu Nanyan. He had just tried that glass of wine on purpose, intentionally making people suspect him and Gu Nanyan, and not letting people introduce her to their boyfriends. After knowing Lu Beiqing for so many years, I have never seen him give such a big face to anyone, even if it was Xin Unique. Yi Chu was envious. She envied Gu Nanyan for being able to marry Lu Beiqing, and she envied Lu Beiqing for caring about her. Gu Nanyan finished her meal and listened to the group chatting as if nothing had happened, but a hand suddenly landed on her thigh under the table. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at someone on her right and saw that he was chatting with someone as if nothing was wrong, but his left hand was teasing her under the table. Her face changed at once and she snapped and slammed the melon shells in her hand in front of his heel. Lu Beiqing looked at the melon shells flying over in front of him. His fingers deliberately rubbed against her a few times under the table, turned his face to look at her and asked in a low voice, Isn't it usually quite hot and bold? After saying that, the hand went to Gu Nanyan, face expressionless, kowtowing melon. No wonder that said he just wanted to pull the chair closer to the. Dare to think about this. When Lu Beiqing lifted the inside of her skirt, Gu Nanyan lifted her right foot and stomped on him hard with the heel of her high heel shoe. If she had known that there was a dinner tonight, if she had known that Lu Beiqing would do such a nasty thing, she wouldn't have worn a skirt anyway. She was really drilled by him. Lu Beiqing sucked in a breath of air as he was stepped on, but his hand still didn't retract. Gu Nanyan, you dare to say you're single even when I'm in front of you? Gu Nanyan's right hand dropped down to press his wrist. Then stand up and tell everyone that I'm your wife. Lu Beiqing's hand still didn't take it away, and Gu Nanyan didn't bother to push him and directly grabbed him. In the next second, Lu Beiqing's face went white. Gu Nanyan's left hand was still holding her cell phone and swiping it, just like nothing else. When Lu Beiqing glared at her, she raised an eyebrow at him. The two were not far away. Yi Chu had been watching them, and although he didn't see exactly what the two of them were doing, he more or less guessed that they were competing. Lu Beiqing only had that look and smile when he faced Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan's deception. Lu Beiqing spread his hands first. His left foot stepped on her chair, grabbing her chair with a slight force to pull her closer. When Gu Nanyan grabbed a handful of melons again, she looked at Yi Chu with two watery eyes and looked at the two of them in a pitiful manner. She said unconcernedly, Your little concubine is not happy. Lu Beiqing's face sank. What do I care if she is happy or not? Then he added, I've told you many times, I have nothing to do with her. Gu Nanyan caught out her melon. I didn't realize you were quite capable of explaining yourself. If I don't explain, can your jealousy go away? Right now, Lu Beiqing's fair face was a bit slightly drunk, and his nose was still covered with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Very handsome and arrogant, and a bit gangster. Gu Nanyan didn't like hearing this anymore and directly shoved a walnut into his mouth. You don't have such a big face to make me jealous. Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan, can't you shell before you feed? Lu Beiqing yelled. The group all looked toward them. See him spit out a walnut from his mouth without shelling. All of them were happy. Mr. Lu, walnuts are meant to be shelled. That means Mr. Lu Mr. Lu, I heard that you are dining over here. We came over to toast you. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and the head of Ding Shang law firm came over with 2 lawyers. Among them there was a young and pretty female lawyer. She came in to see Gu Nanyan sitting next to Lu Beicheng, and the smile on her face froze. She is a veteran of the wine table and love scene. Lu Beicheng's sitting posture. Gu Nanyan's eyes, she can see at a glance that the two are flirting in private. No wonder it was said that Gu Nanyan was able to snatch Lu's over. Dare I say it was high skill in this area. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Despite being dissatisfied with Gu Nanyan, the woman greeted Lu Beicheng with a smile. When Lu Beicheng saw people coming over with wine glasses to make a toast, he glanced at Xia Chang, who hurriedly helped him pour the wine. After a few polite words, Ding Shang female lawyer's attention fell on Gu Nanyan. See Gu Nanyan with the grandfather like sitting next to Lu Beicheng motionless. Lu Beicheng's arm is still ambiguous on her chair. The woman's heart is not too comfortable, so he looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Lu's been working with Ding Shang for 3 years, and lawyer Gu has only been on the job for a year before prying Lu away. Lawyer Gu must have something going for her. When the woman said this, the eyes of everyone looking at Gu Nanyan inevitably became a bit meaningful. Originally, when Lu Beicheng pulled the chair for her, they were already just kind of watching the fun. The woman picked her words on her, and Gu Nanyan looked up at her. Professional ability is better than you. When this group of people first came in, Gu Nanyan could see that the visitors were not good. They wanted to win Lu over. And when they signed Lu's legal agent, Ding Shang had not been throwing dirty water at her from behind. A woman can be said, can be rumored is always not subterfuge that thing, only to say that she submerged Lu Beicheng. She is quite happy. How many years has Ding Shang been around and how many years has the sunrise been around? Lawyer Gu is overconfident. Surely he must have something over the top in other areas. Otherwise, tonight in this game, Lawyer Gu has a chance to sit in the main seat? Women quarreled, and she still didn't believe that Lu Beicheng could stand up and say anything for Gu Nanyan. Besides, Gu Nanyan is a woman. She is also a woman. She has what Gu Nanyan has. After the other party finished speaking, Gu Nanyan snapped and threw the melon seeds in her hand onto the table. Standing up unhurriedly, she put her hands into the pockets of her skirt. Counselor Gua, with your words you want to say that I engage in subterfuge. Want to say that I climbed into Boss Lu's bed chant. Yes, Gu Nanyan, I'm engaging in subterfuge. I'm climbing into Mr. Lu's bed. So if you want to blame it, blame yourself for not even being as good as me in this area. Speaking here, Gu Nanyan again measured the person from head to toe. But then again, just your number, Lu can't see it. Saying this, she turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng. Right, Mr. Lu. Chapter 92. I dare to be shameless. Do you dare not? One by one, the people in the private room were all dumbfounded by Gu Nanyan's bluntness and fire, including Director Xie and the other 2 Sunrise colleagues. Xiao Qiu, although he had long known that Gu Nanyan and Lu Beicheng knew each other, he did not think that they Gu Law so dare to say. In a room full of people, only Xinli had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Trying to embarrass Gu Nanyan, trying to pour dirty water on her. They were too ignorant of this ancestor. They hadn't seen her suffer much since she was a child. Gu Nanyan, you. The woman's face went white with anger. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan laughed. What's wrong with me? I even dared to sit in Mr. Lu's arms in public, trying to snatch the agent back. You also put your face out. You also sit on one. Saying that, she sat on her but in Lu Beicheng's arms, wrapped both her arms around his neck and asked with a smile, Mr. Lu, does this Guo lawyer look good to you? Lu Beicheng cooperated by wrapping his arm around her waist and glanced indifferently at the woman. Can't see it. Gu Nanyan laughed at once. Well lawyer, people Lu can't see you. Then I also put the words stacked here this time. Lu's future legal agent are signed Sunrise. Dingxing don't want to. Gu Nanyan's roguish dominance. Director Xie and the others looked at them with straight eyes. But the faces of those people from Ding Shang were predictable. The idea was to poach Lu back again. But now it seems basically impossible. Gu Nanyan, this line of work relies on ability to eat. Don't think that. Gu Nanyan gave an amused smile. You didn't beat me in the last case either. Ever since she entered the Chao Yang, Guo Lin started to trip her up because she was a flower of law before Gu Nanyan appeared, and she was much dimmer in that area after Gu Nanyan appeared. So every time Gu Nanyan had a case, she would buy a bunch of water armies to scold her. Lu's legal Ding Shang did not stay. She poured the whole pot of black water on Gu Nanyan. I do not know what kind of rumors she made in the industry. What subterfuge, high school abortion, professional triple professional and so on are all yellow ballads. There's also the fact that she didn't win Sister Chao's divorce case last time, and she didn't help her agent hide her property from her. So she led another group of sailors to curse under her microblogging. Gu Nanyan knew all these things, but just didn't have the time to pay attention to her, and didn't expect her to rush over today. Since the yellow rumor about her, Then she today in front of her face to sit down. She is being suborned by Liu Beicheng, and the bigger the fuss, the better, so she will be able to run roughshod over the world in the future. And Sunrise's business will still be on the rise. Guolin was so upset. In fact, she had seduced Liu Beicheng. People simply do not take a positive look at her. Guolin was crushed like being abused by Gu Nanyan. Ding Sheng's head couldn't stand to watch. The key Liu Beicheng kinda Gu Nanyan. They couldn't afford to mess with it, so they took their own people and left in disgrace. The later generation is fearful. Lawyer Gu has the energy to do great things, but not many girls have that kind of drive these days. That's once Mr. Lai and the others took the lead. The others immediately chimed in. Director Xia was half surprised, happy that Gu Nanyan was capable, and afraid that she would offend too many people. Only today this matter cannot blame them. Is Ding Sheng over the provocation, and in the back no less than splash them dirty water. Gu Nanyan saw a mess in his heart is actually quite relieved. Gu Nanyan listened to everyone's compliments and smiled as she got up. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Liu Beicheng put his arm around her waist and didn't let her get up. After accompanying you in an act, just a word of thanks? Gu Nanyan, I'll peel 2 walnuts for you? After saying that, she got up by herself with both hands propped on Liu Beicheng's shoulders, after which she smashed 2 walnuts for him and threw them over. Liu Beicheng he accompanied her in this mess. How much business has he solicited for her both openly and secretly? Doesn't she know? Usually always say he's stingy. Gu Nanyan is not generous to wear. After Ding Sheng's side made a scene, the bureau organized by Director Xia was also dispersed. Gu Nanyan had just left the private room in front of her, when Lu Jingyang's phone call came. Smoke, are you done over there? Gu Nanyan yawned. It just broke up. I'll pick you up. Just send me the location and I'll come over. Not a moment later, Lu Jingyang's location sent over. He and Zhou Bei were in a certain bar on the beach of the resort. The bar is having a costume party tonight, and Gu Nanyan just went in and saw a chaste woman coming towards her, and almost didn't kick the person back. Lu Jingyang made himself into a vampire. Zhou Bei was too childish to wear makeup, and came in her handsome short hair and flowery clothes. After the 3 of them met, Gu Nanyan only sat down for not a moment. The cell phone she held in her hand suddenly vibrated. Liu Beicheng called, plugging her ears with one hand and holding her cell phone with the other. Gu Nanyan fed, and someone's voice came out coldly. Where is it? In the blink of an eye without keeping an eye on her, she ran out of sight. What a blink of an eye. Gu Nanyan, bar. Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan, I'll give you 10 minutes. Get your ass back here right now. He was thinking that after giving her face tonight, the 2 of them might make peace, but then she turned around and went to the bar. On the other end of the phone, Gu Nanyan lazily ignored him and snapped the phone off. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang approached Gu Nanyan's ear and asked, what is my brother looking for you for? Gu Nanyan, who cares about him? This person is quite cheap. When she looks for him, he loves to ignore the phone does not answer. The message does not return. The sky is also a big thing to let Xia Chang and her contact. She's not looking for him anymore, and he's not finished. At the head of the hotel's private room, Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyan hung up his phone. His face sank, and he raised his hand and smashed the phone out. Damn it, she got restless once Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei came. She didn't see him drink so much at night. Couldn't she come back and take care of him? Rubbing his stomach with his right hand, Liu Beicheng coldly grabbed the jacket on his bed, opened the door to his room and went out. In the bar, Gu Nanyan was chatting with Lu Jingyang and the others when a few of Ding Sheng's lawyers suddenly arrived as well. Seeing that Gu Nanyan is here, each face stinks to high heaven, rolling their eyes out of the sky, but they don't dare to take Gu Nanyan. After all, the back of her backstage is Liu Beicheng. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei got up to go to the restroom. As a result, he turned his eyes and just came back, and saw Lu Jingyang wilting with his handsome makeup, not daring to breathe. Gu Nanyan looked to the side, only to see Liu Beicheng sitting where she had just been, looking at her coldly. Mr. Liu came over to pay the bill? Gu Nanyan approached over and sat down in the empty seat next to him. Liu Beicheng was not happy, raised his hand and cupped her chin. Can't you honestly stay in the hotel? Chapter 93 You're my man. You must be on my side to help me. Liu Beicheng was not happy, raised his hand and cupped her chin. Can't you honestly stay in the hotel? Gu Nanyan took away Liu Beicheng's hand and poured him a glass of wine. How fast the lights and wine are. It does make people not want to go home. Liu Beicheng felt that he was connoted again and felt that Gu Nanyan was talking about him not loving to go home. Taking Gu Nanyan out of the picture, Liu Beicheng swept a cold eye towards Lu Jingyang. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang looked at Gu Nanyan with a serious face. Smoke. This kind of place is really not suitable for a good woman like you. You'd better hurry back to the hotel with my brother to rest. You see, my brother is so nice, and also so handsome. You die to do your Mrs. Liu on the line. Outside, these lights and wine have nothing to do with you. Lu Jingyang's face at this moment, as if the person who just called Gu Nanyan and shouted at her to come out for a quickie wasn't him at all. When Zhou Bei saw Lu Beicheng come, Lu Jingyang had no interest. She raised her leg and kicked him. A little interest, less shame. The three of them were a group, and Zhou Bei felt that when Lu Jingyang wimped out, that meant that she and Gu Nanyan also wimped out. However, it would be impossible for her and Gu Nanyan to wimp out. After pouring wine for Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan looked up at Lu Jingyang. When was I a good woman? How dare she put such a big label on it? The word good family is not relevant to her, and the word woman is even less relevant to her. Zhou Bei cleared his throat and coldly added, "Windy pretty little young lady." Zhou Bei's comment. Gu Nanyan was happy, but Lu Beicheng's face was intolerable. When Lu Beicheng's face stank, Lu Jingyang broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly advised, "Smoke, ancestor, just hurry back with my brother." Smoke ancestor and Master North were women. His brother wouldn't do anything to them, but he would cut him a few layers of skin, and he was creeped out by the way he just looked at him. Gu Nanyan picked up a fruit fork and forked a piece of cantaloupe into her mouth. Lu Jingyang, you're still good enough to learn how to read faces. Can't you see that boss Lu wants to play too? After saying that, she turned her face to Lu Beicheng and asked, "Right, Mr. Lu." At Gu Nanyan's jab, Lu Beicheng cupped her chin and pulled her closer to him, then leaned over and bit over the piece of cantaloupe she had just put in her mouth. "Gu Nanyan, Lu Beicheng, do you still want to have a face? A plate of you do not eat, and on my mouth incense some?" Lu Beicheng gently wiped her lips. "Your mouth does smell better." Lu Beicheng's tawdry operation. Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei couldn't look at it, thinking that these two families just don't have a saving grace. Not far away, a few lawyers from Dingsheng watched Lu Beicheng molest Gu Nanyan and felt that it was still women who had the advantage, especially beautiful women. Guo Lin's face, however, was embarrassed. She had privately searched for Lu Beicheng, and had even taken off her clothes in front of Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng only said one word at that time, "Get lost." But I didn't expect Lu Beicheng to have the time to lick his face and find someone else to play with, and that person was still Gu Nanyan. It was meant to look like she had just been redundant and cheered people up. Lu Beicheng actually do not like the bar such a location, but Gu Nanyan shelved here refused to go. He sat next to her to brush the phone. The two talents have only made a few scenes, and they deliberately took Yi Chu yesterday to anger her, so they are all following her at this moment. With his arm on the back of her couch, the movement was ambiguous, and having just snatched something out of her mouth, he was kind of asserting someone's sovereignty, occasionally raising his eyes to look at her for a few moments and seeing her chatting happily with Zhou Bei. Lu Jingyang. The corner of Lu Beicheng's mouth also raised a faint smile, although Gu Nanyan was always smiling every time she saw him. That kind of enthusiasm and smile always made him feel distant, unlike now when she was so innocent and bright. Moreover, he hadn't seen Gu Nanyan smile like this in a long time, until the clock turned in the early morning. Lu Beicheng felt that Gu Nanyan had almost had enough fun, and he deliberately looked at his wristwatch. "Gu Nanyan, it's time to go back. Gu Nanyan, if you want to go back, just go back. What are you staring at me for?" When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Beicheng became unhappy. His eyes looked over indifferently, and Lu Jingyang immediately added, "Smoke. We'll play next time. We'll go back first today." Zhou Bei saw that Lu Beicheng had really changed his face and moved his neck to say, "Jingyang and I are also sleepy, so we will accompany you back." Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei both said to go back, and Gu Nanyan stood up unhurriedly. It wasn't that she didn't want to go back to the hotel to rest, but she didn't want to get entangled with Lu Beicheng, especially after he sought out the bar. Looking like nothing, in reality, Lu Beicheng's glance yesterday was still fresh in her mind even now. The jacket was on his arm, and as the few people left the bar, the few people from Dingsheng hurriedly greeted Lu Beicheng. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu." Gu Nanyan ignored it, but Guo Lin glared viciously at her, and she raised both her hands and took Lu Beicheng's arm with a smile on her face. "Mr. Lu, don't delay. Hurry back for a quickie." Gu Nanyan's provocation. Guo Lin's eyes were itching to tear her apart. When the four eyes collided, Gu Nanyan smiled in disbelief, took Lu Beicheng's arm and left. When she waited outside the entrance of the bar, she instantly and unceremoniously threw Lu Beicheng's arm away. For a moment, Lu Beicheng's face was so ugly, so realistic. "Use it up and throw it away." Lu Beicheng put both hands into his pockets as he looked down at Gu Nanyan and asked, "Still using it smoothly?" Lu Beicheng didn't put words in his mouth, and Gu Nanyan heard and understood, and smiled. "It's not bad. Are you so sure that I will be on your side and cooperate with you?" Gu Nanyan had utilized Lu Beicheng several times this evening, and Lu Beicheng had cooperated. When Lu Beicheng asked this, Gu Nanyan laughed even more. "You are my man. You must be on my side. You must help me." Gu Nanyan's sentence, "You are my man." Lu Beicheng listened to his heart comfortable. His eyes are several points softer than just now. Taking out his right hand from his pocket, he gently pressed the back of Gu Nanyan's neck. Bars are a mixed bag. Come less often in the future. Gu Nanyan looked up at Liu Beicheng. Men they also can't listen to good words, and they are so happy when they casually ghost 2 sentences. Last night 3 times to find her, and also explained the necklace thing. He purpose are written on the brain. He pulled him to act today is to give him the opportunity and steps. How can he not follow the ladder down? Besides, if he didn't take her side, she had a way out. She, Gu Nanyan, never did anything she wasn't sure of. At Liu Beicheng's admonition, Gu Nanyan laughed and said, I'm not a good bird. What am I afraid of? Lu Jingyang, my smoke sister goes out. It's others who should be afraid. Liu Beicheng crossed over with a cold eye, and Lu Jingyang immediately made a gesture to shut up. Liu Beicheng said, Gu Nanyan, don't think you're so good. When you went to the restroom surname Gua drugged your juice. Do you know that? Liu Beicheng had just entered the bar, and as soon as he did, he saw Guolin putting something in Gu Nanyan's cup. Chapter 94 holding her from behind. Gu Nanyan stopped her steps and turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng. Then do you know that Xiao Bei switched that juice to surname Gua, and the juice you had the waiter pour was normal? What kind of people are she and Zhou Bei? What kind of world has nothing to see? How many years? Surnamed Gua's play this set is not as ruthless as what they experienced 9 years ago. Lu Jingyang was viciously shocked by the few conversations between Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan. Right now, he suddenly felt like the only one of the 4 who looked like a cutie pie. He didn't know anything about it. In fact, he really is just a sizable cutie. Shivering, Lu Jingyang said, Smoke, listening to you and my brother, my scalp is numb. We should come less often in the future. He knows that the Smoke ancestor and the Northmaster are fierce, but the key is that he is not as fierce as they are. What if he gets taken advantage of by someone else? He's still a yellow boy. Zhou Bei, virtue. Lu Jingyang said with a straight face, Smoke, it's not that I'm afraid of things, just like the situation tonight. You say you are so good looking, in case you are really taken advantage of by someone else. And this turf is my brother's own. My brother, is he going to do it? Or not? Gu Nanyan, I'm a married little sister-in-law. It's not like a piece of meat is missing from being hugged and touched to take advantage. Anyway, he won't recognize me when I wake up tomorrow morning, and I won't recognize him either. Gu Nanyan just finished saying this, and the next second she wailed, pain pain pain. Liu Beicheng, you have no place to use your strength, right? Spread your hands. Screaming, she yanked Liu Beicheng's wrist and threw his hand away. Liu Beicheng was still angry at what she had just said, and reached out to yank her back again. Gu Nanyan, you dare to let someone hug or touch you outside and try it. If any man dares to hug and touch her, then he won't want his 2 hands. Gu Nanyan, give you a hug and you don't hug. Give you a touch and you don't touch. Then I have to be cheap. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng cupped her chin and leaned down to kiss her lips. On the side, Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang had no face to look at, throwing down the 2 people numbly. These 2 shameless things, what age are they still showing love on the main road? They don't serve anymore. After a passionate kiss, Gu Nanyan was able to get away, and after seeing Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei run out of sight, she kicked Liu Beicheng and left as well. Liu Beicheng patted his kicked pants leg, smiled, and followed him over. Not much later, the 2 arrived at the door of the suite. Gu Nanyan saw Liu Beicheng 2 hands in his pants pockets followed over. She turned to look at him and asked, such a big hotel has no room? Liu Beicheng, no more. Gu Nanyan didn't ring. She realized that Liu Beicheng was getting more and more shameless now. Extremely disgustedly blanking Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan touched the room card and opened the door to the room. The point is that it's useless if she doesn't open the door. They have a room card. They have a room card no matter which house she's staying at. Changing out of the high heels under her feet, Gu Nanyan had just put her jacket and bag down when Liu Beicheng hugged her from behind her, his chin resting on her shoulder. With a look of exhaustion and enjoyment, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him. Does the face really not want it? When Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at her, his lips were impartially pressed on her face, and he said, wasn't it just now as if you were a deep-rooted complainer, saying give me a hug or not, give me a touch or not, and let you return the favor tonight? Liu Beicheng said. His right hand directly reached inside her clothes and touched the softness of her chest a few times. Liu Beicheng brightly took advantage of the situation. Gu Nanyan was not happy, raised her right hand and hit him with her elbow. You think you're a wishing tree? Hands off. After Gu Nanyan finished fighting, Liu Beicheng let go of her and covered his stomach before he sucked in a breath. Gu Nanyan turned around, only to see Liu Beicheng's face pale. When she was in the bar just now, she had noticed that Liu Beicheng's face was not looking very good, only that the lighting in the bar was rather dark and she did not see it clearly. This is now completely clear to see. Pulling Liu Beicheng's shirt sleeve, she tentatively asked, touching porcelain? Liu Beicheng looked up and was going to be angry and laugh at her. Taking off his suit jacket, he sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed his stomach. Only you could think of that. Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng and didn't even take advantage of it. She walked to the tea bar and poured a cup of lukewarm water. In your physical condition, you're still giving me a wish. She could guarantee that if she did have something with him tonight, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning. Not waiting for Liu Beicheng to speak, Gu Nanyan handed over the hot water in her hand. Don't try to be strong if you can't drink it. Who wants you to drink a cup dry? Liu Beicheng rubbed his stomach, and Gu Nanyan knew without asking that it must be that the glass of white wine tonight was drunk fiercely, hurting his stomach. I guess he'd started to get uncomfortable a long time ago, or else he'd poured him a drink at the bar at night and he hadn't taken a sip, drinking all her juice. Besides, you do not feel well early to say early back to rest, tight with them in the bar to spend what? Gu Nanyan handed over the hot water. Liu Beicheng looked up. Heartbroken? Gu Nanyan, in case something happens to you, I still have to go to the hospital to take care of you. I'm heartbroken for myself. Liu Beicheng took her water. Damn, no conscience. Better save your energy by cursing less. After Liu Beicheng rested for a bit, Gu Nanyan urged him to hurry to take a bath and rest early. When Liu Beicheng took his clothes and went to the restroom, Gu Nanyan remembered how he had a mouthful tonight and ended up picking up her cell phone to call Xia Chang. Xia Chang, your boss has an upset stomach. Young lady, I know. Xia Chang hangs up the phone and does his business right away. Boss was resting in the young lady's room, so he definitely couldn't call the doctor over or offer to send boss to the hospital. So it wasn't long before he came knocking on the door with 2 bags of medicine, and after putting the medicine down, he closed the door to his room and was leaving. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan chased her to the door and asked, "You're not taking the person away? Not send them to the hospital?" She was counting on a good night's sleep alone tonight. Outside the doorway, Xia Chang looked at Gu Nanyan in a serious manner and said, "With the young lady taking care of boss will definitely be fine. Young lady, rest early." After saying that, he helped Gu Nanyan close the door to her room and slipped away. Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng really did find a good secretary, a good driver or something. Xia Chang had just left not long ago. Liu Beicheng came out after taking a shower. Gu Nanyan glanced at the medicine on the table. Your secretary sent it over. Liu Beicheng looked at the pile of medicines on the table, and the speed of rubbing his hair slowed down as he said, "Gu Nanyan, Don, T.U." When Liu Beicheng's heart was weak, Gu Nanyan laughed. Xia Chang sent it over. Who do you think it is? Then she added, still a little disappointed. Right. When Liu Beicheng heard that the medicine was sent over by Xia Chang, he instantly relaxed. What am I disappointed in? How did he know that I have an upset stomach? Sometimes, Liu Beicheng was also afraid of Yi Chu's look of being nice to him. Gu Nanyan, besides me, who else told him? With that, she grabbed her clothes and headed to the restroom. Inside the house, Liu Beicheng laughed a little and continued to wipe his hair. It seemed that she still cared about him in her heart and was smart enough not to call Yi Chu over. Even though a long time had passed since that incident, Liu Beicheng still felt no pain in his heart every time he thought of Gu Nanyan shouting at Yi Chu to take care of him. When Gu Nanyan came out of the restroom most of an hour later, Liu Beicheng was already asleep on the bed. Gu Nanyan gently approached over and glanced at him thinking, it seems he is indeed not feeling well today. Turning off the big lights in the house, Gu Nanyan lay down next to the edge of the bed to rest, but someone suddenly embraced her from behind, and with a little force, carried her over. Chapter 95. Your ing killing me. Gu Nanyan was dumbfounded. She thought he was asleep. She didn't make a sound and didn't take care of Liu Beicheng, but Liu Beicheng buried his chin in her shoulder and his hand was taking advantage of her. At this point, Gu Nanyan couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed his hand and threw it away. Liu Beicheng, don't stomp on your nose. Liu Beicheng rolled over and trapped her in his arms. Which little sister-in-law hasn't gotten laid and done it yet? Gu Nanyan laughed at once. How do you know I haven't had sex? Never had sex? You're just a mouthful. Gu Nanyan is very pretty. So pretty that a slight smile from her is so soul-stirring that she can never forget it after seeing it once. Liu Beicheng this time to reflect on. He and Gu Nanyan, no matter what and they are sitting in the husband and wife relationship, is not a conflict. Outside so many people staring at her, they still put not to touch is a bit silly. Gu Nanyan pushed him. Isn't your stomach upset? Why are you still fooling around? Sleep. If Liu Beicheng had been able to do so earlier, she would definitely have been happy. Just now, really not in the mood for that. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan looked at him and said, Liu Beicheng, think about it. If this is really true, you won't be able to get rid of me in this life. Liu Beicheng kissed her lips. Dump you for what? Saying that, he again pressed into her ear and said, you're so capable of tossing you around, so I won't put it out to wreak havoc on others. Untie my hands. That won't work. You like to get your hands dirty. Not only did she not get any sleep last time, but she also smashed her head open. Only, after the two of them messed around for a while, Liu Beicheng still untied Gu Nanyan's hands. In the too fast into the main topic, Gu Nanyan suddenly backed to God, raised his leg to kick Lu Beiqing away, tens of millions of necklaces to other people. Uncomfortable to me here. Want to do things to find me. Lu Beiqing, how do you elbows all the way to the outside? A bit of a good thing all fall on other people. To suffer all the things that let me do. Hurry down and find whoever you like. It was supposed to convince myself to turn a blind eye and be able to land a baby, but really cannot convince himself. Also cannot forget Lu Beiqing yesterday, that cold eyes, and his last time in B City in front of her face. Mission only situation. One person has 1,000 faces, but what Lu Beiqing presents to her is always his coldest side. His immediate interest was just because she hadn't been hitting on him for a while and he wanted to play conquest, except that she didn't seem all that eager to have kids right now, especially not his. Gu Nanyan's kick had accurately landed on top of Lu Beiqing's stomach. After Gu Nanyan retracted her leg back, Lu Beiqing covered his stomach and said through clenched teeth, Gu Nanyan, you're killing me. Gu Nanyan got up, picked up the pajamas on the ground and put them on, and said without warmth, did the fire drain? If not, go out and turn left. Out the door and to the left is Yi Chu's room. Gu Nanyan did not have much mood swings for a necklace, and did not have to let Lu Beiqing and people break. Lu Beiqing can still do what he wants to do, but she has the right to refuse a man whose heart is not in her. You can play outside if you want, but don't go into her arms when something's wrong, and don't look for comfort in her. To whom you give your goodness, your love and affection, and to whom you go when you're not in pain. She doesn't make a haven for anyone, let alone someone who doesn't have her in his heart. As for this marriage between her and Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan is less and less optimistic and less certain. Seeing Gu Nanyan put her clothes back on, Lu Beiqing stopped howling and looked at her and said, the anger hasn't subsided yet? Still jealous? Gu Nanyan poured herself a glass of water, took a sip and said, I'm not angry. I'm not jealous. I just think it's quite pointless. She didn't want to be with him that much, and she wasn't thinking about having children anymore. Gu Nanyan's sentence was quite meaningless, and Lu Beiqing's heart sank. Shinli said that people's patience and feelings would also be worn out a little bit. The night was still deep and quiet. When Gu Nanyan approached over, Lu Beiqing took her hand as he asked, when will this breath slow down? Gu Nanyan did not return him, just glanced at the stomach medicine on the table. Xiaocheng medicine prepared quite full. If you are not comfortable, find yourself. When Gu Nanyan didn't finish speaking, Lu Beiqing yanked her over and made her sit on his lap. While kissing her again, Gu Nanyan said, Lu Beiqing, forget it. All of Lu Beiqing's movements paused, swallowed his saliva, and inexplicably became irritated for a while. Lu Beiqing paused in his kiss, and Gu Nanyan slowly rose away from him. In the past, she didn't need Lu Beiqing to tease her. She could tease him quite sensationally. It was just that when she came back from that business trip, she didn't want to think about it in her head. And even if Lu Beiqing came back every day, she wouldn't think about it that way anymore. Gu Nanyan's confession. Lu Beiqing wanted to be annoyed, wanted to fire, but in his heart, he understood very well that if he continued to quarrel, Gu Nanyan, no matter which way, would only reject him more and more, which was not the result he wanted. So harden your anger. Getting up and walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Beiqing lit a cigarette for himself as he said, you sleep first. He was quite eager just now, but Gu Nanyan's words made his heart go cold. He did seem to have pushed Gu Nanyan out himself. Gu Nanyan glanced at Lu Beiqing's back and yawned. I'm sleepy. I'll sleep first then, without bothering about Lu Beiqing anymore. Gu Nanyan lifted the quilt and rested herself first. Over the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Beiqing didn't turn around and didn't know how long he stood there, until there was absolutely no movement behind him. Lu Beiqing slowly turned around and looked at Gu Nanyan. She fell asleep, mentally stress-free just like that. Lu Beiqing just stared at Gu Nanyan for a long time before slowly approaching over. After looking down at Gu Nanyan for a while, Lu Beiqing bent down and raised his hand to stroke her forehead. Nanyan, you can't go back either? On the bed, Gu Nanyan did not fall asleep, listening to Lu Beiqing's words. Her. Chapter 96. Pay it back tonight with interest. None of them can go back. Gu Nanyan didn't open her eyes to wake up and just kept her eyes closed. Lu Beiqing didn't immediately bend down and stand up either, but kept just looking at her. I don't know how long he looked at her like that before he reached over and turned off the big lights in the room. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan opened her eyes and woke up, Lu Beiqing was already awake and was getting dressed. Turning his face to look at her, he greeted her faintly. Awake? Gu Nanyan put her arm over her eyes and glanced at him. Aha! Then she added, I dreamed about you last night. Dreaming about me what? Dreaming of you while I sleep. Gu Nanyan didn't finish her sentence. Lu Beiqing swept over with a cold eye, so she made a motion to shut up and got up from the bed with a lazy face. Not much later, when the two of them packed up and left the room, Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei came over in a flurry of wind. Seeing Gu Nanyan come out, Lu Jingyang came over in a huff. Smoke, do you know? The lawyer who drugged you yesterday was caught picking up clients last night. Before Gu Nanyan could react, Lu Jingyang added, look at you just focusing on sleeping at night. You missed out on such a good buzz. Last night, the police station received a report that someone was prostituting in a small hotel outside, and a few police officers rushed over at that time. The result kicked open the door of the room to see Guo Lin and a few men inside. TSK, that picture is called unbearable. Ding Sheng Big Morning has already terminated the contract with her. She is afraid that in the future will never be a lawyer again. Lu Jingyang's colorful description made it sound as if he was there last night. Guo Lin last night to Gu Nanyan drug. Is trying to find a few men for Gu Nanyan. See Lu Beicheng later still under the mouth. To see her later still looking for who to support. Did not expect to be Gu Nanyan recognized. Zhou Bei switched the juice over her own did not find. The latter thing, Gu Nanyan did not take action. Because she did not take action, Guo Lin last night cannot end well. Did not expect her to the police station are alarmed. It seems that someone has helped her to take revenge. So listening to Lu Jingyang's words, she turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng. What she was thinking last night. Lu Beicheng watched someone drug her and pour the juice out and that was the end of it? When did he become such a good talker? Dare I say that people have their own arrangements. Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng and said, it's quite heavy-handed, but thanks. Lu Beicheng still had both hands in his pants pockets. Can't understand what you're saying. Gu Nanyan immediately laughed, lifting both hands to hold his arm. Don't after doing such a big good deed, at least leave a name. Besides, if you told me earlier, last night will serve you happy. Gu Nanyan's words, ghosts do not believe. Lu Beicheng left ear in, right ear out also listened to it. She can't think of anyone else but her own pleasure, except for her own benefit. Seeing Lu Beicheng sneer twice without believing her, Gu Nanyan added, why don't you turn around and go back to your room now and finish what you didn't finish last night? Gu Nanyan's fastidiousness. Lu Beicheng stopped his steps and was about to reply when he only saw her laughing again. Right, you have to rush to the meeting. You don't have time. Lu Beicheng took out his right hand from his pocket and cupped her chin. So sincere, pay it back tonight with interest. Gu Nanyan had a spring in her step. Okay, who remembers in the evening what they fooled around with in the morning? Maybe she won't be moved by the end of the day. In fact, the people Lu Beicheng had found for Guo Lin last night were the ones Guo Lin had found for Gu Nanyan, and he was just treating them the same way he had been treated. After a few words, Lu Beicheng had to go to a meeting, and Gu Nanyan didn't follow, citing Lu Beicheng's back as he left. In fact, without that one time, Lu Beicheng, if he could still treat her like before, then they should still get along well. It's just that no one can go back. Smoke, my brother is far away. What are you looking at? Didn't see anything. Not a moment later, when the three came to the restaurant, Gu Nanyan read Zhou Dingjia's case information while absent-mindedly eating breakfast. Lu Jingyang was excited to report, Smoke, your industry issued a circular. The Law Society severely criticized the matter surnamed Gua. There are a lot of people came out to break the news about her, saying that she relies on beauty to grab the case, collects a high percentage of drawbacks, and also receives kickbacks privately. Gu Nanyan gave a laugh. It's really true that what kind of person you are, you suspect others to be. After all the dirt that was thrown at her last night, it turns out that she did all of these things herself. Gu Nanyan back to Lu Jingyang, casually flipped through the chat records of the group. Ding Sheng in the future. I'm afraid the days are not so good. Guo Lin was a veteran lawyer in their firm. There was no way that Ding Sheng didn't know what Guo Lin had done and that they had condoned it. Next to Gu Nanyan, Zhou Bei looked at Gu Nanyan who seemed to have something on her mind. She asked, noisy again last night? Gu Nanyan came back to her senses, put down her cell phone, smiled and said, it wasn't noisy, but the atmosphere was just that. Zhou Bei, Lu Beicheng still can't forget about Shen Weiwei? Lu Jingyang was not happy to hear this. It's been a few years and you still can't forget? If he was so affectionate, he shouldn't have gotten together with Nan Yen in the first place. Besides, her death was not caused by Nan Yen. Immediately afterward, he looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Smoke, it's that Yi Chu now, isn't it? Taking advantage of the fact that she looks a bit similar to Shin Unique to do whatever she wants. I'll immediately find someone to clean her up. Lu Beicheng gave that necklace of tens of millions of dollars to Yi Chu. Lu Jingyang's heart was uncomfortable even now. Gu Nanyan listened to his words and faintly said, you want to build a Lifetime Hope Elementary School? Lu Jingyang heard to build a Lifetime of Hope Elementary School. Scalp numb, that hell of a place he is not going to go. Death will not go. At this time, Gu Nanyan added, you don't have to do anything, and you're not allowed to do it. Lu Beicheng heart already has a person who cannot let go. There is no need to make his heart too crowded. And she understands Lu Beicheng too well. If she really deal with Yi Chu, he will only protect her more. Besides, the main problem was with Lu Beicheng. Even if he cleaned up Yi Chu, there would still be Zhou Chu and Wu Chu in the future. then she should not do anything in the future. It's enough to fight her love rivals in this life. Besides, she didn't like to engage in female competition, so if she couldn't get over it, she'd just pull it off. No need to embarrass herself. Smoke. I'm swallowing for you. It's not the first time. You'll get used to it if you see it a few more times. The more Gu Nanyan didn't care, the more Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei felt bad for her, and the more they wanted to take this out. Unbeknownst to him, this breath had to be taken out on Liu Beicheng. A short while later, as the three of them were about to leave the restaurant after breakfast, their steps stopped for a moment as they looked at the person walking towards them. Chapter 97. Love it. Love it. Looking at Su Mingchen and Su Mingzhu, the two siblings who came face to face, Lu Jingyang's white eyes rolled out of the sky, and Zhou Bei blocked in front of Gu Nanyan with both hands in his pants pockets. What a coincidence. Brother Mingchen also came over for a meeting? Lu Jingyang asked in a gangly manner. Su Mingchen smiled in a gentle manner. Aha! Jingyang, you're quite idle. Saying that, he glanced at Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei again, then said, you're not afraid of mixing it up so much every day that you won't even be able to mix your meals in the end. Su Mingchen's words were a bit provocative, saying that Lu Jingyang had no real power in Lu clan. Lu Jingyang, don't worry, if I'm no good, there's still my smoke sister to support me. I don't need to be like you, Brother Mingchen, to even count on my own father and brother. After Lu Jingyang finished speaking, Su Mingchen's gentle face sank, but he quickly returned to his usual mildness. When he came to Lu Jingyang, he raised his hand to straighten Lu Jingyang's clothes and said with a smile, Jingyang, I hope you can always be this carefree. Lu Jingyang, don't worry Brother Mingchen, I will. Su Mingzhu saw that her brother was connoted. She looked at Lu Jingyang with anger and said, Lu Jingyang, you and Liu Beicheng didn't come out of the same stomach. You will definitely die a miserable death in the future. Lu Jingyang, anyway, it's not buried in your Su family's ancestral tomb, so you don't have to worry about it. Lu Jingyang is confused. Su Mingchen and he said a few words and then looked at Gu Nanyan. Nanyan, you are quite underhanded. Su Mingchen didn't say anything about it, and Gu Nanyan knew that he was referring to Guo Lin's affair, which he assumed was her handiwork. Gu Nanyan didn't deny it and laughed. This kind of thing, we're half a caddy. Saying that she had done it, he seemed to be forgetting how he had treated Tang Wanru, someone else with whom they still had old friendships. Su Mingchen's brows sank, not expecting that she had found out about Tang Wanru's affairs. But yeah, she's a lawyer. Su Mingchen looked straight at her, and Gu Nanyan asked with a smile, hitting so hard, aren't you afraid that Tang Wanru will roll over someday? Su Mingchen held up his glasses. If you're not afraid of Nanyan, what am I afraid of? Since the High-Tech South project, Su's stock price has plummeted, but Su Mingchen has still circled the wagons and grabbed two of Gu's projects. When Gu Nanyan wanted to make a move, Gu Chunghua stopped it, saying that the poor should not be pursued, and to avoid always being in a struggle. Otherwise it would not be beneficial to anyone. Gu Nanyan's unimpressed. Su Mingzhu gasped. Brother, with this kind of people say what nonsense. Do not take care of her, said, and then looked at Gu Nanyan put words. Gu Nanyan, you don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, Beicheng brother only can't look at a woman like you. You can't even give birth to a child. Sooner or later I will snatch him over. You're just waiting to be swept off your feet. Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng have been married for more than 2 years. The elders of the Liu family, even if they are defending her, it is impossible for them to keep liking a Mrs. Liu who can't give birth to a child, and so on in a few more months. When their marriage expires in 3 years, Gu Nanyan's stomach is still not moving. If she misses, Liu's position will not be stable. Gu Nanyan smiled graciously. Okay, I'll sit and wait for you to grab it. Lu Jingyang was happy beside him. If Su Mingzhu really snatched his brother, then he thanked her for the ancestors of the Gu family. If she's happy to do so, let her fight with his brother and be angry with him. Their sister Smoke isn't angry with him anymore. Gu Nanyan smiled and finished. Su Mingchen's cell phone happened to ring. After he answered the call and Gu Nanyan they greeted and took Su Mingzhu and left first. Lu Jingyang, with both hands in his pockets, looked back at the siblings and skimmed his lips. Virtue, but also sooner or later will snatch my brother over. I'll pack her up and send her over. Zhou Bei, I'll help you. Later 2 days, Liu Beicheng has been in a meeting. Gu Nanyan either followed the director to run, or in the case of organizing information busy. Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei early first back to the city center. Gu Nanyan was back in the city center with her law firm colleagues on Monday afternoon. Nanyan, you're back. Just as she entered the house with her front foot, Qin Haiyun warmly greeted her. The maid took Gu Nanyan's duffel bag, and Gu Nanyan hung her jacket off on the coat rack. Mom, why did you come over? Come over to see you. Qin Haiyun, Nanyan, come over and see if you like this gift? Mom, what's so rare that you're so secretive? Qin Haiyun didn't tell her what it was and pulled her towards the living room. following Qin Haiyun to the living room and looking at the beautiful set of sapphire jewelry on the table. Gu Nanyan's smile hitched. Qin Haiyun then asked, Nanyan, do you see how you like this sapphire jewelry set? This is something I went through a lot of trouble to get my hands on. Sometimes beautiful jewelry and limited edition bags are not something you can buy with money. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Qin Haiyun. Like, very much. Needless to say, the little old lady must have known about Liu Beicheng sending Yichu the pink diamond necklace, so she sent her this set of jewelry to apologize for Liu Beicheng. Gu Nanyan's analysis is not wrong. Qin Haiyun did know about this matter. Lu Jingyang sued. If they can't control Liu Beicheng, then let his mom do it. Gu Nanyan replied and added, Mom, I usually can't use these jewels, so keep them for yourself. Otherwise putting them in my place would be crushing dust. Qin Haiyun, I don't mind if I put it to press the dust. It's just for you anyway. Liu Beicheng did that thing. Qin Haiyun angry to death. His own wife does not hurt, put to go to hurt outside the woman. In the end how he thinks, she'd have to give him a good talking to when he got back. Seeing her insistence, Gu Nanyan gave a smile and said, if you're so polite, Mom, then I won't be polite. Gu Nanyan had just accepted the gift when Liu Beicheng returned. Qin Haiyun's face changed when she saw him come back. You still know to come back? Still know there's a home? Liu Beicheng changed his shoes. Eating gunpowder? Qin Haiyun, I didn't just eat gunpowder. I swallowed an atomic bomb. Seeing that Qin Haiyun was going to train her son, Gu Nanyan took the jewelry and went upstairs first. Gu Nanyan left. Qin Haiyun approached and twisted Liu Beicheng's ear. You bastard, are you out of your mind? You sent surname Yi something so valuable, and you still brought her to hang around Nanyan. How do you let Nanyan behave? After Lu Jingyang made that call to her, Qin Haiyun hadn't slept well for 2 days. Liu Beicheng took away Qin Haiyun's hand. She can't even look at my stuff. Qin Haiyun raised her hand and slapped him a few times. Is it because she can't see it, or you don't have the heart? Nanyan has suffered a lot with you in the past 2 years. Don't you have any idea in your heart? The wedding did not do. The wedding ring did not. Even the wedding photos have not been taken. This is to change into her long ago to the Liu family house lifted. Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to open his mouth to speak, Qin Haiyun added, you get the one surname Ji out of my way right away, or I'll do it myself. Liu Beicheng's face sank. Mom, don't worry blindly about my own affairs. You go back to rest earlier, Liu Beicheng said and sent Qin Haiyun away. The car slowly started. Qin Haiyun turned her face to look at the villa. Thinking about Liu Beicheng's nonsense, her heart was still uneasy, and she felt that she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At the entrance of the villa, Liu Beicheng saw that Qin Haiyun had finally left, and he felt relieved with his hands copied in his pants pockets. Not a moment later, he pushed open the bedroom door, and Gu Nanyan had just changed her clothes. Chapter 98 Cashing in on the pie that was painted. Gu Nanyan listened to the movement at the door and while tying her hair, she looked over there and asked, got rid of your mom? Liu Beicheng unbuttoned one of his shirt buttons, looked at her and said, not your mom? Gu Nanyan laughed at once. Yo, so detail-oriented now. Gu Nanyan finished and moved her neck again. After sitting in the car all afternoon, I'm going to take a shower first. When Gu Nanyan took the clothes to the restroom, Liu Beicheng's eyes fell on the jewelry box set on her dresser. Thinking of the necklace that he had gambled on giving to Yichu, he raised his hand and pinched his temples. Only, Gu Nanyan didn't mention that necklace, didn't quarrel with her because of this. Liu Beicheng's heart instead is still not good. Not long after, when Gu Nanyan finished her shower and came out of the restroom, Liu Beicheng also came back from the other restroom after taking a shower. Taking a towel in his right hand and rubbing his hair, he looked faintly at Gu Nanyan, who was wearing a black silk nightgown that set off her skin even whiter. The belt was not tightly or loosely tied to emphasize her figure even more. For a moment, Liu Beicheng's hair rubbing action paused. Gu Nanyan, however, did not look at him at all, as if nothing had happened, walked over to the desk, picked up the paper and pen and wrote down the case ideas that had just occurred to her. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng gently took down the right hand that was rubbing his hair, and the towel was not lightly thrown on the table next to him, and approached the past, bracing his 2 hands on the table to trap Gu Nanyan in his arms. Gu Nanyan, the pie that was drawn for me at the resort 2 days ago, shouldn't it be honored tonight? Liu Beicheng cleaned up Guolin. Gu Nanyan said this favor to return to him with interest. The results of the 2 later 2 days are too busy to get out of the way. This thing also did not cash. Liu Beicheng spat over hot air, and Gu Nanyan raised her hand to block him away. I'm busy here, said very seriously, Zhou Dingjie's case is going to trial tomorrow. Still don't know how the judge will decide. Why don't you go to Mumbai and Shinli for a drink? Liu Beicheng's face sank. You are generous. She's not happy that she's not coming back, and she's not treating her like she's coming back. Gu Nanyan turned back to her face and flipped through the case information in her hand. Zhou Dingjie, this case is the first criminal case I've handled, and also the first case that concerns human life. I've done a lot of preparation for this case, even hung up in the hospital for a few days on a business trip, and every time she thought of Zhou Dingjie she wanted to fight for him so that he would have a chance to see the beauty of the world later instead of leaving with all the hatred and pessimism. After all, he was so young when his mother was killed. Gu Nanyan brought up the case seriously. Liu Beicheng comforted her. Just do your best. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Gu Nanyan smiled. I know. Then you rest first. Liu Beicheng rubbed Gu Nanyan's hair, following which he picked up a book and went to sit on the bed. I sometimes reading a book, sometimes falling on Gu Nanyan's body. See her wearing black pajamas, a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Liu Beicheng felt quite eye-catching, also wondering if it was time to let go of the past, having chosen to forgive in the first place. Then he shouldn't hold on to it. I don't know how long it took. Gu Nanyan finally stretched out and finished her work, stood up with a yawn and looked at Liu Beicheng still sitting on the bed without sleeping. She smiled again at once. Waiting for me? Liu Beicheng looked up. Busy. Gu Nanyan approached to the side of the bed, lifted the covers and sat down, rubbing her not-so-hot feet against him. For the time being, I'm busy, and although I'm already working on Zhou Dingjie's mental state, I can't provide a valid diagnosis yet. Speaking here, Gu Nanyan let out another heavy breath. I hope the judge will be lenient with the sentence tomorrow and give Zhou Dingjie a hope. Normally Gu Nanyan always carried jokes and didn't show her heavy side too easily. At this moment, talking so seriously with Liu Beicheng about her work, Liu Beicheng's heart was a little touched. Since they'd been married, they'd rarely talked about things so calmly. Liu Beicheng put down the book in his hand, looked at her and asked, You want to be convicted of manslaughter? Gu Nanyan turned her face to Liu Beicheng. Manslaughter was mentioned in the last trial. The prosecution side said that there was retaliation. What I'm thinking now is that he has been in this state of depression and unhealthy upbringing for a long period of time, and he is definitely not mentally sound, but he can't get a diagnosis either. Liu Beicheng, I have never felt like pulling a person like this, never felt a person this innocent. Even when she herself married Liu Beicheng and was left out in the cold by Liu Beicheng for more than 2 years, she had never sympathized with herself like this. After a pause, Gu Nanyan continued. Director Xia and also lawyer Xia, they said that the big possibility is immediate execution. I think Zhou Dingjie's crime shouldn't be this bad. If people can understand his life situation, they will understand. Director Xia also said that this current enthusiasm of Gu Nanyan was rare, and hoped that she could always maintain it. At Gu Nanyan's emotion, Liu Beicheng wrapped his arm around her and kissed her on the forehead. All the hard work you've done will definitely pay off. Gu Nanyan leaned her head against his shoulder. I hope so too. Liu Beicheng reached out and turned off the lights in the room. You still have to go to court tomorrow. Rest early. Aha! Gu Nanyan responded to Liu Beicheng, and then she got under the covers, only a little preoccupied. He tossed and turned in his bed for a long time without falling asleep. When she tossed and turned like this, Liu Beicheng couldn't sleep either. When Gu Nanyan rolled over again and left her back to him, Liu Beicheng reached out and took Gu Nanyan into his arms as he said, Gu Nanyan, don't be so nervous. Gu Nanyan turned around and looked at him through the gray light in the room and said, I've never been so worried about my damn college entrance exam. If this case hadn't been Zhou Dingjie, if she hadn't learned so much about what was behind it, she might not have thought about it so much. Liu Beicheng saw her bring up the college entrance exam, so he diverted his attention by saying, How many lessons have old Shin and I given you to make up? Of course you're not worried. Gu Nanyan reading, usually basically sleepover, and when it is almost time to take the test, let Liu Beicheng Shenli to give her a lecture. Temporary hold a Buddha foot. As a result, every big test opened up, and the college entrance examination even took the second place in the city. Her brain, the people playing in their circle are all convinced. Liu Beicheng talked about the things she did when she was studying, and Gu Nanyan let out a giggle. At that time, she was indeed quite mad. The two of them chatted about the past, and seeing that Gu Nanyan's attention was diverted, Liu Beicheng suddenly asked, There's nothing you want to say to me when I send you something? For more than 2 years, the more generous Gu Nanyan was in this marriage, the more uncomfortable Liu Beicheng felt in his heart. Chapter 99 You ignore him. He sticks to you instead. Liu Beicheng suddenly asked about this. Gu Nanyan first looked at him, and then said with a smile, Is this waiting for me to make trouble? Waiting for me to find someone to get the necklace back? Before Liu Beicheng had a chance to speak, Gu Nanyan said, Don't tell me that you are deliberately taking Yi Chu to stimulate me. You have to like it. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng pressed her into his arms. Sleep. Being pulled into Liu Beicheng's arms like this, Gu Nanyan didn't speak again, and after nestling in his arms for a while, Gu Nanyan raised her head to look at him and said, Liu Beicheng, your heart is heavier than mine. Gu Nanyan closed her eyes when she said that. Liu Beicheng lowered his eyes to look at her. Seeing that she didn't withdraw from his arms, Her closed eyes had long eyelashes. Liu Beicheng rolled over and trapped her in his arms, one hand on the back of her neck, and one hand pushing towards her waist. Gu Nanyan grabbed his hand. This time it's a real period. I'll cash you in next time. Rejecting Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan thinks that people are born with a nature. You don't want to sleep with him anymore, but he wants to sleep with you instead. It wasn't like she had seduced him tonight. It was just small talk and he couldn't resist. Liu Beicheng saw that she had a serious face, and counting the days was not lying. He took her hand and went down. Gu Nanyan's heart immediately ran through 10,000 grass mud horses. But after being so disturbed by Liu Beicheng for a while, her sleepiness came. When Liu Beicheng later wiped her hands, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep. The next day, when Liu Beicheng opened his eyes and woke up, Gu Nanyan was no longer by his pillow. When he cleaned himself up and went downstairs, Zhang's wife reported, "Young master, young madam had a case in court today and left the house an hour ago." "Aha!" Liu Beicheng answered Mrs. Zhang and went out directly without having breakfast at home. In the courtroom, it was not yet time for the trial to begin, and Gu Nanyan had already come over early. The case of Zhou Yudingjie is in court for the second time today, and I'm afraid there will be a result this time. The Forest Academy. Shaw Yard. Gu, you're here so early today. Yeah, this is not a case in the morning. Gu Nanyan greeted the person with a smile on her face. After that and after chatting a few more sentences the other person went to work. Gu Nanyan continued to busy herself with her own things. A few minutes short of 9 o'clock, after the presiding judge and the jurors and the prosecution all came over, Gu Nanyan also entered her seat. Seeing Zhou Dingjie being brought in, Gu Nanyan's breathing slowed down and her eyes stayed on Zhou Dingjie's body. When they looked at each other, Zhou Dingjie's eyes were obviously brighter than earlier when he saw Gu Nanyan. He kept looking at Gu Nanyan, and his eyes seemed to be telling Gu Nanyan that no matter how it ended he appreciated Gu Nanyan's respect and dedication to her, as well as all the effort she had put in for him. October 2023, as the judge's voice came in, the case finally went into its official session, with the public prosecution addressing some of the questions from the last session. Gu Nanyan stood up, and she first glanced at Zhou Dingjie before looking at the presiding judge and the two judges. Gu Nanyan said, "Presiding judge and judge, Zhou Dingjie hurt his own father, as well as his two uncles to death because of his mother's death from domestic violence 10 years ago, which has already happened and is irreversible, and is a fact that no one wants to see. But I believe that the person in question, Zhou Dingjie, is more reluctant than anyone else to go through such a thing, more than anyone else, is reluctant to have the blood of 3 relatives on his hands. If time can be rewound he must hope that his own mother will not go through that domestic violence, and that his mother will be able to grow up with him." Another fact that we can all see in this case is that Zhou Dingjie grew up in an incomplete, even cruel, environment, where no one ever educated him properly. No one tried to teach him to be a person like us. Ask a 9-year-old who witnessed the murder of his own mother how he got through the subsequent 10 years or so, and what has kept him going, and what has kept him going, and what has kept his father from ever looking for him after he left the family home. And he has supported himself by picking up garbage and working odd jobs at construction sites. He had no friends, no teachers or classmates, not even one person to talk to. Presiding judge, although I can't get out a determination that Zhou Dingjie has a mental disorder. Everyone here doesn't need a determination to tell whether or not this teenager's mental growth is sound. Also, I went to Zhou Dingjie's old home the other day and picked up some of his surrounding neighbors' memories of that year, as well as their views on Zhou Dingjie as a child. The Procurator General, would you like us to listen to these witnesses' testimonies first? If there is a need at a later stage, I can invite all the witnesses who provided testimony to come and testify. As the presiding judge listened to Gu Nanyan's heartfelt words, he said, "Agree for the defense to play the testimony of the crowd witnesses." After the presiding judge's side agreed, Gu Nanyan glanced at Xiao Qiu's side, and Xiao Qiu broadcast the video. "That year that thing? I was present. Pull all cannot pull the Zhou family 3 brothers. Hard to live to death. Die a good death. The doll has been next to the crying a few miserable, kneeling and hugging begging his father not to fight. That kicked the baby out of more than 2 meters away. We went to pull the fight. The 3 brothers of the Zhou family is so fierce even we have to beat. Scolded us dog with a rat meddling, but also said that the wife is married back to beat, otherwise white to rice to eat. Dingjie that doll. Good sin. From childhood and obedient learning and good. His mother is also honest people, usually not much to say only no to do. His mother was killed. That is not a human father every day to keep him in the pigsty. Grandma and grandpa to pick up cannot. The school also do not let him on. This child is too bitter. He later did that thing we do not have people to say that is the Zhou family deserved. A good daughter-in-law to kill people. Dingjie the child used to be so good, often help his mother to do things. All day is to follow his mother. His father likes to drink to beat them both mother and 2. Then fortunately Dingjie ran out, or also be killed. Although Zhou Dingjie has only studied with us for 2 years, but this child is very tame, and his academic performance is very good. The exams are all perfect scores. He is a very smart child. And then I heard that something happened at home. His father did not allow him to study. And then later, once brought Zhou Dingjie's teacher will no longer speak. What's that doll's crime? A life for a life. They beat his mom to death. Isn't it normal for him to beat others to death? What kind of man is he if he doesn't have any blood in his veins? Dingjie has been a good boy since he was a child. And if he hadn't gotten into that father's way, he would have been a productive child. Dingjie's life is hard. And so is his mom's. We all hope that nothing happens to Dingjie, because we all know that he wouldn't hurt anyone else. Dingjie Zhou. Gu Nanyan interviewed a lot of people. Are some of Zhou Dingjie's neighbors? Are very simple farmers. What they say is the truth of what they saw that year. Mention Zhou Dingjie's real father and 2 uncles. The guy's head straight shake. That's the bully of their village. Beating his own daughter-in-law to death without a shred of guilt and still running roughshod over the village. Looking at those long-lost folks, Zhou Dingjie's eyes are red. The eyes of the people present are red. Are into a silence. Chapter 100 Final Results. After Gu Nanyan's interview video was played, her own eyes were red, for it did not occur to me that there was such a gloomy side to this wonderful society of today, and such a backwardness of thought. Presiding judge, I'm done with my mass evidence. Then let the defense make their closing arguments. Gu Nanyan, through the mass testimony just now, I believe that everyone also understands the subject's living environment back then, and also understands why he wanted to escape from the Zhou family, and should also be able to see that my client grew up in a completely unhealthy environment. So what he did could not be controlled also stems from the family and the environment in which he grew up, combined with the testimony given at the last trial and the above today. I hope the presiding judge will use his discretion in sentencing and be able to give the client a chance at a new life. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, the presiding judge looked at the plaintiff's side opposite her and said, "Does the plaintiff have any more questions to ask?" "No." "Zhou Dingjie, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Zhou Dingjie listened to the words of the presiding judge, first looked up at Gu Nanyan, then looked at the presiding judge and said, "For so many years I have not been able to forget the situation where my mother was beaten to death alive, and for so many years I have been able to survive, and it is indeed because of the thought of avenging my mother's death. I admit that I'm guilty. I admit that I killed someone. So whatever the law decides for me, I plead guilty and I'll lie down." Speaking here, Zhou Dingjie looked at Gu Nanyan again. "Lawyer Gu, thank you. Thank you for treating me with respect, and thank you for encouraging me and working hard. You were the first person in this community, other than my mom, who made me feel warm and fuzzy, and I'll always remember you." Zhou Dingjie's eyes reddened when he said the word forever. He made an effort to smile at Gu Nanyan, but 2 lines of tears fell out. Perhaps, his eternity would be short, and he would never be able to experience those lives that Gu Nanyan said he had lived, nor would he be able to eat those delicious foods. Zhou Dingjie's few words of thanks. Gu Nanyan's eyes also reddened. At this time, the presiding judge and the trial judge also finished their discussion and pronounced the sentence. According to Article 232 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, Zhou Dingjie is found guilty of the crime of intentional homicide, and is hereby sentenced to death, with a 2-year reprieve from execution. After the judge pronounced his sentence, he looked at Zhou Dingjie again and said, "Zhou Dingjie, you should not give up on yourself either." Gu Nanyan listened to the judge's verdict. Tears instantly fluttered down. Although it is a death sentence, but not an immediate execution, general intentional homicide cannot be suspended. But Zhou Dingjie is self-surrendered, and he from the beginning of the plea of guilty attitude is very positive, coupled with the perennial living environment, resulting in the mental state is not normal, and even after talking to her a few times before he was able to express himself normally. During the first trial, he himself also expressed that he did not go back at that time thinking that he had to kill someone, that he was also afraid, and that it was his father's and his uncle's words that provoked him, and that he could not control himself for a moment before going to the kitchen to get a knife, and that he did not go back with a knife. Gu Nanyan organized herself, and the staff had already arrived before Zhou Dingjie. Seeing that he was going to be taken in to go, Zhou Dingjie turned his face to Gu Nanyan. "Lawyer Gu, don't be upset. Thank you." Zhou Dingjie still doesn't know what's going on with him, and he doesn't know what's going to happen to him afterward. Gu Nanyan nodded vigorously at him. "Aha! I'm not sad." The crowd in the auditorium began to disperse, and Director Xia and the others came over. "Counselor Gu, hard work. Counselor Gu, hard work. Xiao Gu, hard work." Director Xia patted Gu Nanyan's shoulder, honored that he had such a dedicated and trusting lawyer for his client. This purity and defiance of Gu Nanyan is not possessed by every lawyer. Gu Nanyan looked up at Director Xia. "Director Xia, thank you all for the help you've given me during this time and the ideas you've provided me with." When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Another figure suddenly came over from behind the crowd. Gu Nanyan looked up and was instantly surprised, not realizing that he had also come to hear the trial today. Chapter 101 Create a Small Miracle. Gu Nanyan's surprise. Liu Beicheng approached over, raised his hand and rubbed her hair, followed by gently holding her into his arms. Hard work. Gu Nanyan, who was serious about her work and about fighting for her clients' rights and interests, stunned Liu Beicheng. In the courtroom she was serious, solemn and grave, and the usual playful Gu Nanyan was a different person, such a Gu Nanyan who respects the law. Liu Beicheng can't help but wonder, did she really set that fire? Liu Beicheng's condolences. Gu Nanyan smiled faintly. Thank you. This was the first case that Liu Beicheng had come to see her since she had been practicing. When Director Xia and the others saw Liu Beicheng coming, each of them was curious in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. As early as the meeting at the resort, Director Xia could see the cats meow, but just didn't say anything about it. Liu Beicheng came. Director Xia they greeted the two and went back to the law firm first. When Liu Beicheng sent Gu Nanyan said she wanted to go to see Zhou Dingjie, so Liu Beicheng accompanied her to the prison. In the past, it was always Liu Jingyang who accompanied Gu Nanyan so much. Half an hour later, when Gu Nanyan arrived at the prison, Zhou Dingjie had just been sent back, and the staff still let him meet with Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Dingjie seemed to be a little more emotional than the other lawyers and clients. Inside the meeting table, Zhou Dingjie saw that Gu Nanyan came to see her so quickly and thought that she was worried about her mental capacity. So he comforted, Lawyer Gu, thank you, there are still 2 years left, I'm already satisfied. Even though those 2 years hadn't meant anything to him, and going to his death today wasn't much different than going to his death tomorrow. Gu Nanyan listened to Zhou Dingjie's words and told him with a twinkle in her eye, Zhou Dingjie, we'll most likely have more than just 2 years. You must be hopeful. As Gu Nanyan's words fell, the boy's eyes widened, not quite understanding what Gu Nanyan had said anymore. At this point, Gu Nanyan continued, if you perform well during this 2-year observation period and don't have any subjective sense of criminality, we can reduce your sentence. And if you can continue to perform well at a later stage or if you have meritorious behavior we can get out of prison. Although even then we'd still have to spend 20 or so years in jail, we'd still have a chance to see the beauty of the world. Zhou Dingjie, there are still a lot of meaningful things in this world, and there are also a lot of good people. We shouldn't only have sadness and hatred when we come to walk in this world, we should also feel the beauty of this world. So I hope that you will be able to cheer up, and be able to have hope for the future. When Gu Nanyan was talking to Zhou Dingjie, she kept talking about us. The boy listened to her cry of we, and listened to the future she painted with herself. He couldn't stop looking at Gu Nanyan, and his eyes suddenly reddened. His eyes were particularly bright, as if he had already seen the future that Gu Nanyan said he would meet good people and good things. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smile as the boy nodded vigorously. Counselor Gu, I'll work hard, I'll hold out hope. He believed in all the good things Gu Nanyan said, whether they were people or things, because Gu Nanyan was the most beautiful he had ever encountered. Speaking here, Zhou Dingjie looked at Gu Nanyan again very seriously and said, I hope that I can have the opportunity to treat Lawyer Gu to a meal with the money I earn in the future. Gu Nanyan smiled and reached out to hold Zhou Dingjie's hand. I'll wait for you. After that, Gu Nanyan explained some things to Zhou Dingjie and encouraged him a bit. When the meeting time was coming to an end, Gu Nanyan said, next time I'll bring you some books and dictionaries, so you can read them when you have time. Thank you, Counselor Gu. Both of them saw that the time was up, but thinking that they would have the chance to meet again later, neither of them were afraid. Gu Nanyan thought to herself, Zhou Dingjie is a very smart person, he will surely figure it out during this time in prison. Surely he can forget all the past things, surely he can start his new life. Although people have a death, but Gu Nanyan still insist on their own. Come to this world to go, always have to experience some good, cannot be all suffering. Liu Beicheng had been waiting outside for Gu Nanyan, and when Gu Nanyan came out, he raised his right hand and then rubbed the back of her neck. He also looked back at Zhou Dingjie as the two left. This boy, he was on the verge of bringing out Gu Nanyan's motherly love. Inside the meeting room, the boy watched Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng leave, only wishing that his lawyer Gu could live happily for the rest of her life, not encountering any sadness, and that all the people she met were good people, people who would love and cherish her. As the two left the prison, Liu Beicheng held the steering wheel with both hands, turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and said, You're very attached to this Zhou Dingjie. Gu Nanyan twisted her head and glanced at Liu Beicheng. Seeing that he seemed to be jealous, she said, If you want to put your head on hold there, I'll be up on you. Liu Beicheng's face sank, freeing his right hand to pinch Gu Nanyan's chin, and with a little force he yanked her to him, then leaned down and kissed her lips. After Liu Beicheng kissed, Gu Nanyan said with a sigh of relief, Although it's not the best outcome, it's not the worst outcome either. Liu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan's hand and gently kneaded it. Gu Nanyan, who was serious about her work, fascinated him. Gu Nanyan looked back at him. She was indeed quite surprised that he was able to come to the court hearing today. When her eyes retracted, Gu Nanyan's phone rang. Another party called Gu Nanyan and he communicated and hung up the phone. Liu Beicheng said, "Eat together at noon." Gu Nanyan looked at her watch. "Next time, there are things to do today." The end of this case means the beginning of another. Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan and agreed by default. Just suddenly realized that Gu Nanyan has grown up. She is no longer the Gu Nanyan who would skip classes and didn't like to write homework, but the Gu Nanyan who can stand on her own. She has a job and a career that she loves. She has things that she wants to do. She is not like what he thinks. Her world is only him, Liu Beicheng, and she is only thinking about how to trick him into having a child. She takes her work more seriously than she does the whole childbearing thing. For a moment, Liu Beicheng felt as if he had missed the most important part of Gu Nanyan's growth, the step she took from school into society. When the car stopped downstairs at the law firm, Gu Nanyan opened the door and got out of the car, bending down and said to Liu Beicheng, "I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Thank you for your understanding and support of my work during this period of time now." With that, he slapped the car door again and said, "I'm going up first, so you go get busy too." Aha! Promising Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng did not leave right away, but kept on eyeing her. Only when Gu Nanyan's figure disappeared from sight did Liu Beicheng start the vehicle and leave. "Gu Lu, congratulations. Gu Lu, congratulations on your little miracle today." Chapter 102. Do you like her? Zhou Dingjie's case. In fact, before there was a similar sentence to immediate execution of the death penalty, so Gu Nanyan's sentence suspended is also considered a small breakthrough. At least she fought for the parties to the opportunity. What's more, in a situation where everyone doesn't look favorably on her, Gu Nanyan is still very serious about sticking up for herself and is still working hard. Lawyer Gu, we all need to learn from you. At this moment, Gu Nanyan had just entered the law firm in front of her, and her colleagues were setting off small gift flowers for her to congratulate her. Gu Nanyan listened to everyone's congratulations and laughed. I'm flattered. I still need to keep working hard in the future. Gu Lu, you're pretty good. That's not it, Gu Nanyan said with a smile, not feeling like she was winning. However, there are no winners and losers in this matter of law. They only give evidence and hope that this society will be fair and just. At the same time, Qin Haiyun thought about it at home for a night, thinking that it was not a thing for Liu Beicheng to keep Yichu around all the time, and that this would affect Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan's feelings. In the restaurant, the two sat opposite each other. Yichu looked at Qin Haiyun on the opposite side of the table. She clenched and pinched her two hands together, and carefully shouted, "Auntie." Yichu's timid appearance. Qin Haiyun picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. "Little Yi, since I called you out today, I'll get right to the point. I'm looking for you today because I want you to resign from Liu's group. I want you to leave Beicheng and not disturb Beicheng and Nanyan's life." At Qin Haiyun's bluntness, Yichu grasped the edge of the dining table with both hands, straightened his back, looked at Qin Haiyun with a serious face and said, "Auntie, there's nothing between me and Beicheng, and I've never wanted to destroy Beicheng's and Nanyan's lives." Yichu just finished. Qin Haiyun directly pulled a black face and said, "I care what you think. Care you want to think about destroying Beicheng and Nanyan's life. I am now just looking at you uncomfortable. Is that you want you to disappear from the side of Beicheng? Is that you do not want you to work for Liu's group? Can't you? No matter what." She was also Liu Beicheng's mom, the big boss lady of Liu's group. With Qin Haiyun's rigid attitude, Yichu looked at her with a reddened face, not knowing what to say for a moment. Qin Haiyun spoke even worse than Gu Nanyan, and she was still the elder. After staring at Qin Haiyun like this for a while, Yichu said, "Auntie, Beicheng, he kept me in the company because I just look a little bit similar to Unique. He just couldn't let go of Unique. Auntie, if I were to leave North City just like that, to cut off all thoughts of North City just like that, don't you think that would be cruel?" Since he couldn't reason with Qin Haiyun, Yichu directly moved Xin Unique out. When she moved Xin Unique out, Qin Haiyun became even more upset. "Then you dare to do whatever you want just because you have a few resemblances to Unique? Besides, I don't think you guys are alike." To step back even further, the Only has been gone for years, and it's long past time for North City to forget about her. Something I hadn't thought of until you reminded me. So look, when you're going to get your separation done, don't leave it at the office to get in my way, or else you'll really upset me, and that won't be so nice. The last time she asked Gu Nanyan to give her a check, she ran off to complain to Liu Beicheng, so Qin Haiyun didn't even have a check this time. If she still didn't listen, then she wouldn't be so nice in the future. With Qin Haiyun's aggressiveness, Yichu held his tongue for a long time before saying, "Auntie, jobs aren't that easy to find nowadays, so allow me to think about it and give me some time." Qin Haiyun's words had been said to this extent, Yichu could not afford not to respond. But he just did not expect Shin Hyun to like Gu Nanyan so much and stand up for her so much. When Yichu said to give her some time, Shin Hyun didn't linger in the restaurant for much longer and called out to the waiter to buy the bill and left first. At the heel of the dining table, Yichu looked at Shin Hyun, who got up and left. She raised her hand and touched the pink necklace that she wore inside her clothes, then exhaled helplessly. After leaving the restaurant, Shin Hyun thought about Yichu's matter is still bad and disturbing, worried that Gu Nanyan and Lu Beicheng is going to have a gap. Let the driver send her to the Royal Bay. For the sake of having grandchildren soon, she had to keep a close eye on the two for a while, and couldn't let them just run out of steam. Shin Hyun was from the past, so she still had the old thought that the young couple's unstable relationship was because they didn't have children. At 7 in the evening, Gu Nanyan returned home from work and saw that Shin Hyun had come over again today. She greeted, "Mom, coming over." Shin Hyun saw that Gu Nanyan had returned and went over to greet her with a smile on her face. "I have nothing to do at home and came over to see you," Shin Hyun said, taking Gu Nanyan's bag and handing it to the servant next to her, and added, "I burned your favorite ribs, and also stewed sweet soup." "Thanks, Mom." Gu Nanyan and Shin Hyun were so stressed out in their hearts as they said thank you. Needless to say, I'm sure I want grandchildren again. A few moments later, when the two of them sat down at the table to eat, Shin Hyun had just served Gu Nanyan her soup when the phone she had placed next to her rang. Lu Beicheng called. Shin Hyun glanced at the prompts on her cell phone screen, then glanced at Gu Nanyan. Watching Gu Nanyan glance at her cell phone, Shin Hyun finally put the call through. "Beicheng, when are you coming back?" "I'll be with." Shin Hyun words have not finished. Lu Beicheng will be cold and clear to interrupt her said, "Mom, you went to find Yichu today?" As Lu Beicheng's words fell, there was a silence in the restaurant, and Shin Hyun raised her head to look at Gu Nanyan and then pulled her eyes back. She didn't answer the phone right away just now because she was afraid that Lu Beicheng would ask about it, but it turned out that she still asked. Shin Hyun was silent for a long time, thinking, since things have been stabbed, since Lu Beicheng phone call over, then she is not hiding how to say. Anyway, she is on the side of Nanyan. When Shin Hyun thought of this, he justified himself by saying, "It's gone to her. I told her to resign from Lu's and disappear from your heels." On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng's voice got louder all of a sudden. "Shin Hyun, don't make trouble for me, okay?" Lu Beicheng's voice was loud, and when Shin Hyun's face didn't look too good, Gu Nanyan's face didn't look good either. It seemed that he was fighting for Yichu again. The last time she took a check to Yichu, he dumped it on her. Next to Gu Nanyan, Shin Hyun was about to go berserk when Lu Beicheng said again with a headache, "I didn't have anything with her in the first place. If you go to her like this, what will you do in case someone else really has that idea?" Shin Hyun didn't like to hear this. "If you don't have that idea, why do you keep her in the secretary's office all the time?" "Lu Beicheng, I have more than 20 secretaries in my secretary's office. Most of them are female. Why do I have to have thoughts about her? On the contrary, what is your own identity? You do not have a count in your heart? You have nothing to do to give others to raise what identity?" Shin Hyun was well endowed as a child, so it was simple to live to this age. At this moment, when she heard Lu Beicheng say this, she thought it made sense, and her son really didn't seem to have that intention. And when she looked up at Gu Nanyan, she only saw Gu Nanyan lowering her head to eat, and her face wasn't as ugly as it was just now. Seeing this, Shin Hyun asked, "Beicheng, so what you're saying is that you don't like the surname Yi?" Chapter 103 Planning to keep me from sleeping tonight? Seeing this, Shin Hyun asked, "Beicheng, so what you're saying is that you don't like the surname Yi? What do I like her for?" Lu Beicheng got a little angry when he heard this and added, "I don't like it, so Mom, calm down a little and don't add to the drama." Shin Hyun, I know. I won't look for her in the future is all." Immediately afterward, Shin Hyun asked, "Beicheng, then do you like Nanyan? Did you marry Nanyan because of the pressure from me and your father?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng said with amusement, "Who can force me to do what I don't want to do?" Shin Hyun followed up with, "Then you do like Nanyan, don't you?" Gu Nanyan was following her at the moment, so Shin Hyun wanted Lu Beicheng to give a heart pill so that both she and Gu Nanyan would feel better in their hearts. On that side, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and rubbed his temples. "Mom, I still have something to do. I'll hang up first." Without answering Shin Hyun positively, Lu Beicheng directly hung up the phone. Shin Hyun saw Lu Beicheng hang up the phone, while she was in a springtime mood, looking at Gu Nanyan with a smile on her face and said, "Nanyan, you see, I told you Beicheng definitely doesn't like surname Yi. He definitely likes you in his heart." Shin Hyun's happy. Gu Nanyan gave her a dish. "Mom, eat." It's hard for the little old lady to be so busy tossing and turning. Shin Hyun looked at the dishes Gu Nanyan clamped. She said in a serious tone, "Both you and Beicheng are too proud and stubborn. Neither one of you is convinced of the other. If you can have a child, There will be more places for the two of you to give each other steps, and the relationship will be eased. For more than 2 years, Shin Hyun has been talking about children for 3 sentences, and Gu Nanyen gets a headache when she hears about it. Shin Hyun saw that Gu Nanyen was muffled and just focused on eating. She was immediately alert. Nanyen, do you not want to give birth? She knew in her heart of hearts that her son had made some kind of a mess and was out of his depth anyway. Playing a child is not a good idea. Shin Hyun's face is serious. Gu Nanyen, sang. I gave birth to the mom. Shin Hyun was relieved to hear this from Gu Nanyen. It's good that you're willing to give birth. Anyway, I'll recognize you Gu Nanyen as my Lu family's daughter-in-law. Shin Hyun had watched Gu Nanyen grow up, and hadn't brought her up much before, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was half her daughter. The girl she'd watched grow up. She certainly wouldn't want to land in someone else's house. I'll let mom have her grandchildren early. Gu Nanyen's face was serious, but in her heart, she was thinking just don't strike her when thunder strikes. This soup is for Bei Chang. When Bei Chang comes back, you remember to let him drink it. Aha! After the two mothers finished eating, Shin Hyun accompanied Gu Nanyen to chat for a while, said that he had to go back to take care of Lu Beicheng his father and went back first. As soon as Shin Hyun left, Gu Nanyen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that this was over for today. At almost 1 in the morning, when Gu Nanyen was sleeping soundly, the bedroom door was suddenly gently pushed open. After Lu Beicheng hung his suit jacket on the coat rack, he removed the tie from his neck and unbuttoned his shirt by one. In a series of movements, his eyes never left Gu Nanyen, always looking at her. After hanging the tie on the coat rack, Lu Beicheng approached the bedside and raised his hand to caress her forehead. On the bed, Gu Nanyen's eyes suddenly opened and greeted him sleepily. Back. Despite the sleepy look, it was still the same good-natured look it used to be. Lu Beicheng's right hand that fell on her forehead withdrew. Woke you up? No. Gu Nanyen half squinted her eyes and said again in a confused voice. You wash up early and rest. Aha! Lu Beicheng answered, then took the clothes and went to the restroom. It wasn't long before he came out of the restroom after a shower, his face a little white and ugly. Taking a backward glance at Gu Nanyen on the bed, Lu Beicheng walked over to the cabinet and rummaged around. His stomach was upset, and he remembered that there was medicine in the drawer, but he just couldn't get it out after searching for a while at this point. At this time, the lights in the house were suddenly turned on. Lu Beicheng turned around to see that Gu Nanyen had sat up from the bed. She asked, "What are you looking for?" "Nothing." Gu Nanyen looked up at Lu Beicheng's face and could tell right away that he didn't look too good. Getting out of bed in her bare feet and coming to him, she placed her hand on his stomach and gently rubbed it. "Stomach upset?" Before Lu Beicheng could reply, Gu Nanyen found his medicine from the cabinet drawer next to him. "It's to find this medicine." "Right." Gu Nanyen could see that he was not feeling well and even gave him the medicine to find out. Lu Beicheng was suddenly a little touched. Married for over 2 years and for the first time she felt like a proper wife. Taking the medicine Gu Nanyen handed him, Lu Beicheng reminded, "Put your shoes on." The night was deep and quiet. Both spoke softly, yet with infinite penetration, seeming to strike each other's hearts. Gu Nanyen turned to put on her shoes. Lu Beicheng said behind her, "Tonight Zhang Hall came back, and has been at Zhang's house at night." Throughout the night, Lu Beicheng was the first to meet with the leaders, the first to communicate the ideas, and basically finalized the project of the 11th Bureau. When it came to work, he was just as serious as Gu Nanyen. As Lu Beicheng made a rare explanation, Gu Nanyen turned around and asked, "You haven't eaten yet?" Gu Nanyen's pleasantries and questions. Lu Beicheng stared at her without saying anything. It was true that he hadn't eaten, and he hadn't eaten all day today. It was just that in the past there wouldn't have been this kind of questioning between him and Gu Nanyen. Lu Beicheng didn't say anything, and Gu Nanyen yawned and said, "I'll go down and find you if there's anything to eat." Without waiting for Lu Beicheng to speak, Gu Nanyen went downstairs. In the kitchen, Gu Nanyen rummaged around. "Really do not know how to cook. Even cook a bowl of noodles feel difficult, so simply Shin Hyun evening stewed soup to heat up. By the way, steamed 2 steamed buns for him. What's in the crock pot?" Gu Nanyen covered the lid of the steamer when Lu Beicheng's voice suddenly came from behind her. Gu Nanyen turned around, only to see Lu Beicheng's handsome face disliking her face. Looking faintly at Lu Beicheng suddenly rested his chin on her shoulder again. Gu Nanyen didn't push him away, and said carelessly, 10 whole soup. Your mom personally came over to stew it." After Gu Nanyen finished speaking, Lu Beicheng unfolded his arms and wrapped them around her waist. "Planning on not letting me sleep tonight? Gu Nanyen, I do have this heart. I'm afraid you can't top it." Before Gu Nanyen finished speaking, Lu Beicheng cupped her chin and blocked her lips. Gu Nanyen put both her hands against his chest, but Lu Beicheng kissed her more passionately. It was rare that she thought of him tonight and went down to the kitchen to find him something to eat. Lu Beicheng kissed Gu Nanyen passionately, picked her up and put her on the case table, wrapped one hand around her back waist, and pushed the robe away with one hand on her thigh. Chapter 104 Catch Her Off Guard. Seeing that Liu Beicheng was not honest, Gu Nanyan raised her hand and slapped the back of his hand. Spermatozoa, the place is not even picked. Gu Nanyan slapped Liu Beicheng's hand away and was about to push him away when Liu Beicheng's hand on her waist slightly exerted force and yanked her back again. Gu Nanyan was a bit amused. By this time, the soup she had heated up just happened to be ready as well. Gu Nanyan glanced at the soup, then looked at Liu Beicheng and pinched his chin. Can you satisfy me if you don't drink your mom's 10 perfect soup? You feed yourself first before you feed me. When she finished, she jumped off the case table in a flash. Liu Beicheng couldn't get enough of looking at Gu Nanyan, and then came to the dining room, only to see Gu Nanyan serving him a very, very large bowl of soup, which was filled with ginseng and deer antler. Liu Beicheng looked at the soup for a moment and looked up at Gu Nanyan. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Gu Nanyan pushed the 2 steamed buns in front of him and said admiringly, "Your mom is really a real person." Just how much she didn't trust her son to get him so many supplements made her laugh as she watched. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and handed a soup spoon to Liu Beicheng took it as if nothing had happened. After tasting a mouthful of the soup made by Qin Haiyun, Liu Beicheng's expression was complicated, because the flavor of the soup was rather complex, and for a moment, he couldn't find the words to describe it. It was as if this soup, just as indescribable as Qin Haiyun the man, always liked to interfere in the affairs of their young couple. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Haiyun's desire to hold a grandchild was already more than just a matter between her and Gu Nanyan. It was a matter for the entire Liu family. Liu Beicheng's face sank, and Gu Nanyan was happy. It looks like your mom didn't catch your stomach. Gu Nanyan had just finished fooling around when Liu Beicheng cupped her chin, dragged her to him, covered her lips and sent half of the sea cucumber in his mouth to her mouth. Gu Nanyan's brows sank, and she wanted to open her mouth to curse, but in the end, she was forced to swallow it down. With her stomach churning, Gu Nanyan grabbed the steamed bun and bit down hard. This is a good thing you don't think about me in the future. Qin Haiyun evening to her soup. She said she was afraid of her own drink. Liu Beicheng cannot resist. Qin Haiyun, afraid of her son to lose talent, did not let her drink. The results of Liu Beicheng fed her a mouthful. Gu Nanyan was disgusted. Liu Beicheng's heart was soothed, and immediately after, he really finished the bowl of soup. When the two of them returned to the bedroom, Liu Beicheng upsetly asked, "When mom called me today, you were beside her?" Gu Nanyan, weak-hearted? Liu Beicheng turned around, grabbed Gu Nanyan's waist and yanked her into his arms. "If you're not happy, I'll transfer her away. Gu Nanyan to find medicine for him tonight. Give him hot soup, steamed buns." Liu Beicheng feelings are quite deep. Feel at this home a little bit of fireworks. No longer cold, no longer calculating. Being swept into Liu Beicheng's arms, Gu Nanyan propped both her hands on his chest and laughed in disbelief. She doesn't have that big of a face to upset me. She still felt that other people had never been the problem with her and Liu Beicheng, and that the vast majority of the reasons for the problems in every marriage were in the two people themselves. Without this woman, there would always be that woman around. Without Yi Chu, there would be Zhou Chu, Li Chu. He had plenty of ways to embarrass her if he wanted to. She'd also seen too much in the past 2 years. The problem between the two of them never lay in others, but in themselves, in Liu Beicheng. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she was about to exit from Liu Beicheng's arms when Liu Beicheng grabbed both of her wrists and swooped her onto the bed, trapping her in his arms. Gu Nanyan raised her eyebrows. "Liu Beicheng, you..." Just before her words could be said, Liu Beicheng blocked her lips. Gu Nanyan's heart panicked. She wanted to raise her hand to push him away, but she was trapped even more tightly by Liu Beicheng, not allowing her to escape in the slightest. Without giving Gu Nanyan any chance to escape, Liu Bei went straight to the point, because he didn't want to give Gu Nanyan a chance to exploit the loophole, lest he let her run away again like the previous times. Besides, he had long since seen that since that time when they had torn their faces apart and quarreled, since Gu Nanyan had first raised the word divorce, she was not as determined as before and did not want to have a child as much. Gu Nanyan began to think of a way back. Liu Beicheng instead did not want to give her a way back. This man, always against human nature. A little better days he is not happy. However, when he agreed to this marriage, Liu Beicheng never thought of a way back. He never thought of divorcing Gu Nanyan. He never thought of letting her go. Between them, no one has the power to scatter them, including themselves. Surrounded by Liu Beicheng's overbearing kisses, Gu Nanyan's brows were tightly twisted into a ball, and she kept her eyes open as she watched him. Looking at the fine sweat on Gu Nanyan's forehead and seeing that her expression was slightly more relaxed than just now, Liu Beicheng kissed her and said, "Gu Nanyan, this time you can't run away." Gu Nanyan raised her eyes. Liu Beicheng, "You're damn ruthless," caught her off guard. Gu Nanyan never thought that she would just fall into his hands. Unprepared. "Are you annoyed?" Gu Nanyan reminded impatiently. Originally, she wanted to be angry at Liu Beicheng and wanted to fight with him, but it had come to the juncture What else did she have to say? Besides, she was not his opponent. In that case, she might as well look forward to having the baby sooner rather than later. Married a man. At least have to be a little gain. Otherwise white toss these years. White sleep today this sleep. For more than 2 years, both thought they couldn't do this when they came to the end of their walk. Right now, this husband and wife are finally sitting down. He and Gu Nanyan should still be able to go back in time, and time would wash away all that was before. Looking at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng smiled faintly, hoping that when she is with herself, she can be more pure, instead of not being influenced by others, instead of just wanting to be a mom. There is no such thing as a husband and wife in anyone's family. At this time, Gu Nanyan's arm rested on her eyes, thinking about everything that came out of the blue tonight. She was guilty of laziness and said, Liu Beicheng, you're too insidious. Liu Beicheng ignored her scolding and got up to go to the restroom to bring hot water. What tenderness he didn't give her beforehand. He made up for afterward. In fact, in the past, he had always been very kind and attentive to her. A few moments later, when Liu Beicheng returned to Gu Nanyan's pillow again, Gu Nanyan looked at him when she opened her eyes. Chapter 105. If the doctor prescribes any more medication, I won't be able to hold it. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Liu Beicheng asked teasingly, still not full? Gu Nanyan stretched out her leg and scraped him with her toenail, signaling her dissatisfaction with his remark. Liu Beicheng smiled and embraced her into his arms. Gu Nanyan tiredly said, Liu Beicheng, ugly words in advance. In the future, if you cannot pass, the child belongs to me. With all the business done, Gu Nanyan naturally wanted to think about the way forward. Liu Beicheng laughed, don't even think about it. Can't get over it? Unless he dies. She's not thinking about breaking up the gang. When he said that, he hugged Gu Nanyan even tighter. Gu Nanyan was tired and closed her eyes when she was too lazy to say too much to him. Liu Beicheng looked at her with lowered eyes and couldn't help but smile. Looking at the time, it was already 4 in the morning. The next morning, when the sun came into the house, Gu Nanyan was drained of energy and still lying on the bed, refusing to get up. Liu Beicheng didn't get up either, lying motionless on the bed. It wasn't until the servants started working outside the courtyard that Gu Nanyan slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Glancing at the mess on the bed, she remembered all of last night's events. Liu Beicheng that last night actually did things so without any signals. She wasn't even thinking about it, about having a baby. Gu Nanyan looked away from her head to the other side. Her body was so sore and weak that even opening her eyes felt like an effort. Eyes just drooped. In fact, Liu Beicheng last night at the beginning of the time is quite raw, to later slowly skillful. If there is no estimate wrong, he should. Before Gu Nanyan had time to think about it more, there was suddenly an extra hand on her waist that yanked her over with a slight force. Gu Nanyan was instantly alert and turned to look at him. Don't be endless. Gu Nanyan's warning. Liu Beicheng laughed at once and gently rubbed her waist. Aren't you skilled? Aren't you going to be an enlightened teacher for me? I can't deal with it before I can play much. Gu Nanyan felt that she was connoted. Coldly, he gave Liu Beicheng a blank look. If you have the guts, don't just use brute force. Learn more techniques. Okay. Liu Beicheng, you go back early tonight. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Nanyan's back and she turned her face to leave the back of her head to him. She's working all night tonight and won't be back. When Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan ignoring him, he touched his right hand towards Gu Nanyan's chest. When Gu Nanyan grabbed his hand, Liu Beicheng pressed against her ear and said with a smile, it's not hard for you. I'll just touch it. Knowing that she had a hard time the first time, Liu Beicheng didn't make it any harder, and he had sort of cured Gu Nanyan's mouth for more than 2 hours last night. Gu Nanyan was sleepy, so she ignored Liu Beicheng, closed her eyes and continued to catch up on her sleep. Liu Beicheng gathered the tight quilt. Looking at the top of the quilt there was a trace of scarlet. The corner of his mouth obviously raised a smile. A common problem for men's fulfillment. At noon, the two woke up again with their eyes open. Gu Nanyan's spirit was much better than in the morning. Took a shower and changed clothes and went downstairs. Young master, young lady, young master, young lady. Aha! The maid greeted Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng had both hands in his pants pockets, and the whole person's mental state was obviously much brighter than before, not as serious as before. A look of a full stomach. Young master is in a good mood today. Yeah, I actually laughed just now. This is the first time I've seen young master laugh. Gu Nanyan listened to the servants' whispered mutterings and thought to herself, can he be in a bad mood after tossing her around all night? Not long after, when the two of them were sitting in front of the dining table, when Mrs. Jiang brought out the soup, Gu Nanyan's eyes widened and immediately put down the dishes in her own hands. Looking at Mrs. Jiang, she said, Mrs. Jiang, there's no need to bring up the soup. This is enough to eat. Before sister-in-law Jiang came over, Gu Nanyan smelled the smell of sea cucumber and antler from a long distance away, so she hurriedly asked sister-in-law Jiang to bring up the soup. Sister-in-law Jiang, however, looked embarrassed. Young lady, This is the fresh ingredients that Madam personally sent over yesterday, and also explained to make sure to give boiled young master to eat. Gu Nanyan, your young master doesn't need to make up for it. If he continued to make up for it, Gu Nanyan was afraid that she would not be able to get out of bed. Zhang's wife listened to Gu Nanyan's words at the beginning, but also froze and did not want to understand. And when she realized that Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan had put the husband and wife relationship in place, she said with a smile on her face, "Young lady, I understand. I will take the soup back." The moment Mrs. Zhang turned around, she smiled, not to mention how brightly, as if she was about to hold a big grandchild. Opposite Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan's shocked face. His mouth held a smile, and he scrupulously rubbed Gu Nanyan's calf under the table. Gu Nanyan gave him a bowl of white porridge. "Eat honestly." A few moments later, before the two of them finished their meal, Qin Haiyun's phone call came. First to Liu Beicheng. "Beicheng, did you drink all the soup I stewed for you yesterday?" Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to speak, Qin Haiyun added, "Beicheng, you promised in front of the group last time that you would get Nanyan pregnant before the year and let me." Next year. Before Qin Haiyun could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng directly hung up her phone. The next second, Qin Haiyun's phone call to Gu Nanyan this side. Qin Haiyun is not a mother. Gu Nanyan more or less have to give some face to cope with, so Qin Haiyun has not yet opened his mouth. Gu Nanyan will take the initiative to report, drinking a big bowl. On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun asked again, "Did it work? Do you need to see a doctor?" Gu Nanyan listened to Qin Haiyun's question and said roguishly, "If the doctor prescribes any more medication, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight it off." Qin Haiyun was happy to hear this. "Nanyan, then is there hope for mom to hold a grandchild?" Gu Nanyan sipped her soup and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Every time Qin Haiyun mentioned her grandchildren, Gu Nanyan hated that she was the monkey king and could change one out of thin air for her. Gu Nanyan said there. Qin Haiyun then assured, "Nanyan, then you can rest assured that this child is just from your stomach over a little bit, such as the birth of by no means delay your work, do not have to worry about you." Qin Haiyun said this as if Gu Nanyan was already pregnant inside her stomach. Gu Nanyan responded to her with a few words and assured her, promising to accompany her shopping later, before Qin Haiyun hung up the phone contentedly. Not long after, the two of them finished lunch, and Gu Nanyan was about to drive out by herself when Liu Beicheng said, "I'll give you a ride." Liu Beicheng wanted to send it, so Gu Nanyan let him. Along the way, Liu Beicheng's mood is extraordinarily good, no matter whether it is Xia Chang or other people call him. His voice is a few points brighter than before. Anyone who listens to know that he is in the mood. "Sango, did you win the lottery?" "Mr. Liu, is there a happy event at home?" Liu Beicheng did not answer, but his mood was still springy. On the co-pilot side, Gu Nanyan looked at his demeanor and indifferently said, "At least you're the boss of Liu's, the youngest master of the Liu family. Don't act like you've never seen the world." Liu Beicheng turned around. "I've seen everything in the world, but I've never seen you like this." As his words fell, the car happened to pull up in front of the department store, and Gu Nanyan saw Qin Haiyun from a great distance. Unbuckling her seatbelt, she was about to get out of the car when Liu Beicheng didn't open the door. He asked, "Just leaving?" Chapter 106. Are you pregnant? Gu Nanyan turned around and said with amusement, "I'm shopping with your mom. What do you want?" Liu Beicheng brought his face over, and Gu Nanyan raised her hand and cupped his jaw. "Liu Beicheng, you are getting more and more shameless." With that said, she got close enough to bite him hard on his lower palate, followed by pressing a button on the car, throwing his face away, opening the door and getting out of the car with her toes in the air. Qin Haiyun saw her get out of the car and greeted her with a smile on his face. Liu Beicheng lowered the window while touching his face, looked at Gu Nanyan's back and said, "The account of biting me will be counted at night." Seeing this, Qin Haiyun looked at him with a serious face and said, "Son, hurry up and go earn money to support Nanyan and my grandson." Gu Nanyan turned back and saw that Liu Beicheng was still touching his face. She said LOL, "See you later, don't see me off." Gu Nanyan said goodbye. Qin Haiyun had a spring in her step and took her arm. "Nanyan, I saw some baby cribs last time. The baby clothes are very cute. I'll take you to see them later." Gu Nanyan cannot laugh out. She said, Qin Haiyun how today had to pull her shopping. It is here waiting for her. It's just that the whole having a baby thing is not even close to being a done deal. "Mom, it's a little early." "It's not too early. Time passes quickly and children come quickly. As long as the two had their first time, then there would definitely be a second and third time afterward. This kind of thing was addictive, so she was going to have a grandchild before too long." After witnessing the two enter the department store, Liu Beicheng started the vehicle and headed back to the office. Xia Chang saw Liu Beicheng's springy face. He was startled. Followed Liu Beicheng so many years for the first time to see him in such a good mood. The key side of the face of the teeth marks a little ambiguous. In the department store, Gu Nanyan see Qin Haiyun persuade cannot persuade. The child is not yet do not know where. She is like with already hold grandchildren like to buy a bunch of baby supplies and baby clothes. Gu Nanyan's scalp are numb. Meanwhile, the pressure is on. Qin Haiyun ended up buying almost everything. Left the address of Royal Bay for people to send everything over. And then pulled Gu Nanyan and said she wanted to take her to a good meal. As a result, the two of them had only just left the house when they came across Shen Liangzhou being flanked by a group of people coming over head-on. He is the newest leader and is doing fieldwork on various jobs during this time. Right now, he had just finished today's expedition when he raised his eyes and saw Gu Nanyan and Qin Haiyun coming out of the mom-and-pop store in front of him. Seeing the two come out of the mom-and-pop store, Shen Liangzhou's heart was inexplicably gently tugged. He then approached over and greeted with a smile. Auntie, Nanyan. Secretary do see the end of the inspection. Let the reporter and some staff went back first, accompanied by Shen Liangzhou a piece of inspection of a few leaders. See Shen Liangzhou ran into acquaintances, just also said not to eat dinner, said that today is a Saturday to let everyone go back early to accompany their families. They and Shen Liangzhou greetings will go back first. After finishing his own side of the socializing, when Shen Liangzhou once again looked at Qin Haiyun and Gu Nanyan, he glanced at his wristwatch and said, Auntie, Nanyan, it's dinner time now, so I'll treat you to a dinner, and then continued. And it's long overdue to pay Auntie a visit. Shen Liangzhou's politeness. Gu Nanyan was about to refuse when Qin Haiyun said with a smile on her face, it's fate to meet today, so Nanyan and I won't be polite to you. Liangzhou. Shen Liangzhou had proposed marriage to the Gu family, something that everyone in the circle knew, and Qin Haiyun also knew, so this moment Shen Liangzhou invited. She naturally did not speak politely. She had to take this opportunity to let Shen Liangzhou see clearly, his son and Nanyan feelings are very good, and the two are about to have a child. Shen Liangzhou, if there is still any idea, also completely dispel it. Qin Haiyun had this idea because in her heart she knew better than anyone that Gu Nanyan and Liu Beiqing's relationship was unstable. As the saying goes, the more people lack something, the more they show off something. Qin Haiyun is now typically this thought. And Shen Liangzhou last time to trust Gu Nanyan to solve the matter of migrant workers' salaries and project payments she knows, just usually do not mention it. Qin Haiyun answered Shen Liangzhou's invitation down, and Gu Nanyan, holding her forehead, could only follow along in the end. Shen Liangzhou had a special status, so Secretary Du picked a private cuisine restaurant with an elegant environment, and most of the guests in it were people of Shen Liangzhou's status. In the private room, when the waiter served tea to everyone, Shen Liangzhou thoughtfully ordered, milk for the lady, please. Gu Nanyan had just come out of the mother and baby, so Shen Liangzhou was also a little extra sweet. Once Gu Nanyan heard this, she didn't need to ask to know that it was most likely a misunderstanding, thinking that she was pregnant. Shen Liangzhou misunderstanding or not misunderstanding does not matter. Gu Nanyan embarrassment is their side has not moved. Qin Haiyun made her with the pregnant like, she then if not pregnant, how to round this sub. Qin Haiyun saw that Shen Liangzhou misunderstood, and she didn't explain, she just smiled and said, Liangzhou you're still the same, still so careful and attentive. While praising Shen Liangzhou, Qin Haiyun couldn't help but think that if only her son could be half as attentive and patient, then she might have gotten a grandchild by now. Shen Liangzhou smiled, looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Nanyan, seeing as you just came out of the mom and pop store, you're, now. Shen Liangzhou didn't go on to say anything further, remembering that she had fought a criminal case a few days ago, and that the case had been beautifully fought. Shen Liangzhou's point was made, and before Gu Nanyan had a chance to speak, Qin Haiyun said, yes, I've been browsing the mom and pop store with Nanyan this afternoon, buying some things for the newborn baby. Qin Haiyun followed Shen Liangzhou's words, but favored not explaining the point. Gu Nanyan was amused by the little old lady, looked up at Shen Liangzhou, and graciously said, preparing for pregnancy. Qin Haiyun, I guess it's possible that I'm pregnant now, I just haven't reacted to it yet. Shen Liangzhou laughed helplessly. It seemed that the little old lady still took him as her son's love interest. Qin Haiyun's words fell. The waiter began to serve the food. Shen Liangzhou politely to Gu Nanyan clipped the food before they would give Qin Haiyun first clip the food, but Qin Haiyun's attention all fell on his good to Gu Nanyan. Nanyan, the weather is turning cold. Drink more soup. The flavor of this dish is not bad. Try it. This dish is quite good for you, too. Shen Liangzhou's all kinds of careful. Qin Haiyun see in the eyes of pain. Her dog's son is not so careful, and will not be so caring. She went back to scold him. Let him learn properly. Both eyes looked straight at Shen Liangzhou, until when Shen Liangzhou gave Gu Nanyan a piece of baby back ribs. Qin Haiyun finally couldn't hold back and said in a conspiratorial manner, Liangzhou is so good at hurting people. It's about time he found a daughter-in-law to put it to good use. Shen Liangzhou, auntie that there is a suitable one. You can introduce me to it. Qin Haiyun asked, what kind do you like? Liangzhou? Shen Liangzhou put down the chopsticks in his hands and looked at Gu Nanyan with a smile. Then back to Qin Haiyun, one like Nanyan is fine. Chapter 107. Your wife is about to be snatched away, and you still have the heart to socialize? When Shen Liangzhou said that, Qin Haiyun almost lifted the table. This bastard thing, himself in front of him, he dared to be so unscrupulous. Needless to say, behind the back of their Lu family certainly did not move a lot of Nanyan's mind. Must be a mind to dig her over. Despite a bellyful of anger, Qin Haiyun suppressed it and said with a fake smile, okay, I'll look for something for you. If she didn't find a great one for him herself, her last name wouldn't be Qin. On the side, Gu Nanyan watched Qin Haiyun and Shen Liangzhou's open battle and straightened her hand up to rub her temples. It was only after 8 o'clock in the evening, when this not-so-pleasant dinner ended, that Gu Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief that today's vacation had been for nothing. In the back seat of the vehicle, Qin Haiyun looked at the red flag in front of him and huffed. Nanyan, Liangzhou, he doesn't have good intentions. You should lessen your dealings with him in the future. Gu Nanyan, Mom, Liangzhou, he was teasing you. He didn't have that side of his mind. Back then he just saw Bei Chang and I arguing. He deliberately provoked Bei Chang. Qin Haiyun didn't believe this and looked at Gu Nanyan and said, that's what Shen Liangzhou told you, right? Nanyan, you're still too young. You still don't understand men. He's seeing that you're distancing yourself from him. That's why he purposely said that to get you to let your guard down so he can then get closer to you. It's all the usual male ruse. Don't you dare fall for it. Gu Nanyan, okay, I know, Mom. The little old lady had spoken. What could one say? The key, there was nothing that could be said, or else one would have to listen to her nagging tonight. In the red flag car in front of him, Secretary Du looked at Shen Liangzhou in the backseat and asked in confusion, Secretary General, you usually don't conduct yourself like this. Why are you like this with Mrs. Lu today? Shen Liangzhou smiled faintly. They only cherish their own things more when they are missed by others. He just wanted Nanyan to be cared about a little bit. Just wanted Nanyan to live a better life, especially when he thought of Shin Unique. The look on his face grew serious. Shen Liangzhou's mind seemed to be a bit heavy. Half an hour later, when the two of them arrived at Royal Bay, Qin Haiyun saw that Lu Beicheng hadn't gone home yet, and made a call to Lu Beicheng. Beicheng, why haven't you gone home yet? What time is it? Do you have no sense of time? Lu Beicheng listened to her mom's voice like she had eaten dynamite as he said, I have a social function tonight, I'll be back later. Qin Haiyun heckled, your wife is about to be snatched away. You still have the heart to socialize. Is your heart that big? In the past, it was always Qin Haiyun who shouted at Gu Nanyan to catch the adulterer, and today she finally made this call to her son to pay attention. On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng's voice sank. What's going on? Qin Haiyun, I just ran into Liangzhou with Nanyan in the department store. He invited me and Nanyan to go to dinner, but also dared to face Nanyan well in front of me. Other people are pleasing your wife. You're not. So late. Qin Haiyun didn't finish counting. Lu Beicheng said, Mom, I know. Qin Haiyun, don't you just focus on the lights outside. Go home early every day. Lu Beicheng hung up the phone with a sullen face. Which of him has a red light? She is not smearing him in front of Gu Nanyan? Hanging up Qin Haiyun's phone, Lu Beicheng looked up at Xia Cheng who was driving in front of him. Old Shen's side is not going over. Go back to Royal Bay. Okay, boss. Xia Cheng agreed without any objection on his face, but in his heart, he was 100 times puzzled. Isn't boss in a good mood today? And all day long, he had a glowing red face. Why are you so upset all of a sudden? It must have something to do with the young lady. After following Lu Beicheng for so many years, Xia Cheng sees it more clearly than anyone else. Boss doesn't seem to take the young lady seriously, doesn't seem to be nervous about the young lady, but if the young lady is a little bit windy, he will immediately go to pay attention. Not at all as indifferent as it appears. 20 minutes later, the car parked in the courtyard of the Royal Bay. Lu Beicheng got out of the car, both hands in the pockets of his pants, and entered the house with a cold face. Inside the living room, Gu Nanyan was talking to Qin Haiyun. Qin Haiyun just talked to Lu Beicheng on the phone. She said that this will disturb Lu Beicheng work, but Qin Haiyun has her own ideas. She said that a woman cannot be too honest, cannot let a man be too assured. A woman has to take the man's way out, so that the man has no way to go. Entering the house and seeing Gu Nanyan teasing the cat, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and tugged on his tie, looking at Qin Haiyun and asking, Gu Nanyan is not being honest? After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan grabbed the pillow next to him and smashed it over. So you're rushing back to catch the adultery? Then she added, do you want me to create some evidence for you? Lu Beicheng took the pillow that Gu Nanyan smashed over to him, then approached over and raised his hand to pinch Gu Nanyan's chin, causing her to look at himself. I'll listen to what mom has to say first, and then I'll settle the score with you. When Qin Haiyun saw Lu Beicheng being overbearing, she raised her hand and slapped Lu Beicheng twice. Have you treated your wife like this? Sooner or later, she will be scooped up by someone else. Qin Haiyun's all kinds of dislike, Liu Beicheng did not move to pick up his pants leg, sat next to him and said with a smile, Shin Haiyun, listen to you, today you are encountering a wife who will love you. Come on, you tell me about it, so that I can also learn it properly. Liu Beicheng did not show his face and sat down next to him. Shin Haiyun came to God, colorful, and said to him, Liangzhou, he is still more crazy, not only dare. 2. Immediately after that, Shin Haiyun talked about how they ran into Shin Liangzhou today, how Shin Liangzhou invited them to dinner, how he pulled the chair for Gu Nanyan, and how he took care of Gu Nanyan. In many cases, a few strokes were added. After Gu Nanyan handed over the cat Shin Haiyun brought over to Sister Jiang, she grabbed a handful of melon seeds and idly knocked them down. Listening to Shin Haiyun talk about her and Shin Liangzhou as if she were telling a book, and Gu Nanyan was just like listening to someone else's story, breezy and without any ripples. Liu Beicheng's face, which changed in 1,000 ways. Gu Nanyan was just like watching a Sichuan opera changing its face. Gu Nanyan saw that Shin Haiyun had been talking for a while. She handed Shin Haiyun a cup of water. Shin Haiyun took a sip and said, Beicheng, it's not that I, as a mother, have to talk about you. In the aspect of hurting your wife and being attentive and considerate, you really didn't do well, and really still need to learn. Otherwise, if the man outside is good, what woman can guarantee in the long run that she won't be moved? Liu Beicheng tugged on his tie and said with a smile, is that so? The two of them only sat their relationship down last night, and Gu Nanyan is being courted today. She's really charismatic, she's really giving herself a face. After laughing, Liu Beicheng looked faintly at Mrs. Jiang again and asked, Mrs. Jiang, is the snack ready? Young master, it's all better. When Mrs. Jiang said that the snack was ready, Liu Beicheng turned his face to Gu Nanyan. Chapter 108. Stay away from him. Liu Beicheng smiled faintly as Gu Nanyan spat out a melon skin and said, what are you looking at me for? Just take you to eat with me next time. Liu Beicheng After laughing, he got up from the couch without slowing down. Let's go. Let mom personally instruct me on how to love my wife. He came back from his own business and ended up being counted by the little old lady all night. But Gu Nanyan still looked like she was watching. Gu Nanyan, I'm not hungry. Just as Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Beicheng picked her up by hitting the cross, then walked towards the dining room to place her on the dining table. Seeing this, Shin Haiyun hurriedly chased after him. At this time, I only saw Liu Beicheng give Gu Nanyan a big bowl of sweet soup, and also gave her a big bowl of snacks to put in front of her. Finish eating. Saying that, he turned his face to Shin Haiyun again and asked, is this how Shin Liangzhou takes care of her? Shin Haiyun shook her head violently, feeling that her son had pushed a little too hard and was a little hopeless. People weren't anywhere near as bossy as he was, and he didn't look like he was being nice in any way, more like he was threatening people. Gu Nanyan could see that Liu Beicheng had anger in his heart and deliberately tried to fix her. Her shoeless foot kicked him not lightly. Don't you make it. Liu Beicheng swept a cold eye over Gu Nanyan. If you don't finish eating, you don't have to go back to your room to sleep. If you have fun eating out with others, then come back and eat more. Gu Nanyan snapped and smashed the melon seeds in her hand on him. Shin Haiyun saw that Liu Beicheng was in a mood. She was not happy. And with me telling you all night for nothing? I am asking you to be nice to Nanyan, not for you to threaten her. Son, if you really go on like this daughter-in-law might not really be yours in the future. Shin Haiyun's words fell, and when Gu Nanyan was about to walk away barefoot, Liu Beicheng reached out and grabbed her arm. Shoes aren't even on. Where are you going? After that, he said, grumpily, I haven't had dinner yet, so it's always okay to eat something with me. After Liu Beicheng finished speaking, he picked up the sweet soup and then scooped up a mouthful and handed it to her mouth. Gu Nanyan glanced at the bowl full of stuff and Liu Beicheng said in a good temper, I'll eat it and won't let you finish it. Only after Liu Beicheng coaxed her like this did Gu Nanyan open her mouth to give face. On the side, Shin Haiyun saw Liu Beicheng stepping on Gu Nanyan's chair with one foot while feeding Gu Nanyan. She then smiled with an open brow and explained again, Beicheng, then you and Nanyan will take an early rest after you're done with your work. I'll go back to accompany your father. Shin Haiyun said, humming a little song and left. Shin Haiyun left, but the words she just said Liu Beicheng had not fully digested. So when the two returned to the bedroom, Liu Beicheng took off his jacket and said, Gu Nanyan, live a good life. I can give you whatever you want. Don't look for pain. Gu Nanyan, why didn't you say it to your mom when she was there just now? Liu Beicheng reached out and then wrapped his arm around Gu Nanyan's waist and swept her into his arms. Stay away from Shen Liangzhou. Gu Nanyan perfunctorily. Far, far away. I am far away from. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips, blocking her later words. Gu Nanyan's brows sank. Again? Both hands against his chest. Gu Nanyan did not have that idea anymore. And besides, maybe it was the same as what Shin Haiyun said. She was already pregnant at the moment, but just did not react to it. After a passionate kiss, Gu Nanyan raised her hand and slapped Lu Beiqing's chest twice. I promised to stay away from people. What's the point of you blindly getting together? Who let you kiss me? Did I pay the bill for sleeping last night? I look back today and think about it. Married for more than 2 years. He did not even do the wedding. Gu Nanyan heart is not too painful. So just now to him just like that. Not much enthusiasm. Lu Beicheng, what does the family say about 2 families? Tonight. Before Lu Beicheng finished his words, Gu Nanyan hastily withdrew from his arms and clanked down on the bed. Sleepy. Next time, Lu Beicheng watched someone play a rogue and fall on the bed. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, lifted his leg and kicked her twice and said, Gu Nanyan, are you so sure that you can get pregnant in 1 shot? Are you sure you don't want to take 2 shots to consolidate it? Gu Nanyan beauty lying on the side of the bed staring at Lu Beicheng for a long time. Lu Beicheng unlocked the belt around the waist. Gu Nanyan climbed up from the bed, grabbed Lu Beicheng's collar and went to the restroom. Lu Beicheng was staggered by her tugging, following her with steady steps and asked, what for? Gu Nanyan, wash up and take 2 shots. If she can't conceive a child, Gu Nanyan will feel like she's a beeping dog. And that last night's shot was for nothing. Sensei, it's better to get pregnant first. Clang! The door to the restroom room was closed. Lu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan with downcast eyes and smiled temperlessly. Moving his neck, he said, could you be more realistic? She killed this kind of not to suffer, pay to have a return character. Lu Beicheng kneeling, if he did not stab her 2 sentences, she how to have this energy. I do not know have fallen asleep. At Lu Beicheng's disbelief, Gu Nanyan raised both her hands and wrapped them around his neck. I'll treat you to sleep tonight, so don't be polite. Land North City. Lu Beicheng just stared at Gu Nanyan for a long time, then picked her up and went to the shower. Aftermath. Sitting on the bed, the moonlight outside was bright. Lu Beicheng glanced at the ambiguity and messiness of the bed, raised his hand and lifted the hair on Gu Nanyan's face aside and asked, I'm going to have a cigarette. Gu Nanyan lay motionless on the bed, half opening her eyes to look at him. You smoke it. Lu Beicheng picked up cigarettes and a lighter from the side and lit one for himself. In no time, the smoke ring drifted around the room. He looked at Gu Nanyan with his eyes downcast and asked, are you satisfied tonight? Lu Beicheng was quite satisfied with his performance tonight. Either you don't sleep, or you sleep Gu Nanyan into submission, until she only has herself in her eyes and can't look at anyone else. At Lu Beicheng's inquiry, Gu Nanyan dazedly touched 2 $1 coins from the nightstand and handed them to him. It's not bad, a reward for your tip. Looking at the $2 Gu Nanyan stuffed in his heart, Lu Beicheng's face sank. Lousy sold his life for more than 2 hours, and you took $2 to get rid of it? Gu Nanyan raised her eyes. Or else, how valuable do you think you are? Lu Beicheng didn't like to hear this anymore, snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, lifted Gu Nanyan's quilt and got in at once. Gu Nanyan drowsiness instantly by his haunted, blocked him and said, the middle of the night you see good ah. Chapter 109 It doesn't matter who the child looks like, as long as it's mine. As a result, after drilling in and looking at it for no more than a moment, Lu Beicheng is very good at teasing Gu Nanyan which can withstand him like this. So not much later the two have no skin and roll together. In Lu Beicheng's words, he's been saving up ammunition for Gu Nanyan since he knew what making out was all about, and now that it's hard to put it to use, he can't let her sleep easily. You've never seen a woman so buildable. Twice again that unspeakable feeling. Gu Nanyan refused to be served. She was going to take back what she had said during the night. She wasn't going to invite him to bed. Lu Beicheng moved slightly. Gu Nanyan, you can at least save some energy for me to work tomorrow. Lu Beicheng, however, ambiguously pressed against her ear and asked a whisper. Gu Nanyan's thicker skin was also a bit overwhelmed, and indifferently glanced at him. Not bad. Lu Beicheng smiled. Listen to this or it's not in place. Gu Nanyan, Mr. Lu is the best in the world. Please let me go. Lu Beicheng was amused by Gu Nanyan's bragging. This time, he didn't smoke. His palms propped up on the side of his face as he stared at Gu Nanyan, her white and reddish complexion. He found it extraordinarily enticing, extraordinarily good-looking. Gu Nanyan felt that someone was staring at her. She opened her eyes and looked, just in time to collide with Lu Beicheng's eyes. Gu Nanyan disliked it. She said, never seen a good-looking one? Lu Beicheng smiled. Indeed I have never seen such a good-looking one. Saying that, he gently stroked his hand on her back. Neck. Gu Nanyan, that child will have to look like me in the future. Lu Beicheng, it doesn't matter who it looks like, as long as it's mine. Gu Nanyan's face was full of black lines. How much Lu Beicheng didn't trust her and thought she would bring him a green hat. Not to mention that between the two of them, they didn't know who should be defending who. Eyes half open, Gu Nanyan reminded. Right, your mom's side has to talk to her. This child thing is not yet a thing. It's better not to flaunt it yet. She and Lu Beicheng had only gone to bed yesterday, and Shin Haiyun had bought a bunch of mother and baby products today. God knows how stressed she was. Liu Beicheng gathered her into his arms. Okay, I'll talk to mom. When he came back this evening and saw a room full of mother and baby products, he was also shocked, and if he didn't have the number in his heart that Gu Nanyan only slept with him, he really wanted to suspect that he was not being cuckolded. Liu Beicheng agreed to this, and Gu Nanyan closed her eyes and went to sleep at ease. Liu Beicheng gathered her in his arms. His thumb gently touched her eyebrows and eyelashes. It was rare that he was in such a good mood and so satisfied. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng opened his eyes and woke up, Gu Nanyan was no longer on his pillow, and on the bedside table was the $2 Gu Nanyan rewarded him with last night. Reaching out to put away the $2, Liu Beicheng then got up as well. Young master, the young lady said that there are still things going on in her institute. She went over first. Aha! Liu Beicheng answered in a good mood, and when his eyes fell on top of those mother and baby items in the living room, Liu Beicheng felt that it was indeed a bit too early. He and Gu Nanyan were still young. There was no need to rush to have children. At the same time, when he thought of Xin Liangzhou brightly and squarely being nice to Gu Nanyan in front of his mother and saying that he wanted to find a daughter-in-law like Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng's heart was not happy. So go out and see the red flag that represents the identity. Liu Beicheng did not polite. A foot of gas went up. In the red flag car, after the car was slammed, Secretary Du turned around and looked at Xin Liangzhou and asked, Secretary General Shun, are you okay? Xin Liangzhou straightened his clothes and blandly said, I'm fine. Let's get off and see what's going on first. Secretary Du got out of the car and looked at a black Maybach parked behind him, and he straightened up and headed for the back. Sir, you rear-ended your car? Inside the car, Liu Beicheng slowly lowered the window and looked at Secretary Du faintly. You're not qualified to talk to me. Call Xin Liangzhou to come. Do secretary to see the car as Liu Beicheng? Face changed. How early in the morning encountered this living hell, but also by him chased the tail. Needless to ask, he must have bumped into it on purpose. Inside the red flag car, Xin Liangzhou saw Secretary Du suddenly change his face. He glanced at the Maybach's license plate number from the vehicle's rearview mirror, and seeing that it was Liu Beicheng's car, Xin Liangzhou opened the door and came down. Xin Liangzhou got out of the car, and Liu Beicheng opened the door and got out as well. Neither one has a small aura. Walking to the middle of the front and rear of the two cars, Liu Beicheng tucked his hands in his pockets and glanced indifferently at Xin Liangzhou's hit car. Your car has no eyes, blocking my way. Xin Liangzhou glanced along with Liu Beicheng's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Beicheng, we are all adults. There is no need to be so childish. At this moment, Xin Liangzhou didn't need to guess to know that Qin Haiyun had more than likely added fuel to the fire about his invitation to Gu Nanyan's dinner yesterday. I just didn't expect Liu Beicheng to react so much and crash the car. Liu Beicheng put his hands in his pockets and took 2 steps forward carelessly. Adults only hit your car. Xin Liangzhou's eyebrows sank, and he meant that if it was not an adult, even the people were hit together. But he did just get in the car, and he's already sort of hit the car with him. He is still the same as the original, still so overbearing and unreasonable. But wherever Liu Beicheng sees something, no one else can even look at it. The key is that you have it. You have to cherish it. After looking at Liu Beicheng for a long time, Xin Liangzhou explained with a smile, Beicheng, we all grew up together. We are all friends. There is no one who is the private property of anyone. And also, since we have it we should also learn to cherish it. Xin Liangzhou's meaning, Gu Nanyan besides being your wife, she also has her own life and friends. And you Liu Beicheng since you married someone into the door, then be nice to them, or else whose wife she will be in the future. That's not certain. Xin Liangzhou's reminder. Liu Beicheng smiled and said, I don't need to worry about Great Secretary General Shen. Saying that, his body slightly leaned forward again and whispered, Xin Liangzhou, you can get to this position. I can also pull you down. We each have our own measure. Liu Beicheng's threat. The smile at the corner of Xin Liangzhou's mouth grew even bigger. I'm very pleased and relieved that you can regard Nanyan as so important. Liu Beicheng took his right hand from his pocket, straightened Xin Liangzhou's clothes, and retreated to the position he had just taken. Seeing this, Secretary Du looked at the car and asked, Secretary General Shun. Then now, Secretary Du didn't finish his sentence when Xin Liangzhou said, have old Zhang come over and drive the car away. There's no need to make a noise. Xin Liangzhou identity is special. He was rear-ended car accident if the rumors spread out. Designated to also set off what the wind and waves. What rumors to make. So everything low-key for the best. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng laughed and said, I'll send you a new one this afternoon. Do secretary. This living hell. So arrogant. Chapter 110. That thing has nothing to do with Nanyan. Not a moment later, when the driver drove another car over to replace it for them, Secretary Du couldn't help but complain. This living hell of the Liu family is too arrogant. Even Secretary General your car dares to crash. Xin Liangzhou smiled bashfully. Beicheng is such a character. Don't mind too much. Secretary Du, Secretary General you're just too nice. Speaking here, he asked in a quieter voice. But Secretary General Shun, I heard that mess. Shun's accident might have something to do with Lawyer Gu. Do you really not mind at all? When Secretary Du brought up Shin Unique and Gu Nanyan, Shen Liangzhou's face couldn't help but sink. That incident had nothing to do with Nanyan. But where did you hear about it? Secretary Du, I forget where I heard it from someone else. Or maybe I heard it wrong. Secretary Du didn't tell Shen Liangzhou that he actually heard it at Shen's house. Shen Liangzhou sank his face and didn't speak again. His mood was suddenly disturbed, and he didn't know if it was because of Gu Nanyan, or because of her, Shen only. Later, Gu Nanyan heard about Liu Beicheng chasing the tail of Shen Liangzhou from Liu Jingyang's mouth, but she did not ask Liu Beicheng the reason. Otherwise this day must be unsettled again. Liu Beicheng sighed. He asked Gu Nanyan words that night, said that if she was not happy that Yi Chu stayed by his side, then he would transfer Yi Chu. Although Gu Nanyan said Yi Chu did not have such a big face to make her unhappy, but Liu Beicheng also kept a distance. Ever since the resort, when Gu Nanyan said she had no feelings for him, Liu Beicheng hadn't used Yi Chu as a shield. At noon on this day, Liu Beicheng had just returned to the office not long after the meeting, and the office room door was knocked open by Yi Chu. Liu Beicheng looked up at her and saw that she was still holding the lunchbox in her hand. He said, "Didn't I tell Xia Chang? There's no need to send the food over." Yi Chu walked in with a smile. "I was seeing that you haven't eaten at the company for a long time, so I purposely got up in the morning and made soup for you." Liu Beicheng did not look at Yi Chu and continued to flip through the contract in his hand. Nanyan boiled soup every day. Liu Beicheng was talking nonsense. Gu Nanxiang just warmed up a 10% tonic soup for him that night, and he was deliberately taking Gu Nanxiang to say something. When Liu Beicheng brought up Gu Nanyan, the smile on Yi Chu's face couldn't help but be a little awkward. How could he not understand Liu Beicheng's intentions? During this time, he was deliberately distancing himself from her, approaching the past like nothing. Yi Chu pulled open the chair opposite Liu Beicheng, pretended to be nothing and said with a smile, "The soup that Nanyan boiled for you, that's Nanyan's intention. My side is my intention well, after all, and Yi Fan has always been under your care." Liu Beicheng's movement of flipping through the documents paused and looked up at Yi Chu, looking at each other with 4 eyes. Liu Beicheng's emotionless eyes. Yi Chu said with a smile, "Beicheng, are you deliberately avoiding me this time? Am I causing trouble in your life? Did I make Nanyan misunderstand? If that's the case, then I'll go and explain to Nanyan." When Yi Chu said that he was going to go and explain to Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng's heart was 1,000,000 times unwilling. These behaviors of Yi Chu's frankness, Liu Beicheng's heart is not without count, including the last time in the resort she intentionally explained the necklace with Gu Nanyan. He actually saw it very clearly. The best way to deal with a matter is to minimize the big things and minimize the small things. Others do not mention, you do not rush to say, otherwise it is to add to the snake. Backwards. He has been in the business world for so many years. How could he not understand these truths? It is just that he used to have a stiff relationship with Gu Nanyan, so he just used her in a situation. If she really went to explain to Gu Nanyan, the harmony that the two of them had managed to build up during this period of time would immediately be undone again. So coldly and quietly, he said, "No need. Nanyan is not someone who doesn't understand reason." The way he and Gu Nanyan got along. He went home a little more and coaxed her a little more, and the two basically wouldn't have any major problems. "Beicheng, is it that Nanyan thinks that I have some idea that makes you misunderstand?" Yi Chu listened to Liu Beicheng's words. She said anxiously again, "Beicheng, I actually don't have any ideas. I just think of you as a friend, a boss, and as someone who helped me and Yi Fan. I don't have anything to repay you for. So sometimes," before Yi Chu could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng looked at her and said, "Nanyan didn't say anything. Gu Nanyan is very smart. When she doesn't want to fall out with you, even if you really have any mistakes, she will turn a blind eye to everything. If you can't let go of something, you're only going to embarrass yourself. Therefore, no matter when she quarreled with Liu Beicheng, as long as Liu Beicheng did not mention the third person, she did not mention it, and if she wanted to quarrel, she only quarreled about the right and wrong of their relationship. Beicheng, I admit that I admire you and think that you are very capable, but all of this is not what you and Nanyan imagined. The main thing is that because you have helped me so much, I am grateful to you and Nanyan. If my gratitude has caused you and Nanyan to have misunderstandings, I apologize to you." Yi Chu's explanation. Liu Beicheng said, "Yi Chu, there won't be any changes in your work or treatment. Nanyan, she won't even have any difficulties with you. You don't have to think too much." All the things that Yi Chu said, Liu Beicheng did not pick up on. Back then, he promised Shin Unique that he would take care of her, and he would fulfill his promise. Looking straight at Liu Beicheng, how could Yi Chu not know that he had been comparing himself to Gu Nanyan, and that he had been treating her as Shin's only double? After staring at Liu Beicheng like this for a long while, Yi Chu asked, "Beicheng, Have you forgotten about soul and put down soul? Lu Beicheng looked at her and said blandly, forgetting or not, putting down or not, you are not her. Lu Beicheng had said so. Yi Chu did not speak for a long time. After sitting across from Lu Beicheng for quite a while, and seeing that Lu Beicheng was working again as if nothing had happened, Yi Chu got up and left first, gently closing the door to Lu Beicheng's office room. Yi Chu raised his head to look over, and at a glance, he saw Gu Nanyan wind up coming over, with paperwork in her hand. When Yi Chu saw this, his face immediately raised a smile. Nanyan, even if she had just been in a bad mood, she couldn't be discovered by Nanyan. She couldn't let her see her wretchedness. Aha! Gu Nanyan greeted breezily, as always. When Gu Nanyan took the documents and passed by Yi Chu without slowing down, Yi Chu turned his face and then looked at Gu Nanyan and asked, Nanyan, are you misunderstanding me? And, before Yi Chu finished his words, Gu Nanyan stopped her steps and said with a smile, I don't care what you think. If Lu Beicheng has any ideas, he will talk to me directly. Yi Chu T-skills, Gu Nanyan has long seen. What's more, Lu Beicheng likes who is good to who, and who she can't let go of in her heart. She is too lazy to care. She only cares about Gu's earning or not earning money, whether she can win her case or not, and she sleeps with Lu Beicheng. And when will she be able to conceive a child, so that she can finish this big task of her life? Gu Nanyan simply said a few words, and Yi Chu wanted to speak several times. In fact, no matter what she said or did, it never affected Gu Nanyan. She eyed Gu Nanyan for a long time, then slowly exhaled and said, it's good that you didn't misunderstand. Gu Nanyan patted her shoulder. Work hard, lose is at least half mine. With all this nonsense, it would be better to earn more money for the company for her retirement. Yi Chu swallowed his saliva. Okay, after meeting Yi Chu, Gu Nanyan pushed open the door of Lu Beicheng's office room and went in. Inside the desk, Lu Beicheng saw that the door to the room was opened again. He looked up and saw that it was Gu Nanyan who had come, and his face instantly raised a shallow smile, which was different from just now. Gu Nanyan approached over without much expression, and Lu Beicheng asked, did you run into it? Chapter 111 Properly married with a marriage license. What do you think I take you for? Projecting the time, they should have bumped into each other. Gu Nanyan saw the soup on his table with a glance. I came at the right time today. When Gu Nanyan said that, she put the documents in her hand on the table and reached for the insulated box. Lu Beicheng how dared Gu Nanyan to open the heat preservation box, picked up the cell phone on the table and said, I'll have Xia Cheng take it out. Gu Nanyan, don't waste people's intentions. Saying this, she took the thermos box over. Let me learn the craft as well. Watching Gu Nanyan open the thermos box, Lu Beicheng just looked at her to see what kind of demon she wanted to make. Gu Nanyan unhurriedly tasted the soup that Yi Chu had made, and then looked up at Lu Beicheng. You want to drink it? Lu Beicheng, only interested in your 10 perfect soup. Gu Nanyan puffed and laughed, almost spitting out the mouthful of soup she had just taken. After laughing, she pushed the thermos box away and put it aside, looked at Lu Beicheng and said, you review these documents, and I'll take them back to the law firm if there are no problems. Gu Nanyan didn't get angry about running into Yi Chu. Lu Beicheng looked up at her and said, bring it over to me. Lu Beicheng that eyes, Gu Nanyan a glance to see what he wanted to do, so picked up the file walked in greatly. But sit on his lap, want to engage in subterfuge? Lu Beicheng laughed at once, wrapped his arm around her waist and gently kneaded. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family. It's still you who understands me the most. Gu Nanyan grabbed his hand and shoved the pen in his hand. Hurry up and sign it. I still have things to do at the office and cases to deal with. Lu Beicheng wrapped both arms around her waist and turned her around so that she was facing her across his lap as he said, why didn't you wait for me last night? Lu Beicheng had entertainment last night, and when he came back at 11 o'clock or so, Gu Nanyan was already lying in bed asleep, so he took her as a question at this moment. Gu Nanyan gave an amused smile. Then if you don't return for a night, then I'll wait for a night without sleeping? It's a situation that hasn't happened too often before. Lu Beicheng ran his 2 hands up her back, kneaded the back of her neck, helped her loosen her muscles and bones and said, is this counting the previous accounts for me? He had promised her to go back once a week, but now he basically went back every day, and if he didn't go back one day, he was still uncomfortable. Gu Nanyan, hurry up and sign the words. Lu Beicheng wrapped his arm around her waist and hugged her forward a bit, and Gu Nanyan wanted to curse her mother. Finally, raising her hand and pinching his face, she said, Lu Beicheng, you really don't have any face at all. Luckily, she had been so skeptical of him before. Lu Beicheng bit her ear. Make up for last night first, and sign the words for you later. Gu Nanyan, what kind of place is this? What do you take me for? Properly got a marriage license. What do you think I take you for? Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to speak, Lu Beicheng added, if you mind, it's okay to go home now. Gu Nanyan is dumbfounded. This person is spermatic. Looking at Lu Beicheng in disgust, Before Gu Nanyan could reply, Lu Beicheng kissed her and said, "Go back at night and be more grand." Gu Nanyan, "I work overtime at night." Overnight. Lu Beicheng was amused, then kissed her lips. Lu Beicheng's skinlessness, Gu Nanyan thought to herself, if she comes back to Lu's group next time and wears a skirt again, she won't be surnamed Gu. In fact, even if she wore pants, Lu Beicheng had a way. Lu Beicheng, a burst of tossing finally subsided. Gu Nanyan organized his own clothes, but always felt that there is a stream of stolen emotions that cannot be hidden. She got dressed and let Lu Beicheng finish signing the papers to leave when Lu Beicheng also got up. "See you off." Gu Nanyan picked up the documents. "No, I drove over." Besides, not many people in the company knew about her relationship with Lu Beicheng, and she didn't want everyone to know. Lu Beicheng ignored Gu Nanyan's refusal and took the documents in her hand and led her out the door. Gu Nanyan pulled her hand back. "I still want to find my next family. You don't want to affect my single image." After Gu Nanyan's joke was finished, Lu Beicheng kissed her nonchalantly. "Look who dares to be your underling." Lu Beicheng kiss finished, the front office someone came out. Gu Nanyan look is Xia Cheng, which is assured, then stepped on Lu Beicheng a foot, be honest. With a small tug from the two, Xia Cheng greeted with a serious face, "Boss, young lady." Looking at the two of them, Xia Cheng was relieved for a while, thinking that no wonder boss was in a good mood for a while, so he had made peace with the young lady. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu." Subsequently, a few more people came over from the waiting room side, watching Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan walking together, and when they greeted Lu Beicheng, their eyes were all looking at Gu Nanyan. "Chaoyang, this lawyer looks so beautiful, obviously can rely on the face to eat. People have to rely on strength." When Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan turned the corner and went to the waiting room, a few girls couldn't wait to start gossiping. "It feels like Lawyer Gu is a bit different today than even before, but it's really pretty, standing together with Mr. Lu is too good of a match. Lawyer Gu has a good aura. This is something Yi Chu can't compare to." That said, does Yi Chu and Mr. Lu have a relationship or not? How do I feel that Mr. Lu doesn't seem to have any thoughts in that area? Who knows, but it feels like Mr. Lu should have a bit of a story with this Lawyer Gu. The guys talked east and west, and Yi Chu was going to come out of the office, but in the end, he secretly went in again. She also wanted to be as atmospheric and condescending as Gu Nanyan, except that her family of origin couldn't give her this bottom line. Not a moment later, the two arrived downstairs. The oldie drove the car over. Lu Beicheng did not let him send. He opened the door and let Gu Nanyan get on the car. The car just started. Gu Nanyan received a party call, and when he hung up, the car had long left Lu's group. Lu Beicheng held the steering wheel with both hands, turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and said, "You're busier at work than I am." Since he'd seen her in court, Lu Beicheng didn't call her a little Thai lawyer anymore. Before Gu Nanyan could open her mouth, he asked again, "What about being pregnant and becoming a mom?" Gu Nanyan gave a smile and said, "Mom said that the baby will just pass through my stomach for a bit, and I won't have to care about it after it's born." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she looked at Lu Beicheng's car, not the way to the law firm. She turned her face to look at him and asked, "This is not the way back to my firm. Where are you taking me?" "Lu Beicheng, you really drink 2 mouthfuls of soup as if you've solved your lunch. Go eat first." "I'm not hungry." "Then you eat a little with me." He has a bad stomach, and Gu Nanyan's stomach wasn't feeling well a while ago, so they'd better take care of themselves. Don't let the baby get genetic. A few moments later, the car stopped in front of a private restaurant, and Lu Beicheng got out of the car holding Gu Nanyan, as if the him who used to keep Gu Nanyan at a distance outside was not Lu Beicheng at all. "Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu." Lu Beicheng was an old acquaintance. He just came in and the staff greeted him warmly. The boss heard that Lu Beicheng was here and hurriedly came out to greet him. "Young Master Lu." Seeing that he brought his female companion over today, the boss asked with another smile on his face, "Young Master Lu, who is this?" Chapter 112, introducing her identity. The owner's curiosity. Lu Beicheng's 10 fingers clasped Gu Nanyan's 10 fingers and said with a smile, "My wife." Lu Beicheng was quite proud when he introduced Gu Nanyan as his wife. The boss opened his eyes wide. Young Master Lu is already married. After a moment's rest, he looked at the two men and smiled. "Mrs. Lu is so beautiful, so elegant, and the two of them look so good together." Immediately after that, he added, "This is the first time that young Master Lu has brought Mrs. Lu to the store for dinner, so don't be in a hurry to sign the bill later. I have to treat Mrs. Lu for this meal." The boss is a will-do business. Lu Beicheng is willing to come to his store. He is joyful. Never want Lu Beicheng to pay the bill. Just Lu Beicheng is not a person who takes advantage of the cheap. So long ago, let Xia Cheng charge the money. The boss was enthusiastic today. Lu Beicheng smiled and said, "All right, then I'll thank Boss Xiao for Nanyan." Where? Boss, I can't be happier that Mr. Lu was willing to bring his wife here. Gu Nanyan walked next to Liu Beicheng, looked up at Liu Beicheng. Look at him, a dominant position of power. Gu Nanyan cannot help but smile in his heart. He really sun beat out of the west, are willing to recognize her identity outside. It was as if the man who had said he didn't know her every time he had said he didn't know her 2 years before wasn't the one in front of him. The two entered the private room. The boss personally served the two of them. Liu Beicheng to Gu Nanyan clipped the dishes said, "Today Dipgu lawyers light do not have to pay." Gu Nanyan smiled. "You know I have a big face. Bow down to me more in the future." Gu Nanyan's smooth jokes. Liu Beicheng looked straight at her, and for a moment it seemed as if he had gone back to many years ago, when they were still studying at school. Gu Nanyan tasted a mouthful of the dish, and when she saw Liu Beicheng looking at her blankly, she said in amusement, "What are you staring at me for? Not eating?" Liu Beicheng, "Compared to eating, I want to eat you more." Gu Nanyan smiled. Okay, don't even sleep tonight, I'll put you to sleep at once." What a guy. Just made a scene in the office already. How come I didn't realize he was so put out before? How the first 2 years came to be. Gu Nanyan's war cry. Liu Beicheng smiled again and gave her dishes. More than half an hour later, when the two of them left the store after eating, Liu Beicheng signed the order without any politeness. A person of his status, casually mentioning the store to someone, the owner earned more than a meal. Not a moment later, the car started. Gu Nanyan's phone rang again. Or the party called. That's the way it is in the lawyer's profession. The more other people take a break, the busier they still are instead, because their clients take a break at this time of the year. "Xiao Gao, have you gone to arbitration? What did the personnel at the company say?" "The company lets you sue all you want." "Fine. You keep the contract and the attendance records. We'll talk about the rest when we meet." Afterwards, she explained a few more things about the person in question before Gu Nanyan hung up the phone, holding the steering wheel with one hand. Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan. "Want to come to Lu's?" Liu Beicheng found Gu Nanyan's serious working appearance quite charming, and it was quite interesting to imagine her accompanying himself to the meeting and delivering her own ideas in the meeting with a serious face, because in Liu Beicheng's memory, Gu Nanyan is a nature that doesn't take anything seriously, so it is quite interesting to see her working seriously. "Your temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like me," Gu Nanyan said carelessly. Liu Beicheng's face sank, and he raised his hand and cupped her chin before releasing her again. "You're such a big Lux group, and you're still no match for their Sunrise law firm?" Liu Beicheng threw away her face. Gu Nanyan had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, sizing him up from head to toe, focusing on his lower body, and finally looking at his face and saying, "You're going from your kidneys to your heart?" Liu Beicheng rewarded her with a blank stare. "Beautiful you are." Gu Nanyan, don't be so outgoing. You like me. It's not like I'm going to eat you, so don't worry about liking it. If Liu Beicheng really moved his heart and really liked her, then she would have to take revenge for the first 2 years. Gu Nanyan's nonsense. Liu Beicheng raised his hand and pinched her mouth to stop her from speaking. In the past, the two had often done this, and when Liu Beicheng couldn't win Gu Nanyan's argument, he would pinch her mouth to keep her from speaking. Gu Nanyan took away his hand, and seeing that the road ahead of her was a bit jammed, she adjusted the passenger seat down a bit and lay down on it, saying, "I'll take a nap first, and call me when I get to the law firm later." It was a rare day when she didn't have to drive herself, so she'd rest. Seeing Gu Nanyan sleeping down next to her, Liu Beicheng didn't mess with her anymore and reached out to turn on the vehicle's heater. Gu Nanyan listened to the sound of the warm air starting up. She glanced with her eyes half open to make sure Liu Beicheng was turning the heat on. Gu Nanyan smiled bashfully and closed her eyes again. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng took his own jacket from the back seat and covered her with it in a not-so-light manner. At a little over 1 o'clock, the car parked downstairs in the law firm. Liu Beicheng saw that the time was still early. Gu Nanyan still slept soundly, so he didn't wake Gu Nanyan, and swiped his own cell phone beside him, with his eyes occasionally cast on her. After not much time, the window glass of the car was suddenly knocked. Liu Beicheng opened the window with an expressionless face, only to see Director Xie's face exposed, saying with a spring in his step, "Mr. Liu, it's you who came over. Why don't you go upstairs and have a seat?" Director Xie just parked his car to go back to the office, and at a glance he saw Liu Beicheng's Maybach parked downstairs. Liu Beicheng is a big customer of Chaoyang, and Director Xie saw his car parked here without the engine off, so he rushed over to show his concern. Just as his words fell, he realized that Gu Nanyan had fallen asleep nestled in Liu Beicheng's passenger seat. Director Xie's face first changed in shock, and then immediately apologized to Liu Beicheng on behalf of Gu Nanyan. "Mr. Liu, Lawyer Gu, she doesn't know any better. How can she rest in your car? How can she delay your time? I apologize on behalf of Lawyer Gu." "Mr. Liu, don't be angry. Don't be offended. Lawyer Gu has such a big personality." Although it had long been known that there seemed to be a bit of an unspoken agreement between Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng, That was a private matter between the two. It was work time at the moment, and as Gu Nanyan's boss who came across this scene, he still had to be disciplined. After apologizing to Liu Beicheng, Director Xia reached out and then pushed Gu Nanyan. Xiao Gu, wake up, have to get up and work. Gu Nanyan slept deeply, and after being pushed by Director Xia, instead of waking up, she rolled over and continued to sleep, and the corners of her mouth pulled a particularly long trail of drool. Director Xia looked speechless, stealing a glance at Liu Beicheng. Watching Liu Beicheng staring at Gu Nanyan's saliva, Director Xia was embarrassed for Gu Nanyan, explaining with a smile on his face, this child is too young, and doesn't know how to pay attention to the image and influence. If it were anyone else sitting in Liu Beicheng's car, they would still have to be in high spirits and dress up like a fairy, and wouldn't dare to sleep in his car, let alone drool over it. Chapter 113. We've been married for over 2 years. Director Xia's embarrassed. Liu Beicheng calmly said, I've seen all her ugly looks. Director Xia doesn't need to be embarrassed for her. When Liu Beicheng said this, Director Xia looked up at him and didn't say anything. What does Boss Liu mean by this? Is it possible that he and Xiao Gu are really engaging in subterfuge? Nothing like this has ever happened in their office. If it was a serious relationship, then he could still accept it. If Gu Nanyan was getting involved in this kind of relationship with Liu Beicheng in order to sign up as Liu's legal agent, then he really had to think about whether or not this cooperation should continue. Although other institutes would engage in this kind of thing, they can never have this kind of hurtful thing in the sunrise, or else their work will become opaque in the future. Director Xia looked puzzled and embarrassed. Liu Beicheng wiped the saliva on the corner of Gu Nanyan's mouth as if nothing had happened, and said without moving, Lawyer Gu is my wife. What? Liu Beicheng said that Gu Nanyan was his wife. Director Xia's glasses on the bridge of his nose were about to fall off in shock. Mr. Liu, you said. The latter words, Director Xia himself was too embarrassed to ask, fearing that he had just hallucinated and misheard Liu Beicheng's words. As Director Xia looked surprised, Liu Beicheng once again declared, Lawyer Gu is my wife, and we've been married for more than 2 years, so you don't have to be embarrassed for her. Director Xia, and you don't have to worry about the subterfuge thing. 2 years ago, Director Xia looked for him to talk about the legal agent. Liu Beicheng knows that he is not the kind of leader who is profit-oriented and takes advantage of his employees. That's why he is assured that Gu Nanyan will go to Chaoyang to serve in the work, or else he would have carried the person back a long time ago. Liu Beicheng's statement again, and hearing that the two had been married for more than 2 years, Director Xia's jaw dropped in shock. After staring at the two with a surprised face for a long time, Director Xia then said incredulously, So Mr. Liu and Xiao Gu are husband and wife. No wonder it's said that when Xiao Gu comes out, realizing that his later words might not be appropriate, Director Xia immediately turned his words around. Then just now it was me who was more than generous. Mr. Liu, don't be general with me. Director Xia explained with a smile. Liu Beicheng said, Director Xia do not have to care so much. Nanyan's work in the future how to do. If you do not do a good place, Director Xia do not have to show mercy. The scolding of the scolding, the punishment of the penalty, the company's system cannot be bad. Gu Nanyan didn't vocalize her relationship with him outside. Liu Beicheng understood very well that she was afraid that Mrs. Liu's status would make it too convenient for her to see the truth of many things, so she talked more with Director Xia at this moment. Director Xia, don't worry, Mr. Liu, our office is all impartial. It's just that when Xiao Gu came to the office, we didn't focus on asking her personal questions. This is our negligence. Director Xia smiled and explained that the key Gu Nanyan came to the institute when she had just graduated. Personnel verified her resume, but no one thought of the marital status, and now in retrospect, they look at her resume. Focusing on her as a prestigious school did not pay attention to the marital status of this piece. Liu Beicheng listened to Director Xia's words and looked at Gu Nanyan with his eyes downcast, and was about to yell Gu Nanyan awake when he saw that someone opened her eyes after rolling them over twice on her own. Gu Nanyan opened her eyes to see Director Xia outside the window. All of her sleepiness woke up all at once. Director Xia, looking back and then seeing that they had already arrived downstairs at the law firm. Gu Nanyan guessed what was going on, so he yawned and said, I'll go back to the office then. Liu Beicheng faintly answered her. Aha! Director Xia greeted Liu Beicheng with a smile on his face before returning to the institute with Gu Nanyan. In the elevator, he had wanted to say a few words about Gu Nanyan, saying how she didn't say anything when she had this relationship with Liu Beicheng, but thinking that people might be trying to keep a low profile, Director Xia didn't ask anything, didn't mention anything, all as if they didn't know about her relationship with Liu Beicheng. Just think of their own institute has a Mrs. Liu, Xia director or secretly pleased. This is not a relationship is not clear. Xiao Gu is a serious Mrs. Liu, people Mrs. Liu can choose to come to their sunrise, that proves that their sunrise is still good. Xiao Gu, work hard, you'll definitely learn a lot and get a lot of promotion in Chaoyang. When the two arrived at the office, Director Xia encouraged Gu Nanyan in a heartfelt manner. Okay, director. Gu Nanyan had a puzzled look on her face, but she didn't bother to ask anything more. This time back to organize the case information. Gu Nanyan directly sat until almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Bei's phone call over. Said she had already arrived downstairs, before she packed up her things off work. A few moments later, when the two arrived at the place where they were eating, Lu Jingyang had already arrived. Seeing that Gu Nanyan was late from work, Lu Jingyang poured juice for her and said, "Smoke. You have to criticize this time, huh? Just focusing on work, have forgotten about me and Xiao Bei." Gu Nanyan took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack next to him. In fact, it is not all busy with work, but this period of time and Lu Beicheng words together. Lu Beicheng suddenly became a little sticky. When Gu Nanyan hung her jacket on the coat rack, Zhou Bei saw the red marks on her neck at a glance. The action of picking up the teacup gave a start, and Zhou Bei's eyes were so fixed on Gu Nanyan until Gu Nanyan sat down next to her with a big grin. And only then did Zhou Bei ask, "Nanyan, are you and Lu Beicheng getting along?" When Zhou Bei asked this, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at her. At the same time, Lu Jingyang sat across the table and looked at Gu Nanyan very seriously for a moment. Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang's serious eyes. Gu Nanyan looked at them both for a long time, said with a smile, "Yeah, it's good. After 2 years of lying in wait, my great goal is almost accomplished." Zhou Bei laughed at Gu Nanyan's disbelief. "Nanyan, congratulations then. We have agreed that I am to be the godmother when you have a baby." Gu Nanyan could reach her goal. Zhou Bei was happy for her. Never mind if she and Lu Beicheng could be together in the future. As long as Nanyan felt happy, she supported her, unconditionally. Opposite the two, Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's words, but he threw his chopsticks on the table with a snap. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei looked up, only to see that his face, which had been wearing a smile just a moment ago, was now very ugly. The three had known each other for so many years, and it was the first time Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei had seen Lu Jingyang so unhappy. Lu Jingyan's little temper, Gu Nanyan asked, "Looking for pain?" He's so spoiled that he's still throwing his face and chopsticks around. Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's words, looked up at her and said with a cold face, "What kind of person is my brother? Don't you have any idea in your heart? I didn't agree when you wanted to get a marriage license with him, but now you're in deeper and deeper, and you're really getting along with him. Are you thinking you can build it? Besides, has he dealt with that with Yi yet? Do you really want to raise a baby alone in the future so that your child is born without a father?" Not waiting for Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei to open their mouths to speak, Lu Jingyang added with a sullen face, "I don't agree with this. 100 times no. No matter what." He definitely didn't agree with Gu Nanyan being with his brother and her having a child. A couple of broken fortune tellers said something, and one of them took it seriously. Chapter 114. You're capable of being more dashing than me. Lu Jingyang's rare temper. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei first froze. Immediately after, Zhou Bei grabbed the nuts and the plate and smashed them on Lu Jingyang's body. "What are you doing, Lu Jingyang? Why do you have to look for pain?" Zhou Bei smashed over the nuts. Lu Jingyang didn't make a playful fuss as usual, just indifferently patted his clothes, looked at the two men and said, "Nanyan, you and my brother have been licensed for more than 2 years. What kind of virtue my brother is, how he treats you, you know better than every one of us. Is a man like him worth living with? Is it worth having children with? And don't you take those fortune tellers for granted. You haven't even tried anyone else. How do you know if the fortune teller is swindling you? Besides, the fortune tellers are all found by my uncle. What kind of purpose does he have? Are you sure you know all about it?" Lu Jingyang has always been simple, but anything bigger than a sesame seed is not willing to bother to think about. For Gu Nanyan, he is also worried. Gu Nanyan looked at him steadily for a long time, and finally said with a smile, "It's not like I'm pregnant right now, and besides, no matter what happens in the future, I can handle it. After all is said and done, isn't it just that there will be a child? She has a job. Her family has the Gu group. What is she afraid of?" After Gu Nanyan finished, Zhou Bei cut out his melon and said, "Jingyang, you're reacting vehemently. Besides, Nanyan and Lu Beicheng have been married for more than 2 years. It's normal for them to want a child." Zhou Bei words to this point. Lu Jingyang impatient, line. "You two how to say how to count, don't cry in the future is." Lu Jingyang finally returned to his usual self. Zhou Bei once again slammed a handful of nuts into him. "Still mean to both of us. Please wash your feet later. Lu Jingyang, wash and wash. As long as the smoke is not afraid of my brother, I will find 2 fierce men to serve you later." Gu Nanyan, "Okay," the three said. When the meal was over, Lu Jingyang really took Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei to wash their feet, and found a young man for both of them, and he himself found a man. The three of them sprawled into a row. Zhou Bei slowly exhaled a breath of emotion. No wonder men like to visit Foot Wash City. It is indeed comfortable. Gu Nanyan, on the other hand, said to the male technician who massaged her, "Press the shoulders more." As Gu Nanyan's words fell, the cell phone she put aside rang. Liu Beicheng called. Gu Nanyan quite disliked Liu Beicheng for keeping a close eye on her during this period of time, and was quite annoyed by his checking in, so she simply acted as if she hadn't seen his phone call, and let her phone vibrate there. "Miss, your cell phone is ringing again." It wasn't until the young male technician reminded her again that Gu Nanyan reluctantly picked up the phone. "Something wrong?" On the other side of the phone, Liu Beicheng's voice came over in a cold and clear voice. "What time is it? And you're still not going home? Ow." At that moment, the boy was pressing on the sore spot of Gu Nanyan's neck, and Gu Nanyan didn't hold back her scream. On the other end, Liu Beicheng's face directly darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, "Gu Nanyan, where are you? What are doing?" Listening to Gu Nanyan's voice, why did he feel so not right? Thinking that she hadn't done anything good, Gu Nanyan held the phone in one hand and signaled the boy to press gently as she said, "What can I do? I'm tired from working all day and looking for someone to press my back." Liu Beicheng, send the address. Gu Nanyan was unhappy. "Liu Beicheng, don't be unreasonable. I'll go back after I press later." Gu Nanyan said and directly hung up the phone. "If he wants an address, give it to him. He's spoiled. It's not like she's whoring." Gu Nanyan hung up the phone. Zhou Bei turned his face and gave her a thumbs up. "Or my family smoke is great. Men just can't be spoiled. They just have to be treated like this." Lu Jingyang also looked at Gu Nanyan. "Quite impressive. Now switching places with my brother." In the past, it was always Qin Haiyun who called her and sent her the address for her to catch the adulterer, something he and Zhou Bei didn't know how many times they had accompanied. Right now, it became Liu Beicheng urging her to go home and asking for her address. Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang couldn't help but feel a little bit of secret pleasure in their hearts when they thought about this identity change. Gu Nanyan listened to Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang and said with a smile, "You don't even look at who your sister Smoke is." The mouth is brave, but the bitterness in the heart cannot be said. Originally thought that Liu Beicheng is not really a problem, so has not been sitting in the relationship between husband and wife. However, since the two opened the meet, he almost never stopped. He's full of energy, but she's tired. She has to work. The lawyer's profession is still quite exhausting, so it's more or less overwhelming. If she had known that, she wouldn't have mentioned having children before. Glorious Bay. After Liu Beicheng's phone was hung up, he coldly smashed the phone out with a snap, not telling him the address and hanging up on him. Why did he feel that Gu Nanyan was just doing something wrong? Just doing something wrong to him? Seeing this, Zhang's wife hurriedly picked up his cell phone. "What's going on here? Young lady must be busy with work and will be back later." Liu Beicheng just laughed after hearing this. If she hadn't screamed that just now, he wouldn't have thought much about it, and when she did, it was hard for him not to think much about it. Liu Beicheng was an adult, and he knew better than anyone how ambiguous Gu Nanyan's shouting had just been. After receiving the cell phone handed to him by Sister Jiang, Liu Beicheng went out with a sullen face. Gu Nanyan she didn't come back. He was still too lazy to serve. As the car drove out of the courtyard, Zhang's sister-in-law could still feel Liu Beicheng's gusts of anger, and felt as if the two of them had to quarrel again. "Hey, it's so hard to get better for a while." Holding the steering wheel in one hand and a cigarette in the other, Liu Beicheng finished answering Xia Cheng's call and coldly threw the phone aside. In the foot-washing city, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei Lu Jingyang were still enjoying themselves comfortably. Zhou Bei said, "It's so cozy, I'm not going back tonight." Gu Nanyan closed her eyes and lethargically returned to him. It was indeed quite comfortable. As a result, just as this of hers fell, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open violently. A few people looked over with a jolt of surprise, only to see Liu Beicheng's dark face just appearing in front of them. For a moment, the room was extremely quiet, so quiet that even a pin dropped on the floor could be heard. Gu Nanyan was also stunned for a moment, not expecting Liu Beicheng to find her. Looking up at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan was about to say something when the boy who pinched her back spoke first, politely saying, "Sir, did you find the wrong room?" The boy's words fell. Liu Beicheng looked at the situation in the room. Watching Gu Nanyan come to massage even if she was looking for a man to give her a massage, Liu Beicheng's face could be imagined. Looked at her and said, "Gu Nanyan, you're capable of it. More dashing than Lao Zi." He didn't even massage, much less look for a massage from the opposite sex. Gu Nanyan had thought it through and would enjoy it. Young Master Liu, brother. Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang hurriedly greeted Liu Beicheng when they saw him arrive. As soon as Liu Beicheng took a look at Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei, his face looked even worse. Whenever these three people got together they were bound to be up to no good. Chapter 115 I've never even let anyone touch me, and you're still letting them. The three boys who served them saw that they were acquaintances, and seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the three were smart enough to immediately leave first. Even though it is a regular service, there is no need to get involved inside other people's family matters. Liu Beicheng's face was ugly. Lu Jingyang climbed down from the bed in a flash and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, Why did you come over? You must be tired from work too. So you came here to relax, right? Are you a familiar customer here? Why don't I recommend a masseuse for you, and I'll just come and sign the bill later. Brother, do you want a male technician or a female technician? Male technicians have a lot of power. Or I'll order you a male technician. But brother, you don't like men to touch you. Then I'd better give you an order for a female. No, 11 is quite good. White skin and beautiful long legs. The key chest is also big. Lu Jingyang crackled his mouth non-stop, as if Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei were not at the scene, as well as just now behind the back scolded Lu Beicheng unreliable. Not let Gu Nanyan and Lu Beicheng together is not his people like. Lu Jingyang said to order a technician for him, and also ordered a white skin and beautiful thighs and big breasts. Lu Beicheng looked at him with both hands in his pockets coldly. Lu Beicheng coldly swept over his eyes. Lu Jingyang could not hang on to the smile on his face, and the smile was worse than crying. He's already sucking up to him. What more does he want? On the side, Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng's gloomy face. She got off the bed without slowing down, moved her neck and said, People Jingyang is also concerned about you as a brother, and it's also a good intention. So you just take it. Lu Beicheng said with a sullen face. Gu Nanyan, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Gu Nanyan, okay, I won't talk. I'll shut up. Gu Nanyan said and made a gesture to shut up. Lu Beicheng's cold face swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Once again looked at Lu Jingyang when Lu Jingyang wilted. The aggrieved blah 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 said, Brother, is my smoke sister said work is too tiring, want to relax a little bit. I also want to take my smoke sister comfortable. She went home to serve you well. Lu Beicheng's eyebrows tightened. Lu Jingyang raised his hand and gently hit himself in the mouth. Your family. Sister Smoke is your family. Lu Beicheng disliked it when people said that Gu Nanyan was his family. Even if it was Lu Jingyang, even if they were indeed a family. But Lu Jingyang is a long memory. Lu Beicheng time and time again warning, time and time again to clean up his cannot remember, as if Gu Nanyan was originally his family, and finally by Lu Beicheng forced to snatch like. Zhou Bei topped a head of short hair, emotionless lying on the bed and said, Lu Beicheng, Nanyan and did not do anything. You to move so big anger? Besides, do you not play outside than this open? Lu Jingyang saw the situation, hurriedly in the side and agreed, that's right, my smoke sister she did not do anything wrong. Brother why do you send such a big fire? You see you kicked the door of others are broken. I have to pay for money later. Zhou Bei was a woman and an outsider, so Lu Beicheng couldn't be bothered with her. But Lu Jingyang was a man. He was still the instigator. Lu Beicheng lowered his eyes and looked at the righteous Lu Jingyang. He smiled. Did not do anything wrong? It is not doing anything wrong. It is indeed appropriate to relax a little. The man guy was all over her squeezing and pinching and actually said he didn't do anything wrong. And when did he ever play around outside? He never had a massage outside. After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, he turned his face to look over at the door and shouted, Manager Lu. As Lu Beicheng's words fell, a man in his 30s wearing a suit immediately came in with a smile on his face. Young Master Lu. Lu Beicheng, where are the people? All come in. After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the suit turned his face to look at the doorway and said, Come in. And outside the house came in 6 big, fierce men whose heights were all over 1 meter 8. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei's eyes instantly lit up. Immediately afterward, Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng with a smile. They're all on their own. What's the point of being so polite? Lu Beicheng ignored Gu Nanyan, glanced at the manager and ordered, Serve second Master Lu well. Lu Jingyang was confused when he heard Lu Beicheng's words. Brother, what does this mean? At that moment, the man walking at the front looked at Lu Jingyang and said, Second Master Lu, please, brother, smoke, what's going on? When Lu Jingyang shouted with a puzzled face, he was pressed by several men to lie on the massage bed, and then those men served Lu Jingyang individually. Leg presses for leg presses, back squeezes for back squeezes, waist squeezes for waist squeezes. In the next second, Lu Jingyang ghostly wailed, Brother, I really do it for your own good. I just want to take my smoke sister to put it. Lu Beicheng heard that he still had a mouthful of I smoke sister. He said, Is the force lighter? After Lu Beicheng finished, Lu Jingyang was left with nothing but ghostly cries, and he didn't even have the energy to explain. Zhou Bei was lying on the bed next to him, watching Lu Jingyang's ghostly cries. His scalp went numb, and he immediately jumped up from the bed. When her eyes met Lu Beicheng's, she explained, This has nothing to do with me. It was Lu Jingyang who nonetheless brought Nanyan and I here, saying that this male technician is just like a male model. Bei. Lu Jingyang's tears fell straight down. Bei, how could you sell me? Lu Jingyang's spine was pulled creaking. Zhou Bei gathered tight his clothes. Brother is not to be used to betray? You endure on the past. Tomorrow I and Nanyan take you to eat delicious makeup. Brother, I'm wrong. I won't bring smoke sister to massage in the future. I won't find a male model for Smoke Sister. Immediately changed his mouth again. Not to find a male technician for Sister Smoke. I won't even find a female for her. Brother. Ow. The bones are falling apart. The back is numb. Lu Jingyang's call. The smile on Zhou Bei's face froze when she looked at Lu Beicheng. His own brother's hands are so ruthless. Lu Beicheng really is not a person. To really press out a long and short, to see how he explains to his uncle. Smoke. Help me. Help me. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Usually massage is relaxing and comfortable. But was Lu Beicheng found 6 people special treatment? Lu Jingyang felt that his life will never step into the foot-washing city half a step. Hear the word massage have to be afraid. Gu Nanyan sympathized with Lu Jingyang's ghostly howling. Turning to look at Lu Beicheng, who was leaning against the table, Gu Nanyan took her foot and gently kicked him and said, "Alright, just clean it up." Lu Beicheng fished out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket and lit one for himself, taking a drag. Focus again. Gu Nanyan. She took a needle and thread and sewed up her mouth and forgot about it. Ow, ow. Lu Jingyang screamed miserably a few times before looking up at Lu Beicheng and asking, "Brother, where exactly am I wrong? You let me die, and die to understand." Lu Beicheng indifferently said, "The brain is not working well, so I'll unclog it for you. If other people's families have a fight or something, the siblings are always trying to be nice to each other. As the saying goes, rather than tearing down 10 temples, not to destroy a pile of he Lu Jingyang is good." Every time he encourages Gu Nanyan to divorce, not to mention, he also brought Gu Nanyan to the foot-washing city, and also find her a man, that he let him comfortable enough. Lu Jingyang listened to Lu Beicheng's words and said with a handful of tears and a handful of snot, "Brother, my brain will definitely be smart in the future." Gu Nanyan saw that Lu Jingyang's lips were purple. She said with a sinking face, "Lu Beicheng, aren't you afraid of tossing his brain even worse? Are you raising him for the rest of his life?" "Lu Beicheng, if he's wasted, I'll raise him." Gu Nanyan came angry, raised her leg and kicked Lu Beicheng hard. "Tell everyone to get out." Lu Beicheng extinguished his cigarette and patted his kicked pants leg. "You still have a point?" And huffed, "I didn't even let anyone else touch me outside the ING house, and you still let people touch me." Chapter 116. I don't abide by women's morals. You abide by men's morals. I'll give you an award. Lu Beicheng's anger. Gu Nanyan was amused and angry, and finally coaxed him. "Where did I let anyone touch me?" "Threw the clothes in." "Lu Beicheng, you're wearing long pants? You're wearing socks. Thinking about their own, have not touched enough times, have not slept a few times. These things count." What actually also in her body drumming. Lu Beicheng heart cannot swallow that breath. The point is that even if he slept with and touched them many times, no one else can still touch them. Massage doesn't work either. Lu Beicheng turned over the look of a vinegar tank. Gu Nanyan raised her hand to support her forehead, taking him out of the picture. She let out a long breath, looked at him and said, "I'm a married woman, and the other young man isn't even married, so it's not certain who's taking advantage of whom. It's not like I'm at a disadvantage." Gu Nanyan's crooked reasoning. Lu Beicheng did not pull with her, looked to the few people who massaged Lu Jingyang and said, "How come the second master Lu did not move?" After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, Lu Jingyang immediately howled miserably again. Gu Nanyan was called a headache. One was annoyed by Lu Beicheng, and the other was noisy by Lu Jingyang. "Smoke! Smoke! Help me! I'm dying!" Lu Jingyang's miserable voice. Zhou Bei is full of sympathy, just about to buy some paper money to spread on him, so that he can go well. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan turned to look at Lu Beicheng and asked, "Lu Beicheng, then what do you think we should do?" Gu Nanyan was not afraid that Lu Jingyang was in pain, but Lu Jingyang shouted too noisily. If she just threw Lu Jingyang away, it would seem a bit too unkind. "So, talk to Lu Beicheng." Lu Beicheng coldly grunted, "You asked me about your own mistakes?" Gu Nanyan really wanted to fight with Lu Beicheng. She just pressed an emo. What mistake did she make? Is foot wash just for their men? The key people just said that he had never been so dashing outside and had never let anyone else touch him, so she couldn't say anything at this moment. It just never occurred to me that Lu Beicheng was so clean. Gu Nanyan thought for a moment and said, "Then I don't care if you go to foot washing city from now on." When Gu Nanyan said this article, her heart was actually not too happy, because he didn't care where he went. She's just washing her feet and giving her a massage, and he's going to act like he's going to make a scene. What if we do green him up one day? At Gu Nanyan's proposal, Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, "I'm not as thoughtful as you are, and I'm not as unfaithful as you are." Gu Nanyan was instantly infuriated. Okay, I don't abide by women's morality. You've abided by men's morality. I'll give you an award. The two of them tossed their words back and forth twice, and Gu Nanyan could sort of see what Lu Beicheng was up to. Looking at Lu Beicheng with both hands wrapped around her chest, she said, "I will keep my womanhood in the future. I won't spy on other men outside. I won't look for a little white boy. I won't look for a male model or a male mechanic. That's always fine. After all is said and done, he's not just trying to paint a pie for himself. If he likes it, paint him as much as he wants. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Beicheng looked faintly at the manager in the suit. Manager Liu, bring paper and pen over. The man answered Liu Beicheng and quickly brought over the paper and pen. Liu Beicheng looked at the paper and pen coming. His eyes looked at Gu Nanyan. His chin nodded towards the pen and paper. Write down all the assurances you just made. Gu Nanyan. Such a big person had to write a guarantee. Gu Nanyan felt like she had beeped a dog. After staring at Liu Beicheng for a long time, and seeing that he looked as if he would get Lu Jingyang killed if she didn't write a pledge today, Gu Nanyan removed the two hands that were encircled around her chest, and approached the past without slowing down. Right, I'll write. It's as much of this stuff as he wants and as much as she writes. All adults who take this seriously. After a few swipes of the pen to write down that he does not come to the foot-washing city, Gu Nanyan handed the paper to Liu Beicheng when Liu Beicheng looked at it and said, do not look for a little white boy. Do not look for a male model technician to make up for it. Gu Nanyan gritted her teeth and added it in a sprawling manner. And by the way, she also wrote a few more promises that she would be loyal to him. Liu Beicheng saw that her sincerity was quite good, and had someone bring the seal clay to sign the pledge. Zhou Bei, on the other hand, was looking at her sympathetically from the side. Only Liu Beicheng was becoming more and more unintelligible. He seemed to have become concerned about Gu Nanyan. Today's bout seems to be jealous, and jealous in a good way. Folding up Gu Nanyan's guarantee and putting it into the pocket of his suit, Liu Beicheng gave a wink to the manager, who made a few people who were massaging and kneading Lu Jingyang stop. Once a few people stopped, Lu Jingyang cried even more miserably, and his arm trembled as he reached toward Gu Nanyan. Smoke. Smoke. What kind of sin did he commit? Why is he always being abused by his brother? He was on the verge of wondering if Liu Beicheng was the seed of their Lu family or not. How could his heart be so black? He could guarantee that if he cut open Liu Beicheng's heart and looked at it, it would be kind of dark and shiny. Lu Jingyang's miserable. Gu Nanyan pulled his hand to show comfort, but the result was that Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye, and Lu Jingyang hurriedly retracted his hand. After the manager left with a few technicians, Lu Jingyang was still lying on the bed crying, which looked like he had just been ganged by a few men. Zhou Bei looked at him sympathetically and said, Second Master Lu, can you get out of bed? I'm sending you back. Lu Jingyang cried, I'll try. With that said, he was weakly braced to land on his 2 feet when he landed on the floor, his ass thudding to his knees just as he lifted himself off the bed. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei's brows sank tightly, as if they hadn't stood still with their own weak legs. Afterward, when the two went to help Lu Jingyang, Liu Beicheng said in a cold voice, Gu Nanyan, try touching him. Lu Jingyang listened to Liu Beicheng's warning and immediately retracted the hand that was reaching out to Gu Nanyan and held Zhou Bei in both hands. Smoke. I'm fine, you don't have to care about me. But in his heart, he was thinking, damn Liu Beicheng, when you are not here next time, I not only want my smoke sister to help, I also want to hold my smoke sister, but also want to squeeze a bed with my smoke sister. Seeing Liu Beicheng threatening Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan turned around and kicked him. Liu Beicheng was unimpressed and raised his hand to press the back of her neck. Your account. I'll go back and settle it for you. After he said that, he pressed the back of Gu Nanyan's neck and headed for the door. Gu Nanyan, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Liu Beicheng, you've dared to enter foot-washing city. Are you still afraid that people will see you wearing foot-washing city clothes? Gu Nanyan, both legs trembling to see Liu Beicheng escorted Gu Nanyan away. Lu Jingyang did not know whether Gu Nanyan would dare to come to foot-wash city in the future. Still want a massage. Anyway, he did not dare to come, and did not want to press. A few moments later, after Gu Nanyan was stuffed into the passenger side of the vehicle by Liu Beicheng, Zhou Bei helped Lu Jingyang down as well, and after greeting Gu Nanyan, Zhou Bei drove the car to carry Lu Jingyang away first. Zhou Bei car started. Lu Jingyang cursed, Liu Beicheng, his grandfather, go to his ancestors 18 generations? Wait for his next time is not. I have to find a man for my smoke sister. Have to green him a little. Zhou Bei held the steering wheel with both hands, his short hair fluttering with the wind blowing in, and said with amusement, his grandpa is not your grandpa? His ancestors are not your ancestors? Then added, anyway, as long as you dare to mess up, I'll support you. Lu Jingyang angry still want to scold, but turned back to think of scolding are their own, simply lazy scolding, miserable and call for pain. In the Maybach, Gu Nanyan watched Liu Beicheng clean up Lu Jingyang, got her guarantee and still sank her face in unhappiness. She said, all screwed up and won, and still throwing off her face? Chapter 117 What's the use of having a husband like you? Liu Beicheng heckled, wife has let others touch. What have I screwed to win? Gu Nanyan only pressed the shoulders through the clothes. My legs and feet have not yet come. Ha! Liu Beicheng coldly smiled and didn't say anything. Anyway, it was pressed and she could say whatever she wanted now. Lu Beicheng didn't want to take care of her and didn't say anything. Gu Nanyan simply swiped her cell phone and didn't say anything either. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng said in a conspiratorial manner, "You're still in the mood to play with your cell phone? Gu Nanyan, no play, no play, it's okay if I don't play." How come I didn't realize before that he was in so much trouble and so bad to talk to? But looking at the way he puffed up and didn't even look at her with a straight face, Gu Nanyan thought it was kinda cute, so he touched his face and said flirtatiously, "Lu Beicheng, I realized that you look quite cute when you're jealous, puffed up like a puffer fish." Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, "Hands off." Gu Nanyan retracted her hand and slapped the back of her hand. "Let you be dishonest. Let you touch people blindly. Do you think other people are like you who don't abide by women's morals and let people touch them indiscriminately?" Gu Nanyan's self-deprecation. Lu Beicheng coldly blinked her and did not open his mouth to speak. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan moved her but towards the driver's side and asked close to him, "Dislike me? You won't touch me in the future? Then I can't live with less men." Then just now, Gu Nanyan's nonsense. Lu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye. Gu Nanyan immediately made a shut up motion. "Shut up. I'll shut up." Gu Nanyan said shut up, and this time she really shut up. She just rested her face and looked at Lu Beicheng like she was admiring a work of art, like she was looking at someone she liked very much. Lu Beicheng hadn't had anything when he first realized that she was looking at him, and after looking at her a few more times and seeing her just staring at himself, Lu Beicheng was embarrassed by her staring, and reached out to flick her face to the side. "Gu Nanyan, you're not allowed to touch or look. So what's the point of me needing you as a husband?" Lu Beicheng. Even if he was speechless again, Lu Beicheng did not open his mouth to speak. If he opens his mouth, then he loses. Not a moment later, the car parked in the Royal Bay courtyard. Gu Nanyan see Lu Beicheng got off the car also did not pay attention to her. Self-centered forward. She put her hands in her pockets and looked at him and said, "Still do not see me ah? If you don't want to see me, I'll go away." After Gu Nanyan said that, she turned around and headed for the courtyard entrance. A cold wind blew through her, and she was freezing in a pair of shorts from Footwash City underneath. Lu Beicheng turned around, and when he saw that Gu Nanyan was still really heading out, he reached out with his arm and pressed down on the back of her neck and yanked her back. Gu Nanyan laughed at once and twisted her but to bump him. "Not angry anymore?" Lu Beicheng didn't ring. Gu Nanyan added, "The wind is a bit cold." Lu Beicheng pressed the back of her neck and dragged her home with quickened steps. Gu Nanyan wore a jacket on top. Just the lower body is a pair of shorts. This is to the doorstep. He cannot take off his pants to her. And he's still angry, so hugging her was out of the question. Gu Nanyan looked up at Lu Beicheng and saw that he still had a scowl on his face, so she was happy to be happy. The two of them entered the house. When sister-in-law Jiang saw Lu Beicheng's ugly face and Gu Nanyan was only wearing summer shorts, she was instantly shocked. "Young lady, what's going on? Why did you come back in shorts? It's a cold day," Gu Nanyan said in an off-key manner. "Caught at the scene by your young master. His pants were stripped by him." Sister Jiang. Seeing that Gu Nanyan didn't have a serious word in her mouth, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and slapped the back of her head, then looked at Mrs. Jiang and ordered, "Make some ginger tea." Gu Nanyan laughed again at once, tilting her body to Lu Beicheng. "Heartbroken me?" Lu Beicheng pushed aside her face, turned around and walked towards the second floor. Sister-in-law Jiang looked at the two of them with a confused look on her face, and Gu Nanyan said with a smile, "It's fine, just coax it." Gu Nanyan said. Both hands in the pockets of the butt followed up. For some reason, she was especially happy when Lu Beicheng was unhappy. When she got to the bedroom, Gu Nanyan saw that Lu Beicheng still didn't take care of herself. She deliberately said, "It seems that you really dislike me. If I had known, I wouldn't have let anyone else touch it." Gu Nanyan had just finished lamenting when Lu Beicheng suddenly turned around and his eyes landed on her at once. Gu Nanyan looked at him and was about to mouth off a few more words or something when Lu Beicheng pressed the back of her neck again and pushed her directly into the restroom. Gu Nanyan deliberately yelled, "Lu Beicheng, what are you doing?" Not smack. Before she could finish her words, Lu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips. Technically, it was gagging her. Otherwise, with that mouth of hers, Lu Beicheng didn't know how angry he was going to be. At Lu Beicheng's sudden kiss, Gu Nanyan smiled and raised both her hands and wrapped them around his neck. Lu Beicheng's body was agitated by Gu Nanyan's response. Gu Nanyan jerked her head up. "I'll go." What kind of reaction is this? Gu Nanyan's roguish words. Lu Beicheng took off her jacket and foot-washing city clothes, and whoosh, pushed her into the shower. There was a little bit of roughness in the movements, as if she hadn't gotten over the fact that she had gotten a man to massage her. With her back to Lu Beicheng, before Gu Nanyan could turn around, Lu Beicheng pressed both of his hands on her shoulders and pressed her against the wall in one go. With her front body pressed tightly against the cold wall, Gu Nanyan was about to open her mouth to curse, when Lu Beicheng took off his own clothes and trapped her tightly in his arms, thus kissing her lips. Afterward, The hot water spilled over the two of them, a mesmerizing sensation that words cannot describe. At this moment, with Liu Beicheng's domineering kisses and spraying over her breath, Gu Nanyan only knew that it would be a sleepless night, and the man behind her was not letting her go so easily. Liu Beicheng, you're crushing me, Gu Nanyan screamed. Liu Beicheng rolled her over and picked her up from the ground. Gu Nanyan's guess was not wrong. Liu Beicheng really did not intend to let her off easily tonight. The two made a mess in the restroom for a while. Liu Beicheng hugged Gu Nanyan after soaking in a hot bath. Gu Nanyan propped both hands on his chest. Next time, Liu Beicheng clasped her 10 fingers. Don't you still have to find male technicians and male models? Do you still need to wait for the next time? Can't even satisfy him, and you dare to mess around outside? No, Gu Nanyan, which eye did you see? Anyway, the matter had already passed, and Gu Nanyan began to play the rogue. Liu Beicheng wasn't in a hurry either. A smile. Don't admit it, right? Exercise a little and you might just remember. Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng, you girl stupid? Liu Beicheng 10 fingers clasped her 10 fingers, looked at her with downcast eyes and said, Gu Nanyan, say you. Chapter 118 There is no room for anyone but you. Gu Nanyan, to be, 100 to be, 10,000 to be. Gu Nanyan's perfunctory. Liu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her lips again. In the end, Gu Nanyan repeatedly guaranteed that she would never go to Foot Wash City again and would not even look at other men. And only then did Liu Beicheng reluctantly let go of her. Finally liberated, Gu Nanyan stretched her leg and kicked Liu Beicheng, cursing, "Dog man." When Liu Beicheng rolled over to go over, Gu Nanyan got scared and propped her right hand on his chest. "I cursed myself. I'm a dog." Liu Beicheng was exasperated and laughed, taking away her legs and carrying her into his arms. Gu Nanyan was on the defensive. He said, "Not cleaning you up," and cupping her chin, he warned, "Gu Nanyan, what words did you just promise yourself? Remember them clearly yourself, or next time you'll be useless even if you cry your throat out." Gu Nanyan didn't answer positively and scraped him with her toenails. Liu Beicheng, huh? Gu Nanyan, I can't tolerate any man in my eyes except you in the future. Liu Beicheng was satisfied and took her into his arms now, and asked, "Have you eaten at night?" Gu Nanyan was sleepy and said, "Eat? I'll go downstairs and bring up the ginger tea." "It's okay, I'm not in that bad of shape." Liu Beicheng still went down and brought up the ginger tea, ruthlessly forcing Gu Nanyan to drink a big bowl before putting her to bed. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan woke up, Liu Beicheng was already awake, changed his clothes and answered the phone at the floor-to-ceiling window. Hanging up the phone and turning around, Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan waking up. He approached over and bent down to stroke her forehead. "Is there any discomfort? She left Foot Wash last night in shorts, and despite the ginger tea, I was afraid she'd catch a cold." "Gu Nanyan, I thought I saw my dad in the morning." Liu Beicheng, sinking his face and pinching Gu Nanyan's face, he said, "Since you're awake then get up." Gu Nanyan didn't want to get up, but thinking that she still had a case at hand to deal with, she stretched and got up. After simply having breakfast at home, Liu Beicheng sent her to the institutes. At noon, Zhou Bei and Liu Jingyang came to find her to eat together. Liu Jingyang saw her figure from a great distance and shouted, "Smoke! Smoke!" shouting as Gu Nanyan came to her. Liu Jingyang unfolded his embrace and then held Gu Nanyan tightly. Damn Liu Beicheng, the more he doesn't let others touch his smoking sister, the more he wants to touch. Thinking of Liu Beicheng's bullying, Liu Jingyang even deliberately rubbed his face on Gu Nanyan's shoulder. Gu Nanyan pushed his head away in disgust. "Alright, don't rub your nose on my clothes." Liu Jingyang hugged Gu Nanyan and refused to let go, scolded Liu Beicheng and said, "My brother, he is not a thing. I shivered last night and did not sleep well all night, and when I close my eyes, I have nightmares." Dreamed that he was a group of men. As for his dream, Liu Jingyang didn't even have the good sense to carefully tell Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei. When Zhou Bei saw Liu Jingyang pampering Gu Nanyan, she copied her hands in her pockets and reminded her coldly, "Your brother is here." Liu Jingyang, hearing Zhou Bei's words, immediately let go of Gu Nanyan, and even deliberately took 2 steps back. "Smoke, I just didn't do anything, and I didn't hug you, ha." Gu Nanyan raised her leg and kicked Liu Jingyang. No interest. Together, the 3 of them are more of a sellout than one of them. Zhou Bei couldn't help but be happy beside him as he watched Liu Jingyang's abject behavior. Liu Jingyang turned to look and realized that Zhou Bei was lying to him, and chased Zhou Bei to settle the score. After that, the 3 of them went to the restaurant after all the madness. The waiter had just finished serving the food, and Liu Jingyang served soup to the 2 of them. At this time, Gu Nanyan's phone rang. Liu Beicheng called. Seeing the few words on Gu Nanyan's cell phone screen, Liu Jingyang's hair went numb, and he even held his breath, gently serving the soup until he felt that he hadn't made a sound, and then he gave Gu Nanyan a wink to let her answer the phone. "Something wrong?" Gu Nanyan picked up the phone with a somewhat generic attitude. Liu Jingyang gave her a look. telling her to be more enthusiastic in her attitude and not to be too cold to his brother. Otherwise, in the end, it will be him who suffers again. Anyway, he could sort of see that his brother took it out on him whenever he was angry. On the other end of the phone, Liu Beicheng said, "Where are you eating and with whom?" Gu Nanyan smiled. "Checking my post?" Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyan did not answer his question. He directly switched to WeChat video call. Liu Beicheng's flirty operation. Gu Nanyan really wanted to open her mouth to curse. When Liu Jingyang saw someone beat the video over to him, he ducked under the table in a flash. Gu Nanyan, Zhou Bei, just now is not still patient, but also want to hug her? It seems that Liu Beicheng is really scared. After Liu Jingyang hid, Gu Nanyan connected to the video. "Look at your gesture that you're going to spy on me 24 hours a day. Liu Beicheng, you make people too uneasy. Gu Nanyan, have some face. Who makes people uneasy?" Afterwards, shaking the camera at Zhou Bei, Gu Nanyan hung up the phone after a couple of perfunctory sentences, checking her post in broad daylight. What a guy. Gu Nanyan had just hung up the phone when Liu Beicheng sent her a message, "Let Liu Jingyang hide it." Gu Nanyan looked up and saw that the opposite side was set up with two people's dishes and chopsticks, so she lifted her leg and kicked Liu Jingyang. "Alright, I've found you. Don't hide." Liu Jingyang, "It shouldn't be. I didn't even show my face." Zhou Bei turned his face to look at Liu Jingyang, who climbed out. "The dishes are showing." Liu Jingyang, "Smoke. You have to save me. You have to talk to my brother. I just came over for dinner. I didn't take you to find a man." Liu Jingyang felt that he was a bit unlucky this year. Zhou Bei gave him a large chicken leg. "Let's eat." Saying that, he looked at Gu Nanyan again. "You and Liu Beicheng seem to be on the right track." Liu Beicheng seems to. Zhou Bei did not finish. Liu Jingyang had a laugh. "The wedding is not organized. Wedding photos are not taken. Wedding rings are not won. Step into what the right track." Zhou Bei turned his face and his expression sank. "Can we still eat and chat properly?" Liu Jingyang immediately picked up his own bowl and chopsticks. "Eat? I'll eat." Zhou Bei, "Nanyan, you also don't listen to his nonsense. Liu Beicheng, if always this attitude, that should be done." Liu Jingyang, "Men just figure a sense of freshness. Who knows you once the sense of freshness is over." As Liu Jingyang's words fell, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei called together. Liu Jingyang's personality that owed him a beating. They both had seen it since they were small, and they didn't blame Liu Beicheng for abusing him every time. It's not that they stand up to Liu Beicheng, but Liu Jingyang doesn't even let people talk properly. At the same time, in Liu Beicheng's office, Liu Beicheng had just hung up Gu Nanyan's video when the door to his office room was knocked on. Liu Beicheng looked up at the person who came in, and his face immediately grimaced. How did Xia Chang do his job? How did he let her in? Brother Beicheng. Seeing that Liu Beicheng was in the office, the smile on Su Mingzhu's face was even more pronounced than earlier. Liu Beicheng's face was indifferent. Su Mingzhu walked over with her lunchbox. "Brother Beicheng, I came here with my brother on an errand, thinking that you shouldn't have eaten at noon, so I brought lunch over for you. Something's wrong?" Liu Beicheng was cold. Liu Beicheng's face to outsiders had never been much better, and his face to the opposite sex was even worse. Except, of course, Gu Nanyan. That's someone who could drive him crazy and vomit blood. Chapter 119. Couples singing together. After placing her lunch on his desk, Su Mingzhu pulled open the chair across from him and sat down. Her body moved forward and secretly said, "Brother Beicheng, I am now working in the company, and even though the shareholding is being managed by my brother on behalf of my brother, I'm also the biggest shareholder of the company, holding the same shares as my brother." This matter Su Mingzhu had long wanted to show off with Liu Beicheng, but there had been no opportunity. What she hadn't thought of was that Gu Nanyan was still an only child. In the future, the entire Gu group would be hers, and if she was willing, Gu Qinghua could even transfer the shares to her now. Congratulations, Brother Beicheng. The Su family and the Liu family were originally very close, and this project cooperation was also promised by Grandpa's nod of the head. Even though Gu Nanyan and I did have a bit of a falling out, but the relationship between our two families will definitely not be affected by a woman. Besides, you can forget about Xin Unique and Gu Nanyan together now. Then Brother Beicheng, you will divorce Gu Nanyan one day and have another relationship too. I believe Brother Beicheng will see my goodness one day and can truly recognize me. Su Mingzhu had always felt that she was the one destined for Liu Beicheng, and that she was the one who would walk with him until the end. So what if they're married? There are so many divorces these days, maybe they'll both get divorced right away. Su Mingzhu's confidence. Liu Beicheng picked up the phone on the table and called Xia Chang. "Xia Chang, bring 2 security guards over." Before Su Mingzhu could react to what was going on, Xia Chang came in with security guards. Seeing that Su Mingzhu was here, she quickly said, "Miss Su, please." Su Mingzhu looked at Liu Beicheng with a confused expression. "Brother Beicheng, what does this mean?" Liu Beicheng ignored her and gave Xia Chang a wink, and with a gesture from Xia Chang, The two security guards who came in together set Su Mingju up. Miss Su, I'm offended. Brother Beicheng, Brother Beicheng, Su Mingju shouted. Lu Beicheng glanced at the lunch she brought over, and Xia Cheng immediately took the things away. Su Mingju ago, Lu Beicheng feel a clear and quiet. Should come to find his people do not come. Should not come to come on the side. It was only the project that Su Mingju had just mentioned that Lu Beicheng couldn't help but sink in his expression. He had to admit that Su Mingchen's means and ability than his father's strong. Su's group into that crisis he can climb up on his own. There are still a few points in the ability, or the old man will not agree to cooperate in the 11 bureau of the project. Lu Beicheng's front foot had just cleared Su Mingju out. The cell phone he had placed on the table then rang. The old master called. Beicheng, bring Nan Yen back for dinner tonight. On the other end of the phone, the old man's voice was steady. Okay, Lu Beicheng agreed. So in the evening, when Gu Nan Yen came down from the law firm, Lu Beicheng's car was already waiting downstairs. The weather is a bit cool. Lu Beicheng did not close the windows, so he lit a cigarette and kept looking at Gu Nan Yen. Gu Nan Yen approached and opened the passenger door to sit in, and said with a smile, quite a flamboyant ah. In the past, it was too late to avoid her, but now that she didn't avoid suspicion, Gu Nan Yen was on the verge of wondering if the Lu Beicheng in front of her had been switched. Lu Beicheng extinguished his cigarette and started the vehicle. Go back to the old mansion for dinner. Gu Nan Yen took out her lipstick from her bag and touched up her makeup. I know, Mom just called me. When Gu Nan Yen finished fixing her lipstick, Lu Beicheng said, who do you want to seduce? Gu Nan Yen pursed her lips in the mirror, then turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng and said, seducing your boss Lu. Gu Nan Yen's disbelief. Lu Beicheng reached out and pinched her thigh. Not long after, when the two arrived at the old mansion, Qin Haiyun came out with a serious face. Gu Nan Yen took a look. The atmosphere wasn't right. Qin Haiyun is usually as happy as a flower when he sees her. Why this face today? Gu Nan Yen called out to her mother. Qin Haiyun approached over, took her hand and said, people from the Su family are coming over. Nan Yen, you have a mental preparation. Gu Nan Yen smiled. No wonder she said that the little old lady had a nervous face. So it was this. After explaining Gu Nan Yen, Qin Haiyun looked at Lu Beicheng again and said, Beicheng, your grandfather intends to ease the relationship between the two families, so don't be too stiff with your grandfather later. Lu Beicheng put both hands in his pockets. I know. Just after Lu Beicheng's words fell, Su Mingju came out alive. Brother Beicheng, you're back. When her eyes fell on Gu Nan Yen, she stopped smiling for a moment and rolled her eyes at Gu Nan Yen. Seeing this, Gu Nan Yen raised both her hands and held Lu Beicheng's arm. Hubby, is the hot spring you just mentioned far away? Why don't we go for a Mandarin duck bath on the weekend? Lu Beicheng, okay. Gu Nan Yen and Lu Beicheng sang together. Qin Haiyun translated from the back. Mingju, you know your brother Beicheng. If he likes someone, he can't tolerate other people and things in his eyes. Don't be offended. Affectionate young couples are like that. You'll see when you get married later. Qin Haiyun means, my son does not like you. There is no you in his eyes. He and Nan Yen good in. You hurry to find someone to marry. Don't be an eyesore here. Su Mingju looked at Qin Haiyun with an aggrieved face. Auntie, don't you like me? Qin Haiyun, I didn't say that. It's just that in my eyes, like my son, I only have Nan Yen as my daughter-in-law. Qin Haiyun means, I don't like anyone but Nan Yen, so don't think about those thoughts that you shouldn't have. Qin Haiyun's 3 words. Su Mingju was said a bellyful of unhappy. She thought that as long as Master Lu liked her, then the Lu family would like her. But the reality was that the Lu family seemed to treat her like that. In fact, the old man did not like her much. Just the 2 old men served in the army and fought in the war together back in the day. And this feeling is relatively deep, so wherever he can help, he will help a little. Nan Yen, Beicheng. When the group entered the house, Su Mingchen politely stood up to greet them. Su family old man came over today, only brought their brother and sister 2 people over. Did not bring his unproductive son, and he now has no strength in the company, not even the right to speak. All by Su Mingchen hollowed out. The dinner started when Gu Nan Yen and Lu Beicheng came over. The chef at the old mansion was hired from a 5-star hotel, so dinner was very generous. The old man set up this game today, mainly to resolve the conflict between Gu Nan Yen and the Su family, so that Lu Beicheng and Su Mingchen will take care of each other in the future. Lu Beicheng thinks it is not necessary, and he does not need the care of others, but the old man wants to give face to his old comrade, so Lu Beicheng also sells the old man a few points of face. For so many years, the Su family and the Lu family have always had deep feelings, and I hope that when they get to the North City and Mingchen will still be just as sociable, and I hope that both of them will complement each other in their careers as well to give us a great deal of splendor in a city. Definitely. Nowadays it's all about the latter waves pushing the former waves. Beicheng and Mingchen will definitely be stronger than our generation. The words of the 2 masters. Gu Nan Yen sullenly ate and did not speak. This kind of occasion she did not have to speak. On the way, when she got up to go to the restroom, Su Mingchen suddenly followed her as well. Gu Nanyan looked at the man in the mirror and said with an unimpressed smile, "Daring to follow me here even in the Lu family. Brother Mingchen, you're quite bold." Su Mingchen approached over and slightly pressed against Gu Nanyan. "I'm flattered." Then he added, "But my father was able to retire so quickly thanks to your help." Nanyan, not far away. The figure that approached over stopped at once when it saw the two of them. Chapter 120. She's my wife. We can do whatever we want. Gu Nanyan, you're welcome. If you have any needs in this area in the future, Brother Mingchen, I'll do my best. The implication is that Su Mingchen, you damn well don't let me catch you in the act, or I'll get you killed. Su Mingchen gave a scholarly smile. Good. Then Nanyan, tell me, what should I do if I want Mingzhu to call you sister-in-law? Gu Nanyan also laughed, raising her hand to straighten Su Mingchen's suit. Su Mingchen, you and Liu Beicheng are still far from each other. He became the chairman of the board of directors of Su. So what? There is still an unbridgeable distance between him and Liu Beicheng, and she still can't look at him. Su Mingchen, oh, is that so? Saying that, he leaned down a bit closer to Gu Nanyan. I believe you will have the day to beg me. Gu Nanyan, then. We'll see. Not far away. Qin Haiyan's lungs were about to explode as she listened to Su Mingchen's molestation of Gu Nanyan, saying that she wanted Mingzhu to call her sister-in-law. This is not a thing, brat. The old master is helping him. He actually misses her son's daughter-in-law. His Su family is really all lack of virtue seed. Su Jiacheng and Wan Meiling cannot teach good things. Qin Haiyun was already upset when Su Mingzhu stared at Liu Beicheng, and she was naturally even more upset when she learned that Su Mingchen was staring at Gu Nanyan. And what Qin Haiyun understood in her heart was that Su Mingchen didn't necessarily have much interest in Nanyan when he wanted to pry her away, but he wanted to compete with her son. He wanted to compete with her son. He wanted to compare her son to him, to step on him. Bah! Qin Haiyun furiously poo-pooed towards Su Mingchen and muttered in a small voice to himself, just by virtue of you, you also want to compare yourself to my son, thinking you're something. So when Su Mingchen returned to the restaurant, Qin Haiyun gave him a dish with a smile on her face. Mingchen, look at how skinny you are, and your face is pale with little blood. Isn't your body not doing too well? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Not waiting for Su Mingchen to speak, Qin Haiyun added, look at you and Beicheng in the same year. Beicheng has been married for more than 2 years and is about to become a father. And you don't even have a girlfriend yet. Isn't there something wrong? If there's a problem, you must go and take a look at it as early as possible. Auntie has a classmate who is a male specialist. Why don't we introduce you over there to take a look? Qin Haiyun said, and pinched the shell of another turtle into Su Mingchen's bowl. Humph, just you still want to steal my son's wife. You seize the time to make up for it. Su Mingchen, what was wrong with Liu Beicheng's mom? Why did she suddenly give him so many dishes? And her words were full of thorns. The key, he does not eat spicy. Qin Haiyun is aware of it, but gave him a bowl of spicy, clearly deliberately to make things difficult for him. Qin Haiyun looked at Su Mingchen's changed face and said with a smile on her face again, Mingchen, a man still needs to eat something spicy. If he eats too lightly he will have no qi and blood like you, and the women won't be able to look at him. Look at Beicheng. Look how well he looks, and how well he serves Nanyan as well, how rosy his little face is. Qin Haiyun's meaning is, with your unattractive and useless stuff, you still hit on my daughter-in-law's idea, and you want to dig my son's foot. Save your breath. Yuck! With Qin Haiyun's words, Su Mingchen's face did not look good, and the Su family's old man's face did not look good anymore. Liu Beicheng, on the other hand, is a look at the attitude of the show. At this moment he does not need to ask also no. His mom just that trip out must be to see what heard what. The little old lady is good. Now they're all tearing up their love rivals for him. Usually they don't hurt her for nothing. Double your allowance this month. The Su family's grandparents and grandchildren didn't look good, and the old master said with a heavy face, Haiyun, why are you out of bounds? The two little ones didn't make a scene today, but she did today. Qin Haiyun still had a smile on his face. Dad, I'm not looking at the relationship between the two families, but I also care about Mingchen, so I didn't take him as an outsider. Look at him. He just doesn't look as good as Beicheng. He doesn't have much strength at first glance. Su Mingchen laughed. By you, can I still look good? Su Mingzhu, however, couldn't see the problem at all, and with a serious face, she looked at Su Mingchen and said, Brother, is there really something wrong with you? If there's something wrong, you'd better go and take a look at Auntie's classmates. Seeing this, the Su family's old man's face sank as he said, Mingzhu, what are you talking nonsense about? Your brother, he's in good health. He's single right now because he's busy with company matters. Qin Haiyun listened to the words of the old man. Then he said, is it? That is mostly also out of strength. Unlike my son's company management is good. Life has not fallen. Should be married to marry. Should be asked for a wife on a wife. and now a Nan-yen relationship is also particularly good. Nan-yen and I went to visit the mother and child store some time ago. Your grandson is busy with his work. Doesn't my son care about the company? His life is still thriving. Anyway, your grandson is just not as good as my son. Gu Nan-yen watched Shin Hyun's IQ open up today, disliking people painfully, and she watched on the side with hilarity. The little old lady must have seen Su Mingchen molesting her just now, and heard the words he said that were unconvincing. On weekdays, Shin Hyun is a big grin, and friends and relatives never care, but especially protective of the family. It's okay to be bullied for a bit of aggravation herself, but not her son and daughter-in-law. Hearing Shin Hyun's words, Su Mingchen raised his head and then looked at Gu Nan-yen. Nan-yen, you're pregnant? Gu Nan-yen smiled graciously, preparing for pregnancy. Soon. Su Mingju, however, was anxious and looked impatiently at Liu Beicheng. Brother Beicheng, how can you? Didn't they have a bad relationship as a couple? How could he have sex with Gu Nan-yen and how could he prepare for pregnancy? The way Su Mingju's face turned red with anxiety, Liu Beicheng faintly said, she is my wife. We can do whatever we want. Brother Beicheng. Su Mingju's eyes reddened. Gu Nan-yen was already a deadbeat. If she gave birth to a child by her, then she would definitely pester Liu Beicheng even more. Afraid that Su Mingju would say something inappropriate, Su Mingchen smiled and said, congratulations in advance then. With congratulations on his lips, Su Mingchen's heart wasn't as pained. He was trying to compete with Liu Beicheng. He was trying to take over all the things Liu Beicheng owned, including his woman. But a woman who had given birth, he didn't consider. Thank you. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nan-yen graciously thanked him. What followed was an even more unpleasant dinner. After the Su family's grandparents and grandchildren left at more than 9 o'clock in the evening, the old master's face instantly became gloomy as he looked at Shin Hyun and said, Hyun, you're usually quite understanding and polite, but today it's too undignified. Seeing that the old man was still defending the Su family, Shin Hyun said in an exasperated manner, Dad, I'm telling you, that grandson of the old man of the Su family, Su Mingchen, he's not a contraption or anything, you mustn't be fooled by him. The old man's eyebrows tightened in incomprehension. Shin Hyun said even more furiously, if he wants to compare his ability with Beicheng, and wants to compete in his career I have nothing to say, but he actually hit Nan-yan's idea, saying that he would let Nan-yan give Mingju as his sister-in-law. Of course I can't swallow this breath. Is my Liu family that easy to bully? Can I let my daughter-in-law be snatched away just because someone says so? Chapter 121 She said, he's far worse than you are. Shin Hyun remembered the words Su Mingchen had just said. Her heart was still furious. If it wasn't for the face of the two old men, she would have wanted to tear Su Mingchen's fake mask off just now. As soon as Shin Hyun said that, Gu Nanyan was directly certain that she had seen Su Mingchen stopping her in the restroom. The old master's brows tightened as he listened to Shin Hyun's words. There's still such a thing? Shin Hyun looked at Gu Nanyan. Dad, if you don't believe me, ask Nanyan if Su Mingchen stopped her in the restroom just now. If he said those words to her. Dad, that kid's heart is black in. Maybe the last time he revealed that Su Jiacheng had an illegitimate child. He also intentionally took advantage of Nanyan. And I heard that he laid his hands on the woman surnamed Tang. Even Su Jiacheng is miserable right now. He can't stay in the company, and is being forced by him to the point that he can't even live anymore. When Shin Hyun finished speaking and looked at Gu Nanyan said, Grandpa, Su Mingchen's ambitions are indeed not small, and what Mom said just now is not false. The testimony of the two mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The old man frowned with his cane in both hands and did not speak. Then he was letting the tiger out of the bag by helping Su this time. And if Su Mingchen was more powerful one day, then he would definitely want to pinch with North City. The old man fell into silence. Liu Beicheng took 2 steps forward with both hands in his pockets. Grandpa, you don't have to worry, whether it's the job or Nanyan. Su Mingchen is out of luck. Liu Beicheng's assurance. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, and finally looked at him and said, Beicheng, you are knowledgeable and measured. My aim is that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. The implication is that you don't have to be polite if someone else offends you first. Liu Beicheng, I know, Grandpa. Afterwards, the grandparents and grandchildren chatted for a bit, and when Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan went back, Shin Hyun came out to see them both off. In the courtyard, Liu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan and turned his face to look at Shin Hyun and asked, Mom, what did Nanyan just say to Su Mingchen? Shin Hyun confessed. She stated that Sam is far worse than you. After Shin Hyun finished speaking, Liu Beicheng laughed and smiled happily. Then, holding Gu Nanyan's right hand on her neck, his fingers pinched her earlobe. Good eye. Gu Nanyan, how the vision does not know. Not stupid, that is. She's not stupid. Surely she wouldn't undermine her husband in front of people outside, even if that's all their relationship is. Shin Hyun saw that the relationship between the young couple was indeed better than before, and since Gu Nanyan had already said twice that she was preparing for pregnancy, she was also happy to send the two to the car and then instructed the two to say a few words before releasing them. At this point, she's just sitting around waiting to be a grandmother and waiting to have grandchildren. The car started, and Liu Beiqing smiled coldly as he turned his face toward Gu Nanyan. Su Mingchen is quite bold. Looks like breaking his arm last time was light. Gu Nanyan said archly and fiercely. That's right, even your Liu Beiqing's wife dares to be robbed. Liu Beiqing warned, Gu Nanyan, ugly words to you in advance. If you dare to be good with other men, I'll bury you. Gu Nanyan, same as each other. Don't just threaten her, check him too. Half an hour later, the two of them returned home and just entered the door. Zhao Jiqiu came over with a spring in her step and said gently, Nanyan Beichang, you guys are back. Gu Nanyan changed her shoes and said, Mom, why did you come over? Zhao Jiqiu, I came over to see you and Beichang. What is this child asking? Is it possible that after she gets married she will not be her daughter anymore? And she can't even come to see her? Gu Nanyan changed her shoes and turned to look at Zhao Jiqiu, feeling that her purpose was not so innocent. Mom! Liu Beichang also called out for Mom. Hey! Zhao Jiqiu answered with force. She was quite surprised to run into Liu Beichang when she came over today. In the past, when he came to see Gu Nanyan, Liu Beichang was not at home 9 times out of 10. So it seems that Qin Haiyun's statement that the relationship between the two had improved was the truth. Liu Beichang had just finished responding to Zhao Jiqiu when the cell phone in his pocket rang. A work call from Shunli. Old Shun. Answering the phone, Liu Beichang greeted Zhao Jiqiu and went to the small living room. As soon as Liu Beichang left, Zhao Jiqiu pulled Gu Nanyan closer and asked, Nanyan, you should be quite good with Beichang during this time. Is there any movement in your stomach? It's not that fast. Gu Nanyan had a look of disgust on her face. She knew Zhao Jiqiu wasn't just here to take a look. She was here to hasten the birth again. It's been more than 2 years, and if it weren't for her inner strength, I'm afraid she would have been driven mad by the elders of both families. Gu Nanyan said not so fast. Zhao Jiqiu looked obviously despondent a lot. Whispered and she muttered, Nanyan, you and Beichang married also 2.5 years. This thing you really need to hurry, or by the time the marriage is divorced, you still do not have a child. That 3 years is not a waste of time. Zhao Jiqiu think about the problem are relatively simple. As long as Gu Nanyan can have a child, only the Gu family can have after. Liu Beichang want to live with Gu Nanyan. She forced not come. I wouldn't be the one to eat a boring loss. Gu Nanyan, don't worry. Mom. Zhao Jiqiu, grandparents are also asking about this, as well as I give you. Zhao Jiqiu didn't finish her sentence. Gu Nanyan said, you give the old man and old lady that the child I definitely want to give birth to, or else I won't dare to die in the future. And I won't have the face to face my ancestors. Zhao Jiqiu, this child of yours is just not serious. Anyway, it's good that you know the importance of it. I've brought some tonic over for you and Beichang. You remember to have the kitchen cook it. Got it. Gu Nanyan. Zhao Jiqiu saw that she was still well behaved and sneaked a glance at Liu Beichang's side, only to see that he had come over after answering the phone. Mom. Liu Beichang, stay over here with Nanyan tonight. Zhao Jiqiu, your uncle Gu is still waiting for me to go back. Saying that, Zhao Jiqiu looked at her watch. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Beichang, you and Nanyan take an early rest. Zhao Jiqiu was leaving, and Liu Beichang and Gu Nanyan went to see her off. Seeing Zhao Jiqiu's car disappear from sight, Liu Beichang put both hands in his pockets, turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and said, your mom is quite outgoing. Zhao Jiqiu just said that Uncle Gu. Although Liu Beichang didn't say anything on his mouth, he still heard it in his heart. Gu Nanyan withdrew her eyes and walked towards the house with both hands wrapped around her chest. You're a good son-in-law. Before the two were married, he often went to her house, but after they got married he went to Gu's house only a handful of times, so it's no wonder that Zhao Jiqiu has a sense of distance from him. Following Gu Nanyan into the house, Liu Beichang remembered that she said to Su Mingchen tonight that he was far from him, and he took 2 steps forward to pick Gu Nanyan up in a horizontal hug. Gu Nanyan was startled by him and wrapped her arms around his neck reflexively. What are you doing? You don't know the time and place anymore? Liu Beichang, mother-in-law has come to the door to rush the little grandson. What else do you think you can do? Even though he hadn't listened to the chat between the mother and daughter just now, Liu Beichang guessed that Zhao Jiqiu had come to rush the child. Gu Nanyan put both her arms around his neck and smiled. All know how to coax mother-in-law to be happy. Progress is not small. The two have already been married. Gu Nanyan also a heart only think of the child. Or really like Zhao Jiqiu said 3 years of white toss. She also fell a second marriage women's reputation. Didn't take a bath. Gu Nanyan, restroom. Go to the restroom. Chapter 122. The ring was prepared a long time ago, but I never had the chance to give it to you. Gu Nanyan's reminder. Liu Beichang hugged her and went to the restroom. Afterwards, Gu Nanyan exhausted lying on the bed, the heart of a silent calculation. The two people have relations also have not a short period of time. It is reasonable to say that her stomach should have movement, and according to the usual time calculation, she should be coming to the 2 days of menstrual period, but she has not come until now. When she thought of this, Gu Nanyan, who had always been greatly indifferent to anything, felt as if her heart was in her throat. Should she be? When Gu Nanyan thought of her possible pregnancy, for a moment, her mind raced and she began to think about her future plans. Liu Beiqing sat next to him, seeing Gu Nanyan extraordinarily quiet today, not messing with him for a moment. He reached out and pinched the back of her neck. Sleeping? Gu Nanyan turned around and looked at Liu Beiqing. Not yet. Liu Beiqing patted the empty seat next to him. Sit with me. Gu Nanyan reached out to grab the clothes next to her, and Liu Beiqing said, which is the one I haven't seen? Gu Nanyan swept over with a cold eye. Can't I be cold? Gu Nanyan's fierce eyes. Liu Beiqing smiled. Gu Nanyan put on her clothes and sat up, taking a leather band and tying up her hair. Gu Nanyan felt that it was time for her and Liu Beiqing to talk about their future. Liu Beiqing lit a cigarette. Gu Nanyan's eyes looked askance and he immediately put it out again. Liu Beiqing said, Gu Nanyan. After calling out to Gu Nanyan, Liu Beiqing suddenly went silent again. Gu Nanyan yawned. You don't have anything to say, so I'm going to sleep. When Gu Nanyan lazily yawned to lie down, Liu Beiqing looked over with a cold face. Gu Nanyan sat her body straight again. Sit. Sit with you. He's the boss. He sleeps with us and sits with us. Did he pay for it? When Gu Nanyan sat up straight without slowing down, Liu Beiqing suddenly took out a very fine box from the bedside table and handed it to Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan didn't bother to pick it up and twisted her head to look at him. She grew up with Liu Beiqing and knew that Liu Beiqing was not a romantic person, and she had to explain the reason why she was suddenly given something. Otherwise she panicked. Seeing Gu Nanyan staring at him without picking up the box, Liu Beiqing said, the ring was prepared a long time ago, and there hasn't been a suitable opportunity to give it to you. When Liu Beiqing said this, Gu Nanyan understood. He gave a belated wedding ring. Although the two get along quite well this time, but does not mean that all the previous did not happen. The 2 years after the wedding she did not think about the wedding ring, did not think about the wedding photos, did not think about the wedding, about all the good things. She hadn't even thought about it when Liu Beiqing cancelled the wedding banquet, and when he left her alone in Royal Bay on the day they took the marriage license. Staring at the exquisite box for a while, Gu Nanyan flirted with a smile. How come you didn't give it to me before? Thinking I'm not worthy? Liu Beiqing's face sank, and Gu Nanyan reached out and took the box. To be, I want it. Gu Nanyan had never been the type of person who liked to carry on with people or give them a hard time, unless it's just too much to resist. After receiving the box handed over by Liu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan did not open the box immediately, but turned around and prepared to place it on the bedside table next to her. Seeing this, Liu Beiqing asked, you don't want to take a look? Only after Liu Beiqing finished speaking did Gu Nanyan take her hand back and open the box. Look, the diamond ring is beautiful, not a flashy dove's egg. The center of the simple platinum band is set with a very bright, good-sized diamond, and the whole thing is crafted in an uncomplicated but tasteful manner and of exceptional value. Gu Nanyan stared at the diamond ring for a while, and the past suddenly surfaced in her mind like a movie. Third brother, my legs hurt. Carry me. San, I didn't do my homework. What should I do? Liu Beiqing, slow down. I can't catch up with you. Liu Beiqing, the back seat of your car should be very comfortable to sit in. Liu Beiqing, who do you think you are? Liu Beiqing, we don't owe each other anymore. Gu Nanyan, you don't deserve to have my child. In the past, when she was still small, she called him third brother like Su Mubai and the others, and then she called him by his full name when she was older. Then later, he chose Xin Unique. If Xin Unique was still around, there was probably nothing for her to do now. It just didn't occur to me that a couple of fortune tellers ended up involving them again. The past gradually receded, and Gu Nanyan looked at the ring with a smile and said, it looks good. Looking at this ring, Gu Nanyan suddenly felt a bit ironic. This marriage, as well as she and Liu Beiqing could come this far, as well as this ring in front of her seems to be her deadbeat to come. Even though it was Liu Tianyang who went to the Gu family to propose marriage at that time, and even though it was Liu Beiqing who nodded his head to agree to this marriage, Liu Beiqing's more than 2 years of not hearing and not returning home seemed to give her a huge illusion that she was a stinking woman. In fact, back then, when he slapped her that time, she was ready to die of old age. Gu Nanyan finished looking good and was about to put the ring down when Liu Beiqing reached out and took the ring over with the box. When Gu Nanyan looked at him in disbelief, she only saw Liu Beiqing pick up the ring from the box, then grabbed her left hand and just put the diamond ring on her ring finger. The ring was the right size, and Gu Nanyan's fingers were slim and white. Her hand seemed to be a match made in heaven with this ring, perfect and impeccable. The piece of aesthetics. She could completely trust Liu Beiqing's vision. The ring finger of her left hand was suddenly put on a ring. and for a moment, Gu Nanyan was a bit uncomfortable. It's as if she's really married now and can't fool around with hookups in the future. Gu Nanyan's left hand that was being held trembled. Liu Beicheng released her hand. Gu Nanyan, remember to be measured in everything in the future. Don't really forget what you're married to. Gu Nanyan smiled. So the ring is a reminder of her identity, so that she can be quiet out there and not go to places like Foot Wash. Turning her face to look at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan smiled and said, each other. They're both half-assed, so let's not talk about either one of them. After saying that, Gu Nanyan lazily burrowed into the quilt and pulled the quilt to cover herself. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng burrowed into the comforter and hugged her from behind. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him and said, thanks. Then she added, no return gift ha. Married for more than 2 years. This was the first gift she received from Liu Beicheng. Gu Nanyan thought about it is also quite heartbreaking. I guess no one is a wife like her when the dilemma. So the return gift thing is even. And the ring came too late to be relevant. Liu Beicheng, where did your hand go to touch? You haven't had enough ah? Are you on drugs? Chapter 123. That slap in the face from that one time back then. Gu Nanyan resisted again and again. But in the end, she still couldn't escape Liu Beicheng's desire. And was still eaten up by him again. Nanyan, Liu Beicheng and Xin Unique have gotten better. Xin Unique tweeted about it, and the Xin family admitted to it. When Zhou Bei told her about this matter, Gu Nanyan's entire body was confused. She thought that she and Liu Beicheng were a pair. Thought that in addition to the fact that they hadn't broken the window paper, they were already lovers. Staring at Zhou Bei's cell phone, Gu Nanyan froze for a long time, before pretending to be calm and smiling and saying, the two of them look quite compatible. A pang of pain flooded through her heart, and as hard as she tried to hide it, her voice and body still shook and trembled. Sitting up violently from the bed, Gu Nanyan's forehead was full of fine sweat. She borrowed the bedside night light to look at her pillow. Liu Beicheng was sleeping very steadily, both hands propped up on the bed. Gu Nanyan calmed down for a moment, then lifted her hand to wipe the fine sweat on her forehead, and then gently got out of bed. It's been a long time. It had been a long time since she had dreamed of the old days, a long time since she had dreamed of that event. Walking over to the cabinet and pouring a glass of water, Gu Nanyan realized that her left ring finger had already taken Liu Beicheng's wedding ring. With the mouth of the cup against her lips, Gu Nanyan stared at the ring for a while, before drinking half a cup of water and going barefoot to the study next door. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the ring on her ring finger. It was an attack ring. She had only put it on tonight and she was reminded of the old days. Gu Nanyan stared at the ring for a while, then wrapped her hands around her chest to look at the bright moon outside the window. The moon is full tonight, just as it was that night 4 years ago. After the Xin family and Xin Unique recognized their romance, she did not go to Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng didn't come to her either, probably feeling that he didn't need to explain to her either. After all, they'd never started. No one had confessed. They were just normal friends. They ran into each other a week later when Xin Liangzhou invited them to dinner. She didn't want to go that time, but Liu Beicheng and Xin Weiwei had only just made their relationship public, so she would have seemed careful if she didn't go. People have already lost. Surely we can't lose face again ah. So there she goes. She sat with Zhou Bei Liu Jingyang to talk and chat, and she didn't take a proper look at Liu Beicheng the whole night, treating herself completely as an outsider as well. Technically, she would have been an outsider as well. Later, unable to stand the noise, she went to the rooftop alone to get some air. 2 elbows propped up on the balcony. The late summer wind is very comfortable and cool. Gu Nanyan finished the remaining half a mouthful of canned beer. There were suddenly footsteps behind her. She threw the empty wine bottle to the side and turned around with a slight drunkenness, only to see that it was Liu Beicheng coming over. At that time, Liu Beicheng was 23 years old. She was 19 years old. She was a sophomore that year, and Liu Beicheng had already served in Liu's group for almost 2 years. It's you! Seeing that it was Liu Beicheng coming over, Gu Nanyan greeted with a smile. Liu Beicheng approached nonchalantly. Gu Nanyan looked at him for a long time. Her eyes were a bit mesmerized as she smiled and said, "Congratulations." Liu Beicheng's eyebrows sank. That's it? We haven't seen each other for half a month and this is all she has to say to him? Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng's sunken face, and thinking about how happy Shen Weiwei was tonight, as well as pulling Liu Beicheng around to toast with people, making it look like an engagement party for the two of them, Gu Nanyan said, "The two of you are quite a match." As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beicheng's face became even more ugly. Gu Nanyan saw that he was just so sullen and didn't say anything, and he was still someone's boyfriend now, so she greeted him and said, "I'll go in first." As a result, when he and Liu Beicheng brushed shoulders, Liu Beicheng grabbed her arm and pushed her back hard, not letting her leave. The back hit the railing behind her. Gu Nanyan hurt so much that her tears were about to fall out, and the little bit of drunkenness just now instantly sobered up. Before he could catch his breath, Liu Beicheng's voice came over coldly. "Gu Nanyan, If there's anything you have to say you can say it straight. There's no need to be conspiratorial. Gu Nanyan was amused. She had only said a few words in total. One sentence of congratulations, one sentence of you two are quite compatible. Why is she being gloomy? Holding back her anger, Gu Nanyan asked in amusement. Why am I being shifty? Then tell me, what should I say? Liu Beicheng tucked his right hand back into his pocket. You can tell me if you're not happy about what happened between Shin Unique and I. Gu Nanyan is even more laughable. You are good with Shin only. Shin family has officially announced. And you have not denied. What else can I say? Besides, what identity and qualification do I, Gu Nanyan, take to be unhappy? Gu Nanyan hee a smile. I don't have such a big face, and I don't have the status or qualification to be upset. How can you, young Master Liu, be happy? If you feel that my presence is in the way of you two and your eyes, I'll just disappear in the future. It used to be a good relationship, but people have girlfriends now, and the two really should keep their distance. After saying these words, Gu Nanyan's back still had a burst of hidden pain so bad that when she went to check later there was a little bit of internal bleeding, which was also one of the reasons why she and Liu Beicheng later kept their distance and didn't make friends. Liu Beicheng, this person, usually others let him, their circle of dozens of people, he is the horizontal boss. So when Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beicheng's face was predictable. Looking straight at Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng approached over and pinched her face. No identity and no qualifications? Not appearing in front of my eyes. Gu Nanyan, then what is what you did before? Liu Beicheng's questioning. Gu Nanyan, a burst of fire. Several times wanted to take away his hand, did not take away, and finally grabbed his wrist and said, count what? It's just for fun. Your Liu family is a big family. Who in a city doesn't want to climb on your Liu Beicheng's high branch? Who doesn't want to be your friend? After saying these words, Gu Nanyan violently pushed Liu Beicheng, finally pushing him away. When her eyes looked at Liu Beicheng again, she only saw that flames could come out of Liu Beicheng's eyes. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, thinking about how he treated himself just now, Gu Nanyan added, Liu Beicheng, who do you think you are without the Liu family? Who do you think you are without the Liu family? What makes you so arrogant and domineering in a city? Who are you to be so arrogant and domineering in a city? So you should not think that I used to like you. Don't flatter yourself. I'm playing with you but like everyone else, but because you're the youngest master of the Liu family. The Liu family. Before Gu Nanyan could finish her sentence, the left side of her face received a hard slap, and for a moment, her entire body was struck dumb. Chapter 124. You pushed me so damn hard. After staring at Liu Beicheng for a long time, Gu Nanyan blinked her eyelids and rushed Liu Beicheng with a cold smile under her red eyes and said, Liu Beicheng, we won't owe each other anything in the future. Help her fight. Help her with her homework. Help her. All of it. It all ended with that slap. After saying that, her tears fell straight down as she brushed shoulders with Liu Beicheng and left. After knowing him for 19 years, the last thing he got in return was a slap in the face for being good with someone else. Ever since she was a child, Gu Nanyan was not a person who would cause trouble first, nor would she pick only harsh words to say. She was someone who could talk properly and negotiate. It's just that a lot of times, we have to admit that we are just driven crazy by our environment and the people around us. What they do will force you to say mean things you don't want to say. It will force you to do crazy things, and it can even drive you to the point where you don't recognize yourself, or even to death. If Liu Beicheng hadn't pushed her that one time, if Liu Beicheng hadn't pinched her face and hadn't questioned her coldly like that, she wouldn't have gotten angry and wouldn't have said that. If he hadn't come to her, if they hadn't had that fight, if she hadn't gotten that slap. Life on the other hand doesn't have so many ifs. What happens happens. Sometimes all we want is a hug, a word of understanding, and all things will be different. The past came rushing back. Gu Nanyan looked at the moon outside, raised her hand and touched her face. That slap was really painful, so much so that she still feels her face burning hot even now when she looks back on it. There was also the pain of the back bump, so painful that she could not forget it for the rest of her life, and she could not get close to Liu Beicheng for the rest of her life. What she didn't expect was that Shin Unique later met a fire and ended up leaving the world after a failed operation. What's more, he didn't expect that a few fortune tellers would suddenly appear and say something like that. He didn't expect Liu Tianyang to go to the Gu family to propose marriage, and he didn't expect Liu Beicheng to nod his head and agree to the marriage. In retrospect, he probably agreed to the marriage to torture each other, so that neither of them could swallow it. Then later, she didn't resist the pressure from her parents and finally agreed to the marriage. I thought that if I made an effort, or if both of them made a little effort, the days could pass with one eye open. But Liu Beicheng's end was not this idea at all, and he agreed to this marriage just to torture her, and somehow figured out to come back more often lately. Maybe it was the Liu family that put the pressure on. As he himself said, it wouldn't be good for either family if the divorce between the two of them went south. Exhaling deeply, Gu Nanyan withdrew her eyes from looking out of the window. Her eyes fell on the diamond ring on her left ring finger. She raised her right hand to try to take that ring off, but it didn't come off after a few times. After trying several times without taking it off, Gu Nanyan didn't bother turning her face to look at the master bedroom next to her. She and Liu Beicheng were typically sharing the same bed now. Gu Nanyan gathered the clothes on her body and was about to turn around and go back to the bedroom when the door to the study room suddenly pushed open. Gu Nanyan turned around to see that Liu Beicheng had come over. Gu Nanyan greeted with a smile. "You're awake too?" Liu Beicheng looked at her feet. "Why don't you wear shoes?" Gu Nanyan looked to the side and saw that there were 2 pairs of spare slippers underneath the sideboard, so she approached over and put on a pair. Liu Beicheng walked over, and Gu Nanyan turned to look out the window and said, "Couldn't sleep." Liu Beicheng stood next to her, looked up and glanced out of the window, and then when he looked at her, he noticed that her ring finger, which was wearing a ring, was a little bit red, and he knew without asking that she had just tried to take the ring, but didn't take it off. At this time, Gu Nanyan happened to be looking at Liu Beicheng as well, watching his eyes fall on her ring finger. She explained with a smile, "I'm fatter than I used to be, and it's a little out of place." Liu Beicheng didn't say anything. He didn't tell Gu Nanyan that the ring was designed by him. It was an inverted V style, easy to put on but hard to take off. Liu Beicheng also understands very well in his heart. Gu Nanyan looks like nothing on the surface. In fact, she is very mindful of that incident back then. Mindful of the fact that he slapped her. A lot of things once they happen can't go back. There will be cracks and divisions. Then later, the two argued more. Gu Nanyan's heart will gradually numb. But how can not compare to that time that slap to heartache? Her patience, her fondness, seemed to have been worn away a little in this back and forth. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. The atmosphere was silent for a long time before Liu Beicheng said, "Something on your mind?" Gu Nanyan smiled. "Not really, just dreaming about a bit of the past." Speaking here, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng. It feels like something that happened in a previous life. However, it was not possible to step over this hurdle. When Gu Nanyan said this, Liu Beicheng probably knew what kind of thing she was dreaming about. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the study alone. The atmosphere once again fell into a burst of silence. Gu Nanyan looked at the bright moon outside and said, "You pushed me that one time really heavy. I later went to check all the internal bleeding." Liu Beicheng's heart trembled fiercely, completely not expecting or realizing that he would have pushed so hard at that time, which would cause Gu Nanyan to be injured. He was just angry that she hadn't gone to him, that she had said congratulations so calmly. Liu Beicheng's pale face, Gu Nanyan turned to look at him and said, "Go back to your room and sleep." At that time in the evening, Gu Nanyan still wanted to talk to Liu Beicheng about their future, but after a dream she felt there was little need. It doesn't matter if it will go all the way or not, and it doesn't matter what kind of relationship model it will be in. With so many divorces every day, it's not surprising that they don't go through with it. There are so many couples who go all the way, but how many of them don't quarrel and have no gap in their hearts? And how many are not in the same bed? At this moment, Gu Nanyan suddenly understood one thing. She is just the most ordinary one in the multitude of people. Her life will also have bad feelings, will also have entanglements. This is something that the vast majority of people go through. When she was about to turn 24, Gu Nanyan suddenly saw a lot of things and became even less forceful. Relationships, marriages, that's really all there is to it. Liu Beicheng turned and took her hand. Gu Nanyan's hand was cold. The coolness seemed to emanate from her bones. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Liu Beicheng wanted to say something to Gu Nanyan several times, but he wanted to stop talking several times. Xin Unique was gone, and he had no way to explain it. Liu Beicheng was slow to speak. Gu Nanyan sneezed, and only then did Liu Beicheng let go of her hand. Gu Nanyan smiled. "You're not sleeping?" Liu Beicheng, "Sleep." After the two of them returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed, Liu Beicheng habitually carried Gu Nanyan over. Gu Nanyan didn't refuse, and even rubbed towards his arms to rub the heat from his body. Life is all about acting. After a while, Liu Beicheng suddenly spoke. He said, "Gu Nanyan, I was wrong. No matter what, I shouldn't have pushed you. I shouldn't have slapped you that time." Chapter 125. Come over here and help me with my tie. After Liu Beicheng apologized, Gu Nanyan was slow to speak. Liu Beicheng looked down, only to see that someone had long since fallen asleep nestled in his arms. Liu Beicheng, when it comes to being heartless, if Gu Nanyan is ranked second, no one can be ranked first. The next morning, when the two woke up, it was the same as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. Gu Nanyan did not dream about what happened a few years ago and was not alone in the study being sad, and Liu Beicheng did not remember anything from the past. Over in the closet, Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan coming out of the restroom, and he said, Come over and help me tie my tie. Gu Nanyan, there's a tip? Liu Beicheng reached out and swept her over. Yes. Being shamelessly swept into someone's arms, Gu Nanyan raised her head and looked at him. Looking at his hot eyes, Gu Nanyan held a lazy smile at the corner of her mouth and raised both hands to help him tie his tie. 6 years ago, Liu Beicheng just entered the company soon. Gu Nanyan learned to tie. Just did not give him a few times to play, the two fell apart. So the skills of the eye is a little rusty. Gu Nanyan tied her tie very carefully. The ring on her left ring finger was very bright. She didn't pay too much attention to it. After tossing and turning for a while, seeing that the bow tie was finally tied, Gu Nanyan straightened Liu Beicheng's clothes. The boss can go out and earn some money. Liu Beicheng cupped her chin and leaned down to kiss her lips. Gu Nanyan's brows tightened. This is even a tip? Liu Beicheng, you really don't have any face at all. Liu Beicheng smiled. Are you ready yet? Send you. In the days that followed, the two got along the same way, and everything was peaceful. And Gu Nanyan hung out with Zhou Bei Lu Jingyang after she was busy with her work. That night, when the three of them came together for dinner, Zhou Bei kept his brows wrinkled and sulked, the juice in his cup stirring around, and his face was full of heartbreaks written all over it. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan took her chopsticks and knocked on her bowl and asked, "Emotions are written on your face. Had a fight with Zhou Qiaoxing Lu Piao?" Zhou Bei raised his hand to scratch his short hair and said, not knowing where to explain, "No." Since Gu Nanyan last time to find someone to Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Piao cleaned up, the mother and the two have been much more honest. Although it is still yin and yang her, but still convergence of a lot, coupled with the fact that she went back to the Zhou family less in recent months, so the days are still quite peaceful. Lu Jingyang saw Zhou Bei's heavy heart and didn't know where to start. He said, "Bei, isn't it good to talk to Smoke and I about anything? Are we still brothers or not?" When Lu Jingyang said this, Zhou Bei became even more embarrassed. Finally, after a long exhale, he said, "My father said he found me a family to marry and marry." Not waiting for the two to open their mouths to speak, Zhou Bei added, "Other people don't know. Nan Yen and Jingyang, you two are the most clear about me. I have never thought about this at all. The marriage thing, it has nothing to do with me. Although the Zhou family is rich, but Zhou Bei grew up in a bad living environment, especially after junior high school encountered that thing. Her thoughts and other people are different. She does not want to get married and have children is also justifiable." Lu Jingyang listening to Zhou Bei words. A moment on the explosion. Do not listen to your father nonsense. He most likely is to take you to exchange interests. You do not be his pawns make. And then said, "Besides, the marriage thing is good. You do not look at others. You look at the south, Smoke will know. This pick, you two jumped one into the line. Don't both fall into it." After Lu Jingyang finished speaking, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei looked towards him at the same time. Second master, quite wise today. Knowing that Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang are on his side, Zhou Bei continued, "In fact, I know without Jingyang's words, my father definitely wants to take me as a favor, and his attitude towards me has changed over this period of time, so I guess he wants me to transfer the shares to him again." Zhou Bei's shares were left to her by her mom before she passed away, and it had been the agency that had been managing them for her, but the stakes were in her own hands, so Zhou Group, in addition to Zhou Hongfeng, has shares. Zhou Bei hands also hold 21% of the shares, is a very large share, then Zhou Hongfeng a little more. Words opened, Zhou Bei added, "Besides, Lu Pipio can nod to agree to this marriage, that the other person is certainly not good, or she left her daughter Zhou Qiaoxing, which still have my share." Zhou Bei was just a man of few words in her time, but she was never stupid, and she and Gu Nanyan had always had the suspicion that Lu Piao was the one behind that incident 9 years ago. If it wasn't for the fact that her grandparents were still alive, and if it wasn't for the fact that she still held 21% of the shares in her hands, I'm afraid she wouldn't have had the life to live to see this day. Lu Jingyang said, "Bei, since you know everything in your heart, it's even less necessary to listen to their arrangements. And besides, what the hell are they one and all?" At this time, Gu Nanyan also opened her mouth. She said, "Xiao Bei, we can get married and marry someone, but we must marry the person we like and the person who is worthy of it. Your father's handful of wishful thinking you can ignore no matter what. If you don't say yes, they can't do anything with you." As Zhou Bei had said, there were good people the Zhou family wouldn't have considered her first, and given her relationship with her family, there was absolutely no need for them to meddle in her marriage. Besides, with herself as a stark example, she didn't want Zhou Bei to be like her in the future, where marriage was just a futile worry that gave her no comfort. And for Zhou Bei, she needs the warmth of a family even more. With the support of Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang, Zhou Bei slowly exhaled. "After talking to you guys, I feel much more comfortable in my heart." Lu Jingyang, what are you holding back? Should have told us a long time ago. Zhou Bei, originally, I didn't think it was a big deal, but my dad has been calling every day for a while now, asking me to meet up every day, and I haven't even been to the office for the past few days. Gu Nanyan reminded, "Xiao Bei, you have to be mentally prepared. Your father might want you to bring in shares in exchange for not getting married. Zhou Bei's eyes widened. Why? The shares were left to me by my mom. Besides, without my mom, could he Zhou Hongfeng have today? He doesn't even want to think about this. Don't want her shares even if it kills her. Zhou Bei's attitude was firm, and Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang were relieved, fearing that she would be counted out by Zhou Hongfeng. While a few people were chatting about this, the empty chair next to Gu Nanyan was suddenly pulled away, and a few people turned their faces to look over, only to see Lu Beicheng coming. When Lu Jingyang saw his brother coming, his legs instantly softened, and he hurriedly explained with Lu Beicheng, "Brother, we are doing nothing this time. We are eating in a serious manner." Lu Beicheng coldly looked over. "That's because I came in time. Otherwise who knows what they would have gone for in the second half." Lu Jingyang swore, "Brother, there is absolutely no such thing. Intend to send my smoke sister back after dinner. Don't believe you, ask Xiao Bei." When Lu Jingyang finished speaking and turned his face to look at Zhou Bei said, "Did we just talk about going back?" Lu Jingyang's aggrieved, almost crying expression. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "It's not like he caught the scene. What are you afraid of?" Saying so, she shouted towards the waiter, "Waiter, add a pair of bowls and chopsticks." Chapter 126. The fire she set. As soon as Lu Beicheng came, Lu Jingyang and the few of them spoke more carefully than just now, and they didn't even talk about personal matters. They were all about some unnutritious gossip. After dinner, Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei left together, and Gu Nanyan naturally went back to Royal Bay with Lu Beicheng. In the car, the two of them chatted about one thing or another, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. When the car stopped at the entrance to the courtyard, Gu Nanyan had fallen asleep at some point. Lu Beicheng turned his face to look at her for a long time, and after seeing that she didn't wake up for a while, he opened the car door and got out of the car before carrying Gu Nanyan into the house. It was only at this moment, while holding her, that Lu Beicheng realized that her weight had barely changed from before. 171, and she was still as light as ever. Back, when Mrs. Zhang saw Lu Beicheng carrying Gu Nanyan in, she greeted with a small smile. "Aha!" Lu Beicheng faintly answered, carrying Gu Nanyan to the second floor before putting her on the bed, kneeling on one knee on the bed and looking at Gu Nanyan, remembering what she said to him in the middle of the night that day, saying that he pushed her that time and caused her to crash out and bleed internally. Lu Beicheng's heart was clogged for a while. How it was not comfortable. There's also the fact that she didn't tell him about her car accident last year, and the fact that she got sick and preferred to yell at Zhou Bei to take her to the hospital instead of calling him. Lowering his eyes and staring at Gu Nanyan for a moment, Lu Beicheng remembered the slap he had given her and the fire she had set. Never wanted to believe she set the fire, and the evidence was so overwhelming. Between them, there was no going back. A long time ago, Gu Nanyan tossed on the bed, and Lu Beicheng stood up without any expression on his face. Gu Nanyan didn't wake up, and he pulled back the quilt to cover her. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyang had just put Zhou Bei downstairs in her house when Zhou Bei's phone rang. Her dad Zhou Hongfeng called. Zhou Bei impatiently hung up the phone, and Zhou Hongfeng's second call immediately came back. Now, Zhou Bei was a bit annoyed and said when he picked up the phone, "I've already gone to bed. Let's talk about it tomorrow if there's anything." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Hongfeng said in a calm manner, "You come home now. The driver is right behind you. You don't make things difficult for others." After Zhou Hongfeng finished speaking, Zhou Bei turned around and looked back, only to see the driver standing 2 meters behind her waiting for her. Zhou Bei coldly hung up the phone, and the driver immediately opened the car door. "Missy." Zhou Bei blew the hair hanging down from her forehead and finally got into the car. Hiding from the first day, cannot hide from the 15th. Zhou Hongfeng's side of the sooner or later she has to face, then go back to talk to him clearly, so that he also early death of this heart. Half an hour later, when Zhou Bei returned to the Zhou family, Zhou Hongfeng, Lu Piao, and Zhou Qiaoxing were all at home. Before she entered the house, the three of them were all happy and laughing as a family, and as soon as she entered the house, one of their faces was instantly gloomy, as if she had come over to ask for a debt back. Lu Piao greeted coldly and cheerfully. In the past, she still pretended to be enthusiastic for a bit, but then Zhou Bei and Zhou Hongfeng's relationship became more and more stagnant, and this woman didn't even bother to act. Zhou Bei tucked both hands into his pants pockets, looked indifferently at her dad and said, "Zhou Hongfeng, what do you have to say quickly? Don't delay me." Zhou Bei just opened her mouth. Lu Pei counted her down and said, "Hongfeng, look at this child. Look at her where there is still a little bit of a girl's appearance. Which girl cuts her hair short like this? Which girl is as gangly as her? Which girl talks to her own father like this? It's a good thing Joshing isn't like this, or else both kids would be like this and I'd be in a hurry." Lu Pei said this as if she was treating Zhou Bei as her own daughter without discrimination. Seeing this, Zhou Qiaoxing approached and pulled Lu Piao. "Mom, forget it. Sister has her own likes and hobbies. We can't comment too much." Lu Pei and Zhou Qiaoxing's double act. Zhou Hongfeng's face is even more ugly. How he Zhou Hongfeng gave birth to such a disgraceful daughter. If the time can be rewound, simply strangled her, forget it, to save her from losing their own face. With Zhou Qiaoxing and Lu Pao's mouths, Zhou Bei gave the two of them a blank look and said, "Disgusting who? Stop acting." Lu Pao immediately became angry. Hongfeng, look how arrogant she is now. Not to mention not putting me as a mother in her eyes. She also didn't put you as a father in her eyes. Zhou Hongfeng has always valued power and is surrounded by people who must be subservient to him. With Lu Pei so provoked, he looked at Zhou Bei with even more indifference, as if Zhou Bei was not his daughter, but his enemy. Lu Pei's fanning the flames. Zhou Bei lazily ignored them and directly looked at Zhou Hongfeng and said, "Zhou Hongfeng, are you alright? I'll go back first if nothing is wrong." Zhou Hongfeng looked at Zhou Bei's disbelief. He suppressed his anger and looked at her and said, "You free up your time this Saturday. Go and have a meal with Lin Lei at noon, and in the evening the two families will have a meal together." Not waiting for Zhou Bei to open his mouth, Zhou Hongfeng added, "You don't have the right to say no in this matter, and this marriage was arranged by your grandparents." Zhou Hongwei moved his grandparents out, and Zhou Bei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but she quickly figured out that it must have been Zhou Hongfeng who said something in front of the two old men, and the two old men nodded their heads in agreement. Eyes coldly looking at Zhou Hongfeng, Zhou Bei said, "If you want to go, you guys go yourselves. I definitely won't go." Zhou Bei's indifference. Zhou Hongfeng's face turned white, pointing at her. "This marriage you have to agree to, but also have to agree to not agree. Zhou Bei, don't live too selfishly. Don't forget that you're the daughter of the Zhou family and a shareholder of Zhou. If you really want to live so capriciously, then hand over the shares in your hand. You'll leave your relationship with my Zhou family clean, and no one will care what you do in the future." Zhou Hongfeng had some self-righteous anger, and Zhou Bei laughed sarcastically. Nan Yen was not wrong. Zhou Hongfeng really wanted the shares in her hand. Zhou Bei, both hands still in his pockets, looked at Zhou Hongfeng and said, "Want my shares?" Zhou Hongfeng, don't daydream. Lu Piao said, "You're a girl. What are you doing with so many shares? You just know Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang and their hearts are just pure. Your daddy is definitely doing it for your own good. There is definitely nothing wrong with you transferring your shares to your dad. Zhou Bei, don't think about it." Saying that, she took her right hand out of her pocket and patted her clothes. "I won't be there on Saturday, and I won't be transferring my shares. I'll make my own decisions in my own life. I don't need any of you to arrange it or tell me what to do." Then he added, "I came over today to make my position clear. So Zhou Hongfeng, don't call me in the future. Zhou Bei, you turn against me." The veins on Zhou Hongfeng's neck exploded and he directly instructed the servants to say, "Lock her up in her room. This marriage has to be concluded even if she doesn't want it to be." When several servants were about to come over to catch Zhou Bei turned to look at Zhou Hongfeng. "Zhou Hongfeng, you can put me under house arrest or forcibly escort me to the wedding, but there is one thing I have to declare to you in advance. If my lawyers can't contact me for 3 days and can't see me in person, then the 21% of the shares in my hand will never belong to the Zhou family. They'll donate them for me. So Zhou Hongfeng, you'll only be able to hold on to that 20% of the shares for the rest of your life, and Zhou's may not belong to you at any time." Chapter 127. The results of the test came out. Zhou Hongfeng's shares in hand are a little less than hers, and since she is Zhou Hongfeng's daughter, outsiders naturally see them as one. If she and Zhou Hongfeng fall apart, if the shares in her hands become the third parties, then Zhou Hongfeng's position may not be stable. He may not be able to continue to be his Zhou chairman. Gu Nanyan was a lawyer. She had played with Gu Nanyan for so many years, she wouldn't even have the brains to protect herself. Zhou Bei's warning. Zhou Hongfeng's face a burst of white and a burst of black. Even Lu Piao and Zhou Qiaoxing's face changed. Did not expect Zhou Bei usually look silent, and from time to time they are still bullied by the two of their mothers a little bit, but the key time does not fall off the chain. Will not be taken. With Zhou Bei's words, a few servants didn't dare to get close to her anymore, and raised their heads just to look at Zhou Hongfeng, waiting for Zhou Hongfeng's answer. Right now, Zhou Hongfeng couldn't judge whether Zhou Bei's words were true or false, but remembering that she played well with Gu Nanyan, who just happened to have a few pretty good lawsuits lately and was a bit of a minor celebrity in the legal world, he had no choice but to say, "Let her go, and I'll see what she can turn over out there all by herself." The servants retreated. Zhou Bei tucked both hands into his pants pockets and took a few steps forward, stopping in front of Lu Piao. Lu Piao's face sank as she said, "What are you staring at me for? Whether you want to get married on a blind date or not, that's your own business." Zhou Bei laughed coldly. "If surname Lin was a good person, you could leave it to me? Instead of arranging for your daughter Zhou Qiaoxing?" Lu Pei, Zhou Bei. "This person was chosen by your grandparents. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, just like you don't deserve them anymore." Zhou Bei didn't care about Lu Pei's mockery. He just looked straight into her eyes and asked, "Lu Pei, the person behind that incident I encountered 9 years ago was you, right?" As Lu Pei listened to Zhou Bei's question, she blushed profusely and said with dodging eyes, "I can't understand what you're saying, and I don't know what you encountered 9 years ago." Lu Pei's vain and evasive eyes. Zhou Bei has smile. It seems that this matter she really should focus on the investigation. Zhou Hongfeng looked at Zhou Bei and Lu Piao, but he didn't see Lu Piao's weakness at all. He only felt that Zhou Bei was too arrogant as a junior, too much to put them in their eyes, so he angrily said, "Zhou Bei, if you refuse to go on a blind date, get the hell out of the Zhou family right now." Zhou Bei turned his face to look at Zhou Hongfeng. "Don't worry, with this Thai land of yours, I won't stay even if you kowtow to me." After Zhou Bei finished speaking, with both hands in his pants pockets, he left Zhou's house with a big swing. She was still quite happy to be alone in this battle today. She didn't need anyone to arrange her life, much less Zhou Hongfeng and Lu Piao to interfere. Leaving Zhou's house, Zhou Bei made a call to her driver, and in no time the driver came to pick her up. After talking to Zhou Hongfeng about the blind date and making his position clear, Zhou Bei's heart was relieved. Only, for her now, the current situation is not the best, although the hand holding Zhou's shares, but she does not have much real power and the right to speak. Between her and Zhou Hongfeng, I'm afraid that in the future, there are still tearing endless battles. The next morning, after Zhou Bei told Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang about her heroic deeds last night, the two of them praised her for being awesome. At this moment, Gu Nanyan also happened to finish the case of a dispute between an employee and a company. Gu Nanyan was acting on behalf of the employee. Despite the arrogance of the enterprise side finally lost. Double happiness. Gu Nanyan thought of their own this period has not come. See, the time is still early. She and the party greeted, politely put off the other party's invitation to dinner to drive the car to the hospital. After a few tests, the time was still early, so Gu Nanyan swiped her cell phone on the bench outside the doctor's office. She thought of coming to the hospital for a checkup. Firstly, because her menstrual period didn't come normally this month, and secondly, because when she had a physical checkup in the past, the doctor said that she was an easy-to-fertilize body, so she was afraid that in case she got pregnant, she didn't know that some of the things she paid attention to would affect the fetus. "Gu Nanyan, your test results are out." The little nurse called out to her from the hallway, and Gu Nanyan got up and went to the doctor's office. After Gu Nanyan sat down, the little nurse closed the door to the room and left. The doctor took Gu Nanyan's examination report and looked at it and said, "The physical quality is good, and all the indexes are normal, and you belong to the fertile body, except that you didn't get pregnant this time, and the occasional delay in the period or coming a few days early is normal, and this is related to the usual life and work." Not pregnant? Gu Nanyan couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows into a ball. Although I was prepared for this before I came here. When the doctor told her she wasn't pregnant, Gu Nanyan more or less lost her mind. Still looking forward to it after all. Gu Nanyan's surprise. The doctor once again looked at a few of her tests and said with certainty, "Indeed, there is no pregnancy, and her period should be coming in the next 2 days." The few items Gu Nanyan checked today were all obstetrics and gynecology tests. Gu Nanyan's loss. The doctor looked at her report again and said, "Are you sure you're not on birth control? It's reasonable to say that you have an easy-to-fertilize body, so as long as your conjugal life is normal, it's very easy for you to get pregnant. There is no contraception." Gu Nanyan answered with certainty. At the same time, recalling the circumstances of her relationship with Lu Beicheng, except for those 2 times in the beginning when she was in the safe period at the end of her menstrual period, the two of them had been having sex very frequently in the back, almost every day. It was because of this and the fact that she was an easily fertile body that she thought of coming to the hospital today for a checkup. The doctor looked at Gu Nanyan's affirmation as she said, "If that's the case, it could be that Miss Gu, your husband's side, needs a body check. Or you can ask your husband if he's unilaterally on birth control. If the latter isn't, then your husband needs to come to the hospital." Gu Nanyan's mind was racing at the words of the middle-aged female doctor. Does Lu Beicheng have a problem? The Lu family is in good condition. Lu Beicheng and Lu Jingyang, they played small physical fitness, and the Lu family does not have genetic diseases. How to Lu Beicheng here is not easy to get pregnant. Thinking about her entanglement with Lu Beicheng 2 years ago, and thinking about Lu Beicheng's comment that she did not deserve to have his child, Gu Nanyan's face gradually turned gloomy, and it was hard not to think about contraception. "Okay, thank you Dr. Luo." Gu Nanyan thanked the doctor and left with a somewhat heavy heart. It turned out that she had just left the doctor's office to go to the restroom when she got her period. On the way back, Gu Nanyan held the steering wheel with both hands. Her face was always gloomy. If she couldn't get pregnant, couldn't have a child to be a mother, then what was the point of this marriage? If Lu Beicheng was really using contraception behind her back, Gu Nanyan felt that with the feelings of the two of them, there was really no reason for this day to continue. In the evening, when she returned home from work, Gu Nanyan was motionless on her bed. Lu Beicheng came back without seeing her and went straight upstairs. Seeing her expressionless face on the bed and not closing her eyes, he approached and asked, "Did you run into something?" Chapter 128 didn't have such a big temper before. Gu Nanyan glanced at him. Auntie is here and is in a bad mood. Liu Beicheng laughed at once. Endure a few days and it will be over. When the time comes to make it up to you with interest. Liu Beicheng didn't think anything of it. And Gu Nanyan just looked at him and didn't say anything. After a moment of looking at each other with 4 eyes, Gu Nanyan's eyes were half narrowed as she looked at Liu Beicheng. "Liu Beicheng, do you have anything to hide from me?" After sitting on the edge of the bed and staring at Gu Nanyan for a long time, Liu Beicheng got up and undid his tie, took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack and said, "What is the matter you are referring to?" He and Gu Nanyan, how could there be no secrets between them? No things to hide from each other. When Liu Beicheng said this, Gu Nanyan stopped talking. She didn't need to expect to ask anything when people had said so she'd better find out for herself. When Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan turn her head away and not say anything, he asked, "Not eating?" The back of Gu Nanyan's head turned to him and said, "No appetite." Technically, she was not in the mood. "I thought I might be pregnant, but when I found out that there was nothing." Gu Nanyan felt that she had been slept on for nothing for a while. Liu Beicheng saw that she had a heavy heart and walked over to the side she was facing, bending down to get in front of her. "In the past, I didn't have such a big temper when I had my period." Gu Nanyan raised her eyes. "You've only been back for how long? Do you know how I used to be?" When she finished, she turned another way, leaving the back of her head to him. Liu Beicheng saw that she had a heavy heart, so he didn't continue to mess with her, changed himself into a set of clothes and went to the study next door. When she went back to her room to sleep at night, Gu Nanyan's mood was still not high, and when he took her into his arms, she was not even as enthusiastic and reluctant as she used to be. The two have been like this for a few days, until the end of Gu Nanyan's regular vacation. Liu Beicheng want her. Gu Nanyan this is a little more enthusiastic. Even Liu Beicheng want to play some new tricks, she also cooperate. More than 2 hours later, after the two had finished their business and lay on the bed, Liu Beicheng said that he would hit the water to give her a wipe. And Gu Nanyan sat up from the bed at once. "It's sticky all over. I'm going to take a shower." Liu Beicheng saw this, and immediately also sat up from the bed. Just before he had time to speak, Gu Nanyan stopped him. "Don't say that you want to follow along. Don't get an inch into a foot." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she went to the restroom in a flash and unlocked the door to her room. Liu Beicheng glanced over at the restroom and saw that Gu Nanyan had finally returned to normal, and he followed suit and relaxed. In the restroom, Gu Nanyan took a box to put the samples in before walking under the shower and turning it on to take a shower. When she returned to the bedroom after taking a shower, Liu Beicheng took her in his arms to fall asleep, and Gu Nanyan didn't refuse, so she fell asleep in his arms. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng dropped her off at the law firm, Gu Nanyan went to the hospital after taking a 2-hour vacation from Director Xia. She couldn't get past what the doctor had told her last week until she found out what was going on, and she had to find out what was going on until all the things are dealt with. Although the results are not yet out, Gu Nanyan heart also breathed a sigh of relief. That afternoon, Gu Nanyan accompanied Director Xia to meet a client just returned to the office. Her colleagues shouted at her and said, "Lawyer Gu, there is a client in the parlor who insists on seeing you and refuses to talk to us more." "I'll go over and take a look." Gu Nanyan, dressed in a gray suit, stepped on her small high heels and went over, with 2 cups of coffee in her hand. When Gu Nanyan pressed the button with her right hand, the girl in the room raised her head, saw that it was her who had come, and hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Gu Nanyan heard the other party call her name, and when she stopped her steps to look at the other party, she felt that this person looked a bit familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her before. When the girl saw Gu Nanyan's expression was a bit confused and she didn't seem to remember herself. She explained, "Gu Nanyan, I'm Zhang Meng, we're high school classmates, and when I was in school at the time, I was also the language class representative of our group." Zhang Meng, language class representative. Gu Nanyan remembered it once. "I mean, why does it look so familiar? I haven't seen it for years, I didn't recognize it at once." Gu Nanyan smiled and approached over, handing the girl one of the cups of coffee. She remembers Zhang Meng is quiet, a one-eyed girl with glasses, and she has a good impression of her. The girl took Gu Nanyan's coffee and said with a smile, "Myopia surgery was done on my eyes, and then double eyelids were done later, so you didn't recognize them." Gu Nanyan sat down on the sofa next to her and asked, "Are you a legal counselor, or do you have a case to prosecute?" The girl listened to Gu Nanyan's words, cupped her coffee with both hands with force, looked at Gu Nanyan with a serious face and said, "I have a case I want to ask you to represent." Gu Nanyan turned on the recorder and flipped open the notepad. "Aha, you say, my sister Zhang Jia and my brother-in-law Yang Yunming got married 2 years ago. My sister is an English teacher at a middle school and my brother-in-law is a physical education teacher at the same school. and they have been married for more than 2 years and haven't had any children yet. My sisters and my brother-in-law's families are normal families. My parents are accountants in a normal company. My brother-in-law's father has an organized job, and my mother is a housewife. Half a month ago, my sister suddenly fell from the third-floor balcony of her house. Fortunately, the balcony is below the green belt. My sister fell inside the flower beds to retrieve a life, but now has been in a coma without waking up. When my mom and I were taking care of my sister in the hospital, we noticed how many bruises my sister had on her body. And my sister has always been a person who reports what she's done since she was a child. So my parents and I suspected that my sister had been domestically abused in her day-to-day life. It's just that my sister is in a coma and we can't ask about the situation. And my brother-in-law's family of 3 is biting the bullet that they've never domestically abused my sister, saying that the bruises on my sister's body were caused by a fall from the upper floors. But those marks are clearly old injuries, not new ones. As for why my sister fell off the building, my brother-in-law's family's explanation is that my brother-in-law got into a few arguments with my sister that day, and it was my sister who couldn't think of anything else and jumped off the building. But my sister isn't a person who would commit suicide at all. The family has acquaintances in the relevant units. The neighborhood committee and the police station went to look at the situation, and the unanimous statement was that my sister never talked to her mother's family about this, and the next-door neighbors didn't react to these things, saying that our family thought too much about it. So the matter is now left unattended. The girl's eyes reddened as she spoke. She tried to restrain her emotions, her voice shaking as she looked at Gu Nanyan and said, "Gu Nanyan, our family wants to sue my brother-in-law for domestic violence and intentional killing. Gu Nanyan, my sister definitely won't commit suicide. She'll consider my parents even if she doesn't consider anyone else. She won't let my parents send their children away in vain." The girl couldn't stop the tears as she finished her sentence, remembering all the injuries her sister had sustained and the fact that she was still in a coma. Chapter 129. It's not like I don't have a wife. What do I keep going to the restroom for? Gu Nanyan handed the girl a few tissues and comforted. "I'll go to the hospital with you now to check on your sister's condition, and then we'll investigate some clues and evidence to see what kind of charge would be more appropriate." "Thank you, Gu Nanyan." The girl looked at Gu Nanyan like she saw her own hope for justice for her sister. Gu Nanyan had a small breakthrough on top of Zhou Dingjia's case, and the relevant media had reported about it. So Gu Nanyan's acquaintances and old classmates paid more attention to her and were proud to have such a classmate. When she was a student at school, Gu Nanyan was the school's popular schoolgirl. Now, if that's the case, all the schools she attended were proud of her, especially U of A. Gu Nanyan is still young. She will have many more opportunities in the future. She will still be on a bigger stage. She will fight more big cases, even international cases. Her fame, even resounding internationally, would not be inferior to Liu Beiqing at all. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Accompanying Zhang Meng to the hospital to see Zhang Jia in a coma, as well as Zhang Meng to provide her with some photos, Gu Nanyan can basically judge her sister Zhang Jia is indeed domestic violence, and fine physical examination of the words, should be found more old injuries. In the photo taken by Zhang Meng of the day Zhang Jia fell and was taken to the hospital, it is also apparent that Zhang Jia had pinch marks on her neck. Therefore, the truth of that day cannot be just a couple quarrel a few words. Zhang Jia chose to jump off the building. She in the end how to fall from the 3rd floor. It is still an unknown. At the heel of the desk, Gu Nanyan looked at the evidence in front of her. Her mood sank, and the time when Liu Beiqing pushed himself came to her mind. At this time, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, but she didn't realize that the door was pushed open and didn't realize that Liu Beiqing had come in. Liu Beiqing with hot milk approached over. Look at her nose on the bridge of a pair of glasses. A serious face engrossed in the work, Liu Beiqing put the milk in front of her. And take a new case? Zhou Dingjia's case was over. She had a rare moment of relaxation, and now she was going to be busy again. Gu Nanyan didn't even look at Liu Beiqing. Well, it's a case commissioned by a high school classmate who suspected that her sister had been subjected to domestic violence for a long period of time, and the other party ended up attempting to kill her. When Liu Beiqing heard that they were classmates, he was instantly alert. Male or female classmates? Gu Nanyan laughed, temporarily stopping the work in her hands, turning her face to Liu Beiqing and said, "Male," then added, "and there is a personal affair." Liu Beiqing's eyebrows sank, and Gu Nanyan explained again, "Girls chant, what are you thinking about day in and day out?" After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she went back to organizing the evidence and the case. After going to the hospital to see Zhang Jia today, Gu Nanyan intends to take this case. Just with what charges? She is still studying for the time being, not excluding that she will end up prosecuting for murder. Gu Nanyan is serious. Liu Beiqing did not disturb, took a book, with that pair of gold-rimmed glasses, then sat and reclined on the bed to read a book, until 12 o'clock. When he was about to remind Gu Nanyan that it was time to go to bed, he only saw Gu Nanyan stretching and ready to call it a night. Gu Nanyan finished cleaning up the paperwork on the table and moved her neck as she sat down next to Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at her and asked, "Facing all these right and wrong every day, aren't you afraid that you'll be affected?" Gu Nanyan smiled. "It's because I've seen too much darkness that I want to keep the light in my heart even more, and I also hope that through my own efforts, I can make this society a little bit fairer." Looking straight into Gu Nanyan's eyes, her eyes were still as clear and bright as before. Looking at Gu Nanyan like this, Liu Beicheng suddenly remembered that when Gu Nanyan was in junior high school, she had to run 2 whole stops to catch the driver of a hit-and-run bus. And when she went to college, she saved a child who was almost hit by a car in the neighborhood of Zhoubei, and was misunderstood by the parents as a human trafficker. And then only after accessing the neighborhood surveillance did she get cleared of any wrongdoing. Such deeds had happened too many times to Gu Nanyan. Only as she grew older, she became more and more composed. When Gu Nanyan took off her jacket before getting under the covers, Liu Beicheng turned off the lights and pressed over to hold her. Gu Nanyan blocked him with both hands. "I'm not in the mood tonight. For one thing, she had sent the samples over for inspection herself, and for another, today's case was a bit heavy, and she really wasn't in much of a mood at the moment. Besides, we'll have to wait for the test results anyhow." Liu Beicheng pulled her clothes and said, "If you face these cases every day, then every day and I'm not in the mood?" Gu Nanyan closed her eyes and said, Tomorrow I'll do it with you." After a night of organizing evidence, she was indeed quite tired at this point. "Hands off, what are you doing pulling my pants? If you can't help it, you go to the restroom. It's not like I don't have a wife. What do I keep going to the bathroom for?" Although she was already trying her best to refuse, Gu Nanyan was still taken advantage of in the end, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes, she wouldn't have been able to escape this today. The next morning, while Gu Nanyan was busy at the law firm, the hospital side called her. "Gu Nanyan, the results of the samples you sent over for testing have come out, so you can come over and pick them up." "Yes, I'll be right there. Thank you." Hanging up the phone and greeting the director, Gu Nanyan drove her car to the hospital. Gu Nanyan. When the nurse called her name, Gu Nanyan got up from the bench and went to the office. Still the same gynecologist who had seen her before. She looked over Gu Nanyan's resultant diagnosis and finally handed it to her, saying, "Your husband is on birth control. That's why you're not pregnant, but you're still young now, and it's okay to have a child 2 years later. If you really want to have children now, the young couple communicate well. After all, life is quite stressful now." When the doctor talked to Gu Nanyan about the results, he even kindly advised her, and Gu Nanyan is only 23 years old now. According to the age of having a child in this society nowadays, she is indeed considered young. At this age, so many young people have only recently entered the workforce and are fighting for their careers. Dr. Luo, thank you. Gu Nanyan thanked Dr. Luo gently on her face, but in her heart, she was already a ball of anger. Liu Beicheng that if he does not want to give birth, say a word on the line. Behind her back contraception is to treat her as a little cute. The first time I saw her as a little cutie pie. If he really does not want to live this day, he gave a quick word, he will never be entangled. Now what is it? Tugging the test report in her hand, Gu Nanyan was on fire, feeling that she had been tricked by Liu Beicheng. Usually always think they're smart, but it turns out they're even more skillful, and even if they put her to sleep, they won't let her get pregnant. They just don't have the lack of virtue to hand out birth control. Wrong, and this thing is lacking in virtue. When she left the hospital with the test report, Gu Nanyan's face was ugly. When she received Qin Haiyun's message to catch the adulterer, her face didn't even look this ugly. With this formation, there will be a fight with Liu Beicheng tonight. Chapter 130 Have the guts not to sleep with me. In the evening, when Liu Beicheng returned home after socializing, Mrs. Zhang wiped her hands on her apron and hurried over to report to him. "Young master, you're back. Young lady is also back. Her face is not too good. She didn't even come down when I called her for dinner in the evening." "I'll go take a look," Liu Beicheng said and went upstairs. Push open the door of the bedroom. Gu Nanyan happened to turn around after receiving the phone call over the floor window. "See Liu Beicheng back." Gu Nanyan just now there is no expression on her face. All of a sudden it is gloomy down. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng asked, "Didn't eat at night?" Gu Nanyan did not lightly throw her cell phone on the desk and did not pay attention to Liu Beicheng's question. "Dinner?" She was so full of anger with him. How could she use to eat? Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyan did not take care of himself. He approached the desk and tapped his finger on the desktop, signaling to ask her what she meant. He had not provoked her in the past few days. Gu Nanyan raised her eyes to look at Liu Beicheng, then coldly slammed that inspection report on the table down in front of him, wrapped both hands around her chest, tilted her head back to look at Liu Beicheng, and calmly asked, "Liu Beicheng, What do you mean? When Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beiqing stared at her with lowered eyes for a long time, and then he picked up the test report that she had dropped in front of him. After flipping through a few pages, the expression on Liu Beiqing's face was not as relaxed as it was just now. There is no airtight wall in this world. Anything you've done will be discovered one day. What Liu Beiqing didn't expect was that Gu Nanyan knew so quickly that he had moved. It seems that she can't wait to get pregnant. The test report was not lightly thrown back onto the table. Liu Beiqing was silent for a long time and said, "You are still too young to use such a soon child." Liu Beiqing made fun of her age, and Gu Nanyan was exasperated and laughed. With both hands still wrapped around her chest, she looked at him and said, "If you think I'm too small, don't take off my pants, and if you have the guts, don't sleep with me." It wasn't too small when she was sleeping, but it was too small when she wanted a child. Gu Nanyan was almost so annoyed by Liu Beiqing that she lost her temper. Gu Nanyan suppressed anger. Liu Beiqing said, "The child's matter is postponed for 2 years. A 2-year reprieve?" Gu Nanyan just looked at Liu Beiqing. After that took away the 2 hands ringed in front of the chest and stood up, cold and clear, said, "Okay, slow down for 2 years is also okay." After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she walked to the closet and took a set of outfits out from it. "He's taking 2 years off, so let's take 2 years off and see each other again. Saves her from sulking all the time." Seeing that Gu Nanyan wanted to change clothes and leave, Liu Beiqing approached over and yanked on the arm, violently pulling back. "Gu Nanyan, just fool around, don't get on the bandwagon." Liu Beiqing yanked hard. Gu Nanyan was also annoyed by his yanking, and violently slammed the clothes in his hand. "Liu Beiqing, don't bully people too much. If you don't want to live this day, just tell me frankly. You contracepted behind my back. What do you take me for?" He could have discussed it with her and said that she was still young enough to have a child in a couple of years, but the fact that he was doing this in secret behind her back made this whole thing take on a whole different meaning. No matter how bad, the two of them were at least serious about getting a marriage license. He prevented her from overdoing it. Gu Nanyan's annoyance was not complied with by Liu Beiqing, who said, "Dare you marry me just to have a child? Gu Nanyan, what else? Can I figure out your money or your person?" Gu Nanyan's 2 words. Liu Beiqing was choked speechless. Figure money. Shigu family is not lacking. Toho, he wished she felt that way. He just knew in his own heart what his relationship with her had been like for the past 2 years or so. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into extreme silence. Just looking at each other now, turning sideways, Liu Beiqing did not speak. Gu Nanyan turned sideways and didn't say anything. The two of them were silent for a long time before Liu Beiqing looked at Gu Nanyan and said in a cold voice, "Gu Nanyan, if you just want a child, then I can tell you right now that you don't have to think about it. Using him as a mobile sperm bank, there was no way he, Liu Beiqing, would be used by him like this." Gu Nanyan turned around. "Okay, if you don't have a baby, you don't have a baby. There is no shortage of men in the world, so why does she have to hang herself from a tree?" When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and turned to leave, Liu Beiqing grabbed her arm again. Gu Nanyan turned around and looked up at him. "What's the matter? Still want to continue to occupy thatched?" Gu Nanyan did not finish her sentence. Liu Beiqing interrupted her at once. "Gu Nanyan, if you dare to fool around outside, you Gu." Gu Nanyan smiled. "Threatening me?" Taking away Liu Beiqing's hand, Gu Nanyan took 2 steps forward, nearly sticking to him and said, "Liu Beiqing, between me and you, I don't owe you anything, and I'm plainly putting words here today. I got married just by listening to the words of those fortune tellers that I just want a child. What do you think you are in my heart when you can't give me what I want?" Originally, she didn't want to argue with him, didn't want to say these words to him, but Liu Beiqing was too not taking her seriously. She had never been a person who had a lot to say, but Liu Beiqing had overproofed her. Gu Nanyan was increasingly feeling that the marriage was meaningless. When they first got married, she wasn't trying to have a child, and she wanted to have a good time, thinking that time might be able to dull the pain that Shin's soul departure had caused him. The truth was that she had overestimated her weight in Liu Beiqing's heart, and that he had agreed to this marriage only to torture each other, only to reassure his parents. Such a person, and she wasn't willing to pick up any more good words. At Gu Nanyan's confession, Liu Beiqing smiled sarcastically. "Gu Nanyan, in that case, you won't be able to have children in your life." He was talking about how she suddenly figured out to marry him when she clearly hated him so much that she could burn him in a fire. It seemed that he had overestimated his weight in her heart. Gu Nanyan tilted her head and looked at Liu Beiqing. "Okay, let's see who wears out who." When Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beiqing copied his hands in his pants pockets, walked around her, and left the house with a cold face. When Liu Beiqing left, Gu Nanyan didn't leave. A checkup report, the two people's lives are back to the original. Liu Beiqing does not go home. Gu Nanyan full focus on the work. At this moment, she was only waiting to finish this case of Zheng Jie's before she came to deal with her own affairs. However, There were only 4 more months left before Lu Tianyang gave them 3 years, and Gu Nanyan had already prepared for the worst. In fact, agreed to marry Lu Beicheng. This decision itself is wrong. There were so many contradictions between the two people, and how can the ice to continue to live their lives? And how can they make friends? Anything that has been ruptured in this world is cracked, let alone the human heart. Lu Beicheng left this time. A full 10 days did not come back. 10 days without news. Gu Nanyan every day, early morning and late at night. Jiang's sister-in-law. They want to ask. One but do not dare to ask. Gu Nanyan has also filed a formal indictment against Yang Yunming for the crime of murder. That night, Gu Nanyan and director Xie Xiaoqiu accompanied a few leaders in the district after dinner. She sipped a little wine, so a leader in the district sent her back. Gu Nanyan got out of the car and thanked the other party to go back to the house when sister-in-law Jiang hurried over and said, "Young lady, young master is back." Chapter 131. You have the nerve to check my post? Gu Nanyan's movement to change shoes was lurched. Originally she didn't feel a headache, but listening to sister-in-law Jiang's words, her head ached all of a sudden. After a pause, she said, "Got it." After arguing with Lu Beicheng that day, Gu Nanyan had thought about not staying at Royal Bay, but when she thought of her mom's bout of tears and snot going to her, Gu Nanyan didn't go. She wasn't afraid of anything since she was little, but she was afraid of Zhao Ziqiu crying. "When I was young, I even thought that I was the Monkey King reincarnated here." Zhao Ziqiu was the Tang monk, and Zhao Ziqiu crying to her was reciting the tight band mantra, specifically against her. Besides, the 3-year period given by Lu Tianyang is only 4 months left. More than 2 years have endured. These months will pass after biting the bullet, and perhaps Lu Beicheng will not come back again. But who knew Lu Beicheng was back today? Changing her shoes, Gu Nanyan thought that Lu Beicheng was upstairs. Her legs were like lead. How she did not want to go upstairs. Nonetheless, she finally took a step up the stairs, opening the door to the room and entering the house. Lu Beicheng happened to turn around from the side of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at each other with 4 eyes. Gu Nanyan smiled graciously. Back. Gu Nanyan's heart. Not to mention women. There are many men cannot compare. Only, at the moment, although he greeted Lu Beicheng like nothing, but his state of mind was never as good as before. Not even as good as a few months ago, and he always felt tired. And he didn't really want to pay attention to this person, but he didn't want to make too much of a stalemate. At least save face. Lu Beicheng put both hands in his pants pockets and indifferently looked at Gu Nanyan and asked, "Who was the one who just sent you back?" As Lu Beicheng's words fell, Gu Nanyan looked at him and didn't say anything, and even the movement of placing her cell phone stopped for a moment. Finally, she looked at him with amusement and said, "You have the nerve to check up on me when you haven't been back in 10 days or so?" Gu Nanyan often did not have the means to understand where Lu Beicheng got the face to be righteous and high and mighty. It was. She hadn't wanted to ask about his whereabouts. It was just that he was so angry when he opened his mouth. Lu Beicheng approached over and looked at Gu Nanyan with downcast eyes and said, "Gu Nanyan, I'm asking you, don't change the subject." Lu Beicheng's lofty attitude. Gu Nanyan put away the smile on her face and said indifferently, "If you've asked that, then whoever you think the other person is, that's who he is." It was useless for her to explain 1,000 times or 10,000 times to those who didn't believe her, and those who believed her wouldn't even ask such a thing. Moreover, Gu Nanyan felt that Lu Beicheng was deliberately picking a fight. He was just trying to find an excuse to end the marriage early. Gu Nanyan's unconcerned. Lu Beicheng's face sank. Gu Nanyan saw that he was going to have another attack. She preempted, "Lu Beicheng, if you really have an idea, then let's talk about it. It's quite meaningless to always make use of the topic like this. It's quite tiring to mess with more than one. He is the one who doesn't go home. He is the one who refuses to sit down as a couple. He is the one who contracepts." And Gu Nanyan is indeed tired of her heart. Tired. She no longer wanted to spend time with Lu Beicheng, and she didn't even want to quarrel. She's pretty busy at work and pretty burnt out. Who wants to labor over this day in and day out? If she can get by, she can't get by. She can't get by. She can't get by. Besides, there are so many things that people can do and want to do in this world. Who the hell only think about male thieves and female prostitutes and children's love all day long? Gu Nanyan's tired eyes. Lu Beicheng's anger in his heart dissipated a lot, and he seemed to see what Gu Nanyan was thinking. She was too upset and tired to even argue with him. Lu Beicheng just looked at Gu Nanyan for a long time, and finally opened the door to the room and left the master bedroom. Once Lu Beicheng left, Gu Nanyan's entire body breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Letting out a large, slow breath, she grabbed her clothes and headed to the restroom. Right now, she was thankful as long as Lu Beicheng didn't come back, as long as Lu Beicheng didn't look for trouble with her and let her focus on finishing Zhang Jie's case. In the study next door, after Lu Beicheng came in, he directly called Xia Chang. "You check what Gu Nanyan has been busy with recently." "Okay boss." On the other end of the phone, Xia Chang received the task and went straight to work. In the study, Lu Beiqing's face was still ugly, especially when he remembered Gu Nanyan's eyes that were fed up with him just now. It didn't take long for Xia Chang's call to return, and he said, "Boss, the young lady has been busy with a case at the home of one of her high school classmates lately, and it's pretty much 3 lines a day: the hospital, the law firm, and the prosecutor's office. By the way, I'm having dinner with a few leaders in the district tonight, and it was District Governor Gao who sent the young lady back, so I should be chatting about the dispute over the demolition of the old houses in the district." Knowing that Lu Beicheng probably cares about who Gu Nanyan sent back tonight, because she has social engagements just today during this period of time, and he happens to be back in his city tonight on a business trip. After Xia Chang reported, Lu Beicheng responded then hung up the phone. Xia Chang mouth of the High District Governor Gao Lin, Lu Beicheng played small to no, and Gu Nanyan his father and his father are classmates. He is watching himself and Gu Nanyan grew up. There is a son a few years younger than them, this year just a freshman. Knowing that it was a familiar elder who sent Gu Nanyan back, Lu Beicheng was relieved. Looking back and thinking about how he had just questioned Gu Nanyan, and thinking about Gu Nanyan's sarcastic look, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and then rubbed his temples. It's not that he doesn't trust Gu Nanyan, but because they argued too fiercely and even moved that time, because Gu Nanyan set that fire back then, so he can't help but be paranoid. And everyone knows that Gu Nanyan married him because of what those fortune tellers said. I don't know how long I stayed in the study, but when Lu Beicheng returned to the bedroom, Gu Nanyan had already finished washing and fell asleep on the bed. Lu Beicheng approached over and raised his hand to straighten the hair on her face, and couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong to agree to this marriage. Isn't it time for him to leave each other alone? Time to set each other free. Just thinking that if he let go, he would have no relationship with Gu Nanyan in the future, and thinking that she would marry someone else in the future and be with someone else, he was not willing to fulfill it. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan came out of her bedroom, she watched Lu Beicheng come out from the opposite side. She was first surprised, then greeted as if nothing had happened. "Good morning." At this moment she didn't bother to flirt with him twice as usual, and her willingness to talk to him first was because she was generous. "Aha," Lu Beicheng faintly answered. When the two arrived downstairs, Lu Beicheng headed over to the restaurant, and Gu Nanyan casually took some food and left. Seeing this, sister-in-law Jiang followed her to the door to see her off and explained, "Young madam, young master asked about you as soon as he came back yesterday. By the way, young master is traveling for business during this time." "Got it," Gu Nanyan faintly answered. In her heart, however, she felt quite ironic. Obviously she and he were husband and wife. Where did he go and what did he do? But she still had to ask the maid to pass the word in the middle. There's no one else for a couple to do this to this point. Lu Beicheng looked back at her, seeing that she was not even willing to sit down and eat at a table with herself. He snapped down his chopsticks and didn't bother to eat. In the afternoon, when Gu Nanyan returned to the institute from the procuratorate side, Qin Haiyun's phone call came over. "Mom, Nanyan, don't forget grandma's birthday today. Remember to get off work early and come over with Beicheng." Chapter 132 He's on birth control. "Okay mom, I'll wait for the leader to say hello and go over early." If it wasn't for Qin Haiyun calling over to remind her, Gu Nanyan was really busy forgetting about it. On the other end of the phone, Qin Haiyun reminded, "Beicheng will pick you up later, and you two will come back together." "Okay," Gu Nanyan smiled. "If we can bump into each other, we'll be together." After saying that, Gu Nanyan hung up the phone and greeted Director Xie and left early. The car didn't start for a while before Lu Beicheng's phone call came, and he said, "I'm downstairs with you." On the other end of the phone, Gu Nanyan said, "I'm almost at the old mansion." Lu Beicheng, snapping the phone off. Lu Beicheng didn't need to ask to know that she must have done it on purpose. In the Audi, Gu Nanyan saw that the phone was hung up, and she threw it on the dashboard as if nothing had happened. "Nanyan, you came over. Nanny smoke. Nanny smoke." Gu Nanyan had just entered the courtyard with her front foot. Qin Haiyun came over to greet her with a smile on her face, and the elders of the Lu family were also enthusiastically calling out her name. Gu Nanyan smiled and greeted everyone, and when she entered the house, she found that Sumubai Shunli and the others had already all come over, and her parents had also come over. After greeting the group, Gu Nanyan found a place in the courtyard to sit down and swipe her cell phone. The old man and the old lady's birthday celebration, every year, is to invite a few big hotel chefs to come back to cook, are in the home themselves. Every year to celebrate the birthday is also walking close friends and relatives. People with average connections couldn't even get into this heat if they wanted to. "Sister Nanyan, what are you playing?" "Sister Nanyan, this game is so much fun." Gu Nanyan was nestled in a recliner playing with her cell phone when several children came over and surrounded her. "Play the game when sister hangs up this one, I'll play it for you," Gu Nanyan said as she played her snake. At this time, Qin Haiyun came over and asked, "Nanyan, Why hasn't Beicheng come in yet? Gu Nanyan looked up at Qin Haiyun. I took leave from my leader to come here first. He's in the back. Gu Nanyan finished. Qin Haiyun heart thumped. These two little ancestors is not another conflict. This period of time is not quite good? The last time Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng had a falling out, Qin Haiyun didn't know about it yet. At this moment there are many people. Qin Haiyun is not good to ask what they did not ask, but in his heart, he thought, it must be his son's fault, most likely, and that Yi Chu has a relationship, because Gu Nanyan wanted to have a child and had always had an atmospheric personality. Nothing would happen on her side. As Qin Haiyun pondered what matter the two were fighting about, Liu Beicheng came without delay. He glanced faintly toward Gu Nanyan, and seeing that there were a bunch of children pushing her, he went directly into the house without saying hello. On the side, Qin Haiyun has been observing the two. Looking at the two of them in this position, heart more sure, in all likelihood is a quarrel. Later, the sky is getting dark. Outside the courtyard is a bit cool. Gu Nanyan with the gang of children into the house also did not in Liu Beicheng greetings, self-concerned to play their own, as if they do not know Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng, on the other hand, was watching Su Mubaishanli and the rest of them play cards, and his eyes didn't look Gu Nanyan's way to pay attention to her. The cell phone was given to the kids to play with, and when Gu Nanyan got up to go to the pantry to find something to eat, Qin Haiyun hurriedly followed her over. Mom! Seeing that Qin Haiyun had followed her, Gu Nanyan greeted her with a smile. Nanyan, did you and Beicheng have a fight? Qin Haiyun was a straightforward person, opening the door and going straight to the point, not beating around the bush at all. Gu Nanyan said with a smile, it's always not a quarrel in 3 or 2 days. Gu Nanyan reported the good news, but not the bad. Qin Haiyun saw it early on, coming to Gu Nanyan and helping her wash the grapes together. She asked, wasn't it fine a while ago? Didn't you say you were preparing for pregnancy? How come you turned around and quarreled and stopped talking? Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth, Qin Haiyun added, when you two didn't come in together just now, I could tell that there was a conflict. She also asked, Nanyan, what about the child? If the two of you and Beicheng could have a child, you would have a lot less conflicts. Sometimes children are the mediators between couples. When Qin Haiyun spoke of children, Gu Nanyan's 2 hands washing grapes stopped. For other couples, a child might be a mediator, but for her and Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan didn't have that kind of certainty, and it was possible that when the child came, there would be more and more conflicts between the two of them. After thinking for a moment, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Qin Haiyun. Mom, Beicheng he's on birth control. Gu Nanyan thought for a moment, or sold Liu Beicheng, lest the pot be dumped on her at that time. Besides, the two people's situation in Qin Haiyun clearly, but also let Qin Haiyun have a psychological preparation. Do not always think of the good side. She and Liu Beicheng is definitely not long. When Gu Nanyan said that Liu Beicheng was on contraception, Qin Haiyun's brain instantly exploded, and when she slowed down to find out what was really going on, her lungs were about to explode right after. That asshole, he's actually on birth control. His face was gloomy. Qin Haiyun pinched the grapes in his hand and popped them. Her mouth said good things. She said that she would let Nanyan get pregnant a year ago, and let her become a grandmother next year, but it turned out to be all a delaying tactic for him. How did you give birth to such an ungodly thing? How can he use contraception behind Nanny's back? What will Nanny think? How can he face Nanyan? She is a girl. At this moment, Qin Haiyun didn't need to ask to know that the two must have quarreled over this. So Nanyan didn't wait for him just now and came to the old mansion alone first. Trying her best to calm herself, Qin Haiyun was about to comfort Gu Nanyan and help Liu Beicheng find a reason when Gu Nanyan faintly said, Mom, if Beicheng doesn't want to do it, forget it. Let's not force him. It will not be good for his heart either. Qin Haiyun exploded. I don't care if he's good or not. I just need you to be good in your heart, and I'll be good in mine. He doesn't take his daughter-in-law so seriously when it's so hard to get her back. He can't even marry Shenliang Zhou if he wants to. Something that doesn't know any better. After finishing her own words in anger, Qin Haiyun looked at Gu Nanyan again and asked, Not Nanyan, what did you mean when you just said that to me? What do you mean? Let's forget about it if Beicheng doesn't want it? Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Qin Haiyun. Mom, for this marriage Beicheng and I have tried our best. If we go any further, I'm afraid that it will only end even worse. I'm afraid that it will get even more stagnant. They've known each other for 23 years, so it's good to get together and not end up in a situation that's too embarrassing, even for both parents. When Gu Nanyan said this, Qin Haiyun panicked. Nanyan, let's try a little harder, okay? I'll educate myself on the Beicheng side, and you shouldn't be too negative. In case what those fortune tellers say is true, what do you think about what to do in the future? If it wasn't for Gu Nanyan taking a stand, Qin Haiyun would never have mentioned the fortune-telling thing to death. Although it is clear in her heart that Gu Nanyan married Liu Beicheng, mostly because of those fortune-telling words. Chapter 133 You are planning to get a divorce. Gu Nanyan looked at Shin Hyun with a smile. Mom, it's not up to us to decide. And it's quite tiring for me to live like this. It's been 2.5 years, and it's either that or this problem. There were always endless problems between her and Liu Beicheng, and she did want to back out. If those fortune-telling words were true, then she'd have to live the rest of her life on her own. Liu Beicheng's attitude towards Gu Nanyan has made Gu Nanyan change all her life plans, and whether or not to have a child and be a mom is only that big of a deal. Nanyan, then we are not tired. We want Beicheng to coax us from now on, okay? Gu Nanyan smiled and didn't say anything. Liu Beicheng came to coax her. Forget it. She doesn't do this kind of green daydreaming anymore. Gu Nanyan did not say anything, and Shin Hyun did not have a clue in his heart. As a woman myself, I know very well that once a woman is broken heart, 10 cows cannot pull back. However, she just likes Gu Nanyan and only wants Gu Nanyan to be her daughter-in-law. What Yi Chu? What small star small model she can't see? Not to mention Shin Only is not in. Even if Shin Only is still alive she will not promise her son to marry her into the door. Absent-mindedly, Shin Hyun's grapes were put on a plate and served out to everyone before they were washed. He thought to himself that he should still talk to Zhao Ziqiu and ask him to persuade Nanyan. Shin Hyun also understands very well in her heart that most of the marital problems between the two Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng are her son. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this wedding thing. He didn't do anything. He didn't even hang up the wedding photos. If it were any other girl, who would want to spend so much time with him? Not a moment later, the kitchen side notified everyone to eat. Shin Hyun muddled over, thinking about Liu Beicheng's sneaky contraception. She had a bellyful of opinions and dissatisfaction with Liu Beicheng. So how to look at Liu Beicheng? How not good. Not only do not give Liu Beicheng clip food, she also several times to his chopsticks knocked off. You are so capable of eating what rice ah. As Liu Beicheng was knocked off his chopsticks for the 4th time, he looked up at Shin Hyun. Mom, did I offend you? Shin Hyun, you offend me every day. You make me uncomfortable every day. And the more I look at you, the worse I feel. Shin Hyun's anger. Sumubai and a few of them were happy. Lu Jingyang laughed the loudest, and also incited the fire beside him. Auntie, my brother is the most not a thing. His heart is black. Is not supposed to let him eat? He should have let him face the wall to think about it. Liu Beicheng swept over with a cold eye. Lu Jingyang immediately picked up his own bowl and chopsticks, and he was trying hard to pick up rice into his mouth, as if the person who just opened his mouth to speak was not him. Seeing this, Shin Hyun pinched vegetables in Lu Jingyang's bowl. Jingyang, you're right. You eat more. Then he lamented. It's better for you to be more obedient and well-behaved. If your brother knew half as much as you do, I'd be saved. If Liu Beicheng was half as sticky as Lu Jingyang and could coax Gu Nanyan like Lu Jingyang, then she would thank God, and their young couple would definitely not have conflicts and would definitely be in love. Lu Jingyang listened to Shin Hyun's compliments and first thanked her, then gave Gu Nanyan a dish. Yen, eat more. I'll cut the cake with you later. Shin Hyun, look how understanding Jingyang is. Shin Hyun, this toss. Liu Beicheng heart probably have a number. The little old lady just must have asked Gu Nanyan pregnant thing, learned that Gu Nanyan did not pregnant, or know that he unilaterally in the contraceptive, so looking for him to take the piss in it. Sitting next to Lu Jingyang and Shin Hyun's various displeasure towards Liu Beicheng was ignored by Gu Nanyan. After an hour or so, the lively dinner was over, and the group then began to sing birthday songs for the birthday boy to make a wish. Grandma, whatever wishes you have will come true if you make them today. Liu Beicheng's cousin bent down to get in front of the old lady and said, despite being 82 years old, the old lady is still exceptionally lucid and fit. Listening to her granddaughter's words, she looked everyone around and said, this first wish of mine is that Beicheng and Nanyan give me a great-grandchild as soon as possible, so that my Liu family will be full of children and grandchildren. Did you hear that? Beicheng, Nanyan? Grandma has high hopes for you too. Beicheng, Nanyan, you two cheer well. Go brother, go sister-in-law. The group's instructions and encouragement. Shin Hyun painfully, if the two not only do not have children but also divorce, I am afraid that the old lady will be sent away. Auntie, why aren't you talking today? Why are you upset? Lu Jingyang stood next to Shin Hyun and saw Shin Hyun's mood at a glance. Shin Hyun smiled skinlessly. Auntie has a bit of a headache today, a bit uncomfortable. Jingyang, you eat a bit more. Lu Jingyang, okay, I'll eat auntie's share too. After the old lady made a wish, the cousin began to cut the cake. Lu Jingyang picked a piece of chocolate to honor Gu Nanyan. Shin Hyun watched from the side and sighed. If only her son could have this realization. Turning his face to Liu Beicheng, seeing that he didn't come over to sing the birthday song or eat the cake, but instead answered the phone outside the doorway. Shin Hyun approached the past and lifted his hand to give him a fierce smack. Liu Beicheng held his arm to block it. Mom, what are you doing? Shin Hyun was so angry that her heart ached. What am I doing? Have you forgotten what you promised me? That day in the old mansion about to promise everyone is blind nonsense? Lu Beicheng, Lu Beicheng, what do you think I have to say about you? How could you even think of secret contraception? Why are you so unethical? Nan Yen married you well. If you don't want to live a good life, don't agree to get married earlier. Thinking of Lu Beicheng's nonsense in the past 2 years or so, and making so many peachy scandals, and keeping Yi Chu around as a secretary, Qin Haiyun felt sorry for him for Gu Nan Yen. How did she give birth to a son who is not such a thing? If she were Nan Yen, I'm afraid that she would have died of anger, and the grass on her grave would have been several meters high. Qin Haiyun's counting. Lu Beicheng organized his clothes, calmly said, Nan Yen, she is still small, and now is bent on work. The child this matter to postpone 2 years to say, a 2-year reprieve? Qin Haiyun became angry at once. I think you're waiting for a divorce next year. Don't think you're playing any calculations that the people next to you can't see. Next February will be the time when Lu Tianyang has given the deadline for the rubbing out, and he will be able to file for divorce. Lu Beicheng was not happy that Qin Haiyun thought about him so much. Chapter 134. Open your eyes, and there he is, both hands in his pants pockets. He looked at her with downcast eyes and said, Who says I'm waiting for a divorce next year? Ha! Qin Haiyun laughed. Do I still need you to tell me this personally? Besides, you dare to say with a clear conscience that you didn't say anything that would make Nan Yen roll over and get out at that time? Lu Beicheng, you've become patient. Now it's dare to do but not dare to be. The words that Lu Beicheng and Gu Nan Yen quarreled about, although Gu Nan Yen hadn't told her about them, but the servants in the house would tell her all about them whenever they heard them. Seeing Lu Beicheng's face gloomy, Qin Haiyun was afraid that he would misunderstand Gu Nan Yen, so she grabbed the front of her and said, with so many pairs of eyes watching at home, Nan Yen, she didn't say anything to me. Lu Beicheng didn't ring, because I know Gu Nan Yen doesn't care to talk to his mom about this, doesn't care about how he treated her, what kind of harsh words he said, she just wants the child. Seeing this, Qin Haiyun condescendingly said, No sense, right? Don't talk anymore. Qin Haiyun's gained an inch. Lu Beicheng's eyebrows sank. Mom, aren't you afraid that Gu Nan Yen she only wants the child? Aren't you afraid that she'll give birth to the child and have to leave me? When Lu Beicheng said this, Qin Haiyun was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this matter, but now that he was suddenly spoken to by Lu Beicheng, Qin Haiyun didn't feel that he was unreasonable. It seems like he's keeping their marriage together by refusing to let Nan Yen get pregnant now, because he's afraid Nan Yen is going to divorce him if she carries the baby to term. After staring at Lu Beicheng for a long time, Qin Haiyun said, Then you be nicer and more enthusiastic to Nan Yen. You see how uncaring Nan Yen usually is to you, always with a generous smile. Lu Beicheng tucked both hands into his pants pockets and gave a heck of a laugh. Who isn't she smiling generously at anymore? Qin Haiyun. Just a moment ago, he was justified. Qin Haiyun suddenly felt that this day could not be talked about. On weekdays, her mouth was quite sharp, especially when she was teaching Lu Beicheng a lesson. How come she couldn't say anything now that she was disliked by him? Brows tightly wrinkled. Qin Haiyun is also truly worried. Worried that Gu Nan Yen will want a divorce in the future. These two kids have known each other for so many years. Can't they just get along? After a long moment of thoughtful silence, Qin Haiyun said, Even if that's the case, then you can't take your usual cold face to Nan Yen. It's not like she's someone else. She's your wife. Said this to Li. Qin Haiyun suddenly said with wide eyes again, Then you let Nan Yen sign a commitment to you. Let her promise to get pregnant and give birth to a child in the future. Can't mention divorce with you. Lu Beicheng lowered his eyes and looked at Qin Haiyun without speaking. Qin Haiyun saw him just looking at himself. She smiled skinlessly and said, This is not good either, right? Indeed, it's also quite bad, making it seem like there's no trust between you two as a couple. But she never thought Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan will divorce, but also want to when they détente. Must let her son to the wedding in style, when the marriage license did not give Gu Nanyan's treatment, all to make up for back. After Qin Haiyun finished speaking, Lu Beicheng looked at her with a smile and said, Mom, usually I see that you are quite brainless, but today your IQ is still online. Good idea. It wasn't like he hadn't asked Gu Nanyan to sign a guarantee before, so what could he do if he asked her to sign one more guarantee? When Qin Haiyun saw Lu Beicheng praising her, she covered her chest and let out a sigh of relief. I dare say this idea is okay. If this is a good idea, then you and Nan Yan should sign it quickly. After signing the contract, the two of you should hurry up and give birth to the child. Then added, but don't tell Nanny Smoke that it was my idea. She couldn't offend Nan Yan anyway, and if she did her son went. Qin Haiyun afraid to worry about the appearance. Lu Beicheng white eyes rolled out of the sky. Not a family does not enter a family door. Lu Jingyang that virtue living like his mother, and his aunt is also this virtue. Sell their own side of the people, more than anyone else to sell clean. Lu Beicheng looked disgusted. Qin Haiyun patted his clothes. Alright, go in and eat the cake. When the two mothers entered the house, Liu Beicheng watched Gu Nanyan and Liu Jingyang going crazy, looking at the two of them and a few children with cream all over their faces. Liu Beicheng had a complicated mood. Obviously his wife. She gets along with everyone in the Liu family, but not with him. When the group ate the cake and frolicked, Qin Haiyun borrowed Gu Nanyan to hide a few children to wipe her cream to go to the yard. She also followed out. Mom! Gu Nanyan saw Qin Haiyun come out and she called out to her mom. Qin Haiyun wiped her face. The face isn't clean. Immediately after, she changed the subject. Nanyan, if you and Beicheng had given birth to the child, you shouldn't have divorced Beicheng, right? After Qin Haiyun finished speaking, Gu Nanyan knew without asking that she had just approached Liu Beicheng, and Liu Beicheng even pushed the problem onto her. After looking at Qin Haiyun for a long time, Gu Nanyan said with a smile, between me and him, it's all up to him. She did have that in mind herself, but she couldn't say it. It didn't matter if he talked to Liu Beicheng, but he couldn't talk to Qin Haiyun. Qin Haiyun, as long as you don't have that in mind. Then added, just say it. The world is so big. It's not easy for two people to come together, not to mention knowing each other for so many years. Aha! Gu Nanyan responded in agreement, thinking that after knowing each other for so many years, it was indeed time for a change. As the two mothers chatted in the yard, the night's birthday feast came to an end. The guys had greeted the old man and woman and went their separate ways home. When Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan greeted the old couple also urged the two of them to have a good time, so that they could complete their tasks as early as possible. They promised to be good, but they ended up going their own way, left and right. Just as they left the entrance of the hospital, the car followed Gu Nanyan's car. Liu Beicheng put both hands casually on the steering wheel, thinking about her giving his mom a vaccination tonight. Liu Beicheng was not in a good mood. It seems she really wants to have this heart and wants a divorce. The more you think about Liu Beicheng's face, the more gloomy. People have long said twice divorce, and it is not this time to move the heart. Agreed to this marriage is this idea. More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived at Yulin Bay, and after Gu Nanyan got off, Liu Beicheng also got off. The two of them entered the house before and after. John's wife saw that they came back together and smiled. Young master, young lady is back. Tonight, the old mansion will be bustling with activity, won't it? Gu Nanyan, quite lively. Liu Beicheng didn't say anything. Gu Nanyan chatted with Mrs. Jiang downstairs and went upstairs. Pushing open the door to her room, Liu Beicheng happened to look up at her. Gu Nanyan glanced at Liu Beicheng, then took off her jacket and hung it on the coat rack. At this time, Liu Beicheng spoke first, faintly asking, why didn't you wait for me this afternoon? Gu Nanyan turned her back to him. If there's nothing else, I'll go over first. I thought he was going to question her about suing with Qin Haiyun, but I didn't think he didn't ask. Looking at Gu Nanyan's back, Liu Beicheng wanted to say something a few times, but several times he wanted to speak but had no way to do so. A few moments later, when Gu Nanyan came out from the restroom after taking a shower, Liu Beicheng was no longer inside the room. Gu Nanyan didn't call to find out, blew dry her hair and went to bed. Boom boom boom. In the depths of the night, a few loud bangs that cut through the sky woke up almost the entire city, and Gu Nanyan jerked awake with a start. When she opened her eyes, there happened to be another bolt of lightning and a loud bang outside. The room was illuminated, and Gu Nanyan saw at a glance that a pair of deep eyes were looking straight at her from close by. Chapter 135 Not by the book. Suddenly opened the house lights from the bed to sit up. See Liu Beicheng do not know when to sleep next to her. Gu Nanxiang instantly annoyed, grabbed the side of the pillow as a burst of slamming. Liu Beicheng, you have a disease you can be a little loud at night? And you don't sleep. What are you staring at me for? Not frightened by the thunder in the middle of the night, Gu Nanyan was instead frightened by these eyes. If it wasn't for her good heart, she would have been sent packing with that one just now. Liu Beicheng was smashed for a while and was puzzled. What kind of sound do I want in the middle of the night? How come I can't look at you? He looked at her because he had just been woken up by the sound of thunder. He admired Gu Nanyan for this good sleepy point. It was thundering outside for half a day, and she still slept with no reaction at all. The violent heartbeat didn't calm down, and Gu Nanyan raised her leg and kicked him 2 more times, spreading the anger that she had just been shocked by. Are you annoyed? Didn't you leave? Who told you to turn around and come back? He clearly wasn't in the room when she got out of the shower. Liu Beicheng yanked her feet and threw them away. Who told you that I left? Gu Nanyan gave him a blank look and kicked him again, following which she got up and went to pour water. Gu Nanyan's violent temper. Liu Beicheng's mouth raised a shallow smile. Such Gu Nanyan more like before. At this time, there was another loud bang outside. Liu Beicheng twisted his head to look outside, but Gu Nanyan did not move, as if she was not in the same space as him. Not a moment later, when she finished her water and returned to lie on the bed, Liu Beicheng was staring at her like this. Gu Nanyan's sweaty hairs stood up when he looked at her, and she said, "You're not sleeping. Why are you looking at me?" Liu Beicheng, it's thundering outside. Gu Nanyan gathered the tight quilt. You're afraid? Liu Beicheng looked at her tightening the covers, amused and angry. He pulled her covers down a bit and asked, Gu Nanyan, why aren't you afraid of anything? Just now when it was thundering outside, Liu Beicheng remembered the idol drama he had watched with Qin Haiyun when he was a child. And every time this time the female lead would be scared to death, and she would vigorously go into the male lead's arms, needing the male lead's protection. How did Gu Nanyan hear? She does not follow the script development. Outside the thunder is thunder. Electricity is electricity. But she is not affected in the slightest. Tonight was Qin Haiyun lectured. Liu Beicheng is trying to repair the relationship. In fact, even if Qin Haiyun did not scold him, he still wants to find a breakthrough to resolve the impasse. Just come back in the evening. Gu Nanyan attitude is not cold. He is a bit pulling face. After all, in the past, Gu Nanyan coaxed him more. At Liu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan first laughed in amusement, then followed Yi Chu's example and went over to his side. Beicheng, it's so scary to have thunder outside. I'm so scared. Liu Beicheng was delighted, and before he could react, Gu Nanyan immediately resumed her lethargy. Her body stepped back, yawned and said, Liu Beicheng, you watched too many TV dramas when you were a kid with your mom. It's just a couple of thunders. How big a deal? Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan's acting just now. He also said that he was thinking of just the right step, but it turned out that people took him happy. Looking at each other with 4 eyes and seeing that Liu Beicheng was still staring at her, Gu Nanyan yawned. Sleep. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking and turned her back to Liu Beicheng trapped her in his arms with a flip. Gu Nanyan was instantly alert, her eyes widening. What do you want? Gu Nanyan moved both arms and struggled hard, but it was simply no match for Liu Beicheng. His 2 hands were very powerful, pressing down on Gu Nanyan like a 1,000-pound stone pressing down on her, and his kisses were fierce, like the gusty winds blowing outside, kissing Gu Nanyan so hard that she couldn't breathe. If you can't find a step down, then just do the job. There's nothing that can't be solved by sleeping together as a couple, and if that doesn't work then sleep twice. He was getting gentler and gentler, more and more delicate and tender, as if he loved Gu Nanyan very much, as if she was a precious treasure held in his hands. Even if she hadn't experienced this, experiencing Liu Beicheng's strength and gentleness, Gu Nanyan's breath held. At that moment, Liu Beicheng ambled to her ear and whispered, Gu Nanyan, you want it badly too. Gu Nanyan, if you do something, you do it. Where's all the nonsense? Besides, she could see that Liu Beicheng had been staring at her all night, and if he didn't let out that fire in his heart, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, and he wouldn't let her sleep either. It was stormy and thunderous outside. Later, until Gu Nanyan was dying on the bed and asked him to stop, Liu Beicheng looked at her white and red face and confused eyes, and only then did he let her go. At this moment, Gu Nanyan was very tired, and when she was half asleep with her eyes closed, Liu Beicheng suddenly came to the side of her face and stroked her hair. Nanyan, get up and write something for me. After more than 2 years of marriage, Liu Beicheng was the first time he called her Nanyan instead of her full name. Technically, he hadn't called her Nanny Smoke since that time passed. Gu Nanyan opened her eyes, wrinkled her eyebrows and looked at him. Liu Beicheng, you should stop in the middle of the night. She had a bunch of things to take care of tomorrow, and it had been a mercy to stay with him as long as she had just done. Seeing Gu Nanyan open her eyes, Liu Beicheng said, it won't delay you for a few minutes. At this time, the thunder has stopped outside. The rain is still slowly falling. Gu Nanyan look at Liu Beicheng's eyes but don't mention how annoyed. Just thunder how to let him off the hook. Liu Beicheng was wearing a dark gray satin robe, with his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Even though it was a big night to look at him, he was still handsome and gentlemanly. It was no wonder that so many people outside liked him. He himself liked him back then, but he was also mesmerized by his skin, right? After staring at Liu Beicheng like this for a long time, Gu Nanyan asked, what's written? Liu Beicheng, you write a pledge just like last time, and if you have a child in the future, you won't mention divorce to me. How humiliating for him to be treated like a mobile sperm bank by her otherwise. After Liu Beicheng finished what he wanted her to write, Gu Nanyan looked at him like a little cutie, like she was looking at him, then turned her face to leave the back of her head to him. Did he take her for a fool, or was he being naive himself? This kind of thing can just write? She was already not taking her seriously, and if she wrote him a guarantee, she would not be able to stand up straight in front of him, and she would be eaten to death by him for the rest of her life. Chapter 136 Promise me you won't divorce even if you have a child. Although she, Gu Nanyan, wasn't smart, she wasn't stupid to this extent. Liu Beicheng, reaching out to put his hand on Gu Nanyan's shoulder, Liu Beicheng turned her around. Gu Nanyan, don't play dumb. Gu Nanyan once again twisted her head and turned her back to him, not to mention disliking him with her mouth. She was now too lazy to even look at him. What a guy! she'd be stupid to write about it. When Lu Beiqing saw that Gu Nanyan didn't even bother to take care of him after listening to him, he stared at her with his eyes lowered for a long time, then stood up from the edge of the bed and turned on the big lights in the room. He said, "Gu Nanyan, are you sure you don't want to write this pledge?" As her eyes were stung by the light, Gu Nanyan braced herself on the bed and sat up, impatiently saying, "Lu Beiqing, are you sick? Who wants to write that stuff with you at night? Besides, are you a child of 3? Can you write that thing and it'll count?" Lu Beiqing looked down at her and ignored her words, only gently pulling the waistband of his robe with both hands. "Sure you don't want to write?" Gu Nanyan's eyes fell on his lean waist, as well as his abs and pecs. The deadly feeling from earlier surged up. Gu Nanyan first swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then pulled the blanket tighter. "What do you want? It's just been done for so long." Lu Beiqing moved his neck and said in a faint voice, "Maybe what I expressed just now wasn't enthusiastic enough, didn't serve you comfortably, and didn't let you make up your mind to live with me, so now it's very necessary to replay it." Gu Nanyan's scalp went numb. It's not an exaggeration to say that her legs are soft right now. She doesn't have any strength at all. If Lu Beiqing comes back for a few more rounds, she can guarantee that she won't even be able to get out of bed in the morning. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Lu Beiqing cleared his throat, and Gu Nanyan immediately climbed up from the bed. "Right for you. Where's the paper? Where's the pen?" Getting out of bed barefoot, Gu Nanyan yelled for pen and paper. Behind her back, Lu Beiqing raised a faint smile, but quickly put it back and walked over to the desk to bring her a pen and paper. Taking the pen and paper Lu Beiqing handed her, Gu Nanyan looked up at him and said, "How do I write it?" "Why don't you write it and I'll sign it?" Lu Beiqing leaned on the desk. "I will read. You write," said. He then read, "Gu Nanyan. I Gu Nanyan today here with Lu Beiqing guarantee. Married Lu Beiqing is completely voluntary behavior, without any other purpose, and in the future, regardless of the 2 sides of the poverty and wealth, no matter what happens, I will not leave Lu Beiqing, always." Lu Beiqing hadn't finished reading the first paragraph yet, and Gu Nanyan raised her head to look at him leisurely. Does he still want to be ashamed? The 2 of them got married and he didn't give her a single fart except for a tie ring that didn't fit. Where did he get the face to ask her to write such a pledge now? Gu Nanyan's extremely disgusted eyes. Lu Beiqing didn't say anything, just raised his hand and tugged on the belt of his robe. Without saying a word, Gu Nanyan lowered her head and honestly wrote the passage he had just read. Lu Beiqing was satisfied and fastened his belt, waiting for her to finish the first paragraph. He then read, "I hereby promise Lu Beiqing that in the future, I will never use any excuse or reason to ask him for a divorce, especially after having a child, and I will never mention the word divorce, if you violate." After a pause, he continued, "No feeling for making out later." Gu Nanyan snapped and slammed her pen on the table, looking at Lu Beiqing once again. "Lu Beiqing, you are so damn lackadaisical and underhanded. No wonder people are cursing you behind your back. What your mom said is exactly right. All the lack of virtue of everyone in your Lu family has grown on you alone." Lu Beiqing said that if there is a violation, Gu Nanyan thought that he would say that the sky will be struck by thunder, and then more ruthless so that she cannot win the lawsuit in the future. It turned out that the man was really lacking in morals. No more writing. She's not writing anything so humiliating. Gu Nanyan dropped the pen. Lu Beiqing once again wanted to undo the robe belt. Gu Nanyan didn't take the pen this time, looked at him and said, "You do it, I'll just have enough fun first while I can." "Okay, Gu Nanyan, you have guts." Lu Beiqing seemed to smile. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him, her face ugly. It's so not true. He refused to sleep when she wanted to before, and now he's threatening her when she doesn't want to sleep anymore. Gu Nanyan turned her face, still picking up the pen that fell out. Never mind, she'd better write it. Besides, how can something written haphazardly turn out to be true? While writing down the words Lu Beiqing had just read, Gu Nanyan greeted someone a million times in her heart, bringing along all her ancestors. How many unethical things did the Lu family do to give birth to such an unethical son? Gu Nanyan reluctantly finished writing this guarantee. Lu Beiqing pushed the seal clay to her. Gu Nanyan hated her teeth, but in the end, she signed the words and pressed her fingerprints. Finally, after the guarantee was written, Gu Nanyan looked up at him and asked, "I did write the guarantee. What about yourself?" Lu Beiqing said, "I'm the same. I won't mention divorce either." Gu Nanyan, "Don't. It's not like you've taken a poisonous oath. You mustn't be psychologically pressurized." Although she did write a pledge not to file for divorce, she didn't write that if Lu Beiqing filed for divorce, she would still have to die. So it's okay for her to wait for him to file for divorce. Looking straight at Gu Nanyan, Lu Beiqing saw her little scheme at a glance, picked up the paper and pen and was going to continue to write under her assurance. Gu Nanyan saw this and reached out to stop. "You don't have to write. I just asked casually. I'm not as naive as you are, and I don't give you pressure." Stopping Lu Beiqing, Gu Nanyan couldn't mention how much she regretted that she had just been fast-talking. She just casually asked, who knew that Liu Beicheng was still on the line, but also had to continue to write down. The more Gu Nanyan stops Liu Beicheng, the more gloomy Liu Beicheng's face becomes. And then he had to then write a paragraph underneath, saying that she is also the same as Gu Nanyan, and that if she goes against it, she also has the same lack of pleasure, and then signed his own big name underneath, and pressed his fingerprints. Looking at the pledge that the two had written down, Gu Nanyan had two big heads in one. It was all mulling over the divorce. What was he thinking about Liu Beicheng? He does not divorce. What does he want to do? Do we have to torture each other for the rest of our lives? Even if what he had said that time had gone too far, he had slapped her, and it was time for her to get over it. Two people just look at each other. Gu Nanyan lazy to think deeply. Other people's wedding vows can be nonsense. The two of them wrote this thing can be counted. Yawning, Gu Nanyan lazily stood up from her chair. Liu Beicheng saw that she still wrote the guarantee to herself in the end, and he was in a better mood for a moment. Gu Nanyan's eyes were hazy with sleep and she was about to fall on the bed when Liu Beicheng suddenly held her from behind her, his chin resting firmly on her shoulder. His face was warm and soft, and Gu Nanyan reflexively shuddered when his entire body just hugged him. Chapter 137 Let Me Hold You. Gu Nanyan could not deny that Liu Beicheng's proximity was very comfortable. His body seemed like magic, and every time he touched her, she always had a strange reaction. That was, and still is, the case. With both hands grasping Liu Beicheng's wrist, Gu Nanyan swallowed her saliva, then turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng. The guarantee has been written for you. Don't give an inch. Liu Beicheng rubbed his face on her face. Let me hug you. Gu Nanyan didn't speak anymore and didn't remove his hand from her waist. A few days ago, found out Liu Beicheng in contraception. She is really angry, but also iron-heartedly want to divorce, so the subsequent period of time she presses not to find him. Encounter also not like before to greet and talk, but with Liu Beicheng making such a mess tonight, she was almost out of temper. Although he didn't have any explanation, all he did was to explain to her with his actions, that he contracepted, that he didn't have a child because he was afraid that she was just using him to have a child, and that she was going to get a divorce if she had a child. After being warmly hugged by Liu Beicheng like this for a while, Gu Nanyan looked at him and said, one change at a time. It's you who let me roll up and get out of here. And it's you who let me write a guarantee that I won't be allowed to bring up divorce, without any characterization. Liu Beicheng held her a little tighter into his arms, first kissed her face, then pressed against her ear and said, letting you roll away is because in your heart, you only want to have a child, you don't want to live your life. Liu Beicheng's breath blew in his ears. Gu Nanyan was covered in goosebumps and felt that his legs were all out of energy at once. She said, ha, talking like it's all my fault. Who's the one who doesn't come home for 4 seasons all year round? It was rare for Gu Nanyan to settle old scores with him, and Liu Beicheng's heart warmed as he hugged her tighter again. At that moment, the storm outside also gradually stopped, just like the relationship between the two during this period of time. After a burst of riots finally returned to calm, kissing Gu Nanyan's face, Liu Beicheng said, it's my fault that I didn't come home. Liu Beicheng admitted his mistake so frankly, Gu Nanyan instead couldn't do anything about him. As the saying goes, you can't reach for the stars, and you can't be forgiven for what you've done. Not to mention that late at night is the most ambiguous time, and the two had just signed an agreement like that. The saying also goes that life is a crapshoot. It never goes smoothly and there is always a problem of one kind or another to be had. The two of them just looked at each other. Gu Nanyan's eyes were suddenly a bit speechless as she said, Liu Beicheng, I'm really convinced of you. Liu Beicheng did not say anything and leaned down to kiss her lips. His lips were soft, and the first time he kissed her, Gu Nanyan felt comfortable and wonderful, so he turned around and put both arms around his neck. After a passionate kiss, Liu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan and let her legs clamped on his waist. The two kissed in this position for a while. Liu Beicheng gently put her on the bed, trapped in his arms. Both hands were still wrapped around Liu Beicheng's neck. Just looking at this face made people addicted, and he could also earn money. More importantly, he's a good sleeper. I don't know how long it was until it started to get light outside. Nestled in his arms, Gu Nanyan closed her eyes and said, damn, the pledge was written in vain. Liu Beicheng laughed again at once, kissed her forehead and let her sleep. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan went to the law firm, she was rarely late. Sitting on the heel of her desk, she couldn't help but feel that beauty was a mistake. But then again, Liu Beicheng is really quite capable. In the beginning those 2 times he was still a bit rusty and would only use brute force, and then it was getting more and more comfortable. It seems that he didn't learn much. Gu Nanyan is very admitted is that although the two hearts have a gap, but the body is very tacit understanding, is the kind of rare tacit understanding among men and women, touch each other or look or bold, can be electrocuted. Maybe that's the only good thing God gave the marriage, for the two of them to at least sleep together. Gu, You write a summary to share the experience of the last case with everyone. Okay. Gu Nanyan agreed and said, Director Xia, do you think it's okay to deliver tomorrow? Zheng Jie's case is going to trial and I have to go to the hospital in the afternoon. Just sort it out by next Monday's morning meeting. Okay. Responding to Director Xie, Gu Nanyan went back to work, and when she casually ate a takeout at noon, she drove her car to the hospital. When Gu Nanyan arrived at the hospital room, Zhang Meng had already arrived, with red circles under her eyes, and it looked like she had just cried. Gu Nanyan. Seeing Gu Nanyan come over, Zhang Meng hurriedly greeted her and poured her water. Following the water that Zhang Meng handed over, Gu Nanyan glanced at Zheng Jia on the bed. Still not awake? Zhang Meng shook her head and said feebly, not yet, then added, my sister is still so young, she hasn't even had a child yet. Saying this, Zhang Meng raised her hand and wiped her tears. Gu Nanyan stroked her back and comforted. It will wake up. It will be fine. Zhang Meng organized her emotions and turned her face to look at Gu Nanyan and asked, Gu Nanyan, we can win and bring my brother-in-law to justice, right? Zhang Meng's tired eyes were filled with anticipation, and Gu Nanyan took a deep breath and held her breath. Zhang Meng had told her that there was surveillance at her sister's house, and last week she wanted to go to Zhang Jie's house to take a look and try to gather a little evidence, but it turned out that Yang Yunming wouldn't let her go in, and told the security guards to drive her away. She went around to the neighbors to inquire about the situation, and everyone said in one breath that they couldn't tell. The neighbor's reaction was unusual, as if she was afraid of getting into trouble, except that there was nothing she could do about the others' reluctance to provide clues or come forward as witnesses. After looking at Zhang Meng for a moment, Gu Nanyan said seriously, if he really did it, then we will definitely win. The law will not let him get away with it. Zhang Meng nodded vigorously. Aha! The law will definitely not let the bad guys get away with it, and I also believe in you, Nan Yen. For her old classmates, Zhang Meng had absolute trust, and she would do everything she could to help them. Zhang Meng said, turned his face and glanced at his unconscious sister again, and for a moment his eyes reddened again. She said, my brother-in-law and his parents haven't been here a few times since my sister's accident, and my mom is homesick and has been regretting that she agreed to the marriage. Speaking here, she held Gu Nanyan. We girls must keep our eyes bright when marrying someone. Any other conditions are secondary, character must be put first. If you marry a bad man, you really might as well live your life on your own, at least you'll be at peace. A few days ago, she had the doctor give her sister a careful full body checkup and found out that she had a lot of old injuries and had even broken her ribs once. She didn't dare to tell her parents carefully about all these things, fearing that they wouldn't be able to stand it even more when they found out. And because of that, she pretty much concluded that her sister was usually domestically abused. Chapter 138. Do you dare to release your home surveillance? Gu Nanyan held Zhang Meng's tightly and nodded at her. That's right. Then she added, Zhang Meng, I will definitely find out the truth about those injuries of your sister. Gu Nanyan, thank you, all as it should be. After accompanying Zhang Meng in the ward for a while, Gu Nanyan still did not see Yang Yunming come over. From taking over the case to now, she came to the hospital 5 times, and did not run into Yang Yunming once. The husband and wife obviously have problems with their relationship. At least Yang Yunming has a big problem. He doesn't seem to have much affection for Zhang Jie or he wouldn't have gone so long without visiting her. Hands gripping the steering wheel, Gu Nanyan pondered over the case until the car behind him honked the horn. Gu Nanyan came back to his senses that the light was already green, as she stepped on the gas to leave, when her eyes unintentionally landed on a large black Mercedes-Benz SUV on the opposite side of the street. She realized that Yang Yunming was sitting on the passenger seat of that SUV. Driving is a woman. Look should be a little older than Yang Yunming. The woman is not very beautiful, is very mature and charming type, and that Mercedes-Benz SUV is very expensive. Not Yang Yunming and Zhang Jie can afford to buy. At this moment, Yang Yunming's expression was more somber and at a loss, while the woman was holding the steering wheel with one hand. If she wasn't mistaken, where she couldn't see, their hands should be held together. She kept looking at the Mercedes SUV until the car behind her honked its horn to remind her to move forward, and only then did Gu Nanyan step on the gas and pick up speed. The two cars brushed past each other, and Gu Nanyan hurriedly dialed her colleague, Xiao Zhou. Can you check the license plate and owner for me? No problem, Gu Law. Send me the license plate number. The one who called Gu Nanyan back was the firm's assistant attorney. Gu Nanyan promised the other party and quickly reported the license plate number she had just written down to her colleague. Her intuition told her that Yang Yunming and this woman should not be very close, and their relationship might be related to Zhang Jie's fall. 3 days after seeing Yang Yunming, Zhang Jie's case was officially opened. After the presiding judge introduced the parties and their lawyers, he declared the case officially open, allowing Gu Nanyan to present the plaintiff's claims as the plaintiff's agent. Listening to Gu Nanyan stating the old injuries on Zhang Jie's body, the examination certificate provided, and the evidence of the choke marks on Zhang Jie's neck on the day she fell from the building. Yang Yunming's face became more and more gloomy, and he coldly looked at Zhang Meng as if he wanted to eat Zhang Meng alive, with horrible scary eyes. After Gu Nanyan finished stating the plaintiff's doubts and claims, she first glanced at Yang Yunming, and then looked at the presiding judge. In view of all the above evidence and the defendant's various indifference and lack of concern for the victim, as well as his failure to fulfill his obligation to take care of the husband and wife each other, we will prosecute the defendant Yang Yunming for the crime of intentional injury and intentional homicide. When Gu Nanyan finished her side's claim, Yang Yunming sat on the defendant's seat and raised his hand, pointing at Zhang Meng. Intentional injury, intentional murder. Zhang Meng, she's got balls. Yang Yunming's finger Zhang Meng's movement. The presiding judge reminded, defendant, this is a courtroom, please pay attention to your behavior. At this time, Yang Yunming's mother cursed loudly in the hearing room. Zhang Meng, you poisonous woman. Which part of my Yang family has wronged you? Wronged your sister? Yunming's busy schedule means he goes to the hospital less. But hasn't he been to the hospital? I have not been to the hospital. Besides, your sister, she is in a coma and has not even woken up. Is it hard to believe that we have to guard an unconscious person 24 hours a day? You actually falsely accused my son of beating and killing. You shall not die. As Yang's mother was verbally abusive, the presiding judge banged his gavel and reminded those in the gallery, please watch what you say and control your emotions, or we will need to ask you to leave the courtroom. The presiding judge's reminder. Yang Yunming's mother sat back indignantly, as if she had suffered a great injustice, as if it was his son who was unconscious. After the gallery quieted down, the presiding judge looked at Yang Yunming and asked, defendant, do you have anything to say about the statement just made by the plaintiff's attorney? Yang Yunming stood up from his chair, looked at Gu Nanyan and said, presiding judge, this lawyer just said that I guess it's not the same person as me, and I haven't done any of those things she suspects at all. I've never beaten up my wife Zhang Jie, not to mention pushing her off the third floor. Gu Nanyan asked, your wife Zhang Jie often has injuries on her body, do you know that? Yang Yunming, I don't know. Gu Nanyan, you're so close, and you've never even noticed that she's injured? Yang Yunming said disdainfully, who is in the mood to check on her all day long? This lawyer you said Zhang Jie has injuries, I believe it. I also recognize that your inspection reports are all true, and I also recognize that Zhang Jie she may have been injured, but I didn't cause her injuries. If you want to do her justice, please go and find out the murderer first instead of suspecting nonsense. If you do find out, I'll thank you for my wife too. Plaintiff's position. Zhang Meng could not hold back, fiercely stood up and looked at Yang Yunming and said, you lied. My sister was so obvious when she was injured. It's impossible that you didn't know. And the strangulation marks on her neck on the day of her fall were also very obvious. And my mom even asked you what was going on. Yang Yunming coldly looked at Zhang Meng, your sister's injury. Then you have to go and ask your sister to go. Maybe it's her stealing behind my back and being beaten by its others outside. Zhang Meng heard this and became angry at once. Yang Yunming, you actually doubted my sister like this. Are you still a human being? Yang Yunming, you suspect me of murder, but I can't suspect your sister of stealing? Who knows if she jumped off a building in her weakness? On the sidelines, Zhang's mother was so angry at Yang Yunming's words that she wiped her tears in the crowd. And Zhang's father was so angry that he was shaking. How could he have been so blind as to marry his daughter to such a person? With Yang Yunming's words and attitude today, the Zhang family is even more skeptical that his daughter's injuries and the fall have nothing to do with him. After saying the above words, Yang Yunming added arrogantly, Zhang Meng, if you suspect that your sister's death has something to do with me, please show me strong evidence instead of trying to punish me with empty words. Zhang Meng, then you let us go to your house to investigate. Do you dare to release the surveillance video of your house? Yang Yunming, with your current attitude and suspicion of me, how dare I let you go to my house? Sorry, I still want to live a few more years. Zhang Meng, Yang Yunming, you're just being vain. Chapter 139. We've known each other for almost 24 years, and we haven't looked at each other like this more than 5 times. The presiding judge, seeing the two men arguing in the courtroom, once again banged his gavel and reminded, plaintiff and defendant, please be mindful of your emotions. Both men paused in suppressed anger at the presiding judge's reminder. Seeing this, the presiding judge looked at Yang Yunming's lawyer and asked, defendant defender, do you have anything else to say? Yang Yunming hired a middle-aged male lawyer. Listening to the presiding judge's questioning, he stood up and said, back to the presiding judge, my client has just expressed himself very clearly. I don't have anything to say. The presiding judge looked at Gu Nanyan, plaintiff's agent. Can you still present relevant evidence now? Gu Nanyan, presiding judge, our side has no other evidence at this time, so we apply for an adjournment for today, and the court will reconvene next time. Presiding officer, okay, plaintiff's attorney, but please be able to produce the evidence before the next hearing. Gu Nanyan, I know, presiding judge. If they couldn't come up with favorable evidence next time, the case would basically be over and Yang Yunming wouldn't have to take any responsibility. Presiding judge, I declare that the case about Zhang Jie's injury is adjourned today. The next trial time will be specifically notified to both parties again, and please ask the defendant Yang Yunming not to leave a city without authorization before the case is over. The first court ended like this. Except for the indictment charges against Yang Yunming, the Zhang family did not have much advantage. When the group came to the parking lot in front of the court, Zhang's father and Zhang's mother saw Yang Yunming come out and looked at him with red eyes and said, Yang Yunming, you are not a human being. You have harmed my daughter. Yang Ming in a brand name casual sports suit toward the Zhang family side over, 2 hands in the pants pocket, not caring to say, parents-in-law. First, don't be so agitated. Don't be in a hurry to scold. I have said this thing has nothing to do with me. Or you wait for Zhang Jie woke up to explain to you in person. Besides, you guys have wronged me so much. I just had a good attitude in the courtroom. Zhang's father and mother were so angry that they were trembling all over, while Zhang's mother was so angry that she couldn't even stand up, and she couldn't even curse Yang Yunming if she wanted to. He can justify himself and exculpate himself any way he wants, but he shouldn't smear her daughter and say that she's stealing from someone else. She had given birth to her own daughter, and she knew best. There was no way her daughter could be that kind of person. Seeing that Zhang father and Zhang mother were so angry with themselves that their faces turned white and they couldn't say anything, Yang Yunming looked at Zhang Meng again. When he looked at Zhang Meng, his complexion was clearly sinister. Taking out his right hand from his pocket, he pointed at Zhang Meng. Sue me for murder. Zhang Meng, you're ruthless enough. After saying that, he put his hand back in his pocket and looked at Gu Nanyan next to Zhang Meng. Gu Nanyan, Gu Dazhou, right? I'll remember you. Yang Yunming finished, spat on the ground, and then hung back. Gu Nanyan looked at the other party with an air of determination. She had seen this kind of person many times. As Yang Yunming walked away, Zhang Meng, with red eyes, looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Gu Nanyan, do you believe that my sister's injuries and the fall had nothing to do with him? Gu Nanyan looked at Yang Yunming's back. I'll pull him out. Gu Nanyan's firmness and calmness. Zhang Meng and her parents inexplicably feel at ease, thinking that she will definitely be able to find out the truth, and will definitely be able to give her daughter a fair. After comforting Zhang Meng and her parents about their plans to follow up on the case at a later stage, they let the family go back first. Zhang Meng said to invite Gu Nanyan for dinner, but Gu Nanyan said to wait until the case is over and let her take her parents back to rest first. Witnessing their family of 3 leave first, Gu Nanyan is still stable. Today's court session she is just taking the prosecution of the crime to see how Yang Yunming reacts, and she has several pieces of evidence in the investigation. This thing, if he did it, he cannot get away with it. Only until Zhang Meng's car disappeared from sight did Gu Nanyan turn around and walk towards her parking space. As it turned out, when I got closer, her car was shorter than usual by a large margin. Gu Nanyan looked down to the ground, only to see that the car's 4 tires were all poked and prodded, and the tires had long since run out of air and gone flat. Needless to say, it must be Yang Yunming's doing. He's mad at himself for taking this case for the Young family, so he's deliberately getting back at her. Holding her forehead with her right hand and letting out a breath, Gu Nanyan was a little bit annoyed. What kind of person? What a lowlife. With this little revenge from Yang Mingyun, Gu Nanyan felt even more that this case could only be won and not lost, or else with this man's character, he would definitely retaliate against Zhang Meng in the future. Taking out her cell phone from her bag, Gu Nanyan was about to call a car to go back to the institute when a black car suddenly stopped next to her. Nanyan. Gu Nanyan turned her head to look over. The rear window of the vehicle slowly opened, and Shen Liangzhou's face appeared in front of her eyes. Gu Nanyan was a bit surprised. Liangzhou, Shen Liangzhou, get in the car, I'll give you a ride. The car tire is broken. Shen Liangzhou right now is in front of her. She does not get on the car and turn seems to be deliberately avoiding an abnormal, so she opened the car door and went up. The car slowly started, and Secretary Du looked back at Gu Nanyan and greeted her politely. Lawyer Gu. Gu Nanyan smiled and responded to Secretary Du. Then looked at Shen Liangzhou and asked, you're over here on business too? Shen Liangzhou, inspect the procuratorate side. Then asked, what happened to your car? Nanyan? The tires seem to be all broken. Gu Nanyan, it should be stamped by the defendant party. Shen Liangzhou was worried. He said, I'll find someone to check it out for you, and then I'll ask Xiaodu to find 2 veterans for you to follow secretly. Gu Nanyan laughed at once, not so serious. And now the case is currently the other side dare not have a big action, or he is the most suspected. As for the end of the case, he has even less of this opportunity. The fact is, even if you want to find a bodyguard to protect her, it has to be Liu Beiqing to find one. Shen Liangzhou to find her. What is the matter? If Liu Beiqing found out, not to mention her and the Gu family, I'm afraid that the Liu family and the Shen family have to be unsettled. She is better to do something good, so that the people live in peace. When Gu Nanyan said this, Shen Liangzhou's face eased a bit and said with a smile, Nanyan, you're still so smart and confident. Gu Nanyan smiled. These are the only 2 advantages left. Shen Liangzhou, there are many more advantages to you. Gu Nanyan laughed. Later, Shen Liangzhou wanted to treat her to lunch, and Secretary Du happened to drive the car to the entrance of the restaurant. So Gu Nanyan had to have lunch with Shen Liangzhou. When he finished lunch, Shen Liangzhou sent Gu Nanyan back to the law firm. Busy in the law firm for an afternoon. Until 7 o'clock in the evening, the outside is already dark. The whole building is off work. Gu Nanyan also turned off the computer off work. When she returned home, Liu Beicheng had not yet returned. A little tired today, she took a shower and flopped down on the bed and didn't move a muscle. Tired, yes, but there were so many things to think about in my head that I wanted to close my eyes and rest, and I couldn't sleep for a while. I don't know how long I lay on the bed like this, but the bedroom door was pushed open, and Liu Beicheng came back. Gu Nanyan didn't have much strength to greet him at this moment. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng removed his tie and hung it on the coat rack, approached over and stroked her face. Why are you wilting? Gu Nanyan did not take away his hand, a pair of big eyes watery looking at him. Looking at Liu Beicheng heart drunk, Gu Nanyan would only have such a look when she was extremely aggrieved and in an extremely low mood. In almost 24 years of knowing her, she hadn't looked like that more than 5 times. Chapter 140 he said, Nanyan, you are mine. Falling on his right hand, his fingers softly brushing against her face, he asked in a rare, gentle voice, lose the lawsuit? It just shouldn't be. This case has only just gone to trial. She's prosecuting willful injury and homicide, and usually doesn't close this quickly. Body slightly propped up, Gu Nanyan beauty lying sideways on the bed, looked at Liu Beicheng and said, today all 4 tires were poked and prodded by the defendant party. You poked one even if, actually poked all 4 tires. Gu Nanyan until now think of all sulking. As Liu Beicheng listened to her words, his face instantly darkened, and the strength of his kneading Gu Nanyan's hand increased. At this time, Gu Nanyan continued, I wanted to sleep after a tiring day, but I ended up not being able to sleep even after lying down for so long. Liu Beicheng put away the gloomy face he had just seen and said with a smile, it's rare that you can still be pissed off, and that you can't sleep. On weekdays, she is the most heartless. The sky is falling, she should do what she does. Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth to speak, Liu Beicheng ruffled her hair scattered on her face and said, Sister Jiang said that you didn't have dinner in the evening. Go down to have something to eat first. You won't want to think about work when you get back to your home. And if there is a difficulty in getting the evidence, I can ask Xia Cheng to do it. Gu Nanyan, stay out of work matters. I have a way. If she even needed Liu Beicheng's help with her work, then she had lived for nothing for so many years, and she had read her books for nothing. Liu Beicheng, then go down and eat something first. Gu Nanyan flopped down on the bed at once, no appetite. The night wasn't very deep, but the house was cozy and quiet, and the 2 of them hadn't talked this cozily in a long time. Gu Nanyan was willing to nag him about this. Liu Beicheng felt that it was a kind of enjoyment, and the distance between the 2 didn't seem to be that far. Seeing Gu Nanyan flop back onto the bed, Liu Beicheng leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. If you don't go down, then I'll take off my clothes. Gu Nanyan flopped down on the bed and backhanded her pajamas down, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Come on, I couldn't wait just now. Liu Beicheng, more threats, and she screwed the oil, reaching out and pulling Gu Nanyan's pajamas up. Liu Beicheng picked her up from the bed in a horizontal hug in one go. Go eat something first, or else you'll be halfway there later and yell that you can't. With both hands wrapped around Liu Beicheng's neck, Gu Nanyan looked at him and asked, Liu Beicheng, you're a bit different tonight. A little tenderness, a little patience, still opening up to her. Liu Beicheng looked at her. You're also a little different tonight. Gu Nanyan, I'm different every day. I can cosplay for you every day. Liu Beicheng, then you cosplay a maid for me later. She said every day could be different, so he'd pick the one that contrasted with her the most. Gu Nanyan wrapped one hand around his neck and spread one hand in front of his eyes. Pay up. Liu Beicheng's scholarly and roguish approach to her ear muttered 2 sentences. Gu Nanyan's eyes changed at once, looking at him as if he were a pervert, and then laughed twice. Stingy to this extent is no one else. Liu Beicheng came down with Gu Nanyan in his arms, and Mrs. Jiang was happy. It's down. Still young master has a way with young lady. What would young lady like to eat? Gu Nanyan said as she got down from Liu Beicheng's arms. Light desserts and fruits will be fine. Sister Jiang was all smiles. The sweet soup is still hot. I'll go cut a fruit plate. At the heel of the dining table, the 2 of them chatted about one thing or another, and the aunt's smile on Sister Jiang's face didn't stop as she worked beside her. After more than 2 years, the 2 have finally figured it out and are finally keeping it together. Half an hour later, when the 2 of them returned upstairs after having a snack, Liu Beicheng took his clothes and called out to Gu Nanyan to accompany him to take a shower. Gu Nanyan sat down in front of the computer and said, I'll take care of something. You go by yourself. Lu Beicheng walked over and messed with her for a bit. Gu Nanyan was crying and laughing at him and said that she would stay with him after he finished washing. Lu Beicheng then let go of her and went to the restroom by herself. Not long after, when he came out of the restroom, he only saw Gu Nanyan had already put on her glasses and was sitting in a serious manner at the heel of her desk. Lu Beicheng rubbed his fast-drying hair, followed by throwing the towel aside, pushed his hair into a big bag and went over to hug Gu Nanyan from behind her. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he rubbed his warm face against hers. I'm done washing. Aha! Gu Nanyan tapped the keyboard and said absent-mindedly, I still have a while, so stay by yourself for a while. Seeing that Gu Nanyan didn't even take her eyes to look at herself, Lu Beicheng didn't get up and kissed her face. Early errands, early rest. Gu Nanyan continued to tap the keyboard. I'm not done here. She hadn't planned on working late tonight, but she had just eaten her dessert and her thoughts had come back to her. Lu Beicheng didn't ring, but also did not release Gu Nanyan. Just like this has been holding her. See himself like this to hold her for a while. She does not speak or push away from him. A mind to focus on the work. Turning her face to look at Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan said, Stop it. Lu Beicheng, you busy yourself, I'll busy myself. Gu Nanyan. In the past, she always felt that she was more shameless than Lu Beicheng, and he couldn't say any rogue words that she could say. It was only later that he realized he just looked decent on the outside, and in private he was more shameless than anyone else, and could say anything, and was on the verge of surpassing her. After looking at Lu Beicheng like this for a long time, Gu Nanyan removed his hand and continued to work. Who knew that he came back at once, and was even more excessive than just now, when he kissed her ear. Gu Nanyan's attention was distracted and she didn't type as fast as she did earlier. Lu Beicheng. Gu Nanyan hung both her hands above the keyboard and shouted at him with feigned impatience. Aha! Lu Beicheng answered her with 100 turns of agreement. A burst of wanton molestation. Gu Nanyan words were typed wrongly several times. Teeth cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Beicheng smiled, and with a whoosh, he picked her up, walked to the edge of the bed, and gently put her down. Immediately afterward, he took off his own clothes and was a burst of overwhelming kisses, and Gu Nanyan raised both her hands and wrapped them around his neck. In the depths of his love, he said, Nanyan, you are mine. Chapter 141 He said, Nanyan you are mine, too. Gu Nanyan closed her eyes, as if her body and soul had separated, and her entire body floated and floated. Afterwards, Lu Beicheng sat down on the bed. He lit a cigarette for himself, but he didn't take 2 puffs and immediately put it out again. It was so good and enjoyable just now that I couldn't resist taking a couple puffs. But Gu Nanyan didn't like the smell of smoke, and it wouldn't be very healthy in case if she did move. So, take just 2 puffs and put the cigarette out. Lowering his eyes to look at Gu Nanyan, watching her lie on her back and shudder again, he said with a smile, Hasn't that energy passed yet? You women should be more refreshed. Gu Nanyan's fragrant shoulders were exposed outside the quilt, and she raised her eyes to look at him. Why don't you change me next time? Knowing that Gu Nanyan could not spit out any good words from her mouth, Lu Beicheng crossed his eyes over and Gu Nanyan immediately made a motion to shut up. But then again, with Lu Beicheng in this regard, it was indeed seamless, though neither had ever had anyone else. Each knew that they were tacitly in agreement with each other, and it was one of those few and rare tacit agreements, both being highly intellectual, and still understanding this point. After the atmosphere fell into silence, Lu Beicheng also burrowed into the quilt. His right hand propped up his face as he lay on his side and looked at Gu Nanyan, tidying up the emanations on her face and asked, Did you run into anyone outside today? Is there anything you want to tell me? Gu Nanyan just looked at him. He'd asked the question, so he might as well just say it. Pulling the quilt over her shoulders, Gu Nanyan said carelessly, Don't you know everything? You're still asking me. Lu Beicheng touched his hand over to her side. Me saying it out loud and you confessing on your own are two different things. Gu Nanyan got goosebumps from his touch. The night was quiet. The room was full of ambiguity. Lu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan looking at him and not saying anything. He slightly exerted himself and took her into his arms. Neither of them had any clothes on, and they were especially dry as they were just pressed against each other's skin. Even though it had just been a long toss, Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Beicheng's deep eyes, seeing that there was no trace of the harshness and indifference in his eyes that he had quarreled with in the past, but only the expectation that he wanted her to speak clearly. She moved a little closer to his side, her arm wrapped around his neck. The car tire was punctured. Liangzhou he just happened to pass by so he gave me a ride, and stopped by to eat a lunch. Not waiting for Lu Beicheng to open his mouth to speak, Gu Nanyan cupped his chin and said, But Lu Beicheng, how come you know everything about the slightest movement of me? Are you looking for someone to follow me? Lu Beicheng, not so much. It's the executives in the company who saw you at the court on business. Lu Beicheng didn't lie. Although there was indeed some disconnect with Gu Nanyan, it wasn't so bad that he found someone to follow her. he didn't distrust her that much, coupled with the fact that when she first came back, she said that her car's tires had been punctured. He probably knew what was going on, but he still hoped that Gu Nanyan would tell him herself. The two spoke very softly. Liu Beiqing said that someone saw her. Gu Nanyan did not bother with him. Rolled over on his body, bit his chin. Still have energy? Can you still give me a time? Liu Beiqing raised his hand to press the back of her head and let her kiss him. Liu Beiqing speaks properly. Gu Nanyan she will also respond properly. Both of them were quite relaxed after such a rare time together. Later, after fooling around for a while and satisfying each other, Liu Beiqing took Gu Nanyan in his arms and fell asleep. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan was busy, there was a sudden noise outside the law firm, and the man's voice was familiar. Where's Gu Nanyan? You tell Gu Nanyan to come out for me. Can't win a case, smashing my car. What kind of high intellectual is she? What kind of lawyer is she? People like that should have their license revoked. Gu Nanyan, get thee out of here. Sir, if you keep this up, we're going to call the police. Despite the fact that his co-workers were already stopping Yang Yunming, Yang Yunming barged in. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan calmly stood up from her chair. Xiao Zhou, you don't need to stop. A few people listened to Gu Nanyan's words, so they released Yang Yunming. The man saw Gu Nanyan in the law firm. He raised his hand and pointed at Gu Nanyan and cursed. What the do you count as a lawyer? If I don't sue you to revoke your lawyer's license, I won't be surnamed Yang. As he said that, his finger was about to poke Gu Nanyan's face when Xiao Zhou and the two security guards stopped him again. Gu Nanyan was calm and composed. Yang Yunming, if you want to sue me, you have to make things clear. If you barge into our law firm like this right now, I am able to sue you first to go in and squat for half a month. Okay, you do not recognize it. The man's face was white with anger. Gritting his teeth and nodding his head, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a few photos to Gu Nanyan. You dare to say that my car is not smashed by you? Not you revenge me? Gu Nanyan looked at his cell phone. A Volkswagen SUV of about 200,000 yuan was smashed beyond recognition. Nearly scrapped. Gu Nanyan took one look at the photo and immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, she didn't need to ask to know that the car was smashed by Liu Beiqing, who found someone to smash it, and he was helping her out. Gu Nanyan retracted her eyes from looking at the photo. I didn't smash the car, and I'm completely unaware of this matter, so I suggest you call the police to deal with it right away. Speaking here, Gu Nanyan added, only, listening to what you just said, my car's tires should have been punctured yesterday. After saying that, she turned her face to look at Xiao Zhou and said, Xiao Zhou, help me call the police. Liu Beiqing definitely won't leave clues when he does something, and even if there are clues he can deal with them, so she just has to pretend that it's not the couple's doing. Xiao Zhou listened to Gu Nanyan's command and immediately took out the phone to call the police. Yang Yunming saw that he couldn't find Gu Nanyan to ask for a statement, but was also countered by her. He was not calm at once. You don't know? There's no way you don't. Before the man could finish his sentence, Gu Nanyan impatiently said, whether it was me or not, the police will know once they check, and it just so happens to help you check your car as well. When Gu Nanyan said this, the man was dumbfounded by her dislike and lifted his finger to point at her. You have guts. With that, he left the lawyer's office with a belly full of anger. When Gu Nanyan saw him leave in a huff, she turned her face and said to Xiao Zhou, Xiao Zhou follow. The car was suddenly smashed up, and he was definitely going to have to deal with this, more than likely revealing himself. The moment the man left, Gu Nanyan suddenly remembered the woman who drove the Big Ben, remembering the depressed look he had in front of the woman. This kind of man, Gu Nanyan saw through at a glance. Xiao Zhou listened to Gu Nanyan's words and immediately followed her out with the DSLR camera. Chapter 142 hugged him from behind and kissed him. As expected, not a moment after leaving the law firm, Yang Yunming went to the woman who drove the Big Ben last time. In the cafe, Yang Yunming changed his arrogance in the law firm just now, and all of a sudden became depressed, with his heart written all over his face. Across from him, the woman grabbed his hand. Yunming, what's wrong? Yang Yunming looked at the woman in a dilemma. The court was held yesterday, and my wife's side was not in charge and couldn't produce any evidence, so they couldn't take their anger out on me and actually smashed my car. Speaking here, Yang Yunming's eyes were not angry, but all pain. The woman patted his hand to give him comfort, and Yang Yunming continued, I just don't understand. Why does the Zhang family have to use me as a scapegoat? Why do they have to take it out on me? Xiaojie and I have been married for more than 2 years. Xiaojie's health is not good, has not been pregnant with a child. My parents and I have never have complained, for fear that she will have psychological pressure. We do not even mention the child in front of her. I think Xiaojie she must be out of a sense of guilt before a moment of thought to do that kind of thing. For Xiaojie I'm also very painful. These days in addition to work is in the hospital to take care of her. The medical expenses are all I alone in the bear. I really do not know why my in-laws refuse to let go of me. While I can sympathize with their feelings, I was born and raised by my mother. So why did they have to drag me down and trash my car? When Yang Yunming said these words, his face was full of sadness, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The woman saw him depressed. She held his hand. Yunming, some people are so selfish. You do not have to put too much on the heart. We only need to ask a clear conscience on the good, and then they want to accuse you of words that also have to have the evidence, not want to be wrongly accused of wrongly accused. Yang Yunming nodded lowly. I know. I just don't know when this farce will end. And I also hope that Xiajie will wake up as soon as possible so that they will have nothing to say. The woman was silent and did not speak. Immediately after that, she took out the key of her own Mercedes-Benz SUV from her bag and stuffed it in his hand and said, By the way Yunming, you see your car is smashed, and it's inconvenient to commute to and from work every day, so I'm going to give you this car to drive first. Seeing this, Yang Yunming hurriedly returned the car keys to her. No way Sister Xia, how can I want your car? Yang Yunming in the mouth of the summer sister called Tang Xia, 34 years old, divorced single, owned business company, 6 years older than Yang Yunming. The two are in the gym to meet. When Tang Xia saw Yang Yunming return the car key to her, she once again stuffed it into her hand. Yunming, you shouldn't be polite between the two of us. Besides, I have so many cars, I can't drive them alone, so you just take them and use them first. Then said, By the way, is your wife's medical expenses enough? He said and took out $20,000 in cash from his bag and gave it to him. I happen to have $20,000 in cash in my bag, so take it and go use it first, and if it's not enough, you must tell me. Sister Xia. Yang Yunming looked at her with a touched face. Tang Xia pushed the money and car keys toward him and said seriously, If you really take me as your sister, you shouldn't talk to me with so much politeness. Yang Yunming clutched the car keys and cash that Tang Xia had stuffed in his hand and said sincerely, Sister Xia, I'll pay you back. Woman, later. Yang Yunming took the money and keys down for a short while before the two of them left the cafe and then went to the hotel next door. Until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky is dark. The two talents from the hotel inside out. And Yang Yunming's energy obviously looked not as good as when he just entered the hotel. It seems that he this afternoon in order to that $20,000 and that for him to open the Big Ben sold a lot of force. Oh, more than 7 hours, that's enough to toss around. Xiao Zhou filmed the two coming out, put away his DSLR and went back. At the same time, Gu Nanyan has also returned home from work. Unexpectedly, Liu Beicheng actually came back very early today, still wearing an apron in the kitchen busy, with both hands wrapped around her chest, leaning on the door with a lazy face and looking at Liu Beicheng. Gu Nanyan looked as if she was watching something very interesting, turning around to see Gu Nanyan standing behind herself like this. Liu Beicheng was first stunned, then greeted back. Yes, Gu Nanyan laughed, then looked him up and down, pointed to the kitchen and asked, What are you? Idol. A long time ago he promised Gu Nanyan to cook for her, only later the two had a stalemate, and the pie he drew for Gu Nanyan never materialized. These days the two get along pretty well. Gu Nanyan even took the initiative to ask him for one last night. Liu Beicheng was in a good mood all day today, so he came back to cook for her after the meeting in the afternoon. Gu Nanyan laughed. After that, she wrapped both arms around her chest and approached the past without slowing down, trying to imitate Liu Beicheng's usual appearance, resting her chin on his shoulder from behind. It turned out that he was too tall, and she couldn't rest her chin on it at once. So, taking his chin and poking him in the back, squat down a little. I can't reach. Liu Beicheng listened to Gu Nanyan's words, split his legs and lowered his height with a slight squatting horse stance. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan, with both hands still wrapped around her chest, rested her chin on his shoulder in one fell swoop. It's a feeling that really isn't bad. Taking a look at the stir-fried dishes in the pot, Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng again and asked, Did you have someone smash Yang Yunming's car? Liu Beicheng skillfully stir-fried the vegetables in the pot and said carelessly, You are a lawyer. You are responsible for what you say. Liu Beicheng didn't recognize this, and Gu Nanyan barfed and kissed him on the cheek. Husband and wife get along like this. When you are good, she thought of all your good. Hate to give you their heart, liver, spleen and kidney. You are not good. She thought of all the bad. A day can divorce with you 800 times. Gu Nanyan's little pack. Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at her and said, This is a dismissal? At this point, he just happened to add water to the water in which he was simmering the ribs. Gu Nanyan looked at the fog on his glasses. She first smiled, then put her lips on him and passionately kissed him. Gu Nanyan's lips are also very soft. Every time Liu Beicheng kisses her, it is like eating jelly when she was a child. The key to this jelly can never be finished and eaten. Seeing that Liu Beicheng froze for a moment at his kiss, Gu Nanyan smiled and followed his usual example, prying open his lips and teeth before sending her soft tongue in. Liu Beicheng's throat tightened as he reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, and he took her into his arms. Immediately after that, the two of them were heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Kissing in the kitchen, Liu Beicheng almost took off Gu Nanyan's clothes. Gu Nanyan slapped him on the back of his hand. Sister Jiang and the girls are outside. Gu Nanyan did not allow it. Liu Beicheng could not relieve the fire, holding Gu Nanyan's waist in another burst of passionate kisses. It wasn't until the cell phone in his pocket rang that he had to release Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan touched her lips. Her mouth was swollen. After that she looked down and saw the name on his cell phone screen. She looked up and looked at Liu Beicheng. Chapter 143. She is my wife. Sister Nanyan. At this time, Liu Beicheng happened to be looking at her as well. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Gu Nanyan calmly said, "Pick up." Liu Beicheng's heart is weak, but Gu Nanyan's unquestioning eyes. Liu Beicheng still put the phone on in front of her. Otherwise this matter will not be clear. Beicheng. The phone was connected and Yi Chu's voice immediately came over with a sobbing tone. After not putting Yi Chu in charge of his work, the two of them had actually not been in contact for some time. If you call out of the blue today, you've most likely run into something. Yi Chu's this sound Beicheng. Liu Beicheng looked up again to Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan was fine. Her expression did not change much. At this time, Yi Chu was again crying over there and said, "Beicheng, my mom she is sick again. She smashed the house in a mess, and also injured Yi Fan. Beicheng I'm really tired." Yi Chu cried after she finished speaking. And then, her brother's voice also came over. "Brother Beicheng, how did my mom become like this? She just beat me and my sister. Brother Beicheng, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you in a long time." Yi Fan finished. Yi Chu and Pearly Rain said, "Beicheng." Yi Fan sighed. "I persuaded for a long time. He may be scared tonight, so he has been reading you, has been saying that he wants to see you. I know you." Before Yi Chu could finish her sentence, Liu Beicheng interrupted her. "I know, Yi Chu, Beicheng, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Yi Chu's apology. Liu Beicheng hung up the phone, and when his eyes looked at Gu Nanyan, her complexion was no longer as soft as it was just now. Liu Beicheng cleared his throat, not knowing how to explain to Gu Nanyan. When Gu Nanyan generously said, "People's families miss you so much, so go." Then she added, "I'll go with you." Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan suspiciously, and Gu Nanyan smiled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to the child." When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, the ribs in the pot sipped. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng hurriedly went to stir-fry his own ribs first, after which he called sister-in-law Jiang and left the kitchen to her, then drove Gu Nanyan to the Yi family. Although he was afraid to bring her there, Gu Nanyan had asked, if he didn't bring her there, it would look like he was hiding something. Gu Nanyan is so uptight, a posture to catch adultery. Liu Beicheng heart really a little afraid to make her angry. At the same time, quite happy that she was so uptight and felt valued. Yi Chu's family lives in an old neighborhood without an elevator, and when Liu Beicheng parked his car and took Gu Nanyan upstairs, the lights in the hallway were still broken. He held Gu Nanyan with one hand and used his cell phone to light up. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng and asked, "Living in such a shabby place, you're not sending a house?" Liu Beicheng gave her a blank look. "I didn't even give you a house. What house am I giving her?" If he could use money to settle Yi Chu's favor, he would be willing to do so, but it was just that this couldn't be done with money. Liu Beicheng's blank stare. Gu Nanyan laughed. As for the matter of Liu Beicheng sending Yi Chu's necklace, Gu Nanyan simply forgot about it. She doesn't like to rehash old scores, unless she is pissed off and she settles the total score with you. Yi Chu's family lived on the 4th floor. Not a moment later, when the two came to the door, Liu Beicheng knocked on the door. Yi Chu opened the door of the room, saw Liu Beicheng that moment, she red eyes and jumped towards him. "Beicheng, I know that you will definitely come over. Know that you definitely." Liu Beicheng subconsciously backed up a bit. The door of the room he smoothly opened to the maximum. The light in the room shone out. Yi Chu looked at Liu Beicheng next to another person. His face instantly changed. The tears stopped instantly, and she looked at Gu Nanyan with a surprised face. Nanyan. At this moment, Yi Chu could not have imagined that Liu Beicheng would bring Gu Nanyan, and that Gu Nanyan would be willing to come with him. Gu Nanyan responded to her, followed by a look around the house. The house was a mess. There was not much furniture, and everything that could be smashed was smashed right now. Seeing Gu Nanyan come, Yi Chu was uncomfortable, but still politely said, "Beicheng Nanyan, do you want to come in?" If Liu Beicheng had come over alone, she would have pulled the person over long ago. Liu Beicheng didn't say anything, and Gu Nanyan generously said, "Come all the way, go in and take a look." Yi Chu stood to the side to make way. Liu Beicheng led Gu Nanyan into the house. Yi Chu said shyly beside him, "After my dad left, my mom can't accept it a little bit, and occasionally she will make a mess. Let Nanyan see you laugh." Yi Chu only said that Gu Nanyan should be amused and did not mention Liu Beicheng, as if Liu Beicheng had long been one of his own. Gu Nanyan asked, The perpetrator hasn't been found yet? Yi Chu, Secretary Xia was found a few days ago and has been sentenced. Then he looked at Liu Beiqing and said, I have to thank Beiqing for this, or else I wouldn't be able to find the murderer until now. Gu Nanyan looked at Yi Chu and was indeed in a sorry state. Liu Beiqing said that Yi Chu had saved him, and with his character he would not let his rescuer fall so low. Unless it was Yi Chu herself who did not accept it. She wanted to put a long line to catch a big fish, and wanted to use her own pathetic situation to win Liu Beiqing's sympathy. Moreover, if a man had sympathy and compassion for the woman, it would be very difficult to strip her of it, which was why Liu Beiqing wanted to keep Yi Chu in the secretary's office. Not just because she looks like Xin Unique, but because she's pathetic. Gu Nanyan looked the Yi family around, and when her eyes returned to Yi Chu, she only saw Yi Chu hurriedly hide the pink diamond around his neck inside his clothes. In fact, if she hadn't made this move, Gu Nanyan would have forgotten about the necklace and not even noticed the necklace around her neck. But with this action of hers, Gu Nanyan was reminded. Gu Nanyan couldn't help but smile in her heart. This woman's mind was too delicate. Brother Beiqing. Brother Beiqing. As the atmosphere fell into silence, Yifan suddenly ran out from inside the room with a band-aid on his forehead. Running over and pulling Liu Beiqing's hand, the boy said to him, Brother Beiqing, my mom, she somehow went crazy today. She smashed everything in the house. She also bruised my forehead, and she also hit my sister. Then my sister fed her medicine and she fell asleep. It was only when Yifan finished speaking these words that he realized there was another person next to Liu Beiqing, and it was a woman. For a moment, he was alert and hurriedly hid behind Liu Beiqing and asked, Brother Beiqing, who is she? Liu Beiqing, she is my wife, Sister Nanyan. Yifan looked at Gu Nanyan with a defensive face and didn't greet her or open his mouth to call out. Gu Nanyan didn't mind. After staring at Gu Nanyan for a while, Yifan pulled Liu Beiqing's hand and said, Brother Beiqing, there are a few math problems that are so difficult. Can you teach me? Liu Beiqing listened to his words, but looked at Gu Nanyan. Chapter 144. She gave him the chance to live. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan graciously said, You go, I'll wait for you. Since she had accompanied Liu Beiqing over, she was naturally able to keep her composure. After Liu Beiqing accompanied Yifan into the room, only Gu Nanyan and Yi Chu remained in the living room. Yi Chu stared at Gu Nanyan with a nervous face for a long time, then said in a panic, Nanyan, have you eaten? I'll cook you something to eat. Gu Nanyan, no need. Yi Chu, then I'll get you a glass of water. Yi Chu had to talk about politeness, so Gu Nanyan was not polite. Two people each sit on a sofa. Gu Nanyan calm and relaxed. Yi Chu is a little constrained, like a child who has done something wrong, like this is not her home. Biting her lip for a moment, when she looked at Gu Nanyan again, seeing how she was always so calm and collected, Yi Chu envied. Gu Nanyan drank a mouthful of tea, put the cup on the coffee table when Yi Chu said, I and Yifan thanks to Beiqing care. If it is not Beiqing then I really do not know what to do to be good. Fortunately, Gu Nanyan looked straight into her eyes. Yi Chu suddenly seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly put a stop to her half-said words, explaining, Nanyan, I don't mean that. I don't want to show off with you. I'm just really grateful to Beiqing. And another one is because the two of us are sitting like this and not saying anything. I feel awkward. Gu Nanyan smiled a little in disbelief. Yi Chu's ambiguity. She sometimes could not even tell if she was really bad or fake bad. Looking at Yi Chu, Gu Nanyan calmly said, Beiqing said that you saved him. Gu Nanyan found the topic, and Yi Chu hurriedly said, yes. Then he added, actually, in that fire 3 years ago, Beiqing was also in the room, and I happened to be passing by at the time so I crashed the door and went in. There were 2 fire masks in the house. One was broken. The only one gave the good one to Beiqing. That's why Beiqing he's okay. The only one she wasn't in good health in the first place. That's why. In the latter words, Yi Chu did not continue on. That fire burned so exuberantly back then. So exuberantly that she almost didn't have the courage to go in. But thinking that Liu Beiqing was inside, she finally went in. Xin Unique was awake at that time, and she told her to save Liu Beiqing first, and she listened to Xin Unique. And she, as the past came rushing back, Yi Chu wasn't as rushed as he was just now, and was more sad. Yi Chu lightly recalled. Gu Nanyan just looked at her now. It turned out that he was next to Xin Unique when Xin Unique had the accident, and Xin Unique even gave him the fire mask. Liu Beiqing never mentioned this matter to her, never said that he was there. Gu Nanyan's silence. Yi Chu asked, Nanyan, you don't know about this matter? Adding, Beiqing didn't tell you, probably because he was afraid that you would worry. Speaking here, she let out a long breath, because I saved him and only back then. That's why Beiqing took care of me. And then I heard that this fire was deliberately caused by someone. Just that in the end. I don't know how it didn't end up, and the arsonist hasn't been investigated until now. At Yi Chu's explanation, Gu Nanyan looked up at Yifan's room. The voice of Lu Beicheng telling him the questions came faintly. Gu Nanyan suddenly realized that she and Lu Beicheng did not know when they had gone so far. He did not even tell her that he had encountered something so serious. On second thought, it was still that one time, that argument on the rooftop, his slap in the face. They never spoke again after that, not even at Shin's only funeral. He was still looking at her with extra cold eyes, as if she was his enemy. At this moment, that feeling of seeing outside the box is back. Yi Chu knew all about him. They had a lifelong friendship. Lu Beicheng had that kind of family background, that kind of arrogant person, and he was able to integrate into Yi Chu's life. In these 2 years or so, I'm afraid he didn't know how many times he had come to Yi Chu's house than he had gone to Gu's house. With her eyes retracted from Yi Fan's room, Gu Nanyan said without changing her face, "Don't worry, Lu Beicheng, he can find out the truth." Aha! I also believe in North City. Yi Chu nodded vigorously and added, "So Nanyan, please don't misunderstand me yet." Yi Chu took the opportunity to make peace with Gu Nanyan, who smiled. "You can't enter my eyes yet." Gu Nanyan understood one thing very well. Yi Chu and the Lu family were unattached. If in other aspects Lu Beicheng had to take care of him, there was nothing she could do. Can control others? Cannot control his heart, not to mention that men do not need to control. If he has you in his heart, then you will not let you misunderstand and upset. At Gu Nanyan's words, Yi Chu looked at her and wanted to say something, but in the end, he wanted to speak again. At that moment, the unlocked door was opened, and Xia Chang came over in a flurry. "Secretary Yi, are you home?" As the words fell, seeing that Gu Nanyan was also here, Xia Chang was startled and hurriedly greeted. "Young lady." Xia Chang looked at the two sitting in the living room talking, and added, "Young lady, I had some family matters, so I came late, and made you make a trip as well." Gu Nanyan stood up from the sofa unhurriedly. "I came out to get some air." Inside the house, Lu Beicheng heard Xia Chang's voice. He opened the door of the room and came out. "Come over, boss." Xia Chang finished his greeting and added, "Boss, you and the young lady should go back first. I'll be fine here, and the doctor will come over later." Xia Chang came over. Lu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan's hand when he approached her. "Then you watch here. Nanyan and I will go back first." When Yifan saw Lu Beicheng going back, she came over and hugged his arm at once. "Brother Beicheng, are you going back? Can't you play with me for a while longer?" "Lu Beicheng, Sister Nanyan hasn't eaten dinner yet. I have to take her home for dinner. Brother Xia Chang is here to play with you." Hearing this, Yifan had no choice but to release Lu Beicheng's arm. Alright, when the siblings sent Lu Beicheng to leave, there was reluctance written in their eyes, and until Lu Beicheng's figure holding Gu Nanyan disappeared from their sight, the siblings had not yet returned to the house. Xia Chang reminded that Lu Beicheng had left. Yifan turned his face to look at Yi Chu and lamented, "Sister, if you were Brother Beicheng's wife, how good it would be. Then we and Brother Beicheng could be a family and live together." Yi Chu's face changed drastically. "Yi Fan, what are you talking about? Brother Beicheng and Sister Nanyan are the family." Saying that, she then looked at Xia Chang awkwardly explaining, "Secretary Xia, my brother is young and doesn't know any better. Don't you mind?" "I know," Xia Chang said and changed the topic. "How is Auntie's condition? Do you need to be sent to the hospital?" In the Maybach, the car started, but Gu Nanyan's mind was still in the words that Yi Chu had just said, saying that Lu Beicheng was also in that fire at that time. In that case, that would be the equivalent of him watching Xin Unique pass away with his own eyes. Gu Nanyan hadn't opened her mouth to speak. Lu Beicheng twisted his head to look at her and asked, "What's on your mind?" "Her current state, and just in the kitchen is a world of difference." He said should not have brought her over, but not brought over. They still cannot avoid this today. She may be in the heart of the distance again. Gu Nanyan is such a person. She has opinions and decisions in her heart, and she doesn't tell you. You knew she had a knife in her hand, but had no idea when it would fall. Chapter 145. The truth about that fire back then. At Lu Beicheng's question, Gu Nanyan propped her elbow on the window edge of the car window, rested her hand on her face, and said with little energy, "Didn't think of anything." There was still a distance between her and Lu Beicheng after all. After all, they couldn't go back to the past, even if they were whitewashing each other. Lu Beicheng didn't mention the past to her, and Gu Nanyan didn't want to mention it either, and it was a very unwise thing to mention his ex before his own man, and also the white moonlight that wasn't alive, lowering his own weight and elevating the other man's place in his heart, and pushing him back into the memory of the past. Lu Beicheng said, "Shouldn't have brought you here." Gu Nanyan looked at him with a smile. "Is that how much you don't want me to be involved in your life?" "Lu Beicheng, you know I don't mean that." Gu Nanyan smiled and didn't say anything anymore. Not long after, the two of them returned home, and Mrs. Jiang said with a spring in her step, "You're back. Dinner is ready. The ribs that young master just cooked are really good. I've tasted the flavor." Gu Nanyan yawned and said, "Sister Jiang, I have no appetite. You guys eat." Mrs. Jiang rubbed her hands on her apron. What's going on? Why don't you want to eat after a trip? Lu Beicheng, come down later. Gu Nanyan still had emotions. Lu Beicheng could see it, but he wouldn't be happy if she took him to Xin Liangzhou's house. Back in the bedroom, Gu Nanyan took her clothes and went to the restroom, catching a cupped handful of hot water and slapping it on her face. Her mood was inexplicably a little low. When she came out after the shower, Lu Beicheng put down the case information he was reading in his hands, looked at her and said, "Go down and eat something." Gu Nanyan rubbed her hair. No appetite. Followed by a hand to her stomach. I don't know if I'm pregnant yet. You didn't use birth control afterward. Gu Nanyan has been like this since she was a child, and when she doesn't want to talk to you about things, she talks nonsense. Lu Beicheng was stunned by Gu Nanyan's words. His heart was in his throat, not quite sure. It shouldn't be so fast. Go to the hospital tomorrow. Lu Beicheng's face was tense, and Gu Nanyan let out a giggle. I'm joking with you, and you're still taking it seriously. But looking at Lu Beicheng's reaction, he should have been without contraception for a while. When Lu Beicheng saw this, his face changed. His right hand clasped the back of her neck and violently dragged her to himself before kissing her lips. Sometimes he was tempted to take a needle and sew that mouth of hers shut. After a passionate kiss, Gu Nanyan couldn't help but still laugh when she thought of Lu Beicheng's reaction just now. Lu Beicheng stroked her face not lightly. Go down and eat something. Gu Nanyan yawned and said, I really don't have an appetite. Lu Beicheng, then also go down to taste the ribs, and say that you don't thank me for today? Yang Yunming's car. It is true that he let people smashed. If not, Gu Nanyan does not allow interference in her work. He has long packed the people. Do not have to wait for the law to trial. When Lu Beicheng said this, Gu Nanyan went downstairs with him, though there really wasn't much of an appetite. After tasting a few pieces of Lu Beicheng's burnt baby back ribs, they were indeed still burnt quite well. After the two finished eating downstairs, Gu Nanyan went back upstairs to continue working overtime. Originally, she didn't want to work overtime tonight. She was thinking of accompanying someone properly. Only after a trip to Yichu's house, she didn't have that mood anymore. Lu Beicheng rubbed her a little behind him to see that he couldn't tease her tonight, and then a work call came in, so he went to the study to get busy. When she finished her work and went back to the bedroom, Gu Nanyan had already fallen asleep on the bed. Lu Beicheng sat on the edge of the bed. In fact, in his heart he understood that there was still a gap between him and Gu Nanyan in his heart, so she didn't say anything to him tonight even if she was unhappy. After watching Gu Nanyan at the bedside for a while, Xia Cheng's phone call came. Lu Beicheng took his cell phone and went to the study next door. Xia Cheng finished reporting on Yichu's side of things and said in passing, by the way boss, Yichu just told me that she chatted with the young lady at night and talked about the fire 3 years ago, saying that she had saved you and Miss Shin at that time. As Lu Beicheng listened to Xia Cheng's report, his face sank slightly and he hung up the phone with a lightum. With one hand in his pants pocket and one hand holding his cell phone standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, Lu Beicheng remembered the fire, and remembered what Xin Unique had said to him that day. I don't know how long he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Beicheng turned around and went back to the desk heel. Sitting on the heel of his computer desk, he ghosted the secret file and opened the evidence inside. In the surveillance video, it was Gu Nanyan who moved the fire. She was the one who brewed it. At that time, when he found out about the evidence, Lu Beicheng did not want to believe it, but with all the subsequent investigations and confirmations, each time the facts and conclusive evidence made it impossible for him not to believe that it was Gu Nanyan who set that fire. Turning off the video screen, Lu Beicheng tilted his head back and dropped his head on the chair. To agree to the marriage later was indeed revenge on her. To give her what she wanted but never let her have what she wanted. The past came rushing back. Lu Beicheng's heart was heavy. After all, Shini was killed because of that fire. If the Shin family knows about this, if the truth is revealed, Lu Beicheng didn't dare to think deeper. Lifting his right hand and pinching his temples, Lu Beicheng was very clear that he and Gu Nanyan could never go back to the old days. The next morning, when Lu Beicheng woke up, Gu Nanyan was no longer by her pillow. When he went downstairs, Zhang's wife said, Young master, young lady left the house half an hour ago, and said she didn't wake you up because you were sleeping heavily. Lu Beicheng faintly hummed and went to the office after breakfast at home. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood where Yang Yunming lives, Gu Nanyan punched her card at the law firm and came straight over to look for clues. Looking for Yang Yunming on the same floor, a few neighbors to ask about the situation. A few neighbors heard is to ask about 302 things. Hastily have to close the door. Said they do not know anything about 302, much less know whether there has been domestic violence. When Gu Nanyan heard this, there was obviously a problem. She hadn't even asked about the domestic violence, but it turned out that the other party had said it first, so they had heard the commotion, or called for help. It's just that she can't force it if others don't want to talk about it. Gu Nanyan knocked on Yang Yunming opposite the door of the household. Open the door is an old lady. See Gu Nanyan for this matter to come to the district a few times, but also know that she is a case, she said with 100 helpless sigh. Girl, we just want to live a life in a practical way, so other people's family matters we do not talk too much to comment on it. You or another way to think of it. The old lady finished with 100 words and closed the door of the room. Gu Nanyan stood in the doorway, and it was basically clear in her heart that Yang Yunming had threatened others not to mind their own business, and that was why no one dared to stand up and speak. With both hands in the pockets of her suit pants, Gu Nanyan came downstairs, and when she looked at the balcony of Yang Yunming's house from downstairs, her mind couldn't help but conjure up a picture of Yang Yunming domestically abusing Zhang Jia, punching and kicking her, and even smashing a chair against Zhang Jia's body. Zhang Jia fled all the way from the living room to the balcony, back tightly leaning on the railing without retreat. Yang Mingyan pinched the son of her neck. You run, you give me another run? Chapter 146 Inexplicably want to vomit. Zhang Jia was full of redness and pushed his hand to resist. Yang Yunming thought of Tang Xia, thinking that if Zhang Jia was no longer there, he could be with Tang Xia openly and honestly and not have to carry the name of divorce, and he could also use Zhang Jia's death to gain sympathy in front of Tang Xia. So, he pushed Zhang Jia off the balcony by choking her. Gu Nanyan was painting the scene in her mind when a boy next to her suddenly called out to her. Sister, are you checking on 302? Gu Nanyan returned to her senses and looked down, only to see an 8 or 9-year-old boy wearing a mask looking at her with wide eyes and a serious face. Gu Nanyan squatted in front of the boy and gently touched his hair. Yes, sister is a lawyer looking into this family's sister's affairs. The boy listened to Gu Nanyan's words and asked again. Then you're helping 302's sister, right? Gu Nanyan, yes. I'm the attorney representing Sister 302, and I'm helping my sister's family investigate the truth. Seeing this, the boy fished out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Gu Nanyan, saying, Sister, then I'll give this to you. It might help you a lot, but you mustn't tell anyone that I gave you the stuff. Gu Nanyan took the flash drive handed over by the boy and froze at once. This little guy when the boy saw Gu Nanyan surprised, he said, it will definitely be useful to Sister 302. Sister, you must help Sister 302 catch the bad guys. Sister, I'll go back first. The boy finished talking to Gu Nanyan, and without waiting for Gu Nanyan to react, he pulled out his legs and ran away. Looking at the figure of the boy running away, Gu Nanyan hurriedly put the USB flash drive into her pocket and didn't go after the little boy. There must be important evidence on this flash drive, so she couldn't go after it, couldn't ask any more questions, couldn't let anyone know what the boy had given her, couldn't put the boy in danger. She'd have plenty of time to thank Yang Yunming when she brought him to justice. Eyeing the boy's figure as he ran out of sight, Gu Nanyan took the flash drive and headed back to the lawyer's office. In front of the desk, Gu Nanyan just sat down and the phone rang. Lu Jingyang called. Smoke, you asked me to help you check things. I've already found out. Damn. Simply too not human, too not something. Gu Nanyan, okay, then you send it to my mailbox. The two hung up, and Lu Jingyang quickly sent what he had found out to Gu Nanyan's email. Gu Nanyan looked at what Lu Jingyang sent over, sat on the heel of the computer, her face went white, and after that she took the things and went to the prosecutor's office. When she went back to the law firm again, Gu Nanyan held the steering wheel with both hands, and her mind was filled with Zhang Jia's misery and Yang Yunming's hypocrisy. The red light in front turned green. Gu Nanyan stepped on the gas and slowly left. Behind a white Maserati overtook the past. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at the side figure on the passenger seat of the Maserati that flew past the car. Gu Nanyan was stunned for a moment. It's her, but how can that be? It should just be a resemblance and that's it. Just how in the world can there be people so similar? Even though there was only one glance, Gu Nanyan didn't return to her senses for a long time, staring at the white car for a long time before she took her eyes back and drove the car back to the law firm. In the evening, colleagues were getting off work one after another, and Gu Nanyan was still working overtime, her mind occasionally remembering the side figure she saw when she came back from the court in the afternoon. Occasionally, she would think of the fire that Ji Chu had told her about. When it was completely dark outside, Gu Nanyan stretched her back and was about to leave work when someone suddenly knocked on her desk. Gu Nanyan looked up and saw someone's familiar figure. She smiled and said, "Why did you come over?" Then he laughed again and said, "If it's coming over to catch an adulterer, I've disappointed you." Lu Beicheng grabbed her face. "You're not going to find it for me personally this time?" Lu Beicheng asked her this because he remembered the time she had Lu Jingyang and filled the room with adulterers and adulteresses to help him find someone. Gu Nanyan, beautiful you. It just didn't occur to her that Lu Beicheng would come upstairs to look for her. When she took the elevator downstairs with Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan looked at her phone before realizing that he had made several calls, none of which she had heard. Every time she gets absorbed in her work, she has no ears. When Lu Beicheng took Gu Nanyan to the restaurant they used to eat at, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It seemed a long time since they had eaten out alone like this. When the waiter served the two of them, Gu Nanyan usually quite liked to eat fish people. At this moment, looking at the waiter served up the fish, smelled the smell, her stomach suddenly a-flopping uncomfortable. Taking a sip of water to try and squash the hard feeling, the nausea got worse instead. The point is that she wants to vomit and she can't. Across from her, Liu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan's face look bad and her right hand was covering her chest. He asked, "Uncomfortable?" Gu Nanyan looked up at him, picked up the juice and took a sip. "It might be gastroenteritis. I ate something random outside for lunch, maybe it was unclean." Seeing this, Liu Beicheng picked up a bowl and spoon and gave her a bowl of soup first. Gu Nanyan drank a few mouthfuls of lotus root and rib soup, and the nausea that she felt just now faded away. Only when she took her chopsticks and caught the fish, the nausea immediately came back, so nauseating that she hastily spat out the fish that had been in her mouth again. In the end, the meal was still pretty hard on her, so the whole thing wilted on the way back. Turning her face to look at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan flirted, "Liu Beicheng, I have a bit of a physiological reaction to you." Seeing him made her want to vomit. Liu Beicheng glanced at her leisurely. When Liu Beicheng was unhappy, Gu Nanyan was happy. Unhappy? Liu Beicheng freed his right hand and pinched her chin. "There are no good words in your mouth," he added. "Go to the hospital tomorrow for a careful medical checkup. Don't fall into these minor problems at a young age." Yeah, if Liu Beicheng didn't remind her, Gu Nanyan almost forgot that she wasn't even 24 years old yet and was still a young girl who hadn't graduated for a few years. After going through this marriage with Liu Beicheng and the seriousness of her work, she felt like she was in her 30s and 40s. Not long after, when the two of them returned home, Gu Nanyan's nausea came back up, and it was even heavier than when they had just eaten. So the front foot came into the house, covered his mouth and ran to the restroom. Chapter 147. Young lady, are you pregnant? Sister-in-law Jiang was going to greet the two, but when she saw Gu Nanyan cover her mouth and run to the restroom, she panicked and followed her. "Young lady, what's wrong?" Gu Nanyan said while nauseated. "Gastroenteritis, I think." With that, he threw up at the heel of the toilet. At this time, Liu Beicheng came over with warm water for her, and after Gu Nanyan took the water and rinsed her mouth, she felt a little better than earlier. Liu Beicheng was beside her stroking her back, while Mrs. Jiang was muttering, "The things outside are still not clean. In the future, let Oldly bring you meals at noon." Gu Nanyan agreed, and when she stood up straight and stood up, she ended up regurgitating and dry heaving again. This feeling is much more sour than the last time. Seeing that Gu Nanyan had just stood up and ran back over to the toilet again, Sister Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Following closely, she first looked at Liu Beicheng and then at Gu Nanyan. This time the young master came back quite often. The young couple also get along quite well. Sometimes in front of them all love each other. Thinking of this, Sister Jiang looked at Gu Nanyan and asked, "Young lady, are you pregnant?" After Mrs. Jiang asked this out, she felt more and more that Gu Nanyan's symptoms resembled her own pregnancy back then. When Mrs. Jiang asked this question, Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan both froze. After the last time she went to the hospital to check that she wasn't pregnant, coupled with the fact that she had committed gastroenteritis once before, Gu Nanyan didn't think about it that way. Besides, with her relationship with Liu Beicheng, it wasn't that easy for Liu Beicheng to get her pregnant. After Liu Beicheng froze, he turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan. She just said it was gastroenteritis. He didn't think much about it, and besides, he had never had the experience of being a father. Looking at Gu Nanyan like this, Liu Beicheng unknowingly increased the strength of his arm holding her up, and his eyes were careful. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan cried and laughed as she reminded, "Liu Beicheng, you scratched my hand painfully." As Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beicheng hurriedly loosened her hand. Sister-in-law Jiang saw that the two were frozen by her question. She let out a giggle. "Young master is too excited, too happy that he's going to be a father." She also said, "I think this is not far from the truth. Tomorrow I will accompany you, young lady, to the hospital for a checkup." Hearing this, Liu Beicheng quickly said, "I'll take Nanyan." Upon hearing this, sister-in-law Jiang smiled even more happily. "It would be best if young master could bring young lady over. Then I would like to congratulate young master and young lady first." As Sister Jiang said that, she held Gu Nanyan's other arm. Liu Beicheng saw that Gu Nanyan's face was a bit pale. He asked, "Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable?" Gu Nanyan, "It's okay, just a bit nauseating." Sister-in-law Jiang, "That's right then. That's definitely pregnant." After Mrs. Jiang finished speaking, Liu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan even tighter, fearing that she would walk unsteadily and fall. Later, when the two returned to the bedroom, Gu Nanyan, no matter what, even to go to the closet to get a piece of clothing, Liu Beicheng did not let her open the cabinet door. Do not let her take, had to help her take their own. When Gu Nanyan took a bath, Liu Beicheng also insisted on following in together. saying that he didn't feel comfortable with Gu Nanyan being alone in there. What if she slipped? Unable to argue with Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan had to grant him permission to go into the restroom with him, and had to let him help her wash herself. What Gu Nanyan found most amusing was that since Sister Jiang had just said that she might be pregnant, Liu Beicheng had become unlike the usual Liu Beicheng. Having known him for so many years, she had never seen him so tense, and his whole body was in a tight state. When he helped her bathe just now, he was also behaving in a disciplined manner, not daring to be a bit of a hooligan. Gu Nanyan deliberately seduced him a few times, and he didn't budge. When Gu Nanyan finished her bath and sat in front of the computer desk, Liu Beicheng's face became gloomy. Who told you to turn on the computer? Hurry back to bed and lie down. Gu Nanyan wanted to cry and turned to look at him. Liu Beicheng, I'm not sure what's going on here, so don't be overly nervous. Besides, even if you're pregnant, so what? People who are pregnant should be at work or not. Liu Beicheng, others are others. My wife is my wife. Liu Beicheng's sentence, my wife. Gu Nanyan looked at him and did not speak. After that, Liu Beicheng approached over and picked her up from the chair by hitting the cross. In the past, he was a bit rude when he hugged her, but today he was like holding a precious treasure, careful and gentle, and when he put it on the bed, it was as light as when he put a ball of cotton on the bed, causing Gu Nanyan to cry and laugh. It's not easy to be treated so gently by him. After pulling back the quilt to cover Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng brought her another cup of hot milk over. Liu Beicheng's all kinds of careful. Gu Nanyan cannot help but think of her junior year fever. Liu Beicheng's 72 hours to guard her, in addition to going to the toilet, did not leave a step, not even go to school. He feeds them their medication, and he feeds them their meals. At that point, he was nervous, too. After staring at Liu Beicheng for a while, Gu Nanyan said with a smile, Liu Beicheng, you make me feel weak. In case if I don't get pregnant, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for the ancestors of your Liu family. Liu Beicheng, what kind of person ah? From small horizontal to large, even water did not give his parents poured a mouthful. This moment but everything personally serve. Gu Nanyan heart false. Picking up his pants leg and sitting on the edge of the bed, Liu Beicheng said, if you're not pregnant, you're not pregnant. You'll always be pregnant in the future. When Liu Beicheng said this, Gu Nanyan laughed a little. I thought you didn't want a child. Married for almost 3 years, he hardly came home, never touched her. It was not easy to sit down as a couple. He also secretly contraceptives, so she never thought Liu Beicheng would want to be a father. At least it didn't occur to me that he would get her pregnant. The room was quiet. Liu Beicheng stroked her face, never thought of saying I don't want a child. After Liu Beicheng finished speaking, Gu Nanyan turned sideways to look at him and said, Liu Beicheng, let's discuss something with you. Liu Beicheng, you say. Gu Nanyan reached out from inside the quilt and gently held his hand. I'm going to court next Monday, and the matter of going to the hospital for a checkup will wait until Zheng Jie's case is over. The case is going to court. Gu Nanyan does not want to be affected, and really found out that the pregnancy, according to the Liu Beicheng, this situation certainly do not even want to let her go on the class, and she didn't want Liu Beicheng to accompany her. She wanted to go by herself. As expected, Liu Beicheng listened to Gu Nanyan's words and directly refused. No, go for a checkup tomorrow first. Okay, go check tomorrow. Go check tomorrow. Gu Nanyan is not a person who likes to carry a hardline with people. Liu Beicheng did not agree to her even if, then gathered the quilt tightly and closed her eyes to sleep. Liu Beicheng, drink the milk. Gu Nanyan, drink it yourself. Gu Nanyan. Liu Beicheng's hand reached inside the quilt. Gu Nanyan had been afraid of scratching since she was a child, so when Liu Beicheng's hand reached in, she got out from under the covers in a flash. Chapter 148. These are folic acid and vitamins. The next morning, when Liu Beicheng opened his eyes and woke up, Gu Nanyan was no longer on the pillow, a person long gone. Liu Beicheng's face was predictable. In the law firm, Gu Nanyan had just sat in front of her desk when Liu Beicheng's phone call came over. Gu Nanyan, have you gotten hard? Have you gone back on your word? With 2 hands on the keyboard, Gu Nanyan held her cell phone with her shoulder. Who has hardened their wings? The institute is busy today. Don't worry, I'll go to the hospital when I'm done later. Gu Nanyan, do you think you're not trying to hide this child from me by going for a checkup yourself? Wanting to keep the child all to yourself? Liu Beicheng's suspicion was as if Gu Nanyan was already carrying a child in her stomach, as if she was already plotting to abscond with the ball. Gu Nanyan was instantly happy, smiled and stood up from her seat, walking to the fire escape outside. She said, the whole city belongs to your Liu family, is the richest, the highest status. You Liu Beicheng's thighs are the thickest. I get up every morning and night to give you a child. What am I doing to hide the child from you to keep it all to myself? I still expect him to share your family fortune. Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to speak, Gu Nanyan coaxed him to say, I am not that stupid. I don't want to be distracted when the case is about to go to trial, so I'll go to the hospital as soon as I'm done. Then he added, besides I didn't get up this morning with regurgitation and nausea, or I wouldn't have come to the office. By the way, I was hiding in a safe passage to take your call. The signal wasn't very good. I'm hanging up, haha. Hey. Gu Nanyan held the phone far away and fed a few times, and Lu Beicheng on the other end hung up the phone with a sullen face, reaching out without a smile. Gu Nanyan with a smile on her face on the other end to explain to him patiently, Lu Beicheng is not good to say anything else. Simply hang up the phone. She'll just pretend and see how long she can drag it out. In the fire escape, Gu Nanyan saw Lu Beicheng hang up the phone. She took her cell phone and went back to the office. Nanyan, got a boyfriend? Boyfriend's phone number? Ah, yes. What boyfriend? She had been married for 2 years and was already a married woman. She just didn't really want to talk about her personal matters at her workplace. So Gu Nanyan answered how others asked. Nanny Smoke, the courtside just called and asked you to come over. Okay, I'll go over now. Gu Nanyan agreed and took the car keys to the court. Today's Friday, the road is a bit jammed. Gu Nanyan 2 hands on the steering wheel. Fingers have a 1 without a 1 knocking the steering wheel. Looking at the front of the oncoming Maserati, Gu Nanyan knocking the steering wheel of the finger suddenly stopped. She also saw this Maserati 2 days ago. Looking at the girl in the passenger seat without slanting her eyes, Gu Nanyan almost couldn't believe her eyes. Her intuition told her that there was absolutely no way that it could be a simple resemblance. There couldn't possibly be someone so similar. Even the temperament was like that. The vehicle started slowly, and the sound of a car horn sounded from behind before Gu Nanyan stepped on the gas and continued on her way. After rubbing shoulders with the white Maserati, Gu Nanyan dialed Lu Jingyang's number by pressing the dial button on the steering wheel, and she said, Jingyang, help me check something. No problem. Smoke, you send the information over. Immediately after that, Lu Jingyang heatedly smiled again. Smoke, I can even go to Chaoyang to be your assistant. Gu Nanyan said loudly. Fine, but no salary. That's a nice thought. You, Mr. Lu, can do free work? So are you going to do the free job I just mentioned? ********. Gu Nanyan laughed a little, then sent over the license plate number of the car she had just seen. Vaguely, with the intuition of a lawyer, she always felt that this matter was fishy. Always felt that there was something fishy about the fire 3 years ago. In fact, Gu Nanyan felt that there were many things that were fishy, such as why Lu Tianyang had to ask her to marry Lu Beicheng. Before those fortune tellers appeared, Lu Tianyang had occasionally mentioned marriage to her once, and she had said at that time that she and Lu Beicheng were not suitable. And then later on, there was the matter of the fortune tellers, since she herself has since had the math done and it all came back the same way, plus the pressure from her parents. So things have evolved into what they are today. After sending the message to Lu Jingyang, there was no more traffic ahead, so Gu Nanyan went directly to the court. When she finished her business from the court, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Gu Nanyan's nausea came back, so she drove her car to the hospital. Even if she wasn't pregnant, even if it was gastroenteritis, she had to get some medicine. After 3 o'clock, Gu Nanyan had just gotten the results in her hands when Lu Beicheng's phone called. Where is it? I came over to the hospital after I was busy from the court. I just got the results, so I'll take a picture for you. Gu Nanyan said and slapped the test results to Lu Beicheng. Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, Gu Nanyan, you don't have a husband. Gu Nanyan was happy. Then you are what? Then added, it's not much, don't get on the line. The report C, gastroenteritis recurrence, which hospital she did not come by herself, has long been accustomed to. C, Lu Beicheng's voice was obviously lower. There's a meeting in the evening. I'll go back a little later. Okay. Hanging up Lu Beicheng's phone, Gu Nanyan looked at the doctor again and said, Doctor, prescribe me some folic acid or something. This is the one to prescribe, and I'll prescribe a few other vitamins for you as well. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Nanyan finished her bath and was about to go to bed, Lu Beicheng came back, with a slight smell of alcohol on his body. Gu Nanyan, back. Lu Beicheng, you didn't work overtime tonight? Gotta give myself a vacation. Gu Nanyan approached over and just took Lu Beicheng's suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack. Lu Beicheng looked at her with lowered eyes, and with a glance, he also saw the inspection report on the table, and after first pausing for a moment, Lu Beicheng reached out and picked up the report. Flipping it open, it was the same result as the one Gu Nanyan sent him this afternoon. No pregnancy, just gastroenteritis. Afterward, he looked at the folic acid and vitamins on the table, at which point Gu Nanyan explained, I thought that since I'm all set to do this, so I'll just take them first. It's always going to be a pregnancy. Lu Beicheng faintly hummed and put down the report in his hand. Only, emotions were clearly not as high as they had been the previous days. Gu Nanyan saw that he wasn't in a very high mood. She asked, You're not happy that you didn't get pregnant? When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng reached out and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. There's a bit of a loss. Last night, When Mrs. Jiang was so sure that Gu Nanyan was pregnant, Liu Beicheng thought that she was pregnant and thought that she was going to be a father, but it turned out to be an oops. He didn't even tell Gu Nanyan that he had asked Sister Lai from the secretary's office to go buy a bunch of things for pregnant women and children early this morning, but it turned out that he couldn't use them at the moment. Liu Beicheng's loss. Gu Nanyan's heart could not help but tremble. Gu Nanyan was not expecting such a big reaction from Liu Beicheng. After all, he had never wanted a child. Tilting her head to look at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan called out, "Liu Beicheng, actually." Chapter 149. Liu Beicheng, you're more of a rogue than me now. Liu Beicheng looked down at her. Gu Nanyan wanted to say something, but in the end, she comforted with a smile. There will always be. Liu Beicheng gave a sound and leaned down to kiss her face. When he was going to kiss her lips, Gu Nanyan blocked him away. It all smells of alcohol. Go take a shower first. I'll make you some tea. Damn, kisses aren't even allowed anymore. Liu Beicheng pinched her face, took the clothes she stuffed into his arms and went to the restroom. The back of Liu Beicheng entering the restroom, Gu Nanyan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Not much later, Liu Beicheng from the restroom out of the time. Gu Nanyan tea brewed, but also cut him a fruit plate. Rare virtuous wife and mother. Liu Beicheng saw that she was virtuous and walked over to her and took her into his arms. As soon as he wanted to kiss her, Gu Nanyan blocked him again. Eat something to pad your stomach first. Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan suspiciously. Gu Nanyan picked up the fruit plate and fed him a mouthful. You don't have a full stomach. I don't quite believe in your endurance later. Liu Beicheng, who's the one who yells for mercy every time? Evening mood loss is not eat anything. Gu Nanyan eyes fed to his mouth. Liu Beicheng did not polite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had those 2 drinks today. After eating a few pieces of fruit fed by Gu Nanyan, Liu Beicheng kissed Gu Nanyan's lips. The kiss was more urgent than usual, but not so violent, and his heart seemed to be quite heavy. Gu Nanyan put her arms around his neck and asked softly, still not slowed down, still lost? Why don't I go outside now and pick up a baby for you? Liu Beicheng was instantly infuriated. Can the one you picked up outside be the same as the one you gave birth to? After saying that, he pounced Gu Nanyan on the bed. Gu Nanyan propped both hands on his shoulders. Be gentle, adding, this bad stomach is probably caused by you. Liu Beicheng was once again exasperated and laughed. Old me can't whip it. Gu Nanyan was instantly amused. Liu Beicheng, you're even more of a hooligan than me right now. With his 10 fingers clasping Gu Nanyan's 10 fingers, Liu Beicheng leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Gu Nanyan didn't get pregnant this time, so he may have stepped up his efforts. Afterwards, when Gu Nanyan was lying exhausted on the bed, Liu Beicheng carried her over with an arm outstretched. Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his neck and said with half-open eyes, there will always be a child, so be nice to me. Liu Beicheng rubbed her into his arms and let out a soft not knowing which sentence he was promising Gu Nanyan. The 2 days of the weekend, Gu Nanyan ran to the institute, rested at home, to the Monday Zhang Jia's case for the second time in court. When Gu Nanyan and Zhang Meng entered the courtroom together, Yang Yunming looked at the two of them with his hands in his pants pockets, his head held high and still arrogant, as if he was sure to win the case. Gu Nanyan had no way to take him. Yang Yunming condescending appearance. Zhang Meng's eyes were angry red at once, and Zhang father and Zhang mother on the side of the gallery side looked at his arrogance, and his heart was full of remorse. Such a person, how come they didn't see him clearly in the first place? How come they agreed to this marriage? Both sides returned to their respective seats. The presiding judge and the trial judge also came over, to see both sides of the personnel have arrived. The presiding judge announced the second opening of the case, and then looked at Gu Nanyan and asked, the plaintiff's defense. For this case, the plaintiff side has new evidence? Do you want to insist on suing the defense for intentional injury and homicide? Gu Nanyan stood up from her chair, back to the presiding judge. For the case of our victim Zhang Jia's fall, as well as the injuries on her body, we have new evidence this time, and we insist on charging the defendant Yang Yunming with intentional injury, as well as homicide. Let's start with a set of informational photographs about the defendant as well as a video that confirms the defendant's motive for carrying out the killing. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she picked up the remote control on the table and pressed it, and a photo video of Yang Yunming and Tang Xia together was played on the projection screen next to her. Gu Nanyan put the photo video while explaining. Defendant Yang Yunming and the photo of the lady Tang Xia is in April this year, in the city of a high-grade fitness club to meet Ms. Tang Xia this year 34 years old, divorced and single, self-employed business operation of 2 clothing production company, and the company has a number of stores on the network and brick-and-mortar stores, and the sale of a very good, but also have a certain degree of popularity. Ms. Tang Xia's financial situation is very solid. We found that in the 7 months she knew Yang Yunming, in addition to cash, she transferred 260,000 yuan to Yang Yunming, and also provided him with a Mercedes-Benz SUV costing more than 2 million yuan to drive. Gu Nanyan investigated into Tang Xia's body. Yang Yunming's face went white, the veins on his neck popped up, and he violently stood up from his chair, pointing at Gu Nanyan. What the kind of evidence are you talking about? Tang Xia and I are just friends. You're invading personal privacy. Gu Nanyan, what's your hurry? When the presiding judge saw that Yang Yunming had interrupted Gu Nanyan's evidence and was swearing in the courtroom, he banged his gavel. Defendant, please also control your emotions. And then he said, plaintiff's defense, please also provide evidence related to this case. Yang Yunming listened to the presiding judge's reminder, pressed his anger and sat down. Gu Nanyan said airily, presiding judge, this is the front of the chain of evidence. Presiding judge, yes, please continue with your evidence. Gu Nanyan glanced at Yang Yunming and continued to play the photos and videos. The defendant said that he and Ms. Tang Xia were just friends. Yet our side has repeatedly found that the defendant and this woman had hotel room records during this 7-month period. The highest recorded time spent alone was 9 hours. And I won't go into detail as to what the lone man and woman were doing in the hotel room. And it's also clear from these photos of the two spending time together on a day-to-day basis that they weren't just friends, but were in a romantic relationship. In that case, the defendant is cheating on his wife. So we have to wonder if the defendant, Yang Yunming, chose to kill when he wanted to end his marital relationship with the victim, Zhang Jie, to be with Ms. Tang Xia, and was rejected by the victim, Zhang Jie. Or perhaps the defendant did not want to end up with the perception in front of Ms. Tang Xia that he left his wife because of his love for wealth, so he chose to push the victim, Zhang Jie, downstairs and fabricate the excuse that she had committed suicide, thus also pretending to be affectionate in front of Ms. Tang Xia, a means of gaining favor. We are now more inclined to the second suspicion, because from the conversation in the video, we can hear that the defendant has been using the victim's fall to gain sympathy and to cheat money. He said that he has been taking care of the victim in the hospital, but according to our investigation, after the victim was admitted to the hospital because of the fall, the defendant has visited the victim a total of 2 times, and the total time was not more than 30 minutes, and the time spent visiting the victim was not even as long as the time spent in a room. When Gu Nanyan said this, Zhang Jie's mother had long since cried into tears in the gallery, and her father was shaking with anger. This scumbag, he cheated on his wife. He could have filed for divorce if he wanted to end the marriage, but why jeopardize his daughter's life? That's a human life. Gu Nanyan cited the prima facie evidence. The audience in the gallery one by one all angry, all scolded Yang Yunming scum, said Zhang Jie must be he pushed down the stairs. Chapter 150. The evidence is overwhelming. Next to Gu Nanyan, Zhang Meng had been wiping her tears. I really didn't think that Yang Yunming put a hard hand on her sister because he cheated on her himself, and he was taking her sister's life to mold a persona for himself. Seeing that Gu Nanyan took himself and Tang Xia to say something, seeing that he really couldn't hide the matter of his cheating, Yang Yunming stood up from the chair and said in a hangdog manner, yes, I admit that I am not in love with Zhang Jie, and I am cheating on her. This matter I frankly told Zhang Jie. Also when Zhang Jie filed a divorce, she said to consider it. Who knows, cannot think of jumping off the building. In short, Zhang Jie, all things have nothing to do with me. Anyway, Zhang Jie is unconscious he can say whatever he wants, and no one can make a statement. Then he looked at Gu Nanyan and said arrogantly, Surname Gu, do you think you can punish me with these photos? Do you think you can frame me with these photos? If this is how you work as a lawyer, I advise you that you might as well go home and wash your clothes and cook. Gu Nanyan smiled. Don't be in a hurry, Gu Nanyan said, turning her face to look at the presiding judge. Presiding judge, our side requests that the second piece of evidence be provided now. Presiding judge, the plaintiff's side is agreed to present a second exhibit. Hearing that Gu Nanyan had a second piece of evidence, Yang Yunming's face couldn't help but change, but he quickly regained his composure. He hadn't let Gu Nanyan into his house, so it was impossible for Gu Nanyan to get the evidence. After the presiding judge agreed, Gu Nanyan played the video while saying, the second piece of evidence was provided to us by a member of the public in the defendant's neighborhood, and since the witness is underage and for the sake of protecting the witness's safety, as well as the fact that this piece of evidence is a real and valid motion video, we will not invite the witness to testify. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, the video of Yang Yunming's home began to play on the projection screen, and although it wasn't filmed in his home, it was still clear and crisp. The video, Yang Yunming in the living room on Zhang Jie punched and kicked, and even took something smashed Zhang Jie, let Zhang Jie how to avoid begging for mercy. Yang Yunming refused to let go of her, but also a heavier than a hit. Based on this video, we can clearly see that the defendant has a serious propensity for violence, and his violence against the victim, Zhang Jie, can be described as heinous, which is enough to prove that the old injuries on the victim, Zhang Jie, are all caused by the defendant. In addition to these drone shots, we also got surveillance video from the defendant's home at the same time, which gives us a closer look at the cruelty of the defendant and ultimately the motive for the killings. Yoon Ming, stop fighting, please Yoon Ming. Yoon Ming, Yoon Ming, Yoon Ming, is it because I didn't give birth to a child that you're like this? The doctor said that there's nothing wrong with my body, I'm able to give birth to a child. Yoon Ming, let's not be in a hurry. Okay. When Zhang Jia mentioned children, Yang Yunming copied a chair and smashed it on her body. What's the point of giving birth? Do you have the money to raise them? Wimp, no interest, I thought I married you. How much dowry can your parents give you? Dare to give 200,000. You worthless, let your parents transfer the house over. Don't give Zhang Meng that little when it all comes down to it. In the video, after Yang Yunming smashed the chair on Zhang Jia's body, Gu Nanyan said, Defendant, if there is no mistake in the medical certificate we used, you are suffering from necrospermia. It's you who can't have a child. Right, Yang Yunming is such a scum. Gu Nanyan did not give him any face, and directly exposed the matter of his inability to have children in public. On the defendant's seat, Yang Yunming's face turned green, picking up the sign in front of him and smashing it towards Gu Nanyan. You're invading my privacy. I'm going to ing sue you and make you sit through the jail. And these videos of yours, where did you get them from? You obtained this illegally, and none of this evidence can be counted. The presiding judge watched Yang Yunming's outburst and reminded, Defendant, please control your emotions. Yang Yunming's lungs exploded as he listened to the judge's words. Could he control his emotions with all the things Gu Nanyan exposed? Surname Gu, you framed my son, you falsified evidence, you shall not die well, your whole family shall not die well. Yang Yunming's mom directly cursed from the side seat. Seeing this, the presiding judge directly asked people to invite Yang Yunming's mother out of the courtroom. Zhang Jia's parents watched the video of their daughter being beaten. Zhang Jia's mother directly fainted. Her father and the staff took her mother and rushed to the hospital, while Zhang Meng cried into tears next to Gu Nanyan, heartbroken for her sister. How could her sister be so stupid as to not tell them when she was beaten and not even know about the divorce? If they knew she was being domestically abused, they would have said nothing to let her live with such a man any longer. Yang Yunming, you're not human. Zhang Meng pointed at Yang Yunming and wanted to curse him a few times, but he was crying so much that he couldn't speak. Silence, silence. The presiding judge banged the gavel, then looked at Gu Nanyan and asked, Plaintiff's agent, may I ask where you obtained all this evidence? Is it legal? Gu Nanyan, back to the presiding judge. Regarding the surveillance video of the defendant's home, I inadvertently obtained it from the extranet, and this is because the defendant's domestic violence our victim nonetheless did not have any sense of guilt, and even had a sense of fulfillment, so he put the domestic violence video in the extranet. As for the medical certificate of the defendant's necrospermia, the defendant used a dating app to post his photo and a doctor's certificate on a social network to ask for a date, flaunting his body and skills and saying that he wouldn't get pregnant. We didn't mean to find out. At this time, the video is still playing. Zhang Jia had a discussion with Yang Yunming to propose a divorce. Yang Yunming, without saying anything to Zhang Jia, another rough beating, said she does not deserve to mention divorce with himself. They can only be between him to say. Said if she dared to make up words outside, she will kill her parents and sister. When Zhang Meng saw this, she even sobbed and cried into tears, and understood why her sister did not tell them that she had been domestically abused, because she was afraid that Yang Yunming would go crazy and hurt her and her mom and dad. Zhang Meng cried miserably. The spectators in the gallery hated to go out and hit Yang Yunming, and Yang Yunming's own lawyer snapped and slammed the folder on the table, his face so sullen that he didn't say a word, as if taking the case of Yang Yunming was dirtying him as a person, dirtying his hands and his career. On his side, Yang Yunming continued to tug at Gu Nanyan, pointing at her and saying, You're ing bolting me. I didn't even send out the extranet. I didn't send out the inspection report. Yang Yunming has posted an extranet, but has masked his face, and he has also posted photos on dating apps and asked for a date, but he really hasn't posted his checkups, and all of this has been manipulated by Lu Jingyang. Gu Nanyan listened to Yang Yunming's denial and directly put out the evidence of Yang Yunming's account and the photos and videos he had sent in the past. Presiding judge, we can confirm that all of the evidence is legal and was obtained from the internet venues where the defendant sunbathed, and this is all checked. Yang Yunming looked at the evidence Gu Nanyan had sent out. His brain exploded for a moment, and for a moment he couldn't tell if he had really sent these things. Chapter 151. What would you have done if she hadn't died? The case continues to go on. The evidence continues to play out. And the drone footage that the young boy provided Gu Nanyan with not only captured Yang Yunming's domestic violence, but even a scene of Yang Yunming choking Zhang Jia and pushing Zhang Jia down the stairs. How Yang Yunming hit Zhang Jia and how Zhang Jia dodged. Gu Nanyan's prediction was correct. The evidence was overwhelming. and seeing that the scene where he pushed Zhang Jie down the stairs was captured on camera, Yang Yunming completely wilted, and was a different person from his unbeatable self just now. All of his plans and dreams have been shattered. He cannot evening Tang Xia, the rest of his life may have to spend in jail. After Gu Nanyan's video evidence was played, the presiding judge looked at Yang Yunming's questioning. Defendant defender, do you have anything else to say? Yang Yunming's lawyer shook his head. No. Seeing this, the presiding judge looked at Yang Yunming again. Defendant, do you have anything else to say? At this moment, Yang Yunming was still staring at the projection of the evidence Gu Nanyan had put up. How could it be? How could this woman get his evidence? In their neighborhood, who was actually filming him with a drone? Yang Yunming thought that as long as he didn't let Gu Nanyan enter the house, as long as he didn't let Gu Nanyan get the surveillance of his house, then her violence against Zhang Jie was seamless and no one would find out. But how could he have thought that Gu Nanyan could get more evidence than he imagined? And even the scene where he pushed Zhang Jie down, someone had captured it. The net of heaven is wide open. The presiding judge saw that Yang Yunming had been staring at the projection side and shaking his head. He asked Yang Yunming twice if he had anything else to say, and Yang Yunming didn't say anything. So he communicated with the two judges and then convicted Yang Yunming. In accordance with Article 232 of the Criminal Law of China, the defendant Yang Yunming is sentenced to 25 years imprisonment for intentional homicide and 15 years deprivation of political power. In accordance with Article 234 of our criminal law, the defendant Yang Yunming is sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for intentional injury, with a cumulative sentence of 25 years, and deprived of political power for 15 years. Note, a cumulative sentence cannot exceed 25 years. Yang Yunming is 28 years old. When sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment, his life is almost ruined, not to mention the evening of the rich woman. This life is almost all to spend in prison. Yang Yunming's verdict was handed down, and he was convicted of both homicide and intentional injury. And Zhang Meng lost his voice and cried out at once. Instead of bringing Yang Yunming to justice, she would have preferred that her sister had never known this scum, and would have preferred that her sister had never experienced this. Gu Nanyan wiped Zhang Meng's tears, followed by patting Zhang Meng's shoulder, then letting her lean on her shoulder and cry. Originally in Zhang Meng disgust, let his parents do not come over to hear the trial, is afraid that they see those evidence cannot bear, but the two did not agree. Said he wanted to see Yang Yunming lost the case, see Yang Yunming was sentenced. Still ended up going to the hospital without waiting until the end. So right now Zhang Meng's mood, Gu Nanyan is more or less able to understand. She was seeing all this evidence at the time. The whole person was so angry that she was trembling. Not to mention Zhang Jie is her own sister. Nanny smoke. Thank you. Zhang Meng sobbed her thanks, and Gu Nanyan just patted her back to give her comfort. When Zhang Meng's emotions calmed down a little, Gu Nanyan drove the car to send her back to the hospital first, and then went back to the office himself. Lawyer Gu, congratulations, another win. Lawyer Gu, congratulations. In the face of colleagues' congratulations, Gu Nanyan was not happy at all, and even more so, she could not smile. She only hoped that such things were less and less in society, and that women were not weak. After finishing the closing information at the law firm in the afternoon, Gu Nanyan drove her car to the hospital in the evening. At this moment, Zhang Meng's mother had already awakened, and when she saw Gu Nanyan come over, the three members of the family hurriedly got up and thanked Gu Nanyan. Counselor Gu, thank you. Nanny Smoke, thank you. Uncle and aunt, you're too kind. Gu Nanyan held up the two families and glanced at Zhang Jia on the bed. Sister still hasn't woken up? Zhang father turned to pour water for Gu Nanyan. Zhang mother pulled Gu Nanyan to sit down, sighed and said, Xiao Jie still hasn't woken up. She also said, Xiao Jie, she is young and can't see through people. But your uncle and I didn't see Yang Yunming clearly even at this age and married her off like this. It's your uncle and I's fault. Gu Nanyan consoled. Auntie, some people are too good at covering up, and you can't tell without deep friendship. This matter is not Sis's fault. You and uncle are even less at fault. It's Yang Yunming's fault. It's his parents who didn't educate him well. Zhang's mother wiped her tears and said, we don't have any other requests right now. We just hope that Xiajie can wake up as soon as possible. Gu Nanyan, sister will definitely wake up. And sister is still so young. There's still a long road ahead. Mother Zhang, if I hadn't run into Lawyer Gu, and if you hadn't exposed that evil man Yang Yunming, Xiajie wouldn't have known how much she would have suffered. Gu Nanyan stroked Mother Zhang's arm, signaling her not to be too upset. After sitting with Zhang Jie's parents in the hospital room for a while, Gu Nanyan saw that it wasn't too early so she got up. Zhang Meng sent her. The two walked downstairs in the hospital. Zhang Meng and Gu Nanyan said a lot of words of thanks. At the same time the whole person on the view of marriage also changed greatly, said that the future will not be married, the parent's sister to take care of good. Gu Nanyan said, if you can't touch the right one, it really doesn't mean much if you can't touch the one that's good for you. Marriage this thing, Gu Nan Yen is sort of see-through. Wood, rice, oil and salt, a chicken feather, all kinds of labor hurt. If two people cannot communicate well, cannot understand each other, that not as good as not. As Gu Nan Yen's words fell, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Lu Beicheng called. Gu Nan Yen picked up the phone and Lu Beicheng asked, "Where is it?" Gu Nan Yen, "At the hospital. I'll come and get you." "Okay." Gu Nan Yen hung up the phone and Zhang Meng asked, "Nan Yen, did you get a boyfriend?" Gu Nan Yen tucked both hands into the pockets of her coat and laughed. "I got married. I took the license 2 years ago and haven't had a reception yet." Zhang Meng got nervous. "Nan Yen, so is your husband good to you?" Only after experiencing his sister's family marriage, Zhang Meng heard the word marriage physiological fear. Gu Nan Yen turned her face to look at her, smiled and said, "Not bad." She and Lu Beicheng, Gu Nan Yen didn't really want to go into detail, fearing that Zhang Meng would become even more fearful of marriage once she said it. Zhang Meng sent Gu Nan Yen to the hospital entrance when Lu Beicheng's car happened to come over. Gu Nan Yen and Zhang Meng greeted and got on the car. The car slowly started. Lu Beicheng glanced at her and asked, "Still not happy after winning the lawsuit?" Gu Nan Yen smiled bitterly. "If someday a woman is not subjected to domestic violence and can get real respect and equality, this is a win." Yang Yunming domestic violence, conspiracy to murder. Today's verdict is all he deserves. And Zhang Jia is still in the hospital coma, did not wake up. So there is no such thing as win or lose. Gu Nan Yan's emotion. Lu Beicheng held her hand. That one time, he shouldn't have been able to control himself enough to slap her that one time. With Lu Beicheng's grip, Gu Nan Yan knew that he had remembered something. Turning her face to look at Lu Beicheng, Gu Nan Yan asked, "Lu Beicheng, if Xin Weiwei hadn't died, what would you have done?" Chapter 152 Jealous? At Gu Nan Yan's question, Lu Beicheng held the steering wheel with both hands and turned his face to look at her. "If the only one is still around, I would have made the same choice and would have stayed with you." Gu Nan Yan just looked at Lu Beicheng like this. "That's a bit childish to just ask that. Hypothetical questions are the most pointless. Life is not full of what-ifs." After staring at Lu Beicheng for a long time, when Lu Beicheng looked at her again, Gu Nan Yan smiled at him and then retracted her eyes and looked at the road ahead. "Thinking of the Maserati that I ran into twice." Lu Jingyang's side should have found out the results. Not long after, when the two of them returned home, Zhang's sister-in-law greeted them with a spring in her step. "Young master and young lady, you're back." Whenever the two of them come back together, Zhang's wife is happy as hell, just like seeing her own son-in-law come back. Only the last time to help Gu Nan Yan judgment error. Gu Nan Yan is not pregnant. Zhang's wife is also quite embarrassed. After greeting Mrs. Jiang, the two of them went to the table when the kitchen brought the food to the table. All the way back Gu Nan Yan was quite good, but as a result, when she looked at the fish served up by the servants, Gu Nan Yan was not good again at once, and her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle together. In the old days, she quite liked fish. These days she can't stand the smell of fish. It feels like the whole world is fishy. Lu Beicheng gave her a bowl of pigeon soup. "It's not comfortable." Gu Nan Yan cleared her throat and took a sip of water. The stomach and intestines are still a bit uncomfortable. Lu Beicheng put the pigeon soup on his heel, turned his face to Mrs. Jiang, and let Mrs. Jiang remove the fish. Mrs. Jiang picked up the fish and couldn't help but mutter, "It's really strange. How come it wasn't checked? The young lady used to love to eat fish. Now suddenly do not eat. Smell the smell, also want to vomit. The past few days to rest also earlier than before. This is clearly the symptoms of early pregnancy. She gave birth to 2 children. Come to the Lu family before, also took care of pregnant women. This thing she has the most experience. How to see does not work." With a face that doesn't understand, sister-in-law Jiang took the fish and went back to the kitchen, thinking that tomorrow she would make a pork belly soup for Gu Nan Yan. And it's best for people with bad stomachs to eat pork belly. When the two of them returned upstairs after dinner, Gu Nan Yan took a shower and flopped down on the bed without moving. Yang Yunming's case was over and she could sleep soundly for the next 2 days. Seeing Gu Nan Yan lying on the bed without moving, as if she was thinking about something, Lu Beicheng approached and sat on the edge of the bed, lifting his hand and pinching the back of her neck. "Something on your mind?" Gu Nan Yan beauty lying sideways on the bed, thinking about today's case, added, "This human nature thing is quite saddening. Fortunately this time there is Jing Yang and that little friend who came forward. Otherwise this case is enough to drag. Tomorrow, go with Zhang Meng to see that little friend." Hearing that Lu Jingyang had also helped her investigate the case, Lu Beicheng's face was instantly gloomy, and his right hand, which was gently rubbing Gu Nan Yan's shoulders, was withdrawn at once. At Lu Beicheng's sudden movement, Gu Nan Yan looked at him and asked, "Why don't you pinch anymore?" Lu Beicheng stood up from the bed with a cold face. "You kiss Lu Jingyang. You let Lu Jingyang pinch for you." When Lu Beicheng said this, Gu Nan Yan laughed at once, lifting her right foot and rubbing it against his thigh. She said, "Jealous?" Lu Beicheng snapped and slapped her feet away. feet away. When she took this case, he greeted her and said that she could talk to him if she had difficulties in checking the evidence, and she said that she didn't need him to intervene in her work, but she turned her eyes and went to Lu Jingyang. Where does she put him as a husband? Gu Nanyan saw Lu Beicheng tapping away her feet to leave. She got up and stopped Lu Beicheng from the inside of the bed. Don't get on the wrong side of the line, huh? Besides, Lu Jingyang, isn't he idle? He can still play on the computer. I'm making the best use of it and not letting him waste it. Lu Beicheng took out his right hand from his pocket and nudged her on the forehead not lightly, then pushed her back to the bed. Gently fell on the bed. Gu Nanyan looked at the bedside table on the water cup is empty. She gently swept the water cup touched down on the ground, and then inhaled backwards and said, Lu Beicheng, you damned again under the dead hand is not it. I dislocated my arm. Lu Beicheng listened to the commotion behind him. His face went white for a moment. He came to Gu Nanyan in 3 or 2 steps and helped her up from the bed. I didn't exert myself just now. In all honesty, he hadn't really poked her with his finger. Gu Nanyan hung down her right arm and looked at him in anger. I grew up pampered, you don't know? After saying that, she oiled her right arm again. It hurts. It hurts. Don't touch me. Gu Nanyan's face was in pain. Lu Beicheng's heart was hanging in the air, gently holding her arm and asked, does it hurt when I touch it? Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to answer, he picked her up from the bed in one go. Grandpa has a friend who is an orthopedic Chinese medicine practitioner. I'll take you over to have a look. Lu Beicheng's face was so tense that his forehead was starting to sweat fine, and Gu Nanyan was happy. Wrapping both arms around his neck, she said, just kidding. Gu Nanyan laughed happily. Both her hands even wrapped around his neck. Lu Beicheng's face was predictable. After staring at Gu Nanyan with lowered eyes for a while, Lu Beicheng threw her back on the bed in one go. Gu Nanyan was shocked and subconsciously covered her stomach, after which she lifted her leg and kicked him twice. Lu Beicheng, if you drop me out of something, there's something you'll regret. Afterward it was back to business. Still pissed, how big a deal. Saying that, when she dropped her legs on the floor and was about to get out of bed, Lu Beicheng bent down and stopped her legs. The cups are broken on the floor, didn't you see? After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, he turned around and went outside to get a broom and dustpan to clean up Gu Nanyan's broken cups. Gu Nanyan sat cross-legged on the bed and watched Lu Beicheng clean up the glass pieces, and suddenly felt that Lu Beicheng has changed a lot over the years. Before he was the one who wouldn't hold the broom when it fell in front of his eyes, and now he actually knows how to do the housework. And he will also cook a few dishes. If she were to tell Qin Haiyun about these things, Qin Haiyun would definitely not believe her. After cleaning up the glass pieces on the ground, Lu Beicheng did not say a word and sat down next to Gu Nanyan, did not take a square look at Gu Nanyan, apparently still looking for Gu Nanyan. Lu Jingyang did not look for him to help things angry. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan rolled over and sat in his arms. Lu Beicheng said coldly and quietly, go down. It's enough for her to have Lu Jingyang. What else does she need herself for? Gu Nanyan, wasn't you quite nervous about me just now? Lu Beicheng's face did not change. Go down. Gu Nanyan saw Lu Beicheng still put up a fight and did not take care of herself. She got up from him and said, okay, you do not accompany me to sleep. I sleep by myself. Saying that, she wrapped herself in the quilt as she lay next to Lu Beicheng, and by the way, she also left her back to Lu Beicheng. When Lu Beicheng saw that she really didn't care about herself, he sulked again in his heart. Previously coaxed her are no skin. Their own unhappy she more coaxing the more happy. Now not 2 times will not coax. Damn. I'm sure I'll put up my skirt after I get my hands on you. For a moment, Lu Beicheng felt that he had been whored out by Gu Nanyan for nothing. The book in his hand was slow to turn. Lu Beicheng waited for a while, seeing that Gu Nanyan still did not move. His feet unconsciously rubbed towards Gu Nanyan's side. Chapter 153. The first thing that comes to mind is me. With her back to Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan didn't open her eyes and didn't pay attention to him. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng put down the book in his hand, pulled away the quilt on Gu Nanyan, and pounced Gu Nanyan into his arms with a flip. Gu Nanyan, you're a ing flip-flopper when you get your hands on me, aren't you? You're looking for Lu Jingyang and not looking for me to help. You still have a point? Even though he just put on a face, she couldn't have coaxed him a little more? He assured her that if she had just coaxed him a little more, he would have gone down the steps. Lu Beicheng's vinegar-filled questioning made Gu Nanyan happy, and with a rollover she recoiled him in her arms, clasping her 10 fingers around his 10 fingers. Gu Nanyan had a smile on the corner of her mouth and leaned down to kiss his lips. Afterwards, when Gu Nanyan was so tired that she nestled in his arms and didn't move a muscle, Lu Beicheng wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. Gu Nanyan, in the future, no matter what you encounter, I hope that the first thing that comes to your mind will be me. Even though Lu Jingyang was his cousin, Lu Beicheng still minded it quite a bit and envied Gu Nanyan and him for being so close all the time. Gu Nanyan didn't move a muscle and didn't respond to his words. Lu Beicheng lowered his eyes and looked at her. Seeing that she didn't respond to him, When he touched his right hand along her waist, Gu Nanyan immediately uttered, "Looking for you. No matter what in the future I will look for you." She'd already gotten that long earlier, and she wouldn't be able to handle it if she had to do it again. Gu Nanyan gave her promise. Liu Beicheng hugged her and fell asleep. Unconsciously, he demanded more and more from Gu Nanyan and wanted her to rely on him. Gu Nanyan couldn't help but think of the white Maserati again when she was hugged tightly by him. The next 2 days, Gu Nanyan in the case summary. Zhang Meng's phone call over. First reported the good news that her sister woke up. The doctor said that it is out of danger. Said her sister is very thankful to her, and now on to Yang Yunming divorce formalities, and so on after discharge from the hospital to accompany her parents. Gu Nanyan said that the divorce procedure is good. Looking for Yang Yunming to sign a word can be, if he refused to sign, the court side will be sentenced to divorce, whether it's domestic violence and cheating, murder, or the article about Yang Yunming's necrosis. The court will award a divorce. Zhang Meng wanted to accompany Gu Nanyan to the prison. Gu Nanyan agreed, but to the door of the prison to see Zhang Meng shivering, 2 hands nervously clenched into fists. Gu Nanyan did not let Zhang Meng in. The damage that Yang Yunming brought to the 4 members of the Zhang family was too great to be healed in this lifetime. People like that can be rare. There's no need to let him affect your mood. Nanny smoke. Doesn't it matter if you go in alone? Don't worry. I'm a lawyer and I've seen a lot of this kind of thing. Nanny smoke. Thank you. Gu Nanyan patted Zhang Meng's arm as a sign of comfort and then got out of the car, citing Gu Nanyan into the prison. Zhang Meng's trembling still did not stop. All the images in his mind were of his sister being beaten. Originally wanted to go in with Gu Nanyan, but it turned out that he was still too untalented to stop shivering all the time. In the meeting room, Gu Nanyan arrived first, and when Yang Yunming was brought in by the staff in his prison uniform, his face changed at once. That look in his eyes, it was as if he was in his current situation thanks to Gu Nanyan, and that he himself was not at fault in the slightest. After being handcuffed to a chair by the staff and sitting down, Yang Yunming looked at Gu Nanyan and smiled coldly. "What are you still doing here? Helping the Zhang family watch me laugh?" Gu Nanyan ignored his words and directly pushed a divorce agreement in front of him. "Zhang Jia has woken up. She's filed for a divorce from you, so sign the papers." When Yang Yunming heard that Zhang Jia wanted to divorce him, he laughed disdainfully. "Seeing that I'm in jail now she wants a divorce? Do you want to go out with other men? Surname Gu. You give her Zhang Jia a message. Don't even think about it in this life. Even if I stay in jail for the rest of my life, she, Zhang Jia, won't be able to divorce this marriage and marry someone else. If she dares to green me, you tell her to tell her whole family to be careful." Gu Nanyan looked straight at Yang Yunming and didn't say anything. This is the man. This is the human nature. He wants to climb to the high place, not hesitate to take your life as his stepping stone. He is not good. Live a bad time. That must pull you as a cushion. Can't be miserable on their own. Have to be accompanied by someone with him. Cold and Clear stared at Yang Yunming for a long time. Gu Nanyan calmly said, "Yang Yunming, even if you do not sign the words, the court will also be sentenced. But this point you belong to do not cooperate with the work of the officialdom, but also to the court to cause trouble. After the reduction of the sentence of this matter basically has nothing to do with you." Yang Yunming doesn't know the law, so Gu Nanyan can say whatever she wants, and he doesn't know anyway. When Gu Nanyan finished saying this, Yang Yunming's face changed. He was a physical education teacher. He didn't know if what Gu Nanyan said was true or false, but when his lawyer came to see him yesterday, he did tell him to do well in jail and try to get his sentence reduced. Yang Yunming's face changed as Gu Nanyan handed him the pen. "You can sign." Yang Yunming looked at the pen handed over by Gu Nanyan. He really did not want to sign this word. Just want to spend Zheng Jia like this. Do not want to make her happy in the future, so that she will always have a thorn in her heart, and will not be able to get rid of him for the rest of her life. But then he faltered at the thought of the word commutation. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan said, "If you're willing to undermine others, then I'll accompany you." With Gu Nanyan's words of detriment and bounty, Yang Yunming wrinkled his brow and picked up the signing pen. Gu Nanyan flipped over the document and tapped on the places where he needed to sign. "These are the places to sign your name." Yang Yunming is going to go through the documents in front of him. Gu Nanyan felt funny. She said, "Your current house Zhang Jia don't want. Even the down payment that you put out with you in the beginning don't want you to pay it back. You just need to get divorced." When Zhang Jia said she wanted a divorce, Gu Nanyan mentioned that she could fight for it, and Zhang Jia shook her head and said that she didn't want anything about Yang Yunming, even though she had taken 480,000 out for the down payment at the time, because according to the character of Yang Yunming's parents, if they want to share the house, they will certainly make a mess. Even if Yang Yunming's hands still have money, can return the 480,000 to her, she does not know that the money is not clean, is not another woman to him, so she does not want it. and even the things she used to wear and use were taken and thrown away by Zhang Meng, and that dark hair was cut short. She wanted to start over. Forget everything with that man and start over. Gu Nanyan chose to respect her. Yang Yunming looked at the agreement. See, the agreement really does not have any division of the house, only divorce. He signed the word. When Gu Nanyan collected the agreement and got up to leave, Yang Yunming suddenly looked at her back and said, "Surname Gu, don't think that this case is over here. I will continue to appeal. This is not over." As Yang Yunming's words fell, Gu Nanyan turned around. She said with a wry smile, "Then who are you trying to get to take charge of the case for you? Tang Xia? Yang Yunming, why don't I give you something to listen to?" After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she returned to the heel of the table and took out a recorder from her bag. Chapter 154. You're nothing. Gu Nanyan pressed the recorder, and Tang Xia's voice came out of it. "Attorney Gu Nanyan, right? Please take a seat." Gu Nanyan went to Tang Xia when she was checking the evidence of Yang Yunming's domestic violence against Zheng Jie. Only Tang Xia's information there didn't help the case, so she didn't present it in court. Gu Nanyan asked, "Tang Xia, do you know that Yang Yunming is married?" In the recorder, Tang Xia said with a smile, "I know." Then she added, "Yang Yunming and I met at the gym in April this year, and it was Yang Yunming who took the initiative to hit on me. And there aren't a lot of men like him who hit on me. Counselor Gu, we're women and both have good careers, so I'll talk to you openly as well. I'm a divorced single woman who has always taken her job very seriously, so I haven't spent the time and energy to have a boyfriend. But women, especially at my age, I not only have needs, I'm also about cathartic stress. So when Yang Yunming approached me, I willed myself to go out with him. He's a good-looking guy with a good body and skills, and he's not a clubhouse cowboy who's relatively clean, so I meet with him when I have the time and the need. As for his family, I never wanted to destroy it, never asked him what was going on between him and his wife. He was the one who initiated the conversation. Men always have to find an excuse for their cheating. I also know that he is trying to get money from me. I do not lack that little money, so every time he beat around the bush and cry poor with me, I just give a little bit of it. If you're asking about her wife, then I don't know anything about that, and I wouldn't be stupid enough to ask him about his family. All I know is that he told me her wife couldn't get pregnant. You guys prosecuted him for assault and murder, and you should have known that Yang Yunming wouldn't tell me about that. After all, still trying to portray a good image in front of me." When Tang Xia said this, Gu Nanyan asked, "Since Yang Yunming has something you're happy with, have you thought about marrying him?" When Tang Xia heard this, she burst out laughing at once. "Marriage? I managed to escape from that pit with great difficulty. I don't lack money, I don't lack a man now, and my time and energy are free. Lawyer Gu, do you think I'd still choose to get married? If Yang Yunming has this idea, then he's being whimsical, not to mention that I'm not getting married. Even if I do, it's impossible for me to be with someone like him, and to put it bluntly, he's only worthy of kneeling down and licking me a bit. Giving him this opportunity because bagging him is cheaper and safer than a cowboy in a clubhouse. Why wouldn't I pick him in one fell swoop? As for the money given to him, that's just to get rid of him. I did give him a car to drive, but that is only limited to lending him to drive. I will not be a few million said to give away. I have a little money, but it is not easy to earn. Counselor Gu, also do not hide from you my previous marriage, although I did not have children, but these years business life is doing quite well, so in foreign countries have been looking for someone to help me give birth to a pair of mixed dragon and phoenix, not long ago just a year old. I have time to go abroad to accompany them. Recently is intended to pick up back. You say I have children, a daughter, money and no husband. I'm considered the pinnacle of femininity. Why would I want to get married?" When Tang Xia said this, Gu Nanyan also heard it. She is also a person with a story. I guess the previous marriage was hurt quite badly, so now she is only bent on getting money, and a man is just a plaything for her. People have given birth to a pair of mixed-race dragon and phoenix children abroad, but Yang Yunming is still delusional and wants to get married. He does think a little too much, but then again, women who can get money are the most sober on earth. Although it was immoral for Tang Xia and Yang Yunming to be together, Gu Nanyan kinda appreciated her straightforwardness, daring to say what she had to say. Besides, even if someone like Yang Yunming didn't hook up with Tang Xia, he would have hooked up with Chen Xia, Li Xia, so-and-so Xia. It was his nature. Across the meeting table, Yang Yunming listened to her chatting with Tang Xia, and hearing that Tang Xia was only treating himself as a cowboy, and saying that he wasn't as expensive as the cowboys in the clubhouse. Yang Yunming's face turned white and white. Both hands were clenched into fists, veins popping out on the backs of them. He thought Tang Xia gave him so much money and gave him such an expensive car to drive because she was moved by him, because she believed in the persona he usually portrayed. Who knew that people were looking at him as if he was a joke, and that all her gentleness and thoughtfulness was just acting with him, and that she was trying to sleep with him? At this moment, Yang Yunming suddenly remembered that he and Tang Xia get along. After Tang Xia had given him money every time, they would definitely go to a room, each time for several hours. Tang Xia would not let him leave at all until he had squeezed him dry and did not let his waist and legs shake. Twice he wasn't in very good shape and she made him take pills. Now looking back and thinking about it, Yang Yunming realized that she was with him because she wanted him to be young, and she wanted him to have a good body and good skills. All that money she gave him was just whoring money. But he pushed Zhang Jia down the stairs for her and thought he could hold on to her as a rich woman. But he turned out to be a joke. It turns out that every time she said she was going abroad, she was going to see her pair of children. And a woman who doesn't even want to give birth to her own children and has to let others help her give birth to them, how can she tolerate a man in her heart? Thinking back to what Tang Xia had just said, Yang Yunming's face turned red, and the veins on his temples popped up. Tang Xia actually didn't have the slightest bit of affection for him, and actually said that he only had the qualification of kneeling. Asterisk 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 bitch. Yang Yunming cursed with two scarlet eyes, his lungs about to explode. Gu Nanyan put away the recorder in disbelief. Yang Yunming, don't curse this and that. If you hadn't gone and hooked up with someone else, they probably wouldn't even know you. Since you're playing outside, you have to play it. Besides, in this world, it's still up in the air as to who's playing who. At Gu Nanyan's disinterest, Yang Yunming looked at her angrily. Why didn't you just give me the recording first? Why are you only giving it to me now? If Gu Nanyan had given him this recording to listen to first, then he wouldn't have signed the divorce agreement just now anyways. He would have tried to see Zhang Jia once. He would have apologized to Zhang Jia so that Zhang Jia wouldn't get divorced, and he would have tried to perform well and try to get out early so that Zhang Jia would have waited for him to get out. Yang Yunming's mind, Gu Nanyan saw through it at a glance and said with a disdainful smile, let you listen to this recording first, and then let you go back to pestering Zhang Jia, selling out to Zhang Jia, and letting Zhang Jia wait for you not to get a divorce? Yang Yunming, do you think this idea is possible? This is the man who learns that there is no way back for him and he dies dragging the woman with him. Seeing this, Yang Yunming violently stood up from his chair. You give me back the divorce agreement just now. I won't sign it. I won't divorce this marriage. I want to see Zhang Jia. I want to have a face-to-face meeting with Zhang Jia. Yang Yunming's shamelessness. Gu Nanyan felt refreshed his knowledge. Putting the recorder into her bag, Gu Nanyan threw out a don't think about it and turned around to leave. Gu, get back here. You give me back the agreement. Give it back to me. I'm not getting a ing divorce. No matter how Yang Yunming yelled behind her, Gu Nanyan didn't even bother to pay attention to him and walked away without looking back. Chapter 155. It's been a while since I've done this. Not to mention that he didn't have the chance to see Zhang Jia. Even if he was allowed to see Zhang Jia would have insisted on a divorce. In the past, he was threatened by him for fear that his parents and sister would be hurt, but now that he's going to be in jail for 25 years, he's no longer a threat to Zhang Jia. Yang Yunming's case, Gu Nanyan's cognition is also considered to be refreshed. I really do not know where Yang Yunming's face to say no divorce, where the face to see Zhang Jia, coming outside the prison and getting into the car. Zhang Meng asked with a nervous face. Nanyan, did Yang Yunming sign? Yang Yunming is a narrow-minded person. Zhang Meng is afraid that he has reached this point and still wants to drag her sister to hell with him. Wanting to drag her sister for the rest of her life. The kind of guy he is, he'd do this. Gu Nanyan handed her the agreement. Sign it. As for Yang Yunming said he wanted to see Zhang Jia, Gu Nanyan did not mention a word about it. This kind of person does not deserve to be given a chance, does not deserve a wife. Looking at Yang Yunming signing the divorce agreement, Zhang Meng pounced on Gu Nanyan and hugged her. She said, Nanyan, thank you. If it wasn't for you, our family really don't know what to do. Maybe Yang Yunming he is at large until now. Gu Nanyan started the vehicle. The net of heaven is wide open. What has been done cannot be erased. Driving the car to send Zhang Meng to the hospital, Gu Nanyan accompanied her upstairs. Lawyer Gu. Zhang Jia saw that Gu Nanyan had arrived and hurriedly wanted to get out of bed to greet Gu Nanyan. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan hurriedly stopped her. Sister, just don't get out of bed. Zhang Jia was Zhang Meng's sister, so Gu Nanyan called her sister just like Zhang Meng. Seeing this, Zhang Meng said with a smile on his face, Sister. Yang Yunming signed the words, and Nanyan said that we can finish the formalities with a trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Holding Gu Nanyan's hand with both hands, Zhang Jia said with red eyes, Lawyer Gu, thank you so much indeed. Gu Nanyan helped Zhang Jia adjust the hospital bed up a bit. Sister, all of this is my job. It's all due. Seeing that Zhang Jia had been holding back tears with red eyes, Gu Nanyan pulled out the chair next to her and sat down, instructing, Sister, in the future, no matter whether it's to make friends or fall in love and get married, be sure to keep your eyes peeled and find the right person. Zhang Jia got to this point because her heart was too soft. Soft-heartedness in marriage is a common problem for women. Zhang Jia nodded with red eyes. I will definitely be careful and prudent in the future. After chatting with Zhang Jia in the ward for a while, Zhang's father and mother came over, and Gu Nanyan had to go back to work at the law firm. Zhang Meng sent her downstairs. The two of them walked in the small garden downstairs. Zhang Meng saw Gu Nanyan suddenly frowned a little. Her face wasn't too good. It seemed like she wanted to vomit. She asked softly, Nanyan, are you pregnant? When she saw Gu Nanyan a few days ago, Zhang Meng felt as if she was a bit uncomfortable. However, hearing her say that she was already married, Zhang Meng naturally felt like she was pregnant. Granted, I'm not married and have never been pregnant, but it's on TV. Zhang Meng's question. Gu Nanyan did not answer clearly, but said with a smile, if I really become a mother in the future, I will definitely pick you up to drink the wedding wine. Zhang Meng opened his eyes wide and said happily, Nanyan, then I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine. Gu Nanyan nodded. Aha! When her sister woke up and Yang Yunming signed the divorce agreement, Zhang Meng felt that the dark cloud hanging over her head had finally lifted, so she was happy to hear that Gu Nanyan had a happy event. When the two of them walked to the parking lot, Gu Nanyan got into the car, and Zhang Meng waved at her until Gu Nanyan's Audi disappeared from sight before Zhang Meng turned around and went back to the ward. Inside the car, Gu Nanyan looked down at her stomach, then slowed down and parked the car on the side of the road, then took out the small pill bottle she was carrying from her bag. Then unscrewed a bottle of milk and swallowed all those vitamin supplements. She's also been eating more regularly than usual for the past few days, and eating better and more often than usual. By the time the evening was almost over, Zhou Bei came over to look for her, so Gu Nanyan went to have dinner with her. Liu Beicheng had a social gathering tonight, so she could just get together with Zhou Bei and the others. When the two of them called Lu Jingyang had been busy, and it wasn't until more than 8 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei had both finished their dinner, that Lu Jingyang finally returned the call. Smoke. On the other end of the phone, Gu Nanyan, the Maserati that I asked you to check a few days ago, how are you doing? Checked out. Smoke your case to use? Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open his mouth to finish, Lu Jingyang added, Smoke. You come to infinity, hurry over, I have something important to find you, and I'll talk to you about that Maserati later. Want to go back? Smoke. You must come over or you will definitely regret it. Lu Jingyang, promise to get you home by 10. Lu Jingyang was over there begging for money plus pampering and assurances, and Gu Nanyan asked him to send over the private room number, so he went over with Zhou Bei. Infinity is the most luxurious clubhouse KTV in a city, although it is more formal, but there are still little princesses and young masters in it, and they are all of good quality. Zhou Bei today is also driving a Maserati. Not a few minutes the car is parked in the parking lot in front of the clubhouse. At this moment, Lu Jingyang was waiting for the two of them at the door. Smoke. Bei. Seeing the two get out of the car, Lu Jingyang immediately greeted them. When he came to the front of the two, Lu Jingyang wrapped his arm around Gu Nanyan's arm and then complained furiously. Smoke. I'm telling you, my brother, he's not honest again. I just came over and saw my brother, a group of men and women, a bellyful of male thieves and female prostitutes all day long, and the surname Yi was there as well. When Lu Jingyang said this, Gu Nanyan understood. She was talking about how Lu Jingyang had to ask her to come over, and she dared to come to catch Liu Beicheng. Only, catching adultery is something she hasn't done in what seems like a long time. After furiously suing Liu Beicheng, Lu Jingyang added, Look, my brother's car is parked there, and they are now in the 888 private room. Lu Jingyang had wanted to book room 888 as well, but as a result, once Liu Beicheng came, he could only go to private room 777. So at this moment, suing Liu Beicheng was not soft at all. Zhou Bei asked, You don't have a belly full of male thieves, why are you here too? Lu Jingyang said with a righteous face, I am a buddy party, there is not a single woman in the private room. Of course, you two wait down is the exception, but you two are not considered female, as I am male. After Lu Jingyang finished speaking, Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei grabbed him and beat him up. Lu Jingyang protected his face and said, Smoke, don't hit my face, I still have to rely on this face to eat. After the two beat Lu Jingyang organized his clothes and said, Smoke, I'm not to see you and my brother good. Is my brother that person is really not suitable for life? You still hurry to divorce, or wait until next year. My brother if he first mentioned divorce, this person will lose a big, so we don't lose this person first to kick him. At Lu Jingyang's words, Gu Nanyan glanced over at the parking lot and it was indeed Liu Beicheng's car. Chapter 156 Why do you keep protecting your stomach? Lu Jingyang tirelessly persuaded Gu Nanyan to divorce. Zhou Bei are touched. Directly put the recording to him to listen to. Jingyang, I record all the recordings, such as Nanyan went back to play directly to Liu Beicheng to listen to, so that she still have to find their own excuses for divorce. Lu Jingyang saw Zhou Bei recording and pounced to grab the cell phone, Every time Liu Beicheng abused him, he was able to temporarily manage for a while, and when that time passed he began to encourage Gu Nanyan to divorce again. More than 2 years have passed, and not a single day has been given up on this great task. Gu Nanyan saw Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang chasing after her, and subconsciously protected her stomach for a bit, fearing that the two of them would bump into her. Smoke! You hurry up and let Bei delete the recording. If my brother really hears it, he'll have to peel off a few layers of my skin. Lu Jingyang couldn't catch Zhou Bei, so he came to pamper Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan put one hand in his pocket, one hand gently affixed to his belly. Still catching adultery or not? Not catching. Definitely catch. Lu Jingyang plucked up his voice. He had come here today for this, then added, Smoke, is your stomach not feeling well? Look at you protecting your stomach all the time. Gu Nanyan took her hand down. Auntie hurts. Lu Jingyang thought for a moment and said uncertainly, Is this the date? Gu Nanyan raised her hand and pushed Lu Jingyang's head. Then the three of them went into the KTV. If it wasn't for Lu Jingyang having to call her over, she would have gone home to sleep by now. The three of them entered the room, only to see 7 or 8 boys who were as good-looking and fashionable as Lu Jingyang sitting on the sofa in the private room, while 34 beautiful girls of various types were standing in front of them, and several boys were selecting them, with both hands tucked into the pockets of her warm brown long sweater jacket. Gu Nanyan leisurely looked over at Lu Jingyang. Second Master Lu, can't see that you usually play quite flowery. Are they here to arrest him or Liu Beicheng? Gu Nanyan's words fell. Lu Jingyang exploded, took off his shoes and slammed them towards the few boys on the sofa. You. Who let you guys call out miss? Didn't I say my family's ancestor is coming over? Are you guys doing this on purpose? After scolding a few boys on the couch, Lu Jingyang drove those girls out with a sullen face. The boy sitting in the middle threw his shoes back at him. And you didn't say your ancestor was a woman? Lu Jingyang put on his shoes in anger, turned on all the ventilation and air conditioning exchange in the private room, and asked with a sullen face, Didn't smoke? Did you? Nope. Several boys shook their heads. Gu Nanyan doesn't like the smell of smoke, so as long as there is a place where Lu Jingyang is there can't be the smell of smoke. After Lu Jingyang's flurry of temper, he saw that Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei were still standing next to him, and he hurriedly introduced himself to everyone. Gu Nanyan, my family's great ancestor, and Zhou Bei, the Zhou family's young lady. Lu Jingyang did not introduce the matter of Gu Nanyan being his sister-in-law. Hello Smokey, hello Master North. Hello Smokey, hello Master North. Zhou Bei has short hair like a boy, so everyone calls him Master Bei. Greet my 2 grandfathers. No problem. After Lu Jingyang gave the word, those few boys who were just unbeatable and had to pick on the young lady, immediately gave Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei the role of lapdogs and accompanied the two of them to play. Gu Nanyan has a generous and atmospheric personality, so she immediately played with the group. When she occasionally glanced at Lu Jingyang appeased her by saying, Smoke, don't worry, I'm putting on erbium. Make sure you catch my brother in the act tonight, and you can get this marriage divorced. Lu Jingyang found the eye in the stare Liu Beicheng their private room. The result is not much out of the ordinary behavior, so he was very enthusiastic to give them a group of young ladies to order in. Just do not believe that his brother can carry it. Gu Nanyan leisurely looked at Lu Jingyang, thinking that if Liu Beicheng knew that Lu Jingyang was digging a hole for him, how would he clean him up this time? Sent to build a Hope Elementary School, give him a medicated bath to make him strong, find 7 or 8 men to give him a massage. Right now Gu Nanyan is still a little bit looking forward to Liu Beicheng's tactics. Not much later, Lu Jingyang's informant came over to report, saying that Liu Beicheng and their private room drove all those ladies out, saying that KTV had made a mistake. Lu Jingyang frowned. Why didn't he take the bait? Seeing Lu Jingyang's heavy face, Gu Nanyan gave him a look that he couldn't catch the adulterer and watched, got up and went to the outside restroom. However, she had just reached the restroom when she saw a slender figure walk past from that end of the corridor. Gu Nanyan's steps were subconsciously 2 steps faster as she walked over. Only when she chased after her, the figure had already disappeared. Looking at the place where the figure disappeared, Gu Nanyan didn't just feel like, I'm afraid that things shouldn't be that simple back then. When she slowed down and returned to the restroom, Gu Nanyan looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but think of the figure she had just seen, as well as the Maserati she had seen on those 2 occasions. Gu Nanyan was thinking about this when someone behind her suddenly spoke to her. You're Gu Nanyan, right? Gu Nanyan turned around, only to see a boy in a suit, looking at her with a surprised face. I'm Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan drew 2 paper towels and wiped her hands. The boy said, my name is Time. I'm also from a university. I'm 2 years higher than you are, also in the law department. We also played a debate. I don't know if you remember. Gu Nanyan looked at the boys, no longer remembering. Seeing this, the boy said excitedly again, although you're 2 grades lower than me, You were our idol at that time. By the way, our club is having a get-together today. Gu Nanyan, you should go play together too. Gu Nanyan asked. What kind of club? Go. When Gu Nanyan heard it, she immediately knew what Liu Beicheng was here to do today. He was also in the Go Club at a university back then, and so was Yi Chu. No wonder Lu Jingyang said that the two of them were together. Dare I say that it was the school's club party. Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to agree, the boy pulled Gu Nanyan towards the private room and said, Gu Nanyan, go and have a seat. Today, there are several famous people from University A. You are also a famous person in University A. If I drag you in, you'll surely amaze the whole audience, the boy said, then pulled Gu Nanyan to suite 888, pushed open the door and said excitedly at everyone, guess who I just ran into? When the boy said this, the group looked up and over to the doorway. Gu Nanyan, Gu Nanyan, Gu Nanyan character good learning, people and good looking, so at that time in the school is very popular. Freshman year just entered the school. That moment caused a small sensation. Then Shin only that year to enter the school but also several times the sensation. Boys from several universities next to University A were envious as hell, saying that University A had snatched the goddess away. So when Gu Nanyan appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the group was shocked one by one and stood up from the sofa. Although Gu Nanyan is a stormy figure, but usually quite low profile, especially after graduation, basically no one has news of her, or later to fight a few cases people know where she is. Goddess. Time you kid got credit today. That's not true. Gu Nanyan is the goddess of our law department over the years. I'm happier than winning $5 million to meet her. Schoolgirl, there's a seat next to me. Come and sit. Schoolgirl, I have a spot on my side too. The enthusiasm of several seniors. Gu Nanyan leisurely looked at Liu Beicheng when he only saw that he was the only one in the whole room who was not happy to see himself. Yi Chu was sitting next to him, and when he saw her coming, he hurriedly moved to the side, keeping a certain distance from Liu Beicheng. Nanyan. Shinli was also present, and seeing that Gu Nanyan had arrived, he also rose to greet her. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan walked over with a smile on her face and extended her right hand to Shinli. Senior Shin is also here. It's been a long time. Shinli, where's the long time no see? Didn't they have dinner together not too long ago? But Gu Nanyan wanted to act, so Shinli had to hold her hand. It's been a long time. After greeting, she turned her face and glanced at Liu Beicheng. Liu Beicheng did not want to respond to this game today, and he was the one who went to lose and blocked the people and dragged them along. Gu Nanyan followed Shinli's eyes and saw Liu Beicheng staring at her coldly and leisurely. She said with a smile on her face, Senior Liu is also here. Haven't seen you in a few years. You're getting more and more spirited. Chapter 157. Let me hug you. At Gu Nanyan's words, Liu Beicheng's face stunk even more. But Gu Nanyan had greeted her first. He would look petty if he ignored it. So he stood up unhurriedly and acted with her. Long time no see. When holding Gu Nanyan's hand, Liu Beicheng's strength was not small, as if he was saying that he would go back later and explain to him properly how she came to infinity. Yi Chu saw that Shinli and Liu Beicheng were both acting with Gu Nanyan, so she had to laugh alongside her, then gave up the seat next to Liu Beicheng. Schoolmate Gu, come sit over here. Someone next to her called out to Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng and smiled. Senior Liu, you have fun. I'm going over to sit ha. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she pulled her hand out of Liu Beicheng's hand, then went to sit on Time's side of the table. Seeing that Gu Nanyan just left herself alone, Liu Beicheng stared at Gu Nanyan for a while before withdrawing his hand that was hanging in midair and slowly clenched it into a fist. Once Gu Nanyan came, the atmosphere was even more lively than earlier, and Time and a few of their law school boys surrounded her to discuss their current case with her. After chatting for a while, Time looked at Gu Nanyan and said, Nanyan, you're so good that you should still be single, right? When you were studying, you were the goddess of our department. And of course, my goddess. I remember that we still have a few high school classmates who have a crush on you, but unfortunately, they didn't get into a university, and a few times they asked me to help lead the line to know you, and asked you to go out to dinner, but I didn't agree. I was thinking, my goddess, I haven't even hooked up with myself, so what am I going to do to help you guys get hooked up? Time, your kid has a deep mind, but then again, Nanyan did have a unique way of thinking about solving cases in school back then, and Professor Luo always praised you in our class. Nanyan, are you off the hook yet? Do a few of us still have a chance? If you haven't gotten off yet, then we can't let the fat water from our law department flow to other fields. A few boys clipped the true joke. Yi Chu turned his face to look at Liu Beicheng next to him, only to see that his eyes were as long as in Gu Nanyan. How can not move? And that the eyes are eager to cut those few men. What off or not? Their goddess has been his wife for a long time. The gang's question. Gu Nanyan hey, laughed, so like me, how back then did not confess. Wrong over ah. Nanny smoke. So are you single now, or do you have a boyfriend? Gu Nanyan nonsense, boyfriend is not now, girlfriend is handed over. You say one of you is also, when the crush on me also do not confess. Perhaps in the school when I broke me straight. Ha! A few boys were dumbfounded, then helplessly said, so good looking. Excellent girls really only like girls. Wrong wrong wrong. Gu Nanyan's nonsense. Liu Beicheng's face was disgusted, and she couldn't say anything good out of her mouth. After a while of bantering with everyone in the city, her mom called her over, and Gu Nanyan took her cell phone and went outside to answer the call. Sit down with Jingyang Xiaobei. Don't worry, North City is there too, so we'll go back later. Gu Nanyan was about to go back to the private room after answering the phone in the small garden at the back when Liu Beicheng followed her at some point. Gu Nanyan saw him come out and raised a smile. Senior Liu also came out for air? Liu Beicheng, and disgustedly said, acting addicted? Gu Nanyan, this is not adhering to your past style. In the past, he did not recognize their relationship wherever he went, and over time Gu Nanyan got used to it, thinking that it was also convenient and saved him some explanation. Gu Nanyan's smiling face as always. Liu Beicheng's heart was warmed for a moment, and he reached out and pulled her into his arms and hugged her, resting his chin on her shoulder. He explained, Shenli Fei dragged me over, so I came over to sit down. After explaining, he asked, why did you run over here? Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his waist. I came over to catch the adultery, but it turned out that you were too ineffective. Liu Beicheng's face sank, then asked, Jing Yang called you over. Right. He was saying that he had just come into the KTV and noticed someone sneaking around and following him. Needless to ask, those ladies just now must have been arranged by him as well, trying to lure him on the hook so that Gu Nanyan could catch the adulterer. In order to facilitate the divorce between him and Gu Nanyan, Liu Jingyang really took great pains. Really his good brother. Gu Nanyan looked up at him. How do you know it wasn't your mom who called me over? Liu Beicheng laughed. Do you think my mom is really that easy to get my whereabouts and handle? Qin Haiyun wasn't that capable, and the things she used to tell Gu Nanyan were all things he wanted Gu Nanyan to see, and it was him who wanted Gu Nanyan to show up, and she showed up. Otherwise, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law couldn't find him even if they dug up the ground. Gu Nanyan and with him is deliberately angry with her chant. With both hands wrapped around Liu Beicheng's waist, Gu Nanyan viciously pinched his waist without smiling. Liu Beicheng sucked in a breath, cupped Gu Nanyan's chin, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Only after being kissed to the point of being breathless did Gu Nanyan push him away and wipe her kissed mouth. Senior Liu, you're being a bit shameless. When Gu Nanyan took a bite of Senior Liu, Liu Beicheng rolled his white eyes out of the sky and pulled her into his arms again. Gu Nanyan braced both hands on his chest and was about to push him away when Liu Beicheng said, let me hug. Just now in the private room, those men surrounded her, saying she was the goddess of the law faculty, their goddess. Hell knows how much he ate it up. But when Gu Nanyan was in school at that time, she was indeed very popular, and the extent to which the boys liked her was no less than the extent to which the girls courted him. At that time, Gu Nanyan not only looks good study, other aspects are also good at everything, even sports are very good, whether it is sprinting, long distance running or high jump. As long as she participated in the project, it is bound to take the title. The boys couldn't beat her in the school marathon. I remember one year at the sports meet, she was competing in the 100-meter hurdles, and all the boys in their class were cheering her on with cartoon haircards and homemade support signs. Thinking that Gu Nanyan was still so popular, Liu Beicheng hugged her tighter. Gu Nanyan, dinner is going to be strangled out. Saying that, she pulled Liu Beicheng's clothes away and drilled into his arms. The wind outside is so cold. Liu Beicheng heard her say that she was cold and led her inside. When the two were about to enter the private room, Gu Nanyan held her hand in front of him. Are you sure you want to go in like this? Liu Beicheng said in a cold and clear voice. Is it impossible for me to hold it? Or have you been delayed in catching men? A few boys from the law department confessed to his wife in front of him. Liu Beicheng couldn't swallow this breath anymore, and felt that he had to make the relationship between the two clear, so as to save others from hitting on her. Don't think she didn't say that he hadn't just seen that the boys had added her on WeChat. Chapter 158 Won't marry her and I'm already married. Don't think she didn't say that he hadn't just seen that the boys had added her on WeChat. Liu Beicheng cold and clear swept over the eyes. Gu Nanyan did not think that he said, of course it is delayed. Gu Nanyan did not finish her sentence. Liu Beicheng swept over a cold eye. Gu Nanyan immediately swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Listen to you still not? The careful eye only allowed the state officials to set fire, not let the people light lamps. In order to put things to rest, Gu Nanyan's words of cursing did not come out. Gu Nanyan didn't throw his hand away, didn't object to him announcing the relationship, and Liu Beicheng held her hand and then clasped his fingers with her. The two had just walked to the doorway. Liu Beicheng hadn't had time to let the guys see the two of them holding hands, and hadn't had time to announce his relationship with Gu Nanyan, only to see Liu Jingyang wind up and come over. grabbing Gu Nanyan's and saying, "Smoke, where did you just go? I waited for you for a long time but didn't wait, so I came over to look for you." Seeing Gu Nanyan's hand being held by someone in, Lu Jingyang didn't even take a proper look at someone, directly snatched Gu Nanyan over, holding her arm and said, "I'll call Xiao Bei and Lin Dong and they all come over to accompany you." Gu Nanyan faintly said, "You are not polite." Her words didn't just mean that Lu Jingyang had clamored for attention, but also that he had pushed Lu Beicheng away nonchalantly. "Lu Jingyang, hey, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to be polite," Gu Nanyan reminded. "Jing Yang, look who's behind you." Gu Nanyan's reminder. Lu Jingyang only turned around to look and saw Lu Beicheng looking at himself with two gloomy eyes. Lu Jingyang oohed and awed in shock, then said loudly, "Brother, you are also there," and added, "You just keep Yichu company. I have arrangements on my smoke sister's side." Lu Beicheng put both his hands into his pockets and just looked at Lu Jingyang without saying anything. Lu Jingyang is typically the type who doesn't fight for 3 days and goes up to the house. Lu Jingyang, however, didn't even bother to look at Lu Beicheng, holding Gu Nanyan and a few of his friends and said, "My family ancestor is back. A few of you keep my family ancestor company. Lu Jingyang, you can rest assured. Also, my ancestor doesn't like to smell smoke, so everyone be careful tonight, ha, don't even smoke," Lu Jingyang said, and then arranged Gu Nanyan to sit in the middle of a bunch of little puppies. "Sis, we're continuing the game we were just playing. You win. I'll give you a walnut smash with my bare hands." "Okay, sis, have a sip of milk first." "Sis, fruit to eat? Open your mouth." These friends of Lu Jingyang are all a bit two-dimensional like him. On the side, Lu Beicheng watched as Gu Nanyan was surrounded by a group of young boys, playing with her, feeding her food, and pinching her back. Lu Jingyang, on the contrary, knows how to behave and curry favor with Gu Nanyan. "Jing Yang, you and Nanyan are still so close." "Yes, looks like you're still the best, being able to stay by Nanyan's side for so long. Are you trying to chase Nanyan?" Lu Jingyang said heartlessly. "If I, Second Master Lu, am not powerful, who is powerful?" He didn't mention that he was chasing Gu Nanyan, and he killed himself not to say that Gu Nanyan was married, let alone that she was married to Lu Beicheng. Lu Jingyang is also the law department of a university. At that time to see Gu Nanyan reported this major he followed a piece of the report, but he is not the material of the legal services, so he went to Lu's to muddle through. Gu Nanyan was full of happiness playing games with people, while a few boys from the law department were watching from the side, cheering Gu Nanyan on and then watching people smash walnuts with their bare hands. Zhou Bei sat next to Gu Nanyan with a lazy face, her right arm resting on the top of Gu Nanyan's sofa, as if Gu Nanyan was her girlfriend. And when she saw Lu Beicheng's gloomy face, Zhou Bei was even happier. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Now it is Lu Beicheng's turn to watch Gu Nanyan play with bated breath. Seeing Gu Nanyan surrounded by a bunch of men, Lu Beicheng's heart was stifled. If he said Gu Nanyan was his daughter-in-law in this situation, then he wouldn't have the face to be a human being. Beicheng, coldly sitting back to his earlier position, Yi Chu carefully called out to him. Lu Beicheng didn't hear it, his attention was all on Gu Nanyan. Looking at her smiling so happily, Lu Beicheng really wanted to carry her back and hide her, not letting anyone witness her. The group played for a while. Gu Nanyan saw the boy smashed a lot of walnuts with his bare hands. His right hand was smashed red. Gu Nanyan said to take a break and not to play. Gu Nanyan wanted to rest. Lu Jingyang's few friends immediately dogged up, each helping Gu Nanyan pinch the shoulders and arms. Right now, Gu Nanyan is properly the old Buddha. Chatting with the group about the case, the conversation went on to what they did when they were studying. The girl who had been chatting with Xin Li suddenly said, "Beicheng used to be a couple with Xin Unique, right? Xin Unique was also quite popular in school back then. It's just such a shame later on." When the girl suddenly mentioned Xin Unique, Xin Li and Lu Beicheng, as well as Yi Chu could not help but freeze for a moment. Zhou Bei and Lu Jingyang then looked at Gu Nanyan, who was calm and relaxed, eating nuts while listening to others, completely putting herself out of the picture. Lu Beicheng coldly looked at the girl without saying anything. Xin Li saw this and rounded off the situation. "Is there such a thing? I don't really remember. We just don't discuss people who aren't there. I'm not trying to talk about it, just that we're all alumni and I mentioned it when I thought of it. I just think it's quite a pity that Xin Unique should be married to Beicheng if he's still around now." When the girl said that, Yi Chu for a moment also looked at Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan, however, as if nothing happened, crossed her legs and knocked on a melon as if nothing happened, looking at the girl, waiting for her to go on. Lu Beicheng listened to the girl's speculation and faintly said, "Won't marry her, and I'm already married now." "Senior Lu, you're already married." "What? When did you get married?" "Senior Lu? This news is so bombastic. I'll have to talk about it in the alumni group." Next to Zhou Bei, Gu Nanyan was knocking on her melon seeds with a lazy face, and her face, which was already wearing a light smile, smiled even more broadly at this moment. How come I didn't realize that Liu Beicheng was so good at doing things before? Next to Liu Beicheng, Yi Chu turned his face and then looked at Liu Beicheng and then Gu Nanyan, his eyes full of envy and sadness. In Beicheng's heart, what he cares most about should be Nanyan, more than caring about the one and only. Liu Beicheng, who is your wife? It made you get married so young. That's right, if it wasn't for Nanyan's schoolmate saying that she likes women, I would have thought that you two were a good match and would have wanted to set you up. Beicheng, who is your wife? Can you reveal it? Chapter 159. They two are husband and wife. Everyone's east and west. Liu Beicheng not slow to stand up from the sofa, followed by walking to Gu Nanyan, bending down to pick up her bag placed on the sofa, without changing his face, looked at her and said, still not playing enough? You're not going home yet? Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan in such a way and asked. The group first froze, and then all of them exploded in the next second. Liu Beicheng, your wife is Nanyan, isn't it? It's so explosive. Our two strongest men of the year at University A are married? I'll be damned. This party is so worth it tonight, to know such a big shocking secret. Sister Smoke. This, Smokey. Lu Jingyang's friends looked at the scene in front of them all dumbfounded. Lu Jingyang did not say this with them didn't say that his ancestor is his sister-in-law. They thought Lu Jingyang was her little brother, and Liu Beicheng shouldn't be angry if they were so clingy to Gu Nanyan just now. When Gu Nanyan saw Liu Beicheng pick up her bag, she threw the remaining melon seeds in her hand back into the tray and stood up from the sofa without slowing down. Just go back. Liu Beicheng had made the relationship clear, so Gu Nanyan naturally wouldn't not give face at this time. Men, no matter how big the world is, it's not as big as face. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. When time a few of them cried and laughed, Gu Nanyan this guy still likes to make fun of them. Just now, there was a mouthful of Liu Sr. Shen Sr., no wonder Shenli cried and laughed, and Liu Beicheng's face was so stinky. Nanyan, you are too naughty, Time said in tears. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, flavor everyone's bland life. Senior Nanyan Liu, we'll get together next time. Aha! Liu Beicheng put his arm around Gu Nanyan's shoulders and nodded his head gently in agreement. We are all alumni, and the few brats who accompanied Gu Nanyan to play just now are Liu Jingyang's friends, so Liu Beicheng didn't get on the bandwagon and wouldn't get angry with everyone. The fact that they liked Gu Nanyan could only mean that they had a good eye. It was just that anyone who really wanted to snatch someone from him, I was afraid that it was hopeless. Liu Beicheng brought Gu Nanyan to go back, and everyone saw that it was already 11 o'clock, so they also dispersed. As Liu Beicheng led Gu Nanyan past Liu Jingyang, Liu Beicheng's steps suddenly stopped and he turned to look at Liu Jingyang and said, Jingyang, let's take our time to settle the score. Liu Jingyang almost cried out when he heard Liu Beicheng's threat and immediately looked at Gu Nanyan. Smoke, save me, save me. Liu Jingyang begged for mercy while grabbing Gu Nanyan's sleeve. Liu Beicheng swept a cold eye over. Liu Jingyang immediately loosened Gu Nanyan's sleeve again and said pitifully, Smoke, Gu Nanyan, don't sell yourself short. You even made me run for nothing today. What's the point of catching an adulterer? You ended up getting yourself involved. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Liu Beicheng's right hand that was wrapped around her arm moved behind her neck and pressed her neck and took her away. Smoke, smoke, Mr. Liu, let me send you back. Cherish the peace under your eyes. Zhou Bei said so. Liu Jingyang intestines are repentant. Almost did not cry out. His good friends can only sympathize. In the crowd, Yi Chu looked at the back of Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan. The corner of her mouth raised a smile. Only the smile was a bit bitter. Even if she was more like the one, she wasn't the one, and it didn't seem like the one was the one he cared about the most in North City. Yi Chu, I'll give you a ride. Yes. Yi Chu snapped back to his senses when someone beside him spoke. In the parking lot, Gu Nanyan sat in the passenger seat and watched Liu Beicheng go around the front of the car to get in. Remembering that he had just said that he would not marry Shen Wei, Gu Nanyan could not help but smile. At the same time, the white Maserati came to mind, as well as the figure he had just seen at the KTV. Her right hand gently fell on her stomach. If her guess was not wrong, if Liu Beicheng was still this insistent as always by then she could tell Liu Beicheng the secret. Liu Beicheng got into the car and saw that Gu Nanyan's eyes were a bit complicated. He asked, what's wrong? Not much. Liu Beicheng started the vehicle, turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and said, nothing much, then we'll settle the score later when we get back. Not only was he blindly flirting outside, but he also called him Senior Liu, and he also played so high with those friends of Liu Jingyang. Liu Beicheng did not feel good in his heart until now. Every time he was honest as hell outside, he didn't let women get close to him. Gu Nanyan she was good, more relaxed than him. Gu Nanyan, it's not over yet, he's got a score to settle. Turning her face to look at Liu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan said, you just kissed it all outside, and besides, this relationship is public. So what's the point? Gu Nanyan does not mention this Lu Beicheng heart okay to think a little. She mentioned, his heart is not good to think, because she's out there not even trying to acknowledge that she's married and having a good time. Lu Beicheng didn't say anything, and Gu Nanyan said, this matter is turned over. Lu Beicheng After a while, when the two returned home to the bedroom, Lu Beicheng took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and directly spread his right hand in front of Gu Nanyan's heel. Bring the cell phone. Seeing that he wanted a cell phone, Gu Nanyan pulled it out of her pocket and handed it to him. Lu Beicheng took the phone and opened the address book to see the new WeChat she had just added up. Lu Beicheng's face was expressionless, and he was about to delete those people when Gu Nanyan said, Lu Beicheng, you think clearly before you delete it You just now can all announce our relationship. If you now delete my WeChat, people with their feet and fingers can think that it is you who carefully deleted it. Lu Beicheng's action of deleting the tweets paused. At this point, Gu Nanyan continued, besides, you said that I'm your wife. Who would dare to come over and hook up with me? You think everyone has 9 lives like Lu Jingyang? We're all alumni or in the same department. How embarrassing if we delete it. When Gu Nanyan said this, Lu Beicheng snapped and threw his cell phone on the sideboard, warning with a cold face, don't you give me any blind chat. Gu Nanyan moved her neck and said, then when you're not at home and I'm empty and lonely, I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to endure the loneliness. I can't give that guarantee. When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and cupped her chin, pulling her into his arms. At this moment he had forgotten that Gu Nanyan had no empty and lonely time at all. She was busy with her work all day long. How could she have time to chat blindly with others? Looking down at Gu Nanyan, he said, didn't you have enough fun at the KTV just now? 7 or 8 men serving her at once. He wasn't even this thoughtful out there. Lu Beicheng's face was full of jealousy. Gu Nanyan lifted both her hands and wrapped them around his neck, looking into his eyes and asking, Lu Beicheng, I was so dashing just now. What mood are you in? Just now in the KTV she only focused on playing, did not even think to see Lu Beicheng, and then he said married she reacted. He was also present Lu Beicheng heckled. What mood? After saying that, he directly removed the belt and tied both of Gu Nanyan's hands in a smooth manner, making her wrap her arms around his neck like this and said, what do you think I'm in the mood for? A breath of air suffocated him to swallow and vent not out. Hate to immediately carry her back to do. Sleep her 3 days and 3 nights cannot get out of bed, to see if she dares to blindly talk outside, fooling around. After asking, Lu Beicheng held Gu Nanyan and pushed her back 2 steps, clanging her in his arms, then picked up the clothes next to him, tied the belt on Gu Nanyan's hand, and handcuffed her to the bed like this. Such bullying was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Chapter 160 There's movement in the belly. Gu Nanyan was made to cry and laugh by him as she said, untie my hands. Lu Beicheng took off his clothes, his pecs and abs were revealed, and Gu Nanyan gulped. When her eyes looked at Lu Beicheng's lower body, Gu Nanyan gulped even more. Not only do you have a great face and such a great body, but even. Gu Nanyan's eyes straightened. Lu Beicheng pinched her chin and asked, where did you look? Gu Nanyan, look wherever you want. Besides, where hasn't she seen it from head to toe? Gu Nanyan's little ruffian. Lu Beicheng unbuttoned his pants and looked at her ambiguously. Here you go. After saying that, he threw away his pants body and trapped Gu Nanyan in his arms, and said in her ear, play some new tricks today. After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, he picked up the lace shorts next to her and blindfolded her. Gu Nanyan reminded, Lu Beicheng, be gentle haha, maybe there's movement in the stomach, which time I wasn't gentle with you, Lu Beicheng said, leaning down and kissed Gu Nanyan's lips. After the two of them messed around in the bedroom for a while, Lu Beicheng hugged Gu Nanyan and went to the restroom to give her a bath. A moment of ambiguity ended, Gu Nanyan lying motionless on the bed, when the cell phone she put on the pillow suddenly rang. Lu Jingyang called. At this moment, Lu Beicheng was in the restroom taking a shower. Answering the phone, Gu Nanyan said breathlessly, Jingyang, what's wrong? Exercised a bit and did get kinda tired. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyang said in a windy manner, smoke, I forgot to tell you just now at the KTV, that white Maserati has been found. Gu Nanyan was instantly alert when she heard this. At this point, Lu Jingyang continued, the owner's name is Lu Nian, 24 years old. Gu Nanyan asked, is there any relationship with the Shin family? Lu Jingyang, smoke, you're quite god is it checked? This Lu Nian is a distant relative of the Shin family. Went abroad 4 years ago and came back not long ago. A distant relative of the Shin family, 4 years ago went abroad and came back not long ago. How is it that the time of that fire with Shin only is so similar? And the girl she drove didn't look like a relative of the Shin family. She didn't have that kind of temperament of the big family. The Maserati came to mind again, and Gu Nanyan was more concerned about the person in the passenger seat. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyang saw that Gu Nanyan was slow to respond to him. He asked, "Smoke, what are you suddenly checking this car for? Is it related to your case?" Gu Nanyan returned to her senses. "No, just a little curious." Looking almost exactly the same and being related to the Shin family did make people quite curious. Lu Jingyang, it's done. Anyway, if anything happens, you call me. After so many years, Lu Jingyang still had nothing to say about the fact that Gu Nanyan came with him. As he himself said, Gu Nanyan was his ancestor. Hanging up the call with Lu Jingyang, Lu Beicheng came out from the restroom. Watching Gu Nanyan put her cell phone down, Lu Beicheng looked at her while wiping his hair. Lu Beicheng's suspicious eyes. Gu Nanyan face stinks. He suspects who is in it. 4 eyes met and she said, "Your brother. What a person. He has no one to rely on, and he suspects her every day." Lu Beicheng threw the towel for wiping her hair on a side table. The temper is not small. After saying that, he pulled her wrist and embraced her into his arms. "In the future, you are not allowed to let anyone else beat you outside. Just now, when taking a bath, thinking about Lu Jingyang's gang of friends, that doggedly pleasing Gu Nanyan." Lu Beicheng's heart could not be calmed for a long time. He wasn't even this thoughtful or enjoyable out there. Gu Nanyan, virtue. Gu Nanyan had just finished speaking when Lu Beicheng cupped her chin and kissed her lips. Gu Nanyan cupped his face with both hands. "Where do you get so much energy?" "Sleep." After saying that, she withdrew from Lu Beicheng's arms and went into the quilt. Seeing this, Lu Beicheng got under the covers and hugged her. Gu Nanyan nestled in his arms. Remembering his announcement of the relationship in the KTV tonight, she couldn't help but think of that one figure again. Lu Beicheng took her waist and rubbed it. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Nanyan burrowed into his arms. "No." With that, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, Gu Nanyan was woken up by the vibration of her cell phone, and when she touched it, Lu Beicheng was no longer by her pillow. The phone call was from Lu Jingyang. Gu Nanyan's arm rested on her eyes and she gave a breathless hello. Lu Jingyang's voice then came over. "Smoke, save me, my brother. He's asking me to go to the office right now, so hurry over and save me." Gu Nanyan lazily said, "He's not able to do anything to you, so just bear with it and get over it." Lu Jingyang, "Smoke, smoke, you can't do this." Lu Jingyang had just finished howling when Xia Chang took away his cell phone from behind him. "Second master, boss is already waiting for you inside." "Secretary Xia, cell phone back." "Secretary Xia, you'll have to put in a good word for me later." Xia Chang knocked on Lu Beicheng's office door. "Boss, Manager Lu is coming over." In front of the desk, Lu Beicheng looked up at Lu Jingyang and said carelessly, "Have you finished the formalities at Infinity?" "Finished directly. Let Lu manager to go over to join the job is good." Lu Jingyang stopped his bitter face and looked at Lu Beicheng and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" Seeing this, Xia Chang explained from the side, "Manager Lu, boss has just bought the Infinity Club. In the future, Manager Lu, you will be the director of the club, mainly responsible for the assignment of the princesses and young masters in the club. Boss said that after Manager Lu manages the club, the performance must be doubled, otherwise you will have to go and build the whole primary school." Lu Jingyang was instantly confused. "Brother, I'm your own brother. How can you let me do the pimping thing?" Lu Beicheng, it's something he didn't have fun doing last night, so he'll let him do it. Without even looking at Lu Jingyang, Lu Beicheng ordered, "Xia Chang, take Director Lu to report to Infinity." "Okay, boss." "Xia Chang, Director Lu, after you." "Brother, you can't do this to me. If I go, what will my smoky sister think of me?" "Brother." No matter how Lu Jingyang shouted, Lu Beicheng ignored him and directly let Xia Chang send the person to the clubhouse. Meanwhile, Sunrise Law Firm. Gu Nanyan had just entered the office when her colleague came over to pass on the message. "Lawyer Gu, a client said she wanted to see you, that she wanted you to be in charge of her case. After a few big cases, especially after the completion of Zhou Dingjie and Yang Yunming, 2 cases that still had a relatively large social impact, Gu Nanyan's popularity in and out of the circle was also higher." "Okay." Gu Nanyan responded and went to the customer lounge. As usual, he brought 2 cups of coffee in. Gu Nanyan entered the room and saw a very good temperament, looking at the early 30s of the woman, but according to her condition seems to estimate that it should not be this age. "Lawyer Gu." The woman saw Gu Nanyan arrive and hurriedly rose to greet her. "Ms. Chin." Gu Nanyan handed a cup of coffee to the other party. Taking the coffee handed over by Gu Nanyan with both hands, the woman introduced herself to Gu Nanyan after she sat down. "Counselor Gu, my name is Qin Shulan, and I'm 42 years old." Gu Nanyan listened to the other party's self-introduction, opened the recorder, and then picked up a notepad and pen. Chapter 161. Whoever moves first loses. 18 years ago, Machi and I were married under the arrangement of the parents of both families, and at that time, the 2 of us were not familiar with each other. and we could even be said to be strangers. But it was only after I got married that I realized that he had always had a favorite person in his heart. A first love. 3 years ago, his first love returned to China, and her husband died of illness. Machi learned of this matter. The whole person is like crazy, all day long everything for her to help her, and he has been married for so many years. I've never seen him for the family's things so concerned. Last year, that woman's brother drove a car and hit someone. The other party let pay 2 million. All this money was given by Machi. He also bought her a house, changed her car, and he personally helped with her children's schooling. He hasn't even been this attached to our own daughter. All this time, I thought he was an emotionally indifferent person, and then I realized that his feelings just weren't in my body, in my daughter and in this family, but were reserved for another woman and her child. However, that woman's child is not Machi's. His family gave that woman a sum of money to leave a city before we got married. I didn't know any of this until later. Said here, Qin Shulan slowly spat out a breath, said with a bitter smile, daughter went to college in September this year. Machi made a fuss about divorce, said the child is big and we can also let each other free. Qin Shulan's eyes couldn't help but redden as he talked about the divorce. Gu Nanyan handed her 2 pieces of paper and asked, so Sister Qin, you want me to help you with this divorce lawsuit and want to fight for the most benefits? The couple has come to this point, and that only leaves divorce and division of property. Besides, once a man has moved to divorce, he can't be pulled back by 10 oxen, not to mention that there has always been another person in his heart. Can't let go of it for decades. It's too obsessive. Just looking back and thinking about it more carefully, how did Qin Shulan's story sound so familiar? How did it sound like her current situation? And the second half of it seemed to be her future. If that's the case, then it's time to leave. The kids are so old. She doesn't have to live with a man who doesn't love her. Qin Shulan listened to Gu Nanyan's words and took the tissue and wiped his eyes. Lawyer Gu, I'm not trying to fight for the greatest good. Gu Nanyan just looked at her, and Qin Shulan continued. Machi said that if I agree to a divorce, all of his property, including the company, can be divided in half with me, or however I want to divide it, as long as I'm willing to divorce anything. Money do not want. The company can also give her. Have to be with the first love. Gu Nanyan heart guilty of blocking. It's too hurtful for a woman with a heavy heart. After staring at the woman for a while, Gu Nanyan asked, what are your thoughts now, Sister Qin? Qin Shulan listened to Gu Nanyan's question and looked up at Gu Nanyan and said firmly, Lawyer Gu, I don't want to get a divorce. I want to ask you to help me win this lawsuit not to get a divorce, or to make Machi not to get a divorce. The Machi in the woman's mouth is called Liang Machi, 45 years old this year, is the boss of Liang's enterprise, and his family is not bad. What Gu Nanyan didn't expect was that a man who was making a name for himself in the mall would actually have a love brain, and at this age. After listening to Qin Shulan's claim, Gu Nanyan said, Sister Qin, marriage is a voluntary act. There is no such thing as winning or losing. Even if your husband can't get away in the first trial, the court will decide when he files a lawsuit the second time. As for getting Mr. Liang to come around to not divorcing, Sister Qin, you'll have to go to an emotional expert, not a lawyer. Lawyers handle cases rationally, not emotional disputes. Qin Shulan listened to Gu Nanyan's words. She said, Counselor Gu, I know everything you said. I've looked for an emotional expert and I've used some methods but none of them worked. That's why I looked for you. Counselor Gu, please help me, okay? Just help me not to leave in the first trial. Will you give me a little more time? Maybe after some more days, Machi will figure it out and will return to his family and not be with that woman. Liang Machi is the daughter of the college entrance examination just ended. He filed a divorce with Qin Shulan. Qin Shulan has not been promised. The middle has also used some of the ways to salvage Liang Machi nonetheless not be salvaged, but also exacerbated the idea of wanting to get a divorce, and then see her always looking for excuses not to go to the formalities. He sued for divorce. Qin Shulan's humility. Gu Nanyan asked, Sister Qin, your husband is like this, can you still live and endure? Qin Shulan smiled bitterly. Lawyer Gu, you are still young. There are a lot of things you don't understand. In the beginning we really didn't have any feelings, but for so many years I have long been in love with Machi, afraid that Gu Nanyan would look down on her. Qin Shulan explained again, he's good looking, educated and capable, and also runs the company so well, and is serious and responsible about his work, so how can I not like a man like him? For so many years, there weren't many women who stuck it to him, but Machi never faltered. It's just that I didn't expect Su Ningxiu's return to bring him so much excitement that it would make him so crazy, but I can't accept this. I don't want to leave him. I still love him. Speaking here, Qin Shulan smiled bitterly again. This matter of feelings, whoever moves first loses, so even if he doesn't love me, I still don't want to get divorced. I still want to be with him, even if it's just to look at him once in a while. Counselor Gu, I'm really scared. scared that if we get divorced, there won't be any relationship between us. Speaking these heartfelt words with Gu Nanyan, Qin Shulan's heart was actually particularly hard. Liang Machi is loyal and firm, but his loyalty and firmness are for another woman, not her Qin Shulan. While she mistakes his deep love for a duty to this family and loves him beyond her control, it wasn't until Su Mingro appeared that Qin Shulan realized why he married his daughter named Iro. He was borrowing his daughter to reminisce about his first love. She's sad. She's really sad, but she just couldn't figure it out. She just wouldn't let go. Qin Shulan's sadness. Gu Nanyan heart inexplicably a burst of savings, as if like to see themselves years later. Qin Shulan is too simple. She still has hope for Liang Machi. She still expects him to return to his family. Only, Liang Machi's heart was never in this house. With Gu Nanyan's deep eyes, Qin Shulan sat her body forward a little and looked at Gu Nanyan with slight excitement and said, "Lawyer Gu, will you help me?" Gu Nanyan, Sister Qin, if your husband insists on divorcing, you will still be sentenced to divorce in the future. Gu Nanyan had wanted to persuade Qin Shulan to take the good with the bad, but she also saw that Qin Shulan is not a woman who seeks wealth. She really loves her husband. Chapter 162. That's all the smell they rubbed off on me. Qin Shulan said, I know Lawyer Gu, as long as you help me to buy a little more time, and I believe that if you are the one to help me to fight this case, Machi, he will surely be swayed by you as well. You are a very persuasive person. Qin Shulan has paid attention to all of Gu Nanyan's cases, especially Yang Yunming and Zhang Jie's cases. She had great faith in Gu Nanyan's professionalism and ability, which was why she had come to Gu Nanyan. At Qin Shulan's insistence, Gu Nanyan said, then I'll try my best to buy you some time. Qin Shulan, thank you Lawyer Gu, really thank you so much. After some gratitude, Qin Shulan registered the information on the assistant lawyer's side before going back. As soon as Qin Shulan left, Gu Nanyan couldn't help but let out a long breath as she held the information. She was really going to become a divorce lawyer now. Lawyer Gu, you're not short of cases now. Lawyer Gu, you're really becoming a divorce lawyer. Hearing her co-workers joke about her being a divorce lawyer, Gu Nanyan said tearfully, give me a few big, earth-shattering cases. Xiao Gu, Zhou Dingjie and Zhang Jie Yang Yunming's case can be a criminal case. It's just that you are now famous. The big guys come to you. Now the significance with the original, but it's not the same. Director Xia came out of his office, and when he heard that Gu Nanyan was begging for another big case, he said, Director. Director Xia listened to the greetings of the group, raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down, don't be polite, and then said with everyone, in fact, there is no distinction between big and small cases. The parties to come to our Sunrise law firm, that is to our trust in the Sunrise, so we must be fair and just and reasonable, and any case should be taken seriously. Got it, Director. Roger that, Director. With everyone's response, Director Xia looked at Gu Nanyan again and said, Nanyan, you're making more and more progress. Good luck. Okay, Director. After Director Xia finished going back to his own office, Gu Nanyan sat back down in front of her desk and started organizing Qin Shulan's case. In the afternoon, when she finished dealing with the contract dispute she had taken over last week, Zhou Bei's phone call came, asking her to have dinner. In the restaurant, the two sat opposite each other, and Gu Nanyan asked, where's Jing Yang? Why didn't he come with you? Zhou Bei crossed his legs and said loudly, he was arranged by Liu Beiqing to become the director of Infinity. Gu Nanyan looked up at Zhou Bei, who continued, Liu Beiqing said he likes pimping, so let him go and pimp it out. Gu Nanyan, Liu Beiqing's lack of virtue. Gu Nanyan once again by him to refresh the bottom line. Liu Jingyang is his own brother. He cannot be a little mercy? Not long after, the waiter served the food, and Zhou Bei asked, Nanyan, did you receive the invitation to the school festival? Gu Nanyan, received. The invitation to the school festival in Zhou Bei's mouth was an invitation to the 100th anniversary of the founding of the University of A. All the outstanding talents of the school over the years had been invited. Liu Beiqing and Shen Li, they are even more teachers and principals in the eyes of the big red man, because these years to the school donated a lot of money, invested a lot of experimental funds. Although Zhou Bei's fame was not as good as theirs, she was the eldest miss of the Zhou family and also added to the construction of the school, so she also had a grand invitation. While the two of them were talking and laughing and eating their dinner, Liu Jingyang made a few phone calls over midway, luring Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei to go play at Infinity, saying that he had left a few exceptionally high-quality handsome men for the two of them. After hearing this, Zhou Bei laughed. Liu Jingyang, I think this occupation is very suitable for you. Why don't you just root for Infinity in the future? On the other end of the phone, Liu Jingyang got anxious and said in a loud voice, Bei, don't be like this. Don't abandon me. I just miss you and Smoke. You guys come over and see me. In reality, he was just bored and looking for someone to play with. Zhou Bei listened to his words, and hung up the phone directly. When it was almost 9 o'clock, The two of them were strolling around the department store. Zhou Bei said that it was still early to go to a movie, while Gu Nanyan said with a yawn and tired eyes, "Xiao Bei, I'm so tired today. I'll see it next time." When Gu Nanyan finished speaking, there were still a few tears in the corners of her eyes that fell with the yawn. Zhou Bei looked at Gu Nanyan with a frown on his face, sizing her up from head to toe, and couldn't help but become a little suspicious. In the past, when the two played games and watched movies all night, she would not say a word of tiredness. Today actually shouted with her tiredness. The key is not too late. The point is that she's not 24 yet. She's still so young, not the age to be screaming about being tired. The way Zhou Bei surveyed his eyes, Gu Nanyan gathered her coat tighter. "Bei, what kind of eyes are you looking at?" Zhou Bei folded both arms in front of his chest, his right hand stroking his chin. "Nanyan, found that you're a bit off these days, going back all the time, especially early, and also especially sleepy easily." Zhou Bei back and forth to measure her eyes. Gu Nanyan was looking at her crying and laughing, and finally his body forward to say a few words in her ear. Zhou Bei's face changed at once. First he was shocked, then he was happier, and finally, with one hand in his pocket, he held Gu Nanyan domineeringly with one hand and said, "Let's go. I'll send you back." Gu Nanyan looked at Zhou Bei carefully holding herself up. She smiled and said, "Don't make me look like the Empress Dowager. Zhou Bei, you are my Empress Dowager, my Queen Mother." If there was no Gu Nanyan, if she hadn't saved him that time, Zhou Bei wouldn't dare to imagine his life now, wouldn't dare to imagine if he could hold on. So Gu Nanyan was her Empress Dowager. Gu Nanyan was amused by Zhou Bei, and the two of them left the department store as they talked, after waiting for the royal Bei, until Gu Nanyan was sent back home and safely handed over to Mrs. Jiang. Zhou Bei then hit the road to go back home. Gu Nanyan stayed her. "Xiao Bei, why don't you stay at my house tonight?" "Zhou Bei, you know me, I can't even get used to living in the old Zhou mansion. I have to go back to my own place." If it was a big flat house in Nanjiang, she would be happy to hang out with Gu Nanyan Lu Jingyang, but forget about Royal Bei. There were too many people, and Lu Beicheng would be back at night. When Zhou Bei said so, Gu Nanyan did not force her to stay. As he sent her out the door, Zhou Bei waved his hand vigorously and said, "Nanyan, hurry back to the house. Don't get cold from the wind." "Gu Nanyan, I'm not going out. I'll just stand at the door to see you off." After seeing Zhou Bei leave in her car, Gu Nanyan then turned around and went back to the house, while sister-in-law Jiang said next to her, "Miss Zhou is actually quite a nice person, warm and polite." "Yes," Gu Nanyan replied with a smile. Zhou Bei was even better than they had imagined, more knowledgeable and strong than they had imagined. It's just that with her mother gone and all she's been through, her heart can't open to anyone but her and Jingyang. Zhou Bei just left. Not a moment later, Lu Beicheng came back to the bedroom to see Gu Nanyan just finished showering out of the bathroom. Lu Beicheng approached and took her into his arms, kissed her and rested his chin on her shoulder. He said, "I have a social engagement with Gong Xian Xinli in the evening. Gu Nanyan, smell it on you." "Lu Beicheng, I didn't drink or smoke. It's all the smell they rubbed off on me." Chapter 163. Receiving an invitation together. Gu Nanyan was particularly averse to the smell of smoke and alcohol during this period of time, so Lu Beicheng paid extra attention. He still smokes a cigarette once in a while during the week, but if he does now, he has stopped smoking altogether. Gu Nanyan looked up at him. "I know, you hurry up and go wash, and rest early afterward." Lu Beicheng kissed her lips. "Can't wait?" "Gu Nanyan, that's not true. I've been waiting for you for most of the night," Gu Nanyan said, and roguishly pinched Lu Beicheng's butt. Lu Beicheng was so speechless that he kissed her fiercely before taking the clothes and going to the restroom. A few moments later, after he finished his shower and came out of the restroom, he sat down next to Gu Nanyan. As she carried her into her arms, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him and said, "I received the invitation to the school festival this afternoon." Lu Beicheng kissed her face. "Let's go together then." After the club dinner, the fact that Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan were husband and wife had already spread on a small scale in the school, but there are still a lot of people who don't believe it, saying that Lu Beicheng liked Shen so much back then that he couldn't possibly get married so quickly, and also saying that Lu Beicheng is so young that he definitely won't marry young. Some say Lu Beicheng is the chairman of Lu's group. His marriage is impossible not to hold a wedding banquet. A little noise, said most likely Gunan smoked themselves put out of the fake news, in order to force Lu Beicheng to give in. He said that when Lu Beicheng was in school back then, Gu Nanyan often came to Lu Beicheng when she had not yet entered a university, saying that she unilaterally liked Lu Beicheng. By these people stirred up, Lu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan in the end is not married. People do not know the real situation. However, those who suspected Gu Nanyan were alumni who had a good relationship with Xin Unique, or those who liked Xin Unique more. They felt that although Xin Unique had passed away, Lu Beicheng should still not have let go of her, and still liked her and thought about her in his heart. Lu Beicheng had heard about these rumors from Xia Chang, so he had just talked to Gu Nanyan about going there together. Gu Nanyan leaned in his arms, turned her face to look at him, and gave him a knowing look before continuing to lean in his arms. Married for more than 2 years, it was rare to get along like this, and she hadn't leaned on Liu Beicheng's arms like this for a long time. Liu Beicheng pinched her stomach. Gu Nanyan, 2 hands on his wrist, unhurriedly said, "Today took a divorce case. The husband and the wife are parents. The husband's first love came back, and the daughter has just been admitted to the university. Man filed a divorce with my client. My client loves her husband and doesn't want a divorce and still wants to redeem herself. Liu Beicheng, you are a man. Help me analyze this marriage from a man's point of view. Can this marriage my client still be saved back? Is it still necessary for this marriage to continue?" Liu Beicheng pinched the flesh on Gu Nanyan's body with both hands and said carelessly, "After so many years of not putting it down, I guess it is a bit difficult for the female side. Unless there is a major change that makes the man have a sea change in his psychology, it is very difficult to get it back." Afterward, he looked down at Gu Nanyan and said, "It's all come down to this point in the prosecution. Why don't you advise the parties to get divorced? As long as the money is divided in place, this is not your usual style? The parties involved can't afford to give up." Gu Nanyan, so you also feel that there's no point in sticking with this marriage? Right. Aha! Liu Beicheng faintly answered. After responding, Liu Beicheng suddenly felt that something was wrong. How did he feel that he was condoning his words and creating a party out of nothing? So after staring at Gu Nanyan for a while, Liu Beicheng asked, "What is your client's name? What's her husband's name?" "Qin Shulan. Her husband's name is Liang Machi. I guess you should have had contact. I have the impression that there should have been cooperation." Liu Beicheng was relieved in his heart that Gu Nanyan was able to tell the real names of people and events. Otherwise, who knows if she was hedging her bets. Turning her face to look at Liu Beicheng and seeing that he was relieved, Gu Nanyan laughed in amusement. He's got a lot of heart. He was just asking a question. But this case did resemble them. Only she and Liu Beicheng hadn't gone that far yet. Gu Nanyan's dejected eyes. Liu Beicheng wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her ear right against her face. Gu Nanyan was most afraid of people touching her ears. Her body was instantly softened by his kisses, and she turned her head to kiss his lips. Gu Nanyan fragrant soft kisses. Liu Beicheng hugged her and flung her in his arms nonchalantly. Saturday, to the day of the University of A celebration, the whole city of A is boiling, because the University of A education out of too many students have time to all go back to their alma mater. The school celebration was held in the morning. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning, cleaned themselves up. Liu Beicheng drove the car and drove Gu Nanyan to the school. After so many years of graduation, this is the first time the two have gone back to school together for an event. They have attended the same events before but never in the same frame. Senior Liu, schoolmate Gu, North City. The two had just left the parking lot after parking their car when people kept greeting them. Seeing that Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan came together, and that the two of them were wearing clothes that matched quite well today, the school's forums immediately exploded. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan turned out to be really together. I just saw the two of them come to school together. Holy, they're really together. That wasn't a rumor last time. They're both so good looking. I'm looking forward to their next generation. So eye-catching. I'm going to pop a live picture for you. Shin's only corpse has not cooled down until now. Men, they're all weak-minded. Unworthy for Shin Unique. I go. Shin only died a few years ago. It is difficult to not people. Liu Beicheng also want to give her to guard the house of cards. Funny. I don't know if the two of them were together back then or not. Anyway, I didn't see Liu Beicheng announce it, nor did I see him admit it. Some people brought up Shin Unique and said that Liu Beicheng was thin-skinned, and some other classmates couldn't stand to watch and argued directly under the post, saying that they were morally abducting Liu Beicheng. Besides, Shin Unique had been dead for several years, and even if she had something with Liu Beicheng back then, it was time to turn the page. The guys are arguing heatedly, or the school leadership issued a notice. Said that in addition to the school celebration so that people do not talk about other irrelevant, said Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan is the pride of the school, but also today's guests of honor. After the notice was posted, the posting from earlier was removed, and the person who caused the struggle was banned from their account. By the way, when Liu Jingyang had nothing to do and sent a screenshot of the posting to Gu Nanyan to read, Gu Nanyan acted as if nothing had happened and didn't take those words seriously. She is a lawyer. She has encountered a lot of things. If she is angry for this thing, then she will not live a few hundred times a day to die of anger. After greeting the school leaders saw that Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan were really married, and each one of them smiled and wished them well. After the school celebration started, the host and leaders of the school celebration made some speeches, and then invited Liu Beicheng to speak on the stage as a student representative. Chapter 164. There was a misunderstanding back then. When Liu Beicheng was giving a speech on stage, Gu Nanyan watched from below with a smile on her face, and when she applauded him, She clapped her hands red. She was quite proud that Liu Beicheng was her husband. Nan Yen, you and Beicheng have been good lately. Zhou Bei sat next to Gu Nanyan and came over to whisper. Gu Nanyan laughed. Not bad. Gu Nanyan was calm and relaxed, and her heart didn't actually fluctuate much. After the speeches by the student representatives and school leaders, the group was free to move around the campus. At this moment, every corner of the school is decorated for the school festival, with banners and decorations everywhere. There were also many food stalls in the playground and on the road, just like a temple fair. The school performance left and the playground in front of the school is the center activity zone. Is the important activity range of the school leaders and invited people? Liu Beicheng, they are mainly active here. Although it is the 100th school anniversary, but today there are also public welfare activities. Sensei Liu Beicheng Shenli, or Gu Nanyan, the guys have expressed their own feelings for the school tomorrow's construction and add bricks and mortar. The school leader looked at everyone's donations and smiled with a red smile. His mouth could not close. That is to say that next year's experimental funding is sufficiently adequate. Zhou Bei, $6 million. Liu Jingyang $6 million. Gu Nanyan $6 million. Shinli $20 million. Liu Beicheng $20 million. Miyagi. Everyone came here today. The amount of donations for the school celebration activities are consistent. Liu Beicheng, several of their big brother directly is 20 million. The amount of their donations today are not very out of the limelight. Usually in the school really need to use the money. Liu Beicheng are in the unit of 100 million in donations. It's the centennial of the school this year, so everyone is donating the same. No one is competing for the limelight, and the amount that everyone is adding up is scary enough. When the facilitator who registers donations reports the amount of donations from the group, people don't pay attention. They are all chatting about their own things in groups of 3 or 5. Shin Unique $6 million. Until the host suddenly read Shin Unique's name, the crowd went quiet for a moment, and even the host himself froze. Shin Unique, didn't she die in a fire a few years ago? Why is she here today? Did she mispronounce it? Confirming the list in his hand again, he hadn't read it wrong. The donor was indeed Shin Unique. Was that Shin Sol we just read? Is that the Shin Sol we thought it was? Shin Unique, didn't she pass away? Did their family come to donate? When the group was shocked for a while, Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng in a calm manner, only to see that Liu Beicheng was also shocked, and his eyes still kept searching in the crowd. It seemed that she hadn't misidentified or misanalyzed the previous times. Shin is the only one, and she's playing a big joke on everyone. Host, are you sure it's Shin Unique? Don't scare people in broad daylight. The host listened to the skepticism in the crowd, reconfirmed the list in his hand, took the microphone and said, there's no mistake, it's indeed Shin Unique who donated $6 million. Shun only, that guy is Shin Unique. Right. As the host's words fell, someone in the crowd suddenly called out to Shin Unique, saying that she had come over. With the noise of the group, the crowd was slowly made a channel, and Gu Nanyan saw that the girl in the Maserati, helping the girl in the light blue long coat, slowly walked over. Gu Nanyan's eyes traveled from bottom to top, and when they landed on her face, she wasn't at all surprised to see that face that had been missing for 4 years. Shin only, she's not dead, she's still alive in twice Maserati. She did not look away. That time in infinity she did not look to recognize the wrong person. Shin only indeed did not die, she just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After staring at Shin only for a long time without moving, when Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Liu Beicheng next to her, she only saw that his entire body was stunned, with a complicated expression, and did not expect Shin only to come back from the dead at all. Next to him, Shin Li and Su Mubai, they all froze as well, their eyes all falling on Shin Unique's body. A few years ago, they'd obviously all attended Shin's only funeral together, and Shin's family had said she'd lost her surgery. But what was going on right now? Next to Gu Nanyan, Liu Jingyang and Zhou Bei also froze, and after they froze, both of their faces looked bad at the same time. With Shin Unique's appearance, the entire crowd first fell into a boil, then fell into a deathly silence before resuming the boil again. When he slowly came to Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan's heels, Shin Unique suddenly stopped his steps and looked at the young couple with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Beicheng, Nanyan, it's been a long time. Liu Beicheng looked at her with downcast eyes and didn't say anything. Shin Weiwei looked at him and didn't have much strength to explain. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you next time. Shin Uniquely still the original appearance, still beautiful, tall, intellectual and gentle, but the essence is not as good as before. Walking is also very slow, as if a serious illness has not yet been cured appearance. Liu Beicheng looked at her and did not say anything. Shin Yi only smiled at him, then turned around and walked in the direction of the open-air stage. The principal saw that it was really Shin Unique who came back, and she also donated $6 million to the school. For a moment, the principal looked at Shin Unique and didn't know what to say, so he said, Shin Unique student, really thank you for showing up today. Really didn't think about it. More than 3 years ago, he went to Shin's only funeral. At that time, she was clearly gone, and Shin's family was still so upset. The principal's complicated eyes. Shin only faintly smiled. Principal Chen, this is all I should do my best for the school. It's just that there was a bit of a misunderstanding about that incident back then. Shun Unique's explanation. The principal hastened to comfort. Understand. As long as Shin Unique student you are fine. As long as everyone can come back to school peacefully, I will be happy. Shin's family background is placed there. Shin Liangzhou and high-powered. And he just came over on behalf of the ZF to speak. So the principal naturally will not let Shin only difficult. After chatting with Shin uniquely, the principal simply brought the matter to a close with a few words and told everyone to continue with today's school celebration and have fun. Liu Beicheng and Gu Nanyan were together, and Shin Unique didn't die back then. U of A is full of rewards and gossip for today's school day. At noon, the principal arranged a school banquet in the school cafeteria, while the other participants ate lunch on their own in other cafeterias and at activity booths around campus. At this moment, when the group was eating in the restaurant, Shin Unique was suddenly pushed in a wheelchair by the girl named Lu Nian. Her appearance as such caused another stir, plus sympathy. Zhou Bei and Gu Nanyan didn't say a word, while Lu Jingyang was furiously thinking. All disappeared for a few years without appearing. Why come back now? Why not just keep disappearing? Chapter 165 Resurrecting the Dead. Throughout lunch, Gu Nanyan was calm, as if everything in front of her had been expected. When her eyes occasionally fell on Liu Beicheng, she only saw that Liu Beicheng's tightly frowned eyebrows had not been stretched. Gu Nanyan didn't bother to ask him, nor did she go over to care. Everyone is an adult and has control over their emotions. Sitting next to Gu Nanyan, Lu Jingyang suddenly turned to look at Gu Nanyan and said, "Smoke, why are you so calm? Why aren't you surprised at all?" They were all shocked just now. Their jaws were about to drop, but as a result, Gu Nanyan acted as if nothing had happened. Such an understatement. Lu Jingyang envied it. Gu Nanyan said with a smile, "The girl next to Shin Unique is the owner of the Maserati." What? Lu Jingyang was even more shocked, then added, "So Smoke, you saw Shin Unique come back a long time ago?" Gu Nanyan replaced the answer with silence. According to the current situation seems to be words. The girl who drove the Maserati is Shin only maid. She did not want to let people know that she came back. Do not want to let people know that she exists. That is why the Shin family put the car in the name of the girl. While Lu Jingyang and Gu Nanyan were chatting, Shin Weiwei was pushed over by the servants. She first looked everyone over, then smiled and looked at Liu Beicheng. Without much strength, she said, "Beicheng, I'm not very strong. I'll go back first. I'll treat everyone to dinner some other day." "Aha!" Liu Beicheng faintly answered. Shin uniquely did not explain too much, so Liu Beicheng did not ask a single question. It was only when Shin Unique disappeared from everyone's sight in her wheelchair that the group's eyes swished in unison to Liu Beicheng. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng coldly said, "What are all looking at me for? Look at what I can manage." Lu Jingyang led the way and shook his head, then picked up his chopsticks to give Gu Nanyan some food. "Smoke, eat more." Later the next activity, Liu Beicheng did not stay long, so Gu Nanyan went back. Lu Jingyang drove her and Zhou Bei back. As the three sat in the car, Zhou Bei turned to look at Gu Nanyan next to him and asked, "Nanyan, what do you plan to do next?" Gu Nanyan smiled and said, "Just go on as usual." Lu Jingyang, also, "Soldiers come to block water and earth cover. If my brother dares to make you unhappy, directly kick him on the line. We are so good, not afraid to find a man." Lu Jingyang huffed. Anyway, when Shin Unique appeared today, he was in a bad mood, and felt that it was a pity that the fire back then didn't burn her to death. Gu Nanyan didn't take today's events too seriously, only raising her hand to touch her stomach. As for what to do in the future, we'll see what happens in the future. Not a moment later, the car arrived at the Royal Bay. The two sent Gu Nanyan into the house. Lu Jingyang rubbed Liu Beicheng a bit of tea before he left. Before leaving, Zhou Bei urged Gu Nanyan to make sure she contacted him first no matter what. As soon as Lu Jingyang and Zhou Bei left, the house seemed particularly quiet all of a sudden. While sister-in-law Jiang muttered next to her, "Young Master Gingyang is still the same as always. He still likes to take young master's things. Gu Nanyan, that's his temper. The Lu family is not lacking in anything, but he likes to rub Liu Beicheng. Take advantage of Liu Beicheng a little cheap, happy to death. Young lady, you shouldn't have eaten well outside at noon. I'll cook a bowl of noodles and prepare a bit of fruit." "Okay, thank you Mrs. Jiang." When Mrs. Jiang saw that Gu Nanyan had an appetite and wanted to eat, she went to the kitchen to get busy with a happy face. A few moments later, Gu Nanyan ate noodles and fruits, and from time to time, the mind still floats and only appeared today's situation. Her parents are quite dependent on her. Fake death funeral, this thing can listen to her. At the same time, Lu's group's chairman's office. Liu Beicheng came over and sat down in front of the desk. Back then, When the Shin family said that Shin Unique didn't stay, they didn't even think much about it and went directly to attend Shin Unique's funeral. Who knew that after more than 3 years, she had come back to life? Picking up the phone on the table, Lu Beicheng flipped to the phone number that hadn't been contacted for several years, and when he tried to dial it several times, he dismissed the idea several times, and finally dialed Gu Nanyan's number. Home, arrived, was about to take a lunch break when you called in. Gu Nanyan took the phone in one hand and put one hand on her eyes. Then get some rest. I'll be back when I'm done. Aha! Gu Nanyan hung up the phone, pulled the covers upwards and closed her eyes to sleep. Although the entire city was in the incredible Shen only back from the dead, Gu Nanyan was still the most calm one, doing what should be done, without any being affected. In the evening, when she woke up with a start, Lu Beicheng had already returned and was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at her. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan greeted with sleepy eyes. Back. Lu Beicheng raised his hand and stroked her forehead. You've been very sleepy lately, Gu Nanyan lazily said. Too many lawsuits hurt the brain. She also said, I'm hungry. The last 2 days, she's been getting hungry faster and faster. I also ate a big bowl of beef noodles and so much fruit before my nap, and now I'm hungry when I wake up. Lu Beicheng saw her say she was hungry and rubbed her hair. Then go down and eat. Lu Beicheng did not mention the matter of Shin only. Gu Nanyan also very cleverly did not mention a word, as if this person did not appear. Not long after, when the two of them came downstairs, Zhang's wife cheerfully said, the young lady has been resting quite well for a while now, and she's been able to sleep for several hours in the afternoon. Gu Nanyan, I can't sleep during the week, so I'll make up for it on the weekend. Sister-in-law Zhang, you can still take a nap tomorrow, so eat early and rest early this time. Saying that, she brought the served soup to Gu Nanyan. Tonight Lu Beicheng was supposed to have entertainment. The school leaders invited to dinner. Lu Beicheng did not go. Busy in the company came back to accompany Gu Nanyan. After dinner, when the two of them went back upstairs to rest, while Lu Beicheng was taking a bath, Gu Nanyan sat on the bed and read a book. Lu Beicheng came out after the bath and took her into his arms, and Gu Nanyan slept with him, as if she had not gone to the school festival and had not seen Shin Unique. Seeing Gu Nanyan's rare meekness nestled in his arms, Lu Beicheng gathered her tightly, so he rested his chin on her shoulder. Gu Nanyan rubbed against the hot air on his body, closed her eyes and fell asleep without a word of unnecessary nonsense. Gu Nanyan was smart enough not to take the initiative to pick a fight, but if you really messed with her, you would have to bear the consequences. The next morning, when Lu Beicheng woke up with Gu Nanyan in his arms, it was already bright outside, and he picked up the cell phone next to him, only to see a message on it. Looking at the sender, Lu Beicheng's face changed. Chapter 166 The Truth About That Fire Back Then? North City. Let's meet today. The message was sent by Shin Unique, whose account hadn't been touched for a few years. After staring at the message for a long time, Lu Beicheng turned his face and then looked at Gu Nanyan who was still awake. He pulled the covers up over her shoulders, following up with a message back to Shin only and got up. When Lu Beicheng changed his clothes and cleaned himself up, Gu Nanyan opened her eyes and woke up, saying sleepily, waking up so early. Lu Beicheng looked down at her. Aha, a little something to go out for a while. Gu Nanyan nodded, grabbed the pillow next to her and hugged it into her arms, and didn't pursue Lu Beicheng to ask what he had gone out for. The door to the room was gently closed, and Gu Nanyan's closed eyes slowly opened a bit. It was as if everything was expected of her. When Lu Beicheng arrived at the agreed-upon cafe, Shin Unique was already there. Seeing him coming over, she got up and then greeted him calmly and gently. Beicheng, you're here. She spoke with the tone and voice of someone who had been very ill, and her essence was still not very good. Aha! Lu Beicheng sat down across from her, and Shin only ordered him a cup of American style. A few moments later, when the waiter brought the coffee over, Shin Weiwei looked at Lu Beicheng and said with a faint smile, my appearance yesterday scared you all, didn't it? Lu Beicheng didn't ring. See, Lu Beicheng does not speak. Shin only sipped a mouthful of coffee, and then gently put down the cup, not slow and unhurried, said, the year's surgery is not a complete failure. Just I cannot accept that kind of myself, cannot accept that I cannot stand up, and cannot accept the scars left on the face. I don't know how to face everyone, much less you. Plus my aunt and uncle love Nanny so much and want you and Nanny to be together. So I think it might be best for everyone if I'm gone. My family couldn't do anything with me, and then they went along with me on that play. North City. I didn't mean to deceive everyone. Speaking here, Shin only fell into a moment of silence before adding, this time, I came back because my physical condition gradually turned better, and some of the scars on my body were eliminated, so I had the courage to come back. After a pause, Shin Unique asked again, Beicheng, did you find out all the truth about that fire back then? When Shin Weiwei brought up the truth about that fire back then, Lu Beicheng's brows subconsciously furrowed. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, Shin uniquely said, with Beicheng your ability, surely you must have found out a long time ago. It's just that I haven't even heard about the movement of this matter. Do you have? In the middle of his words, Shen only fell silent. Liu Beicheng looked at her faintly. Even though Shen Weiwei did not say anything, Liu Beicheng had a number in his heart. She should know the truth. After a long time of silence, Shen only bitterly smiled and said, I almost even lost my life. These years have also been spent in the hospital, dragging this body the latter half. Words here, Shen Sol again changed the topic. Just Beicheng, if you are not willing to mention that past, then I also do not mention it. After all, you are also a victim. Liu Beicheng didn't follow up on Shen's only words and just asked, what are your plans for the future? Shen Unique said gently, I'm now working in my uncle's company. As for my body, I'll take my time to get well. The two sat and chatted for a while in the cafe, and when Shen uniquely said that she was cold and said that she wanted to go out to bask in the sun outside, Liu Beicheng accompanied her out. The cafe that Shen uniquely picked is a very moody garden cafe in the outskirts of a city. In addition to, there's coffee and desserts and a garden to walk in. Even though we are already in December, the weather is exceptionally sunny today and the flowers in the garden are blooming just right. The two walked side by side in the garden. Shen Unique said unhurriedly, the body is not healed yet. The respiratory function is still a bit weak, so the usual activities are less. When I'm tired, Xiao Nian will use the wheelchair to push me around. The Xiao Nian in Shen's soul mouth is her personal servant, accompanying her wherever she goes. The same girl who drives that Maserati. The medical care in the country is good now, too, and you'll be back on your feet in no time. Yes, Shen uniquely then gently changed the topic. You still didn't argue with your family later, and still stayed with Nan Yen. Liu Beicheng did not sound with both hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, Glorious Bay. Gu Nan Yen just got up and went downstairs after a nap, and Lu Jingyang came in a flurry. Smoke. Gu Nan Yen yawned. It's early in the morning. Why did you come over? Lu Jingyang, it's almost noon. Without waiting for Gu Nan Yen to speak, Lu Jingyang quickly came to her and said angrily, Smoke, do you know what I just saw? This is something I must report to you. Gu Nanyan looked at Lu Jingyang with a lazy face, only to see Lu Jingyang take out a stack of photos from his pocket. My brother, he's so not a thing. Xin Weiwei just showed up yesterday. He couldn't wait to meet with her today. What position do you think he puts you as his wife? If he rushes up to Shin Unique like this, what face will he make you take in the future? Lu Jingyang said furiously, then handed the photos to Gu Nanyan. These are the evidence I captured. Receiving the photos handed over by Lu Jingyang, looking at Liu Beicheng and Shen Weiwei drinking coffee in the cafe, and watching them walking side by side in the garden, Gu Nanyan's face didn't have much emotional ups and downs, and she was still as calm as she was just now. It's as if it didn't happen all of a sudden. When Liu Beicheng said he went out to do something this morning, Gu Nanyan had actually guessed it. After looking at the photos, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Lu Jingyang. It's been hard on you this early in the morning. Lu Jingyang listened to Gu Nanyan's words as he said, I don't work hard. I just happened to come across it. Gu Nanyan huh? Lu Jingyang this word how she so do not believe it. Happened to meet? I'm afraid that after the school celebration yesterday, he was following Liu Beicheng, trying to find the handle of Liu Beicheng, turning her face to look at Lu Jingyang and smiled. Gu Nanyan didn't poke him. After all, he didn't want her to be kept in the dark. Lu Jingyang saw Gu Nanyan smiling without saying anything, and felt that Gu Nanyan was the one who hid all her emotions in her heart, so he comforted her and said, Smoke, if you're unhappy about something you just say it, you don't want to hold it in your heart all by yourself. Besides, it's just a man, where can't we find him? He added, in my opinion, you and my brother should divorce this marriage earlier, and get rid of the relationship with him earlier, so as to save yourself from having a hard time in the future. In the past, when there was only one Yichu, Lu Jingyang couldn't swallow this breath for Gu Nanyan. Now Shen only suddenly and inexplicably back from the dead. Lu Jingyang which can stand this anger. Yesterday when he saw Shen only, he was uncomfortable. We're all unhappy. Liu Beicheng went to meet with Shen only today. Lu Jingyang could not wait to move the Civil Affairs Bureau to Gu Nanyan, so that she immediately divorced her marriage with Liu Beicheng. From now on, his brother can be with whomever he likes and tangle with whomever he likes. Chapter 167 I trust him. Not waiting for Gu Nanyan to open her mouth to speak, Lu Jingyang persuaded again. Smoke, this kind of relationship thing is all about the long pain rather than the short pain. If you separate now, you will be sad for half a month at the most. If you don't separate, then you will be hard to live with all the time. It's not like we're in a bad situation, so why do we have to get ourselves into this kind of trouble? Lu Jingyang's encouragement. John's sister-in-law's face was so dark beside her that she could drip water, and when the little maid brought the tea and snacks over, John's sister-in-law brought them over with a sullen face. Afterward, when he came to the living room, Snapper placed the things in front of Lu Jingyang and said unhappily, Young Master Jingyang, our young master and you seem to be blood brothers. our young master hasn't offended you either. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Why are you, a younger brother, still running to your brother's house to encourage your sister-in-law to divorce? I'm going to say something I shouldn't. You're not thinking of our young lady, are you? So well-intentioned to persuade Gu Nanyan to divorce. John's wife really a little suspicious of Lu Jingyang. If he is not Lu Beicheng's cousin, the second young master of the Lu family, she is afraid that she would have already thrown people out of the house. What a man! What relatives! John's sister-in-laws didn't have a good mood. Lu Jingyang split his legs and sat on the sofa, saying in a serious manner, John's sister-in-law, you're protecting your shortcomings too much, aren't you? You don't know what my brother's character is, how my brother treats Nanyan, and how many times he came back after the marriage. Don't you know? If Nanyan were your daughter, would you be happy for your daughter to marry someone like my brother? Since the two don't have feelings for each other, neither of them like each other, then why do they have to be tied together? This marriage was wrong from his beginning, and since it's the wrong thing to do, it should be corrected in time. Lu Jingyang's words, John's sister-in-law was dumbfounded by his dislike. The key people are not wrong. The two couples' relationship is really not very good. Lu Beicheng really does not go home for a long time, but sister-in-law Jiang is not willing to give in. She is afraid that if she does not help Lu Beicheng say something, Gu Nanyan will really listen to Lu Jingyang's encouragement to divorce. Then he said, relationships are all about bonding, and besides, young master and young madam are getting along very well these days, and young master comes back almost every day. Lu Jingyang said in amusement, the two have known each other for almost 24 years. Inappropriate is inappropriate. How else can they rub it in? Young master Jingyang, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to call young master an elder master. Seeing that Lu Jingyang was determined to divorce Gu Nanyan, John's sister-in-law had no choice but to bring out Lu Beicheng and the elder master. Gu Nanyan was so sleepy that she listened to the two of them talking about each other and yawned as she said, Jingyang, say less. Then he looked at sister-in-law Jiang and said, Sister-in-law Jiang, Jingyang has such a temper. Don't be offended, and I have my own opinions on things. Gu Nanyan knew very well in her heart when to make what kind of decision. Sister-in-law Jiang listened to Gu Nanyan's words before she breathed a sigh of relief. You're a smart person. Young lady, I believe in your choice. Lu Jingyang laughed and said, everything is smart. Is married to my brother this thing to do is not smart. Mrs. John's face sank. She couldn't wait to take off her shoes and hit Lu Jingyang. This kid's mouth really didn't have a single good word. No wonder the young master made things difficult for him every time. Gu Nanyan saw that Jiang's sister-in-law was angry. She rounded up in the middle and persuaded Jiang's sister-in-law to let her go and get busy. As soon as Mrs. Jiang left, Lu Jingyang knocked on his melon seeds as if nothing had happened and said, my brother was brought up by her. Of course she protects my brother. Gu Nanyan, you also don't put aside here to fool around. I have all the numbers in my heart. Lu Jingyang, I'm afraid of your love brain. In Lu Jing's eyes, Gu Nanyan was a total love brain. Gu Nanyan she's in love brain. Think easy yet. After lunch at the Royal Bay, Lu Jingyang was urged back by phone, and he had to go to Infinity to be the director at night. After sending Lu Jingyang back to the house, Gu Nanyan saw those photos on the coffee table at a glance. The sun was shining today and it was perfect for a walk. When the corner of Gu Nanyan's mouth lifted into a sarcastic smile, sister-in-law Jiang came over, and seeing the photos on the coffee table, sister-in-law Jiang said, young madam, these photos don't amount to much. You'd better wait for young master to come back and ask for clarification. Sister Jiang is a person who has been there before and knows that the most important thing for husband and wife is communication. So she asked Gu Nanyan to ask Lu Beicheng, who will definitely explain to her. Gu Nanyan looked at the photos and calmly said, Sister Jiang, take all these photos and burn them. There's no need to tell Beicheng about Jingyang's visit today. There was no need for her to ask Lu Beicheng about this, because she knew what kind of answer she would hear without asking. Xin uniquely and inexplicably came back to life. This thing she did not explain to anyone, but also had to explain to Lu Beicheng, so she did not need to ask. If the two could really be anything, it would reveal itself sooner or later, and there would be even less need for her to beat a dead horse. When Mrs. Jiang listened to Gu Nanyan's command and picked up those photos, she looked at Gu Nanyan, who smiled and said, I believe in Beicheng. Gu Nanyan said that she believed Lu Beicheng, so Jiang's wife was relieved and took the photos and went outside to burn them. At the back of Mrs. Jiang's departure, Gu Nanyan raised her hand and touched her stomach, then went back upstairs to rest. In the Maybach, after Lu Beicheng finished lunch with Xin Unique, he drove Xin Unique back. When the car stopped outside the Xin family courtyard, Xin uniquely turned her face to look at Lu Beicheng, delayed to get out of the car, and delayed to open her mouth to speak. Lu Beicheng saw her staring at him for a long time without moving. He glanced at her and reminded, it's here. As Lu Beicheng's words fell, Xin Unique gently grabbed Lu Beicheng's hand, Beicheng. I hadn't seen him in over 3 years, and he was still as spirited and charming as ever. Yesterday at the school festival, in a sea of people, she instantly found him in the crowd. Liu Beicheng was always this outstanding. No matter what the occasion, he was always the most dazzling one. Shen Weiwei grabbed his wrist and Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at her. You recuperate at home. Aha! Shin Unique responded tenderly, then released him, continuing to stare at Liu Beicheng for a while, watching the Maserati behind him come back. Shin only then pushed open the car door with 100 reluctance, and said softly, then I'll go back first. Aha! Liu Beicheng agreed faintly. Shin only stared at him with unwilling eyes for a while before getting out of the car with both feet on the ground. Missy! The servants rushed over to support her, letting the maid help herself. Shin Weiwei did not go back to the house immediately, but waited until Liu Beicheng's car disappeared from her sight before she reluctantly went back. She hadn't seen him for more than 3 years, and in those 1,000 days and nights, she hadn't stopped missing him for a single day, and had never let go of him in her heart. If he hadn't. It's just that life doesn't have that many ifs. Chapter 168. She's achieved her goal. When Shin Unique was assisted back into the house, he saw Shen Liangzhou at a glance, and he was walking over from the side of the floor-to-ceiling window, his face not looking very good. Seeing this, Shin Unique called out, Brother. Shen Liangzhou asked straight to the point, You went to see Beicheng today? Shin Unique, asked him to talk about it. Shin Unique's reply. Shen Liangzhou's face became even more unsightly as he said, Unique, Beicheng and Nan Yan are already husband and wife. Shen Liangzhou's reminder. Shen puffed and laughed, Brother, I know this without you reminding me. I met with Beicheng just to explain to him why I suddenly appeared. I just take him as a friend. Besides, brother, don't you have any friends? Is Nan Yan not a friend in your heart? Shen Liangzhou's words just now. Shin Unicorn felt that he had double standard. Looking at Shin Unique with both hands in his pants pockets, Shen Liangzhou's face didn't look any better because he knew that Shin Unique couldn't be as sensible as he was. After staring at Shin Unique like this for a while, Shen Liangzhou said, Beicheng and Nan Yan got married. All of your matters will have nothing to do with Beicheng, and you don't need to explain to Beicheng. You just don't want to disturb his and Nan Yan's life. That's the biggest blessing to them. Come back all the way back. What else is there to explain? Explaining and explaining is nothing more than her that year she was acting. Liu Beicheng's current wife is Gu Nan Yan. Whether she faked her death a few years ago or not, Liu Beicheng should not come to care. All of this is already meaningless. Whether she was right or wrong to lie, the past is the past. At this moment, Shen Liangzhou only wished that Shin Unique was as far away from Liu Beicheng as possible. In fact, Shin Unique wanted to come back as early as half a year ago. Shen Liangzhou has not agreed, but then still cannot argue with his parents. Shen Liangzhou originally thought that since she chose to fake her death, she should die completely and never come back. And besides, foreign medical technology is good, and it is also good for herself, and she and Liu Beicheng will just never see each other in old age from now on. But she still had to come back. So Shen Liangzhou had to think more about how her fake death back then and her current appearance were both her own little schemes. Shen Liangzhou was again and again insensitive, and Shin Unique looked at him and asked, Brother, am I your real sister or not? Do you have so little trust in me? Also, do you have so little confidence in Gu Nan Yan that you think she can't grasp Beicheng? Shen Liangzhou had both hands in his pants pockets and looked at Shin Unique without speaking. Finally, he just said, not faintly, I have to go. Mom and Dad will be home later. After Shin Liangzhou finished speaking, without waiting for Shin Unique to respond, he left the house. In fact, up to now, he was unwilling for Shin Unique to come back, even though Shin Unique was his only remaining biological sister. Inside the living room, Shin Unique twisted his head to look at Shin Liangzhou, until he drove the car away for a long time. Shin Unique then withdrew his eyes and went upstairs. Royal Bay, Gu Nan Yan is heartless, simply did not take Lu Jingyang's complaint today seriously. What should be done or how to do? In the evening, when she finished dinner alone and was about to rest, Liu Beicheng came back. At the heel of the big bed, Gu Nan Yan listened to the commotion and looked up at the side of the doorway. Back? Aha! Liu Beicheng answered Gu Nan Yan, walked over and then took Gu Nan Yan into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. Why haven't you rested today? Gu Nan Yan, waiting for you. When Gu Nan Yan finished speaking, she then smelled a faint scent of jasmine. Even though she had not smelled this scent for several years, she could still immediately distinguish that this was the scent on Shin Unique. In their group, she was the only one who liked this scent the most, and she had also specially found someone to make this perfume, and this scent was exclusive to her only. Liu Beicheng leaned on her for a while, and Gu Nan Yan looked at him and reminded, It's getting late. You go take a shower first. Liu Beicheng listened to Gu Nan Yan's words and hugged her tighter. It is said that a man is most weak when he is not loyal, and is also the time when he tries to show the most in front of his wife. Gu Nan Yan does not know if Liu Beicheng is in this state now. After holding Gu Nan Yan for a while, until Gu Nanyan urged him to take a bath again. Liu Beicheng reluctantly took his clothes and went to the restroom. In the bedroom, Liu Beicheng had just gone into the restroom with his clothes in front of him, and Gu Nanyan immediately opened the closet as well and took a new set of clothes to the opposite restroom. She preferred the scent of gardenia to that of jasmine. Not long after, Liu Beicheng came out of the restroom without seeing Gu Nanyan, and he immediately looked out. As a result, he just opened the door to his room and saw Gu Nanyan coming out from next door. The two of them collided and Gu Nanyan blandly asked, "Finished washing?" Liu Beicheng surveyed her and asked, "Didn't you take a shower?" Gu Nanyan said as if nothing had happened. "I just spilled something." Despite Gu Nanyan's explanation, Liu Beicheng always felt that something was different, but he couldn't tell where. When Gu Nanyan saw Liu Beicheng looking at her and not saying anything, she went inside and yawned, saying lazily, "I'm going to sleep first." With that, she got into bed. Seeing this, Liu Beicheng also followed over. In the days that followed, Liu Beicheng slowly began to get busy, coming back later and later each day, sometimes not even coming back. Gu Nanyan didn't call to ask. Besides, she had long been accustomed to such days. "Once we've had a similar experience, we don't care as much when the thing comes around again." Besides, she'd served her purpose. That morning, Gu Qinghua had just returned from a meeting outside when his assistant hurried over to report. "Chairman, Mr. Liu from Liu's group has come over." "North City?" Gu Qinghua asked. "Yeah, it's Chairman Liu Beicheng coming over." Gu Qinghua listened to his assistant's affirmation, and he hurriedly accelerated his pace before heading back to his office. "Beicheng usually doesn't come to the company. Why did he suddenly come over today?" When Gu Qinghua pushed open the office room door and entered, Liu Beicheng put down the financial magazine he was flipping through in his hands and got up to stand. "Dad, Beicheng, why did you come over today?" Gu Qinghua said, then ordered her assistant, "Make a pot of good tea for Mr. Liu." The assistant listened to Gu Qinghua's command and hurriedly went back to making tea. A few moments later, the new tea was served. Gu Qinghua personally poured the tea for Liu Beicheng and asked with a smile on her face, "Beicheng, is there something you came over today?" Liu Beicheng took the tea handed over by Gu Qinghua and took a sip before saying nonchalantly, "Dad, I came over today because I wanted to discuss the matter of the project in the new area of B City with you." When Liu Beicheng said this, Gu Qinghua's face then changed and her heart thumped. The new district of B City is the project that Gu Group is most optimistic about right now. But Changxing Group also wants this project. The Changxing Group that Gu Qinghua thought of was Xin Unique's uncle's company, which was technically her grandparents' family's property, and Xin Unique was now working at Changxing Group. Chapter 169. Then what are you and Nanyan going to do? Some days ago, he already had heard that the person in charge of the project in the new area of B City was Xin Unique, and this was her first project to enter the company. Thinking of Liu Beicheng's previous relationship with Xin Unique, and Xin Unique's rising from the dead this time, Gu Qinghua's heart naturally thumped. He didn't care what kind of relationship Katagi had with her and how they were doing now, but he hated the idea of separating his personal feelings from his work. It's like in the past few years, although Nanyan and Beicheng got married, the two companies didn't involve their feelings. It was just that Liu Beicheng had looked over, so Gu Qinghua couldn't say anything. So she looked at Liu Beicheng and asked, "So what do you mean, Beicheng?" When Gu Qinghua asked, Liu Beicheng opened the door and said, "Dad, I hope you can give this project to Daxing." Liu Beicheng did not mention Xin Unique, but how could Gu Qinghua not understand? After looking at Liu Beicheng like this for a long time, Gu Qinghua said, "Beicheng, what if I don't want to give up this project?" At this moment for Gu Qinghua, the project is not the most important. The most important thing is Gu Nanyan. Is his daughter's heart will not think badly? When Gu Qinghua's words fell, Liu Beicheng didn't hide it anymore and said bluntly, "Dad, this project in B City is the only one that came into Daxing to take charge of the first project." When Liu Beicheng said that, Gu Qinghua fell into silence. Xin only came back to the first project he had to help a hand, but has he ever thought of his daughter's feelings? After staring at Liu Beicheng without moving for a while, Gu Qinghua slowly exhaled and said, "I won't let you make things difficult." Liu Beicheng have found over, has opened this mouth with him? Gu Qinghua also had to agree, because he was afraid that if he did not agree to this matter if it is open, Gu Nanyan will not be able to think, so it can only be put to rest. Liu Beicheng listened to Gu Qinghua's words as he said, "Dad, thank you." Liu Beicheng's thanks, but Gu Qinghua was not happy at all. His eyebrows had been tightly wrinkled in. After staring at Liu Beicheng with a heavy expression for a while, Gu Qinghua slowly exhaled and asked, "Beicheng, then what are you and Nanyan going to do?" Back then, if it wasn't for that girl from the Shin family making such a mess, he was afraid that he might not be with Nanyan, and now that that girl from the Shin family is back, he probably can't hold back. Not to mention that his relationship with Nanny Smoke was not good in the first place. Thinking of her daughters turning a blind eye and accommodating him in every way over the past few years, and ending up with such a result, Gu Qinghua's heart was not good anymore. Don't look at his daughter, usually big and loud, nothing to take to heart. In fact, the heart is very high. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have agreed to this marriage in the first place, even if Lu Tianyang was the. Thinking about this, Gu Qinghua's expression became even heavier than it was just now. Lu Beicheng, on the other hand, looked at him and said, "Dad, I haven't thought about breaking up with Nan Yen. I will live a good life with her." After Lu Beicheng finished speaking, Gu Qinghua cried and laughed a little. He said, "Do you think that if you can't get involved with Shen's girl like this, and you ask me to give up the project, do you think Nan Yen she cannot want to think about the divorce? Are you trying to live a good life?" Lu Beicheng put both hands in his pockets and gently wrinkled his eyebrows. "I'll explain clearly to Nan Yen on her side." "Explain? How can this be explained? How can it be explained?" When Gu Qinghua said this, she didn't want to argue right and wrong with Lu Beicheng again, so she waved her hand and said, "Forget it, you go back first. I'll give in on the project this time, but I don't want a second time. Such a thing he will not allow a second time." This is the first time. He gave Lu Beicheng the face of this son-in-law, so that he and Shen only put the grudge sorted out. In the future this will never be possible again. When Lu Beicheng saw that Gu Qinghua was unhappy, he greeted Gu Qinghua and left. In the elevator, both of them had their hands in their pants pockets, their brows still not unfurled. In Gu Qinghua's office, although Lu Beicheng had left, his face and mood still hadn't eased over, and his heart had already prepared for the worst. In the past, when Gu Nanyan said she didn't want to live anymore, both he and Zhao Ziqiu were persuading and were pressing their heads against her. Only this time, if his daughter had any thoughts about it, then he would never advise her again. Gas can be tolerated for a while, but not for a lifetime, and his daughter does not have to suffer this gas. Having been moping around, Gu Qinghua wasn't even in the mood for lunch. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Qinghua had just returned from a small meeting in the conference room, when Gu Nanyan knocked on the door of his office room in a flurry of wind and fire. "Dad." Inside the desk, Gu Qinghua was startled. "Daughter, why did you come over? It's hard not to know about the Daxing group. It shouldn't be so fast." Lu Beicheng wouldn't talk to her about it in the daytime. Gu Nanyan entered the office with a spring in her step. "Come over to renew the legal contract, and take a look at you on the way. By the way." Hearing the word "by the way," Gu Qinghua pretended to be upset. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan approached and sat on the armrests of Gu Qinghua's chair. "You've even learned to withhold words? I'll go home tomorrow and have dinner with you and Mom." Gu Qinghua raised his right hand and patted the back of Gu Nanyan's hand, but his brows still didn't unfold. Seeing that Gu Qinghua was at a loss, Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his neck and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy and distraught?" "It's fine." Gu Qinghua said it was fine on her lips, but the expression on her face was still not too happy. When he didn't see Gu Nanyan, he was already very uncomfortable in his heart, and now that he was watching Gu Nanyan appear right in front of his eyes, Gu Qinghua, how could he still be happy? Only to feel that his decision back then was not wrong. Even if there is no Lu family, he can still let her be clothed and fed for the rest of her life. Why did he have to agree to this marriage? Gu Nanyan looked at Gu Qinghua's unspreadable frown as she said, "The matters on your mind are written on your face, and even I couldn't make you feel better by coming over to see you. So it seems this matter has something to do with me, whether it was before or now." No matter how unhappy Gu Qinghua was outside and how much he encountered, as soon as he saw her and Zhao Ziqiu, all his emotions were gone, especially her. She was all the joy he had. He couldn't even be happy when he appeared before him at this moment, so it did seem to have something to do with her. Gu Qinghua thought about Gu Nanyan's guess for a while before turning her face to Gu Nanyan and saying, "Nanyan, Beicheng came to look for me in the morning." Once Gu Qinghua said that, Gu Nanyan stopped being playful and smiled, but continued to look at Gu Qinghua, waiting for his later words. Gu Nanyan looked at herself with a serious face. Gu Qinghua exhaled and continued, "Beicheng means that he wants me to give Daxing the project of the new area of B City." He added, "It's the first time Beicheng has talked to me about things above work, so I promised him." Gu Qinghua's brow furrowed even deeper when he finished those words. Chapter 170. The goal has been achieved. He has no value anymore. Listening to Gu Qinghua's words, Gu Nanyan wrapped her arms around him and didn't move. After staring at Gu Qinghua like this for a long time, Gu Nanyan smiled easily and said, "I thought it was something. It's not just a project anymore. Let it go out, let it go out. Next time I'll get you a big project." Gu Nanyan's ease. Gu Qinghua looked at her with seeming faith and said, "Nanyan, you really don't mind this? She should know about Shin Unique working in Daxing." Gu Nanyan, what a big deal. It's still worth moping around so much. Gu Nanyan smiled as usual, and Gu Qinghua fell into silence. This daughter of his, he himself knows best, keeps everything in her heart and is not willing to tell anyone anything. Seeing Gu Qinghua staring at himself without saying anything, Gu Nanyan knew what he was worrying about. which was nothing more than worrying that Shin Unique had come back and that he would not be able to live long with Liu Beicheng. Married to Liu Beicheng these years, this husband is as good as nothing. Besides, the divorce rate is so high nowadays, who can guarantee that their marriage will be smooth sailing? Even though it was okay to get along with Liu Beicheng during this period of time, Liu Beicheng was just like that to her, and he wasn't even as attached to her as he was to Yi Chu. In the past, he had always coaxed himself and smiled at him with a smile on his face, so he had long since gotten used to it and felt that he didn't need to give any with her, and giving her a wedding ring was like taking advantage of him in a big way. When she calmed down and thought about the marriage, she didn't think there was much for her to keep, not to mention that Shin Unique is back now, so she's even less valuable. Gu Qinghua's worried eyes. Gu Nanyan wrapped both arms around his neck and smiled calmly. Dad, don't worry about this. Besides, my purpose has been achieved. Liu Beicheng is no longer valuable to me. Gu Nanyan said that her purpose had been accomplished, and Gu Qinghua opened her eyes wide. Nanyan Yu. Gu Nanyan's two hands fell on Gu Qinghua's shoulders, not too lightly but not too heavily to help him pinch, except for Xiaobei. No one has been told yet, so don't tell Mom for now. I'm afraid that she'll reveal herself. Gu Qinghua, Nanyan. So what are your plans now? Gu Nanyan, see what happens. As far as Liu Beicheng was concerned, if she didn't say anything, he would have done it himself, not to mention that he had already given her a handle to play with today. He just didn't want to say too much to Gu Qinghua for fear that he would worry too much. Plus growing up, she was able to make up her own mind about things. Gu Qinghua raised his hand and grabbed Gu Nanyan's hand on his shoulder, exhorting, keep your heart stable and everything, don't move too much. I know Dad. After talking with Gu Qinghua for a bit longer, Gu Nanyan left the Gu group, both hands gripping the steering wheel. The veins on the backs of Gu Nanyan's hands popped up, and the whole person was trembling with anger. Liu Beicheng, what right does he have to come to her dad? What right does he have to make her dad give up the project in B City? He wants to curry favor with Shin Unique. He wants to show his loyalty to Shin Unique. Why doesn't he take the interests of Liu's group to show his loyalty? Oh, yeah, that's right. They're married. Only by trampling her and the Gu family underfoot would that be considered showing loyalty to Shin Unique. As for Shin only into daxing, clear-eyed people see that she is in competition with her, or how the first project to compete with Gu, not to mention that she is still topped with that sickly body. In exchange for the usual people must be at home to recuperate. It seemed that she had long been impatient to come back and couldn't wait to snatch Liu Beicheng back, both eyes staring straight at the road ahead. Gu Nanyan's chest guilty of stuffiness, suffocating her pain, how a breath cannot gasp over. Liu Beicheng in the outside light, she does not care. He wants to double date with Shin only, she does not care. But he never should not move her Gu family interests. For so many years, the Gu family hadn't taken anything from him, so what did he think he was? At this moment, the more Gu Nanyan thought about it, the more she was angry. Just now in Gu Qinghua's office she just didn't want him to worry, so she just pretended to be indifferent. Not to mention Liu Beicheng is her husband. Even if Liu Beicheng is not her husband, she can't swallow this breath. So, when she returned to Royal Bay from work, she was waiting for Liu Beicheng to come back. Seeing that time was passing by, but Liu Beicheng was still late in coming back. Gu Nanyan's fire was getting bigger and bigger. Ever since Shin Unique came back, he's pretty much gone back to his old self, not returning home again. More than 10 o'clock in the evening, Gu Nanyan held a bellyful of fire sitting on the bed reading a book. Liu Beicheng's car finally parked downstairs. Young master, you're back. Mrs. Zhang saw him enter the house and asked after greeting him, young master, do you need to prepare a midnight snack? No need. Liu Beicheng, is Nanyan back yet? Sister-in-law Zhang, I'm back. I ate 2 bowls of rice in the evening and had a big bowl of soup. Young lady's appetite is getting better and better lately. If it wasn't for the fact that the last medical checkup said that she wasn't pregnant, Mrs. Zhang really wanted to suspect in that direction, thinking that Gu Nanyan was pregnant. Hearing that Gu Nanyan's appetite was good, Liu Beicheng was relieved, indicating that she was still in a good mood, and that she didn't know about the fact that he had gone to Gu Qinghua. Just as well, it was better to go up and explain it to her now than for her to find out later from someone else. But when he thought about what kind of reason to use, Liu Beicheng was also in trouble. A few days ago, Mrs. Shin came to him and said that the director of the company did not allow Shin Unique to serve in the company, so she intentionally gave a difficult thing to let her know the difficulties. But Shin Unique did not want to give in to defeat. She also said that Shin Unique has been very low self-esteem in the past few years, and she kept wanting to prove herself, and kept searching for her own value, and she could not stay in daxing if she did not take this project. Mrs. Shin also said with Liu Beicheng, her intention is not to want Shin only out of the toss, but Shin only said that he did not want to do a waste of time. They really cannot come over to find him, to see if you can let the Gu family to take a step back. Said that in the future there will be absolutely no such thing. She will be Shin only, uncle said. Let Shin only in the future to avoid anything related to the Gu family, so that Lu Beiqing this time to reconcile a little, or by the time it is really messy, he also difficult in the middle of it. Both families don't look good, and it's difficult for him to be in the middle. Mrs. Shin personally approached him about this, and Lu Beiqing couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he went to find Gu Qinghua, push open the door into the bedroom, see Gu Nanyan sitting on the bed reading a book. Lu Beiqing approached the past and embraced her. He did not have time to speak. Gu Nanyan spoke first. She asked, "You went to Gu to see my dad today?" Gu Nanyan straight to the point. Lu Beiqing just hugged her. He thought Gu Nanyan didn't know about it yet, but it turned out that she already knew. Aha! Lu Beiqing faintly answered, and then said, "This is the only first job back behind." Before Lu Beiqing could finish his sentence, Gu Nanyan laughed sarcastically. Chapter 171 Get divorced and we're done. Before Lu Beiqing could finish his sentence, Gu Nanyan laughed sarcastically before putting down the book in her hands and turning her face to look at him. Lu Beiqing, what qualifications do you have to go and make my father give up the project? Without waiting for Lu Beiqing to speak, Gu Nanyan added, "What does Shin Unique's first few jobs have to do with my Gu family?" Gu Nanyan lightly said a few words. Lu Beiqing was dumbfounded by her question, turned his face to look at Lu Beiqing. The two looked at each other. Gu Nanyan took Lu Beiqing's hand away from her, and then lifted the quilt off the bed, walked to the desk and picked up the two agreements, and turned to look at Lu Beiqing said, "My father, since he promised you that today I cannot swallow, this breath will also swallow. You take time to go to do the formalities tomorrow, and after the big road towards the sky to walk on the other side. The old and dead are don't communicate with each other." He calls Shin Unique, but calls her by her full name. At the moment did not charge him angry, did not say to snatch the project back. Gu Nanyan feel that she has already used a lifetime of cultivation and strength. This project is considered to be her return to the stomach of that favor, and in the future do not owe each other. She Gu Nanyan of any have nothing to do with him Lu Beiqing. Regardless of whether it was Shin Unique or Yi Chu, he would go and get entangled with whomever he loved to get entangled with. Looking at the agreement that Gu Nanyan picked up, Lu Beiqing was instantly enraged. Gu Nanyan, do you have any sense of proportion left? Don't think you can threaten me with a divorce. She has no sense of proportion? Lu Beiqing's anger. Gu Nanyan was instantly exasperated and laughed. He ran to the company to ask her dad to give up the project and be city to Shin Unique, and it became that she didn't have a sense of proportion. Looking at Lu Beiqing with amusement, Gu Nanyan said, "I don't have a point? Lu Beiqing, you really don't have any face at all." She also said, "I threatened you and so what? You also do not put aside here to play deep love. Everyone painfully formalities. The back of the day are good." Gu Nanyan understands very well in her heart that the project in B City is just the beginning. It is not that she can't win the fight against Shin Unique and Daxing Group, just for a man who doesn't have himself in his heart. Gu Nanyan feels ridiculous, regardless of whether it was Yi Chu or Shin Unique. In Lu Beiqing's heart anyone was more important than her. After all is said and done between these women of theirs, but it is just a Lu Beiqing. The world is so big, why hang on to a man? She is not accompanied. She has self-awareness. She will not force Lu Beiqing to be with her, force Lu Beiqing to love her, and make this marriage look like she owes him. Gu Nanyan's careless sarcastic smile, and her insistence on a divorce. Lu Beiqing's face was so hard to see. After staring at Gu Nanyan for a while, he said, "Gu Nanyan, don't even think about the divorce." Gu Nanyan laughed, afraid of taking responsibility? "I'm afraid of what the outside world says is not good to hear. You can rest assured that this I bear no need for you to Lu Bei." Before Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beiqing raised his hand and pinched her face. "Gu Nanyan, you're addicted to messing around, aren't you?" Lu Beiqing's interruption. Gu Nanyan's fire could no longer be suppressed, rushed to him and said, "Lu Beiqing, we have known each other for so many years, get together and leave each other a little face." "Lu Beiqing, what face do you want? Letting the Gu family take the initiative to withdraw is already the biggest face for you. Otherwise do you think that if I make a move, this project can still be taken down by the Gu group?" Lu Beiqing's gas rushing, Gu Nanyan's breath almost did not slow down. Dare in his heart, he felt that did not put the Gu group destroyed their Gu family should be grateful. Suppressing her anger, Gu Nanyan said with a sarcastic smile, "So Lu Beiqing, so you're planning to go through with the Gu family for the sake of Shin Weiwei? Okay." Saying that, she violently pushed Lu Beiqing's hand away. "Then we all have our own abilities." After Gu Nanyan said that, she directly picked up the phone and dialed Gu Qinghua, calmly saying, "Dad, don't withdraw from the project in B City. I'll take this project." On the other end of the phone, Gu Qinghua was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, Nanyan, no matter what kind of decision you make, Dad will support you." Her daughter can't swallow this breath. Then they don't swallow. Make a mess of it. Make a mess of it. This face to be not so big thing. Lu Beiqing saw that the negotiated things were picked up by Gu Nanyan again, and for a moment he was annoyed as hell. With both hands in his pants pockets, he turned around and looked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan went to the closet and took a set of outfits out. Lu Beiqing saw that she was about to change her clothes and walked over and tugged on her wrist. "Haven't you made enough of a scene yet?" Being chided by Lu Beiqing grabbing his wrist, Gu Nanyan backhanded him and threw a slap on his face. "Get lost, don't touch me." Lu Beiqing's cheeks were hot. His right hand violently grabbed her arm, and with a fierce force he yanked her into his arms. Gu Nanyan did not comply. Said, "I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have messed with you. I shouldn't have agreed to this marriage. I shouldn't have been with you, okay? I will fulfill you now, okay? Get divorced and you can be nice to whomever you want from now on, and you can be with whomever you want openly." Lu Beiqing looked down at her, swallowed and said, "Gu Nanyan, it's just a project. Do you have to mess with me like this?" With Lu Beiqing's words, Gu Nanyan really didn't have any temper at all and said with amusement, "A project? Yes, I'm divorcing this marriage for a project. Otherwise what do you think you are? You're still more important than money and benefits?" Lu Beiqing, "I have seen shameless, really have not seen you so shameless. Married for almost 3 years. You have given me Gu Nanyan what? What favor has my Gu family ever taken from you? On what basis did you ask my father to quit and give up the project? If the company is in my hands, I don't have a problem if you want to fight me, but my dad, he's your elder, your father-in-law. Where do you get the face to ask him to make way for Shin Unique? What position do you put me in? And where do you put my dad and the Gu family? I don't have a problem with how you want to treat Shin Unique, but you shouldn't hit my Gu family." Lu Beiqing just that he out of Gu's hopeless. Gu Nanyan feel completely meaningless. In addition to divorce, in addition to not get involved with him in any way, she even do not want to gas. Lu Beiqing listened to Gu Nanyan's words and was about to speak when Gu Nanyan added, "Lu Beiqing, being with you is really quite tiring. Quite tiring. Married for almost 3 years now. How many times has your mom let me catch her in the act of adultery? How many times has your mom let me catch her in the act of adultery? How many times have you come back? And how many times have you done Yi Chu a favor, and have been to my Gu family a few times? And what have you given me? I didn't want to go over old ground with you, but I can't do it without your attitude, or you'll always think I owe you. I'll admit that I married you in the first place because of those fortune-telling words, but you haven't made my life any easier in the last few years. So let's settle this." After a pause, Gu Nanyan added, "And Shin Unique is back now, so see if it's convenient one day. Go and finish the formalities, and spare me, as well as yourself." Gu Nanyan's words, Lu Beiqing heart a burst of guilty. He thought that she wanted to marry him with all her heart and would not let go of him so easily, but she had already had numerous thoughts of giving up on him and the marriage before and after. Seeing Lu Beiqing staring at himself without saying anything, Gu Nanyan grabbed the coat on the bed and put it over her pajamas. The moment she looked at Lu Beiqing again, both of Gu Nanyan's hands twitched as she lifted her left hand and realized that the ring he had given her was still on her finger. Chapter 172 Remove his ring with blood and flesh. Lifting her left hand, she realized that the ring he had given her was still on her finger. Glancing at her white hand, Gu Nanyan reached out to remove the ring, but it was so tight that she couldn't take it off. When Lu Beiqing saw this, thinking about the words she just said, he shouted, "Gu Nanyan!" Gu Nanyan ignored him and didn't look up to see him, but instead used a fierce effort to withdraw that ring a little from her ring finger. In the next second, blood immediately oozed out around the ring. Gu Nanyan's heart throbbed in pain, but she pulled that ring out of her ring finger without the slightest bit of mercy. For a moment, the finger was bloody, and the ring was still hanging from the skin that had been ripped off with it. The pain in the connecting heart made Gu Nanyan feel ironic, and the layer of skin hanging from the ring seemed like the skin she had shed in this marriage. The face is always smiling and indifferent, but how can it really indifferent? Many times just pretending to be dashing. Gu Nanyan has been afraid of pain since she was a child, and seeing her pull the ring down hard in front of him like this, Lu Beiqing's heart also pumped for a moment of holding back the panic. Putting the ring with flesh and blood on the desk, Gu Nanyan calmly said, "Lu Beiqing, if I can know in advance we'll come to this step, then how I will not agree to this marriage. Know each other for so many years or leave a little bit of decency it." With that, she brushed past him and left the room. The door to the room was closed with no lightness, and when Lu Beiqing turned to look over, Gu Nanyan had long since disappeared. When Lu Beiqing's eyes fell on that ring, he only saw a few drops of blood all over the ground. The person who made the ring said that it was impossible to remove it, but Gu Nanyan pulled it off with flesh and blood. Both hands were gripping the steering wheel, and the blood from her left ring finger kept dripping down the wheel onto her pant legs and shoes. At this moment, Gu Nanyan was so numb from the pain that her body kept trembling, and the two hands holding the steering wheel were particularly hard. Swallowing her saliva, Gu Nanyan's heart was sore and uncomfortable, and her tears swished straight down. She has never been a person who likes to cry. What Liu Beicheng did today, as well as his words in the evening, saying that he did it, she thought Gu had a chance? Gu Nanyan felt that she had known these 20 years for nothing. Even if there had been that one argument and upset, she hadn't expected him to tolerate her like this, and she should have come to her senses as early as when he slapped her in the face that time. Her stomach suddenly hurt a little. Gu Nanyan was shocked, and her right hand hurriedly caressed her stomach, then drove the car to the hospital. After a checkup, the doctor said, avoid emotional excitement in the future to avoid hurting yourself. The baby in your stomach will also be able to sense it. It's a good thing that there's nothing going on today. Do you think it's better to stay in the hospital for the night or have your family come over to pick you up? Coming to the hospital alone in the middle of the night to check on the condition of the fetus, the doctors were kind of sympathetic to Gu Nanyan. Gu Nanyan said, I'll have my friend come over to pick me up. The doctor frowned. Where's the baby's father? What's wrong with men these days? No sense of responsibility at all. Gu Nanyan, he doesn't have a father. The doctor listened to Gu Nanyan's words and prescribed her some medicine without saying anything else. Not long after, when Gu Nanyan finished taking the medicine in the pharmacy, Zhou Bei hurried over and came over to hold her as she approached. What's the situation? What did the doctor say? Gu Nanyan, nothing much. A little medicine was prescribed. Zhou Bei, call me earlier in the future. Don't run to the hospital alone. Seeing Gu Nanyan's bandaged ring finger, Zhou Bei asked again, what happened to your hand? Gu Nanyan faintly said, taking the ring scratched it. Zhou Bei got angry when he heard it. Damn, it really isn't suitable. Giving a broken ring isn't even appropriate, Zhou Bei said, then opened the passenger side door and helped Gu Nanyan sit in. As the car started, Zhou Bei turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan and asked, what exactly happened today? You're in a very wrong mood. Gu Nanyan propped her right hand on the side of the car window, resting her head and said, I don't want to continue. Zhou Bei, I'll support you no matter what you decide. Gu Nanyan gently exhaled, and Zhou Bei asked again, smoke, then are you sure you want to give birth to the child? Maybe Jingyang wasn't wrong when he said that those fortune-telling words aren't allowed. Since we're not going to be together anymore, is there any point in keeping the baby? If she gave birth, would she always think of Liu Beicheng when she faced this child in the future? And would she feel that she was too stupid in the moment? Gu Nanyan blandly said, let's get the formalities done first, then we can consider the rest. At this moment, Gu Nanyan only wanted to finish the formalities with Liu Beicheng and then die an old man. Zhou Bei saw Gu Nanyan's rare mood was not high. She took her shoulders and pinched her shoulders her as a sign of giving comfort. Meanwhile, Glorious Bei. When Liu Beicheng went downstairs with a gloomy face, Mrs. Jiang rushed over and asked, young master, what's going on with you and young lady? The young lady was fine at night, but just now she insisted on leaving, and she couldn't even pull herself away. Liu Beicheng didn't say anything. Seeing this, Mrs. Jiang asked again, young master, then I'll ask something I shouldn't. Did you just have a fight with young madam over Miss Shin? Liu Beicheng indifferently asked. What did Gu Nanyan say to you? Sister John's words just now. Liu Beicheng felt that she knew something. Sister-in-law Jian listened to Liu Beicheng's question. She said, some time ago young Master Jingyang made a trip to the house and took some pictures of you and Miss Shin drinking coffee and sunbathing. The young lady didn't listen to young Master Jingyang to make trouble with you. She also asked me to drop and burn all the pictures, saying that she didn't need to tell you that young Master Jingyang had been here. She said that she believed in you. When Mrs. Jiang said this, Liu Beicheng's face obviously deepened. It turned out that Gu Nanyan already knew about his meeting with Shin Weiwei that time, but she never mentioned it. At this time, sister-in-law Jiang continued, young master, you actually can't blame the young lady for being upset, because ever since Miss Shin came back, you've pretty much gone back to being like you were before, and started coming home late again, or even not coming home at all. This matter no matter in whose body, who will not feel good in their heart. This is also really thanks to the young lady's heart is big. If it were any other woman would have hit the door. With these words from Mrs. Jiang, Liu Beicheng raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He came back late this time, or did not come back. In fact with Shin only has little to do with Shin only. Is the end of the year work busy? If he had to say there was a connection, it was that his mood was affected by remembering the fire. Got it. After replying back to Mrs. Jiang, Liu Beicheng drove his car and left Royal Bay. With his left hand holding the steering wheel, his right hand flipped through the phone numbers, and when he flipped to Gu Nanyan's phone number, Liu Beicheng directly dialed it. Chapter 173. She likes you. She's just borrowing a reason to be with you. He hadn't wanted to argue with Gu Nanyan tonight, but when she brought out the divorce agreement, he was instantly enraged. She mentioned it several times when she hadn't even thought about divorce herself. Nanjian large flat. Gu Nanyan and Zhou Bei, two people just entered the house. Gu Nanyan pocket phone rang. Gu Nanyan touched the phone out. To see that it was Liu Beicheng called, she hung up the phone after the phone, directly turned off the phone. Previously quarrel is still can have a moderation. Lu Beicheng this time to find her father to give way to Shen only. Gu Nanyan's heart completely cold. He voiced do not want to hear. What's more, Shen only didn't die. She made them both whole. On the side, Zhou Bei watched Gu Nanyan hang up the phone with a sullen face. She asked, Lu Beicheng called? Aha! Gu Nanyan answered as if nothing had happened. After staring at Gu Nanyan like this for a long time, Zhou Bei said, if you don't want to live, you don't have to, and anyway, this marriage is just as good as not getting married. In the past, she wouldn't have blatantly persuaded Gu Nanyan to get a divorce like Lu Jingyang did, except that Xin Unique suddenly came back from the dead and she also heard that Xin Unique and Gu were competing for a project in B City. At this moment, without asking, I knew that Gu Nanyan and Lu Beicheng had quarreled mostly over this, because for Gu Nanyan, how Lu Beicheng how she presses will not care about him, but he cannot move the interests of the Gu family. This is her bottom line. Thinking that Lu Beicheng stood Shen only in this matter, so he did not say a good word. Immediately after, she bent down to Gu Nanyan's stomach and said to her stomach, kid brother, I just said that in the car. Don't take it seriously, don't toss your mom. Gu Nanyan had put up with Lu Beicheng for almost 3 years for the sake of having a child, and she really hadn't thought things through when she had just asked her if she wanted a child. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan was instantly happy. What if it's a kid's sister? Zhou Bei coolly stood up straight, both hands in his pants pockets. It's all the same. Then he added, I'll stay here with you. Gu Nanyan is pregnant. Zhou Bei stayed with her, and the divorce has to be done before it's too late, or else if the belly is up, the Lu family probably won't agree to a divorce. Gu Nanyan, Xiao Bei. Thank you, Zhou Bei, let's not say thank you. In the Maybach, Lu Beicheng saw Gu Nanyan hang up his phone and turn it off, and with a gloomy face he snapped and threw the phone on the shelf next to him. After that, he grimly picked up his cell phone again and dialed Shenli. It wasn't long before the two met at the bar. When Lu Beicheng sat down and filled a glass of wine for himself and drank it all in one go, Shenli didn't drink it and just looked at him without moving. After Lu Beicheng drank a few cups, Shenli then spoke. Quarreled with Nanyan? Lu Beicheng didn't ring. Shenli continued. I heard that you went to Guqinghua for the project in B City. Lu Beicheng still did not sound, then drank a few cups of mulled wine before he talked about it, saying that Gu Nanyan had handed him the divorce agreement. Calmly looking at Lu Beicheng for a while, Shenli then said, Beicheng, you let Nanyan go. At Shenli's words, Lu Beicheng was first stunned, then turned his face to look at him and asked in a cold voice, what do you mean? Shenli listened to Lu Beicheng's questioning. He said in a cloudy manner, although Nanyan took the license with you back then because she listened to the fortune-telling words, but Beicheng you have embarrassed Nanyan enough in the past few years, getting a license for almost 3 years, you don't even want to do the wedding. Your fight with Nanyan in these years we all see it in our eyes. Nanyan is already tolerant enough for you. No matter how you fool around outside, she is all smiles to give you enough face. It's true that you haven't treated her well these past few years, and the Gu family hasn't risen high enough to have you as a son-in-law, and hasn't borrowed your Lu family's power. In the past, Nanyan still liked you a lot, or else she wouldn't have tolerated you so much these past few years. Since you don't have her in your heart, you let her go. Not to mention the fact that the only one has been resurrected and Nanyan is giving you guys a chance. In the past, Shenli never persuaded to leave, but Xin Unique came back, and Lu Beicheng even went to find Gu Qinghua for Xin Unique, and they could not stand to watch as brothers. Shenli's words, Lu Beicheng's face became more and more gloomy, and the way he looked at him was also cold. Not convinced? Shenli smiled and said, if you are not convinced, then I will help Nanyan calculate this account. The wedding you did not send Nanyan what it, every now and then to Yichu to help. Go to the Gu family of the number of fingers can be counted clearly. After the marriage of the gossip quite a lot of it, and the number of times you didn't come home I won't count. And this time you went to Gu Qinghua for the soul. Where do you let Nanyan's face go? What do you let your father-in-law think? And where do you put the Gu family? If Nanyan had asked your father, or the old man, for help over the Liangzhou matter, could you have endured that? Not to mention that it hasn't harmed the Lu family. Beicheng, you did go overboard in the past few years, and I don't think she married you by listening to those fortune-telling words. She just likes you and is just using the fortune-telling words to give herself a reason to be with you. Shenli's detailed account. Lu Beicheng fell into silence. Shenli patted his shoulder. Don't embarrass her too much. After all, they grew up together. Shenli mouthed for him to break it off with Gu Nanyan. Lu Beicheng stood up from the sofa with a cold face, picked up his jacket and left without looking back. He came over to find Shenli because he was in a bad mood to find him for a chat, and as a result, he was in an even worse mood after hearing these words from him. In the following days, Gu Nanyan was busy with the case, and busy with the company's affairs, and one person couldn't wait to split into two people. Lu Beicheng's side didn't contact her, and she didn't return to Royal Bay again. That night, she had just come back from work after working overtime when she saw Lu Beicheng at her door. Chapter 174 So anxious to divorce. Are you pregnant? Stopping in her tracks, she tucked both hands in the pockets of her coat and exhaled slowly before asking with a smile, something wrong? Liu Beicheng came closer, one hand in his pocket, one hand ruffling the hair on her forehead. Not going home? Liu Beicheng's as if nothing had happened. Gu Nanyan laughed in amusement. After laughing, she took away Liu Beicheng's hand. I'm not joking with you, and the divorce agreement is real. The hand that was removed gently clenched into a fist. Liu Beicheng said, my words that day were heavy. After separating from Xunli at the bar that day, Liu Beicheng thought about what Xunli had said, and also thought about what he had said, saying that he had indeed gone too far in his bid to keep Gu from taking the project. So you are apologizing? Gu Nanyan, both hands still in her pockets, looked at him with a smile and said, okay, I accept your apology, but Liu Beicheng, we really aren't suitable, so we'd better go and get the formalities done. When Gu Nanyan finished and brushed past him, Liu Beicheng grabbed her arm. I saw Shen only that day just. Before Liu Beicheng could finish his sentence, Gu Nanyan interrupted him. Liu Beicheng, I'm not interested in who you're going to see or what you're doing. I just don't want to live with you anymore. She tried and gave it a chance, but there was a limit to tolerance and patience, and when her patience ran out, she just didn't want to play with him anymore. Gu Nanyan's insistence. Liu Beicheng yanked her over with a slight force. Liu Beicheng's unforgiving. Gu Nanyan is not happy. Liu Beicheng, what exactly do you want? Don't tell me you don't want to leave. Married for almost 3 years, your dislike for me is engraved on your brain. You a big man can't take it and put it down a little? Gu Nanyan's impatience. Liu Beicheng looked at her with 2 scarlet eyes and said, Gu Nanyan, do you have to be like this? Gu Nanyan categorically said, yes, I insist on leaving. Liu Beicheng has gone to Gu to find her father. This marriage is not divorced. I'm afraid he wants to swallow Gu. Gu Nanyan insisted on divorce. Liu Beicheng held her hand, and the veins on the back of his hand burst out. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan forcefully pulled her hand out of his hand, only to see that her ring finger was still wrapped in gauze and was not yet well. Gu Nanyan drew her hand back, and Liu Beicheng sarcastically gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll fulfill you if you want to leave. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. At the doorway, Gu Nanyan stared at his back for a moment, watching him turn the corner to go over to the waiting room. She opened the door to the room and went inside. The door to the room was gently closed. Gu Nanyan raised her hand and covered her stomach, and then stood in place for a while before slowly walking to the front of the sofa and sitting down. Liu Beicheng didn't come over again when he left, and Gu Nanyan didn't go back to Royal Bay, so he went back even less. Every time I go back, the house is cold and quiet. I can't feel a trace of fireworks, and I always feel empty in my heart. Pushing open the bedroom door and entering, Liu Beicheng looked over to the desk, only to see Gu Nanyan turn around with a smile on her face and greeted back. When Liu Beicheng was surprised, he only saw that the desk was empty, not to mention the figure of Gu Nanyan, or just a mosquito did not see. Raising his hand and rubbing his temples, Liu Beicheng felt a pang of annoyance in his heart. In the past, she wouldn't leave Royal Bay no matter what. Even if she didn't come back for all night, she would still guard Royal Bay. She always had a smile on her face too, no matter what he was doing out there. Standing in the doorway for a while, Liu Beicheng finally turned around and left without entering the house. As he was about to go out, Mrs. Jiang stopped him as she asked, young master, aren't you going to fetch the young lady back? Without waiting for Liu Beicheng to speak, Mrs. Jiang added, young master, women need to be coaxed. If you coax the young lady a little more, she will be back. In sister-in-law Jiang's impression, Gu Nanyan is a very generous person, smiling all day long, and very tolerant of her young master. Her young master just need to go and coax a little bit. She will definitely come back. At the persuasion of Mrs. Jiang, Liu Beicheng took the car keys and said, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Jiang's wife hurriedly chased after her. Young master, why are you just leaving? You hurry and go fetch the young lady back. Liu Beicheng did not respond, opened the door and got in the car, started the vehicle and left Yulin Bay. Originally, he wanted to go to the company for a while, but the car drove on to Gu Nanyan's downstairs. Thinking that she still insisted on divorce when he came back to her last time, Liu Beicheng just picked up the cell phone, snapped and threw it aside. In fact, during the period of time that Shen only came back, he himself did not see her twice, and then it was Mrs. Shen who came to him. Remembering that what he said that night was indeed heavy, Liu Beicheng finally dialed over by phone. Gu Nanyan didn't hang up on him this time, and when she connected, she asked carelessly, figured it out? In the old days it was always Liu Beicheng who asked her this way, asking her if she had figured it out and wanted to leave. Just after Gu Nanyan's words fell, Liu Beicheng asked in a cold and clear voice, so anxious to divorce, are you pregnant? After enduring for nearly 3 years without saying a word, could she say leave so easily? When has she been so easy to talk to? Thinking about it, Lu Beicheng guessed that she had achieved her goal, so she couldn't wait to get a divorce. And the fact that he had helped Shin only happened to be the one thing that she got a handle on. Chapter 175 Forced to take her to the hospital for a pregnancy test. Gu Nanyan listened to Lu Beicheng's question and calmly said, "If you don't feel at ease, let's go to the hospital together tomorrow and check it out." Gu Nanyan's calm. Lu Beicheng said, "Let's talk." Gu Nanyan, "Okay, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to talk." When Gu Nanyan said she wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Beicheng snapped and hung up the phone without saying a word. It was the second time he had taken the initiative to come to her, and the last time he had come over he had apologized to her for that angry remark, and she hadn't relented, and damn it, he wasn't going to serve. Extremely impatiently throwing his cell phone on the dashboard, Lu Beicheng pulled a black face and started the vehicle, making a sharp turn without turning his head back. Gu Nanyan did not return to Royal Bay for a while, and after making a fuss for so long or wanting a divorce, Lu Beicheng could not bear it any longer. Thought she'd be angry for a while and she'd come down when she came over to give a step, but she ended up standing on the step and refusing to come down. "If you don't, you don't, and he's not bothering." Upstairs, Gu Nanyan saw Lu Beicheng hang up the phone. She exhaled and her heart beat faster for a moment. Lu Beicheng's brain was quite good, and he actually guessed that she was pregnant after her mess this time. The right hand gently fell on the stomach, but also good that the child's month is small cannot see any. Otherwise the Lu family side really do not let them leave. The next morning, when Gu Nanyan cleaned herself up and went out, she saw Lu Beicheng leaning in front of her house with a disheveled face. For a moment, Gu Nanyan was startled. "Lu Beicheng, are you sick in the morning?" Subsequently, he took a close look at Two Eyes. No 23 years, she has never seen Lu Beicheng so disheveled. Chin and upper lip above the scruff of the beard came out. There are a lot of cigarette butts on the ground. Even if it is Shin only died when he is not this kind of virtue. Disgusted, Gu Nanyan gave him a glance, then said, "It's to the Civil Affairs Bureau, right? Promise you'll leave for sure. You'll just call me to inform me." Without that trust, the day really isn't much fun. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng's already haggard face instantly became even uglier, after which he approached over and pressed the back of her neck before escorting her into the elevator. Gu Nanyan grabbed his wrist. "We're about to do the formalities. Don't move your hands." Then added, "In the past, touching and sleeping a bit was considered me doing charity." Lu Beicheng, "And you're not having fun? Besides, who took her to do the formalities?" "Cool, Gu Nanyan, but don't you mention money to me. I'm a person who takes everything lightly. It's money that I take seriously." Gu Nanyan's nonsense. Lu Beicheng coldly blanked her. His right hand still pressed on the back of her neck, and with a slight force he yanked her into his arms. Gu Nanyan stumbled into his arms, backhand to pull his hand. Lu Beicheng look at her ring finger is still wrapped with gauze. His heart cannot help but seize a moment, then take away pressed in the neck right hand on the hold of her hand. Gu Nanyan just looked at him so motionless, until the elevator reached the first floor. Lu Beicheng still holding her without letting go. Gu Nanyan asked, "Lu Beicheng, what do you mean?" As soon as Gu Nanyan asked, Lu Beicheng didn't get off the elevator and turned his face to look at her and asked, "Want to charge? 100,000 or 1,000,000? Saying that, he fished his wallet out of his pocket and took out a bank card and shoved it into her other hand. "Password 123456. That should be enough to pay for your expenses." Lu Beicheng finished as if nothing had happened, reached out and pressed open the elevator door and let Gu Nanyan out. Gu Nanyan was on fire, raising her hand and smashing the bank card on the back of his head. "Lu Beicheng, are you still finished?" The bank card was smashed and landed on his neck. Lu Beicheng stopped his steps and turned his face around to look at Gu Nanyan, and in the process took the bank card off the top of his neck as well. At this moment, he realized that Gu Nanyan's temper was becoming more and more stubborn and difficult to serve. Looking at each other with 4 eyes, and seeing that Gu Nanyan did not look good, Lu Beicheng did not lash out at her, but just held her wrist and walked outside the building. When the two arrived outside the building, Lu Beicheng opened the passenger side door and shoved Gu Nanyan there. After being stuffed into the car by Lu Beicheng, Gu Nanyan didn't bother to fasten her seatbelt, and with both hands wrapped around her chest, she turned her face to look out the window. Lu Beicheng saw that she wasn't even willing to look at herself with her eyes. He leaned his body towards her and pulled the seatbelt over to help her fasten it. Looking at Gu Nanyan in such a posture, Lu Beicheng said, "There are some things that I don't know how to tell you, but Xin Wei and I won't have anything." Gu Nanyan listened to his words and said with amusement, "There won't be anything that can help her like this, to be able to step on the interests of the Gu family, so if there's something in the future I won't even have bones left?" Lu Beicheng, "No." Seeing Gu Nanyan finish and not look at him again, he gently pinched her face to make her look at himself. "I was heavy-handed with my words that day. I apologize to you." Gu Nanyan, however, asked, "Did you bring your account book?" Lu Beiqing threw away her face at once. Dare I say what I just said to you is all nonsense? Then he opened her bag and took a look, and really got her account book out of the bag. In the next second, Lu Beiqing's face was that good. Gu Nanyan, what do you mean? Gu Nanyan, ready to do the formalities at any time. Lu Beiqing was so angry with her that he almost didn't slow down his breath, cold and clear to withdraw his eyes, start the vehicle and drive her away. As soon as Lu Beiqing got angry, Gu Nanyan's heart was soothed. Still think she's a 3-year-old child who can be coaxed out of such a big deal with just a couple of words? He thought so, both hands holding the steering wheel. Lu Beiqing thought about the account book in Gu Nanyan's bag. His face was getting uglier and uglier, and he didn't talk to Gu Nanyan all the way. Thinking of the previous days obviously still so good. She sticks to him every night. Lu Beiqing's face is even more unsightly. Damn, heartless woman, flip-flopping faster than turning over a book. When the car reached the intersection, Gu Nanyan saw that he didn't turn right to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau but continued to go straight. So she reminded, Lu Beiqing, the Civil Affairs Bureau turns right. Lu Beiqing glanced at her indifferently. Who said I was going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Gu Nanyan was upset and said in amusement, not going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, then what are you doing at my door in the morning? Lu Beiqing ignored her and drove the car onward, at which point Gu Nanyan probably understood what he meant. He suspected she was pregnant and brought her to the hospital for a checkup. When Lu Beiqing parked the car in the hospital's parking lot, Gu Nanyan did not get out of the car with both hands wrapped around her chest. Seeing this, Lu Beiqing walked around the front of the car to the passenger side and opened the door, with one hand propped up on the upper edge of the door and one hand propped up on the side. Lu Beiqing bent down and looked at Gu Nanyan and said, not getting out of the car? Gu Nanyan, first go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the license, then I'll come back for a checkup. Lu Beiqing laughed a little in amusement. Going with you to get a license first and then letting you have the child all to yourself? The seed that my old son worked so hard to sow, I can cheapen it for you alone? Gu Nanyan took the bag in her hand and violently hit him. Lu Beiqing, you are even more shameless than me. Besides, if you don't sell out on my identity, you still have to sell out on other women. What's wrong with knowing me for so many years cheaply? This is your obligation. Lu Beiqing, so you're pregnant? Chapter 176 never sold out to another woman, and never will. Gu Nanyan, not pregnant. If he is pregnant, it's not his. Lu Beiqing listened to her little impatience and said gently, go up and check and you'll know. Then he explained, haven't sold out to other women and won't do so in the future. Be obedient and go check first. If we do get pregnant, what are the areas that we should pay attention to? We still have to pay attention to. The more Gu Nanyan says she is not pregnant, the more Lu Beiqing thinks she is pregnant. Gu Nanyan said carelessly, you are you, and I am me. Lu Beiqing saw that she was still angry, and coaxed her again. I promise you, I won't see Xin Unique in the future. Anything about her, When Gu Nanyan heard this, it was not right. He is fine with his own guarantee. What? They do not need his guarantee. As long as he went to get the divorce license will be fine. So he raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Stop, stop, don't you put it aside here to paint me a cake. You can't even skim off a Yi Chu. And you're still here to pull Xin Unique with me. Without waiting for Lu Beiqing to speak, Gu Nanyan unbuckled her seatbelt and said, is it true that when you check that you're not pregnant later, you'll go with me to get a license? Lu Beiqing, you go and check it out first. Gu Nanyan got out of the car. Let's go. As a result, she didn't take a few steps before her 2 feet landed on the ground. She suddenly stumbled and tripped. Luckily Lu Beiqing was quick on his feet and grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Gu Nanyan straightened her clothes, following which she turned her face to look at him, straightened her back and continued to walk forward. Lu Beiqing walked behind her and asked with a smile, feeling weak? Gu Nanyan, just go up and check it out. Lu Beiqing smiled and raised his right hand to take her into his arms like before. Gu Nanyan's elbow disliked his side waist so hard that Lu Beiqing sucked in a breath. Gu Nanyan, are you stupid? You're the one who suffers if you break your kidney. Gu Nanyan, I'm going to be replaced soon, so what's there to lose? Lu Beiqing took her by the shoulders and hugged her tighter. Not long after, when the two arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department, Gu Nanyan was directly arranged to be examined on the vice president's side. When the series of inspections ended, the call from Gu Nanyan's client came over, so she stayed standing on the small balcony at the end of the corridor to answer the call. Very conscientious and professional. Lu Beiqing watched her from inside the corridor, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile when he saw her dedicated appearance. I'm still a little kid, but I've grown so big that I can be a mom. Xinwei was not burned to death by that fire. Lu Beiqing's guilt was much less, but there were a few more points of worry. Otherwise he would not have gone to the Gu group to find Gu Qinghua. A few moments later, when Gu Nanyan came back after answering the phone, the dean's results happened to come out as well, and looked at Lu Beiqing and said, Beiqing, Nanyan's test results are out. Liu Beicheng listened to the dean's words and held Gu Nanyan's hand and went over. Liu Beicheng looking for the dean and Liu family have some friendship, and it is precisely because of this that he felt more reliable to bring Gu Nanyan over. When the two entered the office, Liu Beicheng pressed Gu Nanyan's shoulders and let her sit down in the chair. At this time, the dean then handed the results of the examination just now to the two of them and said, Beicheng, Nanyan didn't get pregnant this time, but her body is very healthy. You guys are still so young, there is no need to be too anxious about this. Liu Beicheng listened to the words of the dean. His heart suddenly cooled most of the way, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Uncle Lai, is there no mistake in the examination? Gu Nanyan is fertile, and he hasn't used contraception since he was found out last time, so how come she's not pregnant? Dean Lai looked at the two and said, there shouldn't be any mistakes, or you can go to another hospital and check again. Liu Beicheng stood up unhurriedly, thank you Uncle Lai. Liu Beicheng was visibly lost, and Gu Nanyan followed suit and stood up. When the two greeted the dean and left the hospital, Liu Beicheng was still sullen and not looking too good. Gu Nanyan looked at Liu Beicheng's posse and thought, it's a good thing I didn't tell him about my pregnancy, or else I'd really be pinned down by him, and I'd be dead set against leaving. It's just that the Liu family has connections in the hospital, and so does their Gu family. When the two of them got into the car, Liu Beicheng didn't start the vehicle to leave right away, but just turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan. With a slightly lost look in his eyes, Gu Nanyan's scalp tingled as she asked, what are you looking at me for? Liu Beicheng said coldly, you're so happy that you're not pregnant? Gu Nanyan, not bad, then added, by the way, I'm easy to conceive, so I'm not even pregnant, you see if you want to. When Gu Nanyan was halfway through her sentence, Liu Beicheng swept over a cold eye, and Gu Nanyan immediately shut up and said nothing. Liu Beicheng withdrew his eyes, and Lung Qing started the car. He had a full body checkup just a while ago and he's fine. Gu Nanyan retracted her eyes. The work call came again. Not much later when the car stopped at a morning tea restaurant, Liu Beicheng opened the door and went down. When he came back not long after, he stuffed a few bags of breakfast into Gu Nanyan's arms. Thanks. Gu Nanyan took the breakfast and said thanks, then continued talking on the phone. Okay, then I'll contact you again when I get back to the office. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking and hung up, Liu Beicheng's cell phone rang again. Liu Beicheng picked up the phone, and on the other end, Xia Chang reported, Boss, Gu's group won the bid for the project in the new area of B City. Holding the steering wheel in one hand and the cell phone in the other, Liu Beicheng turned his face to look at Gu Nanyan, then said, I know. Liu Beicheng had just finished answering Xia Cheng's call when Gu Nanyan's phone rang again. Gu Chunghua called, Dad, Nanyan, the project in B City has just been put out to tender. It's good to have the project taken down. Just keep a close eye on the back end of the project. Nanyan, think about going back to the office. When Gu Nanyan didn't meddle in this project, Gu Chinghua actually didn't have that much certainty. Gu Nanyan said she would keep an eye on this project. Gu Chinghua immediately felt like there was a big mountain behind her. His daughter was only so old, but she was so inclined to be decent at whatever she did. Oftentimes, her logic is just different from others. Gu Chinghua once again brought up the matter of letting her go back to the company. Gu Nanyan cried and laughed. Dad, let's talk about this later. I have to go back to the institute now. With that, Gu Nanyan hung up the phone. Immediately after, he turned his face to Liu Beicheng and smiled. Sorry, I didn't let you escort the flowers successfully. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, she realized that Liu Beicheng was going the wrong way and reminded, this is not the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Liu Beicheng glanced at her lightly and said carelessly, didn't you just say that you were going back to the institute? Gu's ability to take the project in B City, Liu Beicheng all expected, because Gu Nanyan that day after messing with him, he did not care about this matter. Chapter 177. When I agreed to this marriage, I never thought of divorce. Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to speak, Liu Beicheng added, Gu Nanyan, you don't want to think about the divorce. When he had agreed to this marriage, he had never thought of divorce. Gu Nanyan saw that Liu Beicheng did not leave. She stared at him for a long time without moving, and then she threw the breakfast in her hand aside. After that, turned his face to look out the window without speaking. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs at the law firm. Gu Nanyan got out of the car and left without looking back. Xin Unique has risen from the dead. She will see how long Liu Beicheng can act. Seeing Gu Nanyan into the law firm, her back just disappeared. Not a moment later, Liu Beicheng's phone rang. Xin only called. Answering the phone, Xin Unique's voice came gently. Beicheng, can we meet? 20 minutes later, the two met at the cafe where they had last met. Shen Weiwei was originally sitting in a wheelchair. Looking at Liu Beicheng coming over, she stood up with both hands propped on the armrests of the wheelchair. Beicheng, you're here. Miss, slow down. The servant saw Shin Unicorn get up and rushed over to help her. I'm fine, Shinny responded with a smile. took away her hand and walked towards Liu Beicheng. When the little servant saw Shin Unique's rare happiness, she left without a word. As the two approached, Shinwei looked up at Liu Beicheng with a smile in her eyes. Liu Beicheng quickly averted his eyes when he saw the sizzling heat in her eyes, and then looked at the bench next to him. Sit. After saying that, Liu Beicheng sat down himself first. Seeing this, Shin uniquely sat down next to him without slowing down, and she said, "This winter is so warm. It's still comfortable in a city, but it's going to cool down soon too, and I've heard that it's going to snow at Christmas." Aha! Liu Beicheng faintly answered and waited for what Shin Unique was going to say below. Shin only see Liu Beicheng is still as cold and quiet as ever. She, two hands propped up on the bench, turned her face to look at him and said, "B City project landed. Gu's group took the bid. Just now in the company I handed in my resignation to the shareholders meeting, and I won't enter the company in the future, and I won't be involved in the Daxing group's affairs." Liu Beicheng listened to Shin Weiwei's words and calmly said, "It's better for you to recuperate at home. There will be a long time to work in the future." Liu Beicheng's comfort. Shin only faintly smiled. "Have been idle for several years. Feel like an invalid, can't do anything. Think of the former self, how spirited. Just people strong, life is not strong. I cannot, and Nan Yen Yichu can have a job of their own. Cannot enjoy this life." Speaking here, Shin only suddenly said sadly, "I just didn't expect Nan Yen to hate me so much in the beginning, even at the expense of it." Noticing that Liu Beicheng's face changed, Shin Weichao quickly put away her sadness, smiled with some helplessness, and then said with a twist of words, "Beicheng, I didn't want to enter Daxing Group to have any rivalry with the Gu family. I just wanted to seek a job. Can't help that my body can't work. Those people in the shareholders meeting intentionally make things difficult for me, knowing these things between us before letting me be in charge of the project in B. Actually, I just want a job. A normal job will do, and I don't want a position." When Shinwei only said this to him, Liu Beicheng faintly said, "What you need more now is to recuperate." The meaning of Shin's only words. How could Liu Beicheng not understand what she meant? But he did not pick up on it. If he were to arrange Shin Unique into Liu Group again, he and Gu Nanyan would really not be able to go on. I'm afraid, and besides, Shin Unique's body really isn't suitable for work. I understand the reasoning, but people have backbones. Shin only smiled and added, "But I have found a location. Intend to open a cafe book bar similar to this one, and do not expect it to earn money. Can be a little bit of fireworks, can make my life a little richer on it. Liu Beicheng, this will suit you better." Liu Beicheng said, not slowing down, and stood up from the bench. "Only, Nan Yen, she didn't hate you because..." Liu Beicheng hadn't finished speaking when Shin Weiwei stood up and interrupted him. "Beicheng, I understand what you mean. She's your wife now. What you don't want people to know, I won't let people know either." Both hands in his pants pockets, Liu Beicheng was silent for a long time and said, "Thank you." Shin only bitter smile. "The weather is very good. The flowers in the yard bloomed luxuriantly." Shin only stared at Liu Beicheng like this for a long time, and then slowly took 2 steps forward, gently leaned the side of her face against his chest. "It's just that I also have a heart that is not willing. I'm also very sad." Liu Beicheng held his breath for a long time, and when he saw that Shin Weiwei was slow to get up and drive away, he grabbed her arms and gently pushed her away. "I still have a meeting. I'll go back to the company first." "Aha!" Shin only answered him and let him go. Until Liu Beicheng's back disappeared for a while, Shin Weiwei's eyes were slow to retract. Seeing this, the little servant came over to hold Shin Unique and reminded, "Miss, the person has already gone far away." Shin uniquely looked into the distance and lamented, "How good it would have been if I hadn't been injured. If I had been healthy." "Maid, miss, you'll be healthy for a while longer." Shin Unique smiled bitterly. "So what if he's healthy? Beicheng, he's not mine anymore." The little servant was silent. Meanwhile, the law firm, Gu Nanyan, just came out of Director Xie's office, and the WeChat on her cell phone was dripping and ringing non-stop, and 10 or 20 pictures were all sent by Lu Jingyang. Gu Nanyan pulled out the chair and sat down, clicked on the photo sent by Lu Jingyang to see that it was again a photo of Liu Beicheng and Shin Weiwei, the two of them sitting together on a bench in the sun, and Shin Weiwei buried her face in Liu Beicheng's chest. The flowers around them were blooming so brightly that they both looked like paintings. Flipping through Lu Jingyang's photos, Gu Nanyan just smiled helplessly. He had just escorted her to the hospital for a checkup, and then he turned his face and went to accompany Shin Unique. He was really busy. Staring at Shin only put his face against the chest of Liu Beicheng. That photo, Gu Nanyan faced suddenly a slight sinking. Shin only physical condition is not good. Liu Beicheng right now do not divorce, is not want to use. When Gu Nanyan thought of this, the strength of holding the cell phone was even heavier than earlier. It seems that they really have their own little agenda. It's just that she went over to the second hospital today, and there's no telling how long this can be kept under wraps. Xiao Gu, then pack up and go to that academic exchange meeting together later. As Gu Nanyan was pondering this matter, Director Xia came out and said, "Good, Gu Nanyan put her cell phone away and promised Director Xie before turning off her computer and getting up to go back to pack her bags. At this moment, she only had a divorce case at hand, and the main purpose of the parties was to drag their feet and refuse to divorce, so she wasn't that busy. Plus the project in B City had taken the bid, so she could also rest assured that she could go to study with Director Xie and the others. Drove the car just left the law firm not a moment. Lu Jingyang's phone call over. Smoke. I just sent you the photos you have seen? Gu Nanyan held the steering wheel with both hands. See, Lu Jingyang saw her looking at the photo and said coldly, are you going to continue to endure? Planning to do. Chapter 178 Getting the Wedding Done. Before Lu Jingyang finished speaking, Gu Nanyan interrupted him and said, divorce? I'll divorce this marriage. Lu Jingyang was going to speak later, and Gu Nanyan thought of it with her toes, so without waiting for him to finish, she said it herself. Lu Jingyang, that's more like it. I'll help you prepare some more materials. Gu Nanyan atmospherically said, okay, this is a done deal. Send you a car you like. In the past, Lu Jingyang was on Lu Beicheng's side, helping Lu Beicheng persuade Gu Nanyan to get a divorce, but now he has completely switched positions. Afterwards, the two chatted a bit more. Lu Jingyang learned that Gu Nanyan was going on a business trip, and at this moment was returning to Nanjing to pack his luggage, so he ran over on his ass to help. Looking at Lu Jingyang who appeared in front of her eyes with a spring in his step, Gu Nanyan opened the door while sizing him up from head to toe. You're staring at my divorce all day long, scurrying toward me when you have something to do. Are you secretly in love with me? Lu Jingyang, with both hands in his pants pockets, don't you know what kind of person you are in your own heart? Do I dare to have a crush on you? Don't flatter yourself. After Lu Jingyang finished speaking, Gu Nanyan lifted her right leg and kicked him. Who are you saying is putting gold on their face? Lu Jingyang was kicked by her and hurriedly dodged to the side. I said I'm putting gold on my face myself. It's my honor that I can serve my family's ancestor. Gu Nanyan coldly blanked him, then commanded him to just pack his bags. When Lu Jingyang sent Gu Nanyan back to the office, he saw that Gu Nanyan had been looking out the window without saying anything. He turned his eyes to look at Gu Nanyan and asked, sad in your heart? Unhappy? Gu Nanyan smiled. It's long since been numbed. Where did it come from to be so sad? If she was upset and sad about this, then she would have died of sadness long ago. How could she have survived until now? However, this is thanks to Lu Beicheng 2 years ago to train her out. Otherwise in a few years ago she really dare not be sure she can be so calm. Gu Nanyan's disbelief. Lu Jingyang raised his hand and rubbed her hair as a sign to give her comfort. Gu Nanyan smiled. Alright, I'm not as fragile as you think. Not a moment later, when the car was parked downstairs at the law firm, Lu Jingyang said, I'll accompany you on your business trip. Otherwise I don't feel comfortable with you in this state. Gu Nanyan smiled and said, you'd better stay and pull your pimp. Some time ago Lu Beicheng arranged Lu Jingyang to manage those young masters and princesses in infinity. Lu Jingyang himself had fun, and this time also did smooth. Lu Jingyang, pimping is not as important as you. I'll still accompany you on your business trip. When Gu Nanyan saw Lu Jingyang comparing pimping to her, she raised her leg and kicked Lu Jingyang 2 more times, which drove him back. Xiao Gu. Lu Jingyang had just been kicked out in front of him when Lawyer Xia and their car came over. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan carried her luggage and got into the car to go to the airport. The business trip was an academic conference exchange, so it didn't have to be so laborious and traumatic. More than 7 o'clock in the evening, a group of people to the meeting of the club. The exchange will be in a cultural attraction point. Food, housing and transportation in a piece is quite convenient. When Gu Nanyan arrived at the hotel, she directly collapsed on the bed and rested. Although she had just slept all the way over, she had been particularly drowsy since she had gotten pregnant, and whenever the opportunity was right, she usually fell back to sleep whenever she could. It wasn't until she was hungry at 9 o'clock in the evening that Gu Nanyan opened her eyes and woke up. Yawning, Gu Nanyan was about to get up and look for something to eat when she saw the cell phone placed on her pillow suddenly vibrate. She grabbed her cell phone to take a look. Only to see that there were a dozen or so missed calls from Lu Beicheng, and right now this call was still from Lu Beicheng. Screwing up her brows slightly and picking up the phone, Gu Nanyan asked, something wrong? On the other end of the phone, Lu Beicheng was on fire. Gu Nanyan, what do you mean? Without waiting for Gu Nanyan to answer, Lu Beicheng himself lost some of his temper and asked, where are you now? Gu Nanyan held a pillow in her arms. Traveled for business. After Gu Nanyan finished speaking, Lu Beicheng fell into silence, and only after a while did he ask, calling you, you didn't hear? Just fell asleep. When Gu Nanyan's words fell, Lu Beicheng quickly hung up the phone and then the video was sent over. For a moment, Gu Nanyan's white eyes rolled out of the sky. Really what he was suspecting others as. Originally did not want to take care of him to pick up the video, but thinking of his last business trip he chased after him in order to catch the adultery. Gu Nanyan's stinking face still put the video on. When it was connected, She got out of bed with her cell phone, swept the camera around the room and said, "No adulterer, believe it." He himself was making love to Shin Unique in the morning. Where did he get the face to check her post? Gu Nanyan's self-evidence made Liu Beicheng feel comfortable in his heart. And he said, "I'm in Nanjiang." Gu Nanyan was unhappy. Who told you to go to Nanjiang? She was still pregnant after all. And Gu Nanyan was afraid that he would see something fishy. Gu Nanyan's little upset. Liu Beicheng moved his neck and said softly, "Gu Nanyan, when you come back, let's talk about it." "Gu Nanyan, let's talk about it when we get back." She didn't want to talk about it, didn't even mention his morning meeting with Shin Unique. Just get the divorce. Saying that, she was about to hang up the video when Liu Beicheng suddenly said, "Don't hang up the video yet." Gu Nanyan listened to Liu Beicheng's words and finally did not hang up the video. The two just looked at each other in their cell phones, and even though they didn't say anything, they didn't feel awkward with each other. Seeing Liu Beicheng shamelessly lying on her bed, Gu Nanyan asked, "Liu Beicheng, if you check out in the hospital today that I'm really pregnant, what are you going to do?" The night was very quiet, making people not realize that they would have a lot of feelings, so Gu Nanyan asked out. Liu Beicheng looked at Gu Nanyan in his cell phone. "Just pass." Gu Nanyan smiled. "You don't see if I want to live with you anymore." Gu Nanyan's smile. Liu Beicheng intoxicated looked at her for a moment, and then said, "The end of the year is a little busy. Wait for the beginning of the year to do the wedding." Liu Beicheng said to organize a wedding, and Gu Nanyan said, "I'm hungry. I'll go find something to eat. I won't talk to you." With that, she hung up the video without caring if Liu Beicheng answered or not. There was no way she could live with him like nothing was wrong after all she'd been through. There were a lot of things she just didn't bother with. She didn't want anything that Liu Beicheng was late for. The cell phone was thrown ungently onto the desk in the room, and Gu Nanyan exhaled a long breath, sitting at the desk's heel for a moment before picking up the phone and getting up, ready to go out for a bit of a stroll. However, when she had just opened the door to her room and saw the figure that had appeared in front of her eyes in a flurry of wind and fire, Gu Nanyan was instantly stunned. Chapter 179. What time do you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the airport. Outside the doorway, the man saw that before he had time to raise his hand to knock, Gu Nanyan opened the door to the room, and he greeted with a smile on his face. "Smoke." Lu Jingyang just appeared in front of her eyes in such a windy manner. Gu Nanyan said helplessly, "Why did you follow me here anyway?" "In the morning, I even explained that I didn't want him to come over, but the man still rushed over, as if he didn't have ears." Lu Jingyang, arm on her shoulders, pulling the suitcase into the house, said, "Worry about you," then added, "Besides, Shin Unique is back. Who knows if she will play dirty tricks behind." Gu Nanyan said, "Shin Unique isn't that stupid. If Yi Chu is smart, then Shin Unique is shrewd. We have known each other for so many years. This understanding is still there." Lu Jingyang, "Then I'm still not at ease. I have to guard you 24 hours a day." Gu Nanyan wrapped both hands around her chest, turned her face to look at Lu Jingyang, and when she saw him fooling around, she bumped Lu Jingyang with her butt. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang, like a little ruffian, hitched her shoulder and asked, "Smoke, what did you just open the door to get ready to go out for?" Gu Nanyan, "Hungry, ready to go out and find something to eat." Lu Jingyang, "Go, accompany you out." After saying that, he pulled Gu Nanyan and went down with her. If Liu Beicheng knew that Lu Jingyang was looking for him, he would probably be able to peel off a few layers of his skin. Nothing to always look for his wife to do? The two of them wandered outside for over an hour and not only filled their bellies, but came back with a bunch of food. Gu Nanyan saw Lu Jingyang enter the house and sit on her bed. She lifted her leg and ruffled his feet. "Don't tell me you're not going to get a room and hang out at my place." Lu Jingyang sat up with both hands propped up on the bed. "Didn't I just say that I have to guard you 24 hours a day?" Gu Nanyan, "You cow. I'll see how Liu Beicheng picks your skin at that time." Lu Jingyang, good scars to forget the pain of this. Gu Nanyan, admiration of the body. Unlike her, this person can remember the grudge, remember a lifetime. The typical once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the type of well rope. Lu Jingyang, "I'll sleep on the sofa, and not squeeze a bed with you. Besides, it's not like I haven't squeezed a bed before." Gu Nanyan is a few months younger than Lu Jingyang. Lu Jingyang, from the time of birth they knew each other. Lu Jingyang as a child also wore Gu Nanyan's skirt, so press simply didn't treat Gu Nanyan as an outsider, even if she was now married to his brother. Gu Nanyan looked at him in disgust and said, "Lu Jingyang, are you too idle to do something meaningful?" Lu Jingyang, beauty, lying on the bed. "The most meaningful thing for me is to accompany Sister Smoke you. As long as you are happy, my life is meaningful. You are my whole world." Gu Nanyan raised her leg and kicked at him. "Damn, I've even become your excuse for being lazy." Lu Jingyang, take pillow to block. "Smoke, not I lazy. You can see the company has my brother. I simply do not have room to play. I want to engage in something on their own. I have not yet begun my parents on a variety of cold water. a variety of not optimistic about the cutoff of my funds. Then I simply just eat and wait for death. Then he lamented. It's not too good to have a brother who's too good. At Lu Jingyang's sentiments, Gu Nanyan said, you shouldn't have gone to the law department with me in the first place. It's fine. Lu Jingyang, there's nothing wrong with it now. I have plans for it all. Gu Nanyan gently ruffled him. Don't take over my territory. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang went to the sofa with a pillow and a thin quilt that he brought with him. Gu Nanyan's study time this time is a bit long. Lu Jingyang has been accompanied by her. Gu Nanyan class he dozed off beside. Gu Nanyan thirsty he handed water. Hungry he sent food. With him being by Gu Nanyan's side like this, Gu Nanyan was indeed much more comfortable and convenient. It wasn't until a week later that Xia Chang shivered and knocked on Lu Beicheng's office room door. Boss, there's something I have to report to you. Lu Beicheng didn't look up and said, speak. Xia Chang said, young Master Jing Yang has been accompanying young lady on a business trip during this period of time, and he hasn't gone over to the clubhouse. After Xia Chang finished speaking, Lu Beicheng was first silent for a moment, and then violently slammed the information in his hand on the table. His face ugly don't want. His wife is on a business trip. Why is Lu Jingyang going over there? And this is not the first time. Lu Beicheng's rage, Xia Chang mentioned did not even dare to mention Lu Jingyang are not separate rooms, are crowded in Gu Nanyan room. Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang's feelings he is aware of. The two of them plus Zhou Bei. 3 good as 1. I was afraid that Lu Beicheng would be even more angry when he heard about this, so I simply didn't report it. Furious, Lu Beicheng raised his hand and unbuttoned one of his shirt buttons to get up from the chair when Xia Chang reminded again. Boss, young lady is coming back tomorrow morning. Lu Beicheng was angry. Sinking his face, he looked at Xia Chang and said, after Jing Yang comes back, you keep a closer eye on him. Okay boss, Xia Chang said and then explained. Boss, in fact, young lady and young master Jing Yang are not. Xia Chang did not finish his words. Lu Beicheng said in a cold voice, I know they have nothing, and they won't have anything. The key Lu Jingyang is not an oil lamp. He encouraged Gu Nanyan to divorce him day and night, or take her to the place where the men play, and simply did not take his wife as a woman. He was worried about this, afraid that Gu Nanyan would really be egged on by him. By the time the evening came, Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang were eating the things they bought from outside together when Lu Beicheng's video came. Gu Nanyan absently picked up the video. Something wrong? Lu Beicheng's face was extraordinarily gloomy as he said, you tell Lu Jingyang that he doesn't need to hide, and he'll settle the score with him when he comes back. Gu Nanyan listened to this and said with little impatience, he's worried about me going out of town. Don't get on the bandwagon. Every time she looked for her, she didn't have a good face, and Gu Nanyan had had enough and didn't want to serve. Gu Nanyan's little impatience. Lu Beicheng held back and didn't have a fit, just said, what time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the airport. Gu Nanyan, the plane arrives at 11 a.m. if it's not late. Gu Nanyan was about to say that he didn't need to come over to pick her up if he was busy, when Lu Beicheng interrupted her. It's cooling down in a city. Wear more before you get off the plane. Aha! Gu Nanyan just answered. Lu Jingyang came over and said, brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Sister Smoke. I've brought her the down jacket. Watching Lu Jingyang come out of the picture, Lu Beicheng's face was instantly gloomy and he directly hung up the video. Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at Lu Jingyang. Although Lu Jingyang is a little too, but in this matter of being good to her and Zhou Bei, he is better and more careful than anyone else. The next morning, after the group gathered in the hotel lobby, they took the nanny car to the airport, and Lu Jingyang brought a bunch of snacks for Gu Nanyan, as well as a lot of plums. Meanwhile, the A market. Lu Beicheng finished the meeting to see that it was almost time to pick up the airplane. He explained a few words to the other people in charge and left first. As he took the elevator downstairs, the phone in Lu Beicheng's pocket rang. Taking it out and looking at it, Lu Beicheng's face then changed, and finally put the phone through. Chapter 180 Dragon and Phoenix Fetus. On the airplane, when Lu Jingyang pulled a thin blanket to cover Gu Nanyan tightly, Gu Nanyan woke up when she turned around, seeing Lu Jingyang just accompanying himself. Gu Nanyan half squinted her eyes and said, why didn't you take a nap? Lu Jingyang, I see you're full from sleeping. Gu Nanyan raised her foot and kicked him. Lu Jingyang did not care and patted his pants leg and said, it's almost here. Saying that, he took Gu Nanyan's down jacket out again. Put this on later. Aha! Responding to Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan raised her hand. Water. Lu Jingyang immediately unscrewed the thermos in her hand, almost feeding her personally. After Gu Nanyan finished drinking the water, Lu Jingyang immediately handed her the plums. Eat this or not? Looking at the plums that Lu Jingyang handed to him, Gu Nanyan sized him up from head to toe and looked at him with suspicion. What's with the plums? Lu Jingyang saw Gu Nanyan sizing him up and not saying anything. He picked up a plum and threw it in his mouth. I'll eat it myself if you don't. Lu Jingyang threw a plum into his mouth himself, and only then did Gu Nanyan dismiss the idea of picking up a plum and putting it in her mouth. When the two ate nuts and snacks and chatted, the plane landed smoothly, and the passengers got up and prepared to leave the plane. Lu Jingyang stuffed the uneaten snacks into the bag and took out the down jacket for Gu Nanyan to wear. "Xiao Gu, this younger brother of yours really has no words. Can't wait to offer you up for incense," Director Xia said cheerfully. In fact, he had already known about the relationship between Gu Nanyan and Liu Beicheng. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang giggled and said, "Who says it isn't? Your lawyer Gu and I are dragon and phoenix babies, coming out of one belly." After Lu Jingyang finished speaking, a few of Gu Nanyan's co-workers really believed it and said with a surprised look on their faces, "Gu Lu, so you're a dragon and phoenix child, but at a glance you two do look alike. Your family genes are really good." "That's right, there are no ugly people in our family," Lu Jingyang dejected. Gu Nanyan was too lazy to stop him and let him talk nonsense. After a group of people off the plane, the outside is really quite cold, the wind blowing in the face with a knife-like. Fortunately, Lu Jingyang to Gu Nanyan prepared complete hat scarf are brought over. See Gu Nanyan two female colleagues straight envy, and one asked Lu Jingyang has no girlfriend. Want to consider them. Lu Jingyang shamelessly, but also really added people's WeChat. Gu Nanyan looked at his two little cute mold, said with disgust, deceitful. Lu Jingyang arm to her shoulder, smoke. Are you afraid that I'll be snatched away by them? If you're afraid that I'll be snatched away by them, then I'll delete all the people. Don't. Gu Nanyan, keep it as a distraction. Just don't keep pestering me. When Gu Nanyan said that, Lu Jingyang locked her neck in a single move. Gu Nanyan, Lu Jingyang, you two little cuties, you want to strangle me. From childhood to adulthood, they all liked to pounce on her, and when they were young, they often pounced on her and wrestled her. And there was a time when I recalled that Nanyan was watching Gu Qinghua fishing, and it turned out that this two little cuties, directly from behind her pounced over, and finally pounced the two together into the pool. She even choked on some water that time. They were only 6 years old at the time. After scolding Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan turned her face to look at him and said, "Your brother will come over to pick up the plane later, so be prepared." Lu Jingyang pulled her scarf a little tighter, his arm still resting on her shoulder, and said unconcernedly, "Who's afraid of him? The biggest thing is to be beaten up by him." Since he couldn't walk yet, Liu Beicheng started to beat him up, and then when he grew up and had a memory, Liu Beicheng beat him up even more, and most of them beat him up for Gu Nanyan, because he always pitted Gu Nanyan. Things like taking her to catch a snake and causing her to be bitten by it, taking her over the wall to escape from school and ending up dislocating her arm. So many things like that have happened over the past 20 years. Every time Gu Nanyan suffered a loss, he had to be beaten up by Liu Beicheng, and the time he pounced Gu Nanyan into the water, he was also beaten up by Liu Beicheng. The skins are knotted, the arm is too heavy, take it away. Gu Nanyan. Lu Jingyang did not comply, but also embraced her more tightly and said, "Dislike me? You are not allowed to dislike me. Gu Nanyan, you're going to crush me." Later, Gu Nanyan kicked him a few times before Lu Jingyang honestly released her. Not long after, when the group left the station, Gu Nanyan did not see Liu Beicheng's figure, but Xia Cheng came over. For a moment, Gu Nanyan laughed to herself. There wasn't much disappointment in my mind, just irony. Not far away, Xia Chen watched Gu Nanyan and Lu Jingyang exit the platform, and he hurriedly greeted them. "Young lady, young Master Jing." Lu Jingyang pushed the suitcase and looked behind Xia Cheng. "Where is my brother? Didn't he say he'd come over to pick up the plane last night?" Xia Cheng, boss suddenly had some business and couldn't come over. Then he added, "By the way, young lady, boss asked me to send you back to Royal Bay, saying that he wants you to wait for him at home for a while, and that he'll go back when he's done." Lu Jingyang put both hands in his pockets and said coldly, "You tell my brother, if he doesn't have sincerity, don't make promises to people, and if he can't do what he promised, is he still a man?" After saying that, he pulled Gu Nanyan's wrist. "We'll go back by ourselves." Seeing this, Xia Cheng stopped the second master. "Boss does have a temporary emergency, and we'll go back to Royal Bay right after he's done. It's cold outside today, and it's not convenient for you to wait for someone to come over or take a taxi at this moment, so we'd better go back to Royal Bay first." They had a lot of luggage. Xia Cheng's words made sense, and she knew Xia Cheng's style of doing things very well. As long as it was a task given to them by Liu Beicheng, they would complete it even if they put their lives on the line, and there were people from the law firm next to them. They would go back first. As for Liu Beicheng's comment about wanting to talk, Gu Nanyan thought for a moment last night that it was time for them to talk calmly about getting together and leaving things behind. So, looking at Lu Jingyang, he said, "Jingyang, go back first." Xia Cheng saw that Gu Nanyan was sensible, and with a sigh of relief he helped Lu Jingyang put the suitcase in the car. On the way back, Gu Nanyan did not ask Liu Beicheng what he was busy with. Lu Jingyang will not mention anything. Gu Nanyan dozed off. He held Gu Nanyan's head and let her lean on his shoulder. Xia Chang and Lao Li sat in front, and the two of them did not dare to ask or say anything. An hour later, the car arrived at Royal Bay, and Lu Jingyang sent Gu Nanyan into the house. Sister-in-law Jiang politely stayed for dinner, and Lu Jingyang didn't stay. When Gu Nanyan sent Lu Jingyang out, she saw that he didn't talk much on the way back, and when the two of them walked to the door, Gu Nanyan asked, Jingyang, do you know something? This time, when he accompanied her on a business trip, Lu Jingyang was not quite the same as before. Chapter 181. You think I don't know anything if you guys don't say anything? Lu Jingyang, listening to Gu Nanyan's question, turned around without slowing down with a smile and said, do you think that if you and Zhou Bei don't say anything, I won't know anything? When Lu Jingyang said this, Gu Nanyan looked at him and couldn't smile. She then said that she bought so many sour snacks this time. When he sent her to the airport, he had to accompany her on a business trip. No wonder he had just arrived in Sea City on his own front foot and he had come after her on his back foot. No wonder he had to watch over her 24 hours a day and had to sleep on the couch. Dare I say he knows everything. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang held a light smile at the corner of his mouth and took out his right hand from his pocket and rubbed Gu Nanyan's hair. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, especially my brother. But if you have anything, remember to call me at the first time. I'll be at your beck and call. The Lu Jingyang at the moment is no longer the usual dangling and gangly boy, but is particularly stable. There weren't many times when Lu Jingyang was so serious, and he was only like this when she didn't have any talent. Back then, when she and Liu Beicheng got their license, he was also like this and said that she would definitely regret it. Seeing that Lu Jingyang knew everything, Gu Nanyan smiled and patted his shoulder. Jingyang, thank you. Lu Jingyang pinched her face. It's cold outside, you hurry and go in. And my brother, whatever he talks to you about, don't get angry with him. Men are the most unworthy things. Gu Nanyan smiled. I know. Lu Jingyang, go inside. Okay. Promising Lu Jingyang, Gu Nanyan turned around and stood over at the entrance hall. Seeing this, Lu Jingyang smiled at her, then turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Saw Lu Jingyang leave, Gu Nanyan heard a burst of warmth. Do not look at Lu Jingyang, usually big-headed. He is actually more careful than Liu Beicheng. He also has ambition and ability, just did not play out just. When Mrs. Zhang saw Gu Nanyan standing at the entrance hall hesitating to come in, she approached over and followed her eyes to the outside and said, young Master Jingyang is so polite, he won't even stay home for dinner. Gu Nanyan, accompanying me after being tired for so many days. He went back to rest earlier. Sister-in-law Jiang said with a smile on her face, but it's good to have you back. Young lady, the young master was like a lost soul during the time you weren't at home. Gu Nanyan didn't answer and was still looking over the courtyard. At this time, Lu Jingyang got into the car and waved at her from the passenger seat. Go inside. Gu Nanyan, I know. You go first. When Lu Jingyang saw that he didn't leave, Gu Nanyan stood at the entrance hall and didn't enter the house. He let Old Li start the car, until the car disappeared from sight. Gu Nanyan turned around and went into the house. And Mrs. Zhang always felt that Gu Nanyan's relationship with Lu Jingyang after this business trip was even better than before. Their young master is also said today to pick up the plane how to put people pigeon. If he continues to be like this, I guess the young lady really want to be Pride Wallfoot. In the Maybach, the car just drove out of the yard. Lu Jingyang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Where is my brother now? On the other end of the phone, the other party quickly reported Liu Beicheng's information. After Lu Jingyang heard this, his face sunk down a little bit and finally hung up the phone coldly. It's just that this time he didn't tell Gu Nanyan off. Gu Nanyan was pregnant and he couldn't bear to continue to disappoint her after her loss. Even though she said on her lips that it was fine, she wasn't wise when she chose to marry his brother. Hands on the steering wheel, Lao Li sneaked a glance at Lu Jingyang from the inside view mirror, and seeing his face gloomy, he dared not say anything even more. Don't look at the second master's usual big-headedness, but in fact, he has a clear idea in his heart. If he is serious, he may not be worse than the young master of the North City. In the villa, Gu Nanyan had just entered the house when the phone in her pocket rang. Take it out and see, Liu Beicheng called. After staring at the cell phone screen for a long time, Gu Nanyan finally put the call through. On the other end of the phone, Liu Beicheng's voice came over gently. Arrived home? Aha! Gu Nanyan answered him with little emotion. Liu Beicheng said, temporarily a little thing, so let Xia Chang went over to pick you up. You in the home first, don't go. I'll be back after I'm done. Gu Nanyan insisted on a divorce this time and didn't come back for so long. Liu Beicheng got nervous. Okay. Gu Nanyan remained calm, and the idea of divorce was firm, not shaken by Liu Beicheng's few phone calls and videos. At this point, she didn't even bother to ask what he was up to, didn't care in the slightest what he was doing. Lu Beiqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Nanyan had promised him, was planning on picking her up today. But something came up at the last minute, when Lu Beiqing urged her to wear more clothes when it was cold and not to go out if she had nothing to do. Gu Nanyan coldly hung up the phone. If he could saddle up and take care of things like Lu Jingyang, arranging everything properly, she would still listen to his few words of advice and respond enthusiastically. It was better to save the mouthful of concern. She had lived quite well without his concern for so many years. After hanging up the phone, Gu Nanyan suddenly remembered that back in Lu Beiqing quarrel, she said that marrying anyone is better than marrying Lu Beiqing. At that time, said the words are angry, and now look back to think it is really so. Lu Jingyang are more than he cares about her. Putting her phone on the sofa next to her, Gu Nanyan gently stroked her stomach, and Sister Jiang suddenly came over with a fruit plate. Young lady, after such a long flight, eat some fruit first. Gu Nanyan hurriedly removed her hand from her stomach, fearing that Sister Jiang would see something fishy. Gu Nanyan took the fruit plate as if nothing had happened, and Sister Jiang smiled beside her and said, with so many people in the company wanting to eat, the young master does have quite a lot on his plate. When Lu Beiqing was only a few years old, Mrs. Jiang came to the Lu family to help out, and Lu Beiqing was almost brought up by her as well, so he was extraordinarily protective of Lu Beiqing. Gu Nanyan smiled without saying anything. Sister Jiang sat here with Gu Nanyan for a bit, and then went to the kitchen to continue her busy schedule. Gu Nanyan, on the other hand, was watching TV with a fruit plate, not even bothering to go to the upstairs bedroom, as if she was just a guest back at Royal Bay again, not the owner anymore. In the hospital's safe passage, Lu Beiqing saw Gu Nanyan hang up the phone without even responding to her words, and his eyebrows, which had just been leveled, wrinkled up at once. Damn, it's getting to the point where he's not taken seriously. With both hands in his pockets, he stood in the stairwell for a while before Lu Beiqing turned around to go back to the ward, next to the hospital bed. Mrs. Shen saw Lu Beiqing come over and said in a puzzled manner, Beiqing, delayed your time. Then added, I just didn't expect the only back only so long to carry on. I didn't expect that she couldn't breathe once this day changed. That year's fire, Shen only injured the respiratory system. Whenever encountered hot and cold, her body will not be able to carry. Will have to come to the hospital to live with inhaled oxygen. Lu Beiqing put both hands in his pockets and said in a faint voice, the only thing that will be fine. Seeing this, Mrs. Shen said helplessly, if it weren't for this child calling out your name all the time, I wouldn't have called you. Wouldn't have let you come over, and besides, you're busy at the end of the year. Lu Beiqing, it's only right to come over and take a look. In that fire, if Shinwei hadn't given him the gas mask, I'm afraid he would have been the one dragging the bad body. Chapter 182. She wasn't even this upset when she got that slap from him. Mrs. Shen saw that Lu Beiqing didn't talk much. She sighed again and lamented. Liangzhou said that the only back is not suitable for recuperation, but your uncle and I nonetheless did not listen to the advice. This matter is said to be our fault as parents. Lu Beiqing didn't ring. Mrs. Shen went on to say, in fact, for this matter today, I shouldn't have shouted at Beiqing for you to come over. After all, you and Nan Yan are both married. But as you can see, Beiqing, the only thing that's stabilized a lot more after you came over. Speaking of here, Mrs. Shen more emotional, Red Eye said, the creation of people just who was so cruel back then that they had to take your life and the only one's life? This is two lives Lu Beiqing didn't sound even more. When Mrs. Shen sighed sadly, Shen's only cardiac instrument suddenly alarmed and rang. Mrs. Shen panicked at once, turned her face to Lu Beiqing and asked, Beiqing, what's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? How did the machine suddenly scream? Lu Beiqing saw the instrument calling, he approached the bed and rang the alarm. Mrs. Shen was terrified and got up from the hospital bed and ran outside. Is the doctor there? There is a situation with the patient in bed 18. The instrument is alarming. The doctors and nurses heard Mrs. Shen's shouts and rushed over. Royal Bay. Gu Nanyan finished lunch. Lu Beiqing still no news. Late or not back. When Sister Jiang saw that Gu Nanyan had been in the living room and hadn't gone upstairs to rest, she gently reminded, young lady, why don't you go back to your room and rest? Gu Nanyan yawned and said, I'll watch some TV. When Mrs. Jiang saw this, she sighed hopelessly and left, clearly still angry with young master, so she was unwilling to go back to her room. In fact, Gu Nanyan did not think so much. She is waiting for Lu Beiqing to come back. It is best to take advantage of the Civil Affairs Bureau is not yet off duty to go to the license to play, so that she does not have to sleep over the time. The sooner you get something like a divorce, the better, or the night will be long. Just wait and wait and wait, and wait until more than 4 o'clock. Lu Beiqing still did not come back. Qin Haiyun did call over, said to come over to see her. Gu Nanyan said that the weather is cold so that she did not come over, said he returned to the old house in 2 days to see her. Gu Nanyan did not go home some time ago. Qin Haiyun went to Nanjing a few times in the middle as a peacemaker. Gu Nanyan pretend to be confused perfunctory past. Did not return to Royal Bay with her. Hanging up Qin Haiyun's phone. Gu Nanyan see already more than 4 o'clock. Guess Liu Beiqing now even if they come back. They cannot catch up to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to play the certificate. She stretched her lazy waist and then got up intending to go back to Nanjing. If Liu Beiqing really had something to say, he could say it next time he had the chance. He himself had waited for him for so long today, and he had given him enough face. Gu Nanyan bent down to pack her bag and was about to leave when sister-in-law Jiang came over to report in a huff. Young lady, it's snowing outside. A lot of snow. As Sister Jiang's words fell, Gu Nanyan turned her head to look behind her, only to see goosefeather snow drifting outside, the snowflakes particularly large piece. In just a moment, the yard was covered in a white layer of flowers and plants. It's been a long time since it snowed this much in a city. Looking out the window without moving, Gu Nanyan suddenly remembered that today was Christmas Eve, and this heavy snow came at the right time. Putting down the bag in her hand, Gu Nanyan got up and then walked outside without slowing down, wanting to go out and take a look. Seeing this, John's wife followed beside and reminded, "Young lady, put the scarf on, don't freeze." Gu Nanyan took the scarf handed over by sister-in-law Jiang, tied it up and went for a walk in the yard. She had just gone out in front of her, when Zhou Bei posted photos in the small group saying that it was snowing and said that he would go to Nanjing to look for her later. Lu Jingyang made a direct call. "Smoke, has my brother gone back yet?" Gu Nanyan, "Not yet. I'm planning to go back to Nanjing." Lu Jingyang, "I'm coming over to pick you up now." "Okay." Gu Nanyan is pregnant. Lu Jingyang is now half a minute and a half without seeing her, making him look like the father of the child. When Lu Jingyang said he was coming over, Gu Nanyan was in no hurry. Other than that, the down jacket Lu Jingyang bought for her is very warm, wearing on the body and covered with a thick quilt. After taking a few pictures and sending them to Zhou Bei, Gu Nanyan saw that she hadn't returned Liu Beiqing's WeChat message at noon, and thinking that she was going back to Nanjing later, she ended up dialing his number over. The result was a message on the other end. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later." "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later." Dialed twice in a row. Both manual prompts have been turned off. Gu Nanyan face expressionless, then hung up the phone. Turning around, Gu Nanyan was about to go back to the house when she saw a wild cat suddenly scurrying out from inside the flowers and quickly crashing into her. Gu Nanyan was startled, and when she subconsciously covered her stomach, the soles of her feet suddenly slipped. She stumbled back a few steps, and the wildcat didn't find its way as it crashed into her arms, arching its back and launching itself at her in attack mode with teeth bared and a miserable cry of rage escaping its lips. Gu Nanyan held up the tree next to her and took 2 steps back to the side, only to see that the wildcat still had injuries on its body. It must have just gotten into a fight with another cat or dog, which it didn't win and is running away from, which is why it's so grumpy at the moment. The snow was still falling. Gu Nanyan had not stood too steadily. The wildcat saw her blocking the way, bowed his back and leapt, swiftly pounced towards Gu Nanyan. Sister-in-law Jiang. The moment the wildcat pounced on her, Gu Nanyan shouted Sister Jiang with a startled heart. Once again, she took a few steps backward, and when her heel hit the stone on the road, she failed to stabilize her weight, and her whole body fell hard on the ground, but steadily sitting on the floor paved with cultural stone. The next second, Gu Nanyan heart thumped, the whole person instantly cool. It was as if the whole world had collapsed in an instant. The baby, her baby, this was her hard-earned child. He mustn't be okay. Only after thinking of the child did Gu Nanyan feel the physical pain, a sharp twinge in her stomach, and a numb ass without pain. When the injured wildcat saw Gu Nanyan fall, it jumped up and stepped on Gu Nanyan's body and fled in a hurry, and the cat's claws even scratched her face. When the wildcat stepped away from her, Gu Nanyan, who had never been a crybaby, instantly reddened her eyes, and her entire body cooled from head to toe, her soul scattered, both hands propped up on the snow-soaked ground. Gu Nanyan tried to get up, but the pain in her stomach made her not dare to move. She was afraid that if she moved, the child would have to leave from her stomach, and would be separated from her forever like this. Sister Jiang, Sister Jiang, Sister Jiang. The courtyard of the royal bay is large, and the servants are all working inside the house at this moment. Gu Nanyan cried her voice and shouted several times for sister-in-law Jiang, breaking her voice, but no one heard her. No one paid attention to her. At this moment, the snow was falling even more heavily than earlier, covering her dark hair in white. When Gu Nanyan turned her face to the side with red eyes, she tried to find her cell phone to call for help, but found that it had been dropped 3 or 4 meters away. The distance that she could normally reach in a few steps was now as if it was in the sky, and she couldn't get past it. Who can hear me? Who can save my child? Sitting on the ground without daring to move a muscle, Gu Nan Yen cried sadly. After 23 years of living, she had never been so sad, even when Liu Beicheng had slapped her in the face. Sister Jen, you come out and see me. Peachy, Peachy,